Chapter 1. The Continuation of Life. In the kingdom of Barin, within the Chris Manor. Woo-woo. By the window, a vividly colored bird flapped its wings, its beautiful, silky feathers still retaining the moisture of the sea, drooping softly against its body. It continuously emitted a series of woo-woo sounds, as if attempting to convey some vital message. Foolish bipedal creatures. How can they not comprehend this? Is the master in need of money? Just a moment, I shall fetch it from the storage room. Clearly, the human before it had failed to grasp its meaning. In the room, a middle-aged man dressed in a finely tailored suit nodded calmly, accustomed to the master's peculiar ways. It was uncertain whether this time it involved a rivalry over affection or if he had set his sights on something else. His impeccably laundered white shirt, either a black or white waistcoat, a black bow tie, a formal black tailcoat, sharply pressed black trousers, and polished black leather shoes all spoke of his meticulous demeanor as a steward. Albert adjusted his sparse hair once more, glancing sorrowfully at the few strands in his palm before carefully tucking them into his pocket. Today, both Rogers and Judy had also departed from him. With a sorrowful expression, the steward stated, "Just a moment, I shall first deliver the milk to the young master." Woo! The bird of paradise hopped onto his shoulder, flapping its wings, a large Jing symbol appearing above its small head. "Idiot! You're balding in the middle, and yet you fuss over your appearance. And who has ever named their hair? Was that not the intention?" Albert paid little heed to the bird's antics, gently adjusting the back of his head as he rested his chin upon his hand, lost in thought. After a moment, he shook his head in resignation. Aside from needing money, he truly could not fathom what other matter could prompt the master to summon the bird of paradise back. Though this bird was both beautiful and intelligent, it could fetch a fair price if the master were in need of funds. Why not simply send it out to procure some instead of lowering himself to borrow from the young master? What a truly, woo! The bird of paradise lowered its head in dejection. This creature still did not understand. Suddenly, something caught its eye. The bird's head stiffened, a spark of electricity flashing through it. Woo! It excitedly flapped its wings and landed on the mantel of the fireplace, cradling a model sailboat in its embrace. And then, crash! Albert glanced at the shards scattered across the floor, falling into silence. That took the young master a month to complete. Still reveling in its discovery, the bird of paradise gaped in anticipation. Its feathers suddenly bristled with a chill, shaking off the dust that had settled from head to toe. Woo-woo-woo. So, has the master encountered misfortune? Albert disregarded the bird's desperate pleas for assistance, his tone calm. Though in his heart, he held no regard for this master, who possessed no talents and only served to squander the family fortune. He remained, after all, the child of his benefactor. Their conversations were confined solely to matters of finance, along with the myriad excuses the master concocted to justify his request for money. At times, Albert pondered that had the master applied even a fraction of the ingenuity he used for excuses to legitimate matters, they would not have reached such a sorry state. Woo-woo. The bird of paradise nestled on his shoulder, wings clasped, its avian face bearing an almost human-like plea. That young master would hardly pay heed to its appearance, recalling the way he scrutinized ingredients filled it with dread. It scanned the room, its gaze landing on a tray holding a cup of milk, its eyes lighting up. Albert observed the foolish bird attempting to prop up the tray on the table, shaking his head in exasperation. "Very well, I shall plead your case." "Woo! I still cannot fathom why you fear the young master, so he is quite amiable." Woo-woo. The bird of paradise perched on his shoulder, disdainfully tilting its head. "Amiable indeed. That little creature has surely contemplated stewing me. Is it a maritime disaster? Or perhaps..." As he pushed open the door and walked along the corridor, Albert inquired, "Woo-woo. Pirates, then?" Observing the bird's wing gestures across its head, Albert nodded in understanding. Truly a band of foolish thieves. For the captured nobles could yield a handsome ransom, how could they simply kill them? Yet considering the ways of the kingdom of Barin. TSK, what a clever approach indeed. Rain, this truly is a canvas teeming with vitality. Ciro gazed at the hazy work upon the easel amidst the haze. A small flower stood resolutely upon a cliff, overshadowed by ominous thunderclouds, yet it continued to bloom in the midst of a tempest. Upon the stark, dark rocks, that flower stood in proud defiance. He recognized this flower. It was a common wildflower found by the roadside. Yet in this painting, that bloom radiated an enchanting allure. It was the very essence of life's vigor. "Teacher Ciro, should you continue to shower me with such praise, I may very well become vain." Before him stood a youth, reaching only to his chest, who shook his head slightly, then smiled shyly in the beams of light streaming through the window. His dark, tousled hair shimmered, swaying gently with his movements. His pair of black eyes sparkled like a summer night sky, tranquil and beautiful. Ciro raised his gaze, regarding the tall, graceful youth before him, his eyes reflecting unrestrained admiration. "Ha! You are indeed entitled to pride in the West Shawnee. Throughout the world your age group's artistic creations are remarkable. All I, as your teacher, can offer you now are mere techniques." "I do not share your sentiment." The youth chuckled softly, seemingly unconvinced by Ciro's assertion. "You truly are modest," Ciro remarked, lowering his gaze once more to the masterpiece on the easel. Though perhaps still somewhat naive in technique, the evocative essence within was palpable, even to an ordinary observer who could perceive the will contained within. It was the artist's love for life, a celebration of all that is beautiful. He could almost envision the scene of people once again embroiled in a frenzy over Ellen's artwork. But who could have anticipated that this boy is merely 11 years old? Gazing at the youth's cheeks, still bearing a hint of baby fat, this was perhaps the only remnant of his true age. His impeccable manners, robust physique, and striking features foretold how many would be captivated by the mystery nestled within his gaze in the years to come. Ciro chuckled, his face creasing with childlike pride. "Those old codgers would surely envy me if they knew." "Teacher." Rain's tone carried a hint of exasperation. This teacher was wonderful in every regard, yet his thoughts often wandered. He still recalled that time when, while painting by the window, this elderly gentleman had become so enraptured by the view outside that he excitedly lifted the young Rain, who had hardly grown at all. Heaven knows what he had felt at that moment. Little Rain, behold, that is the continuation of life. What a load of nonsense, that is merely animals in heat. Though he thought this internally, he still followed his playful teacher's gaze. That scene was one he had never witnessed in his past life. So, this is how puppies are born. Are humans the same? Lifted to the window, the young Rain fell into contemplation. Of course, in the aftermath, both the elder and the youth would suffer the consequences, enduring an entire year of bitter coffee. Oh, but he drank milk. Yet, devoid of its richness, could bitter milk still be considered milk? Chapter 2, a monster? No, it's family. Little master, dinner is ready-o, and there's the ever-lewd Ciro. A gentle woman pushed open the door, revealing a woman of striking beauty. Her presence exuded a gentle aura akin to a babbling brook, easily overshadowing her remarkable appearance. Dressed in a voluminous kimono that concealed her figure, only her slender, fair neck remained visible. Her delicate hands were folded over her abdomen, and her smile radiated purity and tranquility. As for the woman, that was merely Rain's internal monologue. In truth, even though she styled her hair elegantly atop her head, attempting to elevate her status, her exquisite, supple skin betrayed her. Of course, Rain had no knowledge of her true age. From a young age, he had been under the care of Sister Ya, and throughout the years, her appearance had remained unchanged. This led him to question more than once whether she had consumed some devil fruit that preserved youth that would certainly explain why she had remained as she was. Who knew how many years this old monster had lived? "I can sense it, little Rain." You and how you tilted her head, a strand of hair cascading down, her face still adorned with a gentle smile. "Ahem, I believe you should not speak of the teacher in such a manner." With a stiff cough, Lero straightened his attire with utmost seriousness and turned his gaze toward Teacher Shiro. "Teacher Shiro just mentioned that without your care, I could never have produced such a remarkable piece, so I ought to express my heartfelt gratitude for the servant's dedication. However, I believe that Sister Heya is not merely a subordinate, she is my dearest family. Thus, I was contemplating how to help you both relinquish your biases against one another." As for Sister Heya, Laren felt utterly powerless in his childhood. He had once sneakily drawn a small creature on her face while she slept. The very next day, gossip among the servants spread about the young master, who was 7 years old and still wetting his bed. When she looked at him with that beaming smile, he understood. Yet, even with this knowledge, what could he do? To this day, tales of the young master of the Chris family's quirks still circulated. Thus, the decision fell to you, Shiro, to bear the blame. Is that so? However, I find it quite challenging to maintain respect for someone who takes children to witness dogs mating, even if they are a teacher. With a delicate hand, she swept her hair back, and her smile grew even more benevolent, her charming eyes warm and inviting. "That little rascal has caused me trouble." Shiro cursed inwardly, his fist clenched behind his back, extending a single finger as a gesture of goodwill. This was a lesson learned from his own apprentice, a clear expression of the master's emotions. "Go for it, teacher. The 14,872nd uprising is entrusted to you as the vanguard." Laren stepped in front of Sister Heya, his innocent face alight with purity behind him. He secretly gave 2 thumbs up, offering his teacher moral support. Indeed, Shiro shook his tattered and oversized robe. Dust danced in the air of the room. It was all this little rascal's doing. I had nothing to do with it. Having spoken swiftly, Shiro darted away from the two in a flash. What speed? Who could believe this was a man in his 70s? Laren stood there, dumbfounded, all his eloquent words caught in his throat. Is there anything you wish to say to your sister? Two slender fingers pinched his cheek, and a radiant, warm smile appeared before him. Ha, ha, ha. Laren struggled for a moment, but those fingers clamped down like iron pincers, firmly gripping his face. The more he struggled, the tighter they became. That old rascal dares to upset my sister. Next time, I shall ensure he finds a little something extra in his coffee. The weak and helpless Laren embraced Sister Heya, resolutely expressing his stance. Is that so? Looking at the righteous little face tilted upward, Heya once again pinched his cheek. The sensation was not as delightful as before. She felt a twinge of regret, though still somewhat chubby. It was not as amusing as it had been in his childhood. Back then, he had been so obedient, able to squat by the roadside and observe the weeds for ages. Whenever he made a mistake, he would dutifully lift his face, awaiting her pinch. Exactly. Noticing the pressure on his cheek had eased, Laren quickly nodded that old man had thrown him under the bus what was a little tainted coffee. Over the years, under Sister Heya's nurturing, both their bodies had developed a robust resistance to such things. At worst, he would spend a day in the restroom. By the way, after training tonight, I shall prepare an extra cup of milk for you. Seemingly unaware of his subtle thoughts, Heya crouched down to adjust his collar. The dosage for the medicinal bath must also be increased. You must be a devil. Laren stood frozen in place, although he knew that both the enriched milk and medicinal bath were beneficial for his body. No matter how rigorous the training, he would awaken the next day feeling invigorated. Yet that sensation Laren involuntarily shuddered. What's wrong? That is your sister's love for you. Noticing his expression, Heya's eyes drooped sadly on the verge of tears. Indeed, little Laren is growing up soon. He will surely not tolerate an aging sister of waning beauty at that time. I shall have to rely on a cane and carry burdens, begging on the streets if I encounter robbers or bandits. Aging and fading beauty, my foot. Your appearance hasn't changed a bit over the years. Your love for me. Have you ever seen a sister who would do such things to her sleeping brother in the dead of night? Do you know how painful a bucket of cold water can be after falling asleep? Do you know how shameful it is to be thought of as a 7-year-old still wetting the bed? Do you know? It won't happen. It won't happen. Seeing Sister Heya on the verge of drawing the attention of the divine beast, Laren quickly embraced her, pulling a grimace in a place where she could not see. Gently stroking the boy's soft, tousled hair, Heya's lips curled upwards. Her smile was gentle, her eyes curving into crescent moons. How delightfully easy to manage, little Laren. Here we go again. Laren clutched her, his expression sorrowful. It was always like this, whether he won or lost. It ultimately ended the same way. Yet, recalling the embarrassing moments from his childhood, he couldn't help but smile. No matter what, Sister Heya and Uncle Albert were his family here, were they not? He loved them just as they loved him. By the way, it seems Uncle Albert is looking for you. Releasing his embrace, Heya seemed to remember something. She raised a slender finger and touched her rosy lips. Shall we go then? Laren glanced at her hand in his, warmth flooding his heart. But what could be so important that the butler would treat it with such seriousness? Stepping out of the room, the two made their way to the next. As a member of the Chris family, who was not particularly favored, he had no right to dine in the restaurant, and truthfully, he did not care for such things. Even this castle, which belonged solely to him, was the smallest in the estate. Yet, the rent after dismissing the servants was sufficient for their living. As for striving for the head of the family's approval, that had never crossed his mind. With that time, he would rather devote himself to painting a masterpiece than engage in struggles with Sister Heya, contemplating the next uprising. It is worth noting that if not for Uncle Albert's request, the notion of harming the reputation of the Chris family would not deter him from moving out. Chapter 3. Oh, the sea. That little rascal seeks to harm me. You still have much to learn. Stepping out the door, Shiro glanced back at the castle, proudly humming to himself regarding the blame he had just taken. He felt sincere satisfaction with his apprentice. To have lived to such an age was no mere adherence to rigid doctrine. Those who clung too tightly to rules had long since perished. He did not wish for his disciple to become such a person. What significance does it hold to be serious and honest for just one day? Mr. Xylo. A crisp call from behind brought him to a halt. Turning around, he saw a young girl in a maid's outfit hastening towards him. He recognized her as the girl who often trailed behind that woman. Heya. What is it, little Annie? Xylo replied, a gentle smile gracing his face. At his age, many appeared as juniors in his eyes. It was not inappropriate to refer to a girl of Annie's age as a child, if not for fear. He could even address that woman, Hia, in the same manner. Miss Hia has asked me to give this to you. Annie stood before him, catching her breath as she handed over a small bundle. Realizing her slip of the tongue, she discreetly stuck out her little tongue, her hair wiggling back and forth. Hia? Huh, this must be something that little Ren bought for me. Hee, I don't know, she replied, a clever glint in her eyes. Xylo accepted the package with a grin, playfully tapping her with his finger. He was well aware of the girl's intentions. She likely thought there was tension between him and Hia, and perhaps held some grievance against Ren, making her say such things in hopes of mending their relationship. This young lad certainly had a knack for understanding people's hearts. With a sigh of nostalgia, Xylo opened the bundle to reveal a small wooden box, plain and unadorned, save for a leaf-shaped carving. Ah, something from the land of harmony. This lad is quite thoughtful. How does Mr. Xylo know? Annie tilted her head in surprise, her hair standing on end, reflecting her bewilderment. Ha! In my youth, I have traveled to many places, Xylo chuckled, his aged voice resonating with a vitality uncommon for his years. Speaking of which, the geishas in various regions truly possess unique charms. The tea ceremony, the flower arrangement, and... Ah, Lord Xylo, you are insufferable. Observing the old man's increasingly carefree demeanor, Annie's face flushed crimson as she turned and dashed inside. Ha! At the entrance. Watching the little girl flee, Xylo laughed heartily. Ah, the tea from the land of harmony. This lad truly understands me. He took a gentle whiff of the wooden box, a fleeting pleasure crossing his face. No matter how many times, this distinct fragrance always brought him comfort. With the box clasped behind his back, the old man stepped forward into the sunset, humming a tune of uncertain origin. Inside the dining room, the flames of the fireplace chased away the chill brought by the sea breeze. The drawn curtains fluttered slightly. The flickering candlelight danced over the food on the table. Residing by the sea, one enjoyed the beautiful scenery during the day, yet endured the cold brought by the night winds. As for why the Chris family relocated from the island's center to the seaside, well, why not ask the enigmatic master of the house? Albert gently spoke, his white napkin draped over his forearm, as the young master stood silently beside the dining table. Since the revelation of the master's unfortunate fate, neither the young master nor Lady Hee had offered their opinions, compelling him to take the initiative to inquire. As for the matter of disturbing the hosts during their meal, Albert, a steward who had taken this role rather late in life, was hardly versed in such etiquette. Were it not for his desire to repay the old master's kindness, he would never have confined himself to this island for so many years. Nevertheless, over time, he had grown fond of this occupation, finding a sense of identity as he watched the young master mature day by day. Yet, despite his affections, his temperament prevented him from becoming one of those stoic stewards found within the family. Ah, the sea, cradling the trembling bird of paradise in his arms. Lane turned his gaze toward the window, as if he could hear the distant waves from far-off lands. In this world, the concept of continents did not exist. People resided on individual islands, cultivating their own customs and civilizations. The government resembled a nominal world ruler, demanding tribute as if it were protection money. The fragmented territories and conflicting cultures rendered centralized authority a formidable challenge. From a young age, he had relished the tales spun by his teachers, stories of travel, sailing, pirates, and navies. Growing up immersed in such narratives, how could he not yearn for the grand expanse of the ocean? It was common knowledge that the inhabitants here were children of the sea, and upon death, they too would find their rest within its depths, offering their bodies in gratitude to the nurturing waters. In Lane's eyes, if it were not for the bountiful islands, most would rely on the sea for sustenance. Thus, returning to the ocean after death seemed a natural conclusion, unlike the impracticality of burial, given the scarcity of land. As such, the romantic notion transformed into stark reality. Words, it seemed, had a penchant for playing coy with humanity. What is this? Little Lane wishes to set sail as well? Lady Hee beamed, presenting a slice of bread smeared with freshly made jam, her demeanor buoyant since receiving the news from Albert. Lane could sense her genuine joy. The curve of her smile was notably more pronounced than usual. The bird of paradise nestled closer, its exquisite feathers trembling in response to its body's quakes. It seemed far more apprehensive of the ever-smiling woman than of Lane himself. Although she treated it kindly and occasionally defended it in front of the young master, an innate fear lingered within. Such was the gift of their ancestors, a heightened sensitivity to danger. In the Chris family, This audacious bird would perch on any shoulder it pleased. Yet only this woman. "Sister, you've frightened him," Lane remarked, accepting the bread while glancing at the quivering bird in his embrace. He did not express gratitude. Much like Uncle Albert, who would never sit down for a meal no matter how earnestly he was persuaded. As for Sister Yaya, he could not utter a word of thanks either. This was a survival instinct he had acquired since childhood. The moment he uttered thank you, Sister Yaya would shed tears and offer him a sorrowful smile, saying, "Little Rainer has grown distant from me. He still feels the need to say thank you." Subsequently, she would slip something into his milk behind his back. It seemed he could now predict Sister Yaya's reactions with remarkable accuracy. It was not that he could not bear her tears. Rather, he simply disliked the peculiar flavor of her milk. Indeed, that was the truth. The joyous bird grasped its young master by the collar, overwhelmed with emotion. "I have wronged you, my dear two-legged creature. I have heard that fear can diminish the quality of meat. Only when food is presented with a good mood can it truly become delicious." The joyous bird lifted its head, wearing an expression of disbelief. "Return my feelings to me, you rogue." Sister Yaya stifled a laugh, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she glanced at the joyous bird. 80 million berries for a single bird. Only he could pull off such a feat indeed. Such an extravagant ingredient. Rainer nodded in agreement while biting into his bread. The joyous bird unfurled its wings and nestled upon Albert's shoulder, embracing him with both wings. Its eyes brimming with tears. "I was mistaken. Even though you constantly fuss over your scant hair, Albert, you are still a good person." Chapter 4. Albert, who knows everything. After the jest, Ryan settled into his chair, slowly lifting the seemingly innocuous glass of milk from the table. A look of aversion etched across his face. Yet, in the end, he brought it to his lips. With his eyes shut tight, he steeled himself, holding his breath as he drained the glass. Quickly, he reached for a cup of water, gulping it down in haste. He wished to escape the peculiar taste lingering in his mouth, an unsettling medley of sweetness, bitterness, and acidity. No matter how many times he endured it, he found the flavor unbearable. Even the taste of the devil fruit he had secretly consumed paled in comparison to this milk. Seated with poise, Hio observed young Ryan as he drank, a gentle smile of inquiry gracing her lips. Albert glanced at the nonchalant Hia, shaking his head in mild exasperation. Since Lady Hia remained silent, he decided to pose the question himself. "Young master, do you have any intentions? Are you vying for the position of head of the family, or?" Despite his inquiry, he understood that Ryan likely deemed such a position beneath him, setting aside the favorable reputation he held both within the castle and on the island. The esteem bestowed upon him by the monarch alone would suffice for him to ascend to that role. However, as someone who had watched him grow, Albert knew that the 11-year-old Ryan harbored grander aspirations, as evidenced by the multitude of nautical charts he had collected. The sea was where his heart truly lay. While other noble children were steeped in aristocratic education, Ryan had already begun purposeful training. This did not imply a disdain for knowledge. In fact, the subjects that required strict supervision and repeated instruction for others came effortlessly to him. His thirst for information about the world was insatiable, be it the intricacies of noble lineages, familial counsel, or the myriad fascinating tales of the ocean. Of course, in private, he remained the playful child, which accounted for the high regard in which he was held by the island's residents. Well, mostly positive regard. "You know the answer, Uncle Albert," he said, smacking his lips as he felt the lingering odd taste, and he downed another glass of water. Having lived a second life, he thought it foolish to squander his existence amidst trivial power struggles. Even if one were to become an emperor, it amounted to little more than ruling an island. Both the knowledge found in books and the tales recounted by Master Zyro had enlightened him to the fact that as long as those devil fruits existed, and individuals with exceptional power roamed the earth, the constraints of order and institutional governance held limited sway. Here, strength was the essence of existence. Reflecting on his previous life, during times of rebellion, one had to consider the political climate, the people's sentiments, prepare wealth, provisions, and weaponry, and maintain a reputable standing to gather allies. Yet here, preparation was unnecessary. A single potent fruit or innate prowess sufficed. Even intellect was rendered superfluous. "Whoever bullies me, I shall retaliate, scattering their ashes to the winds, regardless of who the adversary may be. If they are human, they shall be slain. If a nation, it shall be extinguished. If a system, then let the cannons roar. If one attempt fails, another shall follow. If I cannot defeat them, can I not evade them? I shall plunge into the vast ocean, where countless islands await. Surely, they cannot locate me. As for seeking allies? Nonsense. I am sufficient on my own. Preparing provisions? Bah. As long as I am well fed, the rest is inconsequential. Thus, young Rain resolved to set sail when Hio approached, presenting him with a bottle of milk, a genuine offering this time. Rain cautiously accepted the cup, glancing at Sister Hio. After being tricked so many times, he could no longer discern whether the milk was unadulterated. With trepidation, he took a sip and sighed in contentment. This truly was milk. Regardless, that spendthrift head of the household was still his father, and if possible, he desired to avenge him. Moreover, the various islands, each with its distinct climate and customs, had always beckoned to him, and he had now reached an age where action was possible. What was there to wait for? Well then, when shall we depart? Albert lifted the coffee pot and poured some into Hio's cup, ignoring the eager gaze of the young master. He was not surprised by Rain's words. He knew that Rain had been contemplating these matters for quite some time. These plans were not hidden from them. They had the ship, the map, and resources were not a concern. What they lacked was only a crew. As for the Chris family, Rain was indeed one of its members. There was also a young lady active in various circles and on Barren Island. The Chris family would undoubtedly thrive. Let me think. Noticing that Uncle Albert had no intention of offering him coffee, Rain pouted but paid it no mind. He placed the empty milk cup on the table and began to count on his fingers. With a ship and a navigational chart, it would be just the three of us. Hio, Uncle Albert, and myself. If we include Annie, that makes 4. What else do we need? Rain pondered for a moment. He was not short of money, and although he preferred not to have outsiders aboard, there was little he could do. As a sailor, I am not inexperienced. In my youth, I also steered a ship. Even in a paradise, I can ensure a safe voyage. Albert smiled modestly, adjusting his hair. Rain nodded in agreement, having learned a bit about Uncle Albert's past. He originally hailed from the sea and chose to stay here out of gratitude to the former head of the household. However, the current head looked down upon this old man, growing weary of his complaints, and cast him aside. Rain could not help but feel fortunate for this twist of fate. Though he did not know the details of Albert's past, he imagined he had weathered many storms in his youth, and thus, his ability to navigate did not surprise Rain. In recent years, I have delved into the culinary arts, and both young master and Miss Hio have tasted my creations. Albert's smile grew more bashful as his rough hand gently caressed the shoulder of the exotic bird perched there, which chirped in contentment. Upon reflection, it dawned on Rain that their meals over the years had all been prepared by Uncle Albert. He nodded in acknowledgement. As for the boatman, the sea is the lifeblood of all. A skilled boatman, akin to an adept sailor, can safeguard the crew amidst calamities. I can also do that, Albert admitted, scratching his face sheepishly under the incredulous gaze of the young master. My hometown is renowned for shipbuilding, and I have observed the specifications you provided at the shipyard. The firepower is modest, yet the vessel is remarkably lightweight. Moreover, your suggestion of encasing it in iron plating is excellent, as it neither adds significant burden nor compromises defensive capabilities. Stunned by the multifaceted talents of Albert, Rain momentarily lost his words. The helmsman and the sentry once again witnessing Miss Hio finish her coffee, Albert refilled her cup with a smile. While assessing the weather, I can also steer the ship, and as for the sentry, although we are not pirates, the perils of the sea are numerous, making a vigilant lookout all the more crucial. Finally finding a skill Albert lacked, Rain felt a surge of joy. Well, young master, you might know, I cannot. Rain retorted inwardly. How could he possibly do nothing aboard the ship? It seemed inevitable that he would assume the role of a sentry. Then, a thought struck him, and his eyes brightened. The ship's doctor. We need a ship's doctor. Observing their interaction, Yuquan and Hio exchanged amused glances. It appears my impression on little Rain has not been profound enough for him to remember me, she teased, recalling Hio's exceptional knowledge of herbs. Rain found himself at a loss for a retort. He had experienced firsthand the efficacy of her remedies. Despite their unpalatable taste, they were undeniably effective, leaving him invigorated each morning, regardless of how he had tortured his body the night before. As for the combatants, Rain lay listlessly upon the table, clinging to his last vestiges of defiance. Chapter 5. The fluctuation of bounties. Albert wore an unusual expression as he glanced at the young master, who emanated the scent of salted fish from the table. He hesitated, wavering between speaking and remaining silent. His gaze then shifted to the side, where Hio sipped her coffee. Hio seemed to grasp his unspoken concern and nodded with a smile. Young master, Rain turned at the sound, his eyes widening in realization. Wait, Uncle Albert. I know you are capable. I've already witnessed your prowess during training. However, those pirates are not to be trifled with. Besides, you are already quite skilled enough. By the end of his statement, a note of pleading crept into the boy's tone. He had never fathomed that his butler uncle possessed such a multitude of skills. Albert turned his head away, seemingly reluctant to cause distress to his young master. Yet there was an aura of fear about him. I used to be a pirate. I know, Rain exhaled in relief. Wait, that still means you're aware? Hearing his calm voice, Albert found it hard to believe that his limited revelations had been discerned. No, when had he ever revealed himself? It was also inaccurate to say Rain merely knew. He had merely speculated. Rain regarded him thoughtfully. With such skills, why was he confined to a small island, repaying a debt of gratitude? He could easily venture into the sea if he wished. Moreover, he had not appeared on any bounty lists for many years, indicating he was certainly not among the ruthless marauders who decimated islands. Thus, it could only be bounty hunters or pirates, perhaps even a defected navy. However, the Navy's animosity towards such individuals surpassed that of pirates. In the world of bounty, those individuals often ranked high. Furthermore, how malevolent could someone be who dedicated a decade to a sense of loyalty? Coupled with his own experiences, Rain had a fair understanding of Uncle Albert's character. He adored cooking, cherished his potted plants, and was particularly protective of his dwindling hair. Each time Rain witnessed him tending to his baldness, he would bury the fallen strands with solemnity. Seeing the butler mourning in front of the mound of soil, Rain felt a pang of sympathy. The notion of naming each hair strand was something he could scarcely comprehend. It bordered on madness. But that was the Albert Rain knew, regardless of the circumstances. Uncle Albert and Sister Hoya were family to him. Rain looked at him earnestly and gently advised, "So, please don't overexert yourself. It's merely a matter of spending a little money." Overexert myself. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Albert gazed at the chattering young master with a peculiar expression. While he felt touched the butler hesitated. "Young master. Therefore, let us avoid provoking those pirates, especially since our ship is swift. As for the head of the family's vendetta, we shall address it when the opportunity arises. If all else fails, I can always wait until I grow a bit older before venturing out." Rayan did not heed his words, his mouth incessantly chattering. "We are merely going out for a tour, to witness the charm of other islands. By the way, young master, my bounty from 10 years ago was 18 million. To extricate oneself from this chaotic political turmoil, what is a mere million? A million. 18 million. Once he processed this information, Rayan swiftly turned to his Uncle Albert, disbelief etched across his face. Albert appeared somewhat embarrassed, lowering his head as he stroked the feathers of the blissful bird nestled in his arms. While this fellow, pretending to be modest, how shameless. Rayan felt a wave of frustration wash over him, silently lamenting. 2 years ago, the words uttered before the execution of the Pirate King ignited a fervor across the seas. Even the most remote islands had heard of this name that heralded a new era. Joel D. Roger. Ambitious souls set sail in droves, chasing after that elusive great treasure, driven by their innermost aspirations. Due to the prevailing circumstances, the Navy began a massive conscription. Yet, even so, the monsters of the New World drained their resources. No matter how much strength they amassed, it would not endure long within that meat grinder. Recently, the world government altered its strategy, temporarily abandoning the New World to recuperate. Only a single branch remained for future counterattacks, leaving the monsters to contend with each other. The Navy directed its focus on Paradise, eliminating these potential threats to the New World. Regions like the Four Seas were entrusted to local branches and bounty hunters. With insufficient manpower, they resorted to financial incentives. This led to an inflation of bounties, on one hand, to attract hunters, and on the other, related to the standards of bounties. Before the era of great pirates, piracy was a perilous profession, fraught with foes. Fellow pirates, the Navy, and the rulers of islands. All were adversaries, and bounties were determined by strength. However, now, the overwhelming number of pirates posed a severe threat to the government's credibility. The decline of merchant vessels at sea not only weakened connections between islands, but also sowed doubts about the Navy's power and even the world government's authority. Thus, the criteria for bounties evolved, shifting from power to the threat they posed. Compared to the countless pirates, even the formidable world government dared not squander their living forces. Yet, they possessed abundant wealth. Each year, the taxes from the member states of the world government, after fulfilling the Navy's expenses, left them with a surplus. As for the celestial dragons, Their desires extended beyond mere currency. They sought rare treasures from around the world. These tributes bore a melodious title, heavenly gold. Consequently, the financially robust world government shifted its thinking. With countless strong figures upon the seas, many could no longer tolerate the constraints imposed upon them. Who knows what thoughts they harbor towards the government? Given this, why should the Navy expend its own strength? It would be far more prudent to offer a sum of money and allow others to do the exhausting work. Based on this rationale, the current bounty standards have also shifted. The greater the threat one poses, the higher the bounty. Perhaps a pirate who has defeated a colonel may have a bounty that pales in comparison to that of another pirate who has slaughtered an entire village. Consequently, hunters would naturally prefer to claim the head of the latter. Setting aside the disparity in their power, the sheer amount of the bounty would undoubtedly influence their choices, not to mention the so-called righteous individuals who espouse justice. Furthermore, Albert, who had a bounty nearing 200 million a decade ago, certainly possesses a level of power akin to that of a rear admiral. Reflecting on this, Rain glanced at the joybird with a sense of bewilderment. Is this creature truly valued at 80 million? Noticing his gaze, the joybird emitted a questioning chirp, recalling its previous ire, and quickly turned its head away in a huff. Worth 80 million, my foot. Rain felt a wave of frustration. While the joybird may have been on the brink of extinction in his previous life, here it thrived abundantly. Its exceptional beauty attracted the admiration of nobles from around the world. Yet, this very creature had been auctioned off for a staggering 200 million. After being purchased, it consistently flaunted an air of superiority. Aside from its considerable intelligence, it bore no distinction from an ordinary joybird. Chapter 6. The unfortunate head of the family having finalized the arrangements for setting sail, I cheerfully informed Sister Ya of my intent to procure supplies and organize our belongings. Meanwhile, Ryan and Albert made their way to another castle. Although the Chris family has been tarnished by the current head's mismanagement, remnants of its former glory still linger. This seaside estate boasts at least 4 castles, which, to my eyes, differ merely in height between 3 and 4 stories. Apart from the tallest castle where my elder brother and the head of the family reside, this is the second tallest, while the lowest, well, that would be the one I occupy. Come, let us meet my sister, who resembles Catherine the Great. Albert followed closely, having long grown accustomed to the peculiarities of the young master's discourse, not to mention my fondness for the medical tomes with Lady Ya. Even the worldly and knowledgeable Master Zyro would struggle to keep pace with the young master's thoughts. Ever since he learned to read, aside from training, he often immersed himself in books. Even his initial foray into painting was at Lady Ya's behest, framed as a break. It is needless to say that he has swiftly grasped the intricacies of noble knowledge within less than a year: music appreciation, antiquities identification. The young master consistently presents novel perspectives. Truly ambitious. Surveying the opulent interior of the castle, Ryan smiled with ease. Setting aside the ancient artifacts of historical significance, the sheer elegance of the decor here has reached the pinnacle of aristocratic standards, falling just short of that of Emperor Baron. Compared to my unconventional self, the elders of the family certainly favor this sister of mine, who ardently participates in noble activities, enjoying such a lifestyle thanks to their support. I must admit, I am indeed rather unlikable. Young master, Albert hesitated, seemingly pondering how to offer comfort to his master. Haha, it is merely a matter of differing pursuits, Ryan replied, shaking his head. To him, the vastness of the sea beckoned. Why confine oneself with restraints and cages? The summer snow, the islands in the sky, the people dwelling upon the backs of creatures. There is an abundance in this wondrous world that he has yet to explore. Yet what of it? In my sister's eyes, perhaps this pursuit is precisely what she strives for. Much like her inability to comprehend why, with such a solid foundation, she does not seek power. Each individual has their own aspirations. Please, follow me. Not long after entering, an elderly gentleman with a stern visage and graceful demeanor approached. Although there was no need to present a visiting card as one would in other noble households, the host's attitude was unmistakably clear. A subtle smile crept upon Ryan's lips. How estranged my sister has become. This is the place. Miss Karina, please come in. Before a spacious grand door adorned with various gemstones, one cannot help but wish to pluck a few. Young Master Rain, what are you doing? Under the scrutinizing gaze of the elder, Rain tossed the gemstone in his hand. I fear that if one becomes enamored with such external adornments, what distinguishes nobles from those merchants who merely embark on a brief sea voyage to amass wealth? It is essential to remember that we are nobles. Detecting the sarcasm in his tone, The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. You, insolent. Hmm? Rain lowered his gaze, the smile at his lips gradually fading. Butler Andre. Please allow my brother to enter. A melodious voice echoed from behind the door, prompting Andre to bow deeply. When he raised his head, his expression transformed into that of a mere automaton. He offered a slight bow to Rain, gesturing invitingly with one hand. Observing his impeccable manners, a smirk returned to Rain's face as he tossed the gemstone to Uncle Albert. This is our dinner money. Be sure to keep it safe. With that, he pushed open the grand door, the heavy and opulent stone making no sound as it yielded to him, as if it were merely a common wooden door in his hands. Very well, young master. Albert accepted the gemstone, exhaling softly, and retrieved a white silk handkerchief from his coat collar, delicately wiping away non-existent dust. Watching Rain enter the room, he maintained his honest and amiable demeanor, casting a fleeting glance at the still figure of Andre. Seemingly in a casual whisper, he mused, aligning oneself is prudent, yet sometimes. Ah, my dear sister, how have you fared of late? Stepping inside, Rain surveyed the expansive bedroom, reminiscent of the hall in his castle. The opulence was, once again, a sight that had become tiresome. Gradually, he halted, his smile illuminating as he gazed upon the refreshment table by the window. A young lady, approximately 18 or 19 years of age, graced the table. Her slender form, despite the elaborate attire, could not be concealed. The most captivating feature of her exquisite visage was undoubtedly her expressive eyes. Bathed in moonlight, her skin was as fair as snow, and her golden hair danced gently in the night breeze, radiating a splendor rivaling that of daylight. It seemed to serve as a perpetual reminder of her innate nobility. Karina set down the auction catalog in her hands, quietly observing the young man who had entered, a smile gracing her lips that was utterly enchanting. It has been a long time, my dear brother. Rain's gaze became distant, momentarily recalling the sister who had accompanied him to the orphanage. Her smile always possessed a soothing power. Regaining his composure, he plucked an orange from the fruit bowl on the counter, tossing it lightly as he approached the refreshment table by the window, reminiscing, indeed. It has been a long time. Karina regarded his nonchalant demeanor with a slight frown. That is not the behavior befitting a noble, my brother. From a young age, she had recognized the brilliance of her sibling. At the tender age of 7, he garnered universal acclaim at the grand banquet hosted by the old emperor, and even the present emperor does not hesitate to shower him with praise on significant occasions. To this day, the entire noble circle of the Western Sea remains unaware of the prodigious talent residing on Barren Island. The most widely circulated words attributed to him are those he uttered at the age of 6. Nobility does not stem from wealth or power, but from possessing a noble spirit, an essence of morality and refinement, of responsibility and commitment, of a liberated soul. This saying, revered by many nobles as a guiding principle for their offspring, was also inscribed by him on a painting gifted to the emperor. While this filled many nobles with pride, it also left some with furrowed brows. Whenever the emperor arbitrated disputes among the nobles, he would summon them before the painting, compelling them to confront those words, each letter striking them like a whip across their faces. Ah, you know, dear sister, those accolades are less enchanting to me than a blanket of winter snow. As Rian savored the orange segments, the sweet juice coaxed his eyes shut in delight. The fruits from the land of springtime paradise always carried a refreshing essence of renewal. You remain unchanged, knowing precisely what you desire. Observing his fox-like expression, Karina couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her younger brother had always been so singular in his ways. Aren't you the same? Upon hearing his words, Karina fell into a contemplative silence. You two have your sights set on the head of the family. Although she recognized that her brother had little fondness for such ambitions, having exhibited indifference since childhood, the analysis offered by the elders cast an inexplicable shadow over her heart. Was this fade merely a ruse? Was her brother truly a scheming opportunist? With a favorable relationship with the emperor and considerable esteem among the nobility, even the island's residents were aware of this humble, noble child, intrigued enough to witness the birth of a lamb. Aside from lacking familial support, no, it was he who had distanced himself from the elder members of the family. When contemplating this, it became clear that he harbored grander designs than she had initially perceived. Even before she could comprehend the full scope of his intentions, his plans had already unfolded, leaving her powerless to intervene. Rian sighed deeply, choosing not to join her, but instead flopping onto her boudoir. He understood that the head of the family was in peril due to his close ties with the exotic birds. The speed with which Karina received such news could only be explained by the presence of an informant. What a tragic fate for the head of the family, indeed. Isn't it? Watching him roll about on her bed, Karina furrowed her brow. Even such a simple action stirred her protective instincts, transcending the boundaries of gender. In the realm of two nations, it could very well incite a war. Sister, how many of your aspirations truly belong to you? A profound silence enveloped the room as Karina pondered, filling the air with an unsettling quiet. The evening breeze rustled the auction catalog on the table, creating a soft, whispering sound. Chapter 7. Well, I'll share half with you, such is the fate of nobility, is it not? A delicate whisper wafted into Ren's ear on the evening breeze. Fate, ah? Seemingly recalling some unpleasant memory, Ren mumbled indistinctly while chewing on an orange, his expression inscrutable. You may certainly scorn it. You could even stand before it and spit in its face. It loves you so dearly, my brother, my prodigious brother. The melodious voice carried a hint of mockery. Ah. So I am a prodigy, am I? Seemingly incensed by his nonchalance, Karina rose from her chair and approached him step by deliberate step, each word seeming to spring from between clenched teeth. You may be indifferent because you are a genius, but what about ordinary people like me? Do you know that for every misstep while learning etiquette, one is struck? Do you understand how a 3-year-old can memorize all historical events within a week? Do you realize how grotesque it is to practice every expression in front of a mirror? Do you comprehend how hard a mediocre person must strive to merely glimpse the shadow of someone ahead? Do you know how arduous it is to live under the radiance of a genius brother? Karina's voice faded from high to low. As she reached him and beheld his bright eyes, her words became nearly inaudible. Yet the emotions within those eyes were unmistakably vivid. This is your choice, is it not? Gazing at the girl who hung her head by the bedside, Ren murmured softly. Indeed, it is my choice. When the family discovered that the eldest son was as unreliable as his father and the younger son was indifferent, the elders of the family sought me out for the first time, and I made my choice. The Chris family cannot simply vanish into the annals of history. It must not. Since you and that good-for-nothing have given up, allow me to bear the burden. Karina straightened, her gaze fixed on him, her words imbued with a resolve as unyielding as steel. She regarded the brother who, since childhood, had gathered flowers on the cliffs to amuse her, her tone growing wistful. You know, that guy, Anna, has long been crushed under your pressure. Anna is the eldest son of the Chris family, the apparent heir who accompanies the head of the family on outings. Ha ha ha, truly, you are my sister. Ren suddenly burst into laughter, tears of mirth glistening at the corners of his eyes. Is it really that amusing? Not particularly. You still enjoy deceiving me, it seems. Over the years, those elders have indeed been thoroughly toyed with by you. Wiping away his tears, Ren's purpose for this visit was to ascertain whether his sister remained lucid, whether she had been ensnared and blinded by those aged schemers. Yet it appears she is still the clever little imp who delighted in tricking him for sweets in their youth. Those old fools believe Karina to be merely a pawn. However, it appears that the true nature of the game remains uncertain. She feigned mediocrity, allowing her brother to draw attention while concealing her remarkable talents beneath a facade of a self-serving simpleton. TSK, who truly embodies the essence of a misguided traveler. Come, sister, have some orange, Rain said, presenting a segment of the fruit, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. If I can no longer navigate the seas, you must take me in. A humble request from a younger brother seeking the protection of his elder sister. Karina turned her head, disdainfully scoffing. After all these years, he thought a mere slice of orange could win her over? Very well, Rain replied nonchalantly, swiftly rising from the bed and producing a note from his pocket. Exclaiming enigmatically, the family dynamics run deep. What is this? A list? Karina inquired as she took the paper, her gaze falling upon the familiar names inscribed. As the presumed next head of the family, she was well acquainted with most of the elders. Yet, what significance did this list hold? She glanced at her brother, who had sauntered to the window, hands clasped behind his back, pretending to observe the night sky. Ugh, what a sight! Rain nodded in satisfaction, lifting his gaze outward. The auction catalog trembling in his grip, attempting to feign an air of celestial observation. Speak quickly, Karina urged, her irritation palpable as she pinched her ear. Hastily, the humble Rain replied, Oh, this pertains to the family's efforts to consolidate the rebels. I've gathered this much intel, you know. Rebels? You're only now mentioning this. Karina exclaimed, her shock evident as she scrutinized the list, then turned her glare back to her brother, fury surging within her. With the rebels in disarray, one could only contemplate the destitution of that desperate and iron-fisted emperor. These nobles associated with the rebels, it's common knowledge what fate awaits them. How dare this fool still seek accolades? I'm so impoverished that I might as well scrape the jewels from your door. This information took ages to compile. Under her fiery gaze, Rain's voice dwindled. You. He. Well, I haven't finished my reading for today, he replied, slipping out of the bedroom, leaving Karina seething with rage. Gradually, her tempestuous breath subsided as she examined the list in her hand, a smile unexpectedly gracing her lips. This fellow is becoming increasingly reminiscent of his mentor. Karina lifted her skirts, and, inadvertently, her gaze fell upon an item on the bed. She approached and delicately picked up the remaining half of the orange, and suddenly, the image of that little rascal resurfaced in her mind. Sister, this is truly delectable. Would you care for a taste? Well then, allow me to share half with you. The little one puffed up her chubby cheeks, tenderly offering him half of the orange. With her head turned and eyes closed, she seemed fearful of changing her mind. You are sharing half with me? Gazing at the remaining half of the orange in her hand, Karina's eyes brimmed with nostalgia. The rain that Andre gifted me. Such a fool. Only serves to tarnish the honor of the Chris family. How could my brother set sail without a token of affection? A response echoed in the empty room, as the curtains by the window swayed gently with the breeze, gradually settling back down. Over the years, she has not been without her own strength. Chapter 8. Colors on the beach outside Chris Castle. Numerous obstacles were meticulously arranged. Under the moonlight, a boy clad in oversized training attire dashed back and forth among these barriers, honing his endurance and breathing techniques. This was Ryan, who had just escaped from his formidable elder sister, the boss of their household. He struggled to regulate his breath, despite years of training. In such extreme conditions, maintaining a rhythmic breath was imperative. According to Uncle Albert, it is only during such trials of will that one can imprint their most suitable breathing rhythm into their instincts. The soft, yielding sand beneath his feet not only sharpened his sense of balance, but also gradually drained every ounce of strength from his body. Once his physical training concluded, he rose, his aching body protesting, and began to execute a set of martial arts moves with precision. Any naval soldier witnessing this would surely recognize it as their standard military boxing routine. In Ryan's view, the Navy, as the most formidable arm of the world government, undeniably possesses exceptional training capabilities. This seemingly unremarkable set of moves engages every muscle group within the body. The strong within the Navy embark on their journeys from this very foundation, refining their physical prowess while gradually uncovering their own strengths. At that point, they may exchange their merits for advanced martial arts styles, not to mention the myriad combat techniques gathered from around the world within their own ranks. There exists a training methodology known as the 6 styles of the Navy. This technique is referenced in the Travelogue of Gress. Although termed 6 styles, each is merely a starting point. Once mastered, one can develop numerous skills tailored to their strengths from a single style. As Ryan swung his weary body, the distracting thoughts in his mind gradually faded away. Through countless days of rigorous training, every movement was executed with remarkable precision. Each punch and kick stirred the air with a whoosh. This routine had become second nature to him. Again and again, amidst the sound of crashing waves, the moonlit youth seemed impervious to fatigue. Time passed unmeasured, and as Ryan focused intently on the accuracy of his technique, a sense of foreboding crept in as he beheld the encroaching shore. Slowly he closed his eyes, whispering to himself, "I am utterly drained." His body, pushed to its limits, was engulfed in pain, devoid of any strength. Placing himself upon the soft ground, inhaling the familiar fragrance, Ryan murmured, "Sister Yaya." At that moment, even speaking felt like a Herculean effort. Oh dear, even though I drank sister's nourishing milk, I should not torment myself like this. Yaya, perched on his back, expressed her concern. With your sister's potions, I dare to train like this. Ryan's voice was faint, his arms limply hanging before her. It was only after each training session that he could truly feel the lament of his body. Such sweet words, he mused. His voice soft as the delicate strands of hair brushing against a youth's cheek, evoking an irresistible itch. Indeed, had it not been for the medicinal baths provided by my sister, I would have long since exhausted my body through relentless training. That is good to know, replied Yuchuan, a faint smile gracing her lips, refraining from uttering any admonitions about rest. After all, a person capable of pushing themselves to such extremes would find any additional reminders a mere affront to their resolve. with such indomitable will. Enduring until the conclusion of the medicinal baths was only to be expected. Moreover, this was not the first time he had subjected himself to such exertion. "Have you gathered everything, sister? Aside from a few garments, there is little else to prepare. As for supplies, your dear sister has made ample provisions," Yuchuan remarked, her words carrying an enigmatic undertone. The thought of the gifts sent to them brought an involuntary smile to her lips. She had anticipated something far more significant. Even if she had not delivered them, Albert would have sought them out himself that very evening. In his eyes, insulting young Rain was far more unforgivable than any slight against himself. "Is Yuchuan feeling a tinge of jealousy?" Rain perked up, nudging his head affectionately against Yuchuan's cheek. "Ah. Today's medicinal bath has been intensified," Yuchuan thought to herself, realizing that he needed to truly appreciate this experience. Ever since the decision to set sail had been made, this little one had grown increasingly audacious. Her smile deepened into a gentle curve. "Yuchuan, how has it come to this again? Young master, you truly do not take care of your body," chided Annie, who had just entered the castle and noticed Rain once more pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. Her cheeks puffed up in irritation. "Ah, this is life, resilient and captivating. Each training session enhances the body in such a delightful manner," she exclaimed, though her words were interrupted by a fit of coughs from Rain, who had been laughing heartily yet was now struggling for breath. The intense training had left him somewhat dehydrated. "Is that so? Then perhaps today you should forego the medicinal bath and truly appreciate the vigor of life," Yuchuan suggested, tilting her head, her warm, watery eyes sparkling with mirth. "Indeed, indeed. Young master once claimed that knowledge is power," chimed in Annie, hands on her hips, her little tufts of hair bobbing as she spoke. In her maid's attire, she looked both adorable and feisty, even in her anger. "Oh, the two are not mutually exclusive," Rain rolled his eyes, casting a discontented glance at the audacious little girl. "Moreover, chivalric tales hardly constitute knowledge. They are merely stories. Oh dear, I must go heat some water. You are truly a handful, young master," Annie declared, pretending not to hear his words. Bounding up the stairs to prepare the water, her complaints echoing with the air of a little adult. Suddenly, she halted in her tracks, swiftly descending the staircase. She returned to seize a book from the table before dashing away once more. "Humph." Under the gaze of Ryan, she tilted her head and hummed. "The matters that must be discussed between the Knight of 100 Flowers and the Princess." Faintly, Ryan seemed to glimpse the title, rendering him momentarily speechless. What an adorable little girl she is. Supporting Ryan, Yuki and Yi giggled softly, their heads turned toward him as a stray lock of hair fell gently. "You are too stringent with little Annie. Girls her age adore such tales. There's no harm in letting her indulge a bit." Ryan, using one hand to steady himself on the chair, gradually settled down, accepting the glass of milk that Yuki offered. After taking a hearty gulp, he exhaled deeply. Each sip of ordinary milk stirred within him an impulse to weep. While medicinal baths and enriched milk were indeed beneficial for his physique, maximizing the effects of his training and alleviating bodily aches, he could not help but wonder, what wrong had milk ever committed? Why could he not simply enjoy a different beverage? If not, even a plain concoction would suffice. The sight of milk now sent his heart racing. In contrast, the joy derived from consuming ordinary milk had markedly increased. He glanced at the poised Yuki, who stood beside him, her hair elegantly arranged, hesitating to speak. "What is it?" she inquired, her perceptiveness ever sharp. Ryan felt a sense of resignation. After years of companionship, he had long since relinquished the hope of persuading Yuki not to torment milk. This was merely one of her peculiar whims. That storybook, it was colorful. Colorful? Yuki and Yi paused momentarily, the gentle smile that graced her lips now transforming into a more benevolent expression. "Speaking of which, I must prepare the potions." We agreed to increase the dosage. Watching Yuki depart, Ryan silently offered a prayer for a fleeting moment. "Good luck, little Annie." As for the increased dosage in the medicinal bath, he was indifferent. Pain and itchiness were trivial compared to the relentless challenges he faced in pushing his physical limits. That was a battle of will. Moreover, he would not have to endure the enriched milk the following day. The medicinal bath would suffice. He had once suggested augmenting the dosage in the bath, genuinely wishing for milk to return to its normal state. However, after Yuki had cheerfully declined, he found himself unable to voice his thoughts. In the end, it remained unresolved. After all, Yuki would never cause him harm, would she? Chapter 9. Perhaps it's best to avoid this wretched path in a steaming wooden basin, The pale green water exuded the distinctive fragrance of medicinal herbs. Under the intense heat, the entire room became enveloped in a misty haze. Soon, everything within this small chamber was shrouded in warmth, rendering the surroundings indistinct. Rain, clad in a white towel around his waist, tested the water's temperature. It was scalding hot. Gritting his teeth, he stepped in and slowly sank to the bottom, leaving only his head above the surface. As his body acclimated to the high temperature, a comfortable sigh escaped him. However, this was soon followed by a familiar wave of pain, causing Rain to furrow his brow in silence. He understood that this was his body absorbing the medicinal properties. He had endured this process for years. It felt akin to a long-awaited rainfall as his body greedily absorbed the essence of the concoction, while alleviating the aches. It also brought forth greater discomfort, accompanied by an itch that penetrated to the very bones. Such sensations were not foreign to Rain. They were an integral part of his journey to mend his repeatedly torn muscles. Time and again, through rigorous training and subsequent healing, his physical prowess would strengthen. From the depths of the basin, traces of congealed blood seeped from his pores. Suddenly, a torrent of scalding water was added, prompting Rain to reluctantly open his eyes and behold the fuming figure of Annie beside him, dressed in a damp maid's outfit. Her golden hair lay limply against her cheeks, save for a single rebellious strand that stood defiantly upright. The reason for the rapid addition of water was apparent in the flush of her ears, which were a vivid shade of red, revealing her embarrassment. It was evident that this was the result of some mischief instigated by Sistria, as her ears were perfectly symmetrical in their crimson hue. "That's what you get for reporting me," Annie muttered under her breath while pouring the water. It was he who had suggested that she should read more. Otherwise, she might be easily swayed by sweet talk in the future. After all, he had merely been reading tales of knights, which led to her reporting him to Sistria, resulting in her receiving a reprimand. Under the sweltering heat, her flushed ears ached even more. Observing the tears welling in the young girl's eyes, Rain chuckled softly. And amidst his cheerful mood, the pain in his body seemed to lessen. "You still dare to laugh? Sistria confiscated all my books," Annie exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation as she glared at him, yet her soft tone lacked any real menace. "Why did you peek at the stories with colors?" Rain teased, eliciting a deep blush on her cheeks as she stammered a vague defense. "But how could reading be related to colors?" she retorted, her voice growing weaker under his playful gaze. Suddenly, Annie's eyes sparkled with realization as she fixed her gaze on her young master, questioning with a hint of accusation. "Wait. If you haven't read them, how do you know?" It became evident that while Annie might be a tad naive, she was certainly not foolish. Rain fell into a contemplative silence. After gazing out the window with teacher Zyro, he developed an interest in the origins of life. With a thirst for knowledge, he approached the old gentleman for some books. However, the most embarrassing moment remained when, as a small child, he eagerly took those books to inquire with Sister Hia. The very essence of his plump cheeks only grew fuller from the humiliation he felt, which took a month to fade back to normal. Oh, it was indeed peculiar how teacher Zyro was not favored by Sister Hia. One could only wonder at which point this disdain began. Submerged in water, Rain slapped his face, a gesture that echoed a lifelong shame. Each recollection felt like opening Pandora's box, with waves of embarrassment threatening to engulf him. But could he truly be blamed? His previous life had been spent confined to a hospital bed, with the only connection to the outside world being the television. His parents and the nurses never presented him with educational materials. Even when he encountered related topics on television, they spoke in vague terms, unwilling to enlighten him. Thus, his lack of exposure to biology left him profoundly curious. Upon arriving in this world, fate, that mischievous trickster, granted him a normal body. Naturally, he was curious about such matters. Yet, his curiosity extended beyond mere physicality. While other children indulged in play, he dedicated himself to self-improvement, reading books, exercising, and nurturing an unquenchable passion for all things. The tales within books were mere stories. He yearned to experience them firsthand, believing it was the only way to honor the gifts bestowed upon him by the heavens. Teacher Zyro praised his talent, yet he understood that talent alone was not the crux of his potential. It was his fervent love for life that truly mattered. After all, humanity seldom cherishes what it possesses until it is lost. Only then do they recognize its value. The youth, immersed in water, sighed inwardly. What's wrong? And observed the young master, who had suddenly sunk into despondence after slapping his own face in the bucket of water. Was it something she said? The little maid, aware of her own clumsiness, immediately questioned her words. She often felt foolish and was the subject of his playful teasing, yet she never sensed any disdain from him. Even when he bore the marks of a bee sting on his face, he would share his stolen honey with a radiant smile, one of the most beautiful expressions she had ever witnessed. And I was wrong, she thought, realizing that an apology could never be misplaced. This was how she and Sister Hia rescued him, and how he patiently guided her in learning to read. Perhaps she had disappointed him. With that thought, Little Anne lowered her head in disappointment. Rain, coming back to reality, was confused, glancing at the dejected Anne. The teachings of Teacher Zyro would not allow him to dismiss her feelings lightly. How can you read such books? From now on, you are forbidden to do so. Do you understand? The arrogant young master, momentarily forgetting his pain, struck the edge of the wooden bucket, producing a series of loud thuds. With an air of righteousness, he lectured. Annie understood that she could not allow herself to be so neglected. Do you know how many people in the Baron's kingdom can read? You must immerse yourself in meaningful literature. With a tone of earnestness, Ryan spoke, as the increasingly guilty young maid gazed at her toes and responded softly. One must strive to be a person of value to the nation, to the people, to me, to society. What should I do? This is just too easy to bully, it makes me. So, in the future, if you see Sister Ya adding potions to the milk, you must secretly replace it with normal milk, understood? Little Annie, puzzled, lifted her head, her disheveled hair bouncing. After a moment of surprise, she looked at her master with disdain. What do you mean, Ryan rolled his eyes. Since she had caught on, there was no need for him to continue the charade. His skills were not as profound as his teacher's. Even if others caught on, he could still deceive them with ease. Furthermore, with the sensations in his body becoming increasingly vivid, he did not wish to speak. So this is the young master's intent. Truly cunning. Having seen through Ryan's jest for the first time, the little maid appeared quite pleased. She glanced at the person in the bucket who had closed their eyes, their hair swaying left and right. Hurry and add water. Humph. The little maid hummed a proud tune, satisfied with her insight into her master's scheme. Carrying the small wooden bucket, she skipped out of the room, still humming an indecipherable melody. Watching her joyful figure, Ryan could only shake his head in resignation. She is indeed quite exhausted. Gazing at the sleeping youth on the bed, Ywain murmured softly. He used to be able to return to his room by himself. But today he had fallen asleep in the medicinal bath. Although it did not affect the absorption of the potion, to sleep through such pain was a torment in itself. Ywain observed for a while, pinching his cheek. You've truly grown up. The young man mumbled a few incoherent sounds, turning over to continue his slumber. His adorably clumsy demeanor made Ywain chuckle softly. Raising her hand, she tucked in the blanket. The night sea breeze was not particularly warm. Closing the door, Ywain walked through the castle, reflecting on the person from her memories. He is doing well now, embracing life, and his character is quite pleasant. By the way, we set sail tomorrow. This little one certainly has some courage. Dressed in elegant attire, the woman's slender, delicate hands rested on her abdomen. Looking up at the bright moon outside, memories of the youth's mischievousness brought a smile to her face. In an ephemeral moment of dazzling allure, even the moonlight became a mere embellishment to her beauty. Chapter 10. The morning of Barren Island and the old bachelor as dawn breaks over Chris Manor. The castle awakens to the gentle caress of the sun, its weathered stones steeped in a rich tapestry of history. Neatly trimmed flora, poised for admiration, stands silently around the fortress. The moist, briny sea breeze carries with it the fragrant essence of blossoms mingling with the earthy aroma of fresh grass, weaving an enchanting atmosphere that invites one to pause and reflect. Yet, this serene tableau is disrupted by the capricious laughter of a small maid, clutching a parrot. The exuberant little Annie waves her tiny hands. Goodbye, Uncle Albert, young master. He. Her eyes sparkle with delight as she catches sight of the young boy beside the butler, laughter bubbling forth in a clear, ringing sound. Childish. Rain silently rolls his eyes, recalling the familiar glass of milk from breakfast, and he smacks his lips, the intolerable taste still lingering on his palate. It is needless to say that this must be the result of the little spy's suggestion. Otherwise, she would not be so merrily inclined. He had thought he would be spared this morning. The young master, bereft of status at home, feels the sting of betrayal from the maid, tears brimming in his eyes. Young master, the carriage is ready, Albert states with a composed demeanor, his voice soft and measured. He shows no sign of the disheveled appearance that had resulted from an hour spent tidying his hair within the castle. With their departure set for noon, this may very well be their last opportunity to explore Barren Island. Let us take our time and enjoy the sights. Who knows when we shall return? Rain muses, surveying the castle he has called home for a decade, each corner steeped in memories. Very well, young master, Albert replies gently, trailing slowly behind the boy. Even at home, he adheres to the decorum of their roles, and this formality is even more pronounced in public. Although addressed as uncle by the young master, he cannot allow such familiarity to breach his respect. Moreover, he is now the steward of Master Rain, a custodian of the Chris family's honor. How could he tarnish the esteemed reputation of the family patriarch? Upon exiting the manor, the duo strolls along the broad avenue, a thoroughfare cultivated by the Chris family, flanked by neatly pruned bamboo trees. The sea breeze rustles the palm fronds, producing a melodious swish beneath the morning light, while the pristine path is scattered with fallen leaves. Rain can hardly gaze upon the beauty enough. Barren Island, despite being among many in the western seas, boasts a significant expanse. The island's climate, predominantly tropical monsoon, lingers vividly in Rain's memory. The southern region remains perpetually warm, humid, and rainy, devoid of hurricanes or tornadoes, though fierce storms occasionally sweep through. The average annual temperature hovers around 28 degrees Celsius, peaking at 32 degrees in March and April. Of course, these are his own estimations. The island's inhabitants hardly concern themselves with such studies. A glimmer of nostalgia dances in Rain's eyes. According to historical accounts, over 3 centuries ago, the northern adventurer Eric Barron and his companions fortuitously found themselves marooned on this verdant isle. After 2 seasons of exploration, in the prime of life, the valiant Barron resolved to conquer this land. Yet, unlike the conquests chronicled throughout history, marked by blood and fire, he was unexpectedly elected as the great chieftain after introducing a new way of life to the indigenous people who had relied on fishing for generations. His straightforward demeanor even left Barron somewhat astonished. Upon inquiring about the reason, the relinquishing chieftain replied with unwavering conviction, "You have the ability to improve our lives." To this day, the Barron royal family has honored the trust bestowed upon them by their subjects, governing the land with prosperity and wealth. That very phrase has been inscribed on a stone monument at the heart of Barron, drawing countless visitors. The economy of Barron Island is primarily agrarian, producing abundant rice, corn, coconuts, and coffee, with agricultural production largely organized through collective efforts. Although the rampant piracy has caused the island's tourism, a pillar of its economy, to wane amidst turbulent seas, the contemporary emperor has discovered new avenues, vigorously developing light industry. This initiative has allowed various products bearing the label Barron made to reach far and wide, generating new economic revenue for the island while simultaneously providing numerous employment opportunities for its inhabitants. Within the Economic Council formed by the nobility of the West Sea, the Kingdom of Barron has taken the lead in initiating this conference. Politically, Barron Island has achieved genuine autonomy, seizing the opportunity while the world government is preoccupied. They have relocated the naval branch originally stationed on Barron Island to a subordinate island under the guise of defending the member states of the world government and training soldiers. Indeed, the territory of the Barron Kingdom encompasses not only Barron Island but also over a dozen subordinate islands, which is why His Majesty boldly claims the title of Emperor. Diplomacy, defense, and justice are all under royal jurisdiction. With a populace nearing 10 million, the Barron Kingdom is not lacking in soldiers. In addition to the standing forces and law enforcement, the royal family boasts a guard composed entirely of formidable individuals. During these tumultuous times, no foolish brigand dares to trespass upon this powerful nation. Even the once wealthy nobility, stripped of their riches by the emperor, are enough to keep them occupied. The declining Chris family resides in coastal areas prone to invasion, further illustrating the formidable military might of the Barron Kingdom. As thoughts swirled, Rain walked down the palm tree-lined path, the distant clamor of the town faintly reaching his ears. At ease amidst the bustling streets, the feet of passers-by moved with a lightness. The radiant morning sun illuminated the pristine white walls, adding a touch of mist and vitality to the lively morning scene. The buildings, gleaming in pure white, soared high, adorned with the fluttering banners of merchant caravans. The streets were alive with a continuous flow of vehicles and pedestrians, their serene and contented faces reflecting the quality of life in the quaint town. "Ah, little Rain, have you had any bedwetting today?" Outside the seafood restaurant, a burly man with a ruddy nose caught sight of Rain, lifting his mug to take a swig of beer while jesting at him. Rain's face darkened, and beside him, Albert wore a knowing smile, He understood how endearing his young master was, for in his eyes, the concept of class seemed to dissipate entirely. Their childhood camaraderie had bestowed upon him a commendable reputation in this town. The dark-haired youth regarded him with disdain. Wait until you marry and have children. Then you'll understand these matters, you 40-year-old virgin. Me? A virgin? You jest, you have no idea. Silence. A woman clad in a white dress from a nearby shop shot him a sharp glare. Well aware that this drunken lout was poised to utter something inappropriate for children, something that the law would frown upon. As an old neighbor, she knew just how unreliable this drunkard could be. Ignore that old drunkard. Come here, dear. Here is a newly arrived blue rose. A gift for the kind and lovely little ring. Effortlessly silencing the man. The woman gently plucked a flower from the bouquet and bent down to present it to the youth, her face adorned with blessings. Thank you. I like it, Sister Huazi. The young boy inhaled the floral fragrance, gazing at the elegantly made-up woman before him, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Who would have imagined that she once lay on the beach, a filthy and destitute woman? As for what she had endured, no one knew, and no one dared to inquire. Such is the tumultuous fate at sea. None can predict whether the next moment will bring a storm or a surprise. The denizens of the ocean harbor a vastness within. They conceal their sorrows beneath the surface, revealing only the azure beauty to the world. Sister will surely have a wonderful life ahead. Ha ha ha, I shall take your good wishes. The woman known as Huazi laughed heartily, her figure quivering slightly. Her exuberant aura emanated an irresistible charm. Come here, let me share a bit of my luck with you. Of course, my little darling. Huazi pinched his cheek playfully, unabashedly embracing him. Do grow up quickly, you little rascal. The burly man at the seafood restaurant's brow furrowed, and the wooden cup in his hand cracked under pressure. Old virgin. Watching the boy resting on Huazi's shoulder, the 3 words he deciphered from the man's lips only fueled his rage further. The cup in his hand shattered, spilling its contents across the ground. Well, I must take my leave. I wish Sister Huazi a prosperous business. Such a sweet tongue. May you have a joyful day as well. Goodbye, Sister Huazi. Goodbye. As he turned to depart, Rain smiled, inhaling the scent of the rose in his hand. In the morning light, the fragrance of flowers felt refreshingly vibrant. Damar, you old drunkard, not only have you neglected the cleanliness of the streets, but you also create more chaos. Oh, Huazi, it's the poor quality of the cup. Poor quality? If the cup is faulty, then do not drink. What difference does it make if you miss a drink? Listening to the reprimands from Sister Huazi behind him, the stammering defense only deepened the smile at the corner of Ryan's mouth. For all these years, who in the entire town is unaware of your little schemes? I find myself concerned for you. Grandma Mary, your bread still has that delightful aroma. Ha ha, did Lady let you out? Little Ryan, my dear. My cat has just given birth. Would you like to adopt one? No, thank you. What? Are you afraid it will compete with you for milk? No worries. Grandma Mary's shop has plenty of milk. The youth seemed to be bathed in the morning light, observing him engage in casual conversation with the passing townsfolk. Albert quietly admired the boy's small figure, his smile growing ever more content. Chapter 11. The steam train and the dawn of an era. A low hum emanated from the steam engines at the station, resonating across the wilderness. Neatly dressed townsfolk ambled about, carrying their travel luggage. Were it not for this remarkable invention, Ren would have been foolish to contemplate walking to the palace. Although Chris Manor is situated near the coast, not far from the royal residence, it is nonetheless by the sea. Comparatively, the expanse of Barren Island is not insignificant. A journey on foot would require at least 2 or 3 days. However, with the steam carriage, the trip is merely a matter of 1 hour. This steam-powered conveyance is a novel development that has emerged in the Kingdom of Barren over the past 2 years, garnering widespread acclaim throughout the realm. It offers a swift and secure mode of travel, allowing passengers to leisurely enjoy the scenery, a marked improvement over the jarring rides of yore. It is said that the Royal Scientific Department enlisted talent from the renowned shipbuilding city of Chishui at a considerable cost to design this innovation. The advantages this new mode of transport brings to the kingdom are manifold. The most apparent benefit is the revival of the once dwindling tourism industry. Beyond its current prevalence on Barren Island, construction is underway on the seas. When foreign dignitaries visit, the diplomatic department extends a discreet invitation for them to experience this advancement. After their experience, these visitors can hardly conceal their admiration. The benefits of convenient transportation are self-evident, yet they are left pondering their own limitations. Setting aside the technical challenges, The extensive railway network across the island represents a significant investment. With abundant iron resources, could one not produce more weaponry instead? This endeavor is something only a prosperous and resource-rich kingdom like Baron could undertake. Observing these developments, many foreigners feel a twinge of envy. Among the locals, rumors abound regarding the emperor's intentions to connect all the subordinate islands through this means. Should a rebellion akin to the recent insurrection arise, the army could be swiftly dispatched. As these discussions unfolded, pride illuminated the faces of the townsfolk, a reflection of their collective strength and resilience. Just look at the other regions in the West Sea. Do they possess our kingdom's prowess? They can hardly afford a meal. They scoffed at the recent rebels, dismissing them as fools driven mad by fish. Master, the carriage has arrived, Albert gently reminded, observing the young master playing with a small kitten, while juggling a multitude of gifts from acquaintances. Then let us be off, Wren replied, placing the adorable creature in his pocket, its little head peeking out. He gathered his belongings and, alongside Albert, made his way to the carriage door, indifferent to the gazes of those around him. He has always been an unconventional noble, favoring personal endeavors over ostentatious displays of wealth. Like the luggage in his hands, even though Uncle Albert claimed he could carry it, Rain insisted on holding it himself. He was well aware of Uncle Albert's capability, yet disregarding the principle of respecting one's elders, the ticket he purchased was not for the noble class. There was no need to confront the obstinate Uncle Albert, who was intent on preserving the dignity of the Chris family. As for the reason behind acquiring a standard ticket, well, unlike those nobles who would hire an entire carriage for their travels, he preferred the company of ordinary folk. Engaging conversations and light-hearted interactions were the essence of a journey, were they not? With a mournful whistle, the steam locomotive departed the station, emitting a cacophony of clangs and bangs. Being a novel experience, it required a period of adjustment. However, there was a silver lining. In the future, he wondered if he would still be allowed to board with a pet, as he did now. After stowing the luggage gifted by others, Rain and Uncle Albert settled comfortably in their seats, while the diminutive creature on the table trembled slightly. This was the first time the newly walking kitten faced such a daunting challenge. Laughing heartily at the sight of the kitten tumbling onto the table, Rain opened the bag in his hand and gestured to Uncle Albert. After a polite refusal, Rain dismissed it and popped a biscuit into his mouth. Oh, Grandma Mary's culinary skills remain unmatched. Snacks, beer, salted fish rice. The calls of vendors pushing their carts in the aisle evoked memories from his past. Faintly, scenes from his previous life flickered in his mind, reminiscent of what he had seen on television. It became evident that human ingenuity shared similarities across various realms, even among those lurking in the shadows, like the pickpocket in the corner. Having lived a second life after all these years, it was only the steam locomotive that stirred nostalgia within him. In most places, the feudal system still prevailed, reminiscent of a bygone medieval era. A single phrase could summon forth countless pirates upon the seas, and there was a reason for that. If survival were not at stake, who would willingly venture into the treacherous waters? Ambitious souls, akin to swarms of locusts at sea. Every time he perused the World Economic Journal, he could discern the turmoil of the world through the lines of text. Although the newspaper was affiliated with the world government, its reports maintained a semblance of objectivity. A myriad of conflicts converged, erupting in a sudden explosion. Even the world government could not evade the ensuing chaos. Had it not been for the words of the Pirate King 2 years prior, this great era would not have been ignited. This was merely the stage set by rulers of various islands under government auspices. Upon reflection, how many pirates emerged from the oppressed masses, unable to endure their plight? While some chose to silently suffer, the spirit of adventure and reverence for strength was inherently inscribed in the genes of men of the sea. After so many years, it finally erupted like a mountain flood. Thus, the current turmoil was not without justification. After all, not every island is like the prosperous kingdom of Baron. With this thought, Rain felt a sense of gratitude for residing in the affluent and powerful realm of Baron. Although there exists a noble class, under the astute governance of the current emperor, the power dynamics have developed in a relatively stable manner. With a formidable military force, exceptional political acumen, and the accumulated wealth of the royal family, he has successfully reclaimed a portion of the noble privileges. At least on the surface, all seems calm and favorable. Recently dealing with the insurgents, it is believed that our emperor will once again consolidate his authority. As Rain gazed out at the passing scenery, the image of the emperor in a state of frenzied desperation flickered in his mind, prompting a soft chuckle. Meow, a hand gently grasped the scruff of a small kitten, placing it on his lap as the youth began to stroke its fur. Father, look. Look at the kitten. Rain turned at the sound. Noticing a little girl tugging at her father's clothing, her tiny finger pointing at the kitten nestled in her arms, her voice still tinged with innocence. Would you like to pet it? Noticing the apologetic glance from the father, Rain slowly shook his head, signaling that it was perfectly fine. He then turned to the little girl and gently inquired, May I? Of course, but remember to say thank you. The father placed his hand on the little girl's head, softly instructing her while casting a grateful look towards Rain. Chapter 12. The city of Baron and the royal family after alighting from the carriage and bidding farewell to the father and daughter duo. Ryan and Albert leisurely strolled into the capital. Gazing upwards, they beheld the skyline of the kingdom of Baron, adorned with an array of towering edifices, while the streets thronged with a ceaseless flow of vehicles. The bustling crowd resembled a tumultuous tide converging in myriad directions. Yet, amidst the expansive marble-paved avenues, the throngs did not seem congested. Rather, they exuded a vibrant prosperity. The town they had visited earlier possessed a serene vitality, characterized by a languorous pace of life, infused with the essence of human experiences. Even the sunlight seemed to take on a gentle softness. Here, one would yearn to sit quietly on a street bench, observing the townsfolk gather, engaging in conversation or spirited debate. Time itself appeared to linger, as if reluctant to hasten its passage. In stark contrast, the city of Baron presented a different sensation. The densely constructed urban streets were alive with individuals from diverse ethnic backgrounds, bustling about with an air of urgency, as if something were nipping at their heels. Even before noon, the various tea houses, coffee shops, and bars along the streets had already welcomed patrons, visitors from beyond the shores of Baron Island. Groups of men and women, smiling and laughing, indulged in the moment, or paused to absorb the essence of this vibrant city. The proliferation of luxury boutiques is truly astonishing, Ryan mused, as he sat upon the street, once again declining the advances of a persistent salesperson. Observing the increasing number of shops lining the thoroughfare, he couldn't help but reflect. If the populace were not affluent, such establishments would scarcely thrive. Who would pursue luxury items while languishing in hunger? Ryan found himself perplexed. Similar to the town they had departed from, the capital's architecture was adorned with whitewashed facades. However, the details were more refined, and even the modest four-story shops emanated a sense of grandeur. The entire city perpetually radiated an air of sophistication. The streets, with their pristine white walls, conveyed an overall impression of high-end elegance. Upon closer inspection, one would discern exquisite cloud patterns adorning every corner. This architectural style has long been emblematic of the kingdom of Baron, even in its tribal days. When subsisting solely on fishing, the Baron civilization harbored a reverence for the sea. Their constructions mirrored the patterns of ocean waves. As time progressed, the once formidable wave motifs transformed into softer, more delicate lines, evoking images of clouds rather than tumultuous waters. This evolution reflects the aspirations of a people who once relied on the sea for sustenance. If the ocean were as tranquil as the clouds, their endeavors in hunting would undoubtedly be more fruitful. It is evident that the inhabitants of this land have always been imbued with a profound love for life. Crossing the street, the youth continued onward. Behold, this freshwater lake, which annually hosts a plethora of exquisite bird species, has historically nurtured the people of Baron. Passing through the city's garden, the serene emerald surface of the lake, flourishing with aquatic vegetation, revealed an abundance of fish swimming freely. Ryan slowed his pace, for it was unmistakably a tour group from beyond the shores of Baron Island. What is his name? In the team, a casually dressed middle-aged man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, paused in his steps. He gazed at the expansive lake, his eyes betraying an unabashed enchantment. He whispered softly, and those around him mirrored his demeanor. Engrossed in the tender beauty of the lake, reminiscent of a mother's embrace, the elegantly attired and strikingly beautiful tour guide halted, her voice clear and imbued with pride. Baludin. Lake Baludin. In the ancient Baron language, it signifies the gift of the forest. The gift of the forest, how marvelous! The sun illuminated the city garden, casting its rays through various trees, dappling the diverse group of visitors with light, seemingly welcoming them, or perhaps bestowing the blessings of the forest deity upon them. Let us proceed, Uncle Albert, Rain softly suggested, wishing not to disturb the tranquility of the gathering. In the city garden, couples huddled together, families frolicked with joy. all reveling in this freely accessible haven, their laughter ringing through the air. Everything felt intoxicatingly delightful. Albert carried a burden. Most of the snacks having already been shared by young Master Rain on the journey, yet a few remnants remained. It seemed that His Majesty the Emperor had heeded your advice. As a seasoned resident of Barren Island for a decade, he was aware that this garden was once the royal hunting grounds, typically opened only once a year for engagements with other nobles. Although the previous emperor indulged in pleasures, the royal family had a system in place to regulate such matters, ensuring he did not squander a single coin from the Barren estate or the nation. Yet, could this deter our money-driven emperor? When the royal household learned that their sovereign had rented out the hunting lodge and the stables, their astonishment was palpable. How could they have selected such a frivolous ruler? Change him, change him. Rain reflected on the tumultuous times in the Barren kingdom and sighed inwardly. Recognizing that with those astute elders watching over the royal family, prosperity was inevitable. Inept rulers were swiftly replaced. Whoever performed well would take the helm. A simple and direct method, but only feasible amidst the sea of formidable personal power. Discontent? Bring it to your home and see that mountain? I could shatter it with a single punch, believe it or not. The thought of those nobles who had engaged in dialogue with the royal family filled Rain with sympathy. The emperor's consolidation of power over the years was also supported by those astute elders. The strength in their hands grew like a snowball, ever larger. The weakening after becoming powerful? In the ocean, only the strong grow stronger. The victors take all. This simple truth had dawned on him at a tender age. Coupled with the multitude of strategists surrounding the emperor, the nobles, now stripped of their private armies, were likely to face another round of diminishment. Following their last stand days prior, the nobles were compelled to relinquish their remaining powers back to the increasingly formidable emperor. Chapter 13. Uncle Charlie. In the heart of Barren City, an expansive area is graced by towering, magnificent edifices that reach towards the heavens. Their pristine white facades are adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns. From a distance, the buildings glimmer under the sunlight, resembling a celestial kingdom from a mythological tale. As passers-by approach, they instinctively lower their voices, their gazes filled with reverence, a pure expression of loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor. Uncle Albert, I must trouble you. After conferring with the captain of the guards, Rain cast an apologetic glance at the butler. In recent years, as the Emperor's actions have grown bolder, the number of those seeking to assassinate him has also increased. It is said that the bounty for the Emperor's head on the Dark Sea has exceeded 500 million. As for those offering the bounty, it goes without saying they are the nobles who have been persecuted. Naturally, neighboring countries, with their increasingly envious eyes, are also likely involved. Who would relish having a neighbor grow stronger at such a rapid pace? After several lessons learned, the guards around the palace have clearly multiplied. And that is merely the visible aspect. Since standing here, Rain has sensed no fewer than a dozen scrutinizing gazes upon him, an assessment from the shadows. It's all right. Albert nodded gently, then lifted the bundle he was carrying. On his shoulder, a small kitten mewed innocently. Are you truly intending to bring these items inside, young master? Of course. These are gifts from the people, the finest tribute to our emperor, Rain replied, squinting his eyes and smiling slyly like a little fox. Then what of this little creature? One must care for the elderly living alone. They will surely grow bored within the palace. Albert fell silent, realizing his young master is indeed quite resourceful. What appeared to be mere bread and snacks had been transformed into a gift for the emperor in his words. Please enter. Shortly thereafter, the captain of the guards returned to the entrance. With a stern demeanor and fully armed, he spoke little. He deftly lowered his sword and inspected the bundle Rain had received. The sound of his iron armor clanking accompanied his movements. This is. Upon opening the wooden box within the bundle, his eyes brightened. Even a rough man like him could appreciate the artwork, which depicted an indomitable spirit that moved him. Suppressing his emotions, he continued his inspection. Apart from the painting, the contents comprised ordinary snacks found on the streets. Retrieving his gaze from the artwork, he carefully repacked the bundle, internally marveling. Indeed, a genius renowned across the Western Sea. My apologies, Sir Rain, he acknowledged. We must uphold such an attitude if we are to thrive. The current prosperity of the Barren Kingdom is due to the efforts of all, inseparable from each individual. After receiving the inspected bundle and placing the kitten into his pocket, Rain prepared to proceed. Rain waved dismissively, offering a smile to the diligent guard. I shall take my leave now, he said, greeting Uncle Albert and the butler before striding into the castle with his bundle. How amiable. The guard returned to his post. his expression as inscrutable as ever. Having risen from the ranks of commoners to this esteemed position, he had encountered numerous nobles. After witnessing the ostentatious attire and polished manners of many, he had discerned the facades behind them. Yet today, this renowned genius from Baron emanated a sense of authenticity. Perhaps only such a humble individual could create masterpieces of that caliber. Albert turned to observe the careful pedestrians on the street, bidding farewell to the guard, who seemed to harbor a rich inner world, before heading directly towards the nearest shop. Are the Lanitas family departing? Are you certain? Once confirmed, call me. And let South strip their estate of whatever we can. As for their departure, I wish them to leave as far as possible. Remember, the prosperity of the kingdom of Baron is a collective achievement, but it does not extend to the parasites that suckle off the nation. In the future, should anyone attempt to sneak away, do not hesitate to strip them of their wealth and send them packing. In the hall, a disheveled, middle-aged man clad in a robe was vociferously berating into a phone. His feet swung carelessly over a precious table, the robe gaping to reveal a mass of dark chest hair. Who could have imagined that this was the most revered king of Baron? The one who had systematically weakened the nobility and personally attended to cases of noble misconduct? Rain quietly shielded the eyes of the small kitten nestled in his arms. It was still too young to witness such sights. My dear nephew, have you returned to seek your uncle? Ha ha ha, I told you. You wouldn't last long with the Chris family. Now it's perfect. You can come help me. Those advisors are as thick as pigs, utterly clueless, requiring my guidance at every turn. Setting down the phone, Charles gazed at the youth by the door. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to perceive the child who once spoke so earnestly before him. Isn't the populace the foundation of the state? Why should we leave governance to the nobility? The innocence of that statement ignited a spark in the eyes of the newly crowned King Charles, who found himself grappling with a myriad of issues. Since the discord stemmed from the nobility, perhaps it was time to dispense with them altogether. Realizing the potential of his own authority, Charles reflected on the royal treasury amassed for him, along with the inspectors stationed throughout the island. He possessed the strength to enact such changes. Though his father did not leave him much, he had not squandered it either. While the royal oversight played a significant role in this preservation, the fact that it remained intact was already a positive sign. Subsequently, undeterred by the nobility's resistance, after successfully testing a few policies, he became increasingly convinced that this path was indeed the correct one. The relationship between the state and its citizens should be one of mutual dependence. Why should there be a rigid adherence to rules that only serve to complicate matters and oppress the populace, as if one were a noble? At that time, the young King Charles, in his 20s, discerned a critical blind spot. It was certainly not merely due to his father's debts, or out of frustration from the incessant demands of the nobility. Such thoughts crossed his mind. Gradually, he suppressed the noble backlash. What did it matter that they possessed knowledge? The kingdom of Baron was not among those backward nations. Without the nobility, the land would be filled with illiterates. Moreover, with the edict he issued to recruit talent, the island's development flourished, free from the hindrance of those foolish laggards and invigorated by fresh blood. The steam vehicle was one of the fruits of this progress. In a few years, as the new generation of officials cultivated by the state assumed office, Baron would embark on a path of development, relieving Charles from the burdensome toil he currently endured. The thought of a future of ease brought him great joy. Your Majesty, with a face adorned with stubble, Charles' tousled red hair billowed as he feigned a glare. What did you just call me? Uncle Charles. Now that is more like it. Though I hold contempt for that fool who knows nothing but indulgence, I must acknowledge that I am part of the Chris family. Addressing me as uncle is not a loss for you. Indeed, this Charles, known as the noble grave digger, the reformer, and the most beloved emperor of the people of Baron, could be considered a nominal uncle to Rain. His mother hailed from the Chris family, being the sister of the former patriarch. However, aside from Rain, this headstrong emperor looked down upon the other members of the Chris family, especially if his sister remained hidden. As the reforms deepened, the nobility, having lost their private armies, transformed into the emperor's treasury. They would spar for trivial matters, sparing even their own maternal lineage. Otherwise, not long ago, the noble from the north would not have revolted, unwilling to relinquish their noble privileges, yet not wishing to face disgraceful decline in Baron. Insurrection seemed their only recourse. Or would they simply wait for the emperor to collect their dues? One noble indignantly retorted, I fought alongside your grandfather. The emperor smiled and replied, Indeed, indeed. I grew up hearing your stories. Now that I have ascended to the throne, how could I allow you to continue to bear the burden? Rest assured, our young men are not foolish. It is time for them to shoulder their responsibilities. Let them manage the garrison. You should return home and nurture the next generation to uphold the family's glory. Wouldn't that be delightful? The old noble, embarrassed to admit that his descendants were inept, stammered about his family's lack of funds. Lack of funds? But do you not possess land? Can you bear to see Baron remain weak? The noble fell silent, his power stripped away, yet still yearning for his fiefdom. The emperor was indeed soaring high. After a lengthy conversation, no substantial resolution was reached. Yet this old warrior, who had fought throughout his life, harbored newfound thoughts in his heart, bolstered by both overt and covert support from other nobles. He resolutely embarked on the path of rebellion, questioning why he could not ascend to the throne. Furthermore, if the emperor continued to wreak havoc, his family would soon find it impossible to afford even a meal. Unable to afford food? Destitute? Nonsense. Just observe the residents under his command. In a land as affluent as Baron, with a little effort, even merely gathering fruit, one would not starve. Yet he allowed himself to become emaciated, unable to afford even clothing. It seemed as though he had been drained of every last drop of vitality. The emperor, on the other hand, held his grievances in utter disdain. After victory, he spat upon the severed head presented to him by the general. Chapter 14. The Emperor's Dream Come. Taste this. It is your favorite fruit, freshly delivered from Spring Island, still crisp and delightful. As he caught the apple tossed by Charlie, Ryan did not hesitate to bring it to his lips and take a bite. Crunch. Juice splattered everywhere. He had grown accustomed to Charlie's demeanor, glancing around the room. He noted the exquisite furniture arranged neatly atop the carpet. Sunlight streamed in from the door, illuminating the space with an opulent glow. This was the Emperor's reception room, and the only source of light was the grand door behind him. All other illumination emanated from candles flickering in the corners. The most striking feature was the expansive desk, which, even in a room of considerable size, stood as the largest piece of furniture aside from the grandfather clock. On the desk, amidst towering piles of various documents, lay 6 telephone worms. Ryan couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. The role of an emperor was truly not one meant for mere mortals. A glance at Charlie's workload made that abundantly clear. This was merely a lounge, yet the volume of responsibilities was overwhelming. Rising before dawn and retiring well past dusk, he must constantly gauge the abilities and thoughts of his subordinates. Even delegating tasks to others was no simple feat, although the emperor's profession revolves around management. One cannot afford to be ignorant of various matters. Furthermore, over the past 2 years, the reach of Barren Island had expanded tremendously, attracting a plethora of talents and novel developments from foreign lands. Consequently, Charlie's duties had multiplied. Just answering the incessant calls had left his hands weary, with every issue requiring his immediate attention. The great Charlie silently reassured himself, just wait until these new officials adapt to their roles. Then I too shall find respite. Chewing on the apple, Ryan observed the slumbering telephone worms on the desk. These remarkable creatures could communicate through mutual sensing. Their shells, resembling telephone handsets, facilitated the transfer of information between parties. Were it not for this, Ryan might not have been so profoundly impressed. After all, a telephone is merely a landline of biological origin. He was not incapable of understanding that. What truly captivated him was that upon connection, the telephone worms would mimic the user's expressions, which was the most intriguing aspect. At least it could help avoid fraudulent calls. Such extraordinary beings, even globally, could only be cultivated by the world government and supplied to high-ranking naval officials. For other factions, acquiring them was no easy task. Even in a grand kingdom like Barren Island, His Majesty possessed only 6 for office use, each connected to a subordinate agency. One could only ponder, had the Chris family possessed telephone worms, there would have been no need for the joyful bird to relay messages. Eyeing Ryan's enjoyment of the fruit, Charlie felt a pang of envy and retrieved one from the fruit basket to indulge himself. It was ever so much more delectable to watch another savor it. The taste remained the same, as always. Now, my little friend, do tell me what brings you here. You seldom come when summoned. Chewing on his apple, Charlie slumped in the chair behind him, regarding Ryan with a smile that was almost amused. Although this young individual lacks the expertise of a council of strategists, he possesses a wealth of ideas. Setting aside the matter of talent recruitment, merely the act of opening the royal hunting grounds has alleviated some of his financial dilemmas. The advice from the nobility hangs prominently in his reception room, serving as a tool for him to admonish those nobles at every opportunity. In his leisure time, He enjoys conversing with this precocious young genius, who invariably brings forth fresh perspectives. The forthcoming newspaper exclusive to Barren Island is a product of his ingenuity. The newspaper is the voice of the nation. This singular statement prompted the initially hesitant Emperor Charles to acquiesce. Why is it that the nobility can incite the populace to revolt? It is simply because the words of the state have been distorted by those lords, igniting public outrage. He is curious to see what this young man desires. I intend to set sail. Rain hesitated before speaking. He is acutely aware of his own capabilities. The concepts he articulates are merely insights and perspectives from his previous life. He has never underestimated the wisdom of the people in this world. If they can construct trains upon the sea, who is he to look down upon them? Were it not for encountering a bold emperor, his initial statements alone would have been sufficient for the nobility to despise him. Fortunately, he is supported by an emperor who values him, who discreetly shields him from the backlash of being labeled a noble grave digger. Is that so? Charles slowly set down the fruit in his hand. Speaking of which, when I was a child, I too dreamed of venturing out to sea, like my ancestors, battling the waves and engaging pirates. Following his gaze, Rain noticed a glass display case containing a suit of armor adorned with golden patterns, standing resolutely alongside a long sword. The hollow armor seemed to await its master. He has visited this place numerous times, always believing it to be an antique. However, it now appears to house something far more precious, dreams. Emerging from his reverie, Emperor Charles burst into laughter. Ha! As a result, I inadvertently became emperor. How delightful it is to set sail. Amidst the laughter, a complex array of emotions stirred within. Yet, he did not anticipate that this young lad would take the lead. His gaze toward Rain brimmed with approval. He refrained from uttering warnings about danger. It was Rain's decision, and all he could offer was his blessing. Charles squinted mischievously. So, are you planning to become a pirate? Not at all. Just seeking adventure and to experience more of the world, Rain replied, somewhat exasperated. He did not lack for money, so there was no need for him to resort to piracy. Being pursued by the Navy and eyed by fellow adventurers, everyone knows that pirates are merely opportunists unable to thrive in their homelands. On Barren Island, few choose that path. A life fraught with anxiety and uncertainty pales in comparison to remaining in one's own homeland. Charlie was merely teasing him. So, is today a day of farewell? Indeed. Within the family, besides Karina, you are the only one who is kin to me. Charlie, understanding the sentiment, chuckled and playfully scolded. At least you have a conscience. My boy, rest assured, I shall look after that girl who enjoys concealing her talents. Yes, she often hides behind me, allowing me to bear the brunt of the title of genius from the West Sea. Rain complained verbally, yet felt a shiver within. The Chris family, situated by the seaside, held a modest reputation. Aside from himself, there was only the eccentric head of the family. Nevertheless, even so, his uncle was aware of his sister's tendency to hide her abilities. Such intelligence was truly remarkable. Rain silently mourned for those nobles. If those living on the periphery were like this, then surely those dwelling right under the emperor's nose must have their every move scrutinized. What do you carry? Charlie inquired with keen interest, eyeing the bundle the boy held, for he could hardly believe that the lad could be so foolish. Chapter 15, Impoverished. Driven to the brink of despair. Indeed, the humble little noble pleads with His Majesty the Emperor to spare his elder sister. Rian rolled his eyes and extracted from his bundle bread, jam, milk. And a sleeping kitten? The Emperor gazed in astonishment at the items Rian produced from his pack. The finances of Barren were somewhat strained, particularly following the recent railway constructions. Yet, it had not reached the point where the Emperor could not afford a meal. What, are you here to mock me? Charles chuckled, tugging at the small kitten Rian had placed on the table. He leaned in for a closer look, startling the drowsy little creature. Dodging its tiny paws, Charles turned to Rian. What? Is this the meat you brought? These are delicacies offered by the people of Barren to His Majesty the Emperor. Just as he was about to laugh, he glanced at Rian's serious demeanor and began to doubt. Is that truly the case? I would think they are more enamored with you, the genius from Barren Island. If that were true, it would be splendid. I wouldn't have to sell paintings for a living. A stroll through town each day would suffice to fill my belly. Rian laughed heartily within, yet outwardly wore an expression of resignation. These were all gifts from the residents. Upon hearing I was to visit the palace, they insisted I bring these for you, claiming it was to let His Majesty taste their culinary skills. Charles silently observed the boy with open hands, placing the kitten upon his lap. Chewing on a piece of bread, His face remained expressionless. And what about yours? What do you mean, mine? Observing Charles's demeanor reminiscent of a protection fee collector, Rian felt utterly perplexed. Suddenly, he no longer wished to give him the painting. Hurry, show it to me. With a lift of his chin towards the bundle in Rian's hands, Charles urged him on. This lad's artwork is not inexpensive. The currently impoverished emperor, upon surveying his chamber's furnishings, had eyes as green as envy. Fine, fine. Rian relented, placing the bundle upon the table, exclaiming, Is that not why I cannot become emperor? I knew it. Untying the bundle, he revealed a framed painting, much to Charles' delight. The sharp corners of the package made it obvious to anyone that it contained a piece of art. Setting aside his subtle apprehensions, Charles lifted the painting. Remarkably, it was indeed a testament to the genius of Baron. After swiftly swallowing the last morsels of bread, Charles raised the frame towards the sunlight, displaying a rare moment of seriousness. Before ascending to the throne, he was known for his superior appreciation among all the princes. One must understand that the royal family represents the highest nobility on Barren Island. Their education from a young age was far more rigorous than that of ordinary nobles. In addition to the basics, they were also instructed in governance, horsemanship, and a plethora of other disciplines. Despite his disheveled appearance, resembling that of a rogue, Rian still vividly recalled Charles shining brilliantly amidst the crowd during royal gatherings. Like an 80-watt bulb in a room, it dazzled all the nobles. Snap! Watching him dismantle the frame like a child with a toy, Rain felt somewhat speechless. Had I known, I would not have framed it, wasting 500 burley. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Once finished, Charlie tossed a pen over to him. Rain, bewildered, asked what for. To write, of course. What else? It bears my seal, Charlie replied, casting a scornful glance. Is it not obvious? A signed piece is worth far more than an unsigned one. Hurry up. Rain hesitated, words stuck in his throat. The writing isn't ugly. What are you afraid of? I must tell you, that piece of advice has already received bids exceeding 100 million. Rain believed he had uncovered the truth. So, aside from embarrassing those nobles, you were waiting for their bids all along? It made sense, after being embarrassed multiple times. Those nobles might unite to purchase that piece of advice. Without that line, how do you suppose you could still browbeat us? How naive. My dear brother, do you think the emperor's power is merely a facade? Even a crooked tree can cast a long shadow over you for an entire day. Nothing to write. Let me think. Watching Rain's dazed expression, Charlie contemplated. Indeed, scribbling anything might even devalue the artwork. Leave it to me. After so many years as emperor, he had plenty of reflections. Indeed, Rain replied, rolling his eyes at him, but nodded in agreement. If he were to write it, who knows what it might turn into? What is mine, and what is yours is still mine. Even if it isn't mine, it ultimately belongs to me. He gazed at the freshly completed artwork on the table, tears welling in his eyes. Forgive me, little flower. Yes, this painting was the one he had created a few days ago, titled Wildflowers by the Cliff. Life is but once. If we can wield it correctly, once is sufficient. Rain Chris. Once finished, Rain quietly put away the pen, naturally slipping it into his pocket. A fine masterpiece crafted on Berna Island. It was the first time he had seen those people create something other than weapons. Doing the right thing? Looking at the line of text in the lower right corner of the painting, Charlie murmured softly, his expression complex. This lad always had a way of uttering words that struck a chord in the heart. Good. It will fetch a higher price at the auction. Rain's smile faltered. I thought you intended to keep it for yourself. One can only say, it is just like you. What are you looking at? This is precisely what I aim to do. The right thing, Charlie said, rolling his eyes at him. Heaven knows how burdensome his position as emperor has been. Upon ascending the throne, he was immediately faced with a mountain of debts left by his father. After several years of repayment, he was once again confronted with various expenditures. Were it not for seizing those individuals, the treasury could hardly support his reforms. Having just received a wave of tax refunds, he now intends to invest it in railway construction. Should the funds prove insufficient, he even considers selling himself. After all, it is a rarity to acquire a new source of income. It would be absurd to let it languish at home. As he ponders this, a twinge of regret surfaces. If only artists like Ren were as profitable. Yet, he is acutely aware of the improbability of such a scenario. The exorbitant value of Ren's paintings is not solely attributable to his skill and the profound essence within his work, but also to his esteemed reputation. Bearing the title of the first prodigy of the Western Seas, coupled with a mere handful of artworks, grants them their high market price. Indeed, Ren's paintings, which he sells under the name of his mentor, Ciro, and sign with the initials LN, are a means of supporting his household. He has no desire to diminish their worth. The pride of an artist? Can that sustain one's livelihood? Charlie's gaze drifted. It is said that the value of an artist's work can multiply after their demise. Should he? Suddenly, Ren shivered, sensing an unexpected chill at his neck. Though no draft permeated the house. Never mind. After all, he is his own nephew. With a hint of regret, Charlie abandoned the thought of eliminating Ren to acquire more funds for the paintings. Chapter 16. Emperor. Blublu. Kata. The telephone bug on the desk chimed. But Charlie, indifferent, hung up. Now was the time for him to converse with Rain. There was no urgency to attend to official matters for the moment. Back on the island, this little fellow often evaded him. Once at sea, their next encounter was uncertain. After engaging in conversation with the Emperor for a while longer, Rain stood to take his leave. It was evident that Uncle Charlie was quite busy. Should he miss any significant decisions, it would indeed be a considerable misstep. Well, today was undeniably a splendid day for sailing. Glancing at the cerulean sky outside, Charlie made no attempt to retain him. More, prepare some fruit for Rain. He has a penchant for such delights. Yes, Your Majesty, the attendant replied. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a basket of fruit. Receiving the basket, Rain nodded to the attendant and then turned to Charlie with a mischievous grin. That cat is yours to keep, Uncle. Charlie laughed and chided. Get lost. I have plenty of wives. I don't need a cat for company. Dodging a half-eaten piece of fruit, Rain refrained from saying more and slowly turned to depart. Little rascal. Rain paused at the door, turning back. A shadow swept towards him. With honed reflexes, he caught it, inspecting the object in his palm. It was a slumbering telephone bug, adorned with a series of numbers on its shell. The boy looked at Charlie, puzzled as to why he had been given a telephone bug. The Emperor, unfazed by the failed prank, erupted in hearty laughter. Excellent reflexes. Now I need not worry about you meeting an untimely end in some dark corner shortly after setting sail. The boy scratched his head, perplexed. What is this? That is the communication device for the mobilization of the troops from Barren Island. Remember, this will always be your support. Rain pressed his lips together. His bright eyes seemingly clouded with emotion. If I were to cry, I would return to do so. Barren will not harbor such weakness. Suppressing the mist in his eyes, Rain chuckled. This was the Charlie he knew, one who had always been disconnected from sentimentality. Haha. Indeed, Barren has no weaklings. Not even the greedy ones. Having said this in haste, Rain dashed out swiftly. Little one. Observing the boy run into the light, Charlie smirked, shaking the small cat resting on his lap, eliciting a chorus of meows. He plucked a slice from the bread on the table. He had to admit, the bread was indeed delicious. Noticing a bite taken from the bread, he observed the distinctive marks left behind. How amusing. After a moment of silence, Charlie's body quivered, and tears of laughter welled in the corners of his eyes. In this lifetime, it was his first experience consuming someone else's leftovers. The Chamberlain placed the tray of milk down, hesitating as he gazed at the telephone bugs on the table. What had originally been 5 had now transformed into 6. A new addition from the royal family. Although the telephone bugs in Barren City were scarce, the Emperor's office would never lack for such devices. Charlie nodded thoughtfully, then lifted the small kitten and placed it on the table, watching as it nestled into the dish filled with warm milk. Ryan was a rare genius. Yet Moore's expression reflected some inner turmoil. After a moment of hesitation, as a childhood companion of the Emperor, he felt compelled to offer his counsel. What? Charlie scrutinized the little kitten eagerly licking the milk, his gaze unwavering. The kitten held in its mouth a piece of bread that had been nibbled. Observing the Emperor's demeanor without yielding any clarity, Moore felt a pang of anxiety but persisted. However, it is unnecessary for the army to heed his commands. Moore withheld half of his thoughts. Had he witnessed the interactions between the Emperor and Ryan, he might have even suggested eliminating him. A genius that did not belong to him could hardly be deemed a genius at all. What if, after venturing out to sea, he were to fall into the hands of other nations? Yet, as a confidant of the Emperor, he understood the brilliance of this genius and was acutely aware of the ruthless nature of the sovereign, who was privately known as merciless by the people of Barren. Bloodlines had never factored into his considerations. His uncle, who wielded military power, had met his demise merely for opposing reforms. Yes, you may withdraw, he said, observing Charlie still fixated on the kitten. In the presence of such an emperor, Moore dared not utter further words, slowly arching his body and retreating a few steps. Just as he turned to leave, A soft voice beckoned from behind. "Moore, are you still my friend?" Upon hearing this whisper, Moore immediately dropped to the ground, too terrified to utter a plea for mercy. In that moment, the silent room was filled solely with the sound of the kitten lapping at the milk. Had Charlie discovered the truth? No, the Lannister family had always acted as my gardeners since childhood. Even I only recently learned of our connection. The Emperor could not possibly know. Yet, contemplating the omnipresent intelligence operatives, Moore felt an unsettling uncertainty. If they were aware, it was due to his inadvertent disclosure of the troop rotation schedule, recalling the potential consequences. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He wished he could strike himself for speaking out. Now, he had entangled himself in this predicament. Would those fools genuinely be apprehended? Had they divulged any information about him? Moore's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, each question spiraling through his consciousness, hearkening back to a meeting that had taken place over a month prior. A note meant to convey information. Within the confines of the room, the air gradually grew still, thick as if congealed, and Moore found his breath increasingly labored. Thud, thud, the sound of the clock resonated as Charlie, having satiated his hunger, lazily lifted the small cat, tenderly stroking its fur with one hand while the other grasped a report from the table. He seemed oblivious to Moore, who knelt on the floor. "You may leave." "Yes, Your Majesty," came the prompt reply, as Moore bowed and swiftly exited the chamber, akin to a beast in pursuit. Once outside, in the Emperor's unseen realm, Moore exhaled a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped. Beneath the midday sun, he felt no warmth. His garments clung to him, drenched in sweat. Alas, a chorus of sighs echoed within the room, enveloped in emptiness and solitude. Chapter 17. The Sweaty Little Doodlebug Upon Exiting the Palace. Rain toyed with the telephone bug in his hand. This diminutive creature was still in slumber, and as far as he knew, such marvelous beings spent the majority of their lives in a state of repose. They only stirred momentarily when connected to another telephone bug's magnetic field, that is, during a call. This snail-like creature had not always been as it is now. Its current routine had been shaped by human domestication. It must be said that humanity's status in the natural world is inextricably linked to their intellect. Uncle Albert had exchanged pleasantries with the guards, and as Rain stepped through the grand entrance, he spotted the butler approaching from the roadside. The tousled hair, disturbed by the steam automobile, had now regained its neatness. This butler truly cherished his hair, a sentiment Rain found difficult to comprehend given his own thick, unruly locks. "Young master," Albert paused, offering a slight bow, his face adorned with the warm smile Rain remembered. "Let us be off. Sister, you should have everything ready." Gazing upwards at the sky, a smile spread across Rain's face, his lips curling upwards involuntarily. Off to sea. Albert followed closely behind the youth, understanding the boy's excitement. Having watched Rain grow up, he was well aware of the youth's yearning for the ocean. Had he not felt the same way once? Upon returning to the Chris Manor, Rain spotted the sailboat anchored on the sea from a distance. The hull was elongated, yet significantly broader in the middle compared to typical vessels. Its bow and stern were nearly symmetrical, both tapering to a point, with a solitary cannon mounted at the prow. The entire vessel soared high above the water, its smooth, curvaceous lines transitioning from the lofty bow to the almost rounded midsection, and culminating at the elevated stern, a sight of exquisite beauty. The shapes of the bow and stern were alike, allowing for a seamless transformation in case of danger, effectively doubling the sailing direction. Encased in a layer of iron painted to resemble wood, the overall appearance was indistinguishable from that of a half-wooden ship. This was a suggestion put forth by Rain. To construct this double-ended vessel, he had expended the majority of his savings accumulated over the years, beginning 5 years ago until just recently. The craftsmanship from the finest shipyard in the Western Sea was indeed commendable. In terms of propulsion, the primary mechanism was sail power, supplemented by oars. Although with only a handful of individuals aboard, the oars would likely go unused. Centrally located were 3 masts, each rigged with vertical sails, supported by stays. The design also incorporated foot ropes, allowing the sails to catch the wind effectively, ensuring the ship could sail smoothly even in crosswinds. Observing this charming craft, measuring 76 feet in length and 30 feet in width, with a deep draft and impressive load capacity, Rain couldn't help but chuckle softly. This would be his future vessel. The thought of the name he had chosen for it brought an even broader smile to his face. The St. Maria has arrived, and Albert, standing behind, has also spotted the ship, breaking into a smile. Though he remains unaware of the reason behind the young master's choice of name, over the years, he has learned not to inquire. After all, His knowledge pales in comparison to that of the young master. At the very least, the young master appears to be quite pleased, does he not? Just in time for your return. The cargo is nearly loaded, and we shall be departing shortly, remarked Izumi and Aya, who were directing the servants as they approached and spoke softly. Since the morning when the ship had delivered goods, she had been preoccupied with this task. Aya, what are you doing? Rain asked, somewhat taken aback. Aya was still adorned in her flowing kimono, the pristine white fabric accentuated by delicate green leaves. She appeared exceptionally elegant, her ample attire concealing her figure, while a single strand of hair cascaded down her long, fair neck. Her unadorned cheeks were exquisitely charming, and her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled at the back of her head, her demeanor exuding gracefulness. However, it was not these attributes that astonished Rain. He had long since become accustomed to Aya's appearance over the years. What truly surprised him was the long blade that hung at her side. White bandages were wrapped around the hilt, with a strand of white silk cascading down, and the scabbard gleamed with an ivory-like hue. This masterpiece of a sword, as pure and beautiful as its owner, evoked a sense of unease within him. As weapons are often accompanied by negativity, he found himself questioning whether such a finely crafted katana could still be considered a weapon at all. Perhaps its rightful place was as an object of admiration upon a wall. Yet, it felt so familiar. A flicker of apprehension crossed the youth's eyes as he recalled something unsettling. You mean this? Noticing Rain's gaze, Aya twirled gracefully, presenting the sword fully before him, her smile brimming with an inscrutable meaning. How do I look? Does it make me seem like a pirate? Am I fearsome? We're not going to become pirates. Aya leaned in closer, her gaze fixed on him. Under the gentle scrutiny of her stream-like eyes, Rain silently swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue, his eyes wandering. Very, very fearsome, he managed to stammer. Don't just stand there foolishly. Hurry and gather your belongings. Aya chuckled lightly, straightening herself before turning to leave. Is it really that amusing? Rain thought to himself, redirecting his attention to the sea. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a small boat ferrying supplies across the water. It made sense. Although the Chris Manor was situated by the sea, there was no port in the vicinity. The St. Maria could not dock at the shore. Grounding it would indeed pose a problem. Thus, the supplies had to be loaded in this manner. Let me see if I look like a captain. Before long, a small, disheveled figure approached, sporting that signature silly grin. Rain silently turned his gaze towards Annie, who was clad in a captain's attire, her feet adorned with knee-high boots, excitedly stamping her foot against the ground, causing her azure coat to flutter behind her. Beneath her captain's hat, a rebellious strand of hair defiantly poked out from her forehead, swaying from side to side. Aren't you feeling hot? He inquired, glancing up at the blazing sun in the sky, his expression peculiar. Not at all. Quickly tell me, am I handsome? Am I handsome? Indeed, you are quite handsome, he conceded. But when did we ever agree to take you along? Annie retorted confidently. Sister, you said, who among you can make a living through cleaning? Rain pondered this for a moment and reluctantly acknowledged the validity of her words. Perhaps you should remove that attire. Be cautious not to faint from heat before we even set sail. We certainly won't wait for you. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, the young maid found herself at an impasse, struggling to formulate a counter-argument. TSK, Rain shook his head, surpassing the somewhat foolish Annie as he prepared to return to his quarters to gather his belongings, despite Sisterya having nearly organized everything for him the previous day. However, there were certain personal items he preferred to handle himself. The butler, having excused himself to attend to his own arrangements while Rain conversed with Sisterya, was no longer present. The presence of an additional person aboard posed little inconvenience, as she had remarked. It would be unreasonable to place the burden of every task upon Uncle Albert simply because of his remarkable capabilities. Looking on the bright side, at least someone was there to assist him with the cleaning. A cause for celebration, indeed. Yet, thoughts of the ship's combat readiness soon ensnared Rain's mind. Should future training sessions be intensified? It was essential to recognize that he was unaccustomed to relying on others. Strength was indispensable for navigating the seas. Chapter 18. The old man, is it not reasonable for me to possess several identities? Truly, it is exquisite. Standing aboard the Santa Maria, the deck felt as stable as the ground beneath one's feet. Gazing into the distance, Ryan marveled at the gem-like ocean. Even living by the seaside and witnessing this beauty daily, the sensation was altogether different. Transitioning from an observer to a participant, the shift in perspective rendered everything even more splendid. Oh, the seagulls soared above, carrying the essence of distant islands across the surface of the sea. A few alighted on the ship's mast to rest. These seasoned birds of the sea bore no curiosity towards vessels, save for the frantic crew members who lacked fishing skills. Generally, these avians could ensure their safety, for if danger lurked, their kin would convey warnings through the skies. Amidst them, a blissful bird pondered, resting its chin upon a wing, displaying a remarkable wisdom. It contemplated how those consumed could possibly alert others. "Wow!" exclaimed a seagull, astonished. "Little brother, how astute you are." They gazed at the two-legged creature clad in a captain's uniform, crawling up the mast, feeling a flicker of uncertainty. However, the creature's clumsy demeanor, taking 2 steps forward and 3 steps back, hardly suggested peril. "Humph, humans are indeed a cunning species. Have you not noticed how she draws closer?" The blissful bird tilted its head, its avian visage imbued with a human-like disdain. Indeed, the seagulls perched atop the mast discussed amongst themselves, casting glances at the humans below, their eyes gradually reflecting contempt. "Though we may not perceive it, our kin have discerned your trajectory. Humans, after all, are a sly breed." "Thank you, little brother." The seabirds sincerely expressed their gratitude to the beautiful companion before taking their leave. "No need for thanks. We are all seabirds, after all." The blissful bird waved its wings, its face shadowed with melancholy as it seemed reluctant to part. Watching them drift away, its expression swiftly faded, and it turned its head to spit disdainfully. "Fools! If you leave your droppings aboard, it will ultimately be I who must clean up after you." The blissful bird brimmed with an air of intellectual superiority. "Is the mast clean?" a youthful voice inquired. The blissful bird, humiliated, lowered its head and retrieved a small cleaning tool from behind. With a sense of subservience, it began to tidy up the area. "Is this truly the work of a creature?" Observing the custom-made cleaning tool in its grasp, the blissful bird sighed and then, with a haughty lift of its rear, diligently scrubbed the mast. "Oh, dear master, how I long for you." As it stared out at the distant sea, tears cascaded down its sorrowful face. "Ah, alas, Annie." The captain was quite vexed as she stretched to reach the mysterious mast, clutching a small cloth. Up until now, she had been using her garments to wipe it down. It was perplexing, given that this was a new ship. Why should it require cleaning? Glancing at the wooden ladder nearby, Ryan hesitated. Ultimately, he decided it was best not to let the child feel foolish, even if the onlookers were already aware. In Barren, the maritime ritual involved cleansing the mast and praying for its protection amidst storms. Putting aside his inner conflict, Ryan earnestly explained this tradition to her. It was not his intention to tease the young maid. Indeed, such a rite had been observed in Barren since time immemorial. "Oh," Annie replied sullenly, her disheveled hair swaying in the sea breeze. After a moment, she glared at the youth. "But what about you? What are you doing?" "I am maintaining the ship's soul cannon. Should we encounter pirates, this will be our only means of ranged defense," Ryan answered patiently, meticulously polishing the cannon's barrel. He had little regard for the market's inferior flintlock weapons, and to maintain the speed of the St. Maria, only one cannon was aboard. "I see. Then carry on," Annie said, feeling somewhat embarrassed for misjudging Ryan. "Maintenance, indeed. You haven't even fired it yet. What maintenance could you possibly be performing?" A nearby seabird, perched atop the mast, rolled its eyes. "Ryan, are you not going to bid farewell?" Yuki and Aya approached the young man, their demeanor as warm and bright as the sun following a snowfall. "Aya, have you finished organizing the herbs?" There was a dedicated apothecary room on board for her, as a skilled physician was invaluable at sea. During the construction of the St. Maria, a room had been specifically modified to store medicinal materials and concoct remedies. "Yes," Yuki replied with a gentle nod, continuing to gaze at him. "I left them a note," Ryan said, sheepishly raising his hand under her watchful eye. He harbored a deep-seated aversion to farewells, a sentiment stemming from his past life. He detested the feeling of parting. "Very well, if that is your wish," Aya smiled understandingly, seeming to empathize with his emotions, and she fell silent. She turned back to the bustling pair of one person and one bird on the deck. "Prepare yourselves. We are about to set sail." Indeed, petals of peach blossoms drifted down, scattered by the wind. Zyro sat beneath a tree in the courtyard, savoring the fragrance of the flowers as he sipped tea gifted by his disciple. He relished the aromatic infusion, a contented smile illuminating his aged face. Grandfather. You have a letter." "Oh, my letter?" The little girl, now 4 years old, with her neatly combed black hair, skipped over, cheerfully waving an envelope in her small hands. The wrinkles on Zyro's aged face unfurled as he playfully pinched his granddaughter's cheek. "Oh, Grandpa, you're so annoying. You'll get ugly." she exclaimed. How could I possibly be ugly? Your mother used to endure my pinches when she was your age, he chuckled. Hee hee, now Mom sleeps and drools, claiming she dreams of delicious food. But I know. Realizing she had misspoken, the proud little girl quickly covered her mouth. Ever since she had been spanked last time, she understood that Grandpa was a notorious telltale. With a swift thought, she decided to make her escape. Oh no, I haven't finished my homework yet. Let's go, let's go. As he watched his chattering granddaughter scamper away, Zyro held the envelope tightly, his benevolent expression gradually darkening. He was aware that he was the only one residing here. Aside from him, the rest were merely acquaintances from his painting circle, most of whom spent their days wandering and enjoying the scenery. The connections he shared with them were rather superficial, and neither his identity nor address was included in their contact information. So, who could have penned this letter? An old adversary? No. Those who survived to his age were few and far between. Upon opening the letter, Zyro was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Little rascal, even upon leaving. You had to give me a fright, ha ha ha. His robust laughter belied his advanced years. Setting sail is splendid. Only the vast ocean can accommodate such a little monster as you. In his musings, he reminisced about his own youthful adventures. Let me see what kind of future you can carve out for yourself, Karina softly murmured, gazing out of the window at the distant sea as the boat slowly vanished from view. The envelope in her hand crinkled under her grasp. The departure of her only family member weighed heavily on her heart, far more than her calm facade suggested. Yet, she understood that it was her brother's lifelong dream. Moreover, what reason could ever hinder a young man from setting sail? The head of the family has been summoned by the palace, she acknowledged. Chapter 19. Aboard the St. Maria, the azure sea stretched before them, tranquil and serene, resembling silk, gently rippling under the sun. From the ship's vantage point, the vast expanse appeared boundless, the ocean whispering softly in one's ear. Beneath the warm sun, the sea breeze carried none of the island's humidity. A hint of saltiness mingled with the calls of seabirds, ushering in a refreshing essence from afar. Ah, I am so full. The butler's culinary skills remain unparalleled, sighed the young maid, languidly reclined in a deck chair, one hand tenderly rubbing her noticeably rounded belly. Her disheveled hair swayed slightly, her petite face betraying a look of distress. I am bound to grow increasingly plump. The satisfaction of diners serves as the greatest commendation for a chef. Upon hearing her words, Albert, adjusting the sails, chuckled heartily. It was difficult for anyone to harbor ill feelings towards this endearing little girl. A gust of sea breeze swept by, prompting Albert to reach out, his movements leaving a fleeting impression. With a heart full of tenderness, he tucked away the hair, which he had named number 49, into his pocket. Who told you to eat so much? You finished lunch and still had to force down dessert. On the deck, Ryan was diligently practicing the fundamentals of naval martial arts. Having just completed his physical training, he was striving to maintain the precision of his movements. The gently swaying deck posed no challenge for him. With experience training on soft sandy beaches, he adapted quickly to the sensation. Upon hearing Annie's remark, Ryan rolled his eyes at his sweat-soaked martial arts uniform. You, of all people, who eats the most, dare to blame me? Ouch, ouch, ouch. The little maid glared at her master, indignantly retorting. But soon, her overindulged belly emitted a mournful groan, tears welling in her eyes. Why don't you consider my training regimen? At this rate, I will inevitably become as rotund as a pig. After completing a set, Ryan exhaled deeply, his muscles trembling as he approached the table. After gulping down a generous amount of water, he turned to mock the young maid. I would never become a pig. She instinctively wanted to counter, but upon glancing at her protruding belly, her tone faltered. Would she truly become overweight? Annie found herself troubled. She had never encountered a princess depicted as plump in the storybooks. What if she truly became fat? Have you come to that realization? Observing the young maid's thoughts reflected in her expression, Ryan smirked slightly. A prince would never wed a chubby girl. The lad grinned mischievously, playfully intimidating her. Unlike Annie, who only read storybooks, he had delved deeper into historical accounts and travelogues. These works not only nurtured his yearning for the sea from a young age, but also imparted considerable knowledge. He was aware of many ridiculous historical anecdotes, such as the modern-day king of Doya, who fancied twin ponytails and wore an apron. As a boy, what do you say to that? Compared to others, it does not seem utterly implausible for a chubby young girl to be wed to a princess's princess. But what of it? Does this conflict with his desire to tease the girl? And lowered her head, her expression one of despondency, as her golden tuft of hair drooped dismally above her brow. She looked towards Yuquan and Yaya, her face a portrait of helplessness, observing the medical texts. Yuan and Yaya felt a twinge of exasperation, their smiles shifting from gentle to indulgent. These two had been this way since childhood. Today, Yaya donned a simple, unadorned outfit, reminiscent of the clear sky and the pure white clouds. The silly little and often found herself bullied by and frequently led astray by this mischievous imp, engaging in antics that were quite uncharacteristic for someone of noble birth. Yet, that was just her foolish nature. Even after being teased, she would naively bear the brunt of blame. When Rain attempted to sneak away from the manor once more, she still assisted in keeping watch. It was not that and approved of his escapade. Rather, it was simply that this girl was too easily deceived. Each time she found herself exclaiming, "Hey, hey, hey," in a futile attempt to defend herself, her adorably perplexed expression amused her. One could only wonder what lessons Ciro had imparted over the years. The woman set down the book in her hands and took a sip of the red tea on the table, seemingly nostalgic for that silly little boy of yore. After placing the cup down, Yuquan and Yaya smiled at the young maid, their warmth ever so gentle. "Come now, we still have enough materials on the ship. Preparing a digestive potion won't take much time." As she spoke, she cast a playful glare at the mischievous young man, well aware of his penchant for teasing little one. Receiving her unspoken message, Rain offered a shy smile. What could he do? The little maid was just too easy to tease. It always felt as though if he didn't poke fun at her, he would be doing himself a disservice. "Long live Sister Yaya," he exclaimed, only to be met with the maid's sudden lament. Ouch, ouch, ouch." The merriment turned to distress as the little maid clutched her abdomen, wailing in despair. All right. Yuquan and Yaya shook their heads, rising to head towards the apothecary. As she walked, she mused inwardly. "It's just like old times. Wait for me," and called, her hand resting on the table as she stumbled to follow. Before departing, she turned back to Rain and scrunched her nose in playful defiance. Humph. Watching the two leave, Rain chuckled, unfazed by her provocation. Even when the silly maid was angry, her demeanor remained adorably innocent. After finishing the water in his cup, he turned back to the deck to resume his training. The sea was certainly not as safe as the kingdom of Baron. Beyond symbolizing freedom and the allure of the unknown, it was also synonymous with chaos. In the face of danger, how would the Saint Maria protect itself? Would it be the little maid who could be easily devoured? The drowsy bird dozing on the mast? Or perhaps the exquisite blade that resided behind Sister Yaya? Upon careful reflection, it becomes apparent that among all aboard the vessel, only he and Uncle Albert possess a modicum of martial prowess. While the exact capabilities of the steward remain uncertain, the bounty from a decade past in the West Sea is undoubtedly substantial. Yet, must he truly rely on Uncle Albert for the entirety of his life? Such a notion does not sit well with him. With a robust physique forged through rigorous training since childhood, why should he not engage in a contest of strength with the formidable figures of the sea? An inexplicable surge of ambition welled up within him, infusing the youth and training with fervor. On the deck, bathed in sunlight, the young man executed each movement with an abundance of hope and vitality. Meanwhile, a resplendent bird of paradise languidly preened its vibrant feathers. Casting a glance at the youth on the deck, indeed, the existence of humans is fraught with challenges. Even a bird as exquisite as it would find itself spared from peril, as robbers would likely endeavor to capture it alive. Having been nurtured by humans since its youth, the bird felt a tinge of pride in its contemplations, such as the advantage of possessing beauty. Amidst the gentle sea breeze, the foolish bird continued its leisurely grooming. How delightful it is! Observing the vigorous youth on the deck, Albert gazed into the distant expanse of the ocean, once believing he had grown fond of the leisurely life on the island. However, upon returning to the embrace of the sea and beholding the familiar azure, he realized that his affection for the ocean had never truly waned. It had merely been dormant in his thoughts over the years. Here, he felt the pulse of life coursing through his veins, the roaring tide within urging him to once again immerse himself in the struggles of the sea. He would battle against the capricious weather, the malevolent and cunning pirates, and the naval forces. Ultimately, he belongs to the sea. As Albert observed the spirited youth on the deck, a warm smile gradually graced his lips. Chapter 20. Mad Dog Baron on a battered pirate ship, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, bore the marks of countless wounds. Fresh blood seeped from a portion of his bandaged body as he surveyed the dismal surroundings of the vessel, a fierce malice glinting in his remaining eye. "Captain, our provisions are dwindling," reported the first mate, his words darkening the captain's expression further. It had been a month since their last resupply. Even with the crew's numbers steadily decreasing, The rations would scarcely suffice for a month. Panermo, we require supplies. The first mate murmured, glancing around cautiously before uttering the captain's name. Were it not for their shared origins, he would never have dared to address the captain so directly. Everyone aboard knew that the captain despised having his name spoken aloud, even with the title of captain appended. The last man who had dared to call him by name had met a watery grave. Yet, this newly appointed first mate, owing to their childhood bond, felt emboldened to speak freely. Panermo cast a glance at his childhood companion, unperturbed by the familiarity. He had always believed that the title of captain symbolized authority, and those who refrained from using it often harbored ulterior motives. However, he held sufficient tolerance for this old friend. Years prior, when life on the island had become untenable, he had ventured into the sea, and it was only this childhood companion who had joined him in leaving the island. Their sole vessel had been pilfered from his friend's home. Am I unaware? Those wretched dogs in the Navy. Even a mutt knows their intentions. Panermo's fury surged, causing his wounds to bleed anew. Ever since his encounter with a naval squadron a month prior, during which he had slain a major, he had known no peace. The Navy had kept a watchful eye on them from afar, aware of their formidable reputation, and had refrained from engaging them directly. Instead, they resorted to distant harassment, akin to fishing, wearing them down before delivering the final blow. Every time they approached the shore, the two naval ships unleashed a relentless barrage upon them, forcing them to drift aimlessly upon the waves. As for the notion of breaking through under fire, the previous first mate, who had conspired against him, had entertained such folly. His own bandages bore testament to that disastrous attempt. Shall we make one more charge? Suggested the first mate, his teeth clenched. A fierce determination etched across his face. If this continued, by the time their food was exhausted, internal strife would erupt aboard long before the Navy made their move. Mormont stood at the bow of the ship, one hand resting upon his long blade. Glancing at the first mate, I thought him a fool. Even if we were to charge forth, this was not the place to do so. Do you comprehend which kingdom claims dominion over these waters? The mate, somewhat bewildered, questioned the relevance of such a detail at this juncture. Baron, observing his confusion, grimaced and spat blood. The kingdom of Baron, the mightiest military power of the Western Sea. Were it not for our shared origins, I would have been disinclined to converse further. Given our rapport, he should have ascended to this position long ago. Yet this fellow, amiable with the crew and possessing considerable strength, had been delayed by his lack of intellect. Oh, it is the kingdom that expelled the naval branch, the mate suddenly realized, grasping the essence of my concerns. Renowned throughout the Western Sea, the kingdom of Baron boasts not only a formidable army, but also a significant naval force. They are not to be compared with those realms reliant on naval patrols for peacekeeping. As pirates, if we were captured, those with bounties might find themselves in the depths of Impel Down, whereas those without bounties could toil on the islands for a few years before being released. However, to provoke the kingdom of Baron, shuddering at the thought, I felt a chill run through me, recalling the reports I had seen in the newspapers. Most critically, they possess no shortage of manpower. To incite their wrath is to court death itself. No wonder they are dubbed the mad dogs of the Western Sea. Contemplating this, I felt a mix of trepidation and envy. Why did our homeland like such mad dogs? Had we possessed such military might, I would never have ventured to sea. Who in their right mind would choose the perilous life of a pirate? Seeing he grasped my meaning, I nodded slightly. Though not particularly bright, he was capable of improvement. Moreover, he was one of our own, deserving of the time to grow. At least he was trustworthy, unlike that ungrateful wretch. The memory of the crew members taken by the previous first mate darkened my expression. Their departure may have conserved provisions, yet the sting of betrayal festered within me. Enough. They're already dead. I turned to the first mate, my voice low and grave. How long will our provisions last? One day, he replied, his tone uncertain. Prior to his promotion, he had been responsible for our supplies. Very well, let the crew tighten their belts. Once we escape the waters of Baron, we shall break free. That may not be wise. The crew is already injured, not allowing them to eat sufficiently. The mate hesitated, cautiously gauging my reaction. You know nothing. It must be done, I replied, waving my hand in exasperation. He comprehended the implications of his compatriots. It was simply a fear of rebellion from these individuals. Even a wounded and starving creature, akin to a pig, possesses a ferocious instinct, let alone those who thrive on the edge of blades. Yet, it is precisely this ferocity that he seeks, for the imminent breakout promises to be a brutal confrontation. How can these men fight valiantly when their bellies are full? At that point, they would struggle to wield their weapons. Panermo scoffed inwardly. From his childhood of tending sheep, he garnered invaluable lessons. He understood that a wolf pack is most fearsome when it is hungry. For this reason, the alpha never allows them to feast too heartily, ensuring they retain their savagery. As long as he can maintain control and direct this ferocity towards the Navy, it would serve as a grand gift during their escape. The thought of the Navy's expressions at that moment brought a bloodthirsty smile to Panermo's face. Regarding his ability to maintain control, having just quelled a wave of rebellion, he felt confident. Very well, the first mate replied, seemingly intimidated by his ruthlessness and prepared to convey the captain's orders. Wait, Panermo interjected. The first mate turned, puzzled. Gazing at his captain, inform them that our food supplies are dwindling, he said, leaning on his sword as he gazed towards the distant specks on the sea. A smile creeping upon his lips. Fortune seems to favor them. It appears that fate does not wish for them to meet their demise in the ocean just yet. Beneath the setting sun, the dying rays illuminated him, albeit devoid of any beauty. Following his gaze, the first mate felt a flicker of excitement. However, recalling Panermo's prior caution, he scrutinized the sight before him. It was evident that it was not a merchant vessel belonging to Barin. Those cautious merchants would not operate with merely one ship. They would employ Barin's naval fleet for transporting goods. It is said that this is the very reason Barin can afford to maintain such a formidable army, accepting commissions from others to fund military expenses. Emperor Barin is indeed astute. That vessel, however, was clearly no merchant ship. In fact, it may not even belong to Barin. Judging by its size, it resembled more a ship belonging to the nobility, often reserved for leisurely voyages. Beyond merchant ships, such vessels are their preferred targets. While the food supplies may be scant, the cargo is undoubtedly valuable. Even those nobles could be leveraged for ransom. At the very least, they could procure some expensive libations. Regardless of the circumstances, it would allow Panermo's pirate crew, long deprived of supplies, a moment to catch their breath. Alert the crew, prepare for battle. Mormon's tone grew cautious. These nobles invariably possess troublesome subordinates. Chapter 21. How to title this thing? In distress. Why don't you return to your room and take a look? After consuming the digestive elixir, the little maid on the deck regained her previous vigor. Leaning over the table, her large eyes sparkled as she gazed at the boy across from her. The little tuft of hair atop her head bobbing gently. The expansive sea and the gentle sea breeze were far superior to the confines of her room. Having soaked in the potion, the boy, clad in a flowing white silk robe, perched his legs casually. He turned the page of his book with a light touch. Upon hearing her inquiry, he chuckled softly and shook his head. Then, with a look that conveyed extravagant girl, he remarked, "Besides, don't candles cost money?" The mention of candles made the little maid realize the logic in his words, and her voice diminished. She could never out-argue the young master, no matter the circumstance. He always articulated his points with reason. By the end of their disputes, even she felt as though she were in the wrong. This was precisely why she sought his guidance and literacy. In her eyes, the young master, having read extensively, possessed the ability to express so many rational arguments. Through years of painful experiences, the little maid had come to recognize her earlier folly. Those were merely his fallacies, much like how Grandpa Zyro often boasted. The young master, too, constantly expounded on principles, regardless of their veracity. As for those colorful storybooks, that was an accident. It was the author's fault for penning such captivating tales that distracted me from my studies. Just like the young master's coaxing about licking the iron railing in winter, perpetually exuding an allure that tempted one to do so. "Bah, you little scoundrel," the little maid asserted with conviction. After being subjected to such persuasion repeatedly, Annie developed her own coping strategy. At this juncture, one must never succumb to the young master's rhythm. All that was needed was to remain composed and deploy her skills. Maid skill, obstinate entanglement. It's still your fault. Who told you not to light the lamps? Baron has generators, after all. Listening to Annie's righteous tone, Ryan's expression turned peculiar. In truth, although the St. Maria was not large, it did possess a small engine. But was that the crux of the matter? Technology is the primary productive force. As the progenitor of this assertion, the baronial royalty had specially established a research department. After reaping the benefits, they now not only conducted their own research but also published recruitment notices in the World Economic Journal, scouring other kingdoms for scientific talent. Damn it. Does the Emperor have so many ideas? By Barren Island's intelligence personnel. Every time Ryan thought of that Emperor, who laid railway tracks, dealt with the nobility, built an army, and sought to electrify the entire island. He couldn't help but chuckle. The Emperor of Baron was so impoverished that his complexion turned green once more. "Dear uncle, the ship has set sail for development. Do you still wish to rest? You must be dreaming. You are the one at the helm of this vessel. What's wrong?" Under his unwavering gaze, the little maid exclaimed defiantly. Regaining his composure, Ryan scrutinized Annie, who had changed back into her normal attire, causing her to nervously adjust her clothing, her little tuft of hair standing rigidly. "Please, do not look at me like that," Annie stammered, a blush adorning her cheeks. "Could the scenarios from the books truly be unfolding in my life? What am I to do? I am merely a humble maid. Why must I endure such experiences?" Recollections of various scenarios from those tales flooded her mind, painted in shades of pink. "You must focus. The room lacks the scenery of this place. And the candles are irrelevant," Ryan remarked, somewhat perplexed by her reaction. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on such matters. Who knows what thoughts occupy a woman's mind throughout the day? Lacking any formal education in physiology, Ryan was well aware of his own limitations, relying on Ciro for such knowledge. He had never sought to delve into the intricacies of a woman's thoughts. Based on his years spent with Sister Hea, it was clear that such thoughts belonged to an entirely different realm of contemplation. He redirected his attention to the book before him. "I just enjoyed a medicinal bath while basking in the sea breeze. What could be amiss? Eh?" The little maid lifted her head in surprise, then attempted to align herself with his rhythm. "But didn't you mention something about wasted candles?" "When did I ever say that?" Ryan replied, his expression one of bewilderment. You. Annie exclaimed, leaping up from her chair, her finger trembling in indignation as she pointed at him. Her rosy cheeks deepened to a vivid crimson. What emotion has elicited this blush?" The euphoric bird, resting on a peculiar rod, found the situation quite worthy of study. Observing Ryan, who remained utterly confounded, tears welled in Annie's eyes. Turning away, she burst into tears, exclaiming, "Sister Hea, the young master is bullying me again." A subtle smirk played upon the lips of the mischievous young master. How naive. His education had encompassed far more than mere artistry. As dusk descended, the horizon blurred into a profound twilight, with returning birds circling above the sea, their wings brushing against the evening glow. "Master," Albert called softly from beside the table on the deck. Upon noticing, Ryan set aside the book on his lap and gazed into the distance. Not far from the St. Maria, a weathered vessel emerged, its black skull flag fluttering ominously from the mast. Look, a pirate ship," Annie exclaimed, shielding her forehead with one hand, eagerly pointing at the distant ship with the other. Her enthusiasm was palpable. This was indeed his first encounter with real pirates. "Yes, a pirate ship," Albert remarked nostalgically as he gazed at the pirate flag. The three of them stood by the ship's edge, silently observing. Aside from the well-traveled butler, both Ryan and Annie were embarking on their inaugural sea voyage, filled with curiosity at the sight of a ship that belonged to the stories they had heard. After all, in Baron, one could hardly encounter not only pirates but even bandits or mountain thieves. Under the sovereign control of our esteemed emperor, everything has vanished without a trace. As for Sister Hea, well, just recently, she received a notice. Rain, who has been instructed to drink milk once more, is currently disinclined to speak. Considering the extension of little-range training hours, he must now consume milk twice. With a smile as delicate as a willow, you gently remarked, "You are working hard. It is my duty to ensure proper support." I gazed at the little head of Annie peeking out from behind her, grinning mischievously, causing Rain to hesitate. Aside from the evening, he is also preparing to train during the day. With the increase in training duration, the quantity of the elixir to optimize his physical adaptation and maximize training results has also risen. Is there anything wrong? Not at all. Yet, Rain felt a lingering discomfort, particularly upon seeing that proud tuft of hair bobbing about, which only intensified his unease. Could we not, akin to a medicinal bath, increase the dosage and avoid splitting it into 2 cups? The humble young master inquired cautiously. "That is not permissible." Ye gently shook her head, her crescent moon smile radiating warmth and charm. "Children, ensure you attend to them well. The sea is not a playground for their frivolity." Indeed, it was a noble vessel. The elegantly designed ship nearby confirmed Hanermo's suspicions, and a grim smile spread across his weathered face. Oh, the crew cheered, having drifted at sea for days, enduring food shortages while being relentlessly pursued by the agents of the world government. A simmering anger brewed within them. Not long ago, the first mate announced that provisions were running low and that soon they would have to confront the Navy. Upon hearing this news, the band of desperados felt no fear. It was merely a life, From the moment they set sail, they had long surrendered that to the sea. Moreover, before engaging in a desperate struggle, a delightful feast awaited them. A noble's vessel. Their eyes gleamed with avarice. With ample experience in plunder, this band knew that noble ships were always laden with treasures, fine wines, extravagant foods, and beautiful women. All of these ignited their excitement. Before the impending struggle, they eagerly anticipated this final opportunity to feast. Casting a glance at the spirited crew behind him, Panermo nodded and waved his hand decisively. Fire. On the pirate ship, the stock of weapons and artillery outweighed that of food and fresh water combined. Even after a month of evasion, though provisions were scarce, they still possessed a sufficient reserve of ammunition. For sea marauders, while they could seize or discard various goods, only weapons remained their steadfast companions at sea. In a life of blood and fire, sharp iron and the heat of cannon barrels were what they truly valued. Boom, boom, boom. Savoring the familiar scent of gunpowder, Panermo gazed towards the nearby vessel. This was a test, although it was highly likely that formidable fighters awaited. It could ultimately yield valuable intelligence, whether to wield a sword or a firearm, to hone physical skills, or to embrace the powers of a gifted individual. Even if one cannot ascertain the answer, dismantling his vessel would not be in vain. Chapter 22. Is it not entirely normal for a young lady to carry a firearm while venturing out? With that thought, the young maid peered over the edge of the ship, her head barely visible, as she watched the incoming cannonballs streaking through the sky. She timidly remarked, "Otherwise, do you expect me to greet you?" Casting a glance at the little tuft of hair standing defiantly against the wind, Rain found himself at a loss for words. However, the cannon operator aboard the opposing vessel was evidently skilled. At this distance, the probability of hitting the ship stood at 1 in 3. As he gazed up at the rapidly approaching projectiles, Rain contemplated the situation. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such musings. With a powerful push of his calves, Rain leapt from the deck, propelling himself toward the oncoming cannonball. He executed a swift kick, sending the projectile hurtling back at an even greater velocity. The years spent training in medicinal baths had not been in vain. His rigorous regimen, coupled with the right concoctions to enhance his physique, had allowed his still-growing body to surpass 200 pounds in weight, composed of sinew and bone. As he spun mid-air, dissipating the force of his kick, he landed gracefully back on the deck. Under the dim glow of the setting sun, his white robe billowed in the wind. Boom. Harmori paid no mind to the towering splash of water that erupted nearby. He remained firmly anchored to the deck of the swaying pirate ship, his gaze fixed upon the distant white figure. Martial prowess, is it? He mused, contemplating the diminutive silhouette before him. This simplifies matters. Raising his long sword, a bloodthirsty and cruel smile crept across Harmori's lips. "Young master," Albert called softly as he observed the rapidly approaching pirate vessel. He was apprehensive about whether Rain would be able to adapt to the impending confrontation, although the young master had trained diligently from a young age. Surpassing Albert's own physical capabilities during his initial foray into the sea, combat was never to be taken lightly. Weather, unforeseen events, and a myriad of other factors could all exert their influence. Not to mention, they were facing a reckless band of pirates. Eventually, he must confront this, mustn't he? Albert thought, contemplating the boy's words. Indeed, these were trials he was destined to face from the moment he stepped onto the ocean. "My combat experience is quite respectable as well," the youth declared, turning his head, his golden-tinged black hair framing a radiant smile. "So, take good care of them, Uncle Albert." "Very well," Albert nodded, refraining from further admonition. It was perhaps beneficial for him to gain a proper understanding of pirates. Besides, given the short distance, should an unexpected event occur, he was not entirely helpless. Gripping the small inn, who attempted to retreat into the cabin, he pondered, "Butler, do hurry and save the young master. You are foolish, as is he. That little frame of his would not withstand a single blow. Yet he seeks to play the hero." The young maid struggled in vain, clutching at his garment, her voice ringing with unabashed complaint. Though they often engage in playful banter, she genuinely harbors concerns for her young master. Rest assured, he is capable of handling it. Watching the silhouette of the pirate ship, Albert spoke with pride, then turned his gaze to Anne, whose eyes brimmed with tears, and sternly instructed the young girl. "These are experiences you must endure. Hiding in the cabin will not spare you from the pirates. Forcing a 14-year-old girl to learn combat and confront death may seem excessive to some. Yet, with his maritime experience, Albert understood that the connections between people on this beautiful sea are far from idyllic. Here, conflict reigns supreme, alongside natural disasters and human calamities. Since she has chosen to venture onto the ocean, the only thing Albert could do was assist this young girl in adapting to such a life as soon as possible. Who wants to hide? The little maid's hair stood on end, filled with an indignation of being wronged. I'm going to get a gun. Huh? The young master seemed not to have purchased a gun, and Albert regarded and with a puzzled expression. Whenever the conversation turned to those flintlock pistols, the young master had always displayed disdain. How could he possibly prepare firearms? Oh, under the butler's gaze, and, realizing her exposure, fidgeted nervously, her eyes darting, and mumbled, I saved up my own money to buy one. Sailing out to sea, even a fool knows one must encounter pirates. What is the big deal about preparing a gun? The little maid grew increasingly convinced of her reasoning, her delicate face adorned with righteous fervor. Is there anything wrong with a girl keeping a gun under her pillow while she sleeps? Well, Albert chose not to dwell on this matter. Where and had procured a gun was not his primary concern. As long as she expressed the intent to adapt to life at sea, those trivialities were of no importance. Go and get your gun. Releasing his grip, the butler resumed his usual amiable demeanor, tidying his hair. Oh, on the pirate ship. Numerous crew members regarded the boy who had boldly approached them with inscrutable expressions. Pirate, we are merely passing through and possess nothing of value, so could you spare us? The boy, clad in a silk robe, wore a look of helplessness. Despite his conscious efforts to train himself, he did not wish to engage in combat. To him, the tales of maritime heroes were confined to the pages of books. If given the choice, he would prefer to avoid fighting altogether. Such conflicts could result in death. Moreover, he was someone who cherished life deeply. Rain scratched his head, casting a hopeful glance at Hanermo. This physique, this aura, he was clearly a leader. Did I hear that correctly? Ha ha ha. This young lad, with his delicate skin and tender flesh, unmistakably bears the mark of a noble scion. Can we not be spared? Ha ha. Is this a jest intended to amuse me? On the deck, the pirates reveled in mocking the beseeching youth. For them, age was never a matter of concern. They lived for the thrill of the ship, the excitement of battle, and the spoils of conquest. Should they encounter a challenging predicament, they would retreat, ever in pursuit of the next quarry. Day by day, they ravaged the seas like locusts, contending with rivals, fleeing from the relentless navy, and unleashing their might upon the feeble islands, even if it meant deriving pleasure at the cost of their own lives. In this era, among the pirates who set sail driven by desire, most possessed little ambition. Before their lives as pirates, they were either prisoners or farmers, a chaotic assembly, compounded by the tumult of the sea. Who has the luxury to ponder the future? Chapter 23. I beg you. As two ships drew closer, Hanermo turned his head to glance at the pirates behind him, bellowing, What on earth are you waiting for? Have the Navy scrambled your brains? Yes, Captain, came the response, with the first mate maintaining a serious demeanor while the other crew members chimed in half-heartedly. Their continued obedience stemmed not only from their fear of his formidable strength, but also from the respect he commanded as their leader. They shifted their focus away from the pleading boy, their gazes fixated on the Santa Maria, eyes glinting with avarice. Then there was nothing more to discuss. Rain scratched his head, casting a cautious glance at the towering figure of the man beside him. He seemed unconcerned about the safety of his vessel. After all, the captain had a bounty exceeding 100 million from over a decade ago. What could he possibly fear? The real concern should be for those pirates. One could imagine their expressions upon winning the prize. Delightful. You've never been to sea before, have you? Hanermo inquired, his voice resonant yet surprisingly comfortable, despite its inherent nasal quality. Indeed, indeed. Rain nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains, eager to absorb the wisdom of his elder. Hanermo steeled himself. He recognized the foolishness of those around him who failed to grasp their true capabilities. Yet, as captain, he felt compelled to exercise caution. Although he could not fully decipher this boy, whose youthful visage seemed to invite disdain, the earlier display of defiance and the boy's cries for mercy had piqued his wariness. Having spent many years at sea, Hanermo had witnessed much. Pleas for mercy were nothing new. He recalled a young girl from his early days, wailing, I want to go home. It's so frightening. I'll never set sail again. And then she had dispatched his first crew with ruthless efficiency. Had he not sensed the impending danger and leapt overboard, who knows if he would still be alive today? Do you have any suggestions? The boy's question elicited a smirk from Hanermo. Of course I do. At sea, everything demands a willingness to wager your life. You think we, the men of the sea, can be dismissed so easily? In an instant, the towering figure lunged at the boy, the sound of his unsheathing blade drowned out by his roar. Rain sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal arc of the sword, the rush of air brushing past him. Honestly, he sighed, if simply begging for mercy sufficed, the seas would not be stained with the blood of so many. I implore you, surrender the cargo to me. No, no, no. I beseech you, O mighty pirates. Spare us. Absolutely not. Why? I have also implored you. After all, I was the first to plead, with a proud pirate's face. Suddenly, the wooden deck beneath him shattered, the remnants of a blade he had narrowly evaded moments before. With a powerful thrust, Rain leapt away just before its fragmentation. His reflexes were commendable. Panermo's long sword followed suit, arcing upward, a flash of silvery light emerging in the twilight, casting a semicircular shadow. The airborne youth pivoted to evade, deftly sidestepping the ensuing strike. With a soft thud, he landed on the ship's edge, his nightgown billowing gently. He gazed at the spot he had occupied moments ago, where uneven gashes revealed a pitch-black void, faintly disclosing the storeroom below. His obsidian eyes shifted to the imposing long sword in the giant's grasp, a blade exceeding a meter in length, with a spine as wide as a palm. This was precisely why the pirate before him wielded it so boldly. It is well understood that a sword is an inherently delicate weapon. On land, armored knights are equipped with long swords. Never has it been heard that a knight carries a blade. This weapon, besides being ineffectual against armor, is also prone to the misfortune of blade-on-blade contact. A mere misstep could lead to a shattering of the edge. Yet at sea, the sword still holds a significant position in the armory. In this world, it remains the quintessential weapon. Great swords, fine swords, and swift swords, categorized into four esteemed classes, captivating countless collectors and swordsmen alike. Each appearance is accompanied by a tempest of bloodshed and strife. These renowned blades, forged by masters, have also been nurtured with great care by their successive owners, thus achieving the status of being able to sever hair with ease. The weapon's popularity stems from its efficacy in slicing, enabling even novices to quickly develop some combat prowess, and is also influenced by the prevailing maritime culture. Let us set aside the discussion of these famed blades and the number of formidable swordsmen merely sailing upon the seas. The weight of armor becomes a burden. With such carrying capacity, would it not be more prudent to enhance one's artillery? Moreover, can one expect these impoverished pirates to afford armor? The iron they require is sufficient to forge numerous weapons. The long sword in Panermo's hand was custom crafted to suit his stature. After years of combat, this sword, perfectly matched to his height, had become an extension of his very being, though he does not treat it with particular reverence. Panermo firmly grasped the longsword. The force that had crashed onto the deck moments prior did not disturb his grip. His steady hands had long adapted to his combat style. Though he had never learned the art of swordplay in a formal sense, the intensity of battle had gradually refined his movements through a subconscious assimilation. The comfort of his grip and the fluidity of his strikes required no further instruction. Day after day of combat had honed his synergy with the long sword to perfection. Do you intend to continue evading like this? Panermo inquired, loosely holding his sword. In the early morning, having endured a fierce battle, he bore wounds that made it abundantly clear to him that a protracted fight was not an option, even if he possessed the stamina. His injuries forbade him from dragging the confrontation out any longer. With a sense of helplessness, Rain cast a glance at the formidable weapon. A long blade referred to simply as a knife, held by the burly figure opposite him. For years, he had dedicated himself to training in physical fitness and combat. Aside from the foundational naval boxing techniques, his only practice had been sparring with Uncle Albert, who had allowed him some leeway. He had never trained with any weapon's end. Being a youth with scant real combat experience, he found himself devoid of any strategies. How he wished for a firearm. He had often scoffed at the prevalence of modern weaponry in this world, yet now he genuinely yearned for a gun to wield. At the very least, it would allow him to engage from a distance, wouldn't he? Panermo nodded slightly, though the reason for his seemingly fearless demeanor eluded him. The misfortunes of his adversary translated into his own fortune. Fate seemed to favor him. His current task was to eliminate this youth and then deal with the hidden reinforcements he suspected lay in wait. As for taunting, he had long since learned that such provocations were best avoided at his age. Who could predict whether a moment of arrogance might awaken a lurking monster? Even if it did not, provoking an enemy into a desperate struggle was hardly advantageous. Boom. The massive figure advanced, each step echoing heavily against the sturdy deck. In the next instant, He had closed the distance to the boy at the ship's edge, his long knife descending. Rain sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow, his peripheral vision scanning the deck for any suitable weapon. He was no master of the arts. He had no illusions of glory in technique. For someone who prioritized practicality, even wielding a mop caked in filth would pose no mental burden during a fight. Crash! A large fissure split the ship's edge. Hanermo's broad face registered no surprise. From their earlier exchanges, he had discerned that the boy's reflexes and speed were formidable. Another whoosh sliced through the air as the descending long knife rose again. "Is that all you've got, Cheng Yaojin?" Rain thought, bemused, as he once again evaded the predictable second strike. A barely perceptible smirk crept across Hanermo's lips. Combat was no mere game. It was influenced by various factors beyond raw physical ability and experience, including environmental elements. He was currently exploiting the boy's caution. Midway through the upward slash, the long knife altered its trajectory, sweeping horizontally, the air vibrating with a low, menacing whistle. The white blade transformed mid-arc, pivoting sharply. Chapter 24. The bloody boss. As the pirate before him swung a heavy blade in a wide arc, Ryan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, stepping boldly into the opponent's space. Alarm bells rang in Hanermo's mind as he sensed the dire situation unfolding, yet his attack had already been initiated. This pirate, aware of his own weaknesses, wielded a massive physique coupled with a weapon as cumbersome as himself. While this granted him considerable advantages in most confrontations, it also rendered him vulnerable. Engaging in close combat, a scenario he had always strived to evade, proved detrimental. Hanermo raised his sword to block, but the momentum of his long blade faltered midway. How could it possibly match the nimble agility of this youthful adversary? He felt a sharp elbow strike beneath his arm, sending him stumbling 5 meters back. Gasping for breath, he sought to alleviate the unbearable pain coursing through his body. Years of battle experience had taught him how to sustain his fighting spirit amidst adversity. Yet, the force behind the boy's strike astonished him. Hanermo pondered, even at his peak, he would struggle to match such strength. Moreover, it was evident that the youth had not even unleashed his full power in this encounter. With a grave expression, Hanermo became increasingly cautious. The combination of speed, evasion, and such formidable strength left no doubt. This young man was a formidable foe. If he maintained the same demeanor as before, he would likely be vanquished before he could even attempt an escape. However, there was a silver lining. In terms of combat experience, he possessed a distinct advantage over the boy. Had the adversary retreated those few steps earlier, Hanermo vowed he would not have allowed such a retreat but would have pursued relentlessly. Observing the imposing figure before him, Ryan smiled subtly, his crescent-shaped eyes shimmering like the starry night sky. "Uncle, you seem injured," he remarked. "Indeed," Hanermo replied, his gaze cold as he scrutinized the young face before him. The recent clash had heightened his wariness towards this seemingly innocent boy. Previously, he had refrained from mocking him alongside his crew, yet he had held a degree of disdain. Who could have imagined that a lad not yet 20 possessed such extraordinary physical prowess? Even a vigilant pirate like himself had nearly underestimated him. The pain radiating from his chest served as a stark reminder of the strength this boy wielded. The vastness of the ocean is indeed profound. Hanermo reflected, astonished once more, recognizing this as the second such anomaly he had encountered. In his mind, he lamented the existence of hierarchy even on these chaotic waters, aside from the islands. A talent like his own, no matter how formidable his strength, seemed trivial in the face of these monsters. Perhaps it would not be long before his once proud abilities became utterly ineffectual against such beings. Yet, he questioned, why was it that while other pirates indulged in revelry, he was entrenched in training? While they celebrated, he trained. While they sought pleasure aboard lavish ships, he remained devoted to his practice. However, he could still not discern even the shadows of those monsters. Thus, it must be the Navy. You have recently been engaged in combat with them. Under the fading rays of the sun, the young man gazed intently at the distant sea, his tone resolute. Hanermo refrained from questioning why, in battle, the greatest taboo is to fall into the rhythm of another's attacks, and words are an integral part of that rhythm. How do I know this? Turning his gaze to the burly figure not far away, Ryan's eyes sparkled with amusement. The indifference of the large man left him somewhat exasperated. Such self-absorbed banter was quite troublesome. Who still goes solo these days? Whether it be boasting, exchanging quips, or even visiting nightclubs, everyone has a partner to play off of. Right? Where do you think you're looking? Hanermo's eyes remained fixed on him, his heart betraying no sign of fluctuation. All right. After speaking, the young man charged once more, with a speed even swifter than when he was evading, causing Hanermo's heart to tremble. The long blade he held before him felt weightless as it slashed diagonally. Amidst the howling wind of the blade, the fleeting shadow illuminated the stubble on the pirate's face. Hanermo understood that he could not allow him to close the distance any further. With a ghostly speed, complemented by monstrous strength, should they engage in close quarters, defeat would be inevitable. Are you not even going to glance? Not far away, the navy was advancing, and the agile youth evaded the blade's edge. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, delivering a flying kick that struck Hanermo's chest. Beneath his clothing, dark red bandages once again bled profusely. The wounds on his body tore open anew, and the pain awakened Hanermo's ferocity. His gaze turned lethal as he swung his blade repeatedly. As the wind of his strikes danced, Ryan nimbly dodged his onslaught. Faint, anguished cries reached his ears. He knew those were the pirates boarding the St. Maria. Uncle Albert. As reliable as ever, the young man thought, his smile growing warmer. Though he was aware of the butler's formidable strength, it was still his first encounter with these pirates. It was different with Sister Ya. That silly little maid always left him worried. Do you really think victory is assured? Hanermo too heard the cries, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the ships on the water. The navy vessel, bearing the seagull flag, was instantly recognizable to him. The predicament he found himself in was due to those very navy forces. Over the past month, amidst countless battles, aside from his injuries, he could identify those navy personnel who had been toying with him as if he were a fish on a line. Hearing the pirate's words, Ryan looked at him in confusion, as he had always thought that one wouldn't speak during combat. You little brat, your smile is truly unsettling, Hanermo sneered, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face, his eyes filled with the ferocity of battle. Pirates, after all, are not mere trainers who play with you through every move. Our fights demand the sacrifice of life. Bang! As the deck beneath him roared, in the blink of an eye, the towering figure of Hanermo stood before the young man, the blade in his hand slicing through the twilight as it lunged towards him. The sudden shift did not instill panic in Rain. He had anticipated that if the pirate was capable of evading the navy's encirclement for so long, it must be more than just a fleeting moment. Nevertheless, the sheer swiftness with which this brute erupted was still startling. His evasive maneuver came a moment too late, and the knife's edge swept perilously close, leaving no room for reaction. In the recesses of Hanermo's mind, thoughts raced. He understood that with the navy behind him and this boy blocking his path, he had but one option: to capture this noble youth, praying that his status would afford him leverage in negotiations with the navy. Could he simply evade and flee? How laughable. A pirate vessel in such disrepair could hardly hope to outrun a navy warship. He had resolved that his next bid for escape would be dictated not only by the necessity of provisions but also by the dilapidated state of his ship. Yet, he had not anticipated the swift arrival of the navy, which left him no time even to plunder another vessel. Had this raid succeeded, they could have at least awaited a more opportune moment to break free. However, the anguished cries emanating from another ship made it clear to him that, apart from this boy, formidable adversaries lurked nearby. Rain staggered, narrowly dodging the next onslaught. His white shirt was torn, and a line of crimson appeared on his chest. With each subsequent evasion, blood began to flow from the wounds inflicted during the violent skirmish. This marked the first injury Hanermo had inflicted since his explosive assault. The prospect of dragging him to the navy was now utterly unrealistic. Glancing at the fierce visage of the hulking man, Rain lamented once more as he narrowly evaded the blade's arc. The formidable adversary of the sea was truly a different breed, unleashing a torrent of crimson. There was no choice but to resolve this swiftly. Listening to the diminishing cries aboard the St. Maria, Rain solidified his resolve. This pirate would not simply wait idly for the navy to arrive. Clang. Chapter 25. The ashamed pirate. After deftly evading, Ryan retrieved a crowbar from the deck. He managed to block the descending blade aimed at him, but the tremendous force behind it pressed him down beneath the sword. This was not an indication of his weakness. Indeed, the pirate's strength was formidable, compounded by the weight of his weapon and his advantageous height. It was no small feat for Ryan to withstand the assault. Now you have a weapon, huh? Hanermo sneered, looking down at the youth beneath the blade. He exerted more force with both hands. With a sharp sound, Ryan tilted the crowbar, causing the long sword to slide away from his forehead. Sparks flew, accompanied by a piercing noise. Taking several steps back, Ryan gripped the crowbar, alternating between tightening and loosening his grasp. The previous clash had left his hands rattled. It's my turn, Ryan declared softly, observing Hanermo's readiness to strike again. He was not one to remain trapped in another's rhythm. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Ryan had already appeared before him, raising the crowbar high above his head. Though he had never wielded such a weapon, men often possess an innate talent for handling bladed instruments. Clang! Hanermo's sword met the crowbar in a resounding clash, the sharp ring of metal reverberating through the air. The force from their weapons made the seasoned pirate captain curse inwardly. What a monster! A faint sound emerged. Something was amiss. The shift in weight in his hand instilled a sense of foreboding. With one hand grasping his weapon, he quickly reached out to intercept the youth's incoming punch. Having felt the strength behind Ryan's blows, he dared not confront it directly. His long sword had often provided him with an advantage in battle, yet he was acutely aware of his own vulnerabilities. At close quarters, whether in attack or defense, he lacked the agility he once relied upon. In the past, he could afford to loosen his grip and trade blows with others, but this young adversary was different. Thud! The sound of their fists colliding echoed, a dull thump that resonated with pain. Clang! A slight smirk tugged at Ryan's lips as he began to exert more force with the crowbar. Even though the long sword was heavy, he was confident that he could overpower it with just one hand, not to mention that its weight likely hindered its wielder's control. With a resounding crash, Hanermo's sword fell forcefully onto the deck, further damaging the already dilapidated ship. He relinquished his grip on the weapon entirely. Facing this youth, he considered it a mere burden. He could not fathom that a boy could possess more combat experience than a battle-hardened pirate like himself. The impact of their fists met once more, and this time the pain was sharper and more distinct. Clang! As the weapon clattered to the ground, Ryan too discarded his own weapon. The muffled sound indicated to him the true weight of the long sword that had been wielded incessantly. The youth's arm, grasped tightly, bent instinctively. As he slipped from the grip, a powerful elbow strike landed squarely on the giant's chest. He then swiftly maneuvered to the side, delivering successive blows to the man's ribs. Hanermo, despite enduring the physical pain, continued to retaliate against the youth's relentless assault. His size rendered him unable to evade the nimble strikes of the boy, whose every move echoed the fundamentals of naval boxing. The incessant pain gnawed at Hanermo's spirit, as his defenses proved futile against the youth's swift and forceful attacks. Even when he managed to block one strike, another barrage swiftly followed, each counterattack effortlessly dodged. Another elbow slammed into his chest, leaving Hanermo appearing rather pitiful. His wounds seeped blood, staining his captain's attire, while his rugged, square face bore the marks of bruises. Enough, he roared, seizing the moment to land a punch to the youth's abdomen. He could not believe that a pampered noble could withstand pain better than he. Strength and speed? Ultimately, battles are a test of endurance, a contest of pain, and the will to retaliate when utterly spent. The forceful blow to his abdomen caused a frown to crease Rain's brow. With a determined push, he leapt above the giant's head. After a swift turn to gather momentum, he delivered a kick to the back of Hanermo's skull, infused with the power to launch cannonballs. Pain. Tenacity. Oh. Do you know the feeling of wanting to perish yet being unable to die? The facade of vitality before others. Are you aware of that? The relief that follows death. Do you comprehend it? Utilizing the recoil from his retreat, Rain pressed a hand against Hanermo's shoulder and delivered another kick to the back of his head. This time, with such a robust physique, how could he not cherish it? How could he not treasure this vibrant world? How could he not hold dear this hard-won rebirth? As he descended, the youth's arm muscles tensed, and he struck again at Hanermo's skull. The reverberation rattled the giant's head, rendering his surroundings increasingly indistinct. Hanermo swayed, struggling to maintain his footing to continue the fight. Stand up. Stand up. This is merely a minor setback. He roared inwardly, unwilling to accept defeat at this juncture. The Grand Line, the New World. He had yet to explore these realms. The ocean's vistas still beckoned to him. How could he succumb now? However, his body seemed to betray him, surrendering to fatigue beyond the brain's control. The discomfort surpassed all ailments he had ever endured. Ultimately, this iron tower of a man swayed a few times before collapsing onto the deck. As the white robe fluttered down, the young man landed steadily on the deck, bathed in the final rays of the setting sun, with fallen pirates sprawled behind him. Ah, it hurts so much. My head is far too hard. Ah. After enduring the pain for a few moments, Rain, trembling on his legs, suddenly realized that he was utterly alone here. There was no one to witness his display of bravado. Upon this realization, tears welled in the corners of the youth's eyes, and he hastily squatted down, rubbing his calves incessantly. This one rub, that one rub. Did this mere thing truly defeat me? He gazed at the pitiful sight before him, the boy groaning while exposing his underwear. A flicker of shame crossed Hanermo's vacant eyes. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty exceeding 50 million, surely. The one who had bested him could possess a touch more grandeur? Now, he found himself devoid of even a comforting excuse. Chapter 26. The Late-Night Heart-to-Heart. Where is that understanding older sister? As the final light over the ocean hurriedly vanished, the rising full moon cast a shimmering glow upon the undulating waves. The damp sea breeze, imbued with a faint scent of salt, caressed his skin, and the gentle touch on his cheek evoked the tender memories of a girl from his past. Hanermo leaned against the edge of the ship, nostalgically savoring the sensations of the vast sea he once roamed. It was not until he spotted the ship lights of a nearby warship that his expression grew somewhat somber. What do you intend to do? The pirate glanced at the youth, who had relinquished all resistance. His weapon lay far out of reach, and the wounds on his body were raw. The kick to the back of his head still left him feeling dizzy. In such a state, engaging in battle seemed futile. He would rather conserve his strength and contemplate how to navigate his current predicament. Well, I don't know, to be honest. This is my first encounter with a pirate, the boy said, ruffling his tousled hair, the conflict in his eyes starkly illuminated by the moonlight. Huh. Hanermo's lips curled into a smirk, his disdain evident. Even if he were a monster, he was merely a creature nurtured in a greenhouse. Let me tell you, kill me. Killing you. That's not something I can do, Rain replied, increasingly troubled. He was acutely aware that the pirates of the sea were often scum, their hands stained with blood. Yet, for someone who had been educated in civility and held a reverence for life, the thought of taking a life was simply beyond him. Why not? We are nothing but refuse of the sea. Observing the pirate, who only moments ago had been embroiled in a fierce struggle, now adopting a posture reminiscent of a late-night heart-to-heart, Rain felt a flicker of exasperation. He pulled out a bottle of rum from a wooden crate on the deck, shaking it gently to reveal that it was still half full. He approached Hanermo and sat down before him. Feeling overly formal, he shifted slightly, mirroring the pirate's posture and crossing his legs. Indeed, this is far more handsome than any noble demeanor, he mused. With a pop, he removed the cork, and a wave of fruity aroma wafted forth, prompting a soft chuckle from Rain. From a young age, he had developed an interest in the ocean's most popular libation. Yet, how could he ever drink in the presence of Sistria? Even if he managed to persuade the butler to procure some secretly, and the little maid to hide it away, the inevitable outcome would be a collective punishment for all three. He gazed at the liquid within the brown bottle. This was the legendary rum. In a world where 80% was covered by the sea, it had nearly become a staple. One can forego food for a day, but not rum. This was the declaration of the nameless Mr. Zyro. Here, where long voyages upon the ocean were commonplace, people often carried a bottle of rum with them. Perishable vegetables were a rare commodity aboard ships. Thus, this spirit was favored for its ability to supply essential vitamins to the body. Beyond that, its high alcohol content could also serve as a disinfectant after battles. The multifunctional and affordable characteristics render it the most popular spirit upon the vast seas. According to the account of a drunken sailor chronicled in a book, over 8,000 varieties of rum have been distilled to date. Leaning closer to the bottle to catch a whiff, Rain furrowed his brow. The aroma bore an uncanny resemblance to the fruit wines he had once secretly indulged in. However, it was improbable that pirates would partake in such beverages, which they likely deemed to be fit only for children. Rain gave the bottle a slight shake, raised it to his lips, and took a sip. Ah, how fiery it was! Without the luxury of savoring it, he swallowed the rum, feeling as though he had ingested a mouthful of flames, which made him involuntarily stick out his tongue. There was no hint of fruitiness. His mouth was engulfed in an overwhelming spiciness. Ha ha ha, what a little brat! Hanermo guffawed, observing the boy's comical expression as he stuck out his tongue. His booming laughter echoed, entirely at odds with his battle-worn state. My fantasies about rum have been shattered. He seized the bottle from the boy's hands, which appeared to him like a mere cup. Hanermo cast a dismissive glance at Rain and promptly thrust the bottle's neck into his mouth. Ah, this is the taste. He downed half the bottle in one go, his face alight with delight. He sneered at his earlier adversary. You little brat, still suckling at the breast? Even if I am, I still defeated you. Rain retorted, his face flushed with defiance. No way, you really haven't weaned? Hanermo was taken aback. It was astonishing that his enemy was still drinking milk. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed this was indeed his first experience with alcohol. Who in this day and age would still be drinking milk? He pondered this uncertainty as a pirate, questioning whether milk could truly bestow strength. He discreetly surveyed the boy's physique. Beneath his robe, Rain's chest was revealed. although he only reached Hannermore's chest in height. His body was remarkably proportionate. The muscle lines were perfect and fluid, exuding elasticity and resilience. Under the moonlight, the smooth texture of his skin, undeniably human, inadvertently reminded Hannermore of the sculptures he had witnessed in rituals. He glanced at the slender boy once more, flexing his own arms, muscles like mountains. What a farce of thinness! Hannermore cursed inwardly, not forgetting how this boy had overpowered him in their earlier skirmish. Such rudimentary naval combat techniques, even if executed with instinctual proficiency, should not have bested him. It was clearly strength and speed that had surpassed his own. This inexperienced lad, he could take on 10 of them. What's wrong? Looking down on milk drinkers? Those who drink milk can obliterate you, you know? Rain declared defiantly after Hannermore fell silent. What of drinking milk? Is there anyone who would advise you to consume it daily? Indeed, I do. Shortly after this declaration, Rain found himself reminiscing about the burdensome concoction known as medicinal milk, tears welling up in his heart while maintaining an outward appearance of pride. Very well, drink your milk. You are quite impressive, Hannermore said impatiently, dismissively waving his hand before finishing off the remaining alcohol and hurling the bottle aside. He sized up this excessively youthful adversary. Is this your first voyage? As he anticipated some words of wisdom, Rain's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is wonderful. Brother, since you are destined for prison, do you have any treasures or maps to pass on to your younger brother? I shall not take more than what is necessary. When you emerge, I shall ensure you have ample funds for your retirement. The youth nodded vigorously, eager to heed the elder's counsel. Indeed, indeed. Ha ha. Your shamelessness rivals that of a true pirate. Hannermore laughed heartily, fully aware of the boy's intentions. Casting a glance at the approaching warship, he turned to the youth. His expression bold. What is there to heat upon the open sea? Revel and make a ruckus. Is that all? Rain inquired, perplexed. Why, what else could there be? Hannermore's gaze turned enigmatic as he stroked his chin, seemingly recalling something of significance. If there is indeed something to be wary of, it would be. Looking at the boy, who was now nearly within earshot, Hannermore's lips curled into a wicked grin as he bellowed. Do not trust anyone. Before the words had faded, the pirate's hand gleamed with a deadly light, aimed at the boy's throat. Chapter 27 the Marine, you have betrayed my trust. As the youth absently toyed with the weapon in his grasp, he scratched his head in resignation. The conversation had flowed so well. Wouldn't it be better when the Navy arrived? At that moment, he and his elder brother would share tears, lamenting the time lost, rather than facing the grim fate of being captured alone. What grievance did fate hold against him? Ha ha ha. This is the lesson you sought. Seated in a defeated manner, Hannermore, bruised and battered, chuckled at the youth's words, his voice somewhat muffled. The vast sea is not as idyllic as it seems. The boy mused as he came to understand the harsh realities of society for the first time. Had he not been cautious, he might have truly fallen victim earlier. What would his epitaph read? Died on the first day at sea? TSK. Not to mention the shame he would feel even in death. After his moment of reflection, Ryan examined the short dagger in his hand. The blade, straight and true, was accompanied by a hilt wrapped in bandages, plain yet functional. The white blade shimmered under the moonlight, emanating a unique allure inherent to weaponry. Its compact size made it easy to conceal, having been retrieved by Hannermore from the side of his boot moments before. This dagger is now mine. You have no claim to it. As he flipped the blade, the boy gripped the hilt with satisfaction. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing Ryan to pause. His hand that held the dagger gradually becoming damp. We, the dregs, can choose how we meet our end upon the sea, he mused. Casting a glance at the youthful visage before him, Hannermore's tone softened. Cough, just as we can choose how to live. Blood flecked from his lips, landing on the boy's cheek, staining his fair skin with an eerie hue. Why? Ryan's gaze was vacant as he looked at the towering man, his grip on the dagger trembling slightly. Cough, because only here, upon the sea, for the first time, the renowned noble youth of the West realized he could not comprehend the brilliance reflected in others' eyes. What kind of gaze was that? One of longing, disdain, fearless confrontation with death, and perhaps an unnameable guilt? The emotions tangled together like a ball of yarn, leaving him lost and directionless. With a resounding thud, the titan-like figure collapsed onto the deck, blood pooling beneath him. The boy stood frozen, his eyes fixated on the lifeless body, the blade that had pierced his heart glaringly evident. Quick, divide a portion of the crew to investigate that ship, while the remainder heads to Hannermore's pirate vessel. Is this all there is to the 34th branch of the West Sea? No wonder the number of pirates here surpasses those in the North Sea. Tina. with her pink hair and a cigarette dangling from her lips, urged the soldiers aboard the warship, her impatience not dissuading the men under her command. After numerous endeavors, they have come to respect the strength and leadership of the young girl. With such an endearing mannerism, how could they possibly harbor any resentment? As for those troublemakers who seek to provoke, without Tina's prompting, they would instinctively drive such individuals away. Do you think the title of Flower of Branch 34 is a mere jest? The mere presence of a woman in the barracks is a cause for celebration, let alone one as enchanting as this young maiden. What offerings would be sufficient? Surely, one must at least burn incense of the most precious kind. Ah, should the commander take notice of you? Ah, Tina is the daughter of the branch chief. How could she possibly find you appealing? As they marched, an old soldier snorted disdainfully, interrupting the dreams of a young recruit beside him. What is the matter? At least I startled myself with my own volume. The young soldier hastily lowered his voice. I'm still young, unlike you, you old codger. Humph. I fought alongside the branch chief and followed him step by step to the West Sea, the old soldier declared, casting a scornful glance at the young man. His tone resolute. You? Don't even think about it. Were it not for his concern for Tina, he would not be wasting his time entertaining these greenhorns. However, it seemed that the new recruits in the branch were rather spirited lately. As he marched, the old soldier contemplated, disregarding the incessant chatter of the young soldiers around him. It appears necessary to inform those old-timers to step up their training. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you by a different name? Ridiculous. The old soldier smirked, recalling the old friends who had once served as foot soldiers under Tina. The seas were becoming increasingly tumultuous. How could they trust Tina to confront pirates on her own? These old-timers, who had watched her grow up, regarded her as a daughter. What was wrong with discreetly protecting her while serving under her command? In the eyes of these seasoned veterans, the new recruits were as insubstantial as air. Their meager skills would barely suffice for independent sailing, let alone safeguarding young Tina. However, starting to smoke at such a young age, I wonder how the commander manages that, he mused, glancing at the girl on the warship who was smoking. Feeling a pang of sorrow, he found himself cursing his old commander once more in his heart. Alas, I hope she can reform by the time she arrives at headquarters for her studies. Casting another glance at the young girl on the warship, the old soldier felt a twinge of melancholy. Not long ago, upon receiving news from headquarters, the older generation felt quite satisfied. After all, their commander had only gone to headquarters for further training in his 20s. Yet, the thought of Tina soon attending the Naval Academy filled him with reluctance. He wondered if young Tina would manage to endure it, whether she would establish good relations with her peers. And of course, the unpredictable climate of the Grand Line posed its own challenges. Lost in these thoughts, the old soldier found himself ensnared in a new wave of worries. The report indicated that the pirates had been subdued, with only Hanermo remaining at large. Shortly thereafter, a soldier returned to the warship, standing at attention and saluting. His chest puffed out like a peacock in heat. A noble's pleasure boat? Tina inquired, to which the officer nodded. Indeed, she surmised that such an opulent vessel could only belong to the aristocracy out for recreation. It was also predictable that the pirates had been quelled. After all, those lords valued their lives above all else, and it was reasonable to expect a formidable guard. However, she did not believe that her soldiers could eliminate all the pirates in such a brief span. This was not a reflection of any disdain for her men. Rather, she was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Hanermo pirate crew. After a month of entanglement, they had only engaged in 2 boarding actions. Following a careful assessment of their capabilities, Tina swiftly adjusted her tactical approach to avoid unnecessary casualties in direct confrontations. Instead, she aimed to disrupt their supply lines, intending to ensnare the Hanermo pirates when they were ultimately cornered. By that time, even with her green recruits, she would be able to confront these battle-worn and emaciated pirates. Yes, leave a few behind. The rest shall board the pirate ship. Remember, exercise caution in your exploration, Tina commanded, taking a puff of her cigarette. With assistance in dealing with the increasingly desperate pirates, she had no objections. Although her military achievements had been somewhat diminished, the sacrifices had been reduced as well. For a naval officer eager to advance, while accolades were significant, her greater concern lay in minimizing the casualties among her ranks. Yes, the young soldier reported, his voice resonant, seizing every opportunity to showcase his worth. The prospect of promotion, increased pay, and a life of affluence seemed tantalizingly close at hand. Chapter 28. The proud old Roddy Tina shook her head, preparing to board the pirate ship. She had not forgotten that perilous pirate captain. In her eyes, apart from Hanermo, The rest of the crew were mere underlings. To her mind, these underlings deserved nothing less than execution. Incarcerating them in the branch prison would be a waste of provisions. Yet, this was their duty, to safeguard the populace who placed their trust in the Navy and to quell the tumultuous waves of chaos upon the sea. As soon as she stepped onto the pirate vessel, an old soldier stood at attention, his face solemn. "Commander Tina," he greeted. Tina responded softly, feeling quite helpless. She was already familiar with these veteran subordinates, all of whom were her father's old comrades, having been playfully teased by them throughout her childhood. Moreover, Uncle Roddy, do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you've shaved your beard? In such situations, she found herself at a loss. The elders, with their good intentions, chose to abandon their roles as branch commanders to secretly serve her as junior soldiers. What could she do about it, given that they were on a mission? She refrained from voicing her discontent. Nodding lightly, she strode forward. The branch's Marines formed a circle, their rifles primed. "I finally caught him," Tina murmured as she walked, reflecting on a month of fruitless pursuit that had also taken a toll on the Navy. It was only when surrounded by familiar faces that her youthful essence became apparent. Roddy, trailing behind her, smiled like a proud father, instinctively responding. Yet he quickly realized, no, that is not it. He pondered, deciding to let her observe for herself as they approached the encircled figure. Roddy did not elaborate. He understood well how to bolster young Tina's authority in such a scenario. All the old comrades knew what challenges a young girl, elevated to the rank of commander, had to face. With a decisive step, Tina entered the circle, her military boots echoing on the deck. "Can someone tell me who he is?" she asked, glancing at the boy in the center of the circle. His robe ajar and his underwear exposed, an image that stirred no significant reaction within her. Having spent years amidst the military, she had heard countless crude jokes. Naturally, the fate of those soldiers was not particularly favorable. "To dare to tease my precious daughter, it seems the training intensity is insufficient," grumbled a certain unnamed branch commander through clenched teeth. Thus, more than these trivial matters, it was the imposing figure of the man with a dagger plunged into his chest that captured her attention. Panermo, the pirate they had pursued for an entire month. The surrounding Navy fell silent, left to ponder the identity of this unexpected upstart who had seized their military glory. Observing their reactions, Tina felt a sense of resignation as she turned her gaze toward the boy in the center of the circle. "Aren't you going to say anything?" she inquired. Tina was quite curious about your identity. Unlike those new recruits who were intoxicated by their accomplishments, she had assessed Hanermo's strength. Thus, her intrigue was piqued by the young man capable of defeating him. In all her years in the West Sea, she had never encountered a youth with such prowess. At his tender age, he had managed to vanquish a pirate with a bounty exceeding 50 million. She had only seen such monsters mentioned in internal intelligence reports. As for why she deduced he was the one responsible for the defeat, the wounds adorning the young man indicated that, even if aided, his involvement in such a battle spoke volumes of his formidable abilities. Rain, who had been staring blankly at Hanermo, regained his composure. The vigilant Navy surrounding him failed to disturb his thoughts. He turned to the girl who had posed the question. Under the lantern's glow, the young woman was clad in a striking military uniform, her pink hair cut short and looking quite efficient. Her exquisite features were accentuated by a pair of bright, captivating eyes. The cigarette at the corner of her mouth glowed, its flickering light striking against the night. After speaking, Rain stood and approached Hanermo. "What do you intend to do?" "Stop. Silence. Tina dislikes your clamor," she reprimanded the nearby sailors, fully aware of their petty grievances. After all, they were upset about having their credit usurped, feeling disgruntled due to the circumstances. She could empathize with these soldiers, who had toiled tirelessly for a month only to discover that the fruits of their labor had been claimed by another. Their anger was understandable. However, Tina saw beyond that. What if they had encountered a weaker merchant fleet that could have resulted in the loss of lives? When she resolved upon this strategy, Tina already felt a twinge of guilt. If her strength were greater, she could have expedited the process of ridding the seas of such scum, thus sparing vital lives. Frustrated, Tina surveyed her surroundings and exclaimed, "Are you not grateful for the assistance? Do you realize the cost of facing desperate pirates? Do any of you dare to claim you would certainly survive? Step forward and let Tina see." The soldiers remained silent, their heads bowed beneath their caps. Observing their demeanor, Tina's tone softened. "Tina knows that many of you joined the Navy not for the sake of justice." "Commander, silence." Tina shot a glare at the subordinate, irritated that he dared interrupt while she was speaking. Ignoring the aggrieved soldier, she continued, "Scoundrel, What was I saying? Overcome with anger, she shot him another fierce look, momentarily forgetting her previous words. I haven't said anything. The simple-minded soldier felt wronged but chose to remain silent. However, you surely do not wish for your acquaintances to encounter pirates, do you? Clearing the debris from the sea is our duty, not a matter of military merit. While these two concepts may not necessarily conflict, Tina harbors hope. When faced with a choice between the two, will you make the right decision? After Tina spoke, she gazed at the group of soldiers whose eyes sparkled with determination. Can you make the right choice? Yes, responded the soldiers, with Roddy behind them chuckling, his heart swelling with pride as he observed these new recruits. Beneath the ship's lights, their veins stood out, and the girl standing amidst the crowd seemed to radiate an ethereal glow. Chapter 29, setting up a copy with a short dagger drawn. The young man quietly gazed at the pirate lying on the floor, his eyes betraying no discernible emotion. The surrounding clamor failed to rouse him from his reverie. His mind was consumed by the memory of the pirate's final gaze. He felt no sympathy for this brigand, even after sharing a bottle of rum. There remained an undercurrent of mutual wariness. Judging by his demeanor, the pirate was hardly a commendable character, deserving of the bounty on his head. Who could ascertain the extent of bloodshed upon his hands, or the number of souls wronged by his blade? Yet, the young man could not fathom why this pirate faced his demise with such tranquility. Rain understood the sensation of confronting death, no matter how prepared one might feel, or how simple death may seem in contemplation. When the moment of reckoning arrives, instinctual dread takes over. It is never a release. Losing everything. How could that evoke a sense of peace? Even for his former self, who once viewed existence as a burden to all and was steeped in despair. Confronting death was an agonizing trial. However, in Hamo's eyes, there was not a trace of negativity. It was as if he approached his end as one would a banquet, plunging the blade into his own heart with a demeanor so open, so yearning. Observing the serene expression of the pirate on the deck, Rain's lips moved slightly. He had many questions lingering within. Why choose to take your own life? Do you perceive life as so trivial? Are you aware of the multitude who yearn for health? Do you not recognize how many merely living would offer gratitude to the heavens? Do you understand that every individual living healthily is a miracle in this world? The young man sighed within. Hello, Tina, a warrant officer from the Navy's 34th Division. Be careful. Don't approach. Sir. As she glanced at the dagger in his hand, Tina approached, seemingly indifferent to the warnings from the soldiers behind her. To her, anyone assisting in ridding the seas of filth, regardless of their motives, was a companion of the Navy, as long as their actions benefited the security of the West Sea. Moreover, she was intrigued by this young man who had dispatched Hanmo. She was acutely aware of the pirate's tenacity. A bounty of 50 million was no mere trifle. Are you a noble here for leisure? Tina inquired softly, observing his delicate hands, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Interesting. Setting aside his earlier melancholy and calming his spirits, Rain glanced at the young woman beside him and nodded. He was not at all surprised by her conjecture. Simply based on her attire, it was evident that she had narrowed down the possibilities. Furthermore, without a retinue, she could not possibly be one of those merchants who valued their cargo above their own lives. Hence, the answer became quite apparent. You are a warrant officer. Tina is also a warrant officer. Rain cast a glance at her insignia and then at the soldiers behind her, who were on guard. He felt a twinge of curiosity. Not only was he puzzled as to how someone so young could achieve the rank of warrant officer, but he also wondered about the exceptional caliber of her subordinates. Observing the group of well-trained soldiers behind her, the youth felt a sense of bewilderment. Their posture and grip on their weapons spoke volumes about the rigors of their training. A few seasoned veterans among them openly exuded a palpable threat. During his time on Barren Island, he had encountered the station navy there. However, those forces had since been relegated to the fringes of Barren, no longer even able to remain in the royal city. No wonder, Rain mused internally. Here was a warrant officer commanding troops of such quality, akin to those of a colonel. It was no surprise they had been ousted. Isn't that so, Tina? The girl inhaled deeply, her face illuminated and shadowed by the smoke. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to being questioned. Yet, whether by her soldiers or peers from other branches, they ultimately acknowledged her capabilities. Time and again, she had pursued targets, even those vetted by her father. Her military achievements were among the most distinguished of her generation. Otherwise, the naval headquarters would not have sent her documents for further training. Her father, the branch chief, granted her the privilege of age exemption, but in this age of increasing piracy, the branch had quietly lowered the enlistment age. Even the headquarters turned a blind eye. Not at all. Rain shook his head and spoke. No matter how grand the background, without exceptional ability, one would not be so revered by subordinates, especially those of such high caliber. Indeed, Tina questioned, surprised that she could be accepted so readily. However, she ultimately refrained from voicing her doubts. She was not there for idle chatter. This is the pirate we have been pursuing for over a month. You must have noticed his injuries during the fight, correct? Rain understood. He had indeed observed the wounds on Hanermo and had his suspicions. It seemed he was genuinely being hunted by the Navy. No wonder they had arrived so swiftly. He contemplated. Even in the West Sea, the Navy's numbers were significantly outmatched by the pirates. Unlike the cutthroat pirates, a violent organization under the world government spanned all seas. Though equipped with weapons and vessels, new recruits underwent training for over a year. The words spoken after the Pirate King's demise had made even the Navy's marshal aware of the impending tempests. While gritting his teeth, he could only sadly commence preparations. The recent surge in conscription had slightly alleviated the Navy's pressures, but compared to the seemingly endless tide of pirates, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Recognizing this, Admiral Sengoku, who had delayed his assumption of office due to ineffective oversight, proposed new strategies. A formidable contingent has been deployed to guard the vital islands of the sea. On one hand, they protect the local regime, while on the other, they serve as vigilant sentinels of the great maritime routes. Through layers of filtration, this policy, akin to creating replicas for pirates, has indeed reduced the number of marauders. However, those that remain have grown increasingly formidable. In response, some of the more powerful factions dispatch a portion of their naval vessels specifically to address the detritus of the seas, preventing further loss of innocent lives while alleviating some of the burdens faced by Allied forces. Thus, it is no wonder that Rain has faith in the prowess of this young woman. In this tumultuous tide, her ability to venture forth from her faction to pursue pirates speaks volumes about her capabilities. Therefore, as he toyed with the short blade in his hand, Rain spoke, already anticipating the words that would follow from this ensign. Chapter 30. Inappropriate. Thus, we must return with Hanermo's corpse. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Tina's gaze. Yet she mustered her resolve to voice her thoughts. Although the previous admonitions were eloquent, she understood that military achievements served to motivate soldiers. After a month of enduring the elements, they did not wish to return empty-handed. I killed him, yet gained nothing. Quite inappropriate, wouldn't you agree? The dagger in Ryan's hand danced as he pondered. If he were to hand Hanermo over to the Navy, he would forfeit the bounty. After all, in this realm, claiming a reward necessitated presenting a head. No, that would be inappropriate, Tina remarked, biting down on her cigarette holder. You have pursued him for so long, yet yielded nothing. Quite inappropriate indeed. The ensign's voice was resolute, even more inappropriate. A secret delight filled his heart. There was a way. Thus, we must devise a solution that satisfies both parties. He glanced at the nearby St. Maria, where a line of pirates was being escorted by the Navy under the ship's warning lights. And there was a little maid surreptitiously kicking a pirate. Noticing the young master's gaze, Annie stuck out her tongue and sheepishly waved. Ryan remained speechless, turning back to continue negotiations with the Navy. Regardless, he was the one who personally killed Hanermo. If the Navy sought to claim this merit, aside from silencing him, they would have to redeem the pirate's corpse. A solution that benefits both parties? Tina pondered, exhaling a plume of smoke. After a moment, her eyes sparkled with inspiration. The Hanermo pirate crew hasn't received supplies for a month. Surely there is some wealth aboard. I shall generously offer it to you. Not sufficient, Ryan nodded, having no objections to her proposal of using the pirate's plunder to negotiate for himself. Even if the Navy reclaimed the wealth stolen by these men, they would not seek the original owners. Who could say where they pillaged it from? A more honorable naval officer might use it to bolster the branch's resources, while others would simply divert it to their personal coffers. In this isolated maritime world, the only source of global information was the newsbird. As long as one managed the chatter, acquiring a piece of contraband was quite effortless. Even if it reached the Navy's ears, it would not cause a significant stir. Without such resources, could one expect them to eradicate pirates? Relying on goodwill would not sustain for long. Tina hesitated, cautiously assessing him before tentatively suggesting, "This ship is also yours." Ryan examined the obviously broken mast, later haphazardly repaired, and fell silent. With a vessel like this, it would merely serve as firewood upon return. The entire ship held little more than a few cannons of worth. Yet he was not a pirate. What use would he have for such artillery? It would merely gather dust aboard the St. Maria. Tina chuckled, realizing the gravity of the situation as she observed his expression. Stripped of alternatives, she found herself in a quandary, unable to recall anything else of value for exchange. Casting a glance at the soldiers behind her, she continued to ponder. The notion of resorting to violence had never crossed her mind. Interesting, Rin thought with a smile, observing the contemplative young woman. Undoubtedly, she was a naval officer of conviction. Yet, the idea of relinquishing his spoils was utterly inconceivable. His finances were barely sufficient, earned through his own labor. After all, when one fights for survival, one cannot emerge empty-handed. That would be an utter loss. Suddenly, an idea sparked within Tina. Clenching her left fist, she struck her palm decisively. She glanced at the young man twirling his short dagger and remarked, "If my guess is correct, you practice martial techniques, am I right?" Rin nodded, acknowledging the clumsiness of his dagger maneuvers. "This annotated manual will undoubtedly assist you." As she presented the booklet, Rin was momentarily speechless. Upon accepting it, he leafed through its pages. The writing is still fresh. This is. Just as he mused, his pupils dilated in surprise. With a snap, he closed the booklet and tucked it into his robe, clutching his chest surreptitiously. Although he could conceal the manual within his attire, unease lingered in his mind. "It's a deal." Tina's brisk demeanor left her somewhat astonished, as she hesitantly extended her hand to shake his. Was something penned by her father truly so valuable? The warrant officer felt a flicker of doubt. After all, it was merely a booklet her father had written for her just days prior, upon learning of his intention to further his studies at the headquarters. Yet, such a reaction from the boy who had vanquished Hannermore seemed disproportionate. Nonetheless, if it proves beneficial to him, that is what matters. It will allow for the handling of more pirates, she thought, a smile gracing her lips. After conversing with the young warrant officer for a while longer, Rin made his way back to the St. Maria. Although the night sea breeze remained gentle, it had begun to reveal a hint of malice in its temperature. He greeted the butler and the young maid on the deck before pulling his robe tighter around him and entering the cabin. "How do you feel, young Rin?" asked Izumi and Yaya, dressed in simple attire, their voices barely above a whisper. Rin momentarily lost his bearings, given her demeanor. He almost believed the earlier encounter had been a mere figment of his imagination, were it not for the pirates they had escorted. "How do I feel?" Indeed, it is the sensation of taking a life, the act of snuffing out a soul with one's own hands. Izumi and Yaya nodded gently, their smiles reassuring as their beautiful eyes gazed at him, imbued with a calming presence. I do not know." Rin fell into silence, grappling with the weight of his first act of killing. In the book, he did not experience the feelings of disgust and fear. In fact, even now, whenever he closes his eyes, he can vividly recall the gaze of the pirate named Hannermo before his demise. This name, he had learned from that ensign. "Is that so?" Ice brushed her hair back thoughtfully, then turned to the young man. "Would you like me to say something like he was a bad person to comfort you?" Noticing the mischievous glint in her eyes, Rain shook his head, somewhat resigned. "There's no need. Life is life. Besides, I'm not that fragile." "Is that so?" "Yes, I suppose." After observing him quietly for a moment and confirming that he bore no psychological scars, Ai's smile grew increasingly gentle. "The potion has been prepared. I will fetch you some milk, as well as bandages." After assessing the fresh blood on the youth's chest and gauging the severity of the wound, Ice turned to leave. Milk would be nice, but as for the potion, Rain opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Chapter 31. An explanation of surprise. Aboard the St. Maria, Rain, having tended to his wounds, waved farewell to the ensign, his back turned to a pile of treasure chests. "What a good person," the young boy mused, his fingers tracing the cover of a book as he watched the military vessel that had captured a pirate ship fade into the distance. Overwhelmed by emotion. "Wow, so much berries." The melodious laughter of the little maid pierced through his thoughts, leaving Rain speechless. How much berries could there truly be? If there were indeed that many, the Hannermo pirate crew would not be armed with merely 3 cannons, despite the numerous chests behind him. He suspected the value of the berries within was modest. He turned to, and playfully tapping her on the head. "Could you show a bit more ambition?" "Ugh, you hit my head again. My lack of intelligence is all your fault." The little maid pouted, shielding her head with indignation. A stubborn tuft of hair defiantly stood up amid her fingers. "Have I ever let you go hungry?" Rain retorted, bemused by her naivete. Just a pile of low-denomination berries had her so elated. Of course, he understood the sheer shock of the money laid before them, yet he simply, "Well, let us not elaborate." After a battle, He just wanted to tease the little maid. But what? All of them are worth 500 berries. 500? What of it? Wait a moment, 500? Rain ceased to tap the maid's hand and swiftly turned his gaze toward the treasure chests. On the deck, 6 chests lay open, their interiors gleaming with glistening silver, coins piled high within. Some had spilled around the chests. Rain darted closer. Indeed, the chests were brimming with 500 berries. Berries come in both paper and coin form. Those residing in cities favor the former, while seafarers prefer the latter, as paper currency is prone to moisture. Hence, the coinage came into existence. Both forms of berries hold equal value, categorized into 5 denominations, with the largest being 500. With a flourish, Rain reached in and retrieved a coin, also worth 500. His expression of delight was impossible to conceal as he beheld the 6 chests overflowing with wealth. All of them. Not only had he received a martial arts manual, but also an abundance of berries. Goodness gracious. He had initially thought that exchanging a bounty of 50 million for a single manual was already a tremendous gain, yet here was a windfall on top of that. Wait, what was that? Snapping back to reality, Rain stiffly turned his head, glancing at the serene and graceful figure of Sister Yaya standing beside him, her countenance composed. Behind her, the little maid peeked out, playfully sticking her tongue out at him. How splendid. Now I can collect herbs with all this money. Yaya surveyed the berries scattered on the ground with a smile, her gaze returning to Rain. Compared to the treasure, she found greater joy in teasing young Rain. Let me savor this moment a little longer. As Albert pushed the cart, methodically closing one box after another, Ryan was consumed by a deep sense of despair. Over the years, he had hardly encountered any money at all. With Sister Ya managing the finances, his pocket money was handed over to Albert, and even the simplest purchase required her approval. Upon reflection, this was only the second time he had come across actual money, hard, textured currency adorned with intricate patterns. No, this was not good. Too much money could lead one astray. Yu Chuan and Ya, gracefully adorned in plain white kimonos, exuded an air of poise, with her long, fair hands delicately resting on her abdomen. Upon hearing the young man's words, she offered a serious explanation, her lips still curled into a gentle smile. Yet, the mischief glimmering in her eyes betrayed her wicked sense of humor. Desperate for assistance, Ryan glanced at Albert, hoping the butler would speak on his behalf. With a thud, the final box was closed, and Albert, adjusting his hair, noticed his young master's gaze. He chuckled heartily. I believe you truly are the best, Ryan said, biting his lip. Tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Madam, you was correct. You all must be demons. Ryan took a step back, dejected, squatting down on the deck to draw circles. He genuinely wished to experience that innocent charm. Ha ha ha, precisely. The storybooks say that when men acquire wealth, they seek out little wives. Thus, young master, it is best that you avoid money altogether. Realizing her triumph, the little maid sprang forth, hands on her hips, her face radiating unmasked pride. The tuft of hair atop her head bobbed in sync with her excitement. Storybooks? Yu Chuan pondered, her gaze trailing after Annie as she murmured softly, her smile growing increasingly tender. As the butler passed by with the cart, he turned to her and remarked, from now on, you should join young master during training. Your physical fitness is woefully inadequate. The tuft of hair bobbed again as the little maid stood dumbfounded. Quickly, she responded, but you just praised me. Did I? The butler halted, tilting his chin in contemplation of the recent exchange. Annie nodded vigorously. Yes. Forgotten? How could I forget? The little maid, incredulous, rushed to stand before him. Well, at least you didn't vomit upon seeing a corpse. Thank goodness. I felt a bit nauseous, he replied. Your aim was poor, and your loading speed was slow, but for a girl of your age, it's quite commendable, wouldn't you say? Ryan, squatting on the deck, was overwhelmed by a sense of disbelief as he watched the little maid, effortlessly playing both roles in an animated dialogue with herself. It's truly commendable that you have not yet sold yourself after all this time, Albert remarked, observing the dazed Annie, his smile growing increasingly amicable. Well, I did say that. Didn't I? I remember it quite clearly. The young maid lifted her chin, brimming with pride. However, your physical fitness is lacking. So it is imperative that you engage in proper training. You will encounter many pirates in the future. With a sigh, Albert shrugged his shoulders. Oh. The young maid's spirits dampened as she lowered her head. Shaking his head, Albert pushed the treasure chest away. He understood that this little girl possessed a certain resilience. Whatever she was taught, though she might complain of hardship and exhaustion, she would strive diligently to learn. It's just that she can be a bit naive. Chapter 32. Confrontation. As night enveloped the St. Maria, its lights extinguished, a tranquil silence descended upon the vessel. Yet, outside, the waves of the sea continued their relentless dance, producing a soothing swoosh sound. The flickering candle in the bedroom cast a dim, yellow glow. How bothersome. How did Sister Yaya know where I hid my book? Furthermore, I must endure training tomorrow. Having forsaken the joys of nocturnal leisure, the bored little maid lay on her bed, twisting and turning, lamenting the loss of her carefree hours. Reflecting on the intense training regimen of the young master, a deeper frown creased Annie's small face. Was this truly a training regimen one could endure? Cocooned in her blanket, Annie's voice grew muffled, a stubborn tuft of hair defiantly protruding from her pillow. After a few moments, she abruptly threw off the covers, her cheeks flushed, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Albert, having verified the nautical charts, returned to the deck, intending to adjust the sails. Due to the limited crew, they could not consistently ensure the St. Maria's course. However, as the sole individual aboard with sailing experience, he could at least minimize some discrepancies. Under the serene glow of the moonlight, the gently flowing waves appeared irresistibly enchanting. Even the damp, cold sea breeze captivated the former pirate. "I am back, O sea." Clack, clack. The crisp sound of wooden clogs echoed on the deck, resonating with their owner's gentleness. The butler turned, offering a friendly smile, his polished scalp glistening in the moonlight. "Good evening, Lady Yaya." "Good evening, Mr. Albert," came the reply. In the passageway, Yaya paused, slightly bowing, her hands still delicately resting on her abdomen, with a warm demeanor and a perpetual smile gracing her lips. She exuded a tranquility surpassing that of the sea and a softness more gentle than the moonlight. "To be concerned about the sails at such a late hour is quite a task," she remarked, noticing the rope he held. A hint of helplessness crossed her exquisite cheeks, vexed by Rain's reckless decision to venture out to sea with four companions. "Nay, it is my duty to alleviate the worries of the young master," Albert replied, gently shaking his head, seemingly disagreeing with her sentiment. He turned to Yaya. "My lady, what business brings you out at such an hour? The night sea breeze can be quite harsh." In response to his inquisitive gaze, Yaya smiled coyly, as if recalling an amusing thought. "I am going to prepare some potions. Little Annie has her training tomorrow as well." Yaya was well aware of the little maid's diligence. Thus, in addition to the potion for Rain, she intended to prepare another for Annie, not wishing to be constantly subjected to the maid's incessant lamentations. The thought of the impending clamor tomorrow made Yaya, who cherished tranquility, shake her head gently. It appears that everyone is convinced of Annie's perseverance, which is as impressive as her simplicity. Albert nodded in understanding. "Rest early, my lady. You too. This vessel requires your diligent attention. If you find yourself weary, you may delegate some tasks to Rain. He will not refuse." Albert nodded in agreement, fully aware that the young master would indeed accept. However, from his perspective, there was no need to trouble the young master with such matters. After exchanging a few casual words, Yuan and Yaya strolled towards their apothecary chamber. "By the way, have you abandoned that notion?" The words from behind caused Yaya to halt. Her beautiful eyes flickered with an inscrutable expression. "What notion?" "The thought of killing the young master." The butler's voice was soft, yet it bore an unsettling weight that gradually lowered the sails. The deck fell silent, devoid of any other sounds. Only a crescent moon quietly cast its glow, seemingly fearful of the increasingly heavy atmosphere between the two. "Why would you think that?" Yuquan and Yaya gently turned, gazing at the figure who had lowered the sails, her delicate features etched with confusion. It is important to note that if she truly harbored intentions of harming Rain, he would never have had the chance to grow. As Rain's closest companion, she had countless opportunities over the years. "Do not deceive me. On the very first day you arrived at Chris Manor, I discerned that overwhelming murderous intent, which was impossible to conceal." Facing the enigmatic figure, Albert, clad in his butler's attire, tilted his head, the sharpness in his eyes akin to blades. The faint-hearted would instinctively lower their gaze to avoid his penetrating stare. Though their years of acquaintance had provided him with a general understanding of this lady's thoughts, the current situation was vastly different. The perilous sea was not barren island. He must eliminate every potential threat to the young master, even if that threat was this very companion who had grown up alongside him. "Is that so?" Yuquan and Yaya comprehended in silence, observing the butler's keen gaze, which evoked a sense of nostalgia within her. Her emotions mirrored those of the butler in her earlier years. "Sister, did father not say?" On a sunlit afternoon, a girl with a ponytail spoke hesitantly, her small boat swaying with the waves. The girl on the beach smiled brightly, her expression tranquil as a summer night sky. Father is worried about you too. Promise me, do not hold it against him, all right? I do not blame him. Watching her sister on the beach, who continued to smile warmly, the young Yuquan and Yaya wept profusely. She gripped the hilt of the knife behind her tightly, constantly reminding herself, you are destined for the sea. You cannot be so weak. You must not. Yet, how could she possibly refrain from crying? Even though she made such a selfish decision, her sister still came secretly to support her. Just like before, when everyone mocked her, it was only her sister who stood by her choices. The girl standing by the shore, clad in humble attire, radiated a dignified and gentle aura that could easily evoke the image of a commoner. Yet, she was merely a peasant, toiling tirelessly until midnight for her livelihood. This woman, of the same age as her, had always embraced and cared for her since childhood, no matter what trouble she caused. It was her sister who took her to apologize to the villagers. In her moments of anguish, while tending to her wounds, her sister would tenderly murmur words of comfort. Perhaps this is what a mother's love resembles. Countless times, held in her sister's arms, Yuzuki gazed up at her, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. Eventually, she refrained from being mischievous, from bullying the boys, and from causing trouble at home. Yet, when their drunken father remarked that she had matured, Yuzuki could only roll her eyes in silence. Deep down, she understood that it was merely her desire to avoid watching her sister apologize to those people. As she reminisced about the past, tears blurred Yuzuki's vision as she gazed at her sister's figure by the sea. Yuzuki, once I make a name for myself on the ocean, I will take you to a better life. We shall not bring along that drunken old man. The girl by the shore smiled gently, like a serene mountain stream. Upon hearing her sister's words, she instinctively furrowed her brow, preparing to admonish her mischievous sibling. No, you mustn't. Again with the lecturing. Farewell, foolish sister. With a hasty wipe of her tears, Yuzuki playfully scolded. Goodbye. On the sandy beach, Yuzuki whispered softly, her worry evident in her eyes. The girl paddled her small oar, turning to leave. Tears streamed down her face once more. She knew that her foolish sister was undoubtedly worrying about her in secret. Just like before, she always expressed her concern after Yuzuki had fallen asleep. Yet every morning, she would don that gentle and warm demeanor once again. Chapter 33. I have come to kill you. I went to eliminate that scoundrel. As adults, Yan arrived in Baron, her delicate hand gripping the hilt of the dagger concealed behind her. Her gaze was imbued with lethal intent. Wait. Lying on the bed was Yan, restraining her younger sister, although she was no longer youthful and lacked the innocence and vitality of her girlhood. The maturity and tranquility she exuded still radiated an enchanting allure. The compassion and elegance coursing through her veins rendered her akin to exquisite jade, captivating yet evoking a hesitance to touch. Do not act this way. Yan extended her scarred, calloused hand, gently caressing the curve of her sister's abdomen. Her face suffused with serene affection. That radiance appeared blinding to and, momentarily causing her to forget her intent, a subtle blush gracing her cheeks. Yet, almost immediately, her simmering anger surged anew. The blade nestled in its sheath seemed to resonate with her emotions, emitting faint vibrations. However, he transformed you into this, sister. I am no longer the mischievous child I once was. Even the grand nobility of Baron, I could eliminate them. I believe in you. These 4 simple words quelled Yan's fury. The warmth of her sister's smile mirrored the gentle memory etched in her mind. An unwavering belief in her, steadfast and sincere. Indeed, there is also that father who purchased you. I have long harbored disdain for him. Yan turned her head, her words laced with unadulterated malice, a purity of threat palpable even to and an ordinary person. Do not blame him. After all, he is our father. The middle-aged beauty lying on the bed gently shook her head, stifling her sister's thoughts. You still resemble the reckless child you once were. Observing her grown sister, the woman parted her crimson lips, her voice soft and warm. Come closer. Let me see how you have changed over the years. Glancing at the slender figure of and at the door, Yan's eyes flickered with concern. You must have endured much hardship over these years. I have not suffered. I have fared quite well. Understanding her gaze, Yan settled down, her tightly pressed lips betraying her stubbornness. What of that noble? Can he not be killed? Have you fallen in love with him? How could that be? Yan exhaled, realizing her tone had been inappropriate. She softened her voice. Then I shall go and eliminate him. Lying on the bed, she watched the travel-worn Yan, her youthful visage strikingly contrasting her own. Why, and refrained from inquiring further. Her return was the most joyous news, was it not? Upon hearing her younger sister's unwavering declaration of murder, the woman reclining on the bed furrowed her brow and gently placed her hand upon her abdomen. The child, after all, must have parents. Yuquan and Yu grasped the inherent resolve within that frailty. Having grown up without a mother, they understood the profound significance of parental presence in a child's life, even if that father were merely a decorative figure. With a soft sigh, Yuquan leaned down, resting her ear against her sister's belly, whispering a quiet affirmation. It mattered not if she refrained from killing. She possessed myriad ways to deal with that nobleman. Over the years spent at sea, she had not idled away her time. Yet, her frugality extended to refraining from purchasing even a newspaper, leaving her sister on the island blissfully unaware of her circumstances. Perhaps ignorance was a blessing. Embracing the warmth of their childhood, the younger sister murmured to herself in contentment. A month later, amidst the mountains of Barren Island, Yuquan stood before a grave, softly proclaiming, "Sister, you can no longer hinder me." Her voice was gentle enough to blend with the breeze. Dressed in a kimono, she caressed the fabric. The sole remnant her sister had bestowed upon her, the most treasured of garments, a simple yet elegant kimono she had embroidered herself. The head of the family had squandered 200 million berries on something utterly useless. If only that were the extent of it. Following the king's banquet yesterday, he had covertly berated the monarch. How do you know? Everyone on the island is talking about it. Are you not aware? Sighing, ever since the old patriarch passed, he has grown increasingly indulgent, unmonitored. Shu, speak softly, they whispered, overhearing the hushed conversations of the maids outside the room. Wiping the blood from her blade, Yochuan's lips curled into a smirk. I shall heed your words. However, dear sister, there are countless ways to obliterate a person. Rising to sheath her knife, the woman in the kimono murmured softly, her words devoid of malice, her smile reminiscent of her sister's tender warmth. As she traversed the corridor, she proceeded towards the room she had discreetly inquired about. On her pristine white kimono, elegant lotus flowers gradually faded into the encroaching darkness, their brilliance illuminated by flickering candles, exuding an otherworldly allure. With a soft click, she opened the door, revealing a chamber adorned with antiquated furnishings. Though dust-free, the air was thick with the unpleasant odor of decaying wood, a testament to the Chris family's regard for their young master. With a chilling smile, Yuquan stepped forward. Approaching the bed, which was merely draped with a blanket, upon which rested a small, wrapped cot. In this newly acquired Chris manor, aside from the main castle, all other areas remained unrenovated, typically serving as quarters for servants, while her sister's child resided here as well. Yuan slowly advanced to the bedside. The treatment afforded to the Chris family was of no concern to her. Her purpose for being here was unequivocally clear. Gurgling him, I stepped into the room from whence the sound emanated. Yuan Indu gently picked up the swaddled infant, gazing at the tiny being within. Gurgling, the little one clutched a wooden bottle, vigorously gnawing at it. Noticing her gaze, the infant raised the nipple high, with a pair of clear, luminous eyes fixed upon her. It seemed to inquire whether she would partake. Under that crystalline, gentle scrutiny, Yuquan Inya found herself momentarily turning her head away, as if she were once again beholding her sister. Seeing her refusal, the infant resumed sucking on the bottle, its limbs cradling it with fervor, gurgling. Was it truly so delectable? Yuan India, taken aback by the child's boldness, felt a tinge of irritation. One hand embraced the infant while the other seized the bottle it clutched. The moment the milk touched her lips, Yuan India's brow furrowed. The cold milk bore no warmth, reeking of the animal's inherent gaminess. Moreover, its flavor was exceedingly faint. She recognized that taste. It was the diluted milk her sister had always consumed. In their childhood, her sister had selflessly allowed her to drink the entirety of the milk, feigning her own consumption of this watered-down version to spare Yuan from feeling burdened. It was purported to be milk mixed with water, yet it resembled nothing more than milky water. But what of this infant? Not only did the Chris family lack a wet nurse, but it seemed the servants had also pilfered the milk, and they hadn't even bothered to warm it. Is this your choice, sister? The corners of the woman's eyes brimmed with derision and bitterness. While having had the bottle snatched away, the infant, realizing it would not be returned, immediately burst into loud cries, seemingly reproaching the wicked woman who had dared to steal its milk. Irritated by the ruckus, Yuquan Inya impatiently shoved the bottle back into its mouth. The fool, having never tasted real milk, could find such delight in this diluted, cold concoction. Gurgling, the infant ceased its cries, continuing to gnaw at the bottle, its bright black eyes fixed upon her, a glimmer of curiosity. "I have come to end you." Yuquan and Yu regarded the child with a cold gaze, an aura of menace enveloping her, as the atmosphere of the room gradually thickened with a scent of blood, heavy and viscous. Chapter 34. Little Do Ding, with Sister Ya. With a crash, the baby bottle fell onto the bed, producing a crisp sound, and the small figure stared blankly at her. The woman glanced at the thin blanket on the bed, once again reminded of the cruelty of the nobility. She turned her gaze towards the startled infant. Indeed, even a newborn could sense the ominous presence. It is only natural. Young animals instinctively avoid danger, and humans are no exception. A low hum emanated from the blade within its sheath, and in the dim room, a cold glimmer flickered, as if sensing the imminent danger. The baby, coming to its senses, let out a loud wail, the piercing sound erupting from its newly formed vocal cords, just as the words were about to be uttered. The woman, wielding the long knife, gently shook her head, deeming it rather childish to converse with an infant. The crying baby struggled in her arms, half of its body exposed from the swaddling. Suddenly, something fell to the ground with a thud. The woman furrowed her brow. After placing the infant down, she bent to retrieve the object. It was an unremarkable brown wooden plaque, engraved with the character at its center. Caressed it gently, the smooth surface stirring her heart. It dawned on her how much her sister had worried for her during those years away from home. Stowing away her knife, with a complex expression, took out another wooden plaque from her sleeve. When pieced together, the patterns on the two plaques aligned seamlessly, revealing that they originated from the same piece of wood. However, the plaque inscribed with was noticeably darker in hue. Gazing at the characters and a myriad of childhood memories flooded her mind, casting an inexplicable expression across her face. The baby quietly settled down, seemingly reluctant to disturb this assassin. Upon glancing at the plaque bearing the character, its glaring presence was undeniable. After mumbling the name, shot a fierce glare at the infant on the bed before concealing both plaques in her sleeve and turning to exit the room. In the shabby, decaying bedroom, the sound of the infant's cries echoed, as if in relief. Mizya, the head maid, dressed in a kimono, gently nodded. She knew little of this steward, only that they had been sent by the master of the house. It was known that the young master's quarters were viewed as a form of exile by most servants, and it was unclear why he had agreed to come here. Previously, upon hearing they would tend to the young master, many had voluntarily resigned and left the estate. Though uncertain of his motives, was not inclined to investigate further. "Leave it to me." The woman entering the door failed to notice the glint in the steward's eyes. That night, he happened to be just outside the door. It is uncertain whether the woman has noticed him. The butler scrutinized the surroundings once more, leaning quietly against the corridor. Should any unforeseen incidents arise, he would be prepared to intercept her at the earliest opportunity. After all, she is a descendant of the old patriarch. Upon entering the room, Yu Chuan Enya lightened her footsteps, slowly approaching the little one, her smile radiating brighter than the sunlight streaming through the window. She glanced at the vast ocean outside. Reflected in the glass, the little one's yearning was vividly apparent. "Do you like the sea?" The little one seemed startled, turning to see the visitor clearly. He gradually lowered his head, his delicate lips stammering. "I am the mute lady." His speech, reminiscent of a toddler's, was laced with a youthful lisp. "Indeed? How did I last speak to you?" Gently pinching his rosy cheek, Yu Chuan Enya inquired, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her bright eyes. Smooth and chubby. She had always felt that the little one's indistinct speech was closely tied to his round face. "Why, yes." As his cheek was tugged, the little one spoke even more indistinctly. The woman nodded, her expression tinged with a hint of regret as she released her grip, having no reason to continue. "Don't lean on the window. It's dangerous, you know?" Cradling the little one from the windowsill, Yu Chuan Enya's voice remained gentle and soothing, devoid of any admonition. The softness at the back of his head caused the toddler's face to gradually flush, yet the memories of sharp blades instilled a sense of trepidation within him. The woman remained unfazed by his fear. Over the years, her own vigor had gradually tempered. Anyone who beheld her would perceive her as a gentle lady, much like an elder sister. "Sister Ya, look, I found this by the seaside." The slightly grown little one dashed over, brandishing a black fruit adorned with intricate patterns. "This is..." Yu Chuan Enya's delicate hands intertwined, a flicker of surprise lighting up her eyes. "This little one truly possesses remarkable luck. Do you know what this is?" "Devil fruit." The woman nodded gently, unperturbed by his knowledge. This 4-year-old had already read more than an average person. "Then what do you plan to?" The book was not lying. It truly tastes worse than feces. Biting into it, the little one's face contorted. I don't understand why so many people would eat feces. Yu Chuan and Yu silently closed her mouth, feeling somewhat speechless at his words. That is merely a metaphor, not to be taken literally. It is a comparison. Dear Sister Hia, look at this little fellow with a bruised face, lifting a piece of honeycomb, its golden honey glistening under the sun, exuding an enchanting aroma. The air is filled with a sweet fragrance intermingled with floral notes. You, dear woman, crouched down, carefully extracting the stingers from his face, your expression one of resigned concern. Just look at how swollen his face has become. His eyes are mere slits, and one wonders how he managed to return in such a state. Here, take it, sister. Uncle Albert and silly Annie have theirs. This is your share. In that narrow line of vision, a beaming smile is distinctly visible. The little one stammers, then quickly concocts a response. Hee, the best honey is left for last, and Sister Hia is the best too. Don't go there again. Understand. The woman shakes her head. Such a little rascal. Dear Sister Hia, look at this cat's tail grass. It is merely a wild plant, quite common by the roadside. No. Dear Sister Hia, don't you think this resilient plant, which can thrive in any weather, is beautiful? The little one's plump face is etched with melancholy. Dear Sister Hia, look at what I drew. It's quite lovely. Just don't go learning from Zyro in the future, right? Why not? Teacher Zyro knows so many things. Regardless, it's forbidden. Do you understand? Oh sister, it's a nautical map. I found it tucked away in a book. The previous owner hid it within the pages. Little Rain is as clever as ever. I have decided. I will begin collecting nautical maps. Oh? Is Little Rain preparing to set sail when he grows up? Dear Sister Hia, Chapter 35 Surely. No one would truly deduce the content from the title, would they? As memories swiftly flashed by, Quan and Yu turned their gaze towards Mr. Albert, the butler. Meeting his piercing gaze, she offered a faint smile and countered, And what about you, Mr. Albert? Aside from her sister, she had never been accustomed to sharing her innermost thoughts with anyone. It was only this butler, who had accompanied Rain since childhood, with whom she felt inclined to exchange a few more words. Me? He replied. Indeed, do you safeguard the Rain you know, or the Rain of the Chris family? Albert fell silent, enveloping the deck in a profound stillness, only broken by the gentle caress of the sea breeze against the sails. Time slipped away unnoticed until the thinning-haired butler lifted his gaze towards the moon. Turning to the lady in the corner, he spoke with solemnity. Rain, simply Rain. He is whom I vow to serve. Is that so? Quan Enya nodded gently, her smile unwavering as she turned her gaze towards the sea. It seemed our sentiments were in harmony. In the past, had she not harbored similar reservations as he did? Rest well. The distance this ship can traverse relies entirely upon you, and I shall not assist you in hoisting the sails. Good night, Lady. Good night. In the bedroom, oblivious to all that transpired, Rain toyed with the short blade in his hand. Before him lay the training manual delivered by the lieutenant. What a remarkable fortune, he mused, his satisfaction evident as he diverted his gaze from the manual. The training manual contained not only explanations of basic naval combat techniques, but also distinctive, targeted training methods. In terms of value, this manual was on par with advanced martial arts. For someone like him, who had been accustomed to naval training since childhood, this manual arrived at the perfect time. The foundational combat techniques of the Navy had long since become instinctual for him. The benefits of practicing these basics had diminished significantly. Were it not for physical training, he could engage in combat techniques all day without fatigue. Moreover, the exercises detailed in this manual were not only more specific, but also intensified in their demand. Most importantly, it included meticulous annotations regarding leg movements, finger dexterity, and the flow of blood. Just skimming through it, he had already gleaned substantial insights. Could this possibly be their internal secret technique? Reflecting on the rumors, doubt flickered in Rain's eyes as he regarded the manual. Contemplating the fresh annotations, he mused. This is a training manual from within the Navy, crafted for the younger generation. With a burgeoning hypothesis, Rain scrutinized the painstakingly detailed notes. These two share a close relationship, likely being kin. Cautiously, Rain closed the manual and placed it upon the cabinet beside him. Inside the cabinet, he discovered a wooden bookshelf. The corners were firmly affixed to the wooden planks, and the tumultuous sea rendered normal furnishings untenable. Though the present moment felt tranquil, one could never predict the whims of fate on a stormy day. Within the swaying cabin, it was conceivable that a sharp object could claim one's life. With a lingering gaze at the booklet, Ren closed the cabinet door. Such items must ultimately be refined. Only through practice and annotation could one truly grasp their essence. His concerns did not stem from the possibility of a naval officer deliberately misguiding him or any discrepancies in physical constitution. The martial discipline diverged significantly from swordsmanship. Some could manifest a blade's radiance after merely a year of training, while others, despite a lifetime of effort, achieve little. The body never deceives. Each drop of sweat serves as a testament to his resilience in forthcoming battles, preparing him for unforeseen challenges. This is the body's reward for diligence. Returning to the table, Ren toyed with the short dagger, reflecting on his strengths and weaknesses in combat. Given the scarcity of genuine combat experience, his prowess was far from extensive. Even today, should he emerge victorious, it would be solely due to the physical conditioning honed since childhood. Had Hanermo not been injured, and had the naval forces not disrupted his focus, it remained uncertain whether he would have survived. Moreover, he had revealed significant shortcomings today, notably a lack of ranged attacks and suitable weaponry. The thought of himself, unarmed and clad merely in a nightgown, leaping onto the enemy ship was mortifying. Such embarrassment. His initial disadvantages stemmed entirely from his lack of weaponry. It is crucial to recognize that, in many circumstances, those skilled in physical combat face evident flaws when confronting armed adversaries. To engage a blade with one's bare fists? Such folly. If mere flesh sufficed, why would humanity have ever invented weapons? Only when one's physical capabilities are overwhelmingly superior, or when agility allows for swift evasion, can one confront weaponry with confidence. However, this world is unlike any other. With the very existence of fruits, what becomes impossible? He himself was a wielder of a fruit's power, albeit one that drained his stamina excessively. Aware of his inexperience, Ren refrained from employing his abilities during this precarious period. Faced with a reckless, sword-wielding pirate, it would have been imprudent for one with insufficient experience and stamina to engage. Emphatically, a rational individual would understand the prudent choice. Acknowledging his limitations, he diligently sought to hone his combat skills. While contemplating his performance in battle, Ren couldn't help but recall the pirate named Hanermo. Indeed, it was a lesson that left a profound impact. The memory of Hanermo's unforgettable gaze before his demise, along with his final words, made Ren's contemplation of the dagger increasingly intricate. Truly, he was a formidable pirate of the seas. He picked up the booklet from the table, the only book aside from newspapers aboard Hanermo's ship. Its old, oiled paper cover was wrinkled and worn. It is indeed amusing to ponder that this band of pirates, with their heads ensconced in their trousers, would have little inclination towards reading. Even if they did, it would hardly be the sort of esteemed literature one might expect. Setting down his dagger, the youth opened the tome inscribed with the title captain's log beneath the flickering candlelight. As he casually leafed through the pages, Rain discerned that it resembled more of a personal diary than a mere record of entries. From the indecipherable scrawl, the figure of Hanmo began to emerge vividly in his mind. Yet, it was evident that this pirate was far from a conventional individual. Reflecting on the contents of the diary stirred within him a complex amalgamation of emotions, tinged with an odd sense of intrigue. Chapter 36. The Power of the Adorable Awe. It hurts so much, I can't go on. On the deck, Rain, drenched in sweat, twitched at the corners of his mouth, exclaiming so loudly that no one could possibly discern his exhaustion. Mr. Butler, how much longer until we can rest? On the deck, the petite maid, clad in a martial arts uniform identical to Rain's, was also soaked in perspiration. Despite her cries of pain and fatigue, the young girl did not cease her push-ups. The small tuft of hair atop her head bobbed rhythmically with her movements, while her golden locks clung to her cheeks, droplets of sweat cascading down. Just 10 more. Albert cheerfully tidied his hair, but the mirth in his gaze deepened in the absence of Annie's sight. Though they had agreed to pause after 50, he did not bother to keep count himself. He could hardly be blamed for that. Rain, engaged in his own physical training, observed Albert adjusting his hair, his lips twitching slightly. You must have served in the military, Mr. Butler. Though he silently criticized in his mind, he refrained from offering any reminders. She needed to learn to protect herself. In the event of encountering more formidable pirates, when both he and Uncle Albert were indisposed, the young maid would have to rely on her own strength. Alas, perched upon Mr. Butler's shoulder, the bird of paradise meticulously preened its feathers, moving in synchrony with him, exuding a couple-like aura. Ha nearby, Sister Ya, seated quietly in a chair, perused her medical texts, and stifled a yawn, glancing up at the clear blue sky. Another splendid day has dawned. Finally, it's over. Lying on the deck, the maid gasped for breath, the soreness in her body intensifying her discomfort. Why does this feel more painful than the training itself? Not over yet. In 5 minutes, hydrate and continue. And do not lie like that after training. Albert corrected her, holding a cup of water. How annoying. I truly cannot move. Annie brushed aside the hair clinging to her face. The little girl still cared about her appearance. Even amidst familiar faces on the deck, she wished to maintain her image. Albert nodded, choosing not to say more. Sometimes, personal experience resonates far deeper than mere admonitions from others. By the way, lying like this will. Lying on her back on the deck. The maid raised her hand to shield her eyes from the glaring sun and glanced at Mr. Butler. However, before she could finish her sentence, she began to wail. I will cramp up. While pointing at the rolling maid on the deck, the bird of paradise mocked the foolish biped. Albert tapped its head, seemingly rebuking its ridicule, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a slight smile. Mr. Butler squatted down and patted the girl's calf. In a fleeting moment, the protruding mass vanished. With a sigh of relief, the young maid exhaled, quickly rising to her feet, vowing never to endure such pain again. After taking a sip of water, she prepared to resume her training, reminding herself not to succumb to the rhythm of others, for her physical prowess could not keep pace. Gently sipping her water, Annie glanced at her young master in the distance. She was acutely aware that he had been training since childhood, yet it was only through their shared training sessions that she grasped the vast chasm between their abilities. During the same physical training, she had taken numerous breaks, while the figure not far away continued to labor unrelentingly. Furthermore, observing the several treasure chests on him made her lips twitch. Was this the power of wealth? As he diligently regulated his breathing, Ryan maintained the correct form. This was his oversight. He had failed to prepare adequate training equipment aboard the ship. Accustomed to training by the sea, he had not deeply considered the impact of standard equipment. Whether it was the soft sand for shock absorption or the specialized training apparatus crafted by Albert, both quickly depleted his stamina. Yet, aboard the ship, he had neglected to bring such items. Without barbells or dumbbells, he could only seek heavy objects to elevate the difficulty of his training. Among the supplies, the most readily available were the bounty of treasure chests collected the previous night. The thought of carrying such delightful treasures on his back invigorated his training spirit. A seagull soared overhead, its clear call resonating across the ocean, prompting the seabirds perched on the rigging to chirp in response, some flapping their wings and departing the vessel. Much like the relationships among people, the connection between seabirds and ships mirrored this cycle of gathering and dispersing. It was already the 4th day. On the deck, the young maid gazed at the endless expanse of the sea, bored as she lay on the deck. Life at sea proved far less colorful than she had imagined. Aside from a few encounters with pirates, all that remained was a vast blue. However, after gazing at the ocean for so long, the initial novelty had faded. You should try catching a fish before you talk, Annie exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening as she glared at her master. Who can't catch fish? I aim for the big ones. Do you understand what a big fish is? With that, the young maid spread her arms wide, attempting to illustrate the colossal size of the fish she envisioned. Certainly not those little ones. They wouldn't even suffice for a meal. Casting a glance at the fish bucket behind him, where struggling fish splashed, she suppressed her envy, striving to project a facade of disdain. Is that so? But those are still my spoils, aren't they? Yet you, not a single one. The young master sat nearby, his legs crossed, perusing a travel journal. With a fishing rod identical to Annie's resting in front of him, he enunciated each word mockingly, teasing her relentlessly. It was crucial to recognize that every fish dwelling in the sea possessed an undeniable strength. Engaging in fishing as a means of exercise is indeed a splendid idea. However, even Albert could not have anticipated that this little maid would fail to catch a single fish after 2 days. Rain found himself somewhat intrigued. Could it be that this fool had consumed the bait, leaving only a foul sock dangling from the line? Who said that? I am certain I can catch one, exclaimed Annie, puffing out her cheeks in indignation and turning her head defiantly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the fishing rod. She refused to believe that she could not catch even one fish. Rain shook his head. The butler likely intended to cultivate her patience as well. He recalled how, just a couple of days prior, the little maid had been shouting for help after barely a few minutes with a gun in hand. Was it not merely a weight dangling below the firearm? He carried several boxes of money daily, after all. With that thought, Rain squinted. glancing around before discreetly feeling in his pocket for a few hidden treasures he had stashed away. That was his bounty. Young master, a voice interrupted. Rain withdrew his hand, feigning nonchalance as he regarded the butler, who had approached unnoticed. What is it? More pirates? Not at all. Albert glanced at the earnest little maid beside him, shaking his head in resignation. Why was it that this method proved ineffective with her? He had witnessed various forms of laziness, including those who neglected to bait their hooks. And yet, this girl was unparalleled. She had essentially alleviated the training troubles from the very root. Young master, I have finished reading the booklet. The training content within is precisely what you require at this stage. Albert handed over the booklet, feeling a twinge of regret. The techniques for generating power contained within would be beneficial even for someone of his caliber, and he was quite familiar with the skills that could be developed from them. However, they had become unsuitable for him. His combat framework had already been established, and he had surpassed the stage of enhancement. At his age, regular training was merely to maintain his combat capabilities. As for further advancement, it had proven too challenging. Nevertheless, the leg training techniques within could indeed assist this little maid. Unaware of the unfolding discussion, the oblivious little maid stifled a yawn. After ensuring the young master had not witnessed her, she mischievously stuck out her tongue before turning back to fix her gaze intently on the fishing rod. She was exceedingly eager to catch a fish. Chapter 37. The borrowed quilt monster gazing out at the tranquil azure sea. Ryan remarked, "Is this a technique from the Navy?" "Indeed. It bears the hallmark of the 6 styles." Hale nodded, a radiant smile blossoming on his lips. That ensign truly presented a remarkable gift. Though it is not the complete Navy's 6 styles, the mere existence of such a training method is invaluable. I wonder which elder in the Navy provided this special opportunity for the child, only for it to benefit him in the end. What perfect timing. Upon hearing the youth's reflections, Albert gently nodded in agreement. Had he been bestowed with such a training method in his earlier days, he likely would have avoided many detours. The sea breeze swept past, and Albert glanced at the weather. "Young master, I shall adjust the sails." "Very well, I will take my turn on lookout." "It is my turn now." Ryan set aside the book resting on his lap, picked up the pamphlet, and rose to his feet. "Hey, you're leaving already?" "Wait a moment, I'll be able to catch a fish soon." Noticing his movements, the little maid quickly called out to retain him. A tuft of golden hair stood defiantly atop her head, shimmering in the sunlight. "You are well aware of the dangers of the sea these days." Ryan shook his head. "If it weren't for the need to ensure sufficient rest for daytime training, I would have liked to take turns on lookout with Albert. Last night's attack was rather perilous." After speaking, he approached Annie and slightly bent down, a mischievous grin illuminating his face. "Besides, do you truly believe you can catch a fish?" The little maid huffed, shaking her tiny fist in indignation. But the mischievous young master anticipated her reaction and moved away. "Before you say anything, you should catch a fish first," he chuckled, turning away, glowering at his retreating figure. Annie turned her head and mumbled under her breath, "Who does he look down upon? I can absolutely catch a fish." Seeing the fishing rod left behind, she angrily snatched it up and placed it proudly in front of her. "Huh, Annie is one step closer to success." Ryan heard her exuberant exclamation, and a faint smile graced his lips. That silly girl always manages to find joy in her endeavors. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Ryan, clad in his night robe, lifted his gaze toward the bedroom door. At this late hour, who could be seeking him? "Come in." "Hee-hee-ah, it's Annie." Among everyone aboard, only the little maid could smile so brightly. Ryan rolled his eyes, curiosity piqued. This mischievous girl, who often sneaked glances at storybooks, had always been wary of him. The mischievous young master. What prompted her to approach his room today? "Young master, I have arrived." Her voice was filled with exuberance. If not for the blanket enveloping her and the exquisite bird nestled in her arms, Ryan found himself at a loss, gazing at the modest gap in the cover, through which 2 layers of collar peeked out. "How beastly of me." Suddenly, the taciturn young master uttered a few words. "What is it?" The exquisite bird in her embrace squirmed restlessly, its wings grasped by the foolish creature, causing it considerable discomfort. "Hush, we are roommates. Please help me," she whispered, turning around. "Help? You fear him, so I shall not. Am I not terrified as well? What if he desires a midnight snack? Wouldn't I be serving myself on a platter?" The exquisite bird, stealthily captured from its slumber, struggled even more vigorously. With a flurry of flapping wings, the bird escaped from his grasp, soaring out of the bedroom amidst the maid's shrieks. "Oh, keep going. I shall always miss you. How could this happen?" listening to the birds' cries from beyond the door. Annie collapsed onto the floor, heartbroken. It had been so well-behaved when consuming its own treats earlier. Is there something you need at this late hour? Having witnessed the shipwreck of a friendship, Ryan felt a slight lifting of his spirits. Curled up beneath the blanket, a tuft of hair perked up. The maid clenched her teeth, steeling herself. I wish to borrow a book. Reading a book is just reading a book. Why do you act as if preparing for battle? Go find it yourself in the bookshelf. With that, Ryan returned to his training manual. Now that he had received the butler's endorsement, he could finally delve into his training. Earlier that afternoon, he had perused the manual in the lookout tower. What he was now studying were the annotations made by his predecessors. The wisdom imparted by their experiences would save him from many missteps. It is worth noting that aside from the meticulous annotations, the entire manual comprised merely over 40 pages. Yet it had been inflated to the thickness of a small book. One could only imagine the level of detail provided by the naval veteran's notes. Oh, Annie, seated with her back to him, nodded, her expression somewhat dazed. Did the book not say? She had gone to such lengths to prepare, as if entering a den of dragons and tigers. Crouched beneath the blanket, she cautiously shifted her position. After a slight movement, she sighed in relief, feeling secure. After testing the waters, the maid relaxed a little, yet still dared not stand up, slowly shifting while still turned away. There is still time to read. It seems your training is somewhat lacking. His nonchalant remark startled her. That is certainly not the case. My body is still sore from it all. Do you still read storybooks? Aren't you doing the same? Moreover, with the potion from Sister Ya, a good night's sleep will suffice. Indeed, after a brief glance, Rain resumed his reading. Were it not for that stubborn tuft of hair, he might have thought it was the blanket come to life, though it was somewhat close. He had often pondered whether that tuft was her true essence. Upon hearing a cold joke, that tuft was always the first to react. What is this? A tuft spirit? Travelogues of Onis, 11 Days in the Keld Empire, The Rum You Don't Know, Chronicles of Peculiar Plants, Hainan Knowledge. The autobiography of an old sailor. What on earth are these? As she rummaged through the bookshelf, the little maid felt a surge of frustration. She was aware that the young master's reading material was eclectic, but this was beyond excessive. As a man, could he not possess any of the charming tales she enjoyed? Surely he must be hiding them, just as she concealed her own books. Undeterred, the blanket monster continued to scour the bookshelf, hoping to uncover the volumes she remembered. There truly were none. Annie turned her head, surveying the room for potential hiding spots for books. However, the size of this bedroom was akin to her own, the layout similar, yet there were far too few belongings. The meager furnishings consisted solely of a bed, a bookshelf, and a desk. Wait, there was another place. A glimmer of inspiration shone in the maid's eyes at that moment. Her thoughts surged ahead of those historical sages. She fixed her gaze upon the cabinet ahead, where a lit candle cast a dim glow. The cabinet had a small drawer. It had to be there. Have you not found it yet? Hearing his words, the tuft was taken aback, and the little maid stammered. Not yet. There are simply too many books here. You probably wouldn't like them. Don't you have your own little library? Have you finished? Rain inquired, regarding her with a playful glint in his eyes. The books that the little maid had hidden were certainly not those one could easily dismiss after a single read. What do you mean? Meeting his gaze, Annie felt a twinge of guilt. You must know, the first book was one I found from you. On this entire ship, you have no right to speak to me. Well, that is true, Rain conceded, setting the book down and resting his hands behind his head. But those books were not given to you by me, were they? The little maid turned her head slightly, feeling somewhat guilty. Well, that cannot be held against me. If you wish to read those kinds of storybooks again, I do not have any here. Annie elongated her tone, pouting slightly. I can't believe you. A person who reads those kinds of books before even turning 10. Then you go look for them yourself, Rain replied, crossing his arms with an air of indifference. What a joke. As if the Abran radar would allow him to hide such books. It is likely that the little maid's book has also been confiscated, prompting her to seek it in his room. This was your assertion. Do not waver. Ryan surmised correctly. Ever since her books were taken yesterday, her leisure activities had diminished significantly. Life at sea is like this, with nothing to do at night aside from daytime training. Well then, go ahead. The young master replied dismissively with a nod. Good luck finding it. Just watch me, the little maid exclaimed, tossing aside her blanket with enthusiasm as she approached the bedside table. Within the Chris manor, she was quite adept at locating items. That gun was acquired by her clever coin flipping and saving. Of course, it was primarily funded by her pocket money from Sister Ya. What are you staring at? Noticing his gaze drifting from the book, the little maid became cautious and tugged at her collar. In stories, it is rare for a maid to ensure her safety in the presence of a mischievous young master. I am not looking at anything, Ryan replied, bemused, thinking to himself that she was indeed wearing 2 layers of clothing beneath. He had never seen her so vigilant before. Moreover, what was there to conceal with such a wooden-like figure? With a triumphant shake of her messy hair, Annie crouched down and opened the bedside cabinet. Bang! That hurt. The little maid plopped down onto the floor, clutching her head, tears welling in her eyes. Did you set up some sort of trap? Not me. Everything around them began to sway, the intensity of the motion increasing. Ryan glanced at the toppled chair, a serious expression crossing his face. It's the ship. Chapter 38. The other side of the sea. In the swaying cabin, the flickering candlelight danced precariously. Fortunately, most of the items aboard were secured to the floor, otherwise, the little maid's discomfort would be the least of their concerns. Steadying the sliding end, Rain spoke in a low voice. You should go to Sister Ya's room and remember not to come out. And you? I will check on the deck. Uncle Albert cannot manage alone. Be careful, the little maid replied, aware that this was not the time for frivolity. She nodded obediently and cautiously moved along the wall. As the cabin door swung open, the torrential rain pelted against them, stinging like 1,000 needles. In the tempest, these once harmless droplets bore the texture of stones. After a brief moment of gentleness, the sea revealed its other face to Rain. Uncle Albert, the youth cried out at the entrance. Beneath the heavy, dark clouds, the gale howled fiercely. With no moonlight to guide him, the deck was engulfed in darkness, compounded by the curtain of rain. He could not discern where Albert was. I'm here, came a roar, somewhat indistinct amidst the sudden thunderclap. Thankfully, the flash of lightning illuminated the shadowy figure beneath the mast. Rain raised his arm to shield his eyes from the rain pelting down and used his peripheral vision to gauge his surroundings. The sea was furious. Waves surged, dancing wildly, crashing against the sides of the ship as if intent on dragging the vessel down to the depths of the ocean. The tempestuous wind and torrential rain accompanied her wrath. Responding to his fury, the sky bore no glimmer of light, and even thunder seemed to cower before the violent sea, rumbling only sporadically. The Santa Maria swayed left and right, striving to endure the tumultuous waves, unsure which surge to follow. Rain adjusted his footing, constantly recalibrating his balance. Years of training on the beach had prepared him, preventing him from succumbing immediately to the chaos. What are you doing here? Beneath the mast, the butler was drenched. His neatly combed hair hanging limply against his scalp, his meticulously tailored tailcoat now disheveled, resembling a clown from a circus. Rain's appearance was not much better. He wiped his face, flinging off the droplets carelessly. Amidst the howling wind, he raised his voice. I am here to help you. In such conditions, even a short distance required shouting to be heard. The servants of the sea, like mischievous demons, obstructed every possible human attempt at self-rescue. We need to lower 2 sails. There aren't enough hands on deck to manage. I'll do it. Rain continued to pull the sail ropes alongside Albert. He understood that at this moment, the 3 sails aboard the Santa Maria had become a burden. On board, only 2 individuals remained, incapable of managing 3 sails to harness the tempest's might. Amidst the capricious winds and tumultuous waves, the haphazard forces exerted upon the vessel would only exacerbate their plight. Their foremost task was to stow away the superfluous sails, relying on the steward's nautical expertise to navigate through this treacherous expanse. Suddenly, a wave surged onto the inclined deck, reminiscent of valiant warriors besieging the walls of a fortress. Yet, the Saint Maria was far from possessing the sturdiness of such defenses. Rain gritted his teeth, gripping the sail rope with unyielding resolve. This sail, once docile, now seemed enchanted by the ocean's fury. Even he and Albert struggled to secure it swiftly, as the howling storm persistently thwarted their efforts. Rain's expression darkened as he tugged at the rope, battling the encroaching fatigue within him. Moments prior, the swell had inundated the deck, each wave that lapped at his feet sapping his strength like a vampire feasting on its prey. He was a wielder of power. From the instant he consumed the devil-esque gift, the sea had scorned him, even casting a vile curse upon him. Over the years, he had endeavored to acclimate to this sense of helplessness, yet it was as impossible as trying to leap into the heavens by stepping on one foot. The ocean's curse was insurmountable, a relentless force. Its potency fluctuated with the volume of the seawater. This vast expanse, which had nurtured countless souls, had long since forsaken him. Every droplet that passed by took a piece of him with it. The sea's intention to drag him to the depths was unwavering. With fierce determination, Rain summoned the strength within his body, tightening his grip on the sail rope. He could not resign himself to surrendering his life so easily. Scorn or curse, it mattered not. Regardless of how desperately the sea yearned for his demise, he would not relinquish this hard-won rebirth. After all, how could he abandon the gift of a sound and healthy body? There were countless heroes upon the waves, diverse cultures across myriad islands he had yet to encounter. Provoked by the ocean's mockery, the youth found the ferocity within his very core. Seizing the moment as the water receded beneath him, he unleashed his abilities. With a sudden surge in weight, bolstered by newfound strength, the remaining sail was swiftly gathered, pressed against the mast. "I'm adjusting the course. Hold on tight. Secure it," Albert bellowed, braving the downpour as he turned away. Prior to this, he had managed to stow one sail, but it was far from sufficient. The steward's footsteps echoed resolutely. Unlike the struggles between humans, nature's fury was overwhelmingly savage. Each gust of wind, every drop of rain, impeded his progress. Furthermore, he was no practitioner of physical prowess. After 2 confrontations with the sea, the steward's stamina was considerably depleted. Yet, this was not the end. The memories of life at sea remained indelibly etched in his mind, showing no signs of fading. His extensive maritime experiences have taught him that without the correct direction, they too would succumb to the depths of the ocean. Resolutely, Rayan stood firm, which was precisely why he had always hesitated to wield his abilities. A mere fraction of his power had already consumed half of his stamina, and this was despite years of rigorous training to enhance his physical capabilities. The first time he had utilized his power, he required an entire month to regain the ability to walk normally. The sensation of having every ounce of energy drained, leaving him utterly feeble, still lingered in his memory, reminding him of his past life confined to a hospital bed. The only distinction was that he still possessed awareness. Under the pressure of the mast, the young man strained to secure the sail ropes, gritting his teeth to tie a double knot. In the midst of the chaotic air currents, even the act of lowering the sails proved to be a formidable challenge, let alone adjusting their course. He needed to hasten to assist the steward. "Young master, Uncle Steward." The calls from the cabin door sounded so minuscule amidst nature's fury, as if they were echoes from a distant realm. "Stay back," he bellowed on the deck, where the tempest raged. Even with his superior stamina, honed through relentless training, he struggled immensely, not to mention the young maid who had only just begun her training. Although he had consumed a devil fruit, as long as he did not plunge into the ocean, he could still be of some assistance amidst the storm. But what of the young maid? It was doubtful she could even manage to stand. A single wave could easily send her tumbling into the sea. This place was far too perilous for her. Moreover, thoughts of Sister Yu surfaced, her composed demeanor always providing a sense of calm, yet the young man could not help but feel a twinge of concern. "Be careful." At the entrance, the young maid clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, before turning back into the cabin. She too understood that her presence would only complicate matters. For the first time, she yearned with an intense desire to be of help. With a deep breath, Rayan wiped his face once more, aligning the direction of the sail amidst the tumultuous downpour. In the flashes of lightning, the steward's calmness imbued him with a measure of confidence. Though the ominous clouds hung low, Rayan knew that after a night battling the sea, they had finally emerged from the despairing storm. While the wind still howled, the once capricious waters had lost their formidable magic, and the fury was gradually subsiding. Chapter 39. Can this all be combined? As we emerged onto the deck, Rain joyfully splashed a bucket of seawater overboard, laughing heartily. In that moment, he truly understood the sentiment of those elderly patrons who often boasted in taverns. Whether it was the exhilaration of surviving a brush with death or the pride of overcoming calamity, both feelings were sufficient to instill a sense of triumph over nature. Thunder, towering waves, and fierce winds, each seemingly invincible force had been vanquished by their sheer will. Despite the invigorating mood, the fatigue of their bodies was undeniable. It seemed that my bones had not yet succumbed to age, perhaps influenced by the youthful exuberance around me. Albert, securing the sails and grasping the helm, could not help but share in the laughter, rekindling the feelings of his earlier days. "It was you who led us out, Uncle Albert," the young boy exclaimed, turning back with a radiant smile. "Had it not been for this old steward, they would have perished in the tempest." "It is my honor," the steward replied, his smile warm and reassuring, even in his damp attire. Embracing the moment, Rain brushed his hair back, suppressing his curiosity about when Albert had tidied himself up and continued to manage the seawater on the deck, much like the bond he shared with Sisteria. They never needed to express gratitude verbally. Gazing at the ominous disaster that loomed behind the St. Maria, a dark abyss stretching endlessly, the sky mirrored the malignance below. Yet the young boy smiled, his innocent face alight with the carefree spirit born from survival. He raised his arm, extending a finger in a gesture of friendship. Disaster will always lag behind me. In a buoyant mood, he bent down to retrieve another bucket of seawater. As he pushed aside the water on the ship, the scratches revealed on the deck tugged at his heart. He knew these marks were left by heavy objects during the turmoil. Fortunately, both he and Albert had managed to evade harm. However, the St. Maria had sustained injuries. "You have endured much, dear St. Maria," he murmured tenderly, caressing the deck, reminiscent of the old captain from his memories. In his early childhood, he once pleaded with an old fisherman to take him out to sea, but the stubborn elder had steadfastly refused. "Listen here, boy. For us, our ship is our most cherished companion. In both bountiful harvests and dire calamities, it has always stood by my side." The stout, muscular elder with a weathered face and pipe spoke gravely to the small boy before him. Young Rain gazed up with longing. "I've heard of ship spirits. Is that true?" "Whether or not ship spirits truly exist remains a mystery to me," the old man mused, stroking his small fishing boat with a tender gaze, as if looking upon a beloved. "But I can feel it, its emotions, its will." "Thus, you have elves aboard your vessel," exclaimed the little one, her voice soft and filled with delight, as she gazed up at the elder with an imploring look. "Just take me out to sea once. Just once, would you? Would you allow your dearest friend to ride away?" The elder, visibly irked, brandished his harpoon, his face contorted with ire. "Selfish. She is not your wife." Upon hearing the grumbling, the elder's forehead twitched with annoyance. "You little rascal. She is indeed my wife, the one I cherish most dearly." The tiny figure, who had long scurried away, erupted into laughter. After enduring a maritime calamity, he began to comprehend the sentiments of that old man from earlier. At sea, whether it be a stalwart sailor or an exceptional navigator, one ultimately relies on the vessel beneath their feet. It is this very ship, battered and bruised, that carries you to the shore, regardless of your destination or your ambitions. It does not question the reasons nor the direction. Even to the ends of the earth, it shall lead you. Just as the destiny of a keen blade is to slay, its mission is to ensure your progress. As long as you possess a heart yearning for the unknown, as long as you harbor aspirations toward the ocean, it shall remain by your side, unwavering and steadfast. Are we safe? At the threshold of the cabin, a small, disheveled figure peeked out. "Come help." Noticing the little maid, who resembled a timid mouse, Lane greeted her with irritation. A weary individual after a long day seldom tolerates the leisure of others. Even though he had instructed Annie to hide, he found it hard to overlook her idleness. Coming. Annie scurried over, carrying a wooden barrel she had discovered in the ship's hold. This is what every man at sea must endure. Reflecting on the previous night, when she had felt anxious and confided in Sisteria, she stole a glance at Master Lane. He has indeed changed significantly compared to before. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and help," she retorted, still miffed from being scolded. Angered by the reprimand, the little maid turned away, her hands swinging the barrel as she began to bail out water. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded, and the two lost their footing, tumbling onto the deck. Lane, feeling weak beneath him, paid no heed to his damp attire and quickly glanced at Annie. Thankfully, it was but a minor fall. She seemed unscathed. The young man felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had dismissed the clumsy maid the day before. "Master." Hearing Albert's call, Lane promptly rose, handing the barrel to Annie while pretending not to hear any remarks about his clothing being sullied. "How? I." Upon reaching the helm of the ship, Lane beheld the scene ahead, his lips twitching involuntarily as eloquent words of fragrance bubbled just beneath the surface. Disastrous occurrences, and yet they can still execute a series of intricate maneuvers? Beneath the oppressive, overcast sky, a gentle rain falls. The surface of the sea heaves with subtle undulations. Yet, this is not the cause of Rian's exasperation. After the events of yesterday, such minor disturbances on the water scarcely affect his mood. What truly darkens his expression are the peculiar formations emerging from the sea. Oddly shaped rocks stand sentinel, shrouded in the dim clouds, resembling a horde of lurking monsters, awaiting their offering. Suddenly, the vessel lurches once more. Albert's countenance is grave. Yesterday, we were determined to navigate to the eye of the storm. However, we did not anticipate this direction. Rian discerns his implication. Uncle Albert, do you know where we are? Indeed, young master, the steward replies. A hint of bitterness at the corners of his mouth, having collected nautical charts since childhood, you should also be aware that this is. The boy's face reflects a flicker of hope, wishing the answer would defy his expectations. Precisely where? The youth's throat feels parched. Ah, truly, this is splendid. Disasters always seem to come in pairs. Rian's lips tighten into a strained semblance of a smile, an excruciatingly awkward expression. Chapter 40. How audacious, the Reaper's Reef. How could he be unaware of this notorious reef cluster in the West Sea, renowned even among the inhabitants surrounding Barren Island? Even an ordinary person who has never set foot on the island has heard tales of this maritime graveyard. Countless vessels halt at a distance, spotting the site and immediately retreating. Each rock here is entwined with the tormented souls of the sea, claiming the spirits of all who traverse these waters, sealing them within the stone, and patiently awaiting the next unwary human. Such legends are fervently shared among the sailors of the West Sea. Recalling these tales, Rain's gaze upon the jagged rocks shifted uneasily. He was well aware that these were exaggerated myths. Yet the desiccated bones and shattered remnants of ships strewn across the rocks sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, they only needed to remain on the periphery and could depart once the tempest abated. Albert, mustering his spirits, shared a sliver of good news. Ah, what lies behind us? The maid's shrill cry broke through, prompting Rain to turn, his smile turning increasingly bitter. It seemed they had been overly optimistic. Behind the St. Maria, the storm's mass visibly diminished, only to veer in their direction. It appeared they would not wait for the tempest to subside. Remaining there meant sharing the fate of the St. Maria, crushed under the storm's wrath. Albert, too, noted the dire situation behind them, his expression darkening. Even during his years at sea, he had never encountered such a predicament. It seems we must advance, he declared, startled by the urgency in his own words. But there is no but. Given the circumstances, we can only pray that the storm does not pursue us too far. Then, we might still have a chance to escape. The youth's face set in grim determination, his eyes resolute. Ha ha ha, splendid. After a moment of surprise, Albert erupted into laughter. After all these years, your spirit remains unbroken. You surpass even a mere boy. His doubts dissolved, replaced by an overwhelming sense of vigor. This was the individual he had devoted a decade to serve. This was his chosen master. Rain's mind raced. The St. Maria, though modest in size, could evade most of the reefs, and with its iron plating, it possessed a modicum of defense. It was unlikely to sustain irreparable damage from a few collisions. Thus, if they could steer the vessel correctly, they could. Yet, something nagged at him, an elusive thought. The Reaper's Reef. Yes, the Reaper's Reef. A sudden realization ignited within Rain, his eyes gleaming with newfound hope. Young master, heed your Uncle Albert's words. If there is anything you require, attend to it immediately. The anxious and had yet to voice her concerns when she was interrupted by Rain. With a hasty command, the young man turned and departed. Watching him stride away, a glimmer of hope flickered in Anne's eyes. She was acutely aware of the perilous situation they faced. Yet, observing the young master's demeanor, she wondered, was there a solution? In a flurry, Rain entered the room, fervently rummaging through the tomes on the shelf, muttering, "The Reef of Death. The Reef of Death." He suddenly recalled something he had forgotten. It was something he had won from a boastful elder in the dining hall. The scene replayed vividly in his mind. Everyone had laughed at the man when he claimed to have traversed the Reef of Death. No one in the dining room had believed him, not even Rain himself. However, that did not deter him from treating the man to a meal, a mere steak. After all, he could afford it. It was merely a game, a wager. With this mindset, he had also acquired a map. Beads of sweat formed on the young man's forehead. At this juncture, he could only hope that the book containing the nautical chart had made it aboard and had not been left behind at that accursed Chris Manor. The sound of pages turning incessantly echoed in the cabin, and Rain's anxiety grew. The ship rocked, a sign that the Santa Maria had once again collided with a reef. He was uncertain whether the chart was indeed on board or if it was genuine. Yet, it was preferable to blindly venture forth. Eureka! Spotting the map on the floor, the young man's face lit up with joy. He picked it up and scrutinized the convoluted route depicted upon it. The drawing resembled a child's crude scrawl. Aside from a twisted black line, there were scant recognizable markers, a pirate flag, a mushroom-like formation, and the remnants of a half-sunken vessel. That must signify a mushroom-shaped reef. Rain mused. At this point, they had no choice but to follow this doodle and pray that it represented a true course. Uncle Albert, Keep an eye out for a pirate flag, a mushroom-shaped reef, or half a ship. Rain burst out of the cabin, his voice laced with urgency. Having lost their bearings amidst the storm, they were utterly oblivious to their current location. Their only recourse was this rudimentary method. I see nothing, Albert shouted back, his voice tinged with palpable anxiety. Damn it! Rain gritted his teeth, his frustration evident as he raked his fingers through his hair. Relying solely on this blind chance was hardly a sustainable strategy to endure until the storm subsided. Moreover, whether they could navigate safely afterward remained in question. Could this be the place of my demise? At long last, a new life has emerged, accompanied by a robust body. I have also arrived at the long-desired ocean, yet. Have I truly given up? A gentle voice resonates in my ears, imbued with the familiar fragrance of delicate flowers. What? Has little Rain truly surrendered? How could that be? Glancing at his sister, Hea, who gazes at him quietly, Rain instinctively speaks. Then why are you waiting here? He tightens his grip on the doodle in his arms, falling into silence. Yes, it is not yet the time to relinquish hope. But what means do I possess to dispel these obstacles? How is that possible? He is no chosen one of the realms. The young lad looks toward his sister, Hea, who shelters herself under a paper umbrella. In her enchanting eyes, which he has admired for years, resides a soothing warmth. Where there are mountains, we shall climb. Where there are bridges, we shall cross. Did you not say this yourself? Rain pouts, realizing that Hea has not ceased her playful teasing of him even now. What mountains? What bridges? This is merely a cluster of rocks. Though he thinks this inwardly, the tension within his heart begins to ease. So, what shall we do when faced with these rocks? Shall we fire upon them? Wait, fire upon them. Suddenly, the boy recalls that the Saint Maria is equipped with cannons. Although they have never been utilized due to the absence of a dedicated gunner, now seems to be an opportune moment. The rocks are not foes. There is no need to charge into battle, nor to evade them. Simply shattering them will suffice. While it may not eliminate them entirely, it will at least mitigate the damage to the Saint Maria. I understand now, the boy nods, and without delay, he rushes toward the bow of the ship. No matter how mature he appears, he is still but a child. Beneath the umbrella, Hea gazes softly, watching his retreating figure with an amused glimmer in her warm eyes. He often carries himself with the demeanor of a little adult, which easily obscures his true age. Yet, for a young lad, he is doing remarkably well. Hea, I beg of you, should you encounter the markers above, direct Uncle Albert to follow the indicated course. Rain dashes back, solemnly producing the doodle-like nautical chart from his bosom. Leave it to me. Go and attend to your duties. Hea lets out a soft laugh, extending her hand to receive the chart. As she observes the boy rush to the bow to prepare the cannon, she glances back at the approaching storm, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Her whispering thoughts carried away by the wind. How reckless indeed. Chapter 41. Anne's reluctance to speak. The bow of the Saint Maria billowed with wisps of white smoke as the lone cannon discharged under the gentle patter of raindrops. The young boy reclined against the edge of the ship, still feeling the lingering heat from the cannon's mouth. Weary and breathless, Rain found a momentary revival in the cool, refreshing air swirling through his lungs. Yet, what truly eased his tension was their discovery of that mushroom-shaped reef. Following their course, they had encountered a hidden reef only once during their hour-long voyage. The visible rocks, too, became increasingly manageable on the relatively wider sea route. What a marvel! Who could have imagined that a whimsical doodle of a nautical chart would genuinely aid them in navigating the treacherous waters of Death Reef? How exhausting! Beneath the strange mast, the young maid collapsed onto the deck, utterly spent. The tufts of hair atop her head drooped listlessly, reflecting her fatigue. Having diligently adjusted the sails under Albert's guidance, she was now nearly worn out. Only with the wind's stabilization could she find a brief respite. Ha! At least we are still alive, are we not? Rain exclaimed, glancing back at the storm that was gradually veering away. Within the span of a day and night, they had endured catastrophic weather at sea, only to find themselves ensnared by Death Reef, with the storm still relentlessly pursuing them. Yet, through a twist of fate, a simple doodle had saved them. Such a tale. It was enough to boast about for a lifetime among ordinary folk. Young master, when can we finally rest properly? Soon, soon. Once that wretched storm has completely dissipated, we shall enjoy a well-deserved slumber, Rain gently reassured the young maid. Having only begun her training recently, and stamina had not yet improved significantly, that she had managed to persevere thus far was a testament to her resolute spirit. He could hardly expect more from her. He cast a glance towards the helm. where Uncle Albert's vigilant gaze scanned the surrounding waters. With careful precision, he maneuvered the vessel to avoid further damage. In the wake of this calamity, they owed their escape largely to the sailors' adept seamanship. Evading the storm and cautiously navigating through Death Reef, each moment relied upon this versatile gentleman's skill. Were all pirates of yore so formidable? Amidst gratitude, Rain pondered deeply. Having survived a maritime disaster, he began to understand why the seas were teeming with heroes. In the face of peril, alongside the specter of death, one confronted nature's south fury up close. After enduring such trials, even the most timid soul would be infused with courage and audacity. As the threat receded, the ever-cautious octopus, who had been hiding in the cabin, emerged onto the deck, playfully settling on the butler's shoulder while attempting to tidy his hair. The earnestness of its demeanor made one wonder whom it had learned such behavior from in the Chris household. TSK. Silly creature. With a slight smirk, Ren tilted his head, and the smile at the corner of his lips blossomed even more radiantly. Having narrowly escaped death, everything appeared delightful to him now. Is anyone hungry? He inquired. Me. Mimi. The little maid immediately raised her hand, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she looked at Lady Hea. Please, Lady Hea, Albert replied with a restrained nod, feeling a twinge of regret. Spending an extended period on Barren Island had indeed altered him considerably. In the past, a delightful meal could sustain him for days. But now he found himself eating just enough for each meal, losing the endurance he once possessed. Truly, the ways of the nobility were frightening, silently transforming a person from habits to their very essence, so subtly that even he remained unaware, all while wearing a facade of contentment. However, age had its toll. Reflecting on his ever-diminishing appetite, Albert mourned the fleeting days of his youth. Lady Hea, do prepare a bit more. I find myself quite hungry now. As the tension in his mind eased, Ren too felt the gnawing hunger within his empty stomach, the desire for food echoing in his thoughts. The memory of succulent meats and the warm aroma of bread made his mouth water. Even N's cooking seemed utterly appetizing to him. Ha! For some reason, the butler chuckled, startling the foolish bird perched on his shoulder. Ren scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What's so funny? When I was your age, I was just like you, always hungry. However, that is no longer the case, Albert reminisced wistfully, seemingly recalling a time when he could eat heartily. You are still like that now, the little maid pouted, noting that she consumed the least at home. Even compared to Lady Hea, who maintained a dignified and graceful demeanor, she ate relatively more. Yet, she was often mocked by the young master for her meager portions. Whenever she attempted to defend herself, a gentle gaze from Lady Hea would silence her. You'll find your appetite will grow after some training, Ren said, observing the little maid's sudden shift from dejection to confusion. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to comfort her. Is there truly a woman who hopes for an ever-growing appetite? Indeed, the young master is the most insufferable, she exclaimed, her volume rising from grievance to indignation. Ren merely smirked. With eyes like crescent moons, Hea smiled and said, I shall prepare dinner. It will be ready shortly. Dinner? Glancing at Hea's retreating figure, Ren lifted his gaze. Beneath the gradually darkening clouds, fine raindrops fell upon his face. Yes, indeed, it was time for dinner. Only now did he realize that since entering this maritime realm, he had not once seen the sun. The sky was thick with heavy clouds, perpetually drenching the world in rain. Although the rain had shifted in intensity, it never ceased. The disregard for time was certainly intertwined with their predicament. Moreover, the climate of this maritime region also obscured his discernment. Devoid of sunlight, even the concept of time became somewhat nebulous. Until now, amidst the clouds, he could barely discern some faint glimmers of light, akin to a candle shrouded beneath a lampshade. Chapter 42. Frightening the ship? Goo, 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 goo. Fool. Unable to even remember the code, the young man, hidden behind the rocks, cursed silently upon hearing the uncertainty in the signal from across the way. May-Shio, how terrifying. On the other side, a freckled youth with a tousled mop of red hair glanced around anxiously. The absence of moonlight cast everything into a shroud of darkness, with only a faint glimmer illuminating the shadows surrounding him. The wind howled, reminiscent of anguished spirits. He recognized the rocks. Yet recalling the elder's warnings transformed these daytime formations into fearsome entities, each resembling a monstrous creature silently watching him. May-Shio, are you still there? Please, don't scare me. Receiving no response, The freckled youth grew frantic, calling out for his childhood companion. I knew it. Leaving the village was a dreadful idea. My grandfather warned me. Even outside, there are monsters blocking our way. We cannot escape. And the devils, if they discover me, they will surely devour me. The frail youth trembled, murmuring his fears. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. The freckled youth froze, sensing a gaze fixed upon him. He cautiously lifted his head, spotting a silhouette atop the rocks. Who are you? I tell you, if Maceo comes, he will not spare you. Please, don't eat me. I'm too thin. There is hardly any meat on me. Fool. Wait, that sounds familiar. Maceo. It's Maceo's voice. An unexpected surge of courage welled within the young man as he clumsily scrambled up from behind the rocks. Bang. As he leaped down from the rocks. Maceo patted his shoulder. However, the already terrified Heidelberg could not withstand such a fright. His scream startled him further. Stop screaming. It's so annoying, Heidelberg, you fool. Stop it. I'm Maceo, not one of those ghosts from the tales. Shaking Heidelberg's shoulders, Maceo leaned closer to let him see clearly. Internally exasperated. He thought, this fool is scared to such an extent. Maceo? Maceo. The frail body swayed back and forth, the screams now taking on a rhythm. The pain in his neck jolted Heidelberg's awareness, and he gazed at the familiar face of his childhood friend. Overwhelmed with joy, he embraced Maceo tightly. I'm so relieved you're safe. Grandfather was right. This place has indeed been cursed by the divine. We shouldn't have left the village. Staying on the island is quite fine. Forget it. I've grown accustomed to it. Maceo rolled his eyes, listening to his friend chatter incessantly. However, when he heard Heisenberg mention returning to the island, Maceo's expression turned stern, and he forcefully extricated himself from the embrace. No, I refuse to spend my entire life there. Heisenberg, fluttering, dared not meet the piercing gaze that shone brightly in the darkness. Yet, there was no yet. You saw that thing called a newspaper. The world outside is so vast. Do you truly wish to remain confined to this small village for eternity? Not hearing an answer, Maceo stepped forward. Pressing him, answer me. Do you wish to stay in the village and eventually marry a girl from another village? Will your children be doomed to this tiny place as well? But last time, many people in the village died, and Uncle Martin lost an arm. That is precisely why we must leave. What if it happens again? The villagers will only suffer once more. My father still has a few arms left to lose. Observing Heisenberg fall silent, Maceo spoke with conviction, fixing his gaze intently on him. Therefore, we must venture out, right? Yes. Then let us set forth. Heisenberg nodded vigorously, but then a troubled expression crossed his face as he glanced at his friend. Maceo. What's wrong? Our boat is broken. Have you forgotten? This afternoon, we ran into a reef, and it fell apart. Thinking Maceo had forgotten, Heisenberg recounted the events of the afternoon in detail. I know, you needn't elaborate. Maceo interrupted, exasperated. How could he not remember? The boat they had painstakingly constructed over 6 months, secretly hoarding timber, was now in ruins. He was the one who bore the deepest scars of loss. The suffocating sorrow lingered in his memory. How many times had he been caught stealing wood and beaten by his father? How many nights had he stealthily ventured to the back mountain to chop down trees? The toil it took to create that boat was immense. But these burdens were not for Heisenberg to bear. Grinding his teeth, Maceo replied, It's fine. That pirate said we're at the graveyard reef, surrounded by wrecked vessels. There is enough material to build another boat. Oh. Seeing his friend had devised a plan. Heisenberg nodded gently before asking, Is there any chance there are still seaworthy ships? Fool. How could there be? That scoundrel was in such a state when Uncle White rescued him. If any ships had come here, he wouldn't be in such dire straits. However, Maceo what? Checking the provisions on his person, Maceo, already burdened by bad news, felt a tinge of impatience. Look around. It is impossible for ghosts to be here. Do not frighten yourself. Frighten. The ship? Chapter 43. The Two Little Thieves. Ouch. That hurts. Maceo quickly covered his friend's mouth after helping him up from the fall. Glancing around cautiously, he wondered if anyone was still above them. Fearing the consequences if they were discovered, memories of the battles that had once plagued their village in childhood flooded back, urging him to be ever more careful. Only when he sensed the surrounding silence did Maceo finally breathe a sigh of relief. Shaking Heisenberg gently, he admonished, You fool. Keep quiet. Do you understand? Heisenberg, having been pulled up from the deck and with his mouth covered, blinked in confusion. Yet, the dimness enveloping them rendered everything indistinct. It was impossible to discern even shadows. He could only emit muffled sounds to indicate his understanding. How clumsy can you be? Meishiu remarked, releasing his grip. Tightening his hold on the only makeshift weapon he could find, a stone, he felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back from the sudden turn of events. However, the tension in his mind began to ease slightly. Indeed, it seemed that diffusing tense situations often relied on the presence of fools. Heisenberg cautiously shifted, adjusting the loose wooden rain cloak draped over him. The ample garment felt somewhat uncomfortable, but the island's climate had long accustomed them to such plant-woven attire. In the village, nearly everyone possessed this skill. With frequent wear, the cloak's interior had softened over time. Yet, in moments of heightened anxiety, even Meishiu remained on edge, let alone Heisenberg, who had always been timid. He had known since childhood that he was of a fearful disposition. While the other girls could nonchalantly consume insects without flinching, he would tremble in fear, often earning scoldings from his grandfather. "Follow me, and be quiet," Meishiu instructed. Heisenberg nodded, taking careful steps and tightening his grip on the stone. Due to his frail physique, his stone was smaller than usual, but in such circumstances, having something in hand provided him with a modicum of comfort. "Is it only going to rain here?" murmured the little maid as she adjusted the captain's large cloak around her. Though she was shielded from the rain, the cold wind seeping through the gaps was bothersome enough. But that lazy wren sleeps so soundly, she thought, recalling the little turtle resting on her master's face earlier. The mischievous maid chuckled to herself, celebrating her small victory. "This is my triumph. Ha. You deserve it for always bullying me. No one can tease Annie forever." Sighing, she decided to leave it for tomorrow. Wrapped in her thick wool cloak, Annie felt her body gradually warm up. After a busy day, she was indeed tired. Yet her thoughts lingered on her master's treasure. Sneaking back into his bedroom, she searched once more but found herself growing bored. The young master indeed lacked the books he desired. And ultimately, she casually picked up a travelogue. Though unable to take away what she yearned for, she could certainly leave behind something. At that moment, Azan approached the doorway, a thought crossed her mind. It was a lesson imparted by the young master. To obtain anything, one must invariably pay a price. Thus, exchanging a turtle for a book seemed quite fair. He in the corridor, and, having acquired a new skill, joyfully bounced about. "Meishiu, do you hear that sound?" "I know." The owner of the voice suppressed their volume, yet the frustration laced with incredulity still managed to seep through their teeth. Listening intently to the faint sounds emanating from outside the cabin, and tread lightly. "Meishiu, has he discovered us?" "Indeed. Meishiu, I can no longer hear that foolish laughter. Even the footsteps have ceased." "Shut up, you fool. There is someone." The young maid's expression turned serious, her hair standing on end as a vigilant aura enveloped in. This was not the voice of anyone aboard the ship, and concluded within her mind. She was well acquainted with the voices of everyone on the vessel, and furthermore, there was no one aboard the Saint Maria who called out for Meishiu. The young maid gently set down the book she held her breath, and slowly approached the gap. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have already cast aside caution and begun calling for the young master. However, she understood that everyone on the ship was utterly exhausted and had endured much. After careful consideration, she resolved not to disturb their rest. The clutter strewn about her feet also bolstered her courage. These were tools hastily gathered by her and the young master after the storm had passed. As she neared the cabin door, the young maid cautiously peered through the gap, locking eyes with another pair. Ah! From behind the cabin door, two distinct voices erupted in a shrill scream. The clear female voice halted, and Anne, clutching her heaving chest, felt an inexplicable wave of fear dissipate amidst the cacophony of screams. The young maid mused, how could that unknown entity sound more terrified than I? Having long lived in the company of Run, she believed her own courage had reached its limits. Today, she realized that there were those who could scream even louder than herself. Was this a contest of who could scream the loudest? And fell silent, feeling embarrassed by her earlier reaction. What was there to fear from something that appeared even more timid than herself? Thud, fool, accompanied by the reprimand, was a dull thud. And recognized that sound all too well. It was the same noise made when the young master tapped her on the head. In truth, she had questioned more than once whether her own foolishness was a result of the young master's influence. Meishiu, did you hear that?" "I heard it. Just a little girl." Startled by the sudden screams, Meishiu felt a surge of annoyance and gave the fool a light tap on the head. This fellow had screamed longer than that girl. I told you. There couldn't possibly be a ship here. It must be those wandering spirits." "Absolutely. They come out at night to lure the living aboard and then devour them. The image of a solitary eye in a dim space lingered in his mind. As Heisenberg rambled incoherently, will ghosts be frightened? Meisho knew his friend always reacted this way. Whenever he was scared, he would start babbling, unaware of his own words. But we never encountered a ghost. What if, just what if they could be frightened too? In a flurry of panic, Heisenberg became increasingly convinced of his theory, his tone resolute as he sought to persuade Meisho. Well, that seems plausible. Meisho stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, he had never truly seen a ghost. So, let us hasten our departure. The planks on those reefs are sufficient for us to construct our own vessel. Or perhaps we should not. Even if they are ghosts, they are merely defeated spirits. Hearing his terrified friend once again urging him to abandon their quest, Meisho shook his head in refusal. Though he felt a tinge of fear, his desire to leave the village grew ever stronger. Regardless of what awaited him, be it a demon or a vengeful spirit, he was determined to claim that ship today. Bang. Huh. No. Bang. Observing the two dimwits collapsed on the deck, the little maid who had unknowingly opened the cabin door and appeared here tossed down the wooden bucket in her hand. Rolling her eyes, two fools. Chapter 44, Turtle Man, Tub Girl, Bald Head. Thus, these are the individuals you have captured. In the ship's cabin, Ryan inquired, gazing at the two individuals bound to the pillar opposite him. He could not help but stifle a yawn. Having been roused from slumber after only a brief respite was indeed an unpleasant experience. The youth felt somewhat lethargic, his body prickling with discomfort, which heightened his awareness. This conflicting sensation was rather disconcerting. If given the choice, he would prefer to indulge in a restful sleep. Yes, yes, the young maid nodded enthusiastically, her little tuft of hair standing upright. You're truly remarkable, Ryan smirked, though he was acutely aware of what encountering others in the Reaper's Reef entailed. After all, they could very well be castaways like himself. However, the attire of these two individuals was distinctly different from that of the outside world. Despite having evaded much of the literature, he could not ascertain their origins, which appeared to be from an island in the Western Sea. Yet, with islands in the ocean as numerous as the stars, who could determine from which small island they hailed? Another possibility arose. Perhaps there existed an island within the Reaper's Reef itself, where the inhabitants lived in isolation. If that were the case, its contributions would be significant. He simply wished to avoid witnessing the little maid's smug demeanor. Right? Right? Little Annie, eyes closed, slowly nodded, her delicate features brimming with pride. Yet the tuft atop her head stood on end, as if she had sensed something. The maid, picking up on the signal, hesitated. Are you praising me? Of course. Oh. Upon hearing her master's assured tone, the young maid's expression shifted to one of skepticism, her voice muffled, losing some of her earlier exuberance. With a gentle reassurance that quelled her doubts, Ryan exhaled in relief. He then turned to the butler beside him. Uncle Albert, is there truly an island here? Albert pondered for a moment, glancing at the two individuals in their raincoats. Young master, those who venture at sea would not wear such garments. Is that so? The butler, possessing extensive nautical experience, was undoubtedly an authority in this area aboard the ship. Hearing his words, Ryan examined the raincoats. The rigid joints and intricate woven fastenings suggested dexterity in movement. One could not help but admire the skill of the weaver. However, compared to the raincoats crafted merely for shelter from the rain, these garments appeared to be designed for everyday activities, not merely for protection from the elements. Albert surveyed the unconscious pair and spoke in a somber tone. Their condition does not resemble that of individuals who have suffered a shipwreck. Indeed, while the two appeared somewhat disheveled, their inner clothing remained relatively tidy. Their rosy complexions did not reflect signs of starvation or dehydration. Awaken them and inquire. It will reveal the truth. The young maid, who had been pondering whether the young master was indeed praising her, overheard the analysis of the two, murmuring to herself. The elder and the younger exchanged a glance, falling into silence. What's wrong? Am I mistaken? And retorted, disregarding the peculiar gazes of the pair. In a huff, she approached and delivered a swift kick to the frail leg of her captive. The moment contact was made, the tightly shut eyes of Heisenberg quivered, and he cried out in panic, Do not consume me. We are merely passing through. The sudden outburst startled the young maid. Regaining her composure, she gazed at the captive who continued to squirm and scream, a faint blush of embarrassment crossing her cheeks. Exasperated, she kicked again. Coward. You have the audacity to never mind. You truly have the right to call him timid. Noticing that the freckled man remained with his eyes firmly shut despite his cries, Ryan found himself at a loss for words. He and Albert had already discerned that the two were feigning unconsciousness, yet this was a tactic of interrogation. Setting aside whether the maid possessed the strength to render them unconscious for such a duration, the trembling eyelashes were a dead giveaway. Moreover, did the one beside him truly believe squinting was akin to being asleep? Sighing wearily, Ryan decided to proceed with direct questioning. Enough of this ruckus. Have you never considered the possibility of being silenced for being too loud? Upon hearing his words, the captive promptly sealed his lips, the tightly pressed mouth quivering slightly. However, why not open your eyes? Listening to the youth's innocent voice, Heisenberg felt an increasing sense of dread. Indeed, the tales told by his father in his youth were true. Those specters would manifest as the deepest desires to ensnare them. Wait, why is it a male? Could it be that within me, I am not a pirate? Speak up. Seeing the captive's eyes still tightly shut, Ryan sighed once more. Their intention was merely to procure some provisions and fresh water, and if feasible, to repair their vessel. It was crucial to note that, in a bid to conserve supplies, he could not even indulge in medicinal baths. Who knew how long they would linger here? Furthermore, beyond the Reaper's Reef, the distance to the next island was considerable. Thus, food and water were to be conserved wherever possible. Yet, was such fear truly necessary? Had the young maid secretly concocted something? Perceiving the young master's strange expression, and felt puzzled, but soon, her hair tuft swayed as she grasped his meaning. She delivered another kick to the captive's calf, stating, "The young master is inquiring of you." After speaking, she gave Rain a thumbs up. "Absolutely." Huh. Rain, bewildered, shook his head in disbelief once he grasped her reasoning. Not to mention whether that was my intention. But with the force you exerted in that feeble, cutesy tone, what intimidation could you possibly invoke? I refuse to open my eyes. I know that if I see your faces, I shall be silenced. There truly is. Rain, falling silent, observed the sheer terror etched on his face and softened his tone. "We are not pirates. You need not worry about that." "I don't believe you. Do you really have the audacity? Open your eyes and take a look at us." "I want tea." "You." "I want tea." "If you don't open your eyes, I shall bind your hands and feet and toss you into the sea." As he spoke, Rain feigned a grim demeanor, allowing his voice to grow heavy. He had stated that to look was to die. How could this coward possibly dare to open his eyes? The young maid rolled her eyes internally. However, witnessing such cowardice was indeed an eye-opener for her. "I understand now." Upon hearing the threat, Heisenberg promptly opened his eyes. He was not foolish. There was a clear distinction between dying immediately and delaying his demise. So, am I not a monster after all? In the dimly lit cabin, the flickering candlelight cast shadows across the boy's face. He did not, in fact, resemble a monster. Heisenberg discreetly scrutinized the three unfamiliar figures. "Do you see clearly? We are not monsters, right?" "Yes, I see clearly. The barrel woman, the bald man, and the turtle man." Heisenberg replied obediently, recalling the earlier chill. His gaze drifted towards the boy in the middle, somewhat unfocused. The barrel woman, the turtle man? Ignoring the fuming Annie and the enigmatic butler, Rain pondered, perplexed, how he had been labeled as the turtle man. Who was the barrel woman? How can you refer to me like that? A beautiful and charming girl. In the dimly lit cabin, the young maid's anger surged, her face flushed red. "Leave it to me, Annie." Watching Annie raise her leg once more, Albert gently patted the top of his head, his smile growing increasingly warm and friendly. All right. The tuft of hair quivered, and sensing the inexplicably heavy and terrifying atmosphere surrounding them, the young maid acted very obediently. Chapter 45. The Advancement of the Triad. To the hexad. Gripping the glass of milk in his hand, the young boy wore a forlorn expression. The cup, emanating a peculiar odor, had just been mixed by Sister Hea and delivered to him. Although there was a need to conserve fresh water, there remained an abundance of medicinal herbs. Recalling the cheerful demeanor of Sister Hea moments ago, Ryan felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. "You mentioned conserving fresh water. Does that not apply to milk as well? Moreover, how did you manage to preserve milk aboard the vessel? If you continue to add those bizarre concoctions, dear milk, you truly will weep." With a deep breath, Ryan tipped the glass to his lips and closed his eyes in resignation. "So be it. Let me and dear milk embark on our journey to the underworld together." Nearby, the steward gently brushed off his clothing and exhaled softly. Embodying the calm serenity that comes with a moment of preparation, a smile gracing his lips, reflecting the tranquility of life. How they squabbled. Crouched beside the battered and bruised captive, the little maid poked at the swollen lump with her tiny fingers, her face a mask of concern. That looks exceedingly painful. Yet the boisterous figure roared defiantly, showing no hint of the cowardice he had displayed moments earlier. I'll give it a try. The little maid scratched her head sheepishly, but upon realizing the captive's plight, her tone shifted to one of fierce determination. I shall poke it. What of it? After downing the peculiar milk, Ryan furrowed his brows, the strange taste nearly intolerable. He could no longer indulge in the luxury of dousing it with water as he had previously. He had to endure this unpleasant flavor. We merely wish to replenish our supplies. Is that so difficult to comprehend? His voice, slightly altered, betrayed his discomfort as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. The swollen visage of the captive managed to pry open a narrow slit, and upon noticing the bald head glancing his way, he swiftly altered his words. This is all for the sake of, well, you know. The resolute words of Heisenberg cast a hush over the cabin. Indeed, a fool he truly is. The three shared an inexplicable synchrony in their thoughts. Oddly enough, they had not uttered a word aloud. How shameless! Heisenberg exclaimed, his surprise evident as he quickly turned to his companion, hope lacing his indistinct words. Do not speak, leave it to me. Observing the unexpected vigor radiating from Heisenberg, Maceo paused in silence. In such circumstances, how could he possibly chastise this fool? As for the term shameless, well, it bore no significant weight. You seek to replenish your supplies, do you? Allow me to guide you. A robust young man with a round face fixed his gaze intently. Please, do not torment my companion any longer. Ah, surely you jest. Indeed, you must be jesting, lacking any sense of shame. Just moments after his surprise, Heisenberg was taken aback by his friend's words. Could this truly be the friend who yearned to set sail? He found it hard to believe and cautiously inquired. As the pain that had plagued him seemed to vanish, and his words became clearer. Meeting his incredulous silence, Heisenberg's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, the formerly timid captive began to struggle violently, blood seeping from his bound wrists. No, you cannot be Maceo. You are certainly not Maceo. How could Maceo abandon us like this? He would never utter such words. Never. Maceo remained silent, silently turning his head away. Have you forgotten? Do you not recall what that outsider did when we were children? Aunt Lucy, Uncle Bran, and they all perished, all at the hands of that outsider. No. Do you wish to doom everyone in the village? How could I ever forget? But what else can we do? As he thought of the whirlpool on the other side of the island, a look of resolute despair flickered in Maceo's eyes. I am truly sorry, Heisenberg. This notion of setting sail is but a mere fantasy of mine. Only you, my foolish friend, believe in it. With regret, he cast a glance at his companion. Please, do not endanger everyone. They simply wish to prevent you from setting sail. Their laughter is not malicious. Do not hold it against them. They are concerned for you, hoping to dissuade you from your reckless thoughts. Hearing his friend's earnestness, Heisenberg struggled even more fervently, yet his tone softened in an attempt to persuade him. Amidst his jumbled words, Maceo bowed his head in silence. Scoundrel! You are a scoundrel, Maceo. Amidst the curses, Maceo fixed his gaze on the youth. Do you not desire to replenish your supplies? I shall disclose the route to the island. Why, young master? The small girl who had hastily sought refuge beside Rain hesitated momentarily. I understand. Not only was Annie at a loss, but even Rain seemed speechless. The young man scratched his cheek, pondering how he had come to resemble a villain, seeking supplies for recovery on the island. Well, do you not wish to know the route to land? With a newfound determination, Maceo remained remarkably composed, as if the torrent of angry shouts around him did not exist. Rain, resigned, remarked, My friend, when you wish to drag someone down with you, you ought to conceal your intentions well. What are you saying? Maceo's heart raced as he feigned calmness while staring at the youth. What am I saying? The weary young man was at a loss for words. This one who was shameless was indeed straightforward. The gaze that betrayed them was evident to even the lowliest of nobles, not just the aristocracy of Barren Island. And you, cease your chatter. This shameless one never intended to sell you out. Cretin, fool, yet dear child, imbecile, nincompoop, as he listened to the rhythmic tirade of insults. A dark cloud of frustration enveloped Rain. With a silent sigh, he scratched his ear and raised his voice, declaring, I say, this one, referred to as shameless, never intended to betray you, merely a voyeur. Wait, hold on, you mentioned betrayal, but no, he himself stated he would lead the way. With a bruised visage, Heisenberg glared furiously at his former friend. Rain sighed once more. Untie them. Let them converse freely. Oh, the young maid, still pondering why she had failed to perceive the gaze, quickly acquiesced. She stepped over to the coward and released him from his bindings. You scoundrel! I will make you pay for attempting to betray everyone. Casting a glance at the captive, who was already raising his fists upon regaining his freedom, Rain shook his head. Let us depart. Allow them the opportunity for a proper discussion. But what? Is he incapable of untying himself, you dolt? Rain rubbed his ear, knowing well what the maid was about to say. You are the dolt. Watching the retreating figures, the maid clenched her teeth and huffed twice. Listen to me, Heisenberg. I shall not listen to you, you traitor. Traitor. Oh, fool, fool. Outside the door, a slight smile graced Rain's lips. So, the fool's name is Heisenberg. How intriguing these two are. Chapter 46. What to do when you feel uncomfortable for the first time. At the dining table, the two individuals, having freed themselves from their constraints, indulged in an extravagant feast. Oh, the hearty appetite displayed was even more pronounced than that of the elder sister from the perspective of the table. Mei Xiu remained silent, reflecting, how could they articulate so clearly when they were criticizing me just moments ago? Casting a glance at the contented Heisenberg, who was lost in his meal, Mei Xiu felt a sense of exasperation towards his friend, always suspicious of the intentions of this group, remaining ever vigilant. However, the food truly was delightful. Chewing on a piece of bread, the portly gentleman internally concurred. He surveyed the four individuals occupied with their own affairs around the table. What could their true purpose be? Is it delicious? Asked the poised woman seated across the table, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she addressed the two. Did you enjoy it? Then please, eat more. She casually swept a strand of hair aside, glancing at Heisenberg, who had enthusiastically raised his food in praise. With a tilt of her head and an enigmatic smile, she added, you may not have the chance to enjoy this again. Her mellifluous voice resonated through the room, causing the two seated across from her to stiffen. Are you going to kill us? Heisenberg stammered, his bread trembling in hand. His eyes wide with surprise as they flicked nervously around the four individuals present. Mei Xiu's movements faltered momentarily as he feigned composure, slowly chewing his food. Regardless of the outcome, they would never betray their village. Under that premise, he would accept whatever result awaited them. Of course, why would we keep you alive? The young maid leaned over the table, glancing from side to side, her cowlick bobbing playfully. Upon hearing the timid remark, she promptly stood up, hands on her hips, as if it were her right. After all, these were her captives. How could she not have some fun with them? In truth, we haven't eaten much. Heisenberg murmured softly, only to glance at the chaotic state of the plates before him, silently setting down some of his bread. Do you truly believe that? And scoffed at his actions, her expression one of disdain for his disingenuous claim. This fellow was indeed a coward. A little fright had made his words flow more smoothly. Really, we truly. Silence. Heisenberg. Mei Xiu interjected, halting his friend's embarrassing display as he set down his food. His countenance turned serious. While we are grateful for the food you have shared, please do not insult us, nor our resolve to protect our village. What a disgrace. Mei Xiu shot a glance at his friend, whose eyes sparkled with navet, and felt a vain throb on his forehead. Damn it, can't you speak properly? Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed through the previously quiet room, jolted by the conviction in his words. Feeling he had reached a pivotal moment, Mei Xiu turned to the source of the sound. Do you look down upon us? No, absolutely not. A peal of laughter escaped as the little maid, stifling her giggles with one hand, swayed back and forth under the weight of his brooding gaze. Yet, it was evident that she had overestimated her ability to contain her amusement. Ha! That serious round face is quite comical. The room resonated with mirth. Sighing, Quan and Yu pressed their foreheads in resignation towards the exuberant little one. Observing the girl collapsed with laughter on the floor, Mei Xiu rose in irritation. What of that round face? Has it feasted upon your family's provisions? You. By the way, Mr. Mei Xiu, may I refer to you in such a manner? Rain, setting aside his intricately designed raincoat, glanced at the little maid sprawled on the ground. While expressing your earnest intentions, what prompts your laughter? Have you gleaned nothing from your readings? Where is your decorum? Mei Xiu's expression hardened. The youth, who effortlessly perceived his thoughts, left a deep impression on him. Moreover, it appeared that he held a significant position aboard this vessel. Indeed, the young man scratched his cheek. You see, although the reefs in this maritime expanse are dense, we can locate your island, which cannot remain concealed for long. Furthermore, as you can observe, our provisions are ample. and we possess the patience to construct small boats. After all, judging by your circumstances, that island is not far from us, is it? As the youth spoke, Meisho trembled, his lips pressed tightly together. Despite his pallid countenance, the beads of sweat upon his forehead betrayed his thoughts. Rain flipped the intricately crafted raincoat in his hands. We comprehend your caution and admire your resolve to safeguard your homeland. Yet, you must confront reality. Engaging in misunderstandings only deepens the chasm between us. Are you attempting to convey that you will not harm my village, or that you are benevolent souls? After a moment of silence, Meisho spoke. No, regardless of our assertions. You and Mr. Heisenberg will not place your trust in us, will you? Upon hearing his name, the slow-witted Heisenberg nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Please believe me. Your information will merely prolong our access to the island. It will not serve as a safeguard. Rain chuckled softly, shaking his head. Although he remained unaware of the experiences that had instilled such profound wariness in these two, it was undeniable that they needed to find a sanctuary. Whether they wished to or not, Meisho clenched his fists. Alas, he realized that he could not alter the fate awaiting these people on the island. Resolve. What purpose does a will that cannot alter the outcome serve? If you are unconvinced, so be it. Those who take advantage of you care little for your compliance. People simply wish to assert their dominance over you. My intention in sharing all this is not to intimidate you. Observing the subdued and downcast demeanor of Meisho, the youth absent-mindedly touched his nose. It is my first experience in playing the villain. How does one adapt to such an unfamiliar role? Chapter 47 Annie. The voice of Meisho was somewhat hoarse, as his scheme had been unveiled, leaving his will feeling utterly worthless. The sense of defeat from being completely dismissed gnawed at him. Of course not. Since the outcome is already determined, why not make the process a bit more amicable? The boy's voice was youthful and unrefined, yet to Meisho's ears, it struck like a blade, inflicting pain. Influenced by the atmosphere of their conversation, Annie ceased her foolish laughter. She quietly returned to her chair and leaned forward to whisper to Sister Hayaka. The young master has changed so much since we set sail. Has he? Hayaka replied softly, her voice barely audible. It feels both good and bad. The little maid rested her head on Hayaka's lap, her voice muffled. This is who he truly is. Gently stroking the small head resting on her lap and playfully tugging at the little tuft of hair, Hayaka sighed inwardly. A boy despised by his family, yet inherently kind-hearted. How could he share such a close bond with the emperor, to be regarded as a disciple by that old man? How could he garner a reputation as a genius among the nobility of the Western Sea? Some achievements cannot be attained merely through kindness and a pleasant disposition. Indeed, the young master is destined for the sea, Albert remarked cheerfully, stirring his coffee as he observed the two. How could someone I recognize as my master be mediocre? Furthermore, not all aspects of nobility are decayed. If this class were truly ineffectual, it would not enjoy such widespread popularity across the globe. Reflecting on the wretched nobles of Baran, it was no wonder he could engage in conversation with the emperor. Such a manner of conduct, when examined closely, was undeniably domineering. A softened form of dominance remains dominance, yet compared to Charles's style, their young master possessed a vast and grand demeanor akin to the sea. Unaware of the thoughts swirling among the others in the room, Ryan shook his head in resignation. There's no helping it. I would also prefer to play the villain. Yet, no matter how long I have lived in this world, the soul from the rabbit kingdom prevents me from embracing the cruelty of the nobility. He knew full well that if they were to interrogate these two captives separately, there was a significant chance they would divulge the location of that island for the sake of their friend. Yet, he remained unwilling to do so. Although these two regarded him as a villain, he could not truly consider himself one. After all, he was merely a traveler upon the sea. Amidst Meisho's silence, Ryan spoke gently. You can rest assured, we are not those pirates, nor do we wish to harm your homeland. Entrusting your life to our mercy, that encapsulates our conflict. You cannot alter the outcome, yet you do not trust us. The boy spread his hands, his expression tinged with frustration. He could discern that the past experiences had instilled a sense of vigilance in those who emerged from the island. However, there were only 4 of them. Was such caution truly warranted? How little faith one must have in the strength of their homeland. Or perhaps that former outsider was simply excessively formidable. After enduring so much, even finding a place for respite had become a daunting challenge. It was disheartening. Meisho fell silent. The youth's words held a kernel of truth. From the moment they were discovered, their fate had already been sealed. Now was not the time for regret. Upon reflection, what options did he truly possess? For instance, He could inform them of the news, allowing for early preparation. Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, the boy's calm words startled Meishiou. Could this person read minds? I cannot. Meeting his uncertain gaze, Layan remained speechless, for others wore their thoughts upon their faces. Like pigments on a canvas, some were vibrant, while others were faint, their hues varying. And what of you? Let us not even discuss the quality of your pigments. Merely the canvas itself is far larger than that of an ordinary person. What do you think of this idea? The youth shook his head, not expecting any suggestions from him. Even if he did, it was unlikely he would agree. Who could say where this fellow might lead them into peril? Very well, then it is decided. You and Mr. Heisenberg shall return to deliver the message, while the other shall guide us. Layan cast a glance at Heisenberg, who was still consuming his food, his eyes filled with admiration. A person so timid could steadfastly uphold his principles. Now that was true courage. Are you enjoying yourself? Heisenberg, chewing his food, looked around in confusion, his swollen lips rendering his speech increasingly difficult to comprehend. Fool. Observing such a friend, Meishiou felt a tumult of emotions, his face marred with frustration. How could one eat so heartily in such a serious situation? Just hold your tongue and enjoy your meal, you fool. Heisenberg scratched his head, revealing a silly grin. Gazing at his friend's bruised visage, Meishiou found himself at a loss for words. Regardless, it was his own stubbornness that had brought them to this predicament. Yet, he still felt a surge of anger. While I was anxiously negotiating, you were indulging in such a feast. Who among us is truly the leader here? Have you had your fill? Noticing Meishiou's calm demeanor, Heisenberg appeared somewhat dazed. A vague sense of unease compelled him to change his words swiftly. One must admit, aside from diffusing tension, the fool possessed an extraordinary sensitivity. Once you are satisfied, we shall depart. As Meishiou pulled him up and dragged him toward the door, Heisenberg suddenly recalled something, struggling to swallow the food in his mouth. What are we waiting for? Ignoring his words, Meishiou's tone was somewhat heavy with discouragement. I have another question to ask, just one. Leaning against the doorframe, Heisenberg appeared anxious, and for a moment, the conversation resumed its normal cadence. Struggling against Meishiou's pull, he glanced at the youth in the chair. Did the people outside intend to tattoo their faces? Do you think I could get one for myself? Come on. Being dragged outside, Heisenberg's frustrated wail echoed back. Just wait a moment. I want one too. It might be a custom out there. Suddenly alert. The little maid with the peculiar hairstyle sensed trouble and quietly slipped away from her seat. Noticing Annie's movement, Quan and Yo exchanged glances, their eyes curving into crescent moons. This little rascal. Tattooed on the face? Rain inquired, perplexed, as he picked up a spoon from the dining table. A comical little turtle made of silver came into view. The boy scowled, casting a glance at the stealthy maid who had already crept to the door. Annie. Chapter 48. The mischievous chain. On the third day at the reef of the Grim Reaper, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with only a faint glimmer of light to testify to the sun's existence. Beneath the gentle drizzle and slanting winds, the waves danced upon the surface of the sea. Strange rock formations loomed above the water, resembling monstrous creatures poised to pounce. Boom. Direct hit. The melodious voice of a girl rendered Rain, stationed behind the cannon, momentarily speechless. He turned to the nearby butler. Uncle Albert, is Annie's training regimen insufficient? Don't pay attention to his nonsense. The little maid beside him pouted, casting an indignant glare in his direction. Quickly, she turned her attention back to the butler, defending herself as if fearing an unexpected increase in training. It was merely a drawing of a turtle. Why must it be remembered to this day? With such thoughts, Annie cast a resentful glance at the young man. Albert remained silent, cheerfully adjusting the sails, choosing not to interject. He understood that this was merely playful banter between the two. Is there an issue with the sails, butler? Underneath a large umbrella not far away, Yuchuan, Anya, scissors in hand, inquired of the ship's sole helmsman. Be careful, it's easy to get hurt, she cautioned, sensing the animal in her arms attempting to escape. In a soft murmur, the bird nestled closer, responding quietly. Turning its head away, it shed tears where it could not be seen. This woman is utterly terrifying. Indeed, Albert, you are the best. With a decisive snip, she trimmed another excessively long claw, taking satisfaction in her assessment of the bird. One must admit, although the master may be inept, his sense of aesthetics is quite normal. Fortunately, I managed to patch up the damaged areas. The voyage will not be hindered. Albert secured the sail ropes and surveyed the fruits of yesterday's labor with satisfaction. After all this time, my skills remain sharp. Are we setting sail today? Observing the well-prepared crew on deck, Heisenberg timidly approached the bow, his gaze lowered. Unable to meet the eyes of the two near the cannon. Yesterday, the training of this young lad left the captive aboard the ship in awe. What had he accomplished at such an age? As for his fear of that woman M. Although this girl named Annie did not seem to train as rigorously as the lad, she had been relentlessly beating him since he awoke yesterday. Wherever he went, he was met with blows. He had witnessed the complexities of how outsiders could strike. Previously, the old man would merely tap his head, which, while painful, was nothing compared to this. Humph, coward. Stealing a glance at the approaching Heisenberg, Annie muttered under her breath. Why do you ask so many questions? Everyone outside seems to have this tattoo. For the past 2 days, she has been subjected to the young master's relentless teasing. Of course, that Meishio should have returned to your island by now. Rain glanced at the young maid, finding amusement in her audible murmurs. Yet, he felt it necessary to ensure her life was not overly comfortable. Ahem, have the cabins been thoroughly cleaned? Annie lowered her head and replied softly. Yes, yes. They are clean. What about the bedroom and the tool compartment? The bedroom has been cleaned, but the tool compartment remains untouched. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Then hurry and attend to it. The young man feigned a stern expression, his eyes narrowing. After enduring a storm and arriving at this treacherous reef, the cabins of the St. Maria were in utter disarray. For the past few days, it was Annie who had been organizing the chaos. Falgo? She puffed up her cheeks and turned away. Rain couldn't help but smirk at her expression. That little turtle would never truly anger him. Over the years, their playful banter had become routine, and this level of mischief was nothing new to them. Regardless of who emerged victorious, Annie would inevitably report to the elder sister. Yeah. He wouldn't revel in his victory for long before facing her beaming smile. She always favored Annie, as if she were safeguarding a fragile, endangered species. Yet, Rain believed it was merely Ya's wicked sense of humor. Just as he enjoyed teasing the maid, he took pleasure in teasing him as well, albeit in a more clandestine manner. Remember to clean thoroughly. I shall inspect shortly, shouted the mischievous young master. Understood. The young maid exited with slumped shoulders, not daring to look back. Her frustrated demeanor, unable to unleash her ire, was quite amusing. Ha ha ha, you've willingly handed me the advantage. You can't blame me for that. With a smile gracing his lips, Rain tossed the ammunition in his hand and glanced at the frail youth beside him. Heisenberg, can you load ammunition? No, I can't. Heisenberg looked around the ship in confusion. The towering reefs had been shattered by these black spheres, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of their explosions. Was this the weaponry used by those from outside? Returning to reality, Heisenberg curiously observed the object Rain had tossed, referred to as ammunition. Very well, Rain mused, before tossing the black sphere to him. Then learn. Heisenberg hurriedly caught the projectile, his hands trembling under its weight, almost dropping it to the ground. Phew. Cradling the black sphere, he exhaled in relief. Having witnessed its destructive power, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive about this ammunition exploding. Yet, this was the strength possessed by those from outside, embodied by a mere boy. Feeling the weight in his hands, Heisenberg was somewhat apprehensive. What if these individuals harbored ill intentions? The village. All right, quickly load the ammunition, Rain urged, patting the now-chilled cannon barrel under the drizzle. Noticing the concern etched on his face, the young man felt a twinge of helplessness. In such circumstances, if he wished to find a place to rest expeditiously, he might have to assume the role of a villain. Never mind, he would apologize once they reached the island. Observing the remaining rocks around the Santa Maria, which had not yet been cleared, Rain formulated a plan in his mind. Oh. Upon hearing his words, Heisenberg, cradling the shells, responded hurriedly. That night, he too had overheard the conversation between Meishio and the youth. Regardless of his worries, he believed these people would ultimately locate the village. However, he sensed that they were not malevolent. It was not merely due to their shared experiences over the past couple of days or the delightful food they offered, but rather an instinctive feeling. Young master, what are you doing with that empty bowl? At the dining table, the little maid noticed Rain holding an empty bowl and tilted her head inquisitively. The boy paused momentarily, discreetly concealing his hand that held the empty bowl. Upon reaching the bow of the ship, Rain gazed at the somber sky, his dark eyes fixed upon the ominous rain clouds. The fine rain fell upon his cheeks, slowly trickling down his chin. Sighing, he lost track of time. Exhaling the warm air from his lungs, he supported himself on the deck, sitting cross-legged at the ship's bow. Leaning against the cannon, he lowered his head, the empty bowl placed before him. Raindrops cascaded down, creating rippling patterns on the surface. Chapter 49. A true source of trouble on board the St. Maria. The atmosphere had grown somewhat tense. This was the route map I had requested from Maceo before his departure. So do refrain from wandering aimlessly. In the gentle rain, the young boy held a rough piece of paper, akin to Heisenberg's demonstration. While he admired their dedication to protecting their homeland, he was equally reluctant to unknowingly venture into a dead end. Is this even permissible? Heisenberg's eyes widened in disbelief. Rain fell silent. It appeared this fool had never contemplated such a notion. No, when had Maceo sketched this? Indeed, he had betrayed the village, this. Listening to his murmurs, Rain suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Unfurl the sails. Understood. The little maid at the helm saluted with an air of seriousness. After enduring a tempest, during training intervals, Annie had sought guidance from Albert on various nautical matters. She wished to avoid that sense of helplessness, the kind that left one lurking in the shadows. Ah, how she had grown, sheltering under an oiled paper umbrella. A flicker of pride appeared in the eyes of Yuyuan and Ya. As they observed the two youngsters maturing, their hearts swelled with the emotions of doting guardians. Annie, adjust the sails to a 30-degree tilt. Received. The maid's expression turned solemn, her unruly hair standing stiffly as if inspected by a commanding officer. The directions off. Albert's face darkened at the helm. He had been acutely aware of Annie's diligent efforts in recent days, though she still complained of fatigue during training. Her movements had become increasingly precise, no longer instinctively opting for less strenuous methods. She even took the initiative to inquire about nautical knowledge during breaks. Yet, that naive disposition. A blush crept across her cheeks as Annie hurriedly made adjustments. She longed for that mischievous young master to notice her efforts, to be astounded. Having corrected the sails, Annie, slightly breathless, stole a glance at the young master at the bow. Noticing he was oblivious to her presence, the little maid wrinkled her nose. Continue loading the ammunition. After sorting through his tumultuous emotions, Rain sensed the movement of the St. Maria and turned to the agitated young man beside him. Indeed. Heisenberg clenched his fist and nodded. Regardless of whether that scoundrel Maceo had betrayed the village, these individuals still needed to proceed. Even in his anger, they must first return to the island. Aiming at a distant reef, Rain adjusted the cannon's elevation and lit the fuse. Boom. With a resounding roar, the cannonball struck the rocky outcrop, sending fragments scattering into the sea. Aside from training, he had been persistently firing to clear those treacherous reefs. Now it is possible to destroy a rock with just 2 cannonballs. Although there are some ineffective shells, it is noteworthy that such an achievement had not been accomplished before. This margin of error is commendable. Furthermore, even if the rock is obliterated, one cannot be certain that the underwater area has been thoroughly cleared, with the surface portion gone. These hidden reefs complicate navigation for vessels. In any other location, no fool would dare to blast a reef. Yet, here lies the infamous Dead Man's Reef, the graveyard for ships of the Western Sea. The narrow gaps between the rocks only permit the passage of small boats. Even those fragile skiffs, with a moment's carelessness, could meet a disastrous fate. Although the Santa Maria is considered a small sailing vessel, it still belongs to the category of sailing ships. With no established routes, they are compelled to resort to such clumsy methods. In fact, Rain suspects that the route depicted in the recently acquired sketch leading into Dead Man's Reef was also carved out with explosives. How impressive! Despite having witnessed the power of these black projectiles, Heisenberg cannot help but express his astonishment. The mightiest weapon in their village remains the long sword wielded by an outsider from the past. He and Maceo have stealthily observed it on multiple occasions, only to be reprimanded by the village chief each time. Not even Maceo, his own son, is exempt from this. Ironically, Maceo receives even harsher rebukes from Uncle Zhu. If the previous villain had brought such a weapon, Maceo shakes his head, dismissing the terrifying thought. For the first time, he realizes how astute his friend's decision to venture out to sea is. If enemies equipped with such weaponry were to appear in the future, how would they defend themselves? There is no need to ponder the future. These men are already bound for the island. Do not dwell on it. We are merely going to resupply food and provisions, and perhaps engage in some exchange with you. Observing the concern etched on his face, Rain adjusts the cannon's chamber as he speaks. He wonders what the previous visitors to the island did to instill such vigilance among these people. Curiosity piqued, Rain glances at Heisenberg and inquires, "What did that outsider do to instill such fear in you?" Heisenberg hesitates, but realizing they will eventually set foot on the island and discover the truth. He sighs. He killed many people in the village. Indeed. Rain nods, thinking along similar lines. For what reason? Or did you provoke him in some way? Before he can finish his thought, Heisenberg, filled with righteous indignation, exclaims loudly, "How could that be? We genuinely tried to help him, providing food and tending to his wounds." Observing the flushed face of Heisenberg, Rain remains silent for a few seconds. Indeed, one cannot fault him for his fury. After all, they saved him while he took lives. "I apologize. What I meant was, there must be a reason behind his actions." Heisenberg's anger slightly subsides. He is simply a villain. Very well. Rain shrugs, choosing not to press further. He could discern that the timid youth was seething with rage, to the point of losing his composure. Among the deceased, there might be his kin. After a moment of silence, Heisenberg remarked, "However, I have heard from my grandfather that he acted for the sake of a fruit. Who would commit murder for a mere fruit? That clearly marks him as a villain." Fruit? Wait, the devil fruit? Surely not. A twitch crossed Rain's lips. What does that fruit look like? I do not know, but the fruit has already been discarded by the priestess, who claimed it was an ominous fruit. If it were indeed a devil fruit, that outsider could be quite the threat. But one must employ some common sense. Was it necessary to resort to theft? Being this foolish is one thing, but to create trouble for others is utterly unacceptable. At that moment, Rain's heart brimmed with resentment towards the unknown individual. They could have embarked upon the island peacefully, but now, due to one imbecile, they would bear the stigma of being identified as villains. P.S. The young master is concocting yet another scheme to torment me. Peering out from the cabin door, her hair swaying gently, the little maid clenched her tiny fist. "Young master, what are you up to?" With his hands behind his back, Annie hopped over to the bow of the ship, glancing down at the bowl before the boy, filled with rainwater. She feigned nonchalance and inquired, "What are you doing?" "I am praying for the rain to cease," the boy replied. His youthful voice tinged with a slight rasp as he poured out the rainwater and set the empty bowl before him once more. "Is merely placing a bowl enough for prayer?" The little maid scratched the back of her head, pondering how much it resembled the beggars in town. Chapter 50. Within the island inside a wooden cabin, a bald man with a beard, clad in armor, tightly pursed his thick lips. He was continuously adjusting the leather within his iron armor. "Father, allow me to assist," remarked a young man with a round face marred by bruises, unable to contain his words as he observed the elder's somewhat cumbersome movements. This was Maceo, who had returned to the island ahead of time to deliver news. "Silence, you wretched fool." The middle-aged man's voice, though low, resonated with palpable fury. Maceo averted his gaze, his countenance heavy with discomfort. The searing guilt he felt overshadowed the pain inflicted by his father's blows. After all, it was his own reckless desire to venture out to sea that had summoned that ship, thrusting their village into peril. Moreover, the thought of Hazenbow. As he recalled the navigational chart he had drawn before his departure, a wave of anguish washed over him. Clang! The middle-aged man, fully donned in his armor, unsheathed the immense sword resting beside him with his remaining hand. He then cast a glance at his son, who was bowing his head. "Once this matter is resolved, do not expect to keep that leg of yours." The father's cold, unwavering declaration bore no trace of emotion, as if merely informing him of his fate. Maceo fell into silence, acutely aware that his father, both parent and village constable, was a man of his word, dedicated to safeguarding the community. Though his father spoke infrequently, his words invariably manifested into reality. Perhaps it was for the best. It would deter him from yearning to set sail again. Thud, thud, the heavy footsteps, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping against metal, echoed in the air. The middle-aged man seemed disinclined to await a response. Having spoken, he turned to depart. Creak, the wooden door swung open, and the sound of rain from outside mingled with the receding footsteps. "Martin, the able-bodied men of the village are prepared." "Indeed. But what of the priestess?" "The shrine has dispatched all its guards, a fine group of young men." "Did the priestess say anything?" "I understand." As he listened to the conversation outside, Maceo gradually inched toward the window to quietly eavesdrop. "Everyone, we are all aware of what lies ahead," Martin addressed the gathered villagers, who donned raincoats and appeared as a dark mass. They wielded an assortment of makeshift weapons, primarily farming tools. The population of the island's villagers was not substantial. They were accustomed to daily encounters, and, though conflicts arose, they seldom escalated to violence. Such weapons were typically reserved for hunters within the village. Among you are youthful lads, as well as those of my own age. We have all witnessed the actions of that outsider from years past, and even if you did not experience it firsthand, you have heard the tales recounted by your elders. In the tranquil atmosphere, raindrops either pattered upon the ground or thudded against the cloaks. Amidst the delicate sounds, Martin's voice resonated. Therefore, let there be no illusions. They harbor no goodwill. There are no tidings from beyond the island. What they bring is nothing but blood. Once again, they are outsiders, and we shall not repeat the mistakes of the past. The welcome awaiting them shall be devoid of benevolence. Inflicted with pain, we shall retaliate with death. The figures cloaked in black remained silent, yet their formidable presence seemed capable of dispersing the rain. Martin cast another glance at them and bellowed, "Let us depart." As this group of villagers set forth, Mayhu, concealed by the window, had long since collapsed to the ground. Tears flowed from the gaps between her hands, which were pressed against her face. Her voice, choked and hoarse, implored, you must return. Everyone. They have set off, O divine lady." Within the spacious and immaculate shrine, an elderly woman knelt, clad in modest yet neat attire, devoid of any wrinkle. "Have those guards also departed?" A cool female voice echoed from behind the screen, reverberating throughout the shrine. "They have all been dispatched," the elderly woman replied. Her head bowed in respectful deference to the deity's inquiry. "Very well, you may leave." The elderly woman straightened, bending slightly as she retreated slowly. Upon reaching the door, she pulled shut the wooden portal of the shrine, never once raising her gaze. As her footsteps gradually faded away, she whispered, "Mama, I miss you." Inside the shrine, the once cold sighs were replaced by an unmistakable weariness. Then, a cacophony of sounds arose, as if the occupants were rummaging through something. This must be the direction. Arriving at the island's edge, Martin leaned on his massive sword, flanked by the vigilant residents in their cloaks. This expanse of sea encircling the island was their sole fishing ground. Beyond lay treacherous reefs. Following the carnage of the last encounter, Martin had ceased to despise those reefs that threatened the village's harvest. He understood that while they hindered the villagers' bounty, they also served as their protectors. They have arrived. Beneath the ominous clouds, a grand vessel sliced through the waves, shattering the surrounding reefs with a thunderous roar. The residents behind him gazed upward, their expressions grim. For the sky was dark and devoid of lightning. Could this calamity have been wrought by those outsiders? Contemplating this, the villagers instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Martin brushed the rain from his brow and, with a slight exertion of his remaining arm, unsheathed the massive sword before him. He had pondered the possibility of entrusting this weapon to another, for surely, those with two functioning hands could wield it far better than he. Yet, upon surveying the village, it became evident that only he, with his physical limitations, could adeptly wield this weapon stained with the blood of a dear friend. Perhaps it is for the best. Today, let him wield this external weapon to confront these intruders. The rain cascading down into the sea creates rippling waves. As the vessel approaches, the water's surface is disturbed, obliterating those delicate ripples. With a resounding thud, the shoreline's makeshift port, constructed from stones, erupts violently. Fragments of colossal rock plunge into the ocean, causing the fishing boats, already swaying from the waves, to rock anew. "Hello, everyone." The youth who has descended before them rises slowly, lifting his head and breaking into a radiant smile. The villagers behind him stand momentarily stunned. Having been the architects of this modest harbor, they are acutely aware of the formidable nature of the massive stone slab that the boy has just shattered beneath his feet. They recall how the entire village's able-bodied men had toiled to transport that colossal stone down from the mountain. In their descent, they had crushed obstructive rocks and trees under the smooth surface of the stone and inadvertently collapsed a villager's home. Yet, this very boulder has been effortlessly crushed by the youth. Such power. Chapter 51. Is it not common sense to shake someone awake when they are in need? Before the crowd could ponder too deeply, Martin, wielding his colossal sword, stepped forward to strike. The clash of metal resonated, sending ripples through the rain-soaked air. Is he being overly fervent? Beneath the ample martial arts robe, the dagger concealed within the sleeve was grasped tightly by Rain, who found himself somewhat distressed as he blocked the massive sword of the bald man before him. "What are you waiting for?" Martin bellowed, his gaze fixed on the youth who barely stood taller than his own miscreant. What are these fools doing? Are they merely spectators? Or do they believe this outsider will show mercy because he is but a boy? Had they all forgotten the lessons from their previous encounters? With Martin's admonition, the villagers behind him snapped to attention, brandishing their weapons and launching attacks towards the youth. As Rain dodged several farming tools with swift movements, he could only feel increasingly exasperated. That foolish one trying to take advantage. It seems that even if I proclaim my goodwill, they would not heed my words. No one spoke, yet the intensifying barrage of attacks served as their response. Very well, then. Glancing at those clad in black ponchos, relentlessly assaulting him, he noted the most menacing figure at the forefront, the fierce bald man. Rain shook his head in resignation. What enmity must lie behind this? With his damp hair pushed back, a glimmer of seriousness flickered in his dark eyes. It appeared that only by subduing them could he facilitate meaningful communication. With a determined push against the ground, Rain sheathed his dagger and plunged into the throng. Among them, only the bald man posed a genuine threat. The others were no different from ordinary individuals devoid of martial prowess. They were merely common folk, a collective of ordinary people striving to protect their homeland. As he surveyed the villagers sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony, Rain steadied his breath, the vapor from his lungs visible in the rain. It is not over yet. The one-armed bald man, leaning on his massive sword, wobbled back to his feet. His grip on the sword was shaky, though he could withstand the pain through sheer will. It ultimately affected his condition. Hearing the plaintive cries around him, Martin turned and shouted, "What are you howling about? Silence! Have you forgotten those who perished? Younger ones fear pain, but do you old ones not feel it too?" As he observed the bald man scolding them in his own world, the youth covered his face in dismay. "Excellent. I have been entirely cast as the villain. Have you all forgotten those who have fallen? Calm down for a moment." As he knocked the bald man unconscious, he silently criticized his actions. Rain could see that the inhabitants of this island were inherently xenophobic, and the harm inflicted by that outsider had only deepened their animosity towards foreigners. Even as a mere child, they harbored unmasked malice. Under such circumstances, how could he allow this uncle to continue inciting the others? "Come on, Uncle Martin." As the St. Maria was being moored, Heisenberg spotted the group lying there, including the bald giant grasped by the youth. "Did you not promise not to harm anyone?" Before he could approach, an angry voice called out. "I merely asked him to calm down," Rain replied helplessly, fully aware that this fool would heed no explanations. Yet, it was still essential to articulate his thoughts. "Forget it. He wouldn't believe me anyway." He directly handed the hulking man he was supporting over to Heisenberg, who immediately grasped him, saying, wake up, Uncle. What is wrong?" Kneeling on the ground, Heisenberg, filled with urgency, clutched his friend's father's shoulders and began to shake him. "Shouldn't you check his pulse? At the very least, you could assess his breathing. What does this incessant shaking amount to? Is this some unique first aid method of this island? And how on earth can you, a scrawny little chicken, manage to shake a muscular giant?" "Oh dear, it seems young Rain's communication skills are rather inadequate," mused Izumi and Yaya, who had descended gracefully from the wooden planks, holding an oil paper umbrella. The rhythmic patter of raindrops on the umbrella mixed with the crisp sound of wooden clogs beneath their feet. "I need no explanations. No one excels at everything. Understanding is key." He. The little maid, snugly nestled beside her older sister Yaya, donned a perfectly tailored captain's attire, a thick cloak draped over her shoulders. It was a rare delight to witness her young master in distress, as she placed her hands on her hips, shaking her head with glee. "What are you so cheerful about? We are in this together, you know." "Do you think they're targeting only me?" Rain exclaimed, feeling utterly drained. He then glanced at Heisenberg, who was still shouting "wake up" at his feet. "If you keep shaking him like that, you might inadvertently cause more harm." "Oh, Uncle Martin, how could you leave us like this? In the future, huh?" As memories flooded back of his and Mayhew's childhood experiences of being beaten by him, tears streamed down Heisenberg's face, and he abruptly froze. He then quickly shook his head. Although the uncle had a penchant for physical confrontation and often resorted to striking him, he was now gone. That teacher who had berated him for being a coward was dead. How could he entertain such thoughts? In a moment, sorrow overwhelmed him, and his wails grew increasingly louder. "Oh, Bald Martin, please do not leave us. That scoundrel Mayhew is still waiting for you to teach him a lesson. If you go, I will be powerless against him." In that makeshift little harbor, only his cries echoed, while the residents, sprawled on the ground and aching all over, could only respond with bemusement. The younger ones endured their pain in silence, refraining from cries of distress. Some, feeling a twinge of shame, adjusted their raincoats. It was one thing to be easily bested by a child, but to weep so openly in front of others was humiliating. Martin's voice was hoarse, and the recent memories surged back into his mind. After a heavy blow to the back of his neck, his vision blurred, and his limbs felt leaden. He was acutely aware of the increasing fog in his head. The most haunting image was that of a pale, cherubic face, with lips turned upward in resignation and dark eyes glimmering with a hint of regret. In his dazed state, he felt as if he were transported back to that fateful night. A beleaguered figure clad in armor wielded a massive sword, the laughter of yesteryear replaced by a cold, hard demeanor. Standing beside the fire in the room, the flames cast a more alien light upon him, his eyes shining with a beast-like greed. Gradually, the radiance faded. When he awoke again, his wife's body lay cold, offering him no time to grieve. The inferno engulfing the village illuminated the rain-soaked gloom, unable to extinguish the insatiable greed of humanity. Grabbing a farming tool from the house, he dashed outside. On the stone street, constructed by the villagers, houses lay in ruin as flaming debris fell. Wooden structures on either side blazed fiercely. Blood, death. The raucous laughter of the assailants echoed around him. He rushed forward, incredulous that the man who once relayed news from the outside world, who had laughed heartily at his clumsy jokes, was now among them. Why? Were we not friends? The man turned, a sneer twisting his lips, piercing Martin's heart. Friends? Who would befriend a pack of savages? Since that day, every inconvenience brought by his lost arm reminded him of deceased comrades and his beloved wife. The weight of remorse grew heavier in his heart, intensifying his hatred for his own weakness. From that moment on, the villagers noticed the once cheerful sheriff had transformed into a figure of silence, and his remaining arm grew ever stronger through relentless training. One day, he vowed to send all those outsiders straight to hell. Uncle Martin, are you awake? The childish wail irritated him. He recognized the voice of Heisenberg, the village's notorious coward. Be quiet. Oh, it's good that you're awake. Opening his eyes, he beheld the tear-streaked, disheveled face of Heisenberg, which only fueled his anger. Crying like this. How embarrassing. Get away. Struggling to rise from the boy's embrace, Martin instinctively wiped his face, shaking off the rainwater. He fixated on several individuals whose attire starkly contrasted with that of the island. A glance revealed that the villagers who accompanied him appeared to be faring well. Martin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Uncle, we ought to have a serious discussion, don't you think? In the youthful and naive words of the boy, Martin fell into silence. Chapter 52. The despicable outsider on the shore, the ominous clouds above darkened, casting a palpable sense of foreboding as if they might descend upon the earth. Suddenly, a flash of lightning zigzagged through the sky, its brilliance momentarily obscured. The rain fell with increasing intensity, rendering the distant St. Maria as though veiled in a delicate gossamer. Rain gazed at the indistinct verdure of the island, his short blade momentarily stilled in his hand as he turned his attention to the bald man amidst the downpour. Mr. Martin, do you consent to our landing on the island? From the relentless wails of Heisenberg, everyone had learned the name of this bald uncle. Do you truly require my consent? Amidst the clamor of the rain, Martin discerned the voice of the youth. He paused, contemplating, before responding. In their brief skirmish, they had already grasped the formidable prowess of this young man. There was no necessity to seek their permission. Like a famished wolf entering a flock of sheep, he would not deign to ask for the opinion of his prey. The weight of this realization deepened Martin's gloom. What could he possibly employ to withstand these intruders? We mean no harm. We merely seek a temporary respite here. As you can see, our vessel requires repairs. Rain, sheltered by the paper umbrella held aloft by Uncle Albert, earnestly conveyed his reasoning to the constable. Despite their less than innocent arrival, he hoped to convey goodwill to the island's inhabitants. It would be best to dispel any misunderstandings swiftly. From the stories he had read, Rain understood that great conflicts often stem from a series of accumulated misconceptions, rather than mere battles for resources. Martin remained silent, while villagers clad in raincoats struggled to maintain their footing. Their physical pain rendered their movements somewhat awkward. He recognized that the young man had shown restraint. Otherwise, he and his companions would not be standing at all. He remembered that in their initial encounter, he had been armed. How infuriating! What had all his years of training amounted to? The memory of the boy's irresistible strength, a spectral presence, filled Martin with self-loathing. What did his mercy matter? With such power, if the youth so desired, who in the village could thwart him? What if this outsider harbored some nefarious scheme? As his thoughts whirled, Martin felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Could he truly place the fate of his village in the hands of these strangers' kindness? It was an inconceivable notion. I have heard of your plight from Heisenberg. However, you must understand, we have no conflicting interests. I do not require you to build a vessel for me, nor do I covet your fruits. We merely wish to linger here for a brief period. As if divining his innermost thoughts, Rain spoke slowly. Though he refrained from uttering harsher words, he was confident that the sheriff could fathom his thoughts. In such circumstances, it was imperative for him to elucidate his intentions. Were he in the sheriff's position, confronted by a formidable pirate with an amicable demeanor, he would undoubtedly ponder the ulterior motives behind such an encounter. However, a glance at the military prowess of the Baronesi civilization rendered him resigned. Any pirates of considerable strength had long since departed for the Grand Line, leaving only the weaker ones behind, who were inconsequential against the might of the nation. I knew he possessed the ability to read minds, yet he deceived me into believing otherwise. Heisenberg wore an expression of clever anticipation, having long suspected that the youth could perceive the innermost thoughts of others. Even he had been oblivious to the intricacies of Mehu's schemes, which were ultimately laid bare. Wait, what I am considering. Upon this realization, a flush crept across Heisenberg's freckled visage. He hastily began to entertain errant thoughts, wishing to conceal the secrets of youth hidden within his heart. Martin, with arms crossed, felt the chill of the downpour settling upon his armor, amplifying his discomfort. Yet, the coldness in his heart overshadowed any physical unease. He was acutely aware of the boy's implications. Lacking the strength to resist, they were compelled to recuperate. Under such clear skies, if he were to refuse. Very well, Martin replied hoarsely, knowing he had no other options. I hope you understand that on this island, my word is not absolute. Oh, come now, uncle. Spare us your modesty. You are undoubtedly the leader here. As he withdrew the massive sword embedded in the ground, the petite maid, though struggling to wield it, struck a pose that exuded confidence. Before he could finish his remark, Annie waved her hand dismissively, her small face stern, with her unruly hair defiantly standing tall in the rain. With your impressive armor and colossal sword, if you are not the leader, who else could be? Little Annie was indeed astute. Sheltered beneath a paper umbrella, the elegantly clad Izumi and Yaya appeared undeterred by the cold. She affectionately patted the clever girl's head, her eyes sparkling with joy. Right. I'm not as dim-witted as the young master claims. Upon receiving praise from Sister Yaya, the maid nodded vigorously, brimming with pride. Noticing the young master's gaze upon her, she turned her head away with a dismissive huff. Sister Yaya is, never mind, as long as she is happy. This fellow was perpetually cheerful. In an exasperated silence, Rain observed the thin garments adorning Sister Yaya. Since we have reached an understanding, let us depart now. Without uttering a word, Martin turned to lead the way, gesturing to halt the villagers who approached, eager to speak. As he stepped forward, the youth ventured to speak. By the way, could you kindly assign someone to watch over our ship? After all, you wouldn't wish for us to remain on the island indefinitely, would you? Martin's eyes flickered with consideration. The children in the village are indeed capable of such foolishness. The sheriff halted his steps, turned his head, and fixed his gaze upon Rain. Perhaps, but do remember what you have said. This is merely for rest and supplies. Of course, Rain replied readily, seemingly oblivious to the veiled threat in his tone. Who would welcome uninvited guests? Martin furrowed his brows. I am not jesting with you. I will keep a close watch on you, should you engage in any actions that endanger the village, even if it costs me my life. Ha ha ha. Isn't that splendid? We have nowhere to stay. We might as well go to the uncle's house. The youth laughed heartily, appearing quite pleased with himself. Hurry, Sister Hoya, the uncle wishes to invite us to his home. Without waiting for Martin to respond, Rain eagerly beckoned the sister behind him, his smile radiant. Leaning on his paper umbrella, the butler chuckled, gently patting the shoulder of the rather disheartened bird. As the weather had turned dreary, following closely behind the boy, he held the umbrella at just the right angle to shield him from the rain. Little scoundrel, he muttered under his breath, while Hoya, clad in wooden sandals, tugged the little maid along as they trailed after the boy. Having left the comforts of Barren Island, this little fellow seemed to be reveling in his newfound joy. Chapter 53. Low-key luxury drip, drip, drop. The rain is coming. The rain is coming. The little trees are budding. La la la. Beneath a paper umbrella, the little maid sways her head and sings a nursery rhyme, her feet dancing lightly beneath her. She appears delightfully foolish. Yuquan and you gaze upon her with affectionate eyes, holding a traditional oiled paper umbrella as they stroll along a pebble-strewn path. The lush greenery by the roadside rustles as raindrops cascade upon it. In the chill of the downpour, the girl's whimsical song brings warmth to the heart. Yet, amidst the oppressive gloom and the stern villagers surrounding them, her innocent cheer seems remarkably out of place. Yuan, with a warm smile, glances at the bouncy little maid. Annie, be careful of your step. Don't worry, Sister Ya. I'll be very careful. The small maid replies, giving a thumbs up. The stony path is rather treacherous. It would be wise to tread cautiously lest she cause trouble for others. Don't you think? Oh, I... The little maid, brimming with youthful bravado, was about to protest, but upon meeting Yochuan's gentle smile, her playful demeanor faltered. She lowered her head, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation, as if continuing to speak would invoke misfortune. Unintentionally, she noticed the droplets staining Sister Ya's skirt, and a shiver ran through her. I understand. Annie is truly obedient. Yuan extended her delicate hand and patted the maid's head, her smile unwavering. Humph. Serves you right. Not far behind, drenched in the downpour and burdened with a hefty sword. Heisenberg felt a sense of relief. Why must I carry this? It was your choice to play with it. The little maid retorted confidently. I'm a girl. I don't possess such strength. Besides, whose oversized sword is this? Can't you lend a hand? And no problem, Heisenberg stammered, momentarily at a loss for words under the girl's spirited insistence. Wait a moment. After dragging the sword for quite some distance, Heisenberg finally grasped the situation. Despite Mr. Albert's age, he still had Rain. Why was he made to carry it? Yet, glancing at the youth who had been troubling Uncle Martin, he silently sealed his lips. As for the villagers clad in raincoats, just moments ago battered by a boy yet still standing defiantly. Forget it. I'll carry it, Heisenberg reassured himself. Only after witnessing Annie being reprimanded did he feel a sense of relief. Ha ha ha. Are you always this pitiful on your own ship? Momentarily reveling in his own situation, Heisenberg then reflected on his circumstances. It seemed that whether in the village or aboard that ship, suddenly, a wave of sadness washed over him. Uncle, it has been incessantly raining here. How do the crops thrive? By the way, do you have livestock? The kind that is edible? However, your bald head is quite striking, and paired with your austere demeanor, I imagine you have many admirers. Martin maintained a stoic expression, seemingly oblivious to the incessant chatter of the youth beside him. Are the outsiders here so familiar? We were just engaged in a life and death struggle. After all, moreover, do you think a mere exchange of words would make us accept you? There are always ways to rid ourselves of your kind. Very well, very well. Noticing the silence of the sheriff, Rain shrugged in resignation. Despite having endured a harrowing shipwreck, they had arrived at a new island. This was his first time departing from Baron and venturing elsewhere, which naturally filled the boy with excitement. However, the island's inhabitants did not seem particularly welcoming, leaving Rain somewhat disheartened as he embarked on his inaugural adventure beyond the island. With no one to engage him, Rain glanced around, intrigued by the unusual flora of this strange island. What do the locals consume? Do they cultivate crops? How do they spend their leisure time? And what are their customs? How did they craft such exquisite raincoats? Everything captivated Rain's curiosity. Wait, what is this? Observing the surrounding vegetation, Rain suddenly froze, then hurriedly dashed outside. Albert, who had silently held the umbrella behind him, cheerfully followed suit. Prolonged exposure to this weather could lead to illness. Though Rain possessed a robust constitution, he on the ship would also prepare medicinal remedies. Yet, caring for this youth was indeed his mission. Indeed, it is, Rain exclaimed in delight, gently caressing the roadside plant. It was a slender bamboo of jade-like hue, lush green adorned with droplets resembling rain. Beneath the heavy rain, a gentle stream flowed from the bamboo. The boy felt the chill of the bamboo and its slick surface, made so by the moisture in the air. Oh, young master, you are rather peculiar. The maid, who had followed closely, crouched down to mimic his actions. Upon witnessing the rapture on Rain's face, Annie rubbed her shoulders in mild disdain. What do you know? This is tear bamboo. Upon hearing Annie's words, Rain rolled his eyes, too preoccupied to engage in banter. He lifted his gaze to admire this prized bamboo from the tomes. Cloaked in fine rain, the jade-like tendrils reached skyward. Raindrops gathered on the bamboo leaves, coalescing into beads before cascading down the elegantly distinctive leaf tips, like a plucked string. The sound of the rain tapping on the oiled paper umbrella above transformed into a crisp and melodious symphony. How is it? Annie shook her tousled hair, somewhat perplexed. How is it? Do you understand how harsh the growing conditions for this bamboo are? Only in places where it rains incessantly can one truly appreciate. The young boy paused, glancing once more at the ominous clouds looming above. Ah, indeed, this is the place. Annie blinked her eyes, brimming with mischief. Ryan smirked, dismissing the inexplicably proud little maid. Yet, do you comprehend how rare this bamboo is outside? When Charlie ascended the throne, a neighboring kingdom presented a bamboo basket, which remains preserved in Baron S. treasury to this day. Bamboo? A bamboo basket? Annie stared in disbelief. Was it truly collected by the emperor? No, that cannot be. Shouldn't the emperor be collecting gemstones, renowned swords, and ancient paintings instead? Furthermore, isn't bamboo merely something used in ordinary households for holding cow dung or other items? Imagining the resplendent emperor, adorned in luxurious garments and gleaming jewels, with a bamboo basket for scooping dung at his side was too much. The little maid hastily shook her head, as if trying to expel that nauseating image from her mind. That bamboo basket was crafted from a single tier bamboo, complemented with other rare bamboos. Wait. Interrupting the young master's narration, Annie flailed her arms, eagerly posing her question. Why must it be a bamboo basket? Could it not be something else? Perhaps the tier bamboo was too small. You must understand, such an environment is unparalleled elsewhere. Ryan fell silent, recalling his own bewilderment upon first learning this news. Why must it take the form of a bamboo basket? Yet, this is inconsequential. I merely wish to convey how precious this bamboo truly is. There was a war sparked by an instrument made from tier bamboo. I know. That instrument belonged to a king, right? The little maid raised her hand, brimming with enthusiasm. She had been engrossed in the spectacle while perusing her history books. Ryan nodded gently. So, do you now grasp the rarity of this bamboo's growth? Then, sensing her impending question, Ryan glanced at the slightly embarrassed maid and smirked. Let us put it this way, that single plant could purchase 4 of those foolish birds. Perched on Albert's shoulder, the bird, puzzled by the conversation about its kind, curiously pecked at its head. 8,000 plus 8,000 equals. Adding another 8,000. Ryan turned toward the ever-stoic Sheriff Martin, who stood by like a statue. Mr. Martin, nonchalantly crossing his arms. Martin wore a stiff expression. What does it matter if it's valuable? They cannot take it with them, and to them, this bamboo is merely an ordinary type. Oh, is it truly so trivial? The young man felt a tinge of confusion. He was well aware that revealing to the seller the true value of his possessions would be rather foolish. Nevertheless, he believed that the knowledge and weapons acquired from the outside world were worth a few tears. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he appeared utterly indifferent. An hour later, Ren gazed upon the modest bamboo house, propped up by wooden beams and elevated off the ground, and his lips twitched slightly. What utter extravagance! Chapter 54. Long time no see. A villager approached Martin, glancing at the 4 strangers before the treehouse, and lowered his voice. Martin, you. No need to say more. I can handle it here. Amidst the rain, Martin touched his bald head, his expression stern. I understand. If anything arises, just call for us. We will stay nearby under the villagers' straw cloaks. The worried villager cast a concerned glance at his old friend. Since that incident, Martin had buried all his troubles within, becoming increasingly unfamiliar in demeanor. In a fleeting moment, he recalled a scene he had witnessed not long ago. Inside the house, Martin, drenched in sweat, wielded a massive sword. Veins bulging, his visage fierce. Nodding, Martin affirmed, in the coming days, everyone should stay hidden and avoid wandering about. The impact of that incident had indeed weighed heavily on Martin. Previously, he would discuss any matters with the villagers, but now, sighing, the man in black concealed his worries as he turned toward the villagers behind him. Although he was unsure of Martin's plans, they were all from the same village. His current injured state rendered him unable to assist. After bidding farewell to the others, Martin approached his bamboo house, where the strangers awaited at the entrance. They truly resembled friends come to visit. Friends? Huh, what are you doing here? Martin exclaimed, his brows furrowed as he reached the door. Only this fool in the village would believe that scoundrel. Setting sail. I brought you weapons, Heisenberg stammered, awkwardly lifting the hilt of his sword. Having followed Maceo since childhood, he had often faced Martin's discipline. This uncle had struck him more times than his own father. Under the long-standing authority, he spoke hesitantly. Although it was he and Maceo who had brought these individuals to the island, they did not seem to be bad people. Thus, it was best to avoid the uncle's wrath whenever possible, for Martin possessed formidable strength. Martin fixed his gaze on Heisenberg for a few seconds, observing his growing unease, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. With a cold snort, he lifted the massive sword and turned to ascend the steps. Phew. It was a relief not to be beaten. Heisenberg quietly exhaled, muttering to himself, Uncle Esclair is terrifying, no matter how many times I see it. Young master. That uncle is truly frightening. The young maid whispered into the boy's ear, her voice low as she watched Martin's silhouette on the steps. Rain, who squatted on the ground, lost in his own thoughts, responded dismissively. What was he doing just now? He thought it was foolish enough to tell the seller how valuable his belongings were, but little did he know, there was something even more embarrassing. He boasted to the seller about the preciousness of his items, only to be met with a puzzled expression as the seller casually pulled out a pile of goods. These trinkets, in our village, were of no use to anyone, they were merely kindling for the fire. In a fleeting moment, Ryan seemed to hear a voice filled with confusion. How humiliating, truly humiliating, as he was cradled in the arms of the youth. The now curled-up bird of paradise began to struggle violently. What was he doing? What did he intend to do? It was already excessive to bring a tropical bird here to be drenched in rain. Did he also wish to suffocate me? After observing the boy's antics for a while, Chien and you couldn't help but chuckle lightly, their spirits buoyed. This little creature had been precocious since childhood. After learning to read, it became increasingly difficult to trick him. How long had it been since she had seen him like this? Alas, in the blink of an eye, the little one had grown up. She had not played with him for long. Glancing at the now content bird of paradise in the boy's arms, Albert cheerfully suggested, "Young master, we should hurry inside. Miss Ya and little Annie are not dressed warmly enough." Instantly, the curled-up bird of paradise, with tears welling in its eyes, exclaimed, "Albert, you are the best to me. I will never call you bald again." Looking up at Sister Ya's simple attire, Ryan nodded, feeling a pang of regret for his carelessness. "Then let us proceed inside quickly. As for the little maid?" Humph, the captain's attire was warmer than his. The boy stood up, and the bird of paradise immediately flew onto Albert's shoulder, nuzzling against his temples, appearing utterly moved. After brushing his tousled hair, Albert hesitated for a moment before gently advising, "Be careful not to fall." Amidst cries of despair, a glance exchanged between the boy and the bird met Albert's kind gaze, causing the bird to freeze as the ancestral instinct of caution kicked in. Ignoring the moisture gathering in its eyes, the bird hastily spat on its wings, quickly tidying Albert's hair. Blinking innocently, its avian face was filled with eagerness to please. "Father, how are you?" Just then, as the door was knocked upon, Meisho, who had been waiting anxiously at home, rushed forward. His eyes filled with concern as he looked at Martin. "Go prepare some food." Martin, with a stern expression, shot him a glance, hung his sword on the wall, and began to unfasten the buttons of his armor. "What about those outsiders? Is there anything I need to do? This time it was my fault. If you need to break my leg, go ahead. It will put an end to my desire to go to sea." Lost in thought within the room, Meisho, tormented by guilt, didn't he hear his words, his mouth incessantly muttering. Martin paused his movements, falling momentarily silent before gazing at him. "I suggest you prepare some food." "Oh, indeed, we must prepare something to eat," Meisho promptly replied, turning to depart for the storeroom to gather provisions for the old man. "Be sure to prepare an ample amount." Meisho exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed that the intruders had been dealt with. Moreover, the old man was unharmed, which was a great comfort. "Uncle, your home is quite spacious." A melodious female voice chimed at the entrance, sounding somewhat familiar. "Is that you?" Meisho halted his steps and slowly turned around. "Hi. It's been a while, hasn't it, Meisho?" "No, wait. It's only been 2 days." Upon seeing the girl's radiant smile, Meisho's expression stiffened. Chapter 55. In the center of the room, a circle of flames flickered, casting away the chill from outside. Above the fire, a cast-iron pot simmered, releasing fragrant steam as chunks of meat bobbed in the hot broth. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, enveloping the gathered company in warmth. Meisho stared vacantly at the pot. What was the matter with these people? Had her father and the villagers gone off to battle? Why had they returned home? Martin had shed his cumbersome armor, donning a coat fashioned from animal hides. The rough craftsmanship hinted at the absence of a matriarch in this household. The atmosphere in the room seemed to have a peculiar effect. Even the lively young maid fell silent, awkwardly twisting on her low stool. She glanced at the dazed face of the boy, and then at the bald uncle with no discernible features. After a moment of comparison, she found a commonality and leaned closer, whispering her discovery. Rain was reluctant to engage in conversation. Annie's peculiar focus was always baffling. The relationship between father and son should not be the issue. Noticing his indifference, the young maid subtly pouted and shifted closer to Sister Yaya, saying, "They seem alike, don't they?" Indeed. Yaya, perched on a high stool, was organizing an oil paper umbrella. Upon hearing her words, she feigned observation for a moment before covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes glimmering with affectionate indulgence. "I am not a child anymore." The young maid was exasperated by Yaya's teasing. She had long outgrown such childish antics 2 years prior. With a tuft of hair standing defiantly, she felt a mix of annoyance and a hint of pride. The young maid approached Albert, saying, "Look, look, don't they seem alike?" Albert, adjusting his sideburns, chuckled at the young maid before scrutinizing the father and son across from him. Indeed, they do resemble each other. Even their expressions are similar. As he listened to the seemingly hushed chatter of the young girl across from him, Martin's expression darkened. Dressed in a fur coat and sporting a bald head, he exuded a rugged demeanor that belied his stoic facade. "Maceo, fetch some bowls and cut a sprig of rain god flower," he ordered. Maceo, lost in thought, stood up silently to comply. "Rain god flower?" Rain murmured, pondering, but could not recall such a plant from memory. Not understanding, he inquired, "Uncle, it sounds quite precious. Is it a vegetable or a spice?" "It's a vegetable," Martin replied, and Rain nodded, continuing the conversation. "Is this vegetable common in your region? If it's something rare, I wouldn't want to impose." It is quite common for one to glance at him, and Martin succinctly inquired what transpired outside. At that moment, the rogue donned armor and wielded a weapon, and the villagers managed to cope, albeit barely. After enduring extensive training and bearing arms and armor, he was ultimately vanquished effortlessly by a mere youth with a few punches and kicks. If such monstrous beings were to invade the island in the future, what fate awaited the village? Before long, Maceo returned, clutching a stack of wooden bowls and a plate of chopped vegetables. The young man nodded slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Sister Hia. Noticing the gaze of little Rain, Hiquan and Hia exchanged a discerning look and nodded slightly. Receiving the unspoken message from Sister Hia, Rain remained nonchalant. "Thank you, shameless one," he said, reaching for the wooden bowl she offered. The little maid sniffed the fragrant steam wafting from the bowl, her eyes squinting in enjoyment. The warmth of the bowl and the morsels within brought her inexplicable joy. How delightful! Sipping freshly made meat soup on a cool, rainy day. Annie brought the rim of the bowl to her lips, her rosy mouth hovering close. "Wait, the master hasn't eaten yet, and you, as a guest, cannot contain your impatience?" The young man playfully smacked the little maid on the head, admonishing her with a tone of affectionate chiding. Annie, caught off guard by the playful tap on her cowlick, instinctively shrank back. However, upon realizing the young master had not struck her with force, she wrinkled her nose. Reflecting on his words, she acknowledged her impatience and, with a silly grin, touched her head and stuck out her tongue. Sorry, I was just too hungry." Martin's gaze swept across, lingering on Rain for a moment. It was unclear whether he accepted the little maid's apology or not. "Old man," he said, accepting the wooden bowl handed to him by Maceo. He brought it to his lips, undeterred by the heat, and downed half the contents in one go, chewing on the morsels as he glanced at the boy watching him. "Ha ha ha, so generous. Uncle, all you need now is a drink." The young man laughed heartily, as if nothing had transpired moments before, his youthful voice resonating joyfully within the room. To an unknowing observer, it would seem they were hosting a banquet for an esteemed guest. Maceo quietly savored the soup. Not inquiring why the boy laughed, she lacked the inclination to do so. Rain, wide-eyed, once again halted the little maid. "You drank before the master had a sip? Are you that eager?" "Humph." The little maid puffed out her cheeks, turning her head away. Although she often endured playful teasing from the young master, it had always been in jest. He had never been this serious before. For a moment, she felt a spark of anger. "Bad Rain. Stinky Rain." Raising the bowl, Rain peered inside. The milky white soup exuded a delightful aroma, with a few pieces of meat nestled among the vegetables that floated enticingly on the surface, promising a savory experience. With a single gulp, Reinhardt drained the bowl of broth, releasing a sigh of warmth. The oiliness had been absorbed by the vegetables, leaving the soup refreshingly light, imbued with the distinct fragrance of the plants. Recently beset by misfortune, Reinhardt felt an unexpected wave of emotion. Only through enduring turmoil does one truly appreciate the rarity of gathering around a fire and savoring a steaming bowl of soup. "Another bowl, please." Maceo stood up, took the empty bowl, and filled it anew with broth. Accepting the wooden bowl, Reinhardt praised, "Your culinary skills are quite remarkable." He was acutely aware that this sentiment stemmed from his own heart, having departed from the first island of Baron and surviving the ordeal at Death Reef. This bowl of soup carried a unique flavor. Maceo did not respond to his words, and Reinhardt paid it no mind. Furthermore, this rain god flower, the flickering shadows of the fire danced and overlapped, rendering the figure across from him increasingly indistinct. In this haze, Reinhardt noticed the little maid beside him raising the wooden bowl. "No, I cannot drink." Chapter 56. Oh dear young master. In the wake of the sudden upheaval, the small maid's bowl crashed to the floor, spilling a milky white broth across the ground. "Young master, what is wrong? Please wake up." The flustered maid supported him, instinctively reciting phrases gleaned from her readings. "You mustn't drink, you mustn't drink," she murmured, echoing the final words left by Rain. A realization struck her. The broth was poisoned. The distressed bird trembled, anxiously watching the young boy, though this little creature often threatened him and bullied him, squeezing him like a ball. It was also the only one who spoke in his defense when that wretched family member sought to harm him. "Is it all right?" Lydia. Albert, too, felt a twinge of concern. Although he recognized the issue, he refrained from intervening, believing that it might serve Rain well to face some adversity. With this thought, he did not stop the boy from drinking the broth. Yet, when Rain truly fell ill, Albert's heart tightened with worry. Upon hearing the butler's words, the maid came to her senses. Cradling the unconscious boy, she quickly turned to Sister Ya. "It will be all right. A little rest will do him good." Ya smiled gently, leaning down to pinch the boy's cheek, noting how it no longer felt as plump as before, causing her smile to widen. "Let you act like an adult, father." The sudden turn of events startled Mayhew, who was seated opposite the fire, as he glanced at his father. The only one capable of poisoning the broth, apart from himself, was his father, who had gone to fetch the pot. Yet, why resort to such a cruel method? Recently come of age, Mayhew found it difficult to accept this malicious approach. Nevertheless, the outcome was still a failure. Observing that only the boy had succumbed to slumber among the four seated across from him, Mayhew felt an indescribable mix of relief and regret. Martin clenched his fist, the veins on his remaining arm bulging beneath his clothing. Ignoring his son, he fixed his gaze on the woman across from him. "How did you find out? How did we find out?" You brushed aside a stray lock of hair and repeated his question. The method of administering the poison directly to the pot's bottom, without any extraction, was utterly crude, so much so that she hesitated to respond. She glanced at the bald man across from her, his expression serious, as if confronting a perplexing conundrum. "Sigh, given Rain's desire to get along with you, I shall share a word. Though the fish scale herb possesses considerable potency and compatibility, its color is simply too conspicuous." You swept her eyes over the milky broth in the pot, beginning to speak slowly. "Moreover, although the taste is quite faint, I can still discern it." For Rain's sake, she had spent years dealing with medicinal herbs, she thought to herself. "Oh, is that so?" After examining the young master's breathing, the little maid was somewhat astonished to discover that he had indeed fallen asleep. It then dawned on her that, apart from herself and the young master, neither Uncle Albert nor Sister Ya had any inclination to partake in the meat broth. Even that bird showed no interest. But what about Uncle Albert? "Are you familiar with the herb known as fish scale grass?" Upon carefully assessing Rain's condition, Albert noticed the little maid's eyes sparkling with curiosity. "It is indeed fish scale grass." With a resigned correction, Albert rubbed the top of his head, casting a sidelong glance at the father and son across from him, his gaze laden with inscrutable meaning. He then turned to the little maid and cheerfully remarked, "I lack the vast reservoir of knowledge possessed by Lady Ya. But you see," Albert glanced at the bubbling iron pot, "I simply know that it is impossible to achieve such a rich broth in such a short time, let alone with meat." Clang. Mayshow's body stiffened, and the terror within her caused her to tremble. The bowl in her hand fell to the ground. How infuriating. It was merely a fleeting glance. So why do I feel this way? The gaze of the middle-aged man lingered in his mind, slowly transforming into a blood-red hue. Faintly, he seemed to catch a whiff of blood. Martin pinched his thigh hard, drenched in sweat as he emerged from his reverie. The lingering sensation of suffocation still resided in his heart. Who are these people? Recalling the recent experience, he was reminded of his childhood when he fell into the sea, confronted by the tusks of a wild boar, and that fateful night engulfed in flames. The only difference now was that he was devoid of rage, leaving only fear. In his memory, all the accumulated terrors weighed upon him like a mountain pressing down. Yuguan and Ya held their hands over the bowl, feeling the warmth that radiated through the wooden vessel. They refrained from commenting on Albert's menacing demeanor, knowing it was targeted and would not intimidate little Annie. Moreover, this little rascal ought to temper his disposition. Casting a glance at the peacefully sleeping Rain, Yuquan and Ya thought to themselves, So the broth was spiked, was it? With her chin resting on her wings, the blissful bird mused, feeling somewhat relieved. It was fortunate that she had no appetite. Having secretly tasted the young master's special milk, the blissful bird was aware that what humans could tolerate, she might not. Yet, poison is inherently malicious to all living beings. Then, why didn't you say anything? Clutching the young master, the little maid looked around, feeling somewhat bewildered after hearing their explanations. Albert remained silent for a few moments, his voice resolute. This is something the young master must endure. To be poisoned? The little maid shook her head in confusion, struggling to adapt to the sudden seriousness of the usually cheerful butler. Stunned by the perspective of the little maid, Albert found himself at a loss for words. Is his kindness truly a flaw? Is kindness not a virtue? If he were to remain in Baron, his benevolence would indeed be admirable. However, upon the vast ocean, where strength reigns supreme, his kindness may become a liability. Is that really how the ocean is? The little maid pondered, her brow furrowed in confusion. The books do not portray it that way. You must understand, those are merely tales from books, came the gentle reply from Yuchuan Anya, as she tenderly stroked Annie's soft hair. Observing the little maid, who was lost in thought, Yuchuan Anya shook her head, a flicker of affection in her eyes as she playfully tugged at the maid's errant lock of hair. Ah! The little maid was suddenly roused, covering her hair with teary eyes. Reflecting on little Ryan's kindness, one must consider its consequences, Yuchuan Anya patiently elucidated. Indeed, she cherished the benevolent little Ryan, admiring his reverence for life depicted in his drawings. Yet, in the treacherous expanse of the ocean, excessive kindness could become a weakness. Uncertain of her sister Ya's sentiments, the little maid contemplated, counting on her fingers, threats, drugging, assault. These scenarios only exist under conditions of absolute power. Yuchuan Anya gently patted her head, casting a glance at the two individuals across from them. We are the ones being assaulted. Meishio, listening, felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he interjected, you have not accepted the young master's goodwill. After reflecting on the numerous injustices she had encountered, the little maid embraced the boy in her arms with a heart aching for him. With beautiful eyes fixed upon him, she chastised softly, we. Meishio found himself at a loss for words, covering his face. At this tender age, he still harbored a sense of youthful righteousness, despite the villagers' constant warnings about the malevolence of outsiders. Yet, such measures. Chapter 57. Oh, the monsters. Martin's face remained impassive as he paused for several seconds before slowly speaking. You are ultimately outsiders. The young maid felt a surge of anger. Ready to unleash some choice words she had picked up from Zyro. Yusin and Yer exchanged glances, intrigued. Humph. The young maid puffed out her cheeks, defiantly turning her head away with a huff. Yusin and Yer nodded, their smiles growing more pronounced as they regarded the bald sheriff across from them. Do not misunderstand. I am not leveraging our plight for your favor. Quite the opposite, your actions align perfectly with my intentions. Albert chuckled, clearly in agreement with Madame Ya. He discovered for the first time that the woman's thoughts were indeed traceable, at least when it came to confronting Rain. The butler gently caressed the exotic bird perched on his shoulder, silently observing the sleeping Rain. His tone devoid of joy or sorrow. The sea is a realm for men to roar and fight. It allows no room for the young master's excessive compassion. Therefore, rather than being docile, I prefer you to stir things up a bit. The words laced with mirth from the two instilled a sense of trepidation in Meishio. He could sense the coldness and bloodlust hidden beneath their seemingly mundane dialogue. It dawned on him that the true threat aboard the vessel was not the young master, but rather this young man in charge. Martin remained silent, beads of cold sweat trickling down beneath his fluffy fur coat. The flickering flames before him offered no warmth. This was the cultivation of a new monster, and they were merely a feeding ground for this little creature. When his kindness wanes, the new minions will only become sharper and more ferocious. Compared to these individuals, the man who once unleashed a massacre for a mere fruit seemed so cowardly. The bamboo in the central fire crackled sharply, while the torrential rain outside fell with increasing urgency, pummeling down like thunder. The room was as silent as a graveyard. The young maid, affected by the somber atmosphere and oblivious to their conversation, timidly shrank her head. The small tuft of hair atop her head drooped down, reflecting her desire to remain unnoticed by her master. Annie held the sleeping Rain tightly in her lap, murmuring softly, Master, am I really that foolish? Yet the unconscious boy in her embrace could not possibly respond. Indeed, there is no doubt. You are quite foolish. The exotic bird rolled its eyes, as if to say that in such a quiet room, lowering her voice would not keep others from hearing her. Yusin and Ya's crescent smiles crinkled as they silently chuckled, with one of them gently patting the little fool's head. Mr. Martin, could you provide us with 3 rooms? After all, the food is no longer edible. The woman spoke after glancing at the corridor within the room. The gentle words seemed to suggest that the previous conversation had merely been an illusion. All right, Meishio, go tidy up the room, he said, Oh, okay. Meishio stood up, swaying slightly. Having sat on the low stool for so long, his legs felt somewhat weak. The young man with the broad face reassured himself. Tonight, I will sleep with father. As for the rest, there just happens to be 3. Before he could finish his sentence, the youth collapsed. Thud. Martin swiftly kicked, preventing him from falling into the fire and suffering burns. He had just drunk. The young maid, realizing, remembered that this shameless fellow had also partaken of the meat soup, though not as much as the young master. No wonder it took him so long to fall. Annie, suddenly enlightened, felt a surge of joy. Hee, I'm quite clever. Leave the young master to me. Approaching Annie, Albert observed the young maid giggling foolishly and smiled helplessly, refraining from inquiring about her merriment. Perhaps, never mind, he decided not to guess. It's all right. Annie can carry the young master, she said, steadying the boy in her arms before slowly moving to the front and crouching down. Oh, the weight exceeded my expectations. The unexpected heft caused Annie, still adjusting her crouch, to tumble onto the ground. Why? Why is he so heavy? Glancing at the small hands flailing beneath the boy, Albert found himself speechless. Did you think the young master's training throughout his life was for naught? If it weren't for Lady Ya's potions, he would have been all muscle by now. Yet, despite the potions, the results of his training have not diminished. In fact, they have improved. Anyone who assumes this is a frail child would undoubtedly be mistaken, as that pirate named Hanermo could attest. Cautiously lifting the boy, Albert wiped the dust from his face with his clothing and gently hoisted him onto his back. Phew. Saved. Lying on the ground, the young maid didn't mind the dust. Exhaling deeply, she once again recognized the disparity between herself and the young master. However, she wondered if she would remain this heavy in the future. The young maid felt a twinge of concern. Oh well, what does it matter? A little weight is fine, as long as I don't turn into a muscle-bound figure. Then Uncle Albert will share a room with the young master. Truly a burden. Resolving her inner turmoil, Annie rose from the ground and mimicked a bow as seen in the theater, earnestly imploring, "Thank you, Mr. Butler." Meanwhile, a gentle hand from Quan and yet discreetly tugged at a lock of hair. The little maid stumbled, compelled to follow the direction of the quirky-haired boy, tumbling awkwardly along the way. "Oh dear, Yaya, please don't tug at me," she exclaimed. "As a girl out here, one must take care of oneself." "Let go of her, Annie," said Yuchuan, her lips parting slightly, her fingers gently tapping the little maid's nose. "But master is asleep. Isn't that even more perilous?" The little maid murmured, pouting, "A boy like master deserves to be well protected." The butler, Mr. Albert, nodded cheerfully, bending slightly in deference to Lady Yaya. "Oh, didn't you request 3 rooms?" The quirky-haired boy interjected, realizing a flaw in his logic. Little Rain cannot possibly require constant care every day. That bit of fish scale grass, he'll be awake by morning. Yuchuan patiently explained in a soft voice. Oh. Amidst the commotion behind them, Martin sat silently on a low stool, not uttering a word. Once the noise receded, he raised a hand to touch his bald head, his palms slick with perspiration. A monster, perhaps? Master isn't here today, the little maid said, clutching the bowl hidden away by Rain. She glanced around before placing it before herself. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Annie hugged her ankles, swaying gently. Can he really manage this? No, this is certainly not meant for prayer. Annie gazed out at the rain, her quirky hair bobbing as her thoughts drifted. Chapter 58. Kindness. The young boy, lying on the bed, stirred slightly, emitting a somewhat hoarse sound. He gradually opened his eyes, and the dim light of the room allowed his eyes to quickly adjust. Is this a strange ceiling? In a haze, the boy, Rayan, subconsciously pondered as he woke. Wait. The others in his dazed state. He recalled the moments before he had lost consciousness. That foolish girl wouldn't have truly drunk it, would she? Although Uncle Albert was an old pirate who had lived a stable life on Barren Island for many years, his vigilance should not have waned. And what about Sister Yaya and Annie? However, since he was feeling all right, it suggested that the potion was not lethal. Relieved of some worry, Rayan felt a surge of irritation. He was still too naive, even though he had seen his uncle drinking the broth. After some hesitation, he had ultimately fallen for it. The boy composed himself and struggled to sit up. Regardless, the most pressing matter was to check on the others. Just waking up. He could not simply rise. A pair of cool little hands pressed against his forehead, gently pushing him back onto the bed, accompanied by a softly reproachful voice. Sister Yaya, you're all right. Hearing the voice of the one who had always been by her side, Rayan's spirits lifted. Of course, only you, that reckless one. would carelessly consume someone else's food. Yaya chuckled, lightly patting the boy's forehead. After all, he was still just a child. No matter how mature he appeared, he remained so innocent. No matter how many books one read, some lessons must be learned through experience. To trust others in the face of such obvious hostility was truly, sigh, I hope this little fellow gains some wisdom in the future. The boy sheepishly rubbed his nose, but soon understood the meaning behind her words and could not help but inquire. Annie and Uncle Albert are fine, right? Of course, Yaya replied, handing him a cup of water. But the butler is still quite cautious, and as for that little one, she shook her head, unable to contain herself. Little Rayan knew to test the waters first, inquiring about his opinions. That silly girl had the audacity to drink it directly? Had it not been for Rayan's intervention, she would undoubtedly have been the first victim. After a moment of reflection, she sighed internally. In this regard, Annie had never failed to disappoint. Well, over the years, she had grown accustomed to that foolishness. That silly girl drank it too. Misunderstanding Sister Yaya's words, Rayan was at a loss for words, silently sipping water to soothe his throat. He had been so careful in trying to stop her, yet the little maid still ended up drinking it. Was she truly that greedy? Nonetheless, it was fortunate that Uncle Albert was awake. Even if he had fallen victim, it would serve as a lesson. Let us see if she dares to indulge so recklessly again. Little Annie is quite well, her beautiful eyes glistening with a hint of water. As Yuchi-wan softly spoke, in essence, it is only I. Only you have been drugged. The woman pressed her crimson lips together, her slender finger playfully tapping his forehead, her words laced with a teasing tone. Gone were the days of pinching her chubby cheeks. She had discovered new amusement in watching young Ryan's embarrassment. The little one, so precocious yet often feigning maturity, appeared quite amusing when caught in a moment of shame. However, this time, the boy did not react as she had envisioned. I see, Ryan exhaled, relieved that everyone was unharmed. His earlier probing had indeed served a purpose. Although he had fallen victim, he had at least managed to protect the little maid from sharing his fate. Yet, he must remain vigilant. Uncle Albert is not infallible. As the number of adversaries grows, there will inevitably be situations beyond his control. As one of the only two capable fighters aboard the St. Maria, the enemies they face are not always so easily subdued. By the way, what does little Ryan intend to do? Not witnessing the anticipated scene, Yuchi-wan did not feel disappointed. She adjusted a strand of hair and returned to her seat, picking up the book resting on the chair. Huh? What should I do? Ryan, holding his cup, slowly sat up, a hint of confusion in his expression. He noticed the chair beside him where Sister Yuya was seated, feeling a warmth in his heart. Sister Yuya had always remained by his bedside, just as she had during his childhood illnesses. Aren't you angry? The woman tilted her head, the medical tome resting on her lap, her smile as gentle as he remembered. Outside, the rain fell in a veil, its muffled sound seeping in. Ryan fell silent, his lowered eyelids betraying no emotion. He was acutely aware of the peril they faced. Had he not succumbed to slumber, it could have been poison. What if they had all consumed that bowl of broth? Even if it were not poison, it posed great danger, rendering them powerless amidst hostile villagers both inside and outside the house. Their fate. Ultimately, we are not inhabitants of this island. After a moment, Ryan lifted his cup and took a sip of water, speaking slowly. So, you were aware of them? Yuchi-wan slightly nodded, her eyes glimmering. How kind of you, little Ryan. No, this is the third time, Ryan asserted firmly, a hint of childish earnestness on his face, devoid of his usual mirth. The experiences from his past life instilled within this newly reborn youth a deep respect for life, whether his own or others. Yet, neither his life in the land of rabbits nor his years in Barren had taught him to be cowardly. The outsiders of your inflicted harm upon them, fostering a sense of animosity towards themselves, which is understandable. Their xenophobia and reluctance to engage with the outside world can also be comprehended. In their quest to safeguard their homeland, employing certain methods is justifiable. However, such understanding must not be misconstrued as a license for unrestrained behavior. Should one fail to grasp the situation, allow me to elucidate it for you. Thus, the woman murmured, her soft voice unheard by the young boy beside her, who remained oblivious to her gentle smile. Little Rin, truly kind-hearted, thought Quan and Yashin as they delicately caressed his cheek, the brilliance in their eyes still captivating and warm. Exuding an intoxicating tenderness, the boy lifted his hand to rest upon hers. The cool, soft touch rendered him momentarily speechless. Has she been here all night? Young master, you are indeed benevolent, mused Albert, leaning against the corridor wall, pausing as he fondly stroked the hand of the bird of paradise. Reflecting on life at sea, he noted that even in Baron, he had not encountered nobles with such magnanimity. Punishment for wrongdoing is warranted, yet merit does not always guarantee reward. In comparison to others, the young master's approach, though compassionate, raises questions about its efficacy. Let us hope these individuals exhibit better behavior henceforth. Casting a glance toward the direction of the parlor, Albert shook his head. A benevolent soul need not take life. Rather, they must refrain from senseless destruction. Chapter 59, The Vigilant Bird. Rain lifted his straw hat and glanced at the robust trees behind him, mentally estimating their worth. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exhaled, realizing that 2 would suffice. After trimming the excess branches, he secured the axe at his back. The young lad positioned himself between the 2 trees, crouched down, and encircled them with his arms. Exerting his strength, with a low grunt, he hoisted the trees and began his descent down the hill. Walking along the well-constructed gravel path laid by the villagers was quite easy. On either side, a stone trench guided the rainwater away. The island's inhabitants had developed their own ingenious drainage system over the years. Raindrops pattered against the leaves of the trees lining the road, creating a crisp sound. However, the incessant rain was a constant presence here. Beneath his cloak, Rain gazed into the distance at the low-hanging, oppressive clouds. They had been on the island for over a month, with rain varying in intensity but never ceasing. It was no wonder that the local tear bamboo thrived so robustly. This was truly their homeland. The precious tear bamboo, once rare in the outside world, had proliferated to the extent that villagers could utilize it for constructing their homes. The young boy strode confidently down the slope, the trees in his embrace feeling weightless. Clang, clang, clang. Beneath the propped-up St. Maria, Albert wielded a wooden mallet, hammering away. Underneath the removed metal sheeting, shattered boards were being replaced with brand-new ones. Fortunately, the crucial parts remained intact. Having shed his butler's attire for a loose work outfit, Albert took pride in his craftsmanship, which had not diminished over the past decade. Just a bit longer, St. Maria, there's still a small portion to repair. Is he really conversing with the ship? On the shore, Maceo was somewhat perplexed. Were all outsiders this peculiar? Suddenly, a wing, not a mere hand, smacked against his head. Maceo sighed internally, hastening his pace. Although they were in the wrong that day, his assistance was warranted. After all, if they prepared adequately, they could leave the island sooner. It was indeed a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yet, being overseen by a bird was undeniably irksome. Splitting a piece of wood, Maceo cast a glance at the nearby paradise bird. So exhausting. I can't go on. Sitting on a low stool, Heisenberg was repairing a board, clearing its edges while lamenting, "Why did Uncle Martin send me here? There are plenty of better carpenters in the village." Smack. How could you be lazier than Annie? I am aware, but dear Mr. Bird of Paradise, I am utterly exhausted. The ever-dutiful Heisenberg, accustomed to overseeing, sighed in resignation as he gazed at the beautiful avian creature. This task truly demands considerable energy. If one is fatigued, it cannot be executed well. The bird of paradise hesitated, stroking its chin. Indeed, unlike the labor of chopping wood, this endeavor was far more taxing. Furthermore, as you can see, there are still numerous planks to attend to, and Mr. Albert cannot possibly manage them all in haste. Noticing its wavering, Heisenberg widened his eyes, striving to persuade the overseer to grant him a brief respite. The bird of paradise modestly nodded in consent to the young man's request. It was certainly not because the young man referred to it as Mr. Absolutely not. Yea, splendid. Setting aside his tools, Heisenberg seized a cup of water nearby and took a hearty gulp. Why should I be blamed for my strength? Isn't chopping wood far more strenuous? The bird of paradise cast a cold glance, and Maceo clenched her teeth. Chop. Mr. Steward, how fares the St. Maria? A woman's voice emerged from behind Albert. It was Yuchiuan India, who had just returned from the island's procurement, dressed in elegant, unembellished kimono and wooden clogs. She held an oil-paper umbrella in one hand. In the gentle rain, the woman stood gracefully, her gentle demeanor rendering even the unpleasant weather more delightful. Fortunately, the trees here can be repaired, and as for the iron sheets encasing the vessel, they can be mended with some effort, Albert remarked, picking up a towel from beneath the awning to wipe the rain mixed with sweat from his face. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Steward. No, it is my duty. Lady. Albert shook his head, seemingly unconvinced by her words. By the way, have you gathered all the herbs you required? Not quite yet. Glancing at the wooden basket at her waist, Yuchiuan appeared somewhat troubled. While this climate allows for the discovery of some rare herbs from beyond, the common medicinal plants are quite challenging to cultivate. Tomorrow, I shall accompany little Rain up the mountain. Perhaps we might stumble upon some delightful surprises. The thought of the little one, who stubbornly insisted on huffing and puffing up the mountain without a cart, made Yuchuan's smile deepen, her enchanting eyes curving like a crescent moon. By the way, where's little Annie? Albert scratched his head, tidying his sideburns. I thought she would only cause chaos here, so I assigned her some training. At this moment, she should be on the deck. I see. Yuchuan nodded, observing the two busy individuals and the bird around her. Then I shall go check on her. Although the herbs are scarce, I can still concoct a few potions to aid in training. What splendid news. The memory of the little maid calling out during her training brought a cheerful smile to Albert's face. Well then, I shall not disturb your work any longer. Take care. Lady Yaya. As they approached the gangplank to disembark, Yuki and Yaya stepped onto it. On the deck, a small figure engaged in physical training stood out distinctly. 141, 142. Little Annie was also putting forth great effort. Yuki and Yaya chose not to interrupt her, carefully controlling their steps as they quietly entered the cabin. She understood the reason behind the maid's diligence. Little Rain had repeatedly obstructed her, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Such an experience had awakened this timid little one to the reality that not every moment would be safeguarded by her master. Moreover, what if it were poison? With this thought in mind, the maid's training had intensified over the past few days. Thus, her support work must also be thoroughly prepared. With this resolution, Yuki headed directly to the apothecary room. On the deck, after her training, the little maid gazed up at the sky and then at the empty bowl. Why did her master insist on such a thing? Shaking her fluffy hair, Annie pondered, still unable to comprehend how a mere bowl could beseech the rain to cease. The little maid noticed something unusual within the bowl. After glancing around, she cautiously extended her finger to poke it. Poke, poke, discovering no danger. She picked up the rectangular object, resembling a theater ticket. A ticket? Where did this come from? The little maid examined the item in her hand closely. Could this possibly be what her master desired? Annie fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 60. The child contemplating suicide amidst the curtain of rain on the verdant hillside. The distant sound of a youthful melody floated through the air. Alas, tomorrow I shall resort to using tools once more. The boy tightened the two hefty logs around his waist, feeling a twinge of helplessness. The anticipated training method had proven utterly ineffective, leaving him with no choice but to bear the weight of two logs. While this could indeed strengthen his arms and lower body, it offered little more than that. Each journey back and forth yielded minimal gains in stamina. It seemed that the method of training with logs was ill-suited for solitary practice. This approach was more akin to the regimen employed by the Navy to train new recruits on the streets, he mused, recalling the naval training manual. However, confined to a secluded island, how could he dare to exhaust his physical strength? Without depleting his energy, the effectiveness of his training waned considerably. The boy sighed in resignation. There was no alternative. Only he and Albert were capable of combat aboard the vessel. Under such circumstances, training had become rather constricted. Although the bald youth named Martin had become somewhat subdued since that day, who could say whether he harbored further schemes? That insufferable brat. Spotting the bamboo pavilion not far off, Ryan grimaced. Despite his words, he nonetheless made his way over. Hey, you little rascal, what are you up to now? The young boy within the pavilion heard his voice. Cursed be it, he thought to himself, discreetly nudging the rope inward with his foot. Oh, you nuisance. Are you moving logs again? As Ryan approached, the boy greeted him, though annoyance lingered in his tone. Yet, no matter how vexing, manners must be observed. It was a lesson taught to him by his mother in his youth. Casually discarding the two hefty logs, Ryan stepped into the bamboo pavilion. Enough already. Are you trying to court disaster? The boy was of ordinary appearance, slightly younger than Annie, and appeared to be just an average child. His long, jet-black hair was tied back, yet what drew the most attention were the empty sleeves on either side of his torso. Indeed, this young lad was a disabled individual who had lost both arms. Hearing the dull thud of the logs hitting the ground, the boy's eyelids twitched slightly. Hey, Ryan, don't you realize this is a form of flaunting? Flaunting what? Ryan retorted with a roll of his eyes, dismissing the comment. Let me see what new method of self-destruction little Dylan has devised today. He would not underestimate this boy due to his age. After all, he had been deceived upon their first encounter. That radiant sunshine and vibrant smile were something he could never have mustered in his previous life. Fortunately, He had sensed something amiss and rushed back just in time to witness the boy leap off a cliff. Ultimately, he had managed to grasp him and pull him back up from the vines at the edge of the precipice. Dylan lowered his eyelids and paused in silence, asking, "Why do you always come to my rescue? Is there any reason needed to save someone? I just want to help." As he met his gaze, the words at the tip of his tongue slowly faded away. Ryan remained silent, then inquired, "Then why do you wish to die? Isn't it obvious?" Dylan was taken aback that he could ask such a foolish question, regarding him with an expression that seemed to say, "Are you a fool?" before shifting his shoulders slightly. "Aha. I've caught you now, I knew it. You have no good intentions by coming here." Ryan, unfazed by his gaze, adopted a demeanor of "come at me," reaching out to push aside the boy's thick cloak that trailed on the ground. "Look what I've found. A rope? This is not a wise choice. TSK, as if you've ever died." Dean, caught off guard, turned his head with a dismissive tone. Since he had not deceived this person, he felt no need to maintain the pretense. This meddlesome fellow had spotted the rope, which meant he could not take his own life today. Ryan's silence left him astonished, his eyes widening. "No way, you really tried? But why? TSK, what else? Do you think I'd save just anyone?" Ryan gazed into the distance, through the curtain of rain, as if he could see the St. Maria anchored at the shore. Then he turned his head, fixing a stern gaze upon Dylan. "By the way, stop using that provocation tactic in front of me." "This guy?" Dylan fell silent. He had never intended to evade him. From the moment he realized he was no ordinary child, the odds of his various strategies succeeding had already halved. Everyone knows to guard against either a clever person or a fool. Yet, what troubled him now was why this foreigner named Ryan understood his suicidal tendencies so well and persistently rescued him time and again. Had he truly experienced it himself? "Your methods are merely the remnants of my own." In the bamboo pavilion, Ryan's tone carried a teasing lilt, as if mocking the inadequacy of Dylan's tactics. However, Dylan could discern the emotions concealed within those words. Why do you, with a robust physique and a capable crew, sail freely across the ocean, wish to end your life? After a moment of silence, Dylan suddenly spoke, his anger mounting with each word. It was hard to imagine such a small boy could possess such volume. Inside the pavilion, the sound of rain was quiet, and Ryan suddenly laughed. "You remind me of my past self. When he first saw reports of those who took their lives for love, he had felt just as furious. How could such individuals, who show no regard for life, possess a healthy body? Meanwhile, he lay in bed each day, unable to care for himself. What are you laughing at?" Ren shook his head. "Since you inquire of me, what about yourself?" "Myself?" Dylan replied, "Indeed. You always perceive your own shortcomings. Why not turn your gaze inward?" "Ah, such a tiresome little trick." Once he regained his composure, Dylan scoffed. "Do you intend to perpetually respond to my inquiries with further questions? I am no fool." Hey, Ren sighed in resignation, fully aware of the cleverness of this little imp. "Inspirational quotes, or whatever you may call them, I can empathize with you, but consider. Such platitudes are unlikely to deceive him. On the contrary, he despises such sentiments. It is essential to recognize that while happiness may be uniform, the varieties of suffering are manifold. In this context, what right do those individuals possess to claim understanding? You understand. You understand nothing. But upon reflection, they never intended to console others. Their sole desire was to fulfill their own needs. What more could he say? What does it matter if he detests them? They remain indifferent to his feelings. Yet, this child's situation is different. He has truly endured hardship. He does not wish to witness a young life extinguished so prematurely. Who knows if he has ever experienced his own share of good fortune? Even if he has, it certainly did not come from self-destruction. Listen to me." Whoosh. Seizing the moment of Dylan's contemplation, he had already shifted to the edge of the pavilion. As Ring glanced over, he immediately leaped down. "Damn it. That fool built the pavilion right here." Cursing under his breath, Rin followed suit and jumped down. Chapter 61. If given the chance. Who wouldn't wish to blissfully embrace a carefree childhood? Beneath the mountains, raindrops patter rhythmically against the straw hat, cascading from its brim onto the raincoat, and finally trickling down to the ground. Much like life itself, regardless of how winding the path may be, the raindrops possess their own destination. Rin raised the arm that cradled the massive tree, the rain's relentless wash rendering the bark surface somewhat smooth. "You little rascal. Do you dare to take your own life in my presence? Do you look down upon me?" The youth jested at the small figure beside him. The sudden incident on the mountainside moments ago hardly qualified as perilous. His extraordinary physical capabilities, honed through conscious training, enabled him to grasp the child just at the brink of the precipice. If one were to speak of unexpected occurrences, it would pertain to the writhing creature around his neck, an unwelcome surprise amidst the neglected vines, where foolish souls often sought to stir trouble. I must express my gratitude to you. You've afforded me an extra meal tonight. Dylan rolled his eyes. By now, he had come to understand that this outsider would never be provoked by him, resolutely determined not to let him meet an untimely end. Over the past month, their encounters had been far from rare. Initially, he had feigned innocence, but once his intentions were unveiled, he ceased to disguise his thoughts, whether through deliberate provocation or otherwise. Nothing could deter this meddlesome Wren. Do not call me a little rascal. You are hardly my senior. Is that so? Wren pondered, realizing that unlike him, this child was a true prodigy, wise beyond his years. In conversation, he often forgot that this little one had just turned 10. He seemed, perhaps merely 11. All right. Little rascal, what's the matter? Little rascal? Observing Wren's bewildered expression, Dylan found himself at a loss for words. Immature. Wren chuckled heartily at the small figure leading the way. For these past few days, the little maid had been unusually quiet, leaving him without anyone to tease. It was a rare delight to encounter someone like this. Upon reaching the village, Dylan halted, turning to offer a reminder, you should refrain from following me any longer. He was uncertain of the emotions swirling within him. Was it fear of being regarded with strange glances by the villagers? No. How he was perceived by others bore no relation to him. Perhaps it was the disparity between his own view and theirs. It was not pity or sympathy that he sensed. The child's gaze was pure, as if he genuinely comprehended him. Very well, Wren acknowledged, spotting the village in the distance and nodding in acquiescence. By the way, you don't intend to meet your demise, do you? Dylan, with his short legs, paused momentarily and silently turned away. Why do you say that? He inquired. Otherwise, knowing I have been preparing timber these days. You wait for me on the mountain every day? Ryan shifted the massive log, his dark eyes peering from beneath his raincoat, showing no concern for Dylan's gaze. Though this perpetually rainy island is small, it is not the only settlement surrounding the peaks. If you truly wish to escape life, avoiding this meddlesome individual would suffice. Wouldn't it? Are you implying that I lack affection and deliberately seek the sympathy of others? No, I mean no mockery. I understand the courage it takes to face death, Ryan replied, setting down the log and adjusting his raincoat. Of course, you, young one, are not so naive. It seems to me your actions stem from a fear of someone discovering your intentions, wishing to depart quietly. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on the child opposite him, his tone resolute. That person must care for you deeply, I surmise. For in her presence, you must seem just as you did when we first met. Ryan interrupted his own thoughts, staring into the distance. A hint of melancholy in his eyes. He had endured similar trials himself, quietly bringing closure to their circumstances. Such was his way of reciprocating their affection, while irresponsibly departing and leaving them in regret. Did he truly believe that such an act was a form of liberation? That would be the epitome of selfishness. Dylan found himself at a loss for words. The outsider's assumptions were accurate. But what did he know? She was already struggling so much. His very existence was a burden to her. He was not to be so self-righteous. The 10-year-old child's eyes flared with ferocity, akin to a famished beast. Do you understand the customs here? Do you grasp how challenging survival is in this place? You know nothing. He raged against the rain, his youthful voice echoing with pent-up resentment, erupting like a ravenous demon. Ryan fell silent. Indeed, I do not comprehend your world. This clever child, who had once been so easily persuaded, now rendered him speechless. Was this the distinction between true genius and counterfeit? Reflecting on his own reputation on Barren Island, Ryan felt a twinge of shame. However, what did it matter if he could not persuade him? He was determined to save this child. So, might you share your address with me? As Dylan caught his breath, he heard his words and immediately adopted a wary demeanor. What does this fellow intend to do? Do not misunderstand. I merely seek to comprehend, for as you have stated, I am in no position to judge your decisions given my ignorance. Noticing the expression in his eyes, Ryan hastily began to clarify. He was keen to avoid any misconceptions on the part of this young lad. Ah, I see. Dylan sighed in relief. The news of these outsiders had already spread throughout the village. Some claimed they arrived with the thunder, while others insisted they resembled monsters. There were all sorts of rumors. Yet, during this past month, his occasional encounters with this individual named Ryan had not revealed any peculiarities about him. Glancing at the massive log at his feet, Dylan's uncertainty began to resurface. At the tavern in the village center, after much contemplation, he finally divulged his home address. Wait, what am I doing? Why am I telling him this? Ha ha. So it is settled then. I shall pay him a visit this evening. Before he could fully process his thoughts, the outsider named Ryan hoisted the massive log and strode away with a hearty laugh. Well, it is already done. Watching the figure depart the village, heading down another narrow path, Dylan gazed for a long while, feeling somewhat disheartened. As he walked along the path leading to the village, he pondered, why did I just tell him that? The diminutive figure amidst the rain appeared so fragile. One might worry that a gust of cold wind could whisk him away. Chapter 62. Is the household textile happy? No. The joy of household textiles is beyond your imagination. In the evening, aboard the St. Maria, 2 villagers from the island departed. Does young Rain harbor any concerns? At the dining table, Quan and Yi sipped their coffee, silently observing the youth across from them. Rain paused with his knife and fork, shaking his head with a smile. After years of nobility, he mused that ordinary people could hardly discern his emotions. However, unlike his sister Yi, he had been accompanied since birth by Uncle Albert, a figure who was not merely an elder, but rather akin to one. They could perceive even the slightest nuances. Moreover, he had never concealed his thoughts in the presence of those close to him. The only one oblivious at the table was the somewhat daft Annie. Indeed. After leaving Baron, it was the first time the young master dined with such noble demeanor. Something must be amiss. The little maid struggled to swallow her food, her silly hair bobbing as she spoke, exuding an air of triumph as if to say, even if you try to hide it, I can still see through. Well, even foolish Annie has noticed. Rain sighed, instinctively straightening his posture before relaxing it again, lowering his gaze to stir the thick soup in his bowl. The little maid exchanged glances with the joyful bird. Today, the young master, the little rascal, seemed somewhat different. Their mutual gaze brimmed with certainty. Huh? Why am I looking at her? The 2 foolish beings who had just shared a glance began to disdain each other again. Albert observed the collapsing friendship before him and chuckled heartily. Although I have not read as many books as the young master, I have lived a few years. If the young master harbors any doubts, do not hesitate to voice them and hear my humble opinions. Albert's words prompted Rain to lift his head, and Sister Yi looked at him encouragingly. Truly, this makes me feel like a petulant child. Rain scratched his head in exasperation. After a moment of silence, he articulated the thoughts that had preoccupied him. I wish to assist someone, but I am uncertain if it contradicts their own wishes. The room fell silent. Huh? Why is no one speaking? Is there something wrong with my question? Ultimately, it was the little maid who could no longer contain herself and spoke first. Ah? Who would refuse? She asserted confidently, her silly hair standing erect. How many people yearn for someone to come to their aid? Although she said this, I am uncertain if my goodwill might impede him, for he possesses his own will. Rain remained pensive. He certainly understood that as long as there was no malice, the more help one received, the better. Even assistance rendered with ill intent could, in certain circumstances, be worthy of gratitude. Indeed, this is how most people perceive it. However, that young lad Dylan is quite different. With experiences akin to his own, Rain is able to comprehend his thoughts. The troubling aspect, however, is that this precocious and astute boy has long grown weary of the sympathy that others bestow upon him. In his eyes, even well-intentioned assistance may merely be perceived as condescending charity. Huh, is that so? The little maid pondered, her limited intellect struggling to grasp this conundrum. Why not simply accept the goodwill of others? Later, there would surely be an opportunity to repay the kindness. Shouldn't it be the one in need of help who bears the burden of worry? Truly, Yuki and Aya shook their heads, amusement flickering in their gazes as they observed the youth. They had expected little Rain to be facing some grave dilemma. And what of young Rain himself? Me? His voice softened with uncertainty. Rain found himself momentarily baffled by Sister Aya's intentions. Indeed, what are your thoughts? The boy scratched his head. As for me, I still wish to assist him. In his mind, the haunting gaze of those lifeless eyes reappeared. Yet he could discern the latent vitality, desperately striving to remain concealed beneath the surface. Then let us aid him. Yuki and Aya's lovely eyes sparkled. As long as it brings you joy, then do assist him. Is this to act according to one's own desires? Rain grasped her meaning. As ever, Sister Aya's perspective was rooted in his own needs. Moreover, it seemed she considered not the feelings of others, but solely her own volition. To save or to slay, what did it matter whether others consented? I too align with Lady Aya's viewpoint. Stroking the blissful bird perched upon his shoulder, Albert remarked. Indeed, on the matter of Rain, his opinions coincided remarkably with that of this woman. Rain felt a twinge of frustration. How vexing. He could understand Uncle Albert's perspective, having once sailed the seas in his youth as a pirate. Yet, why was Sister Aya so domineering? However, after listening to the words of those aboard the Saint Maria, he resolved within himself, I understand now. After all these years, I have yet to adapt to the thought processes of this world. And indeed, it is true. Having stayed on Barren Island, a life of comfort and monotony prevailed. No matter how many books he read, comprehending the true nature of this world remained elusive. Let alone when the iron-fisted emperor undertook reforms. The conflicts never touched the lives of ordinary people. The strife among the elite left Rain with little more than a grim reflection on the sanguinary handovers of power, devoid of deeper insights. Yet, since arriving upon the seas, he began to grasp the chaotic disorder of this world. The unique geographical conditions compelled the world government to tenuously maintain their status as rulers. Each island operated under differing systems, further compounded by the tumultuous waves of piracy. The naval force, a violent entity, can only tenuously restrain the onslaught of the times. Previously, the vast ocean, which could only be glimpsed through books and newspapers, now unveiled its chaotic, perilous, and brutal essence before him, beneath the precarious semblance of order. While the majority remained blissfully naive on their islands, that minority had ceased to believe in the authority of the kingdom's regime or the global government. They yearned to seize control of their own power and grasp their destiny. Yet, in this era, it is still those small islands that bear the brunt of suffering. If the pirates' might grows formidable, the kingdoms with armies would be no different from these small isles ultimately. It all boils down to strength. Rain's thoughts raced as he pondered the sights witnessed upon venturing to sea: the raucous pirates, the justice-driven young female sailors, striving to protect the ordinary folk of their homeland, and the vast, uncharted waters beyond. Young master, young master? Stinky Rain. A small hand suddenly grasped his attention, and Rain shot a disgruntled glance at the source. What did you just call me? Annie sheepishly lowered her hand, her unruly hair swaying. By the way, what are you planning to do, young master? Truly, you never fail to surprise me, Annie. The little maid felt a surge of pride in her quick-witted diversion. Rain had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Over the past few days, the little maid had been diligently training, stripping herself of much of her joy. It was time to let her roam free for a while. Once she tests her boundaries and truly misbehaves, that will be the real entertainment. Ahem. When it comes to guiding her. As for his own intentions, that lad, I have resolved to save him. And the mere thought of home textiles brings forth an undeniable joy. Chapter 63, No Medicine. On the deck, beneath the erected rain canopy, light raindrops pattered down. Standing on the deck, the young maid inquired, Shall I leave the door open for you? Having experienced previous unpleasantness, Annie heightened her vigilance. During the days when the Saint Maria was docked for repairs, the cabin doors were tightly secured at night. No need. You all should rest early. Rain hesitated, uncertain of when he would return. Although the steward could remain alert, he would likely seize any opportunity to challenge the young maid. If villagers were indeed to board the ship, he might even assist this little rogue. It was chilly at night, so young Rain donned warmer clothing. He handed him a thick garment, while Hea patiently helped him arrange his attire. By the way, I've explored the island these days, and there is no currency here. If you wish to purchase something, bartering is the only option. At this late hour, I hadn't planned to buy anything. However, it seems that little Brad's family owns a tavern. Bringing some items would indeed be prudent. But, hey, sister, do you really have to act like a mother sending her son off on a long journey? Nevertheless, observing Hea bending down to smooth out the wrinkles in his clothes, Rain refrained from voicing his thoughts. Our provisions are not particularly abundant, so I've prepared a few items in hopes they might aid you, young master. Standing quietly to the side, Albert presented some books he had ready. With a cheerful grin, he scratched his head. The Steward's Self-Cultivation, Observations from Barren Island. The Art of Gardening. Excellent. The sense of immediacy intensified. Rain quietly accepted the books offered by the steward. In this isolated island devoid of outside news, these items held considerable value. Albert appeared somewhat uncertain. The young man tucked the books under his arm, not rejecting his goodwill. However, it truly felt like a family affair. Feeling slightly at a loss, Rain cautiously spoke. Well then, I shall take my leave. Come back early, you scoundrel Rain. Take care, young master. Today's potion is prepared. Don't forget to drink it upon your return. After bidding farewell, Rain leaned against the ship's beam and descended. Why jump off the ship? Was there not a board propped up? The young maid, with her disheveled hair, was puzzled by his jumping off instead of using the path behavior. By the way, little Annie, your portion is also prepared. Remember to drink it before bed. Heya, as if recalling something, lightly tapped her red lips with her slender fingers and spoke softly. At her gentle words, Annie couldn't help but shiver. Ever since arriving on this perpetually rainy island, fresh water could still be collected. However, the diminishing supply of medicinal herbs was insufficient to sustain the therapeutic baths for her and Ren. Coupled with her recent rigorous training, the little maid now found herself receiving the same treatment as Ren. Yet, Annie had no desire for such an experience. Having tasted the concoction, with tears welling in her eyes, the little maid finally understood why the young master had once resisted it so vehemently. It was something no human should ever consume, an embodiment of pure malevolence. Moreover, dear Sister Heya, after much deliberation, I have resolved to train diligently, and your actions are undermining my motivation. Casting a gentle glance at the reluctant young girl, Albert chuckled heartily, pleased with her recent performance. I shall go organize the ship's repair tools. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Steward. It is my duty, he replied, lifting the Elysium bird and stepping into the cabin. Sister Heya, I'm actually not tired, she stammered, cautiously observing Sister Heya as the steward entered the cabin door, resembling a timid fawn in the woods. The slightest rustle of the wind would send her scampering away. Oh dear, does little Annie wish for my company? Such an unguarded little creature. Heya chuckled softly, her eyes brimming with affection. She felt a sense of joy in Annie's dependence on her. No, I simply do not wish to consume the potion. Then let us step inside, as the air is growing chilly. Taking the little maid's hand, Heya guided her forward. The young maid kept her head bowed, enveloped in a shroud of despondency. Farewell to all the beauty in the world. Meanwhile, on the St. Maria, the sorrowful little maid remained unmentioned. Ren strolled along the path, wrapping his coat tighter around himself, adjusting his hat, and securing the books hidden beneath his clothing. The damp, frigid wind swept through, biting with an icy chill. The weather here is truly dreadful. Occasional rain is surely welcomed, the freshness after a cleansing, the rejuvenated flora exuding an intoxicating vitality. Yet, relentless downpours only provoke doubt about the heavens' well-being. Where are you headed? A low voice called out from behind. Ren paused momentarily before continuing his stride. Uncle, why are you still awake at this late hour? The voice belonged to Martin, the bald, one-armed sheriff who had imparted some wisdom to him. Ren vividly recalled their interactions. However, to be shadowed right after disembarking. You truly keep a watchful eye on us. The youth felt a sense of resignation. Given that the inhabitants of this island harbored unease towards outsiders, he had no interest in engaging with them. After their previous encounters, he no longer entertained notions of harmonious coexistence with the island's denizens. This mode of interaction, in his view, was the most prudent. Once they were adequately prepared, they would continue their voyage. In the vast expanse of the rivers and lakes, people often drift apart, finding solace in the simplicity of life. Martin, feeling a surge of frustration, clenched his fists, acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the youth before him, an indomitable force on this island, unmatched by any. You once mentioned that you would not casually enter the island, he remarked. I merely wish to visit the tavern, the young man replied. You are overly sensitive. My dear uncle. After a brief silence, he continued, never mind. You are merely an old man with a deep affection for his homeland. If you doubt my intentions, you are welcome to accompany me. Martin ground his teeth in agitation. The youth's words did little to alleviate his unease. Rather, they deepened his sense of humiliation. What could he possibly do to thwart such power? Even if he were fortunate enough to intervene, what toll would it exact? The young man's nonchalant demeanor belied a confidence in his own strength. Well, if you choose not to come, so be it, he added. At your age, wouldn't it be more comfortable to stay at home, gathered around a warm fire? Receiving no response from Martin, Rain shrugged, unconcerned. His intention was simply to explore the local customs, not to engage in any nefarious activities. He was eager to uncover the reason behind the young boy's drastic decision to end his own life. Amidst the sound of rain, two sets of footsteps echoed along the narrow path. Chapter 64. The Marshal's Contemplation. Marineford, the seat of power for those who dwell upon the sea. May be oblivious to the location of their kingdom's capital, yet they are undoubtedly aware of this island. Each day, the government disseminates news through the newspapers, with at least half pertaining to this locale. The increasingly violent actions of pirates have drawn the attention of the populace towards the navy under the government's command. On Marineford Island resides the naval headquarters, a symbol of justice and authority. This island stands in a triangular opposition to the neighboring Chambord Islands and the sacred land on the Red Soil continent. Encircled by Judicial Island and the underwater prison of Impel Down, this convergence at the gateway to the New World has allowed the government to somewhat temper the surging tides of the era. Within the office of the marshal, a robust man sits behind his desk. His thick black hair, pressed beneath a hat, reveals a long braided beard cascading from his chin. This is the newly appointed admiral, who had recently graced the pages of the newspaper. In this moment, the strategist, renowned for his cunning within the Navy, lets out a silent sigh. He bears no resemblance to the confident figure who had exuded authority during the inauguration ceremony. Setting down a hefty stack of documents, he adjusts his spectacles and pinches the bridge of his nose. This collection of intelligence comprises reports of new figures emerging upon the seas over the past month. Yet this is merely a fraction of the entirety. It is crucial to note that only those with immense potential and significance are relayed to him. However, even this subset is overwhelming. It is in such moments that he is once again reminded of the vastness of the ocean. Each day, a plethora of formidable individuals surfaces. How had he failed to recognize so many powerful beings before? Damn you, Roger. Pinching the bridge of his nose, the newly appointed admiral grinds his teeth. His ascension to the pinnacle of authority within the Navy does not bring him the joy he had anticipated. He understands that the government has placed him in this position to harness his intellect, to curb the rising tide of chaos and restore order to the increasingly tumultuous situation. Moreover, as one of the few naval officers who had executed the Pirate King, there lies an implicit expectation for him to redeem himself. He can accept this notion. When he initially joined the Navy, it was not for the allure of power. Each time he reviews the intelligence reports, he feels a pang of regret. If given the chance, he would wish to return to those years past and strangle the version of himself that lingered in Logue Town. For it was his failure to thwart that scoundrel that has resulted in the countless souls lost upon the seas. In light of such thoughts, what does the position of admiral truly signify? Perhaps it would be better to forego it entirely. Most of the elder Marines from his generation embarked on this path, driven by an unwavering sense of justice. Exhaling slowly, he affixes a seal to the bounty draft prepared by the staff of the command, then resumes his work on the documents. As a naval marshal, he had little time for lamentation. With events already transpired, it was imperative to devise a solution. This mess needed someone to rectify it. While grappling with state affairs, Sengoku felt that something was amiss in his office. He glanced at his pet at his feet. What was truly lacking? Suddenly, the realization dawned upon him. What was missing was that old rascal who constantly snored in his office and rummaged through his treasured tea leaves. That scoundrel, Garp. If he didn't wish to serve as an admiral, then so be it. He seemed to have no desire to remain at the Navy headquarters either. After muttering a habitual curse, a considerable weight lifted from his heart. He was well aware of the whereabouts of that old coot. It was he who had submitted the leave request to spend time with his grandchildren, which Sengoku had begrudgingly approved. Yet, he felt compelled to curse. Contemplating the increasingly chaotic situation at sea, and then glancing at the completely vacant admiral positions within the Navy, Sengoku felt a deepening sense of helplessness. Zephyr had taken up the role of principal at the Naval Academy, and the young Crane had become an aide, along with himself as the naval marshal. Their old comrades from that generation were all doing quite well, except for that one undisciplined individual. Day after day, he lounged about, neglecting naval affairs and leaving everything to his subordinates. Most of the time, he was either idling at sea or coming to Sengoku's office to scavenge for food. Despite being a naval hero, he exhibited not a shred of decorum. The burdened naval marshal, who often felt as if he were being torn in 8 directions, found the carefree demeanor of this individual, who perpetually sauntered in front of him, increasingly irksome. Think positively, Sengoku. Think positively. After a moment to collect his thoughts, Sengoku set aside the confidential documents he had been reviewing. Although he had the capacity to multitask, thoughts of that old rascal invariably provoked his ire. While the pet at his feet bleated, nibbling on a piece of paper brought to its mouth. This little creature had indeed been a gift from that old scoundrel. Ha ha. Sengoku, did you not say that burning documents was akin to dealing with those bothersome fellows? Look at what I have brought you. Suddenly, a burly man wearing a doghead hat barged into the marshal's office, nearly toppling the guards stationed at the entrance. Upon entering, he proudly displayed a frightened little lamb nestled in his arms, bursting into laughter at Sengoku. What do you say? Surely, now you must thank me with something of value. For I have caught this after much effort on Beast Island. How unfortunate. Why did he think of that rascal again? Leaning back in his chair, Sengoku closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Strangely, without the cacophony of that rascal's incessant noise, he found himself somewhat unsettled. Never mind. Let us focus on some good news. The monsters of the New World should be embroiled in fierce battles by now. The title of Emperor could lead these scoundrels of the sea to self-destruct. Truly, a bunch of prideful pirates. With this thought, a smile crept upon Sengoku's lips. One strategy may not be particularly profound, easily discernible by others. Yet, what of it? It is a legitimate and open approach. Even if one is indifferent to fame, others will inevitably seek you out. This brings to mind the internal naval debates regarding the strategy of withdrawing from the New World, leaving only a branch behind. Sengoku rubbed his temples. Patience, patience. Let us temper the personalities of those three candidates. In due time, the three formidable generals of natural disasters, leading the elite navy cultivated by Zephyr, will emerge. Moreover, the recruits from the first round of enlistment are nearing completion in their training. Once the burgeoning strength of the pirates is addressed, that will herald the Navy's golden era. At that juncture, how will the self-deprecating detritus of the sea withstand such might? Proceed with caution. They will surely cleanse the tumultuous waters of the ocean in due course. The initial batch of recruits. Chapter 65. What you do is not important. What matters is what they think you are doing. At the West Sea's Death God Reef, Rain strolled through the village, accompanied by the taciturn sheriff. Due to the prevailing xenophobia, this was his first visit to this village. The young man observed the buildings on either side with keen interest. Everything appeared novel to him. The architecture here resembled that of Uncle Martin's home, with villagers residing in bamboo or wooden houses. The incessant rainfall necessitated such construction methods. These elevated structures featured gabled roofs that sloped downward, designed for efficient drainage to prevent water accumulation. The lower levels were typically uninhabited, serving as spaces for raising poultry and storing firewood. The drier upper floors were where the villagers resided, benefiting from better ventilation that mitigated dampness. As night fell upon the village, hurried villagers donned in raincoats scurried to return home. Although Rain could not discern what crops thrived in this climate, the farming tools they wielded indicated that agriculture was indeed practiced here. Were those green things the crops? He recalled the plants he had seen by the roadside while logging and speculated. It stood to reason. The island was not vast enough to sustain its population solely on wild vegetables and livestock. Flickers of firelight illuminated the path from nearby buildings. Here, candles and lamps were absent. In the darkness, only flames provided light. As he walked, the few villagers he encountered noticed the young outsider, aware that he hailed from beyond the island. Observing the sheriff by his side, they refrained from fleeing immediately, though they quickened their pace. Curious children stole glances at his unusual attire, only to be hushed by their parents, who hurriedly ushered them away. Some villagers cast malevolent glances, even through their raincoats. Rain could feel their hostility. How careless of me. Noting the villagers' aversion, he sighed in resignation. Here, his intentions seemed irrelevant. What truly mattered was their perception of his purpose. Moreover, his failure to don the local raincoat had left him exposed, a lapse in his judgment. Do you still wish to proceed? Martin contemplated the villagers' unwelcoming demeanor, which should have dissuaded the youth named Rain. No, I will press on. In the silence, Rain regarded the retreating villagers and spoke slowly. Regardless of whether he was embraced in barren or confined to a sickbed in his past life, he remained resolute. He had never been treated in such a manner. The expression on his face suggested he was a criminal. Yet, what did it matter? The conversations aboard the St. Maria had solidified his resolve. Regardless of the circumstances that plagued that young scoundrel, he was determined to rescue the little rascal. What did the disdain of a few villagers amount to? Martin remained silent. His arms crossed over his chest, subtly gripping the hunting knife concealed within his garments. He pondered to himself, even if these individuals had good intentions in seeking respite here, their treatment of him would surely leave an unfavorable impression. In such circumstances, he discreetly heightened his vigilance, fearing that this little creature might lash out in anger. Amidst the rain, Rain remained contemplative. Were the villagers truly simpletons? The memory of that fellow aboard the ship, feigning sleep with squinted eyes, was one thing. But how could his father share such a disposition? It was evident whether one was merely resting their hands or concealing something. How could he presume that others would not notice the difference? With a sigh, the youth found himself devoid of the inclination to further explain himself to them. He resolved to address the matter concerning the young miscreant, and once the St. Maria was repaired, he would take his leave. Yet, Discomfort lingered within him. This was, after all, the first island he had ventured to since departing from Barin, and where were the hospitable inhabitants that travelogues had so vividly described? As the gentle rain fell, the boy pressed his lips together and trudged along the narrow path. Following the winding pebble road, the two arrived at the heart of the village. At the center of the labyrinthine paths stood a somewhat aged structure, a two-story bamboo building with an open design. Yet, compared to what he had previously encountered, it was undoubtedly more spacious. Through the misty curtain of rain, the second-floor door was ajar, with the large character for wine inscribed upon it, though somewhat obscured. Flickering lights danced along the pathway, and a mingled scent of tobacco and fruity aromas wafted through the chilly breeze, mingling with the cacophony of laughter and merriment, bringing a touch of warmth. It was a warmth that held a certain temperature, yet transcended mere physical heat. Chapter 66. The Tavern Keeper Creak. The ancient door emitted an unpleasant sound. The patrons of the tavern, their faces flushed from drink, paused their raucous laughter upon hearing the familiar noise. These regulars were well acquainted with one another. On this small island, the crops were scarce, and the availability of spirits had become a luxury. Those who frequented this establishment were typically those whose larders were well-stocked, with some even possessing a surplus. Naturally, there were also the old drunks who, despite their hunger, could not resist the allure of alcohol. In such circumstances, they were curious to see who might be entering today. With the sound of heavy footsteps, a bald man stepped into the tavern. "Ha, I thought it was someone else. So you've taken an interest in drinking now, Martin?" boomed a short, stout fellow, jesting at the village's sole constable. "I told you, you spend all your days patrolling the streets without stepping outside. Can't you hold out any longer? Martin, aren't you supposed to be watching over those outsiders? How do you have time to be here? Have they left? Oh, that lad is truly formidable. He may look slender, but who would have thought he possesses strength surpassing that of a bear? I wish my son could grow to be as robust." In a corner, a middle-aged man clad in animal skins, not much slimmer than Martin, rubbed his thigh, as if still feeling the ache from a recent encounter. As one of the few hunters on the island, he dared to claim that even when he faced wild boars, none matched the strength of that youth. He was nothing short of a beast clad in human flesh. Upon Martin's arrival, the tavern instantly buzzed with excitement, as everyone greeted him warmly. As the village's only constable, his duties involved not just protecting the village from nocturnal predators, but also mediating disputes among the villagers. Judging by his popularity, it seemed he performed his responsibilities quite well. Martin nodded in acknowledgement to his old companions. However, his brow furrowed as his gaze landed on a rather unsavory-looking old man who, upon noticing Martin's entrance, immediately hunched his shoulders, inadvertently drawing more attention to himself. With a sheepish grin, he raised his cup, attempting to ingratiate himself. "Martin, please don't mention this to my wife." Instantly, the atmosphere in the tavern grew even livelier. Yuri, after being scolded by his wife last month, shows up today and runs into Martin. You should have seen him come in. He looked like a thief. I was right behind him, and his expression was priceless. And don't forget to absolve him. Hey, drinking occasionally doesn't harm anyone. Besides, Martin, ever since you had a word with him, he has been drinking less, right, Fran?" As he spoke, he desperately signaled the landlady, hoping she would consider his patronage and grant him a discount. Martin remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Yuri. All right, I shall refrain from drinking," Yuri conceded, a nervous smile creeping across his face, somewhat unable to withstand Martin's penetrating stare. He then set his glass down and picked up a nearby raincoat. "I will settle the bill later, Fran," the sheriff nodded, surveying the other patrons in the tavern. "And you lot, don't you have fields to tend to tomorrow? Go home." After a brief silence, the patrons expressed their dissatisfaction. "Martin, you come to drink, and yet you chase everyone away. How domineering," one voiced. "Indeed," grumbled a hunter in the corner, furrowing his brow. "Do I really have to leave, when I have no fields to tend to? Good evening, everyone." A youthful voice sounded at the entrance, silencing the bustling tavern. They turned to see a young boy stepping out from behind Martin, exchanging glances. The hunter, after a moment of contemplation, stood, donned his raincoat, and slowly made his way to the door, casting a fleeting glance at Martin as he passed. The sheriff shook his head slightly, a subtle gesture, yet it was enough for the attentive hunter to grasp his meaning. He then stepped outside. With the first patron leading the way, the remaining customers hastily donned their raincoats and exited the tavern. As they passed by Rain, the villagers who had not participated in that fateful battle cast him wary glances. The village was small, and they had all heard tales of the boy's strength. When he turned his gaze upon them, they quickly averted their eyes and hurried out of the tavern, lacking the hunter's audacity. They preferred to leave swiftly, donning their raincoats outside. A little rain was nothing. They had long grown accustomed to it. Before long, the tavern lay deserted, leaving only 3 individuals behind. Rain shook his head, finding their reactions unsurprising. He understood well why Martin had arrived at the tavern ahead of time. However, he did not intervene. After all, it was a matter of hospitality. An atmosphere of tranquility was welcome. The boy secured the door and surveyed the layout of the tavern. The establishment was spacious, featuring numerous small fire pits scattered throughout, with the bar situated not far away. The flames flickered quietly, dispelling the chill from outside. The patrons had previously gathered around these fires. "I certainly won't be selling drinks to children," the woman behind the bar remarked, tapping the long-handled pipe she held. After emptying the burnt tobacco, she refilled it with fresh leaves. Each motion appeared to possess a unique rhythm. She was a robust woman, her figure enveloped tightly in garments made of coarse linen. Her fair skin mirrored the weather, imbued with a dewy delicacy. The short hair cascading beside her face was smooth and neatly arranged, framing a charming visage adorned with strikingly beautiful brows and eyes. The profound depths of her gaze shimmered with a subtle brilliance, evoking the chill of autumn rain in the secluded mountains. "The fruit wine is quite acceptable," she remarked as Ryan stepped past Martin, making his way to the bar. He placed the book in his hand down and settled into a chair. From the moment he entered, he sensed the ambience of the place, suffused with a refreshing fruity aroma. This tavern, unlike others, lacked the robust and rich fragrance of traditional grain spirits. Yet, contemplating the local climate, Ryan quickly understood, even if the land yielded unknown crops, it could hardly afford the luxury of brewing. In this establishment, a young girl seized an iron clamp from the bar, igniting a piece of fiery wood to light her tobacco. She inhaled gently, releasing a slender column of smoke, her voice remaining cool and composed. Casting a glance at the solitary Ryan, she turned to Martin and remarked, "You covered those people's tab." With a nod, Martin quietly took a seat. He too was curious as to why this young man had chosen to visit a tavern. Surely it was not for the purpose of indulging in alcohol. Chapter 67. Lady Friend. Within the tavern, small bonfires flickered, effectively banishing the chill from outside, leaving only the sound of raindrops pattering through the air. Seated at the bar, Ren gazed at a small depression in the countertop where a flame danced. "This must have been the idea of that insufferable brat," he mused silently. The flames surrounding the patrons failed to reach this spot, yet the fire in the stone hollow provided warmth to the woman stationed behind the bar. However, judging by her demeanor, it would certainly make lighting a cigarette more convenient. Waving away the smoke exhaled by the proprietress, the youth felt an inexplicable sense of frustration. "Fruit wine is quite palatable," the woman remarked, exhaling a plume of smoke as she assessed the boy across from her. The rumors of the outsiders had long circulated through the village. She certainly dismissed the tales of 8 feet tall, 8 feet wide, with a crimson face and fangs. Yet, upon the arrival of these rumored outsiders to her tavern, she couldn't help but be taken aback by the youth's age. At this age, he was not much different from her own child. Such a lad had managed to defeat all the young men gathered in the village. Contemplating this, she cast a curious glance at the lawman who had remained silent since taking his seat. Taking a drag from her cigarette, she dismissed her intrusive thoughts. After all, a customer is a customer. There was no need to overthink. She turned her attention back to the youth. "Do you know the prices here?" Ren scrutinized the indistinguishable jars on the shelf behind the woman. Not finding a price list, he directly inquired, "I truly do not know. Could you enlighten me?" The tavern owner parted her crimson lips, her voice tinged with the coldness from outside. "There are many varieties of fruit wine, priced at 1 brunei for a cup of fruit wine." "Brunei? So that is what you call the staple crops," Ren thought, recalling the cultivated fields surrounding the village, suddenly enlightened. However, that name sounded oddly familiar. "Are there any other alcoholic beverages?" "You see, I do not possess your brunei after all." The youth spread his hands, his expression tinged with helplessness. The tavern owner nodded, unsurprisingly. These outsiders did not seem to lack food. At least, she had not heard any rumors of food exchanges within the village. It is worth noting that as the sole proprietor of the tavern, many pieces of information began to circulate from her establishment. Undoubtedly, the most fervent topic of discussion lately had been these island newcomers. Furthermore, there was also wine brewed from Brunei, though it commanded a higher price, requiring 3 cups of Brunei. Observing the troubled youth across from her, the woman took a drag from her cigarette and then remarked, "The liquor here be it fruit wine or Brunei wine, must be exchanged for Brunei. Indeed, I do not possess the Brunei you mentioned, and furthermore, our provisions are rather limited. The boy nudged the books resting on the bar, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. What about this? Meeting his hopeful gaze, the proprietress remained silent for a moment, quietly studying him before finally responding. It is acceptable. Ah, splendid, exclaimed Ryan, exhaling a sigh of relief. Had the proprietress truly refused, it would have rendered him quite awkward. Fortunately, such a scenario did not unfold. Yet, soon after, a tinge of regret crept into his heart. These books would ultimately fall into the hands of that imp, and perhaps he ought to have brought along some more uplifting literature. He harbored no doubts about the boy's ability to comprehend the world's written words. He had noticed this since his arrival. The locals, though tinged with an accent, undeniably communicated in a universal language. Moreover, Brunei, a realization struck him. If memory served, it signified hope in the Carl language. However, had not the kingdom of Carl fallen 70 years prior? Yet, traces of the Carl language persisted here. Ryan pondered the adage the imp had quipped during their banter, comparing it to the records inscribed in the books chronicling the kingdom of Carl. Were these individuals remnants of the Carl kingdom? He affirmed his hypothesis. If they had indeed been inhabitants of the island from the outset, how could one explain the existence of such artifacts? Thus, only this singular possibility remained. As for how he came to possess this knowledge, aside from his casual encounters with various texts, as a paragon of nobility from Barren Island, he had long since immersed himself in the chronicles of the Barren Kingdom's ascendancy. Those accounts of Barren's illustrious history had recently been adapted into theatrical productions. Not only he, but even the common folk of Barren were, to some extent, familiar with such narratives. Enough. Martin, who had been silently observing, suddenly interjected, disrupting the boy's reverie. His large hand pressed down firmly upon the books on the bar. The proprietress cast her gaze downward at the reward firmly held beneath Martin's grip. Martin, what do you mean by this? Are you intending to sabotage our meager business? Full on, I have given him my Brunei, but you cannot allow these books to leave. The constable's tone was resolute. The flickering flames in the room cast a crimson glow upon his bald head. Even that tattered newspaper, marred by seawater, had once lured the local rascal out to sea. The peril posed by these books would only be magnified. Fran seemed to understand his concerns after a moment, as she too was a part of the island and was aware of the events of the past. The island could not endure such experiences again. This time, May had attracted a ship. What would happen next time? Contemplating this, she quietly observed the sheriff across from her. Double the trouble. Rain rested his hand against his cheek, gazing at the scene before him. Perhaps this was for the best. He regretted not having brought along some uplifting literature to engage that insufferable brat. Moreover, it would be better to hand it directly to that troublesome boy another day. As for the book that Martin reclaimed, it was of little consequence. However, Martin's attitude still irked him. TSK, that scoundrel who first set foot on the island, was truly a rascal. Chapter 68. Sincerity here, 2 cups of fruit wine. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude. With that, Ren lifted the wine glass from the bar. Unlike the glassware of the outside world, the utensils here were crafted from wood. Even the glass he held was a container made of bamboo. Upon inspecting it, he noticed the exterior, dulled from frequent use, was a deep green hue. Peering inside, the liquid's color remained indiscernible under the dim light of the room, yet the aroma was rich with fruity notes. Do give it a taste. My fruit wine is quite exquisite, the proprietor, Fran, remarked with evident confidence in her brewing skills. Ren nodded, contemplating briefly. He had observed the proprietor's earlier actions of retrieving the wine jar and the cup. Moreover, the constable behind him had been unaware of his intent to visit this place, and the patrons had already been drinking upon his arrival. Contemplating this, Ren flashed a sweet smile at Fran and brought the fruit wine to his lips. Taking a delicate sip, after a moment of reflection, he exclaimed, "What a splendid flavor!" In truth, he had discerned no significant taste. His mouth had merely brushed the liquid. His previous experience from a month ago had not been pleasant. At that time, he had been alone, and had he fainted as he did then, the consequences were unpredictable. Furthermore, he had not come here for the purpose of drinking. Glancing into the cup he had set down, he noted that the level of fruit wine remained unchanged. Fran inhaled deeply, choosing not to expose his fib. Ha ha ha. I simply wish to sample the fruit wine here, as my family never permits me to drink. He confessed, feeling a bit embarrassed as he recognized that Fran had seen through his thoughts. Fran nodded, unsure if it was an acceptance of his apology or an affirmation of his family's stance against his consumption of alcohol. Then, what brings you to my establishment? She inquired. Why do you ask that? He responded, feigning surprise. Is it not so? Coming to a tavern without partaking in the drink leaves us with little social interaction. Thus, you must be seeking some information, she deduced, exhaling a wisp of smoke and casting a glance at the young lad. Small in stature, yet with the audacity reminiscent of her own troublesome son. At her questioning, Martin, who held a wine glass, paused momentarily. Ren fell silent. Indeed, he had come to learn about the island, but the primary motive was the precocious boy in question. However, allowing her to believe otherwise was preferable. After all, revealing that her child was contemplating suicide was hardly a conversation starter. In a while, our ship will be repaired. So I wish to gather some knowledge about your locale. Is that so? Are the youth venturing out to sea at such an early age? I wonder if it is a family obligation or a personal desire to embark, she pondered aloud. Indeed, it is worth mentioning that this island marks my first landing since departing from my homeland. I left with a sense of unfamiliarity, which evokes a tinge of regret, remarked Ryan as he scratched his head. These thoughts were, in fact, a reflection of his innermost feelings. Since he learned to read, he had been captivated by the travelogues of the sea within books, each island's charm igniting a deep yearning within him. Unlike in his previous life, however, he now possessed a sound and vigorous body, providing him the means to translate his dreams into action. Thus, from a tender age, he consciously began to collect nautical charts and cultivate his physique, all in anticipation of one day venturing out to experience those enchanting tales firsthand. Each day, after his training, he would instinctively gaze out the window, quietly contemplating the enigmatic azure expanse before him. Under the moonlight, the tranquil and serene ocean never failed to soothe his weary body. After setting sail, he encountered a sea that starkly contrasted with the one depicted in books, a tumultuous and perilous expanse. Yet what of it? Is not the allure of the ocean rooted in its mysteries? The next moment could bring either delight or surprise, and none could predict it. Yet this uncertainty only heightened his anticipation. The youthful candor in his words was irresistibly charming, akin to an infant just awakening to the wonders of the world. Imbued with a pure and profound curiosity, Martin felt a dryness in his throat and silently took a sip of his drink. Apart from being an outsider, he realized for the first time that this was a youth not much older than his own child. Beneath that monstrous strength lay a heart brimming with fervor and vitality. I see, friend unconsciously inhaled a puff from her pipe, only to discover that the tobacco she had just packed had already burned away. She tapped the bowl of her pipe, clearing the ashes into a stone pit, and reached for another handful of tobacco. What is it that you wish to know? She inquired while refilling her pipe, her gaze now devoid of the earlier chill, replaced with a familiarity that Ryan recognized. The local customs, the daily activities of the people, and the varieties of flora you cultivate, anything would suffice. Ryan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, pondering before waving his hand dismissively. Just like the tobacco you smoke. I am quite curious about it. Indeed, the smoke exhaled by the innkeeper carried the fragrance of herbs, entirely free from the unpleasant odors of the outside world. Initially, he had instinctively shooed away the scent, but now he found himself unbothered by this tobacco's aroma. This? I cannot say I know what it is, Martin remarked, casting a glance at her, his eyes filled with inscrutable meaning. His month-long observation from the shadows had afforded him a general understanding of these outsiders. Yet it did not imply he would lower his guard. Fern paused her movements, her expression remaining composed as she said, speaking of which, I too am unaware of its name. This is what my child brought me, and since then, I have been partaking in the tobacco he provided. A child found it? Indeed, that little rascal finished his father's book at an early age, and I am quite perplexed as to where he discovered this tobacco. Speaking of her child, Fran gently pressed her lips together, seemingly recalling the small figure who often complained about staying up late while insisting on helping her manage the tavern. That little imp understood that their establishment only attracted patrons at night, as the villagers were occupied with their daily labors during the day, who would come to drink then. Yet, he could not help but urge his mother. He truly is quite sensible. Having such a considerate child must alleviate some of the worries for both you and the proprietor. The two at the bar fell into a contemplative silence. Ryan observed their expressions, uncertain of the underlying issue. Was it inappropriate to praise the child in front of his mother? Why did they wear such expressions? Or perhaps there was something amiss in his own words. His father has passed away. My apologies, Ryan quickly interjected. When Fran mentioned that the boy was still perusing his father's book, he had assumed the proprietor was still alive. Yet, he had not anticipated. Chapter 69, A Mother After a Brief Silence. The proprietress delicately extracted a stone from the gravel with a small clip, igniting the tobacco in her pipe that had been purposefully heaped. Humph, what is it to you? No need to apologize, she said dismissively, halting the young man's expression of regret. All right then, Rain hesitated, choosing not to elaborate further. It was evident that this proprietress preferred not to be addressed in such a manner. For a mother who had departed from her husband to manage a tavern alone, she had no need for the pity of others, much like that little imp, who required no one's sympathy either. Martin, sipping his drink, possessed a deeper understanding of this woman than the oblivious youth before him. It was true that, in the past, the village did not have many patrons who relished alcohol. The success of Fulon's business stemmed not only from her commendable brewing skills, but also from the community's desire to support her. Yet, despite this goodwill, Fulon consistently declined their generosity, returning any excess contributions with more drink. It is worth noting that such sizable cups were not commonplace here. How stubborn she is. Martin's thoughts wandered to the frail child from his youth, perpetually trailing behind him with a runny nose. Mick, he has indeed married a remarkable woman. By the way, do you have any customs here? While I was logging on the mountain, I caught a glimpse of a structure atop the peak that resembled a shrine. The tranquil atmosphere of the tavern made Rain feel somewhat uneasy. Indeed, there is a shrine, the woman behind the bar interjected before the alert Martin could speak. Is that so? Is it dedicated to ancestral worship or divine beings? Rain inquired, his enthusiasm apparent against the consternation on the constable's face. The open-minded people of Barren only revere the sea and the clouds. Strictly speaking, their beliefs resemble prayers to nature rather than specific deities or beings. The successive monarch's suppression of superstitions has rendered the current emperor's consolidation of power less troublesome. It is noteworthy that several centuries ago, the indigenous people of Barren relinquished their leadership positions to outsiders, who possessed advanced knowledge and could guide them more effectively. For these pragmatic individuals, a tangible future was far more desirable. Those who merely wished to alter their lives through prayer were regarded as foolish and indolent by the Barren people, deserving of scorn. Rather than placing their faith in elusive deities, they preferred to trust in their own labor. Thus, Rain, who had only encountered such mysticism in books, found himself intrigued by the enigmatic rituals. However, there are no deities. What is worshipped here is a shaman. Fulon. Martin forcefully tilted the wine glass, causing its base to collide with the bar, producing a resounding clatter. Humph. Does it even matter? As the smoke swirled, Frank cast a fleeting glance at Martin, indifferent to his grave demeanor. I understand your discontent, but that concerns the deity. You ought not to discuss such matters with an outsider. He was aware of Fran's attitude, yet he could not suppress his anger. Regardless of the emotions involved, these were internal village matters. Why share them with someone from beyond the island? Rain lifted his glass to his lips, deep in thought. It appeared that the shrine held significant importance. This was the first time he had witnessed the elder's fury. Is this how you regard the servant of the priestess? Fran's voice grew increasingly frigid, her sarcasm unmistakable. Martin, wishing to speak, glanced at the youth beside him before falling silent once more. Rain smirked slightly, raising his glass toward him. I have already heard you. Feel free to express your thoughts. After a moment of silence, Martin softened his tone as he addressed Fran. The priestess has designated you. We have no choice in the matter. The priestess's attendant also stated that you could take Dylan with you. If you trust Mick's establishment, we can help safeguard it. Is the priestess's authority truly that formidable? Rain pondered, having learned to hold his tongue, recognizing that he was not a native and should refrain from voicing unwarranted opinions. Then why must you prevent my child from remaining on the mountain for eternity? How can I accept that? In the haze of smoke, the woman's eyes shimmered like rippling water. Fran, how many young men in the village have fought fiercely to protect that place? They have broken their skulls in their eagerness. Martin's impatience surfaced. He was not one to indulge in lengthy discussions, and he had already spoken more than he cared to. Yet, considering her plight, the sheriff stifled his ire, attempting to persuade the obstinate woman. And Dylan, my child as well. In an instant, the woman fixed her gaze upon him, resembling a beast ready to roar in defense of its young against all surrounding creatures. Meeting her gaze, Martin felt the words he was about to utter retreat within him. Ever since that villager had mocked his child, only to have their home consumed by flames, the villagers were well aware of the matroness taboo. The crackling of fire echoed throughout the room, with heaps of wood ablaze, the sound of timber occasionally popping becoming more pronounced. Listening to the rain outside, Rain took another sip of the fruit wine, savoring the fragrant aroma that enveloped him. He sighed, remarking that today's weather was just as it had been yesterday. Then, casting a glance at the proprietress across the bar, he looked at her with eyes full of remorse and murmured an apology for disturbing her that day. The young man understood that, regardless of his inquiries, this proprietress was destined to visit that shrine. His presence had merely precipitated her emotional outburst. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to apologize for harboring doubts about such a mother. Having gleaned the information he sought, he deemed it best to refrain from further intruding upon her. Frances remained silent, quietly inhaling her cigarette, much like when they first met. Martin observed the young man who had already reached the doorway. He stood up, hesitating with his back turned to the bar. His lips quivered slightly before he finally exhaled a silent sigh and stepped forward to follow the young man. Ultimately, he chose not to utter another word. As they exited, Rain turned back to glance at the building shrouded in the curtain of rain. The tranquil tavern remained unchanged from his arrival, though it lacked the previous clamor. Chapter 70. Unlocking the achievement of Proverb Master on the following morning. The rain had diminished somewhat. Rain bid farewell to the crew aboard the vessel, continuing his lumbering endeavors. However, you must work diligently, devoid of shame. And take a page from Heisenberg's book, he never slacks off. Uncle Albert, I shall train earnestly. You need not worry. Huh. Sister, do hurry inside. It is still quite chilly outside. Beside him, Annie was vivacious, chattering away as she bid farewell to those on the shore. To prevent her tuft of hair from being flattened by her hat, she had even fashioned a small hole in her rain hat. I say, why are you accompanying me? Rain rolled his eyes. I am going for a morning jog. Uncle Albert says that running is the best way to build stamina. After saying her goodbyes, the little maid flashed him a grin, her golden tuft of hair bobbing in rhythm with her lively steps. Why is it that you only run along the shore during the week and only remember to jog in the mountains on Saturdays? Adjusting the coarse rope slung over his shoulder, Rain was at a loss for words. For the past month, he had been preparing timber in the mountains daily. He had nearly mastered Uncle Albert's methods of distinguishing trees. Aside from a few minor mistakes at the outset, he now understood which trees could be used for shipbuilding. Yet, this little maid only accompanied him to the mountains on Saturdays. Having detected a pattern, Rain grew suspicious, eyeing the maid with curiosity. It's always on Saturdays. You must have some secret, don't you? I don't know anyone on the island. There are no secrets, truly. The little maid hastily waved her hands, trying to reassure him. Is that so? Rain remained somewhat skeptical. Indeed, there are no secrets. The little maid crossed her arms over her chest, her words firm. The tuft atop her head stood upright, affirming the truth of her statement. Is that so? The young boy regarded the upright tuft with a mixture of belief and doubt. Having grown up together, he had learned to discern the little maid's fibs. No matter how convincing her words, the tuft was the ultimate determinant. It does appear to be standing straight. Exactly. But have you brought your gun? The locals are not particularly fond of us, and there are wild beasts in the mountains. Setting aside his doubts for the moment, Rain posed another question. If the maid was to jog, he could not remain by her side constantly, and Uncle Albert, engaged in ship repairs, would not be able to protect her at all times. Yet, with her training still in its infancy, Annie lacked the means to defend herself. For the time being, her safety relied solely on that firearm. The little maid looked bewildered. You haven't forgotten, have you? After a moment of silence, Rain was at a loss for words. He realized that he could not harbor any expectations regarding this fool's memory. Chuckling softly, Annie stuck out her tongue and scratched the back of her head, wearing a silly grin. Well, hurry and fetch it, stop laughing. Don't tap my head. I'll go get it right away. Startled by the gentle slap on her head, Annie exclaimed, then shot him a reproachful glance before hastily jogging back to the shore. What a fool. Observing her almost stumble along the path, Ryan sighed. Upon reaching the hillside, he passed by the spot where he had chopped wood yesterday and discovered a familiar tree. He then set down the rope and retrieved the axe slung over his shoulder. Be careful. Remember to shoot if you encounter any danger, he habitually cautioned, not bothering to dwell on the worry that this troublesome individual caused him. The hill was not particularly large. He felt confident that he could reach her in time upon hearing any commotion. He had no expectations that her aim would protect her. Rather, the firearm was intended more as a signal. I know, she cheerfully replied, scampering away with an energetic bounce. Ryan shook his head, marveling at her vitality. After a moment of reflection, he dismissed her and began chopping wood. That should suffice. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ryan surveyed the trees near his feet. After a month's labor, without a formal shipwright, the Santa Maria had been nearly repaired. This realization left him in awe of the seemingly limitless skills of his butler uncle. Squatting down, he lifted a tree and threaded the disassembled thick rope through the crevices in the ground. Once he secured several sturdy trees, he pulled on the ropes at both ends. Thud, thud. Behind him, unmasked footsteps approached, accompanied by the rustling sounds of movement through the underbrush. Ryan continued his task, tightening the thick rope and tying a knot. "You're here today's weather is just like yesterday's. How do you know that saying?" Dylan did not respond immediately. He observed Ryan's back in silence before finally speaking. "Huh, you indeed overheard our conversation." Ryan chuckled lightly. He was aware that this little rascal had shared his address, so it was no surprise that he had been absent from the tavern yesterday. Dylan remained silent, simply gazing at him, seemingly eager to know the answer to a question that lingered in the air. All right. What an unlovable little imp." After silently critiquing him, Ryan continued. "Since you have perused the tomes in your village, you must have some inkling regarding your origins." Dylan pondered for a moment, recalling a name he had encountered within the text, and tentatively replied, "Carl?" "Yes, the kingdom of Carl. It is now the fallen state of Carl." Ren nodded, affirming his conjecture. In the Western Sea, although records pertaining to this kingdom have dwindled, his curiosity led him to seek out the relevant documentation. It was during this exploration that he encountered the proverb, "Today's weather is the same as yesterday's." The implication being, tomorrow will mirror today. This is a saying frequently uttered by the people of Carlin. Legend has it that this phrase originated as a clandestine code used by a commoner and a noblewoman for their secret rendezvous. However, upon reflection, Ren sensed a dissonance in this narrative and quietly amended his thoughts. Chapter 71. I tell you, reading is indeed quite beneficial. The kingdom of Carl. You have already deduced it, have you not? He was aware of the inquiry brewing in the boy's mind, and, without waiting for the question to fully materialize, confirmed his suspicion. Is that so? Dylan cast his gaze downward, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Reflecting on their current predicament, he could easily surmise the state of the kingdom of Karen. The answers lay within the pages of those books, did they not? Humanity possesses this peculiar tendency. Even when internally convinced of a truth, they seek affirmation from others. Little rascal, why pretend to be an adult? While Dylan was momentarily lost in thought, Ryan stepped before him, grasping his cheeks and pulling them apart. This diminutive figure, still bearing traces of baby fat, occasionally exhibited a maturity that struck Ryan as rather peculiar. Children ought to embody the essence of childhood. Why were such a frown? What is this sensation? He tugged again. Are you significantly older than I am? Startled by the pain on his face, Dylan, with his lifeless eyes, regarded the teasing Ryan. That infuriating expression. If he had the means, he would surely deliver a punch. After a considerable pause, having had his fill of teasing, Ryan released his grip and patted Dylan's head. Now, speak of your affairs. With his lifeless gaze, Dylan disdainfully nudged his shoulder against Ryan's. What is there to say? Ryan, one hand on his hip and the other propping up his chin, remarked. You wish to avoid burdening Lady Fran, hence you. The remainder of his thought remained unspoken. The underlying struggles and heartaches of such behavior compelled him to instinctively withdraw from the topic, not wanting to add to the woes of this precocious youth. Dylan paused momentarily before nonchalantly continuing to rub his cheek. Since their father's departure, their lives over the years had been an open book. Their mother toiled by day brewing wine and managed the tavern by night. Deprived of rest, she resorted to tobacco for a semblance of alertness. Not only was he unable to assist her, but he also inadvertently added to her burdens. Observing her fade of normalcy after a long day's toil pained him deeply. She remained oblivious, even when she strived to keep her eyes open. The weariness was impossible to conceal. The dark circles beneath her eyes and her sluggish demeanor betrayed her state. He was not like those immature peers. How could he fail to perceive the sacrifices she made? Thus, he often feigned ignorance, wishing to spare her further worry. And then, upon hearing the news of Lady Fran being chosen as a priestess, you contemplated ending your own life. Dylan's silence did not deter Ryan from continuing his discourse. Although this impudent boy exhibited a considerable intellect compared to his peers, his perspectives remained somewhat narrow. He sighed inwardly. But have you considered Lady Fran? You believe your disappearance would be a relief for her, yet she views you as the very hope that sustains her existence. Recalling the lady from the tavern yesterday, Rain's tone grew serious. Of course I am aware. You need not lecture me. Dylan lifted his gaze, which had been cast downward. He was fully aware. Yet, if he were absent, his mother would not have to endure such fatigue. This notion had crossed his mind long ago. There were still those in the village who remained single. Although the villagers were not affluent, his mother had her share of suitors. However, her unwavering dedication to him, coupled with the blaze that had erupted, gradually dissuaded those who had once persisted in their pursuit of her. At that moment, the servant of the oracle arrived. Initially, Dylan, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, felt a flicker of joy. If his mother were to serve the oracle, she would surely thrive away from the burden he represented. As for himself, despite his physical limitations, he was confident that his extensive reading would prevent him from starving. What of my child? Lady Fran's inquiry in the tavern gradually extinguished Dylan's inner delight, as he anticipated his mother's subsequent words. The oracle proclaimed, "You may all reside in the shrine." Is that so? To confine my child to the mountains for eternity? The exhalation of smoke was accompanied by a derisive laugh. In the partition room, upon hearing his mother's refusal, the villagers began to voice their condemnation in a cacophony. Tears welled in Dylan's eyes. There is no need for this. Do not concern yourselves with me. Think of yourselves. Living in this place, he understood the elevated status of the oracle, endowed with formidable power, which was far removed from the tales depicted in books. If his mother were to enter the shrine, she would no longer bear such burdens. The monthly offerings from the villagers would suffice for her to live comfortably. Yet she always prioritized him above all else. I will not go. Did you not hear? Amid the clamor of persuasive voices, Lady Fran's tone remained unwavering. Since you understand what you mean to Lady Fran, do you still hold such beliefs? Rain glanced at the oppressive clouds above and asked softly, what else? Am I not a burden, as I am? Pulled from his memories by Rain's words. Dylan fell silent for a moment, shifting his shoulders. The empty sleeves of his garment bore the weight of a child's indifferent smile. He had long since acclimated to his physical shortcomings. Do you know? The world outside is vast. Huh? What do you wish to convey? That my arm can be healed? Dylan's laughter dripped with sarcasm. Do not jest. This is innate, you understand? The medical advancements outside are indeed remarkable, yet they cannot conjure an arm for me out of thin air. Only divine intervention could achieve such a feat. Rain's gaze was peculiar. Indeed. Such congenital ailments are notoriously difficult to remedy. Even in a past life, with its advanced technology, Dylan's condition remained insurmountable. However, this world is different. Not to mention the myriad of bizarre devil fruits and the countless islands scattered across the seas, the trajectory of development diverges as well. Are you familiar with prosthetics? Prosthetics? Yes, they are artificial limbs crafted by human hands. Rain continued before Dylan could scoff, clarifying that these are not mere wooden trinkets, but genuine artificial constructs that function like real arms. If a skilled surgeon were to assist you in connecting the nerves, the difference would be negligible from an actual arm. Can such a thing truly exist? Dylan's voice trembled with a realization he himself scarcely recognized. Rain gestured, and the neatly bundled wood levitated, drawing closer to him. Firmly grasping the knotted rope, Rain grinned. Of course it can. So, would you care to join me at sea? Amidst the steady patter of rain, the youth playfully extended the invitation. Dylan discerned that beneath the playful tone lay a gravitas in the outsider's eyes. You wish not to burden your mother. And there exists a means to heal you outside. See, how splendid it would be to venture with me at sea. He was not embarking on a pirate's escapade. Merely a tour, and what harm could a young lad do? The provisions would hardly be an encumbrance. Indeed. This was also tied to his genuine desire to assist the boy. I need to think it over. Dean felt a stirring within him. This was undoubtedly a mutually beneficial solution. Yet, the image of his mother in the tavern brought him a moment of hesitation. Well, take your time to ponder. Also, you might inquire with Lady Fran. Ray nodded. Then, as if recalling something. Yes, and there's that sheriff. He is currently troubled about how to keep my secret here. At this, the youth smiled mischievously. Chapter 72. The cave entrance. Martin's mood was indeed dismal. In the morning, he had ascended the mountain with a youth named Rain, confirming that he had indeed been chopping wood. He then quietly departed. The previous day's experiences had afforded him a deeper understanding of this boy. He was a good child, a fact Martin discerned inwardly. However, the individuals aboard his vessel were not all akin to this amiable youth. Therefore, in comparison to this kind-hearted boy, the vessels anchored by the shore warranted his vigilant scrutiny. He vividly recalled the scene from that moment. Yet the words exchanged between the two men still sent a chill through him. Those two were the true monsters. Observing the cheerful middle-aged man by the shore, a shadow of gravity flitted through Martin's mind. Yet what could he do? Merely a glance was sufficient to unnerve him, causing him to abandon other thoughts. Furthermore, The bloodlust emanating from that steward. How many lives had he claimed? Given such a disparity, was it truly of any use for him to stand watch here? Would it be prudent to alert the villagers? What difference would it make? The village possessed no means to thwart them. He was acutely aware that these men held no intent to harm them. But must they always entrust their lives to the mercy of outsiders? Even if they bore no malice and would not endanger the village, what of others? It was essential to recognize that, counting this instance, the village had already encountered 2 waves of outsiders. After these individuals departed, would the island remain as secure as it once was? Martin clenched his fists in frustration, his tightened grip drawing blood. Once again, he, as the constable, felt utterly powerless. After a prolonged moment, Martin lowered his head and turned to leave. Rainwater dripped from his cloak as he cast a lingering glance at the eager Meishu, who was seeking nautical knowledge. How does one discern the wind direction? Meishu inquired as he swung an axe, chopping wood, addressing the steward with utmost respect. During these days of labor, he had indeed gleaned much, not only gaining insights into the outside world, but also acquiring some rudimentary knowledge of navigation. The fisherman of the village, bound by the admonitions of his father, had never shared such information with him. Furthermore, had they truly ever sailed far? Given the geographical constraints, the fishermen here seldom ventured far from the island. Thus, hearing such knowledge from Albert was a source of great fascination for Meishu. There were indeed tools to assist in gauging the wind direction, which could aid novices in understanding navigation better. Albert affixed a wooden plank, pondering for a moment before he could not recall any further details about such tools. He then shook his head, chuckling, but primarily, I rely on instinct. Meishu promptly pressed on. Instinct? Ah, not precisely instinct. It is mainly a matter of navigational experience. Albert replied, picking up another wooden plank as he continued nailing. A sense of melancholy enveloped him. In their time, they lacked the multitude of navigational tools that assist sailors today. The pace of progress is truly astonishing. When he rashly set sail back then, he possessed no navigational experience. All knowledge was gleaned through repeated voyages and personal exploration. Thus, with a heavy heart, Meishu relinquished the thought of crafting such tools. Setting aside the treacherous reefs surrounding their island, the mere possession of a vessel posed a significant challenge. His wooden raft with Heisenberg had been a clandestine endeavor, crafted over an extended period. Shortly after embarking on their journey, they encountered reefs that dismantled their makeshift craft. Had they not crossed paths with these individuals, their fate remained uncertain. Furthermore, his father, reflecting upon the myriad obstacles he faced at sea, Meishu felt increasingly helpless, his gaze drifting to the grand ship with a hint of envy. If only he possessed such a vessel. A sudden tap on his head broke him from his reverie. The familiar sensation prompted an instinctive grasp of his axe, resuming his work on the wooden stakes. A little bird adorned with a small straw hat gently tapped its head, sighing inwardly, if only everyone were like that bipedal creature. Then I wouldn't have to worry so much. It settled contentedly on Heisenberg's shoulder, patting the little carpenter's head in appreciation of his diligence. Hey, Mr. Bird, are you still accustomed to wearing that hat? The bird modestly flapped its wings, seemingly pleased with its headgear. Is that so? Then I am quite confident in this aspect. Heisenberg paused his work, scratching his head with a silly grin. This fellow truly is a simpleton. Observing his friend reveling in the company of a bird, Meishu found himself at a loss, wondering what joy there was in such camaraderie. A sudden snap. Noticing the increasingly dull sensation in his hands, Meishu lifted his axe, examining its blunted edge. Mr. Albert, do we have another axe? This one has grown quite dull. It seems there are no spare axes aboard. The steward halted his tasks, pondering briefly. Although the Santa Maria carried some commonly used tools and nails, they possessed only 2 axes. Despite preparing ample nails and some spare planks before departing the island, they had not anticipated the need to fell trees. None left? Then I shall fetch one from home. Meishu spoke casually, unperturbed by the prospect of assisting them. Was it not the collective hope of the village to see them depart? Moreover, having heard so much, he felt no qualms about extending his help. Thank you very much. Albert wished to mention the sharpening tools aboard the ship, but seeing his enthusiasm, he refrained from doing so. It is nothing. I have learned a great deal from you. After exchanging greetings with Albert, Meishu set down his axe and departed. Over the years, he had become exceedingly familiar with the location of tools around his home, having crafted a raft on his own. As the rain intensified, Meishu approached a protruding cliff. On the island's side, rudimentary wooden fences were slanted into the ground. Previously, villagers would come here to gather stones, and after the gravel was depleted, The area remained untouched. Within a naturally formed stone cave lay a space for storing the village's larger tools. Once the village roads were established, no one came to retrieve those items. To this day, only his family had placed some tools there. Entering the enclosure, Maceo tugged at the half-open wooden door of the cave, not paying much mind. It was common for villagers to borrow tools occasionally. Perhaps someone had left the door ajar. As he stepped inside the cave, his eyes adjusted. A faint light filtered through the opening above, rendering the interior not overly dark despite the absence of torches. Once acclimated, Maceo surveyed his surroundings. In the spacious area, various small tools were piled in the corners. Was there a door here before? He wondered. His gaze sweeping across to a dark stone door behind the wooden framework, his mind filled with questions. This space had once appeared to be a large wooden box. Approaching the stone door, he examined the adjacent wooden box, understanding now why he had no memory of this door. In the past, he had frequently come here to secretly work on that small boat. He was well acquainted with everything here, but had never noticed this particular entrance. The opening was rather small compared to the ample space outside designated for tools, making it easy for someone to overlook. Additionally, the wooden box's obstruction explained why he had not discovered it earlier. However, was the ocean on the other side of the cliff? Intrigued, Maceo leaned in, discovering an ascending staircase within the dark stone door. The width allowed passage for only two people side by side. Clang, clang. Faint sounds of striking echoed from above, reverberating through the cave entrance. Someone was up there. Maceo's heart raced as he retrieved an axe from the nearby stone wall, slowing his pace as he stealthily ascended the steps. He was not naive enough to believe that the individuals within were merely villagers borrowing tools. Even he, who frequently came to pilfer tools, had been unaware of this hidden entrance, obscured by the wooden box. Clearly, those inside did not wish for anyone to discover this place. As he climbed higher, the light from above began to illuminate him. Chapter 73. A conversation between father and son. The rhythmic sound of knocking grew increasingly distinct. Maceo glanced at the opening above. Excellent. The individuals inside remained oblivious to his presence. With this thought, he cautiously lowered himself, angling his head upwards. One hand propped against the stone steps while the other gripped the axe he held. Tap, tap, tap. A bead of sweat trickled down his face, in his concentrated state. He could even hear the rain pattering behind the knocks. Carefully, he poked his head out, his eyes widening in astonishment. The space within was scarcely smaller than the outside. Suspended above was a nearly finished small boat, its craftsmanship surpassing that of his original vessel by a considerable margin. To one side of the boat stood a tall figure wielding a hammer. With each strike, the wooden plank he braced against his shoulder was secured to the vessel. Behind the boat and its solitary worker was a vast, gaping opening. In the distance, dark clouds fused seamlessly with the sea, rolling silently like a monstrous entity poised to devour everything. Suddenly, a thick bolt of lightning burst forth from the ominous clouds. The delayed rumble reverberated through the space, echoing all around. Yet, amid the fleeting flash of lightning, the figure beside the boat was illuminated. It was a face so familiar to Maceo that it was almost etched into his memory. Father. Maceo gasped in shock. How could his father be here? No, this space was unexpectedly large. But wait. Why was he building a boat here? In the chaos of thoughts, questions intertwined in his mind, leaving him momentarily at a loss for what to ask. Meanwhile, Martin, ever vigilant in his work, had attuned his ears to the familiar hum of the environment and faintly caught the sound. He turned his gaze toward the tunnel he had excavated. In the silence, the rain continued to patter at the opening behind him. Maceo regained his composure, hastily discarding the axe in his hand, and scrambled out of the hole. Upon emerging, he suddenly froze in place, lifting his gaze to meet his father's. A whirlwind of complex emotions left him momentarily speechless, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. What brings you here? Martin inquired, his expression stern. Driven by a certain impulse, this typically taciturn and stern father initiated conversation with his child for the first time. Unaware of his father's unusual demeanor, Maceo instinctively retorted, "Shouldn't I be asking you?" This marked the first occasion he spoke to his father in such a tone. For years, he had been forbidden from inquiring about the outside world, ridiculed for his dreams of sailing, and even his attempts at boat building had to be done in secrecy. Yet Maceo shook his head, an indescribable anger flickering across his expression. In that moment, Martin found himself at a loss for words. He fell silent for a moment, bent down to retrieve a wooden plank from the support platform at his feet, and, resting it against his shoulder, resumed hammering. Don't you have anything to say? His demeanor incited even greater anger in Maceo. Amidst the rhythmic clanging, he voiced his frustrations. Disparaging his own dreams of venturing out to sea, he ultimately intended to go alone. Did he not feel even a shred of shame? In the expansive space, the youth's voice reverberated. Upon driving in the final nail, Martin ceased his actions, glancing down at his son, who was now aflame with indignation. He beheld a side of his child he had never witnessed before. The memory of that little boy, who always dodged his gaze, gradually intertwined with the figure before him. What do you think I should say? Martin's expression remained serene, as casual as if he were inquiring about dinner plans. What should I say? Why did you build a ship? When did you hollow out this place? And why are you preventing me from going to sea? Under his scrutinizing gaze, Maceo reiterated his questions, followed by a flurry of rapid inquiries. His chaotic thoughts rendered his questions somewhat disordered. He was beset by an overwhelming multitude of queries. Martin turned to regard the small boat before him, seemingly anticipating the barrage of questions. His eyes held an emotion Maceo struggled to decipher. Hatred? Nostalgia? It was an indescribable sensation, akin to intertwined vines that obscured clarity. Yet, he was indifferent. He merely sought an answer. This space has always been ample. I merely repaired the passage. Martin spoke slowly after a prolonged silence, his voice cutting through the patter of rain with surprising clarity. As for this boat, I did not construct it. What? You did not build it? Was it already here? Maceo couldn't restrain a mocking retort. Casting him a sidelong glance, Martin continued. No one on our island possesses the skill to craft a vessel of this caliber. Maceo silently assessed the suspended boat. Its dark brown exterior indeed suggested it was not newly built, but rather the result of wood's natural aging process. Furthermore, their island lacked such shipbuilding techniques. The fishermen surrounding the island predominantly used simple rafts. This method of construction resembled that of those from afar. Through a month of laboring alongside Martin, he had gained some insight into these matters. Wait, outsiders. A surge of suspicion coursed through his mind as Maceo looked at Martin in disbelief, yearning for clarity. I could never construct such a ship, Martin said, a mocking smile playing on his lips. That was the work of that scoundrel. He still vividly recalled how he had once naively trusted him, allowing himself to be lured out to sea. He was indeed the first and the last friend from outside the island. However, at that moment, without any means to venture into the sea, would he have so hastily revealed his true nature? Interrupting his discourse, Martin interjected. In fact, from his perspective, the appearance of that fruit could hardly be deemed a misfortune. At the very least, it compelled that scoundrel to unveil himself prematurely. Otherwise, once the vessel was completed and they set sail, who knew what they would have to confront? Such a person, capable of nothing virtuous. Accepting his assertion, Maceo continued to inquire. Then why are you contemplating shipbuilding again? Weren't you the most opposed to my embarking on the sea? This was the crux of his concern and the source of his ire. He could discern that. Aside from the side of the wooden planks where his father worked, which appeared somewhat new, the rest were evidently remnants of previous constructions. In other words, he had only recently altered his mindset. Don't you know? Martin's retort left him somewhat uncertain. Rain and the others? Observing his father's tacit approval, he could not help but defend. You know they are not bad people. They merely came here to rest and have not harmed anyone in the village. After a month of interaction, he could sense their goodwill. They are not the sort of people you have encountered. You cannot. Of course I know. Securing the planks, Martin waved his hand dismissively. Did he not see through this scoundrel as clearly as he did? But what of the others? Maceo was perplexed. What others? The other arrivals on the island? Would they harbor similar intentions? Moreover, how can you be certain that these individuals want to disseminate our existence? When the time comes, can you guarantee that all who arrive will come with benevolent intentions? What assurance is there for the village's safety? The barrage of questions left Maceo somewhat speechless. He indeed had not contemplated these issues. So, you intend to venture out yourself, to seek new paths for the village? To procure weapons from the outside? Maceo grasped his father's intentions, but the outer seas are rife with whirlpools, one side teeming with man-eating sharks, and the other with that monster. From where do you plan to navigate? He paced back and forth, pondering the route to the sea. Deep within, he felt a flicker of joy, one he had not even realized, at the thought of his father sharing his sentiments. Wait, you intend to follow them, right? They must possess knowledge of routes we are unfamiliar with to have gained entry here. Suddenly, Maceo clapped his hands in excitement, gazing intently at his father. But could you take me and Heisenberg along? We could assist you in steering and repairing the ship. Martin paused his work, quietly observing him. Meisho discerned the disdain reflected in his gaze. Fools who had wrecked their vessel within a day of setting sail. It is different, father. Your relationship with them is so strained, and your health is not conducive. Within the stone cave, voices of shameful debate arose, laced with unmistakable flattery and excitement. Chapter 74. Release the little maid. Meanwhile, halfway up the hill, Rain and Dylan concluded their conversation, observing the little imp leave with a troubled expression. He hefted a bundle of massive timber in his hands, though he had barely convinced the imp to venture out to sea. Whether he could indeed embark on such a journey remained contingent upon the decision of Lady Fran. After all, a mother seldom wishes for her child to stray too far, especially one who would stubbornly defy tradition for the sake of her offspring. Furthermore, given Dylan's demeanor, it was unlikely that Fran would easily place her trust in them. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from a distance. It was the sound of a flintlock firearm. Despite its rudimentary nature, Rain recognized the noise. On this island, only that little maid possessed a gun. The boy's expression grew grave. The little maid was in danger. Was it a beast or something else? Thud. The massive timber he was carrying crashed down, thudding heavily against the damp earth. Rain dashed forward, heedless of the foliage that brushed against him, hastening towards the source of the sound. Wait for me. With mounting concern, his pace quickened. He was well aware that Annie was not one to recklessly confront danger. Yet, what if? Her peculiar tuft of hair had a tendency to twitch now and then. What are you doing with that gun? In the depths of the jungle. Annie seized the flintlock, her tuft standing erect, her bright eyes brimming with indignation. Oh, it was just an accident. The more you tell me not to, the more I. Fine. Opposite her stood a girl of similar age, who appeared somewhat sheepish. Under Annie's gaze, she eventually lowered her head and mumbled a quiet apology for her actions. She then turned her small hands over before Annie, looking a bit pitiful. I can control my thoughts, but what? Does your hand have a mind of its own? Annie, hands on her hips, found herself both exasperated and amused. She thought she finally understood how her young master felt facing his own emotions. No, she was that foolish. Annie vigorously shook her head, dismissing the thoughts swirling in her mind, and continued to scrutinize the girl. She knew all too well that Sophia was a simpleton. Why had she let her play with the gun? She was a fool. A fool. Now, when the young master arrived, how would she explain this? She had come out for a morning jog, and there was no real danger at hand. No, staying by her side, infected by the foolishness. She too found herself in a form of danger. Oh dear, it's all right. I didn't hurt anyone. Isn't that good? Under Annie's unwavering gaze, Sophia felt somewhat embarrassed, tugging at the hem of Annie's garment, gently swaying it back and forth, her wide, squinted eyes filled with a plea for approval. The movements reminiscent of small animals caused Anne's tense shoulders to suddenly slump. She could hardly bear the sight of Sophia behaving like a freshly born kitten, evoking an irresistible urge to protect her. Ah, you've won, and exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot as she pulled Sophia behind a stone. Remember, don't come out for a while, understand? It was the first time Sophia had seen her so serious, and she nodded in bewilderment. Remember, you mustn't emerge, and reiterated, fully aware of her new friend's unreliability. But why? Sophia couldn't help but ask, returning to the moment. Oh, just ignore it. Pretend that there are bad people around, okay? And hurriedly replied, noting Sophia's adorably confused expression. After training for these past few days, she understood the physical prowess of those noblemen capable of completing such rigorous exercises. It wouldn't take long for someone with that level of fitness to arrive here. If that person saw that she was unharmed yet still fired recklessly, she would undoubtedly be in trouble. Ah, bad people, Sophia exclaimed, now anxious as she pulled Anne's hand. Don't worry, my home is very safe. Just follow me. Anne, reluctantly being tugged along, sighed, I can't run fast enough. Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. Immersed in her fantasies, Sophia didn't heed her words and continued to jog with her friend. She was determined that no bad person would take Anne away. Absolutely not. However, despite having trained for so long, and, although of similar stature, was not someone Sophia could easily pull along. In an instant, she found herself unable to budge her. A rustling sound of grass and foliage reached them, and uncovered her face, her voice muffled. No need, he's already here. Huh. As he rushed through the underbrush, Rain arrived to witness a peculiar scene. A diminutive figure, obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, was dragging his little maid, who was covering her face in rejection. Has a bandit set his sights on my Anne? Rain's mind raced, and he instinctively shouted, let go of that maid. Using the momentum of his rapid approach, he leaped high, aiming a kick at the diminutive figure, his body cutting through the air with fierce wind pressure. No. Let go. And who had intended to greet him, caught sight of Rain's attack and cried out in alarm. The figure holding her turned around, their eyes widening in realization as Rain's approaching foot drew nearer. Rain's expression darkened as he sensed something was amiss. The extended reaction time made their movements appear as if in slow motion, yet in such circumstances, he could not halt his assault. Bang! Suddenly, he halted, then swiftly retreated at the same speed he had arrived. As he traversed the patch of grass, his back collided forcefully with a sturdy tree, splintering upon impact. After a brief pause, he continued to retreat, one by one crashing into the trees he had previously navigated around. The sound of cracking echoed painfully, each snap resonating in the air. Wait, I'm unharmed. I'm really fine. Before Sophia could fully close her eyes, she witnessed the villain soaring back. Bewildered, she touched her intact limbs, overwhelmed with joy. However, the muffled thud of the trees crashing to the ground nearby startled her. She quickly grasped her friend's hand. Young master, Rain. But the young maid had no time to console her. She dashed forward with urgency. Wait, Annie, you can't go. Watching her friend disappear into the thicket, Sophia hesitated momentarily. Then, gritting her teeth, she followed suit. She could not allow Annie to confront that villain alone, leaping over the fallen trees. Tears welled in Annie's eyes as she ran. At last, she spotted the familiar figure. Rain sat slumped against the roots of a tree, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His cloak was tattered from the friction with the trees, and the hat he had worn to shield himself from the rain was nowhere to be found. As the young maid approached hurriedly, he gasped for breath, his voice faint. You absolute fool. Chapter 75. The priestess Rain slumped against the roots of a tree, his breath shallow. He had weathered a perilous storm, evaded the ominous grasp of the deathly reef, and contended with the hostile villagers. Yet in the end, it was due to that foolish Annie. His back, battered from relentless impacts, had transitioned from initial pain to a creeping numbness. However, such discomfort was bearable, especially when compared to the heavy ache that persisted even after his exhaustion. This pain was a result of his own volition, a testament to his determination in the arduous training he had endured. But now, it was entirely the fault of a simpleton. Although his resilient physique prevented him from being utterly incapacitated, the debilitating sensation following the use of his fruit ability was infuriating. You imbecile. My lord, are you all right? Please don't scare me. Annie approached rapidly, tears streaming down her face. Upon reaching him, she found herself at a loss, her hands and feet unsure of where to go. In her anxiety, she stamped her foot, recalling the first aid measures she had overheard during her conversations with Sister Hea. Yet, her mind was a blank slate, and she could think of nothing at all. Witnessing the once dapper youth now in such disarray filled the little maid with an overwhelming sense of guilt. This was all her fault. Annie knelt down, pulling her sleeves longer, and gently wiped the corner of his mouth. In her flurry, she clumsily brushed away the splinters ensnared in his tousled hair. It's all my fault, all my fault. The numbness in his back gradually subsided, giving way to an encroaching pain. The rough texture of the tree bark against his back made his eyes twitch involuntarily. Yet, gazing at the tear-streaked face of the little maid, oblivious to her own running nose, he found himself unable to utter any harsh words. This slightly vain girl who enjoyed sneaking peeks at storybooks had never looked quite like this before. Tell me, why did you shoot? Rainwater trickled from his collar, cascading over his wound. The icy sensation provided a slight reprieve from the pain in his back, prompting Rain to inhale sharply as he fixed his gaze on the little maid before him. Before the bewildered maid could gather her thoughts to respond, another figure emerged from the thicket. With small, hurried steps, she approached the two, striking a pose that mimicked a fighter's stance. Observing her slender arms and legs, the stance she had assumed, along with the serious expression adorning her youthful face, Rain fell silent. Don't think you can bully Annie. The girl's voice quivered, her tone both defiant and endearing. She was not tall, standing half a head shorter than Annie. Her fair skin bore the delicate softness characteristic of this place. The immaculate white attire she wore appeared somewhat oversized, and a wide-brimmed straw hat rested atop her head, her small nose wrinkling slightly. Her large, shimmering eyes, the same hue as her hair, bore into him with unwavering intensity. That is, the hue of wisdom. Surveying the source of his own injury, Ryan propped himself up with his hands, gradually rising to his feet. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? He inquired. Her? And cautiously supporting the youth while pondering how to explain her gunfire, paused momentarily, then timidly glanced at Sophia. Huh. Startled by the boy's sudden movement, Sophia took a step back, resuming a stance she had seen somewhere before. What else could it be? Ryan's emotions were somewhat conflicted. The girl had not wronged her wise hair. Any rational person witnessing his conversation with and would naturally assume they were acquainted. This is Sophia, a friend I met on the island. And shrank her head slightly, carefully assessing his expression, her voice somewhat hesitant. The remainder was unnecessary for her to articulate. Ryan could surmise it. It must be because the little maid was showing off in front of her, or perhaps playing with the gun. No need for that. And I am the shrine maiden here. I can protect you. The disheveled look on her friend's face stirred some sympathy within Sophia. It must be this villain. How could he bully and so, instilling such fear in her? With this thought, Sophia glared at him in fury. A shrine maiden? Adjusting her breath, Ryan's gaze turned peculiar. A shrine maiden? Is this the extent of it? How misguided are the people on this island? Indeed, I am the shrine maiden. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Sophia retreated a step. Realizing her reaction, she felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation, defiantly stating, I tell you, I have many guards. Reflecting on the villagers' respect for shrine maidens, Ryan's mind conjured a hypothesis. Have they met you? Sensing the gravity of the situation, Sophia fell silent. She swiftly moved to his side and then, grasping his hand, she turned and fled. Wait for me. I shall return. Hey, wait. In an instant. The unsuspecting and was bewilderingly pulled away. Without the little maid's support, the weakened Ryan stumbled for a moment, watching as the girl who had snatched someone away darted off with remarkable speed. The light of wisdom flickered amidst the grass. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way. Reluctantly, Ryan endured the pain radiating from his waist to his back and hastened to follow. How dare this person steal someone right before his eyes? Truly, fear not. And, once we reach the shrine, we shall be safe. As they ran, Sophia reassured her friend, her demeanor exuding confidence. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Swiftly catching up, Rain interrupted her words and grasped her shoulder. Suddenly, the grip in Rain's hand transformed into a cascade of water droplets. The shoulder, once firmly held, dissolved into a pool of moisture. Subsequently, the surrounding rainwater was drawn in, converging at the spot where she had been seized. The shoulder, previously reduced to mere water, regained its form. This is a nature type. Feeling the moisture in his grasp, Rain's heart tightened. As a consumer of a devil fruit himself, he was well aware of the classifications of such fruits. In fact, among the travelogues he had perused since childhood, the accounts of these extraordinary entities were the most prevalent. Virtually every travelogue he had encountered featured them prominently. Emerging from the depths of the sea, these fruits bestowed powers granted by demons. This is how humanity has recorded their existence. Creatures that consume these fruits gain an array of abilities. Through generations of exploration, humanity has gradually unraveled the mysteries surrounding these entities. The cursed devil fruits of the sea are generally categorized into three types: paramecia, zoan, and logia. Each of these categories encompasses numerous subtypes, with the logia type widely regarded as the most formidable. Each fruit embodies a fragment of nature: lightning, tempest, flame. The hallmark of the logia fruits is that the user can transform into the corresponding element, rendering them immune to various physical assaults. Judging by the recent transformation, it is evident that this sorceress named Sophia is undoubtedly a wielder of a nature-type devil fruit. Chapter 76. The little boat of friendship capsizes. Wait, Sophia. It's not as you think. Annie, being pulled along, experienced a whirlwind of emotions, finally grasping the situation. The small tuft on her rain hat remained unaffected by the rain, swaying gently. Annie's sudden halt only heightened Sophia's anxiety. What do you mean it's not? Didn't you see how fierce that villain was? He broke so many trees and is still pursuing us. Doubting that Annie had been frightened into silence, she refrained from further explanation. Pulling her to continue running, she hastily reassured her. Don't worry, I won't let that villain catch you. You are my friend. What? No, Hurry up. We'll be safe once we reach the shrine. Noticing a shadow rapidly approaching from behind, Sophia interrupted her words, her expression growing increasingly frantic. Why are we running? Seizing the moment while they conversed, Ryan quickened his pace, catching up with the little maid and overhearing their dialogue. Feeling increasingly helpless, although he currently lacked any means to counter the natural forces, he wasn't entirely devoid of options. After all, The machinations of humanity had toppled many formidable adversaries. No, Ryan gently shook his head, dismissing such villainous thoughts. Though his actions were somewhat unscrupulous, this was his family's little maid. What did it matter? You. Despicable. Supporting the weak Ryan, Annie cautiously glanced at him, realizing that since the young master could still pursue, his injuries must not be too severe. Thus, she seized the moment to earnestly explain to Sophia. You know I'm from outside the island, Sophia. Honestly, you didn't even listen to the introduction completely, the little maid internally complained, fearing that if she were dragged into another sprint, given the young master's current state, she wondered if he could keep up. Yet, she was running so fast. Experiencing the speed of this fool's escape for the first time, Annie silently scoffed. We came together. He is our captain, not a villain. That fellow appeared to be in a poor condition, as long as... Huh, what? Annie said what? Assessing the villain who barely stood upright with the need to lean on Annie, Sophia hadn't yet contemplated their next escape route when she heard Annie's words. Suddenly, she recalled the names Annie often mentioned. Wait, is he the bad Ryan you spoke of? Meeting the young master's gaze, the little maid sheepishly stuck out her tongue, saying, You always bully me. So, then why did you say he was a bad person? Now realizing, Sophia felt a bit embarrassed. After casting an apologetic glance at him, she voiced her curiosity. Although and mentioned that this person named Rain often teased her while they were playing together, such teasing hardly qualifies him as a villain. Could it be? I did not intend for you to hide so hastily, and murmured, If I don't say this, you, silly, would undoubtedly ask why. By stating it this way, aren't you hiding a bit more swiftly? The more she spoke, the more the young maid felt justified in her actions. She believed she had done nothing wrong. Moreover, she had already told her to refrain from shooting. How dare you call me silly? The young maid argued vehemently, leaving Rain utterly speechless. No, you truly lack intelligence. And what about afterward? Why didn't you clarify things? Provoked by the foolishness, Sophia immediately continued her inquiries. How infuriating. You are the foolish one. Fool. You didn't even listen to what I said. At this point, and grew even more agitated. She admitted that her reaction had been a tad slow. But was that due to the fact that the young master had been injured? This foolish person had dragged her along. And she had several times wanted to voice her concerns. Having run this far, she was uncertain if the young master's condition had worsened. Taking advantage of her moment of silence, and pressed on. You still claim you're not foolish? I am not worried about you being captured by him. Woo-woo, I am not foolish. Woo-woo, and is the foolish one, a big fool. The more Sophia thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and she burst into tears. She had only wanted to look out for, and why was she being labeled as foolish? The matron had always praised her cleverness and had never called her foolish. Is it truly possible to cry like this? Amidst the witch's sorrowful sobs, tears streamed forth like a fountain. In this state, Rain temporarily forgot the pain he was enduring. This manner of crying, akin to something from an animated film, truly exists. Oh dear, do not cry. The young maid, somewhat at a loss, used her free hand to pat Sophia's head, having released the other to support Rain. She adjusted the brim of her hood. I am not foolish. Not foolish, woo-woo. After a slight choke, Sophia clung to her conviction, and patiently comforted her. Yes, you are not foolish. Woo-woo. Hick. And you're the woo-woo foolish one. I am. Witnessing the tumultuous friendship between the two, Rain was left speechless. He was the one truly enduring the most pain. However, as he glanced at the rain falling intermittently through the forest, his gaze toward this, which became increasingly peculiar. A nature mage, how remarkable. What are you doing? Shrinking into an embrace, Sophia finally noticed his gaze, clutching her friend's clothing and retreating a bit further. Although she understood that he was not a bad person, the gaze was one she recognized all too well. It resembled that of the mischievous cat that often prowled around her yard, eyeing the small fish she kept in her tank. You. The boy's hesitant words caused Sophia to retreat slightly. Have you also tasted that dreadful fruit? Though unaware of her inner thoughts, the sight of this startled little rabbit prompted Ryan to carefully consider his tone. Indeed, Sophia inexplicably sighed in relief, then hesitated before summoning her courage. You have eaten it too? Upon speaking, she retreated further behind the little maid, revealing only half of her face as she peered at him. Ryan found her hiding behavior somewhat amusing. After nodding in acknowledgement, he continued to inquire, Are you truly the priestess of this place? He genuinely found it peculiar that someone so revered could be so timid. Of course, Instinctively puffing out her chest, Sophia recalled the fallen giant tree from earlier, causing her to shrink back again, her voice becoming barely audible. Of course. Indeed, after consuming the fruit of the nature element and recalling the sudden change in the rain. He had no reason to doubt the girl's honesty. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Then why do you insist on having Lady Friend come to you?" "I must take care of her," Sophia replied matter-of-factly. Why? The situation of the innkeeper indeed required assistance. Yet it struck the boy as amusing that a priestess without even a guard would wish to care for another. However, seeing the sincerity in her eyes, he slowly fell silent. Previously, it was the old woman who cared for me. Now that her child is not faring well, I must, of course, look after her. The old woman must be Lady Fran's mother, and indeed, the grandmother of that troublesome boy. So, she was raised by that old woman? Then Dylan should refer to her as. By the way, Sophia, about that rain god festival you mentioned, can we participate? Annie discreetly tugged at Ryan's sleeve, awkwardly shifting the conversation. Sophia was her friend here. It was best not to interfere too much. Sophia hesitated for a moment. Though she always stayed within the temple and seldom ventured out to play, she understood the significance of this commemoration to the villagers. Sophia, please do not overthink. I am not implying that, and interjected, sensing her discomfort and hastily waving her hand as she stumbled through her explanations. Feeling a twinge of regret for broaching such a topic. Why did she choose this particular subject? No, it's perfectly fine. You all can come and see when the time comes, she reassured. And, being her friend, meant that her companions should not be deemed ill-natured. With this thought, Sophia dared a furtive glance at the individual named Rain. We can simply observe from the mountaintop. Rain smiled at her, fully aware of the insular nature of the locals. Nevertheless, he held a certain admiration for this girl, eager to assist Lady Fran and show her gratitude. Moreover, as Anne's friend, though she seemed unfazed, he felt it prudent not to cause her any inconvenience. Chapter 77 Good friends, then we shall take our leave, Sophia. The young maid waved goodbye as she supported Rain. Yes, you must come tomorrow. The memorial is quite entertaining, the shrine maiden said, feeling a twinge of reluctance. However, she understood that Rain was injured, and Annie had no time to play with her. Besides, they would have the opportunity to meet again tomorrow, wouldn't they? With this thought, her spirits lifted slightly. We can simply watch from here. Rain managed a faint smile, but as he relaxed, the pain in his back became increasingly pronounced. Don't you wish to attend the memorial? Everyone in the village will be resting that day, and there will be plenty of delicious food and delightful activities, not to mention. The shrine maiden waved her arms animatedly, striving to persuade them. After exchanging a glance with Annie, the young man declined her kind offer. This shrine maiden evidently lacked awareness of the happenings in the village. No need. The view here is quite splendid. Afterward, you can enjoy yourselves with Annie, he remarked. Noticing how much the shrine maiden cherished her friendship with Annie. Well, all right, Sophia hesitated, but upon seeing Annie nod in agreement, she said no more and reluctantly acquiesced. How infuriating. I wanted to show her my impressive side, and she called me a fool. Humph. Sophia felt a pang of regret. Aside from that reason, she genuinely wished to share the joys of the memorial with her friend. Then you should hurry back. The beasts in the mountains won't hold back like I do. Who says they can't catch me? They simply cannot. The shrine maiden exuded confidence, leaving Rain somewhat in awe. Indeed, aside from her elemental abilities, her speed alone was beyond the reach of ordinary beasts. Yes, Sophia is the best. The young maid nodded vigorously, her playful hair bobbing with enthusiasm, fully acknowledging her escape prowess. Then it is settled. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to the shrine maiden, the two turned to leave. The pitter-patter of raindrops fell upon the leaves, and the clouds hung low as ever, casting a somber mood for those who beheld it. Yet, curiously, no rain fell on the path they traversed. She really likes you, Annie, Rain remarked as they moved away from their earlier location. Aside from the lingering gaze that had watched them depart, this peculiar rain-free path was also the shrine maiden's doing. Yes, I adore her as a friend too. The young maid nodded vigorously, then began to chatter as she stroked Rain's shoulder. You have no idea how unfortunate Sophia is. She is not allowed to play outside the shrine and usually spends her time in her room tending to her little fish. How did you come to know her? Oh, you were so foolish. She can sneak out by herself, said Sophia, as the guards appeared dazed. So, you have arranged to play together every Saturday? Eh? Hiki. Their conversation echoed amidst the rain-drenched forest as they made their way down the path. After bidding farewell to her dear friend, Sophia quietly returned to the shrine. Noticing the patrolling guards looking her way, she hurriedly lowered her head and remained motionless, hidden in the grass. After a while, once the danger had passed, she assessed her surroundings and, familiar with the terrain, crept along the ground. I've made it in, she thought, triumphantly squeezing through a small hole in the wall, humming to herself and carefully bringing her hat inside, dusting off her clothes. Sophia hopped down the corridor of the shrine, humming an unknown tune. "My lady," a voice from behind startled her, and she turned around with her usual stern expression. Her tone icy. "What is it?" "It is time for your meal," the servant said respectfully, discreetly glancing at the grass stains on her clothing, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. "Very well, lead the way." Sophia suppressed her inner excitement, striving to maintain her dignified image as a priestess. Meanwhile, dragging several hefty logs back to the shore, the release of effort caused a twitch at the corner of Ryan's eye. "Honestly, you could have had the butler fetch them," and chided, noticing the unusual hue on the boy's face. "Why insist on bringing them back yourself? You're hurt." "It was convenient. It saved Uncle Albert a trip." "I couldn't be of any assistance with the repairs on the St. Maria," Ryan replied, casting a glance at the young maid. "And think, who do you suppose is responsible for this?" He felt a wave of frustration. If only, and had spoken clearly, he wouldn't have endured such an embarrassing injury. Although he had regained some strength, the weakness he felt after using his abilities still irked him. "Young master, what has happened to you?" Albert noticed Ryan's unusual condition and hurried over, concerned. He had never seen Ryan in such a disheveled state. "Is there danger on this island that could harm you?" The butler felt somewhat regretful. "After so many years without venturing to sea, has my vigilance waned?" "Oh, it was just a clumsy accident," Ryan said, casting a glance at the timid young maid, maintaining a calm demeanor while feeling a bit embarrassed. "I tripped, that's all." Albert felt a twinge of confusion as he scrutinized the scars adorning his body. He had not had the opportunity to examine them closely earlier, but now it was evident that these marks did not resemble those typically left by a fight. "Hurry aboard. Lady Ya has just returned. And Sister Ya has ventured onto the island again?" From his words, Rain discerned a subtle implication, feeling a sense of helplessness. The locals were hardly amicable towards them. How could she be so reckless? Alas, it was also his fault. Uncle Albert required repairs on the ship, and amidst his tree cutting, he had still been preoccupied with training. The St. Maria was left with her as the sole occupant. In her boredom, it was no wonder she yearned to explore the village. Noticing the worry in the youth's eyes, Albert understood, yet felt an odd sensation within. Should he say something? Perhaps it was best to wait until Lady Ya revealed it herself. "Oh dear, enough of that. Let us attend to your wounds first. If they worsen, it will be troublesome." Rain's excuse relieved Annie, who hastily urged him on, though fearful of reproach from the butler and others. Her concern for the boy's injuries outweighed her trepidation. Rain nodded, striving to maintain a composed demeanor as he ascended the St. Maria. His thoughts meandered. Perhaps he should partake in tomorrow's memorial. They had yet to admire the island's scenery. Oh no, has the road to the village deteriorated again? The two laborers assisting on the shore had also taken note of the boy's condition. After the paradise bird departed from his shoulder, Heisenberg sighed softly. They had grown accustomed to the village's environment over the years. Yet, for such a formidable rain to sustain such injuries, the place must be perilous indeed. Contemplating this, he glanced at his companion. "Maceo, shall we inquire about the source of the trouble? The villagers do not possess such resilience." What are you saying?" Maceo's momentary bewilderment puzzled Heisenberg. What was amiss? Ever since they retrieved the axe, Maceo had been acting oddly, even appearing distracted while chopping wood. "Maceo, what is it?" Noticing Heisenberg's hesitation, Maceo feared he might have guessed something. Having played together since childhood, he was well aware of this timid boy's uncanny intuition. Suddenly, Heisenberg glanced around cautiously and whispered, "Have you seen a ghost?" Chapter 78. The little one always finds fun in the early hours of the morning. The crew aboard the St. Maria busily prepared their belongings as they trekked up the mountainside. "Sister Yaya, I realize my mistake. I will be more cautious in the future," pleaded the pitiful Rain, burdened with an enormous pack, towards a woman sheltering herself with an umbrella. "No, my dear Rain, given your carelessness, you must remember this lesson," she responded with a smile, tightening his collar. However, upon noticing the bandages peeking from beneath, a flicker of concern crossed her eyes. "Young master, perhaps it would be wise not to resist," advised a small maid, who was also laboring under a heavy load, as she sighed and offered encouragement to her disheartened master. "It's merely retrieving an item." Rain fell silent, bemused by the maid's foolishness. He knew that punishment was inevitable. Furthermore, her demeanor suggested she was accustomed to such situations. I can't shake the feeling that something is missing," mused Yaya, glancing at her and pursing her lips in contemplation. Albert, though unaware of the extent of Rain's injuries, was the ship's doctor on the St. Maria. The nature of the bruises and abrasions he bore was consistent with a fall from the mountaintop. She firmly believed that Rain had not wasted his training over the years. Even if he had inadvertently tumbled down, he would not have fallen without resistance. Considering Annie, who had accompanied him, the origin of the injuries became clear. Yet, since Rain insisted they were mere scrapes to protect the foolish girl, she chose to feign belief. The small maid paused, her expression shifting to disappointment as she realized Yaya's intent was clear. She was merely being cautioned against speaking out, not genuinely instructed to return. With an awkward smile, Annie opted for silence, knowing she could never manage to run back and lie down. Meanwhile, Albert busied himself grooming the blissful bird in his arms, watching them with a cheerful demeanor, showing no inclination to assist. This was, after all, the result of prior discussions with Lady Yaya, and he deemed it beneficial for the two youngsters to face some hardship. While Rain's injuries were not severe this time, one could only wonder about the next occasion. Rain shook his head, adjusting the hefty burden on his back. The items, though seemingly weighty, were manageable. The medicated ointment applied to his bandaged wounds provided a soothing coolness. Yet the strain of carrying such a load inevitably forced his back muscles to exert themselves, intensifying the pain beneath. "Oh dear, we must hasten our pace," came a gentle voice, prompting Rain to cast a glance towards the village at the foot of the mountain. A procession of individuals, each brandishing a torch, emerged from their homes. The veil of rain shrouded the night, yet the flickering flames dispelled the darkness. The raindrops that fell before them became vivid under the glow of the distant flames. "Indeed, we must hasten our steps." Upon arriving at the bamboo pavilion where he first encountered Dylan, Ryan set down his burdens. After unfastening his pack, he retrieved an array of meticulously prepared items. Albert, standing nearby, released the bird of paradise and assisted in erecting their apparatus. A portable table was set up in the center of the pavilion, while a modest iron stove was placed at one corner of the table. Subsequently, Albert produced leftover scraps from ship repairs, placed them inside, and ignited the fire. This location offered a panoramic view, and the people at the foot of the mountain remained oblivious to their presence, even with the iron stove ablaze for warmth. The angle of vision ensured that the flames went unnoticed below. After extracting several low stools from his pack, Ryan unveiled his prized possession, a homemade barbecue grill. Alongside him, the young maid opened her own pack, revealing a tea set, pastries, skewered meats, and vegetables. Her exuberance belied the exhaustion she had shown while ascending the mountain. Skillfully, Albert took the ignited kindling and placed it into the warming iron cylinder, carefully adding small pieces of wood thereafter. In this drafty pavilion, the rain brought an unrelenting chill. Thus, the most pressing task was to ensure the stove was adequately prepared for warmth. As Quan and Yu accepted the kettle of water brought by Ryan, they clasped the slightly hot body of the cup, their cold hands gradually warming. Upon lifting the lid, steam wafted upward from the soup within. After inhaling its aroma, she felt somewhat speechless. This was the thick soup meant for dinner, and she wondered when the little one had prepared it. "Allow me," she said, as she extracted all the pastries, placing her hands on her hips, and surveyed the elegantly arranged table with satisfaction. Noticing Ryan's movements, Lianmon quickly intervened. "The young master sustained his injuries because of him. Let me handle this." She rushed ahead, lifting a wooden bucket filled with fresh water and carefully pouring half its contents into the kettle on the ground. Ryan, not wishing to contest, retrieved the final item from his pack, a thick blanket crafted from various animal furs, sewn together. This was a trophy from his time on Barren Island, a creation of his own hands. Admittedly, it was rather unsightly. Upon seeing it again, Ryan felt it lacked aesthetic appeal, though it had seemed splendid at first glance. Scratching his head, he bore the rolled-up blanket outside the pavilion and began to encircle the bamboo structure's pillars. The length was just sufficient, effectively shielding against the cold winds of the forest, while also offering a view of the tribute on the cliffside. Lifting the felt, Rain burrowed inside and, grasping a rope, threaded it through the opening in the felt before securing it to the bamboo pavilion's support. The bird of paradise nestled in the embrace of Yuchuan and Ya, gazing somewhat speechlessly at the bustling crowd. "You truly have come here to vacation," she remarked with a hint of amusement as she sipped the warm soup from her cup. "What a clever little rascal." Reflecting on the afternoon spent in the apothecary, where the enthusiastic young Rain had excitedly shared his plans while tending to his wounds, her smile softened further. "How about we enjoy a warm cup of tea while watching the mysterious ritual from the hillside?" The little maid, although excited, hesitated. "But it's quite cold there." "Not to worry. We shall bring a brazier and my thick felt blanket." Then Rain, well aware of her penchant for midnight snacking, quickly bandaged his wounds and, without donning a shirt, dashed to the tool shed, his upper body swathed in bandages. "No problem. We have this," he exclaimed, revealing a roasting oven. The thought delighted Yuchuan, and yet even more. This little one had always managed to find joy in the simplest of things. Noticing the little maid attempting to place the kettle on the already burning stove, she set down the bird of paradise, stepped over, and retrieved a small jar from her bundle. After taking a handful of tea leaves, she opened the lid and placed them inside. Meanwhile, the group preparing on the hillside was nearing completion. Like all the villagers, Martin, clad in a raincoat, glanced at the bonfire set up along the street and turned to his companion. "Meishio, how are those people faring now?" "Rest assured, I've informed them that a ritual will be held on the island tonight. They won't disturb us," Meishio replied, patting his chest. Then turned to his father with a hint of complaint. "However, you truly find it hard to trust others." Martin nodded slightly. On this particular day, he chose not to dwell on that matter. Yet, he hesitated, thinking of the earnest young lad, feeling somewhat reassured. Unlike these children awaiting tomorrow's festivities, as the constable, he bore considerable responsibility. Not only was he tasked with guiding those young men participating in the ritual for the first time, but he also had to ensure that the rain sound ceremony proceeded smoothly. Such an important festival necessitated deeper consideration. Chapter 79. The Ritual on the Stone-Paved Street. The villagers donned black raincoats, brandishing torches high above their heads. Raindrops fell upon the flames, producing a delicate crackling sound that mingled with the patter of the rain. On either side of the road, bonfires blazed in perfect symmetry, illuminating the path that stretched into the distance. The villagers stood silently at their doorsteps, observing the scene. Suddenly, the resounding clamor of gongs and drums echoed from beyond the village. A procession of villagers clad in ceremonial attire entered the settlement. Led by an elderly figure adorned in ornate and elaborate garments, the village's ritual conductor. Surrounding them, musicians played the unique music of their sacred rites. Amidst the throng, the elderly man, drenched to the bone, stood tall, his diminutive frame suddenly erect as a resonant voice reverberated beneath the darkened sky, cutting through the veil of rain and reaching far beyond. The silent villagers at the roadside began to form two lines, following this group. As the ritual music progressed, the procession swelled in numbers. That grandfather's voice is remarkably loud. Despite his small stature, a young maid observed from a distance, cradling a cup of hot tea, her expression one of astonishment. Indeed, such significant events are typically presided over by venerable elders, and a feeble voice would not suffice. Nearby, Uncle Albert, stroking a joyful bird, gazed nostalgically at the ceremony unfolding at the foot of the mountain. Nodding in acknowledgement, Rain, who had been curious about their instruments, took in every detail: the spacing of the bonfires, the villagers' synchronized steps, the carefully crafted attire of the musicians, all of which reflected the deep reverence the people held for this festival. Fortuitously, he had declined the invitation from the shaman. Noticing the procession departing the village, Annie exclaimed, Look, they are leaving the village. Are they heading up the mountain?" After scrutinizing the torchlit procession, Rain pondered their direction. Where might they be going? He mused, recalling the path leading upward. It dawned on him that they were situated on the mountain slope, with only a narrow trail leading downwards, seldom traversed by anyone other than hunters. On the spacious ascent, the villagers moved in solemn silence, their raised torches forming an elongated serpent of flame. This serpent merged with others from neighboring villages, converging into a grand conflagration. The firelight dispelled the darkness, and even the rain began to relent under their solemnity. As the music ceased, a shallow pool of water gathered in the square at midway up the mountain. In the center of the square stood an exquisitely crafted altar. Once all the villagers had entered the square, the elder raised his voice once more, resonating through the air, before accepting a torch handed to him from the side. He cast a glance at the villagers, who stood in disarray yet maintained an orderly stance. Turning away, he bowed before the altar, raising the torch he held above his head. As the elder's torch ignited, flames erupted from the deep pit of the altar. Sparks erupted from the fire, dancing in the air. The fierce blaze burned defiantly in the rain, illuminating everything in the square, casting a crimson hue upon the villagers' raincoats. Offer the flowers. The elder intoned solemnly, and one by one, small figures clad in raincoats approached the altar. These children, bearing bouquets they had gathered throughout the day, approached with a mix of excitement and trepidation under the elder's serious gaze. Clumsily, they arranged their floral offerings around the altar's fire. Maceo, do you remember? We were once like this. Grandpa Batten's gaze was quite intimidating, despite his kindness in the village. Upon hearing his friend's murmurs, Maceo furrowed his brow beneath the raincoat. Do not speak, he hissed, casting a sidelong glance at his friend, who stood at attention. Of course, I remember, though I cannot recall who wet their pants. Embarrassed, Heisenberg suppressed his voice, retorting, Nonsense. That could never be me. On the mountainside, at the mid-slope, the crew aboard the St. Maria engaged in conversation. Why is it called the Rain Sound Festival? They have always used fire. The young maid's words left Rain somewhat speechless. He glanced towards the square illuminated by the flames. Continuing without turning his head, it has been raining constantly here, and offerings typically involve fire. Young Rain has misstepped, remarked Yuchuan, taking a sip of tea as memories of recent inquiries around the village resurfaced. He gently shook his head. Meanwhile, the sacrificial rites continued down the mountain. After presenting their flowers, the children knelt with bowed heads around the altar. Offer the 5 grains. The elder, standing beside the altar, straightened his back and intoned once more. As his words echoed, several women approached, carrying intricately carved wooden trays filled with an array of meticulously prepared vegetarian dishes. In the flickering firelight, these offerings took on an air of mystique. The elder surveyed the offerings with a stern expression, a wave of resignation washing over him. In times past, sacrifices had consisted of meats, yet now only plant-based offerings were permissible. He understood well that this was a necessary adaptation, as the village's hunting yielded fewer and fewer beasts. May the rain sound not cast blame, he murmured quietly, earnestly hoping for divine understanding. The village children were still growing, and the meager catch from the sea was insufficient. Watching the women retreat, the elder resumed his chant, danced the kagura. The ritual proceeded in an orderly manner. How dreadfully dull. Why had the priestess, Sophia, not yet appeared? The status of this priestess was rather lowly. The young maid leaned on the table, listlessly nibbling on a piece of pastry. The warmth gradually emanating from beneath the table made her yawn involuntarily. She glanced towards the trio by the window, muttering to herself. Older individuals favored such traditions. But how could someone of a similar age to Rain appreciate this tedious and cumbersome ceremony? No, that was just his nature. She recalled how, during their childhood, while other children sought play outside, he would either train on the beach or seclude himself in his room with a book. Only during his leisure time would he stroll through the town. Upon reflection, the young master truly was peculiar. Picking up another piece of pastry, Annie reminisced about the past Rain. If you find it boring, why not bake something for yourself? This ceremony is said to last through the night. How long is that? Casting a glance her way, Rain shook his head in resignation. For those living on this island, unable to leave, facing such harsh living conditions, seeking a spiritual solace was entirely reasonable. The incessant rain created a damp environment, preventing them from cultivating normal crops. The fish in the sea were limited by the reefs, and the wild beasts on the mountains had dwindled. Experiencing their living conditions, the young boy felt a wave of pessimism wash over him. In the outside world, such antiquated beliefs had long since faded. With the news birds traversing the ocean, those who once wielded supernatural powers were now understood by the populace. Moreover, following the words of the Pirate King, who had passed 2 years prior, the increasingly chaotic seas led those upon the waters to place their faith in steel rather than in ethereal deities. The priestess approaches. In the square, the elder completed the final chant and bowed, retreating gracefully. Oh, is Sophia finally emerging? Beside him, Annie, who had waited through the night, dashed to the window, clutching several skewers of roasted meat. She gazed up at the overcast sky and could not help but exclaim, how embarrassing that the priestess appears only at the end. Having spent such a prolonged time on the island, she had learned to distinguish day from night. Although sunlight could not penetrate here, the gray clouds of day were still visible, unlike the night, where without a torch, one could see nothing at all. Chapter 80. The dawn. As the elder's voice resonated powerfully for the last time, a profound bell tolled from the mountaintop. At the sound of the bell, The villagers in the square knelt down in reverence, their extinguished torches resting beside them. Only the colossal bonfire at the altar continued to blaze. Among the children gathered around the altar, one mischievous little soul could not contain his curiosity. He lifted his small head and peered through the flickering flames. Through the distorted light, a wooden courtyard loomed faintly atop the summit. "Is it just me, or has the sky brightened a bit compared to before?" Rin remarked, gazing upward. Yuna also looked up, her brows slightly furrowing as she nodded in agreement. Her beautiful eyes inadvertently swept toward the mountaintop. What was this fluctuation emanating from that direction? "Oh dear, what is this?" And stammered, momentarily speechless as she stared skyward, her companions sharing her astonishment. The thick clouds, once ominous, visibly brightened. No, they were not brightening, they were thinning. Following the bell's toll, the incessant rain that had begun upon their arrival on the island finally ceased, and the wind held its breath. In an instant, the mountainside fell into a profound silence. Then, the heavy clouds that had loomed overhead began to transform, becoming a brilliant white at an astonishing pace. At last, a golden sword of light pierced through the clouds, descending onto the square. 2 beams, 3 beams. Countless rays of golden light streamed through the cloud cover, converging into a magnificent pillar of light. It was an awe-inspiring spectacle. The villagers, who had been kneeling in submission, rose and bowed once more. After 3 such gestures of reverence, they slowly stood upright, shedding their customary raincoats they had worn incessantly. Only on this day were they free from their burden. With their eyes closed, they savored the warmth of the sunlight bathing them. A child nestled in their arms gazed with wide, glistening eyes, reaching out with tiny hands to grasp the warmth that enveloped them. After a long while, the elderly man, also with eyes closed, gradually opened them, inhaling deeply before proclaiming in a resounding voice, "The rite is complete." The little maid, struck dumb by the spectacle, found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate her feelings about the radiant pillar of light. Suddenly, she felt a pang of guilt for not having fully appreciated the ceremony earlier. Rintu stood in stunned silence, gazing at the vast void in the sky. Golden clouds clung tenaciously to the beams of light, and beyond those clouds lay blue gemstones embedded within the hollow. It was mesmerizing. From this angle, the edges of the sapphire seemed to cradle the heavy, dense clouds. The source of the beam of light was not sapphire, it emanated from the sky, the azure expanse above. For the first time, Rain discovered how mesmerizing the ordinary sky appeared when viewed from outside. Rays of light streamed through the clouds, illuminating the village at the foot of the mountain, rendering it ethereal and resplendent, much like a mirage. Surrounding the square, the trees, battered by incessant rain, found a moment of respite, transforming into a sea of verdant hues. The raindrops clinging to the leaves sparkled like stars in the glorious beams, trickling down the leaf veins and silently falling to the ground. Yet, what captivated Rain the most were the villagers gathered in the square. Groups of villagers made their way back along the mountain path, unveiling wooden carts laden with provisions they had long prepared. They beckoned to those nearby to join in the feast. In the radiance of the light, they congregated, frolicking and laughing. Children tugged at their once busy parents, pointing excitedly at distant colors and curiously inquiring about them. The bewildered father scratched his head, while the nearby woman cast him a reproachful glance. Then, she bent down, smiling as she recounted tales from her own childhood, stories she had heard from her parents. Not only for the children, but for herself, for the man beside her, and for the older children who darted excitedly around the square. The adults, upon being bumped into, bore no grudge, instead watching the lively group of children with amused expressions. The little ones grinned at them and scampered off with their companions. The once dreaded puddles, so familiar, now appeared endearing in their eyes. They stomped through them, splashing with delight. Elderly villagers settled on the ground, quietly savoring hand-rolled tobacco. Occasionally, they would encounter elders from neighboring villages, engaging in conversations about the changes within their communities. If splashed by puddles, they merely laughed it off and continued their discussions. Young men and women exchanged shy glances, faces flushed, quickly averting their eyes. Some bolder souls confessed their feelings in front of the parents, eliciting nostalgic smiles from the watching adults. Once, they too had been so daring. Some parents exchanged knowing looks, clasping each other's rough hands tightly. However, the audacious young man soon found himself pursued by the irate father of the girl, receiving kicks and blows. He lowered his head, too timid to retaliate, yet his eyes slyly darted toward the girl behind her father. The young lady blushed deeply, tugging at her father's sleeve. whether out of shyness or a desire to protect her suitor remained uncertain. The villagers observed the commotion, cheering and encouraging, while the nearby children looked on, puzzled by the adult antics. Then, raising their small fists, they joined in the commotion, their childish voices eliciting yet another round of hearty laughter from the villagers. Martin wiped his face and glanced at his runaway scoundrel of a son. "Father, please don't wear such a stern expression during the rain god festival. A smile would attract the ladies," the impudent boy jested. "You little rascal." With a flick of his hand, Martin refrained from hastily wiping the other side of his face, silently turning his head to fixate on the one who wished to wash his entire visage. Heisenberg, feeling a twinge of fear, awkwardly scratched his head and pointed to a friend not far away. May I do what Uncle Martin said?" Upon uttering this, he could no longer withstand the chill of Martin's gaze and scurried away. "How delightful it is." Observing the jubilant scenes in the square, Rain softly mused. The villagers, residing in a harsh, isolated climate, toiled diligently, striving against the odds to make a living. Rain's thoughts drifted to the moment he first encountered the two fools, so resolute in their determination to protect their homeland. After arriving on the island, he recalled the stubborn constable who despised all outsiders, and the landlady, Fran, who endeavored to safeguard her children. He thought of the precocious young boy who wished to spare his mother from hardship. These blossoms of life each bore their unique hues, much like the stars, each radiating its own brilliant light. "Oh dear, little Rain has reached this age. Pray tell, is it that young lady?" Chien and Ya, cradling their teacups, peered out with an air of sophistication. "Honestly, how can a child harbor such profound sentiments?" "Please, do not mock me," Rain replied, feeling a pang of frustration. "Without teacher Shilou to bear the blame, I hardly dare to consider the next uprising." In the corner, Albert, having poured some water anew and placed the kettle on the stove, wore his usual cheerful demeanor. Listening to the exchange between the two, the smile on his lips grew ever more amiable. Chapter 81. What are you secretly doing? She knows everything. I hope she won't be too heartbroken when the time comes. On the hillside, Rail anxiously took a bite of the meat skewer offered by the little maid, his gaze returning from Annie's retreating figure. Without a doubt, he understood the purpose of her departure. However, to wield such power to this extent, he gazed at the enormous void in the sky, chewing the food in his mouth. Although consuming natural energy induces a state of awakening, every type of ability user must expend stamina to utilize their powers. Recalling the priestess, who had barely trained and relied solely on her swift escape, he pondered. She was likely exhausted by now. Yet, reflecting on his own rigorous training since childhood, often leading to his own collapse after a single exertion, Rail fell into silence. In a beam of light, Dylan tilted his face upward, basking in the sun's warm embrace. Years prior, driven by curiosity about that gemstone, he discovered through books that it represented a normal sky. "Have you made your decision?" Friend exhaled a puff of smoke, quietly observing the motes of light before them. "No. I wish to hear your opinion." Dylan lowered his head, retracting his words and choosing to rephrase. He indeed longed for the world beyond, having been captivated by his father's tales since childhood. As he grew a little older and lost his father, he immersed himself in books at home, dreaming of everything depicted within their pages. Gradually, he began to venture outside, interacting with the villagers. He could not comprehend why everyone gazed at him with such looks. After all, he was merely without hands. Yes, just without hands. Little Dylan thought this way, as his parents had always reassured him. While life posed some inconveniences, his mother was always there to assist him. Over time, he began to understand the pity and sympathy reflected in the adult's eyes. By then, his father had already departed, and he started aiding his mother in running the tavern. He could not grasp why she forbade him from helping, with his father gone. He was the only man in the household. "You must protect your mother," his father had always said. Thus, he despised their gazes. His father was a hero. They did not need pity. Unlike those others, he understood the true reason for his father's departure to sea and knew he could never drown in the ocean. After all, he was the finest fisherman in the village. "My opinion?" Fran's long sigh pulled him from his reverie. Dylan turned his gaze toward the altar atop the mountain and spoke. "Of course, if you say no, then I shall remain on the island." He paused momentarily before resolutely stating his conviction. He was well aware that he could leave on his own. His departure is, in fact, a blessing. It alleviates the burden on Fulan, allowing her to thrive within the shrine, a decision beneficial for them both. Yet, in the moments of hesitation, the words of Rian echoed in his mind. "Do you remember when you modified the brewing tools for me?" After a prolonged silence, Fulan softly spoke, exhaling a plume of smoke. "Of course I remember," Dylan replied, his gaze drifting toward the lively crowd in the square. The smiles adorning the faces of his peers felt alien to him. It was only after his father's departure that he recognized how tirelessly his mother had labored, masking her fatigue with a facade of normalcy. Each morning she brewed, tended to the tavern, and in the evening guarded it, all while caring for him, leaving her with scarcely 5 hours of rest each day. He understood now that when he urged her to sleep a little longer, the faint smile she wore was steeped in reluctance. Yet, what could he do? Assist her in brewing? Preposterous. He could barely care for himself. After that day, Dylan matured, diligently emulating his mother's past actions to cultivate his own independence. Lacking arms, he learned to grasp with his toes. Unable to wash his face, he submerged himself in water. However, he realized that merely managing his own affairs was far from sufficient for a family devoid of labor. Thus, he sought methods and books that could aid his mother in brewing techniques his father had long recognized, as the tavern employed them. Yet, since there were none available, he resolved to innovate. Driven by the desire to grant his mother a few moments of respite, a child's stubborn determination ignited within him. He succeeded, bursting with excitement. He rushed to share his findings with his mother, who beamed with joy. It was the first time since his father's death that he witnessed such a radiant smile on her face, a memory he cherished deeply. Indeed, mothers are often easily moved by their children. Dylan recalled that her own memories held the image of his dirt-smeared face, a testament to his efforts on her behalf. In comparison, the squandered mountain fruits paled in significance. She lowered her gaze upon Dylan, as if wishing to imprint his visage upon her heart. Yet, children will eventually grow, yearning for the world beyond, a longing that none can confine. "No, that's not true." Fulan knelt, stroking his head, silencing his protest. "It's all right. On the contrary, I owe gratitude to those outsiders. They have at least spared you from those dreadful thoughts." Under her soothing presence, Dylan, who had just settled down, was suddenly startled. You know. Of course, this proprietor, who always presented a frosty demeanor in front of the villagers, shed her facade in the presence of her child, tenderly caressing his cheek. "You must understand. How could a mother not know her own child?" Dylan felt somewhat dazed. Indeed, this elucidated everything. Why had his mother recently insisted that he assist in the shop? During the day, she always concocted various excuses to keep him there, preventing his outings. Moreover, he had declined the witch's invitation. In retrospect, apart from caring for herself, she seemed intent on deterring him. But why? Why not say it? Fran appeared to sense his unvoiced question, and with an exasperated tug at his cheek, her tone betraying a mix of pride and distress, she said, "You've always been so clever. Once you make up your mind, it would be futile for me to intervene. Or do you wish for me to cradle you and weep, praying that my tears might erase your thoughts?" The pressure of her hand on his cheek was not forceful, yet Fran could not bring herself to squeeze harder. Dylan lowered his eyelids, aware that his mother spoke the truth. Had she acted as she suggested, his resolve would likely have only strengthened. Yet, she knew everything. Suppressing his watery eyes, he discreetly pouted. "How can you speak of stubbornness? Do you believe it is for no reason?" "Indeed, I am just as stubborn. Your father is too." Shaking her head, Fran vigorously ruffled his hair before rising. "Very well. You shall accompany them to sea, and I will await your return here. Do you agree?" "Yes. What reason could there be to prevent a young man from going to sea?" Producing a pipe, Fran filled it with more tobacco, gazing into the distance with a wistful tone. In a moment of reverie, the image of that man, who always wore a silly grin, resurfaced in her mind. The man who would pick flowers at the cliff's edge just to make her smile remained etched in her memory. I too have acquiesced to the witch's counsel. After you depart, I shall reside at the shrine. By the way, when you return, do not return alone." At her final words, Fran mischievously winked. Dylan, slightly flustered by his mother's teasing, retorted, "Wait, when did you agree to?" "No. What do you mean by not coming back alone?" "When, of course, was yesterday." "Do not evade the issue," Dylan grumbled, casting her a disgruntled glare. "And you can so readily entrust me to them? They are nefarious individuals from beyond the island." "Of course. Do you think you hold such value? Nefarious?" "She has conversed with that woman quite a bit these days. I have formed my own judgments about what sort of people they are. Otherwise, do you truly think my heart is so easily swayed?" The astonished words of his mother left Dylan at a loss for words. Is a son no longer a son once he has left? Is this woman before him truly his mother? Am I mistaken? Certainly not. In the previously shadowed corner, A lively atmosphere began to emerge. Chapter 82. Farewell on the day following the Rain God Festival. The diligent Ryan prepared for the departure of the St. Maria after a day of much-needed rest. Uncle Albert, your craftsmanship is truly extraordinary. The St. Maria appears as pristine as ever, Ryan praised the butler at the helm. This nearly omnipotent butler was the very reason he dared to set sail. This is merely my duty, Albert cheerfully responded, shooing away the blissful bird perched on the helmsman's seat. He then glanced at the empty deck and inquired, by the way, where are Miss Fran and Annie? Ryan fell silent, his mood dampening as he pointed towards the shore. Why was it that, despite being the captain, he had yet to forge friendships? Albert, he thought, casting a sympathetic glance at the butler. Albert, perplexed, scratched his head before giving a thumbs up to his young master. It's just repairing the ship, after all. It's what I ought to do. Oh, we are finally leaving. The blissful bird perched on Albert's shoulder fussed with its feathers. Although they had lingered for over a month, and the bird had donned a small rain hat, it still abhorred the damp and chilly atmosphere. Mr. Blissful Bird, it suddenly flew to the ship's edge, gazing at the freckled youth on the shore who waved goodbye with teary eyes. Tears streamed down its beak. Whoa, what a foolish biped. Considering this, it felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. Not far away, Mayhew watched in silence as his friend bid farewell to a bird. He then turned to continue persuading his father. I can go with you. I promise I won't be a nuisance. Casting a glance at him, his father chose not to voice his thoughts on the boy's subtle intentions. With his remaining hand, he wiped his bald head and calmly stated, I have already set the ship ablaze. If there were any other option, he certainly would not wish to embark upon the vessel created by that scoundrel. What? You burned it? How will you leave? No, how could you burn it? Mayhew gaped in disbelief at his father, questioning the rationale behind such an action when he was meant to sail. Noticing his father's gaze, Mayhew turned to see that the enormous ship had already raised its sails at the shore. In an instant, he comprehended his father's intent. He had already negotiated with these outsiders, who had consented to Martin's voyage. Although his father's safety was assured, still, that was someone else's ship. Martin let out a faint huff. Had Mayhew not been watching intently, he might have overlooked this small yet significant detail. A scornful glint in his eyes conveyed two words clearly. Little brat. This is too much. Father. Indeed, I yearn to embark on a clandestine voyage. Yet must we resort to such drastic measures? After all, the vessel that took years to construct deserves better than to be set ablaze. Oh, how my heart aches. Why must you depart? Anissa Sophia leaned upon her shoulder, tears cascading down her cheeks. It had taken her so long to forge a friendship, and they had barely begun to revel in their companionship. Why must she leave now? Please, cease your weeping, she implored, her heart wavering for a fleeting moment. Glancing towards the distant ship, she noticed a young lad on the deck waving at her before returning to his task of adjusting the cannons. It was impossible for her to remain here with Sophia. They had ventured out together and must return together. With this thought, the little maid's spirits sank further, her hair drooping dejectedly. When you cry, it makes me want to weep too, she lamented, embracing Sophia, her mind drifting back to her conversation with Rain the previous night. Sir, cannot we take her with us? Rain, burdened with a bundle of tear bamboo in the workshop, paused momentarily. What do you think? How could he not wish to bring her along? The control she exhibited over the mist in the air, with just a little nurturing, could transform her into a top-tier navigator. While others needed to interpret the weather, she could conjure it. As excitement swelled within him, he recalled the villagers under the sunlight here. He could not bring himself to make such a selfish decision, nor could he even utter the invitation. Peering through the doorway of the workshop, the little maid rested a hand against the frame, stifling a sob, unsure of what to say. She understood the significance of Sophia, the priestess, to this place. The magnificent light that descended upon the island was not merely for their enjoyment of the sky. Yet, if possible, you might consider asking Sophia. Upon reaching this thought, the tearful Anissa choked back her sobs, gently pushing Sophia away from her shoulder, gazing through tear-streaked eyes. Would you, perhaps, consider leaving with us? Meanwhile, Fran, who had been comforting the priestess, paused her soothing gestures, continuing to stroke her back to alleviate the little priestess's sorrow. As a mother, she refrained from commenting on the notion of taking their priestess away. It was a decision Sophia must make for herself, was it not? Quietly conversing with her, Izumi smiled gently, his eyes filled with remorse. Fran shook her head, signaling that it was of no consequence. I am uncertain, Sophia murmured, her gaze drifting to the water columns on either side. then staring blankly as she struggled with her thoughts. She glanced towards the narrow path behind her, where the village faintly emerged from the depths of the forest. Upon noticing her gaze, several small figures hiding in the bushes quickly concealed themselves. These were the village children who had stealthily ventured out upon learning that the outsiders were departing. Seeing them, Sophia recalled her grandmother's words before her passing, "I cannot leave." With resolute words spoken, she embraced her friend once more and burst into tears, exclaiming, "Oh, I am so reluctant to see you go." After a brief moment of disappearance, a towering column of water appeared overhead, causing Dylan's previously softened expression to darken once again. However, glancing at the shoulder of his mother resting upon him, he found escape impossible. Yet, he harbored no desire to evade. After today, it was uncertain when they would meet again. Nevertheless, with a witch requiring care, his mother would not be idle in his absence. This thought offered him some solace. Let the rain pour. Let it be a blessing from the witch. Noticing the young man aboard the Saint Maria, who awaited them patiently, Mizuki and Yaya patted the little maid and spoke to Fran, "Rest assured, the captain of this vessel is quite dependable." In her gentle tone, Fran discerned the sincerity in her words. She regarded this kindred spirit and replied, "I trust you." Then, kneeling down, she fixed her gaze upon Dylan, saying, "Remember, when you return, do not come back alone." Observing their ongoing conversation, Mizuki and Yaya felt a pang of sentiment, and they gently pulled the reluctant Annie away to grant them some space. Under the weight of the towering water column, Dylan fell silent. Having developed immunity to his mother's teasing, just as he was about to retort, he noticed the deep-seated worry hidden in her eyes. "Do not worry, I will return," he vowed, turning to depart. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he would be unable to leave. "Father, you." His words were left unfinished as Martin had already followed suit. Mayho shook his head in self-deprecating amusement. This was indeed his father, always so straightforward. As the group boarded the ship, Albert assessed the wind direction. Adjust to 40 degrees left. Weigh anchor. Grasping the sturdy anchor rope, a rough hand appeared before Rain, who nodded towards the bald security officer. With 3 hands working in unison, the anchor was lifted. "Young master, all is ready," Albert called out to the boy at the bow. Rain understood his intent and cast one last glance at the island shrouded in rain before turning to the sea. "Set sail." On the shore, watching the vessel recede into the distance, Friend embraced Sophia, assuring her, "It is all right. They will return. They will return." It was uncertain whether she was comforting the sobbing witch in her arms or reassuring herself. "Mayho, they have left," sighed Heisenberg, deeply moved by the departure of his newly made feathered friend. "Indeed, we can catch up," he exclaimed. "But, didn't Uncle Martin say?" Heisenberg, caught up in his emotions, wore a look of astonishment on his freckled face. "He is not burning the ship I built." Gazing at the distant vessels, Mayhew clenched his fist. To think he could abandon me so easily shows a profound lack of respect for his own son. Over the years, he has crafted far more than just a single ship. Chapter 83 Contemplation. Within the ominous confines of Death's Reef, the Saint Maria glided quietly through the rain. The path they had forged was still fresh in Albert's mind. A month had not dulled his recollection of the hidden hazards lurking beneath the surface. Equipped with the wisdom gleaned from previous voyages, the seasoned pirate navigated with increasing ease. The steady breeze further emboldened him, prompting him to dismiss Rain, who had offered to assist in adjusting the sails. "However, Mr. Martin, what compels you to venture out to sea?" the steward inquired softly, casting a glance at the downpour above. Behind him, a bald man stood resolutely in the rain, observing the helmsman. His straightened back and amiable smile bespoke a temperament of kindness. Yet Martin recalled the initial encounter that revealed the steward's true nature, far from the harmless facade he projected. After a brief pause, Martin replied, "To seek new opportunities for the village." Hesitating momentarily, he resolved to speak candidly. As the village constable, he was acutely aware of the dire circumstances that transcended the understanding of ordinary island dwellers. The island's beasts had been hunted nearly to extinction, and the fishermen from neighboring villages were witnessing diminishing returns. Furthermore, the relentless climate, despite their frequent reinforcements, was eroding the island's soil at an alarming rate. Coupled with the persistent threats posed by outsiders, these factors had spurred his desire to set sail. "I see," Albert mused, recognizing the sincerity in Martin's words. Despite their past interactions being less than harmonious, he felt a deep respect for Martin's sense of duty to his homeland. Turning to regard the weathered constable, he offered, "If you have any inquiries, feel free to ask. Albert understood the steward's scrutiny of his maneuvers. Though he was uncertain why the young master had permitted Martin to accompany them, imparting knowledge of navigation was a trivial endeavor. During the ship repairs, the lad named Michau had similarly sought assistance. Moreover, with the joyous bird whisked away by that young girl, he found himself rather bored in solitude. Thank you. On the deck, Dylan, clad in a heavy coat and donning a straw hat brought from the island, observed the conversation unfolding between the helmsman and the two men. He too pondered the reasons behind Uncle Martin's maritime expedition. Yet, how childish I am, he mused, lowering his gaze in self-deprecation. He had believed himself beyond such sentimental reflections, yet scarcely had they embarked when thoughts of his mother, left behind on the island, began to creep into his mind. What will her life be like in the future? Will the tavern in the village continue to thrive? However, remaining beside such a sorceress, her future may indeed hold many events. Dylan fought against the urge to glance back, striving to keep his gaze fixed upon the expanse of the sea before him. Little Dylan, what are you doing on the deck? Come inside. The gentle voice prompted Dylan to turn his head. Before him stood a woman clad in an elegant, understated kimono. The ease of her conversation with his mother revealed to Dylan why she harbored no worries, which allowed her to so readily consent to his venture upon the sea. Yet, what was her name again? As he stood at the hatch, the passing figure of Izumi and Yaya offered a resigned smile as they observed the dazed child on the deck, one hand supporting a tray before stepping outside. Honestly, little Furan was right. You always seem to drift off into daydreams. In a tone both gentle and laced with exasperation, Dylan lifted his head at the sound of her voice. Observing his vacant expression, Izumi and Yaya shook her head, troubled by the precociousness reminiscent of rain. The rain outside is quite cold. Do you intend to remain here indefinitely? The smile of the woman before him enveloped Dylan in a momentary haze. In his childhood, when he had found himself in trouble with his father, his mother had smiled in a similar manner. What did you call me? Dylan, momentarily speechless, felt a weight in his ears, a sound he recognized well. Yaya, or Lady Yaya. Never mind. Izumi and Yaya continued to gaze at him, her gentle smile unwavering until he could no longer bear the scrutiny and began to shy away. With a sigh, she said, You're just like rain. Simply call me sister. Sister. Dylan stared at her in disbelief, recalling how she had addressed him as mother moments ago, as if she were little Furan. Moreover, she appeared to be barely in her 30s. Is there a problem? With a playful tug at his ear, Izumi and Yaya raised an eyebrow, her enchanting eyes fixed upon him. Amid her tender gaze, Dylan suddenly sensed a hint of mischief. Shaking his head in confusion, he looked back, finding her expression still radiating warmth. Yaya, sister, good boy. With a pat on his shoulder, Izumi and Yaya maintained her composed demeanor, her smile deepening before she entered through the hatch, tray in hand. Was that satisfaction? Dylan felt uncertain. Come inside. The view from the deck is simply magnificent. In the doorway, Izumi and Yaya noticed he remained stationary and turned to encourage him. Yet, her light and gentle tone made it difficult to perceive as a prompt. Hesitating for a moment, Dylan followed her inside. Upon entering the hatch, the damp chill of the deck seemed to be sealed outside. A warm ambience circulated in the corridor of the cabin, inducing a sense of languor. After closing the door, Yuan and you walked ahead, and Yuan spoke. By the way, you haven't visited your room yet, have you? The rooms aboard the St. Maria are all of the same size, though their decor varies. As she spoke, her voice faltered. You may choose for yourself. We will assist you in the arrangement. Dylan did not dwell on her good intentions. He had long surpassed that sensitive age. He glanced at the oil lamps flickering on the walls of the corridor. Sister Ya, what about Rain and Annie? Noticing Yochuan's slight pause, he wisely chose to rephrase and posed his question. While on the shore, he had learned the girl's name, which must be Annie for certain. With her back to him, Yuquan felt an increasing sense of distress. Truly, she was as clever as Rain, unable to find an opportunity for teasing. Yet Annie, recalling the little maid in the room, weeping inconsolably while clutching the bird of paradise, she couldn't help but shake her head in amusement. It was evident that she was truly reluctant to part with that friend. Annie was still in the room, trying to regulate her emotions, feeling sorrowful about leaving her newly made companion. Is that so? Remembering the scene by the shore, Dylan felt an illusion of droplets trickling from above and continued to inquire, what about Rain? Little Rain should also be in his room. Do you need to see him? Yes, I do have some questions. Dylan nodded. After leaving the island, he had discovered several matters that needed addressing. If his agreement to board the ship, initiated by Uncle Martin, stemmed from pure goodwill. Then what of his own intentions? It was clear that Rain had earnestly invited him aboard, indicating that he was not merely a passenger like the sheriff, but a genuine member of the crew. However, why was that? Dylan found himself perplexed. Having grown up amidst the stacks of books left by his father, he understood the rigorous standards that captains imposed upon their crew. Proficient skills, seasoned experience. Regardless of circumstances, they would not invite a crew member devoid of arms. You seem to have many questions. In that case, it would be prudent to consult the captain. Yuan suggested, halting in front of the door and turning to glance at the pensive child behind her. She rapped gently on the wooden door before them. Chapter 84. Silence in each other's presence. The gentle knock at the door alerted Rin to the identity of the visitor. He lifted his gaze from the canvas before him and sighed, "Please, come in." At this hour, it was all too apparent that Sister Hiya had come with a purpose. "Oh dear, it seems young Rin is not welcoming me," came a teasing voice as the wooden door creaked open. "No, it is not you I object to, but rather what you are carrying." Rin's heart raced as he cast a furtive glance at the tray in Sister Hiya's hands. He then spoke, "I did not train today, Sister Hiya." His tone bore an unrecognized hint of vexation. Indeed, after the harrowing experience at the Reaper's Reef, Rin dared not engage in physical training here. Outside, the pirates were not particularly formidable, especially with Uncle Albert providing cover. It was only under such conditions that he would train while remaining vigilant against potential pirate assaults. Yet here, the impending storm, with no forewarning, could not be managed by the butler alone. "I know, but have you perhaps forgotten something?" "Forgotten what?" He instinctively reached to scratch his head, only to be jolted by a sharp pain in his back, rendering him momentarily speechless. Thus, "Be obedient and drink it," she urged, as she offered him a cup of indeterminate liquid from the tray. With an expression devoid of emotion, the boy accepted it. The milk stored aboard had run out, hence. With a tone of regret, the woman continued, and Rin internally lamented, "No, the milk must be relieved," raising the cup to his lips. He closed his eyes and gulped it down swiftly before hastily setting it aside. During that brief moment of breath-holding, the unpleasant taste did not yet resurface, prompting him to seize the coffee nearby and down it in one go. The familiarity of the action was painfully poignant. After years of consuming potions, he had gleaned numerous tricks. For instance, do not look at it. The intricate colors would only erode your resolve to swallow it. After a few moments of silence, Ren exhaled deeply. The lingering essence of the potion altered the vibrant orange flame of the candle flickering not far from the canvas. "Such a good boy," Sister Hiya remarked indulgently, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she gently patted his head. Taking the cup he had relinquished, Sister Hiya straightened and turned to leave. "I shall take my leave now. It seems Dylan has something to discuss with you." As she departed, Ren, who had just grasped his paintbrush, noticed a child who had been hiding behind her. "Take care, Sister Hiya." With the bedroom door closing behind her, Ren regarded his first formally invited crew member. Sister Hiya's exit revealed the entirety of the modest room to Dylan. It was a small chamber, illuminated only by the scant candlelight, which cast shadows upon the weathered wooden walls, rendering the space even dimmer. In the corner, there stands a brand new writing desk, beneath a circular window veiled by an enigmatic transparent substance. Through this barrier, one can discern the vivid scenes outside, while it keeps the chill and dampness at bay. A gentle drizzle taps rhythmically against the surface, producing a delightful, crisp sound. To the left of the desk, a small cabinet appears, seemingly affixed to the floor. On the opposite side, the most captivating feature for Dylan is a colossal wardrobe leaning against the wall, seemingly embedded within the wooden structure. Its top seamlessly connected to the overhead panel. Inside the open wardrobe, neatly arranged shelves hold stacks of books, with bookmarks occasionally peeking out, a testament to the owner's care. Adjacent to this, on the side framed by a wooden door, another large cabinet resides, while not far from it stands a modest bed. Dylan surmised it to be a wardrobe. In the narrow space between the bed and the cabinet, a small chest can be seen, atop which rests a petite potted plant, a diminutive bamboo. According to Rain, it is known as tear bamboo. The thoughtful arrangement lends a cozy ambience to the modest room, where the occupant is seated in the gap between the desk and the bed. Before a low stool lies an expansive canvas. As Dylan scrutinizes it closely, he realizes it depicts their moment of commemoration. If he wishes to see it, he can simply reach for it. Noticing Dylan's pause at the bookshelf, Rain smiled warmly and addressed him, having anticipated his fondness for reading. The coherence of their conversation and the clarity of his thoughts cannot merely be attributed to precociousness, without a solid foundation of knowledge. Even the brightest child would not exhibit such prowess. Dylan nodded in gratitude, his lips moving slightly, revealing a hint of hesitation. After washing his brush, Rain noticed his uncertainty and recalled their conversation prior to leaving with Sister Ya, understanding that he was free to inquire. The dim lighting here, coupled with the ship's swaying, was hardly conducive for painting. What he was working on was merely a draft. The awe-inspiring heavenly light could not be captured in a single attempt. Many discarded sketches would surely precede the final masterpiece. "Why did you invite me?" Dylan asked, lowering his gaze. Following the initial thrill of discovering this dual solution, he pondered this question. Yet, aside from the seemingly foolish but formidable sorceress, even the ordinary villagers appeared more capable than he, a person burdened by physical limitations. Thus, why him? Yet, perhaps he was merely pitiable. Standing at the threshold, Dylan lowered his head, the strands of hair obscuring his eyes rendered his expression indecipherable. After a moment's contemplation, Ryan recalled the two individuals he had brought aboard. Both indeed bore physical afflictions. He dismissed this thought and gazed at Dylan, softly sighing. "If one were to inquire why, it might be that I see a reflection of my former self in you." That sense of helplessness towards life and the disdain for existence undeniably reminded him of his past. In those days, he had fervently wished for someone to rescue him. Medicine had failed him, compelling him to seek solace in faith. Yet, evidently, the deities were preoccupied, oblivious to their supplicants. One could hardly blame them. With the multitude of their responsibilities, who had time to heed the wishes of a mere child? Ultimately, upon realizing that faith could not save him, he prayed for liberation. People often presume that children, with their incomplete understanding of the world, are easily deceived. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a child's spirit is remarkably perceptive. While they may not grasp the hidden meanings within the words spoken, they are acutely aware of the sorrowful emotions that linger. Time and again, he witnessed their seemingly casual attempts to comfort him. He was acutely aware of their care, which led him to feign belief in their reassurances, striving to maintain an appearance of resilience. At that time, who could perceive the desolation intermingled with guilt behind the glimmer of hope in his gaze? He had no desire to deceive. "Do not mislead me. You possess a healthy body. How could you possibly understand my experiences?" Dylan regarded him, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. He was no mere child, easily swayed by words. "It is true," Ryan struggled to articulate. After a moment of silence, he fixed his gaze intently upon the youth, his tone imbued with gravity. Dylan discerned the sincerity reflected in those dark eyes, yet skepticism lingered in his heart. Ryan gathered his thoughts and continued, "Although our circumstances differ, I can comprehend that sentiment." Indeed, they were vastly different. Dylan could at least walk, while Ryan was confined to his bed, relying on others even to tilt his head. A bitter smile tugged at his heart. "This is no mere fabrication. Thus, it was only upon seeing you that I felt compelled to save you, as if rescuing the past version of myself. You must have sensed it too, for I cannot believe you were so easily persuaded." The flickering candlelight in the room cast an unmissable dryness in the air, prompting Dylan to fall silent. He was all too aware of his own stubbornness and that of his family. Even Fran, his mother, recognized her inability to alter his thoughts, resorting only to quietly preventing him from venturing out alone. Yet, this very self, so easily and naturally persuaded by an outsider, reveals a certain simplicity. Undoubtedly, the effectiveness of this method plays a role, but it could also be that he sensed the genuine emotions emanating from Ryan. "Well, your dilemma has been resolved. Contemplate the future before you lies a brand new arm. Furthermore, you will have the opportunity to behold the vastness of the ocean. Is that not a cause for joy?" Uncertain of when he had stepped before him, Ryan tugged at his cheek and softly inquired, "Now, tell me, what books do you enjoy reading? I assure you, I have a plethora of genres at my disposal. I have faith in you. After all, you managed to slay that sea monster." Caught in the grip of Ryan's playful gesture, Dylan paused momentarily before responding with a vacant gaze. "Never mind, I've grown accustomed to it." Moreover, he genuinely believed in this boy, who was not much older than himself. It was not just the ease with which they could dispatch all the able-bodied men in the village that impressed him. The mere fact that they had vanquished that sea beast was sufficient to demonstrate their prowess. With a captain of such caliber, his future indeed seemed promising. Observing the watercolor on Ryan's cheek, he nonchalantly withdrew his hand, pondering the peculiar information embedded in Ryan's words. Sea monster? Had they not encountered one? Are there still sea monsters here? The two exchanged silent glances, recognizing the disparity in their understanding. "Oh no, Ryan," a A sudden flurry of footsteps echoed through the cabin. Then, a frantic figure burst in, hastily coming to a halt, breathlessly leaning on her knees. The tufts of hair atop her head bobbed in sync with her labored breaths. Chapter 85. The new ship, the Saint Maria, lay anchored near the reefs. Within the cabin's parlor, a serene atmosphere enveloped the space. "Young master," the little maid whispered conspiratorially in his ear, gesturing toward the two individuals at the doorway. Their heads bowed in shyness. Upon catching their gaze, she shot them a fierce glare in return. After the exotic bird had dashed from her arms, she, filled with sorrow, wandered to the stern of the ship, seeking solace in the scenery, much like the characters in her books. Suddenly, two dark figures loomed before her. Heaven knows what emotions surged within her at that moment. The sadness of parting was swiftly eclipsed by sheer fright. In a moment of exasperation, the seated Rain gently patted her head. Her cries were so dramatic that he believed she had encountered some dire predicament. Yet, how had they managed to follow? As he surveyed the bashful duo at the door, Rain's curiosity piqued. "How did you come here?" Dylan, seated beside Rain, echoed this inquiry. Having also been startled by the little maid in Rain's quarters earlier, Meishu cautiously glanced at his father leaning against the wall and spoke. "I recall the location of your ship on the dock." Beside him, Heisenberg, who had been quietly conversing with the exotic bird perched on his shoulder, noticed their scrutiny and interjected, "So we arrived here early to await our young master, hoping to avoid any retribution." The little maid, reclining on the laps of Quian and Ya, suddenly detected a flaw in their story. "Wait, how did you manage to get here?" She distinctly remembered that the shipbuilding capabilities on the island were not that advanced. Even if they had a vessel, it was implausible for them to have caught up with the Saint Maria. Meishu explained, "There was a narrow gap between the reefs through which our small boat could pass, allowing us a more direct route." He glanced at his friend, who had taken up the conversation and chose to remain silent. Initially, they had intended to board the ship discreetly, but now that they had been discovered, uncertainty loomed regarding their father's reaction. Casting another glance at the corner where his father stood, his expression unreadable, he continued, "Thus, we took the shortcut." With trepidation, Heisenberg glanced at Annie. They had merely intended to follow from a distance. However, they had evidently overestimated Meishu's shipbuilding skills. Consequently, they had no choice but to stealthily ascend the vessel. Yet, upon reaching the deck, they encountered the little maid. Reflecting on this, Heisenberg instinctively rubbed his head. From their initial meeting, she had struck him with a wooden bucket, and during their time on the island, she had pursued him relentlessly. Now, as they prepared to depart, he found himself on the receiving end of her punches once more. The more he pondered, the more sorrowful he became. Shouldn't one flee in moments of fear? Why must you strike me? Recalling the sight of the girl weeping as she struck him, Heisenberg felt a surge of indignation. Exhausted from swimming to catch up without a vessel, they had finally managed to climb aboard only to be met with hostility. Sighing deeply, the exotic bird extended a wing to gently pat his head. Indeed, this two-legged creature was rather foolish. With a sheepish grin, and, reminded of her own actions, felt a twinge of embarrassment at his pitiful gaze. It seemed he always had a rather unfortunate encounter when she was around. After a shy smile, she buried her face in Sister Yaya's lap. Tenderly stroking the soft tuft of hair atop her head, Quan glanced at the child lost in thought nearby. Then, she lowered her gaze to her small attendant resting on her legs, her expression softening. Alas, it was just little Ines foolishness. Dylan pondered with his head bowed. Through his recent conversation with Rain in the room, he had gleaned a piece of information. Since they had not encountered the creature upon their arrival, it followed that if they wished to depart this maritime domain, they would inevitably confront that sea monster. In such circumstances, having additional hands on deck would be beneficial. After all, this new crew member was of little assistance. With a self-deprecating smile, he looked towards Rain. Ultimately, it was the captain who would have to make the final decision. Noticing Dylan's gaze, Rain smiled back and remarked, "It's all right. Having you here is a good thing. If you had truly ventured out in that small boat, that would have been perilous." With a hint of exasperation, Rain recalled the last time their vessel had disintegrated. What if they had not caught up with the Santa Maria, or had arrived only to find their boat in disrepair? Shaking his head, he dismissed such hypothetical scenarios and regarded the two. After all, it was merely adding two more individuals, equipped with supplies from Brunei on the island, and ample fresh water. The provisions aboard the Santa Maria were quite sufficient, especially with that large bundle of harvested teeters. Eagerly, he had no objections to having two additional companions on the boat. However, Rain then glanced at the sullen figure of the officer leaning quietly against the wall, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I have no objections here. Ah, splendid. Thank you, Captain Rain. You truly are a wonderful person. Before he could finish, Heisenberg burst forth in celebration, tossing the exotic bird from his shoulder into the air. Huh? The bird, still in the midst of offering him comfort, found itself bewildered by the unexpected throw. Allow me to finish, Rain interjected, waving his hand to interrupt the exuberance. I agree to this, but Mr. Martin. What? The joy on Heisenberg's face faltered, narrowly catching the exotic bird before it plummeted to the ground, only to receive an inevitable peck in return. Feeling somewhat awkward, he scratched his head and quickly apologized to Mr. Joybird. Cautiously, he glanced at Meishiu and then at Uncle Martin. As soon as Meishiu lifted his gaze, he met the cold stare of his father, his lips twitching slightly. The carefully rehearsed words he had composed in his mind prior to arriving now eluded him entirely. He was acutely aware that his father had disapproved of his desire to venture out to sea for a long time. Yet now, he himself was about to embark on that very journey. The responsibilities in the village had been entrusted to that hunter. Leaving alone to encounter the outside world weighed heavily on him. He knew how difficult life was for his father, who was left with only one arm and struggled to communicate. How could he possibly feel at ease with such a father? A bitter pang settled in Meishiu's heart. It seemed to be just like before, he thought. Let me go back. Sigh. Since the moment they entered, Martin had remained silent, lost in his thoughts. Finally, he turned to the young man, saying, I apologize for the trouble. Indeed. Meishiu stifled the tears threatening to spill from his eyes and, patting the nearby Heisenberg, rasped, Let us go. Wait. Meishiu, coming to his senses, turned back and gazed intently at his father. Are you saying you can still return? Martin replied coldly, This fool has learned to force himself now. Their ship was damaged. How could they possibly depart? To suggest they turn back? He wouldn't dare to bring it up, not even considering whether the others aboard would agree. The young man felt unsafe trailing behind alone and had volunteered to share the boat, which only deepened his embarrassment. Now, with 2 additional passengers on their journey, he felt even less inclined to mention the notion of returning. Rain nodded, accepting his request, albeit with a slight amusement at the notion of an uncle unwilling to confront his true feelings. Father, are you truly? Meishiu was momentarily taken aback, still struggling to believe his father's words. Had he actually consented to let him sail? How could that be? No, he had indeed agreed. A whirlwind of complex emotions clouded his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. Don't celebrate too early. On this ship, all the menial tasks are yours. Make sure you work diligently, his father warned. However, the tone of caution did not dampen Meishiu's elation. He nodded vigorously. That is what we ought to do. Uncle Albert, please prepare more provisions, he said amidst the familial scene of filial piety. Rain addressed the ever-busy butler, who was sorting through the vegetables brought from the island. Albert cheerfully responded, Very well, it's all ready. Chapter 86. The Sea Monster. After dinner, Rain surveyed the individuals gathered around the dining table. By the way, what do you know about the sea monster that lurks around the village? A sea monster? Meisu instinctively considered discussing this with her friend, but upon noticing the mouthful of snacks her companion had, she hesitated. Would you like some, Mr. Paradise Bird? Unaware of Meisu's gaze, Heisenberg, holding a small piece of pastry, inquired of the Paradise Bird perched on his shoulder. After being declined, Heisenberg shrugged it off and popped the treat into his mouth. In exasperation, Meisu turned to her father, eager to hear his perspective. Although he often gathered information around the village, his knowledge of the sea monster was merely hearsay, lacking any substantial details. Wait, you haven't encountered the sea monster? Realization dawned on Meisu, her face a canvas of astonishment. If they had not met the creature, how had it arrived on their island? The boy's words piqued Martin's attention as well. Rain and his companions, Yuchuan and Ya, exchanged glances. It seemed that the sea monster resided along their route. As for why they had not crossed paths, reflecting on their experience entering the grim reef, Rain felt a tumult of emotions. It appeared that fortune and misfortune were intertwined. That tempest not only led them to an island hidden from the world, but also fortuitously spared them from a potential encounter with the sea monster. We stumbled in during the storm, indeed avoiding the creature, Rain clarified, stroking his chin. Such a colossal storm would surely compel even the sea monster you mentioned to steer clear. This speculation weighed heavily on Meisu's heart. She and her father had presumed that the sea monster had been dealt with, which had emboldened her father to venture out to sea. But now, Martin fell silent, understanding that regardless of whether these individuals had eliminated the sea monster, This was undoubtedly the opportune moment to leave the island. After all, they lacked even a proper vessel, and the outsiders would inevitably have to navigate through the territory of the sea monster, wielding weapons and strength that they did not possess. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. According to the messages left by the pioneers, it is a colossal and formidable creature, with its exposed head towering like a mountain. Its outstretched arms could obscure the sky, and each movement would stir the currents. In its roar, even the thunder above would retreat. Martin spoke with gravity, casting a glance at the child beside him. Is that so? Rain mused, envisioning a terrifying image in his mind. He certainly would not accept such claims at face value, aware that historical records often contain deliberate distortions. The individuals ensnared upon the rocks harbored a palpable fear of the sea monster. In light of such sentiments, their descriptions were inevitably tinged with exaggeration. Despite this internal monologue, Rain did not underestimate the creature. His experiences on the island had instilled in him a vigilant disposition. However, recalling Martin's earlier gaze, he turned to Dylan beside him. Ever since the mention of the sea monster, the lad's demeanor had shifted to one of despondency. Could it be that the harbinger? I know that Uncle Martin has already spoken of it. Noticing the attention shifting towards their table, Dylan murmured. He recalled that when he had arrived, his father had. I apologize. After a prolonged silence, Martin spoke softly. The harbinger he referred to was Yuri, Dylan's father, the little snot-nosed boy who had followed him around since childhood, yet had long been lost in dreams of the world beyond the island. Nevertheless, we must confront the monster you speak of, mustn't we? Rain ruffled the hair of the child beside him heartily, his laughter echoing. As he had articulated, the sea monster stood as an impediment on their path forward, and it had to be addressed. You. Staring blankly at the small face before him, Dylan fell into silence before grumbling. You jerk. Knowing I can't manage my hair, and messing it up even more. The heavy atmosphere at the dining table had caused the young maid to cease her tussle with Heisenberg over the treats. The news of the sea monster had frightened her into curling up beside Yuki and Aya. Only after hearing Rain's laughter did she timidly speak. Can we not avoid it? It is a sea monster after all. Recalling the terrifying creatures described in her books, the young maid grew increasingly apprehensive. Clinging to Yuki and Aya's shoulders, gently stroking her back, Yuki exchanged a resigned glance with Rain. Annie, this is the Reaper-S Reef. Ultimately, it was Albert, standing nearby, who provided an explanation. In the open kitchen, he cheerfully prepared snacks, his demeanor untainted by the atmosphere of the dining room. As a seasoned pirate familiar with the fiercest storms, he had heard countless tales and had long since outgrown the age of excitement or fear. Annie emitted a noncommittal sound. She was well aware that this was treacherous waters, devoid of routes for them to choose. The very path they traversed had been established by predecessors who had journeyed alongside them. Yet, she could not shake her fear. Moreover, no other locations offered any greater safety. For the trouble he had caused them today, Martin, usually a man of action, felt a tinge of embarrassment and found himself speaking more than usual. Beside them, Maceo also recognized that this was their prime opportunity to set sail. After hearing the words of the elder, his tone became grave. There are oceanic whirlpools to the north and south of the island, and as for the east, I know, there are numerous man-eating sharks. Chewing on a snack, Heisenberg eagerly recounted the rumors he had heard on the island. He was quite incensed by the creatures that had diminished the local fish population. Rain ruffled Dylan's hair, pondering. Whirlpools? Man-eating sharks? Is this truly the place Maceo intended to take us? Casting a bewildered glance at Maceo, he felt a sense of helplessness. The inhabitants of this island indeed lived in dire circumstances. Simultaneously, he understood why, over the years, only a single outsider had managed to reach the island. Given these conditions, any outsider who braved the perils of the Dead Man's Reef would not fare well either. Man-eating sharks, ocean whirlpools, sea monsters. One could not deny that the original Cairn survivors had it tough. Reflecting on this, Rain felt a twinge of relief. Had they not fortuitously encountered a storm that scared off the sea monsters and carried with them a rudimentary map resembling a child's drawing, their fate would not have been any better than those who had perished. Now, knowing their escape routes and only encountering sea monsters when venturing out was already a considerable improvement, considering their current predicament. Rain glanced at the two youths across from him. Maceo, you have been learning to operate the cannons with Heisenberg these past few days. Uncle Martin is doing his utmost to acquire navigational knowledge from Uncle Albert. The little maid lacks the stamina to control the sails for long periods. Moreover, to ensure the speed of the Santa Maria, we cannot afford to unfurl just one sail. After a moment's hesitation, He turned to Yuchuan and Yu beside him. Sister Ya, I must trouble you to prepare additional healing potions. While I am uncertain of the sea monster's true strength, it never hurts to stockpile more remedies. Noticing Dylan's furtive gaze upon him, he turned to face him. For these days, focus on my collection of books, and see if you can discover the weaknesses of this sea monster. He was well aware that most of his collection consisted of travelogues that did not document such creatures. However, he was undeniably starting to resemble a captain, Little Rain. Amidst the chorus of responses at the dining table, Yuchuan and Yi gazed at the serious young man with a sense of nostalgia. What about me? What about me? The little maid, who had yet to hear her name called for some time, could hardly contain her impatience. Tilting her head, she looked at him with wide-eyed curiosity. And you? What shall I have you do? After scrutinizing her for a moment, Rain smirked. Go wash the dishes. Huh? In the bewildered voice of the little maid. Ryan surveyed the crowd. Thus, after a day's rest, we shall continue our voyage. With the passing of a day, his wounds would likely heal substantially. Chapter 87. Exhilaration. A day later, amidst the intensifying rain, a cold wind swept through. The raindrops striking his face trickled down his cheeks as Rian spoke. Is this the sea area? After carefully discerning the steward's commands at the helm, Martin adjusted the sails and surveyed the surroundings of the vessel. It should be here. Rian glanced around at the noticeably widened channel. Had it not been for the distant, faint outline of the reefs, he would have believed they had already departed from the reef of death. Rian's gaze fell upon a colossal, mushroom-shaped rock. He recognized it. It was here that they first discovered the route marked on the graffiti. It was also here that the Tempest had deviated from its course, no longer pursuing them. Yet now, upon their return, the peculiar distribution of the rocks struck him as abnormal. The thought of the monsters peering at their retreating figures from the ocean's surface cast a shadow over Rian's heart. The rain grew heavier. Thick clouds occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning, struggling to survive amidst the oppressive gloom. The muffled rumble of thunder reached his ears, drowned out by the sound of rain pounding down. The sea lay tranquil like a mirror, with the chaotic raindrops gradually creating ripples upon its surface. Rian looked up at the sky. Within his broad sleeves, the short knife in his hand continuously rotated. If danger arises, please take care of her. He cast a glance at the small maid, her hair standing upright as she attentively listened to Albert's commands. Rian fell silent for a moment before entrusting Martin with this request. If peril truly presented itself, Martin, positioned not far from her, could reach her swiftly. I'll leave it to you. Once more adjusting the sails, Martin followed Rian's gaze. Regarding this young boy, who had ventured out to sea at such a tender age, Martin found himself enveloped in a complex array of emotions. He had not harmed anyone in the village. He had agreed to take him aboard. He had shown tolerance towards his reckless son who had joined the mid-journey. From initial hostility to their current amicable relationship, he understood the fundamental reason, the boy's kindness and magnanimity. After all, not every strong individual remains indifferent to the repeated provocations of the weak. Moreover, they were now in the same boat, quite literally. Such a small request was hardly a burden. I entrust this to you. Noticing the seriousness in Rian's eyes, he spoke again. Mishu, do pay attention to the wind direction. Huh? With such a fierce weapon, do I still need to consider the wind direction? Upon arriving at the bow near the artillery, Rian overheard the exchange between the two. So, how are you adjusting? The captain noticed the youth behind him, and Heisenberg, clutching the exotic bird, immediately stood upright. Rain remained silent, turning his gaze towards Miyu on the other side of the cannon. Thankfully, this weapon was truly remarkable. Observing the excitement in Miyu's eyes, he could hardly contain his own exhilaration. Although the shadow of the sea monster loomed in his mind, the day spent operating the cannon had alleviated much of his fear. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret. If only there were more of these weapons, with additional firepower. Even if the beast were as colossal as a mountain, they could vanquish it. In the storage compartment below deck, there should be more explosive shells. Explosives? Could it be as I envisioned? Miyu's expression reflected disbelief. Indeed, Rain nodded. The cannons aboard the St. Maria were among the most commonplace in this world. Located behind the cannon's chamber was the powder room. When ignited, it could launch a multitude of projectiles. Just days prior, Miyu had practiced with solid cannonballs. However, there existed another type of shell, one that, when ignited and launched, could also detonate. The combined force of the cannon's discharge and the shell's explosion constituted the most fervently sought-after ammunition by the military of this world. Yet, considering the speed of the St. Maria and the cost of such munitions, they had only stocked a single crate upon their departure. Coupled with the depletion incurred while establishing their trade routes, their remaining supply now numbered fewer than 10 shells. Very well, I shall retrieve them, he declared. His eagerness palpable as he had previously operated such foreign weaponry. With the looming possibility of encountering a sea monster, his urgency intensified. Thus, after a hasty acknowledgement, he dashed towards the ship's cabin. Heisenberg, hurry. Hey, must I go as well? Heisenberg, momentarily lost in conversation with the exotic bird, was abruptly seized by the returning Miyu. Of course, I have no idea where anything is. As they sprinted, Miyu dragged his frail companion along effortlessly, leaving him speechless. Ah, my apologies. Upon entering the cabin, Heisenberg nearly collided with someone, hastily offering his apology. Dylan, whose tousled hair had been stirred by the wind, paid little mind to the near mishap. After stepping out of the cabin, he made his way directly to the figure gazing out at the tranquil sea from the bow. Rain, this is the potion prepared for you by Sister Hoya, he announced, surveying the calm expanse before addressing Rain. Is that so? Please extend my gratitude to Sister Hoya. Rain replied, noticing the long tube protruding from Dylan's pocket. He reached out to take it. Although his injuries had healed, he did not refuse the offering. Regardless, it was a gesture of kindness from Sister Hoya. Indeed, his wounds had already formed scabs by the time the memorial concluded. The physical resilience he had cultivated since childhood, combined with the topical ointments, rendered him unsurprised by the swift healing of his injuries. Although he often criticized the concoctions of Sister Ya, it was merely due to their taste and her peculiar penchant for mixing them with milk. Having been surrounded by potions from a young age, he understood that her creations were undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Just the body-enhancing elixirs alone endowed his seemingly frail physique with explosive strength. It is worth noting that others who trained as he did from a young age had long transformed into muscular behemoths, whereas he remained merely taller than his peers. This isn't a healing potion, Dylan quickly interjected as he saw Ryan reach for the elixir. It's not a healing potion? Indeed. Lydia informed me that this is an enhancement potion. Dylan recalled the conversation from the apothecary with a hint of reverence. Although he was always prompted to call her sister in her presence, he preferred to address her as lady when she was not around. He understood the warmth behind her desire to comfort him, and while he appreciated the affectionate term, the respect he felt made it difficult to refer to her, a woman of his mother's generation, as sister. Despite her youthful appearance. He mused. Enhancement? Ryan raised the potion, gazing through the misty sky at the ambiguous hue within the transparent vial. Her potion seemed to share a similar color. Yes, it will enhance your stamina. As for side effects, Dylan hesitated, noticing Ryan's eager anticipation. Stamina, that is precisely what I lack. Ryan urged him on. Well, you may feel weak for a few days, and your spirits might be elevated. Is that all? Ryan responded, somewhat exhilarated. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the Saint Maria began to shake violently. Ryan steadied the nearly toppling Dylan and commanded, hurry to the cabin and express my gratitude to Sister Ya. Remember, no matter what happens, do not come out. Dylan understood the gravity of the moment and, shaking off any hesitation, swiftly made his way back to the cabin. Is the sea monster upon us? Ryan felt the violent tremors of the Saint Maria as the short blade concealed within his sleeve shifted restlessly. Chapter 88 Departure from Santa Maria. In the expansive waters, the Santa Maria swayed violently, the splashes of water disrupting the delicate ripples formed by the raindrops on the surface. The ship rocked back and forth, yet under Albert's deft control, it was repeatedly righted, settling once more upon the sea. Amidst the commanding shouts of the steward, Rain clutched the mast, his expression darkening. He was acutely aware of the complexities involved in Uncle Albert's navigation, constantly attuned to the shifting winds to maximize the sail's reception of the breeze. Adjusting the ship's direction in response to its tilt was paramount. Only by harnessing the wind could they counter the immense forces assailing the hull. Not long ago, Rain had been exhilarated by the prospect of confronting the legendary sea monster. That thrill had now dissipated. He understood that this creature, whether or not it was the beast placed here by Kalen, had no intention of engaging them in battle. Its true objective was to wreak havoc upon their vessel, ensuring that they, the prey, would gradually succumb to the depths of the ocean. But if this continued, glancing around at the crew members bracing against the tumultuous deck, Rain dashed towards the cannon, adjusting its muzzle downward. At that moment, he noticed that the waters surrounding the Santa Maria had inexplicably darkened. The once murky sea was now a pitch-black expanse, as if a colossal beast lurked beneath the surface. No, this was indeed the sea monster. A flash of thought crossed Rain's mind, and he swiftly loaded the cannon and ignited the fuse. Given the creature's size, the cannon would surely strike its mark regardless of the angle. They needed to force it into the open. Only then would they have a chance. Bang! Come quickly! Amidst the cannon fire, Rain caught sight of Mehu emerging from the hatch, cradling ammunition. He was uncertain whether the pressure of the ocean's depths would allow the solid cannonballs to reach the beast, but explosive ordnance would undoubtedly be more effective. Here it comes. Mehu, aware of the urgency of the situation, hurried across the swaying deck, clutching the ammunition as swiftly as possible. Bang! Another round was fired as Rain loaded a powder charge into the cannon's chamber, then extended his hand to receive the hastily offered bomb. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the cannonball plunged into the depths. The water erupted high into the air, only to be blasted again before it could fall. Fortunately, there were no misfires. Amidst the cacophony of commands on deck, Rain discerned a muffled rumble from the depths, a sound of gunpowder detonating underwater. For a fleeting moment, it was impossible to tell whether the thunderous noise originated from the storm above or the recent explosion. The swaying Santa Maria briefly steadied before lurching violently once more. The incessant thudding from below confirmed to him that the previous shot had successfully struck the sea monster. Regaining his balance, he noticed the maid at the sails, steadfastly gripping the mast, her teeth clenched as she fought to maintain the angle of the sail. Cannonball, once again grasping the shell handed to him, Ren continued to unleash fire upon the sea. If they did not force this monster to surface, the Saint Maria would inevitably succumb to the depths of these waters in such a stalemate. Even the outer shell, recently repaired by Albert, could not withstand such tremendous force for long. Boom, boom. The cannon's chamber gradually grew warm, and the hull of the Saint Maria resonated with muffled sounds. At last, the vessel ceased its trembling. Yet, there was no hint of joy on Ren's face. The true battle was only beginning. Suddenly, a cacophony of splashing water erupted around them. Whether it was impatience or pain that had enraged the sea creature, it seemed unwilling to wait any longer. The food within reach was the true sustenance. This is. Meishio's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the scene surrounding the ship. With a few splashes, for colossal tentacles emerged around the Saint Maria. The tips of the tentacles curled slightly, and beneath them, a multitude of suckers writhed, as if the creature could barely contain its hunger. It was no wonder that Meishio was aghast. In fact, everyone on deck, save for Albert at the helm, wore a similar expression. After all, these tentacles were enormous, each the size of the Saint Maria itself. Under the shadow they cast, it felt as if the sky had darkened. Catch! Ren was the first to regain his composure, tossing the shell he was preparing to load to Meishio. With a powerful leap, he found himself beside the nearest tentacle, a short dagger suddenly appearing in his hand, ready to strike down upon the appendage. The pungent scent of the sea filled his nostrils. The sensation of the dagger in his grip made him frown. He had not intended to rely solely on it to sever the tentacle. Yet, the density of the creature's body was far sturdier than he had anticipated. Quickly, he withdrew the dagger and plunged it into the tentacle to adjust his stance, his leg muscles tensing as he delivered a powerful kick. Thud! With a skillful redistribution of force, Ren landed back on the deck, only to leap again, repeating his maneuver to kick another tentacle away. Thud! He landed on either side of the deck, ensuring that the force from below did not disrupt the ship's balance. He continued to spring upward, not forgetting that while the number of unseen tentacles was unknown, there were at least 4 encircling the Saint Maria. Having felt the force of the tentacles earlier, he understood that with such size, even one could easily topple the Saint Maria. Thud! Thoughts raced through his mind as the dire situation left him no respite. He kicked away yet another tentacle, but as he landed unsteadily on the deck, he braced himself for the next assault. The relentless force coursing through his calves left his legs feeling somewhat weak. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to leap once more. Thud! His feeble legs were evidently unaffected by his determination. As he approached the descending tentacle, he found himself unable to lift his foot in time, and was struck against the sail by the falling appendage. In that fleeting moment, the youth's action snapped the others back to reality. Martin, witnessing the boy plummeting from the sail, swiftly maneuvered the helm to maintain the sail's previous angle. Then, he drew the massive sword that had been slung across his back, mimicking the boy's earlier leap. This was a creature from the depths of their island, and it was inconceivable to allow an outsider to confront it alone. Positioning the colossal sword before him, Martin soared to meet the enormous tentacle. The larger weapon proved to be far more effective than a dagger. The tentacle, pierced by the giant's sword, hesitated momentarily before accelerating downwards. A piercing shriek echoed from beneath the waves, although part of it was impaled. The immense force transmitted through the sword's tip caused Martin, bracing the hilt against his chest, to spurt blood and crash down onto the deck. Thud. As he fell from the sail, Ryan seized the brief moment to adjust his body. Landing on the deck, he leapt again, narrowly avoiding Martin as he descended, and unleashed all the force he had gathered in his calves. Amidst the clouds, the previously low rumble of thunder gave way to a deafening roar. "Get away from me!" the boy bellowed, illuminated by the flashes of lightning. At the entrance of the hidden door, Meishu, who had just emerged with a box, became acutely aware of the unfolding chaos. Chapter 89. Exceedingly spicy? Naive. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, and a torrential downpour cascaded from the thick, dark clouds. "Father, are you all right?" In a moment of calm, Meishu hurriedly rushed from the bow of the ship. With a cough, Martin, who had just crawled back onto the deck, slumped against the cabin wall, his expression more despondent than ever. A dent in his chest plate bore the shape of a sword's hilt. With only one arm remaining, he was uncertain whether his previous defense had struck the massive tentacle, resorting to this trickery. Indeed, he had struck true. Yet, he had not anticipated that the pain would not deter the sea monster. Rather, it had incited even greater fury. Numbness gave way to excruciating pain radiating from his chest as Martin scolded his son. "Brat, what are you doing here? Guard the weapons properly." The frailty of his father's reprimand made Meishu hesitate. He was acutely aware of the peril they faced, but his father's injuries. However, silence. It's not over yet. Indeed, it was far from over. Ignoring the exchange between father and son on the deck, Rain fixed his gaze intently on the surface of the sea alongside the St. Maria. As the waves calmed following the descent of the tentacle, the surrounding waters returned to their initial tranquility. If not for Martin still slumped on the deck, one might have thought the previous events were mere hallucinations. But Rain understood that the sea creature would not let them off so easily. With a sudden splash, a colossal head gradually emerged from the ocean, the ripples in the water signaling its arrival. Martin's descriptions had not been exaggerated. Just the sight of this head reminded Rain of the mountain he had encountered while chopping wood on the island. The boy's countenance grew grave as he scrutinized the emerging sea monster, seeking any potential weaknesses. As it fully surfaced, the inadvertently stirred waves caused the St. Maria to sway once more. Its inky black form unfurled beneath the clouds, revealing numerous massive tentacles that protruded from the sea. The torrential rain pounded against its body, cascading down like the currents from which it had risen. Yet, even this sight was sufficiently terrifying, leaving one to ponder the immense form concealed beneath the waves. Rain stood firm on the swaying deck, grappling with the weight of the moment. The creature, shrouded in darkness, bore one distinction: its tentacles and eyes. Below the tentacles, a deep violet hue adorned with numerous suckers was evident. But what captured attention most were its blood-red eyes, fearsome and menacing. The St. Maria was dwarfed by the size of those eyes. Under the chilling gaze of those bloodshot orbs, an inexplicable shiver ran through everyone. Rain had seen such eyes before. They were reminiscent of the wolves he had encountered while hunting in Barren during winter. Those were the eyes of a creature driven mad by hunger. A collective realization dawned upon them all. Why are the sea monsters so impatient? Why have the islanders abandoned the choice to venture out to sea? Why do so many outsiders, even without discovering the island, continue to be drawn here? It is important to note that even the colossal sea kings do not exhibit such intense aggression. Their destruction of vessels resembles more a playful torment of toys than a true predation. The amount of human flesh is scant. It is hardly sufficient to satisfy these behemoths. Yet, the cephalopod-like sea kings are different. They are driven solely by the desire for that meager flesh. Rain gazed at the distant coral formations, a bitter smile crossing his lips. The current people truly are as troublesome as the historical accounts suggest. Meishu, provide me with long-range support shortly. Understood. Meishu, awakened by the boy's voice, spoke with a slight tremor. Even Rain, who was knowledgeable about the sea kings, was gravely serious in the presence of this leviathan. One could only imagine the trepidation of someone like him, who had never even set foot on the island. Meishu struggled to force a smile. In the past, he had scoffed at the rumors circulating in the village. Yet now, the sea monster had become a grim reality. Rain, unperturbed by Meishu's emotions, turned to survey the others on the deck and looked up at the steward at the helm. "Uncle Albert, the St. Maria is in your capable hands." "No problem," Albert replied succinctly, his tone reflecting the seriousness of the boy. Ah, it has been ages since I last tasted a sea king. A glance at the immense tentacles of the octopus caused Albert to lick his lips, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Turning back, Rain focused on the mountain-like sea creature. This time, he could not rely on Uncle Albert's steady presence. Unlike the confrontations with pirates of his own kind, this gargantuan beast required every ounce of their attention. Even the slightest movement of its tentacles could unleash waves that demanded the crew of the St. Maria to be on high alert. Although Albert was at the helm, allowing Rain to divert some of his focus, it was imperative that they restrain the creature as much as possible. From the moment the sea monster emerged to Rain's urgent commands, everything transpired in mere moments. The surrounding tentacles writhed incessantly. The crazed sea monster, spurred by pain, afforded them no respite. Tentacles unfurled from the depths, crashing toward the St. Maria in an instant. The sharp, piercing sound was unlike the majestic roar of a beast in the mountains. It was grating to the ears. Over a dozen tentacles seemed to eclipse the sky, casting the entire St. Maria into shadow. With a sudden tension in his calves, Rain braced himself against the downpour of tentacles, bursting through their blockade. "Be careful," the young maid clinging to the mast murmured anxiously as she caught sight of the looming figure above. With a powerful leap from the gap, Rain landed on the overlapping tentacles, forcing himself to endure the slick, slippery sensation beneath his feet, and leaped once more. Having initially tested their resilience, he now understood just how sturdy these seemingly soft appendages truly were. As the raindrops lashed against his face, Rain's thoughts spun in a whirlwind. Unlike the tentative assaults at the beginning, the multitude of tentacles could not be eradicated single-handedly. It was only thanks to the time Martin had bought him that he had managed to deal with the 4 tentacles just moments ago. It's going to strike down. Having remained crouched at the bow of the ship, tightly clutching the Joybird, Heisenberg cautiously opened his eyes, only to witness the descending tentacles. The immense force generated a wind that swept his hair to the side. The sight before him, writhing slightly, compelled him to shut his eyes once more. His trembling hands tightened their grip, fiercely guarding the Joybird beneath him. Meishu, suppressing the weakness in her legs, leaned against the cannon as she loaded ammunition into it. Now, they could only place their faith in the young boy. As the enormous pupil drew ever closer, Rain's gaze deepened, and his right hand extended before him. Beneath the heavy curtain of rain, the boy's form became obscured. An invisible force enveloped him, forming a sphere. The air around the sphere began to warp as if under extreme heat, gradually transforming into a faint dark hue. Shinra, Tenjin, with a thunderous shout. The repulsive force that had gathered around him erupted violently against the sea monster. The creature emitted a pained cry as its head was struck by the sudden, tremendous power, causing its body to surge backward, leaving massive waves in its wake. The tentacles that had been on the verge of crashing down also retreated rapidly, following the creature's withdrawal from the St. Maria. Chapter 90. The mightiest is the enhancement of physique. As the shadows swiftly receded, the intensifying downpour once again pelted the heads of the crowd. Salvation had arrived. Meishu gazed at the overcast sky, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. For the first time, he found this dreary weather, which he had grown weary of since childhood, to be remarkably beautiful. In a flurry, he hastily loaded the cannon with ammunition and glanced at his friend, who was curled up on the deck with his eyes tightly shut. "It's over, Heisenberg." Cautiously, Heisenberg opened his eyes, only to quickly shut them again. It was only when he realized that the tentacles had indeed vanished that he felt a sense of relief wash over him. The pungent scent of the sea had dissipated along with the fierce winds on the deck. Releasing his stiffened arms from the tension, the chaotic struggles gradually subsided. With a sigh of relief, the joyous bird emerged from its hiding place, gasping for breath. The once dreaded raindrops now flowed down its feathers. It no longer cared. "Ugh, fool." A sharp slap landed on Heisenberg's face, the resurrected joyous bird seething with anger. It had certainly been frightened by the recent events, but nothing compared to the near suffocation it had experienced, nearly choking because of this idiot. "Mr. Joyous Bird, I'm so glad you're all right." However, observing the relief on the freckled face, it found itself unable to express the pent-up frustration within. "Oh well." After a prolonged silence, the joyous bird nodded and wearily turned its head aside. What more could it say to this fool who wished to shield himself with his own body? "What are you dawdling for? Come help me, Heisenberg." Meishu, clearing the remnants of paper in the gunpowder chamber, noticed his friend still grinning foolishly and hastily urged him. The perilous scene from earlier compelled him to glance at the others on the deck. Amidst the commands, Annie gritted her teeth, continuing to adjust the sails. While even his father stood up, bracing himself against the freshly adjusted sail's helm. In such a situation, he had no time to calm his nerves. Moreover, that young man. Oh, here it comes. Heisenberg, aware of the urgency, scrambled to his feet to assist in adjusting the cannon's angle. By the way, what about rain? He was uncertain. Mei Xiao, casting his gaze towards the colossal sea monster in the distance, fell into a moment of silence, his hands still in motion. Forcing that creature back would undoubtedly not be an easy feat, but now, what could they do? At that moment, he grasped the helplessness his father had felt on the island. In truth, Rain's condition was indeed dire. Gripping the hilt of his sword amidst the chaotic flailing of a tentacle, Rain's body was tossed to and fro. The crashing waves began to recede, and the splashes struck against him. The piercing shrieks ringing in his ears were increasingly unbearable. From a distance, Ren exhaled in relief as he observed the stabilized Saint Maria. At this distance, everyone was temporarily safe. Next, they would have to deal with the sea monster. However, feeling the lingering fatigue in his body, Ren found himself in a quandary. The recent attack had indeed been powerful, but it came at a significant cost. The near exhaustion of his stamina from the exertion left him still struggling to recover. Had he not managed to cling to his dagger while the monster pushed him away, he would likely have found himself submerged in the sea by now, and he was supposed to be a power user. Casting a glance at the surface of the water, where the tentacles writhed, Ren's mind raced. Now that he had departed from the Saint Maria, the sea creature could plunge into the depths at any moment. And in his current state, he could feel the seawater sapping away the little stamina he had left. His abilities were indeed a tremendous drain on his resources. He couldn't help but recall the witch on the island, who, despite her lack of training, could manifest such grand spectacles. Ren felt a bittersweet smile creep onto his face as he reflected on his own rigorous training day after day, only to find himself unable to use his abilities more than a few times before succumbing to exhaustion. A wave of discomfort washed over him. He was acutely aware of the strength of his fruit-based powers and the vast potential that lay ahead. Yet, the drain they imposed was truly daunting. A sharp pain in its head incited the massive sea monster into a frenzy. Amidst its piercing cries, it scanned its surroundings, failing to locate the small creature that had approached it moments before. In its agony, it turned its gaze toward the diminutive vessel, food, as its tentacles descended. Revealing only its head above the surface, it surged forward with alarming speed. This was troubling. The monster's movement caused a sinking feeling in Rene's heart. Gripping the hilt of the dagger embedded deeply in the tentacle, he flipped upwards, drawing the dagger free and swiftly running along the tentacle. The enormous, broad appendage required no concern for direction, only that he ran fast enough. With a resounding thud, Ren leaped from the tip of the tentacle, landing atop the creature's head. In the wake of his departure, the tentacles crashed down towards the ocean's surface, creating towering waves. Feeling the massive beast begin to advance toward the Saint Maria, Ren's expression darkened further. Should it draw closer, he might unleash a few more of those potent attacks. He was uncertain about the creature's resilience in other aspects, but its capacity to absorb punishment was undeniably formidable. Moreover, with eyes the size of a ship and suction cups larger than Ren himself, his small dagger seemed utterly inadequate. As the rain lashed against him, Ren gazed at the increasingly nearer Saint Maria. Suddenly, a flash of fire erupted from the bow of the ship. The boy's eyes widened as he caught sight of the incoming cannonball. In the beginning, he used such projectiles to force him out of the depths of the sea. Contemplating this, Ryan unsheathed his short blade and soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick. The redirected shell pierced through the tentacle's interception. With a shrill cry, the sea creature finally caught sight of him, its shriek growing increasingly piercing. This was the very source of its recent discomfort. Before it could react, a small dark spot struck its eye, followed by a resounding explosion. With the force of his legs, Ryan executed a mid-air somersault and landed on its back. The violent quaking beneath him confirmed that his previous assault had struck true. He had hit the mark. Stabilizing himself on the swaying deck, Heisenberg was filled with exhilaration. Quick! Hand me the ammunition. Snatching the projectile from Ryan's grasp, Mayhew proceeded to reload. He had clearly witnessed that without that shadowy figure, his shell would have undoubtedly been intercepted by those tentacles. Nevertheless, it was a relief that he remained unharmed. As he quietly exhaled, a sense of delight washed over him. Whereas previously, hitting a vital point with cannon fire relied heavily on chance, now, with their ally amidst the creature's vicinity, each round of ammunition was destined to strike at the heart of this monster. Chapter 91. Assistance Ratio. No, there are no more explosive shells. On the violently shaking deck, Heisenberg cast a distant glance at the sea monster on the surface. The tentacles, thrashing wildly in agony, stirred up monstrous waves that filled him with trepidation. Despite the fact that the launched explosives had struck the creature's vital points, it appeared to have only inflicted minimal discomfort. If there are none left, we shall resort to other munitions. Mayshow's expression mirrored his dismay. Without the powerful shells to fire, they were left with little recourse. Noticing the brief flicker of light aboard the St. Maria, Rain pondered the dwindling supply of explosives. However, against such a colossal beast, the solid projectiles. Just then, as Rain's attention shifted, the tentacles began to thrash violently, and a massive eye turned towards him, its bloodshot gaze rife with madness. Glancing at another eye, he noticed the continuous flow of blood streaming from wounds left by the explosives he had deployed. He felt a sense of relief that this sea monster lacked eyelids. In the next moment, Rain sprinted along the flailing tentacles, his years of training on the beach enabling him to maintain his balance, preventing him from being flung away. With a crash, a tentacle struck the surface of the sea, and Rain leaped onto another tentacle. Yet this time, the enraged sea creature disregarded the projectiles striking its body, focusing its wrath on the fleas attacking it. As he ran, Rain adeptly evaded the incoming assaults of the tentacles, ultimately landing atop the creature's head. Perched on the swaying black expanse beneath him, the young man slumped down, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Now you can't pinpoint my location, can you? He thought. Feeling the weakness coursing through his body, the relentless barrage of attacks had drained his already limited stamina, leaving every part of him protesting. The fatigue and soreness in his calves served as a constant reminder of the recent exertion. Before he could rest, an incessant sound of splashing water filled the air. Looking up, he beheld the tentacles descending upon him, sealing off the sky. Rain remained silent. This famished sea monster was indeed ferocious. Yet, this also brought a sliver of hope. At least the St. Maria was momentarily safe. Ducking to evade a tentacle, Rain rose from the black expanse and continued his sprint. With his short dagger in hand, he carved tiny scars along his path. This blade, which had once felled Han Irma, now left merely superficial scratches on the hide of the monstrous creature. Yet, with each stride, he endeavored to leave behind as many scars as possible. For even the smallest accumulation may one day prove useful. Behind Ping, tentacles descended violently, causing the dark land beneath to tremble. You are indeed ruthless with yourself, murmured Rain, his footsteps resonant as he continued to flee. His St. Maria was momentarily tethered by him, providing him with a fleeting sense of security, allowing a semblance of relaxation to wash over him. Once more evading a tentacle, the briny wind, laden with the scent of seafood, tousled his damp hair. On the St. Maria, Albert adjusted the vessel's course. After steadying the ship, it resumed its circular pursuit of the sea monster. Watching the creature battering itself, he grasped Rain's precarious situation. Martin, the officer, struggling to adjust the sails while bracing his body against the helm, lifted his gaze. May I borrow your weapon? Without hesitation, Martin, with his remaining arm, grasped the colossal sword embedded nearby, enduring the searing pain in his chest as he hurled it with all his might. Albert caught the hilt securely, one hand still gripping the wheel, his eyes appraising the formidable sword. The broad blade glistened, its edges razor-sharp, wrapped in a strip of non-slip fabric near the hilt. It was evident that its owner cherished this weapon dearly. Albert steadied himself, transferring strength from his legs to his arms, his muscles taut beneath his butler's attire. Rain. From his precarious position upon the monster, Rain faintly heard the call. Once again dodging a tentacle, he glanced sideways as a cold gleam sliced through the rain, hurtling toward him from the St. Maria. Upon recognizing the object, a surge of joy filled his heart. He had been worried about his weapon, and Uncle Albert had providentially delivered one. Indeed, the butler was truly indispensable. With a deft maneuver, Rain leaped onto a tentacle, using the propulsive force to soar into the air and grasp the incoming colossal sword. Positioned directly above the monster's head, he seized the opportunity as he descended. The weight of his body drove the sword sharply into the creature's brow. Excellent. It is effective. After enduring prolonged conflict, Rain had grown accustomed to the piercing shrieks that echoed in his ears. The exposed hilt gripped firmly in his hand carved a massive gash as it sliced downward. Sensing the resistance from the blade, Rain gritted his teeth as his dwindling stamina swiftly ebbed away. As his body weighed down upon the sword, its descent accelerated once more. The increasingly frenzied tentacles of the sea monster lashed out, recklessly striking toward his face. Has this creature lost its sanity? Observing the monstrous figure before him, Engaged in a self-inflicted struggle, Heisenberg's movements came to a halt as he gazed in bewilderment, muttering softly to himself. Boom. Another solid projectile was unleashed, and Meisho, hearing his friend's words, paused in contemplation. After a moment of silence, he remarked, "It must be driven mad by pain." Stealing a glance at the helmsman, he noticed the butler, cheerfully arranging his hair. Indeed, this was the true monstrosity. He too had witnessed the earlier scene, where one could hurl objects with such formidable force, traversing vast distances. What kind of colossal strength is this? Crouched within the fissures carved by the blade, drenched in blood, Rain beheld the encroaching tendrils from the darkness. Enduring the immense pressure from behind, he continued to cleave further with his sword. Time slipped away unnoticed until he could only sense the tremors behind him, prompting him to halt. Amidst the crowding on both sides, he retrieved a vial of potion that he had meticulously preserved in his pocket. After wiping away the blood, Rain tilted his head back and consumed it. "I owe you one this time, Sister Ya," he murmured internally, disregarding the persistent, unpleasant taste in his mouth. As the pain coursed through his body, his limbs grew increasingly powerful. He refused to believe that this creature could withstand the injuries within him. Clenching his fist, he extended his right hand, summoning the initial dark energy to coalesce around him, forming a spherical barrier. Divine Realm, Heavenly Judgment. Chapter 92. Envy, Ugliness, Secrets No. The vessel is teeming with monsters. Upon the surface of the sea, a colossal black sea creature split in two, its piercing cries echoing distantly, gradually fading away. Struggling tentacles relentlessly thrashed against the water, summoning towering waves, seemingly unwilling to perish in such a manner. Meisho caressed the edge of the swaying ship, wiping his face with the other hand to remove the blood that had splattered upon him. He stared blankly at the monstrous entities that had hindered their voyages for generations, until they fell silent. "Mr. Butler, hurry. Quickly," the young maid urged anxiously. Thanks to the storybooks she had perused over the years, she understood the grim fate that awaited individuals with abilities like the young master if they were to plunge into the depths of the sea. Moreover, recalling the way Rain's power had left him incapacitated after a single use, Annie's concerns deepened. She was acutely aware of how taxing the young master's abilities could be. Even so, he had employed them twice. "Prepare the sails." Albert glanced at the creature floating upon the water's surface and, without hesitation, commanded the crew to follow her directive. Before long, the Saint Maria, which had been circling the beast, adjusted its course and sailed directly towards it. With a soft thud, Heisenberg descended from the ship, cradling the blissful bird, cautiously stepping onto the darkened land. The wet, sticky blood beneath his feet made him feel somewhat queasy. The once powerful tentacles had become slippery with death. As he beheld the monstrous creature up close, he fully comprehended the formidable adversary they faced. Surveying the blood-red waters surrounding him, Heisenberg recoiled slightly, a sense of dread overtaking him. "Mr. Butler, are you sure it is dead?" he cautiously inquired, stealing a glance at the older friend supporting Martin aboard the ship. Indeed, Albert, who was contemplating how to handle the situation, cheerfully ruffled his own hair in response. How splendid! On the blood-soaked, darkened carcass of the sea creature, this butler appeared impeccably attired in his formal garb. His oil-paper umbrella shielded him from the dimming rain. With a straightened back and a warm smile, he seemed undaunted. Yet, observing the grim surroundings, Heisenberg tightened his grip on the blissful bird, feeling a pang of envy within. He could not quite discern the source of his envy. Was it the butler's serene demeanor or the formidable power of the outsiders? "Young master." Rain. Dreaded Rain. A girl dashed past him, her hurried pace nearly causing her to stumble. Regaining her balance, she pressed on upward. "Ah, be careful. It's very slippery here." "Let her go," Albert interrupted cheerfully before Heisenberg could finish his thought. He watched the maid's retreating figure with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. As the butler who had watched these two children grow, he understood them well. Unlike the disciplined young master, this little maid consistently devises various methods to evade her responsibilities. Of course, this is partly due to the protection she receives from Rain. However, after enduring such experiences at sea, she has come to appreciate the significance of strength. The thought of no longer requiring supervision brings Albert a sense of contentment. "Young master." Rain. Climbing atop the head of the sea monster, Annie spotted his figure. The boy was slumped against the dark ground, a massive, bloodied sword embedded beside him. On the opposite side of the sword lay a gaping wound on the sea creature's body. Beneath the oppressive sky, the gentle patter of rain fell around him, washing away the blood from his black martial arts attire. A rumble of thunder illuminated the boy's silhouette. "Oh, foolish one, you've come." Listening to his usual banter, Annie found herself devoid of the spirit to retort. Suppressing the sting in her eyes, she wrinkled her nose. What an ugly laugh. Her damp, tousled hair hung behind her, losing its former elegance. The brilliant smile that usually adorned her face now appeared strained. "Come help me." "Why so fierce?" she muttered softly, yet she obediently approached his side, squatting to lift his arm over her shoulder. Slowly, she rose. How heavy. Struggling to support him, she caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. "Young master, you smell terrible." Rain, having just emerged from the sea monster's body and taking a moment to rest, was at a loss for words. One hand grasped the giant sword while the other playfully tugged at her ear. "Ouch, that hurts," she exclaimed, continuing, "Well, it's true." And the sea monster looked quite disgusting. Listening to her assertive tone, Rain felt exasperated. I don't know about the smell or the disgust. After an exhausting battle, the last thing he desired was to be critiqued by this little maid. He wished to have impressively defeated the sea monster, but, from now on, I shall double my physical training. Remembering his abilities, which left him exhausted after just one use, Rain felt a surge of determination. He instinctively tightened his grip on Annie's ear once more. "Young master, are you all right?" "Yes, thanks to Uncle Albert for the weapon." With a grateful smile directed at the butler below, Rain expressed his heartfelt appreciation. Without this giant sword, he would not have been able to vanquish the beast so swiftly with only a small dagger. "That is what I ought to do." With a casual gesture of his hand over his chest, Albert dismissed Rain's gratitude, cheerfully continuing, "Just in time. The meat supplies on the St. Maria are running low, and this sea monster's arrival is quite fortuitous." Oh dear. Oblivious to the astonished little maid beside him, Ryan pondered the resources available on the island. Primarily Bruneian supplies and fresh water. Meat of any kind was scarce. Indeed, with this thought, Ryan hurled the enormous sword he held. As for whether this sea creature was edible, he trusted that Uncle Albert, being an experienced pirate, would be able to ascertain that himself. Surely not, such unseemly flesh. The little maid glanced at the mass of flesh surrounding the wound nearby, her face filled with aversion. Steadily accepting the giant sword, Albert commenced his task of gathering materials. Knowing she could not dissuade him, the little maid hastily remarked, "Mr. Butler, just the tentacles will suffice. We need not take anything else." Naturally, after severing a piece of tentacle, Albert examined the firm morsel clinging to the hilt of the sword, nodding in satisfaction. This observing their nonchalant discussion about the meat they intended to procure, Heisenberg tightened his grip on the blissful bird nestled in his arms. Could this be the powerful secret of those from the outside world? Oh, the blissful bird, held tightly, extended its wings and vigorously flapped them against his head. "How many times must I endure this? You're nearly choking me to death. Do you even realize that?" Yes, my apologies, Mr. Blissful Bird," Heisenberg said awkwardly, scratching his head as he lowered his gaze. Although the sea creature lay lifeless, the gruesome scene around him still instilled a sense of fear. Chapter 93. It is all well now, all is well. The rain at the Death God Reef, though gradually diminishing, continues to fall. As it weaves through the dense rocks, the wind howls like a wailing specter, instilling a sense of terror. A vessel is anchored nearby, its lanterns casting flickering glimmers that barely illuminate the rippling waves splashed by the rain. The faint sounds of laughter and merriment aboard the ship create a stark contrast to the surrounding stillness of the night. Ha! If those fellows on the island knew we had vanquished that sea monster, they would surely be taken aback. At the dining table, munching on the delicacy of the sea monster's flesh, Maceo was exuberant. Indeed, casting a reluctant glance at the fork laden with the appetizing morsel, Heisenberg felt a twinge of hesitation. Although it smelled delectable, the memory of the afternoon's horrific scene loomed large in his mind. He glanced over at Mr. Elysium, who was savoring his meal with gusto, and mustered his courage to take a bite, tightly shutting his eyes. Delightful. Prepared to spit it out. Heisenberg instantly opened his eyes wide, filled with awe. He turned towards the open kitchen at the end of the table and gave a thumbs up. "Mr. Albert, your culinary skills are truly outstanding. I'm glad you enjoy it," Albert replied with a jovial smile, flipping the meat on the iron griddle. Yes, this is the best meat I have ever tasted." However, Heisenberg's expression suddenly shifted to one of melancholy. If only everyone in the village could taste this. Maceo paused in his refusal and nodded vigorously. "They will one day. Everyone in the village will savor such delicious food." Martin glanced at his mischievous son, but chose to remain silent. Yet, he pondered, Is the medical care outside this advanced as well? He touched his chest. With such an injury, he would have to rely solely on his own willpower back in the village. Yet, aboard this ship, after applying the ointment provided by the lady, he could already move about, save for the occasional twinge of itching pain. He almost felt as though his injury were a mere illusion. Father, tell Miss Yaya that you must move recklessly, Meishu said urgently, having witnessed the ghastly wound while tending to his father earlier. The sunken chest appeared incredibly alarming. He glanced at Miss Yaya, hoping his stubborn father would heed her advice. Indeed, though the wound is not deep, it would be prudent to refrain from excessive movement if you wish for a swift recovery, Yaya chimed in cheerfully after sipping her coffee. See, father, you must be more cautious. Only then will the wound heal quickly. Gently shaking her head, Yaya turned her gaze elsewhere. Though she perceived the injury as trivial, she still exhibited a degree of patience towards the child who was concerned for his father. However, in contrast to his thoughts, young Rain, seated in the foremost position, completely enveloped in bandages, wore an expression of resignation. The cup at his lips trembled slightly due to his frail state. The aching arms prevented him from drinking in one swift motion as he once did. Furthermore, glancing at the several vials of potion placed before him, Rain's countenance grew increasingly glum. Sister Heya, my body isn't injured. Why must I be bound in bandages? The cheerful glint in her beautiful eyes sent an inexplicable shiver down Rain's spine as he silently consumed the bitter concoction. All the potions were equally distasteful. He had come to understand that Sister Heya did not intentionally torment him in the past. Inhaling the complex aroma emanating from the cup, he sought solace within himself. With a satisfied gaze, Heya observed him drinking the potion, her slender finger lightly touching her crimson lips as her voice remained soft and unhurried. Although this restorative potion can replenish your strength, it is not without its side effects. Moreover, Rain quietly sipped the potion, fully aware of what Sister Heya was about to say. At that moment, he had no desire to delay and had exerted his powers to the utmost, utilizing his abilities under an overloaded condition. Reflecting on it, his current state was indeed self-inflicted. I understand. I must double my physical training. After a brief silence, Rain declared. He then glanced at Sister Heya, who still donned her elegant kimono, exuding a dignified aura. It is quite cold here. You should dress more warmly. Oh my. Is little Rain showing concern for his sister? Heya covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with surprise and barely concealed astonishment. She then hesitated. I would love to add a few more layers, but you know the situation aboard our ship, not to mention the expenses for the St. Maria's construction. Just her daily potions amount to a significant sum. Counting the expenditures on her fingers, Heya appeared quite helpless. Sister wishes for more clothing, but Rain, at a loss for words, gazed at Heya's troubled expression. The words he was about to utter were swallowed back, and he clenched his teeth. Once we leave the Reaper's Reef, I will draw and earn some money. Oh dear, how considerate of you. It is only right, he replied hastily, then took up another vial of nutritional potion and downed it in one gulp. Delicious. Sister Ya, do give it a try. Beside her, the little maid, cheeks puffed like a squirrel as she devoured her food, raised her small fork, her words garbled. Indeed, it is quite delicious. Amused, she shook her head and accepted the food offered by Yuchuan and Ya, wiping the corners of her mouth with a napkin afterward. Meeting her expectant gaze, she assured, did you not claim it was revolting? Yet you are relishing it now. Drinking her nutrient potion, Rain rolled her eyes and retorted, before a patient who cannot partake. Do you not realize how cruel it is to extol the virtues of food? It is indeed delicious. Uncle Albert's cooking is simply exquisite. Hastily swallowing her mouthful, Annie nearly choked. After gulping down a large sip of water, the little maid sighed deeply, then wrinkled her nose at him. You only say that because you cannot eat it. It is also rather unkind to declare food distasteful while others are enjoying it. Waving her small fork in front of him, her delicate face beamed with pride. Can you smell it? Isn't it fragrant? Not at all, Rain muttered inwardly, yet could not resist the urge to swallow hard, then down the nutrient potion with a grimace. The unpleasant taste prompted him to glance pleadingly at Yuchuan and Ya. Alas, some medicinal herbs are quite incompatible with seafood. Her gentle words left Rain helplessly resting his head on the table. Who, after all, had the audacity to propose a banquet while he was unable to enjoy meat? How vexing. It seems that was my suggestion. Thus, it is of no consequence. Chapter 94. At last, it emerged Meishu. Meishu, look quickly, over there. The clamor was incessant. Despite the complaints that spilled from his lips, he was equally captivated. his gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. Then, he turned to Martin, who was sailing another vessel. "Father, you." Sipping the potion from his cup. Martin also stared ahead, casting a cold glance in response to his words. Nonchalantly averting his gaze, Meisha returned to observing the divided sky. Inside the room, Dylan caught sight of the scene through the circular window, momentarily entranced. He closed the book with his foot and turned to descend from the bed. "Is that the sky outside? Uncle Albert, look." The little maid, engaged in her routine training, stumbled upon the sight before the Saint Maria and fell onto the deck. Her hair bobbed up and down. Unfazed by her fall, she quickly wiped the sweat from her brow, stood up, and, panting, pointed ahead, exclaiming, "I see it." Gripping the helm, Albert smoothed the feathers of the blissful bird resting on his shoulder. "Indeed, it is quite beautiful," he mused, a hint of resignation passing through his eyes. As a sailor aboard the Saint Maria, he was always the first to behold whatever lay ahead. Yet, his frustration did not stem from this fact. The little girl had endured much and had indeed become more self-aware. However, why must she come to him for training, causing him to constantly correct her movements? Well, it's better than her practicing aimlessly on her own, especially with the young master absent. Sighing inwardly, Albert continued to groom the feathers of the blissful bird on his shoulder. Lost in thought, the little maid, shaking her hair, chuckled. The young master has gone to change the dressings. He won't see this for a while." With Sister Ya outside, in the potion room, Rain was also captivated by the scene beyond the window. The horizon before the Saint Maria was a striking division of light and darkness. Heavy, somber clouds contrasted sharply with the radiant sky. The waters beneath the clouds were equally diverse. Unlike the shadowy depths beneath the vessel, the distant sea gleamed a brilliant blue, shimmering under the sun's embrace. At the intersection of the two realms in the sky, golden-hued clouds separated them, creating two distinct worlds. The motion of bandaging by you momentarily halted. "How beautiful." "Yes. It feels as though we have entered paradise." Reflecting on the experiences since departing from Baron, Rain couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The people encountered, the events experienced, these unknowns were the unique allure of the sea. It was a gift from the ocean to the brave. Staying in one place, one could not witness such splendid sights. The unimaginable sensations, even when read about in books, could not convey the emotions felt by those who experienced them firsthand. "Isn't that enough?" With the bandages securely fastened, Yuchuan gently patted his head. Inhaling the potent scent of medicine emanating from his body, Rain assessed his weakened state. "Sister Hea, the side effects of this potion." Upon returning to her workstation, Yuchuan, grinding the herbs, comprehended his implication. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "Given your physical condition, you should be nearly recovered in a couple of days. However, do not rush the training." 2 days? Rain's voice was tinged with resignation. "I can accept training in a few days, but I find it difficult to rest with my heightened spirits." Turning to face him, Yuchuan noticed his dark circles and the gentle smile playing on his lips, which softened her expression further. "Oh dear, has little Rain reached the age of sleepless nights?" she remarked, gathering her cascading hair. This slight gesture enhanced her feminine grace. Anyone who gazed into her summer spring-like eyes could not help but be entranced by their serene charm. Rain lowered his gaze, acknowledging that Sister Hea was teasing him. Yet her eyes radiated warmth. "Thus, I was wondering if you possess any calming potions, Sister Hea? I truly wish to have a good night's sleep." Not responding to her jest, Rain continued, fully aware that on this vessel, Sister Hea and Uncle Albert were the most vital figures. Despite her absence on the deck during perilous moments, she managed all logistical matters with utmost diligence, revenue and expenditure, treating wounds, concocting potions. Without her, he often felt a sense of insecurity. Like Uncle Albert, she had silently supported him throughout. "Is that so?" With a hand holding a vial, Yuchuan nodded in understanding. She then retrieved a bottle from a nearby cabinet. "Here it is." Taking the potion, Rain gazed at the familiar yet indescribable hue within the long tube. A realization dawned upon him. Sister Hea had been prepared all along. "It's not what you think," she clarified. "This is to be used in conjunction with the salve. It will expedite your recovery." "Oh, with all these medicines, I increasingly feel like a walking apothecary." Rain accepted the vial with a tinge of complexity in his heart. He recognized that Sister Hea's potions could hasten his healing. Yet the elusive scent still evoked a subtle reluctance within him. As the Saint Maria navigated away from the treacherous Reaper's Reef and returned to familiar waters, it resumed its usual appearance. Is this truly the outside world? It's simply magnificent. He exclaimed. Yes, this is the future, the place where everyone in the village resides. On the lookout tower, Dylan silently turned a page of the book with his foot, yet he could not immerse himself in its contents. He gazed at the bright sea surrounding him, recalling the conversation that had just transpired. You saw it too. As a crew member like me, I can do nothing, he said, observing the expressionless bandaged man at the dining table, who was struggling to face the vegetables before him. After a moment of silence, Dylan spoke again. Indeed, after an injury, one ought to consume meat. Swallowing his food, Ryan appeared quite distressed. By the way, what did you just say? Are you really going to recruit an ineffectual crew member out of pity for yourself? Thus, you little brat, are overly sensitive. With a resigned sigh, the bandaged man rummaged through the bookshelf beside the table. This is it. Accompanying his words, he handed over a somewhat aged, yellowing newspaper. Upon receiving it, Dylan's eyes widened as he read the headline. This is. Well, I didn't deceive you back then, did I? This must cost a fortune. Of course. The bandaged man rolled his eyes and vigorously rubbed his head. So, you little rascal, make sure to work hard when the time comes, understand? Even so, I lack the strength you all possess. Suppressing his stinging eyes, Dylan's voice trembled. How would you know if you have not trained? The bandaged man chuckled nonchalantly, continuing to rub Dylan's head. Not everyone out there is as formidable as you imagine. Moreover, strength is not solely measured by fists. Your intellect is also a form of power. The warmth on his cheeks roused him from his reverie, as if remnants of that radiant smile lingered before him. Dylan glanced at his surroundings. Having grown accustomed to the damp and chilly climate, he was experiencing the gentle warmth of the sun for the very first time. Chapter 95. Conversations. After departing from the reef of death, the Saint Maria returned to the embrace of sunlight. Martin, whose injuries had almost healed, supported himself with one arm on the deck, engaged in his daily training. He was acutely aware of the vast gulf between himself and the outsiders. And recalling the intensity of the young boy's training moments ago, a shadow of concern darkened his expression. Such strength coupled with relentless effort. What about him? With this thought, Martin, still mending from his wounds, commenced his own training. The future of the village remained uncertain. He could not afford to relax. It was imperative to remember that although he had left the village, the burden of responsibility as a former constable had not lightened significantly. As the first among them to set sail, he bore the weight of the village's future on his parched shoulders. The mere thought of the outsider's formidable power against sea monsters filled him with a sense of urgency. During his training, he noticed a girl at the helm, her training regimen comparable to his own. Then, he heard the commotion at the bow, where someone was excitedly shouting after catching a fish. Martin fell silent. Perhaps it was best to let them enjoy themselves for a couple of days. Absorbing the warmth of the sun, he gazed at the azure sky. After a long moment of reflection, he sighed inwardly, resuming his training. With his arm pressed against his body, he steadied the helm, brushing against the exotic bird perched on his shoulder. Albert watched sadly as yet another strand of hair fell from his grasp. Since leaving the reef of death, this marked the 10th strand to drop. With a sigh, she adjusted her arm, feeling the strain intensify. The experiences at sea had revealed to her that the ocean was indeed as enchanting as those tales recounted. Yet, for the weak, all it offered was peril. Even if she could not assist everyone, she vowed not to be the one who held them back. With this resolve, the young maid had been training with increasing diligence. Approaching the helm, Martin observed the girl, younger than his own son, and memories of his child surfaced. He took a silent breath to steady himself. Is something the matter, Mr. Martin? Albert inquired, noticing the constable, arms crossed nearby. Having spent considerable time together, he had grown to understand the taciturn, bald man. Typically, he spoke little unless necessary, quietly tending to his own affairs. Even during their earlier discussions about navigation, he had maintained a stern demeanor, hesitant and reserved. In the midst of this silence, Martin's gaze drifted towards the two raucous individuals at the bow, the bright azure surface of the sea irresistibly captivating his attention. Not only those children, but even he, accustomed to the dark waters surrounding the island, felt a tinge of complacency. The warm, salty breeze caressed him, a sensation he had never experienced in the village. Yet, he was acutely aware of the purpose behind his voyage. Recalling the gradual depletion of resources on the island over the years, as well as the steadily eroding soil, he felt an ever-present gloom enveloping his heart. Although the village had gained new avenues after the defeat of the sea monster, outsiders could now more easily discover their haven. This predicament weighed heavily upon him. Did every ship carry such weaponry? Following his gaze, Albert understood. Were you referring to cannons? He solemnly placed the strands of hair in the pocket of his butler's attire and stroked his chin. Indeed, that was the case. And the Santa Maria had only installed a single cannon to maintain its speed. He reminisced about his own voyages, when cannons had just emerged. Yet only solid shot was available. Reflecting on the advancements in weaponry over the years, Albert regained his focus. He anticipated Martin's inquiry. Considering the increasingly chaotic seas of recent years, vessels capable of navigating the waters generally possessed a substantial arsenal of cannons. Even passenger ships, lacking weaponry, employed competent bounty hunters for protection. Thus, after the demise of the pirate king, the seas had become ever more turbulent. Ships still venturing forth were typically equipped with some form of artillery. Observing Martin's grave demeanor, Albert chose not to conceal the truth, despite its harshness. He was aware of the constable's concerns for the village. With the sea monster gone, outsiders like them could easily stray into the treacherous reefs. If they were peaceful wanderers, it might not pose a problem, but should they be pirates? Even if they were not, the safety of their island was still precarious. Shaking his head, Albert reflected on his past encounters with pirates, which had instilled in him a profound skepticism towards those who plied their trade upon the waters. The ocean was inherently a realm of chaos. Furthermore, those who still dared to sail were undeniably courageous. Their motivations for venturing into the depths were typically driven by treasure, fame, and wealth. Under the influence of desire, who could assure that these individuals were as benevolent as his young master? The Pirate King? He was the leader of those rogues? Hearing another grim revelation, Martin felt a chill run through him and promptly inquired. The tales he had heard from Dylan at the tavern made him acutely aware of the brutal infighting that ensued among the crew following their leader's demise. And these were indeed the scoundrels of the sea. In the minds of most, those associated with piracy were seldom virtuous. A leader? One could say that. After pondering the information from his memories, Albert hesitated before nodding. Although the newspapers bore no news of the Pirate King's rise to power, it was undeniable that the current wave of piracy had indeed been initiated by him. In this light, one could indeed consider him a leader. The seas had grown increasingly tumultuous. By the way, can you read? Noticing the myriad questions in Martin's eyes, Albert ventured to ask. For that isolated island, devoid of external news, there is indeed much to elucidate, and solely relying on others' narratives inevitably leads to some discrepancies. The villagers, in their harsh climate, hardly possess the habit of literacy. Their daily toil leaves little room for scholarly pursuits. His ability to read stems from an encounter with a previous outsider. Reflecting on those unpleasant memories, Martin's gaze darkened. That simplifies matters. The restaurant's bookshelf is filled with newspapers collected by the young master. Once you've perused them, you may gain some understanding of the outside world. Those reports should prove beneficial to you. Feeling the direction of the wind, Albert adjusted the helm, cheerfully remarking, "Thank you." Martin replied, breaking the silence as he turned to leave. These individuals are under no obligation to assist him or divulge such information. Their kindness is simply commendable. With a sigh, the young maid rose from the deck, enduring the ache in her limbs as she wiped her face with a towel draped over her shoulder. She then glanced at Martin, who was already at the cabin door, muttering softly, "This uncle truly is quite prideful." Prideful? After adjusting her hair, Annie nodded, her playful strands swaying in unison. The young master once mentioned that such a stubborn demeanor is indicative of pride. Is that so? Albert pondered, though he still found himself perplexed by the concept of pridefulness. Yet, since it was spoken by Rain, it must hold some truth. However, did the young girl genuinely comprehend what the young master conveyed? Albert remained skeptical. It indeed was Rain who said that, Annie retorted, noticing the butler's skeptical gaze. Her lips pouting slightly, tinged with indignation. Recalling past misadventures, the young maid felt a twinge of guilt. But that was in the past, after all. Yes, I understand. Chapter 96, Little Rascal. In the cabin's bedroom, sunlight streamed through the circular window, casting warm rays that illuminated the room. In the corner, a young boy diligently wielded his paintbrush across a wooden board. Yu Chuan and Yu gently set aside her pharmacology book, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Observing the boy's hurried brushstrokes, she couldn't help but smile silently. Little Ryan's artistic skills had indeed improved. A soft, soothing voice resonated in the room, imbued with a calming essence. Ryan glanced at the unsatisfactory hues before him, letting out a resigned sigh. "Please don't tease me, Sister Ya. Sister Ye had never interrupted him while he painted. Her voice now indicated that she had noticed his impatience. This woman, who had accompanied him since childhood, understood him better than he did himself. With a rip, he tore the canvas from its frame, crumpling it into a ball before retrieving a fresh canvas to secure onto the board. Yet, his brush remained motionless in his hand. He understood that, in his current state, he could not produce anything worthwhile. There's no need to rush, dear. New clothes can wait, she said, approaching him with a vial of potion, her gentle gaze revealing unmasked sympathy. If memory serves, excluding the funds he had saved for sailing over the years, the bounty he had acquired from pirates alone amounted to more than 10 million berry. Was that not enough to buy clothes? Ryan found himself at a loss for words. Yet he knew this was merely Sister Ye's playful nature. Accepting the potion, he instinctively downed it in one gulp, then habitually poured himself a cup of coffee. The peculiar taste heightened the aromas around him. Ryan turned to her. Sister Ye, you have been drinking again. Caught. She turned her head in distress, but noticed the boy's unwavering gaze fixed upon her face. Eventually, Yuchiwanya nodded. Indeed, this was a gift from Fran. It's merely fruit wine. Changing the subject, she asked, does little Ryan have any worries? Ryan fell silent, placing his cup aside, his eyes cast downwards. Drink less, he murmured. He was aware of Sister Ye's fondness for alcohol. Yet memories of her drunken state on the beach during a perilous encounter with pirates caused his heart to race. That was his first battle, the moment he took a life. Yes, I know, she replied softly. In a place hidden from the boy's sight, Yuchiwanya touched her garment, warmth flickering in her beautiful eyes. The little figure standing before her remained etched in her memory. Each time he stood up again, she felt the love of family enveloping her, as if her sister had never truly left. I pondered. Without the interception of sea monsters, the island received a response. Rain shifted the topic. His current strength was insufficient. Remembering how arduous it was to defeat a sea creature, the young boy clenched his fists. No wonder. Both Aizawa and Yaya followed his lead in conversation. It was a secret held within their hearts, and it was better to keep it concealed. Moreover, casting an apologetic glance at the boy, Aizawa spoke. Are you concerned about Flan and the others? After a moment of silence, Rain nodded. He recalled the experiences they had endured after inadvertently entering the Grim Reaper's reef, the dazed priestess, the resilient Lady Flan, and the profoundly moving tribute. Was it truly wise to expose such a paradise-like island to the outside world? Although the climate was harsh, the island's inhabitants were spared from the onslaught of pirate waves. After they vanquished that sea monster, could they continue to live as they once did? With the tides of the era shifting, more and more ventured out to sea. It was merely a matter of time before they were discovered. Reflecting on the island's defensive forces, Rain felt a twinge of anxiety. The constable, along with those two children, had they not also set sail? That was their homeland. Aizawa, gently patting the boy's head, sought to comfort him, her eyes fleetingly reflecting a sense of melancholy. Such kindness remained. Rain understood this well. Yet as an outsider who had intruded and eliminated their guardian sea monster, he felt a sense of obligation. Not to mention, there was also the little maid's friend, Dylan's mother. In that case, do your utmost to assist that Martin, enabling them to harness their powers sooner, Aizawa continued, tousling his unruly hair. Their homeland must be protected by themselves. And on the vast ocean, how long can you safeguard them? It had to be this way. Remembering the fearless demeanor of Martin upon entering the island, Rain exhaled a sigh of relief. When it was time to depart, he would lend a helping hand to Uncle Martin as best as he could. Besides, it was unlikely anyone would recklessly trespass into the Grim Reaper's reef. This time would be ample for them to acquire their own strength. However, feeling the gentle hand ruffling his hair, Rain lifted his head, rolling his eyes dramatically. I am no longer a child, Yaya. Is that so? Aizawa paused her affectionate ruffling of his hair, then nonchalantly withdrew her hand, playfully pinching his cheek before leaving. Never mind, I have grown accustomed to it. With a silent sigh, and no longer feeling impatient, Rain picked up his paintbrush. Restorative training has not rendered him as powerless as before. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, called Rain, setting down the brush he had just picked up and rising to draw open the bookshelf behind him. So have you finished those books? Dylan, who had just entered, heard Rain's inquiry as he pushed the half-closed bedroom door open with his shoulder. Yes, replied Yuchiwan Anya, their eyes lighting up as they approached. After removing the book basket hanging around his neck, one playfully pinched his cheek. Honestly, living right next door, you could have had Rain deliver them to you. Dylan. He knew. It's all right. I've already caused enough trouble for everyone. Rain joined them, picking up a few books he had prepared earlier. This little rascal is always like this. As he spoke, he tousled the boy's hair vigorously. Doesn't it hurt when you knock with your head? It doesn't hurt. Rain sighed in exasperation. You little rascal. I didn't bring any general knowledge books on the boat, so all I have are these travelogues. Dylan nodded. Having noticed during his reading these past days that many of the common knowledge contained in the books left by his father differed significantly from that of the outside world. When we reach the next island, it seems we will need to hire you a tutor. Rain stroked his chin thoughtfully. You see, while everyone speaks the common tongue, there are still cultural differences between each island. Moreover, the books this child previously read were from the fallen kingdom of Carl. I can understand it myself. You can comprehend it? Some terms from Carl are quite derogatory in the common tongue. Watching Rain walk shoulder to shoulder with Dylan, who was clutching the books. Yuchiwan and Yu stood in the room, one hand holding the bamboo basket for books while covering their mouths in gentle laughter, their enchanting eyes squinting into crescent moons. You little rascal. Chapter 97. Burner Island. It appears we have arrived. On the morning aboard the St. Maria, Rain wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed ahead. Indeed, it had been a journey of less than half a month. Grasping the helm, Albert scratched his head, a flicker of sentiment passing through his gray eyes. The island before them was the very first destination they had originally planned to land upon after setting sail, yet a tempest had compelled them to alter their course. Recalling the experience on that rain-soaked isle, a smile crept upon the lips of the seasoned pirate. Such is the allure of the sea, the enchantment of the unknown. Is that not another island? On the deck, Martin, adjusting the sails, was bathed in the sun's glow, his expression dazed as he gazed into the distance. Under the rising sun, the island, shrouded in brilliance, cast a shadow upon the sea. How beautiful! Holding a parrot and scrubbing the deck, Heisenberg also lifted his gaze, entranced by the distant view. Despite having witnessed this magnificent scene numerous times over the past few days, the colossal sun dispelling the night, he remained insatiable. Indeed, it was breathtaking. Meishio paused in her task, holding a cloth, quietly observing the horizon, unconsciously echoing her friend's sentiments. Is that the island where people live outside? To see the sun every day must be such bliss. Taking a whiff of the smoke wafting from the island, Rain turned to glance at the three figures standing motionless nearby. Uncle, if you wish to protect the village among all the islands of the West Sea, this place best aligns with your expectations. The tranquility of the East Sea, the wines of the South Sea, the knowledge of the West Sea, and the weaponry of the North Sea. While seafarers universally acknowledge this adage, it remains overly simplistic when considering the vastness of the world's four major oceans. Although the West Sea's archaeological island, O'Hara, is indeed globally renowned, this does not imply a lack of other remarkable features. Just as ordinary folk may believe that the South Sea produces the finest wines, unaware that the mafia is also a significant characteristic of the region, people acknowledge the weaponry of the North Sea primarily due to the sheer volume of arms produced there. It is noteworthy that virtually every island in the North Sea houses military factories, earning it the moniker Sea of Weapons. If seafarers trust the North Sea for their arms due to the rigorous quality, then Burner Island of the West Sea is the very origin of all types of firearms in the world. The inhabitants of this island have harbored a unique affinity for weaponry since ancient times. A century ago, the first Burner people conquered the colossal beasts of this land wielding arms. It was from that moment that this nameless isle acquired its title. Yet, akin to their previous island, these people neither cultivate nor produce, they merely survive through plunder. With the discovery of gunpowder, they became enamored with this newfangled weaponry. Gradually, they began to rely on the research and export of weaponry to alleviate economic pressures. They were acutely aware that their national system was flawed and distorted. The fervor of the Burnin people for weapon research brought them perilously close to extinction. It was not until over 70 years ago, with the support of the world government, that they managed to endure. Although the various forms of government funding have rendered the nation largely nominal, for the Burnins, life remains unchanged. They have never been particularly concerned with concepts of royalty or nationhood. For them, the excellence of weaponry is the most reliable and pressing need. Their existence revolves around either the pursuit of weapon research or embarking on plundering expeditions. The existence of a nation has little bearing on their daily lives. To this day, the island has transformed entirely into a realm of machinery and gunpowder. The rudimentary systems in place merely serve to allow ordinary residents to live in peace. With the advent of the pirate era, the world government has increasingly recognized the significance of this research island. The establishment of the G-Series branch here has broken the tradition of only having 10 branches, resulting in the creation of the 11th G-Series branch. Unlike ordinary branches, G-Series branches are typically situated along the Grand Line, in the New World, manned by formidable military forces led by vice admirals, tasked with confronting ruthless and powerful foes. This special exception made for Burnin Island clearly underscores the world government's regard for this weapons island. Although, owing to the current unfavorable circumstances facing the Navy, the highest-ranking official here is merely a rear admiral. The Marines under his command are significantly more formidable than those in regular branches. Reflecting on the collected data, Ryan felt a sense of resignation. He had originally planned to make his first stop after setting sail at the Island of Knowledge, O'Hara. Unfortunately, a year ago, this world-renowned island in the West Sea was devastated by the Demon Extermination Order. He had researched the world government's Demon Extermination Order, which was easily accessible and likely intended by the government for other nations to see. With dozens of vice admirals and battleships brimming with artillery, a single barrage of ammunition could submerge an entire island, not to mention the lives of the creatures residing there. The role of those vice admirals extends beyond merely preventing potential threats. They are also tasked with capturing any who may have escaped. Ryan understood that this exemplified the world government's overt display of nuclear deterrence. Just days ago, a newspaper delivered by Newsbird contained records regarding the current state of O'Hara. It was reported that even now, the island still bore the lingering scent of gunpowder from a year prior. The once thriving land was now utterly barren. However, upon recalling the chaotic and inconsistent charges presented in the newspaper, Ryan found himself speechless, yet he recognized the governmental standards of the world government. They were indeed more free than anything he had witnessed in his past life. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that Burnin Island was still a fine place. Inhaling the gradually intensifying scent of gunpowder carried by the sea breeze, Ryan comforted himself inwardly. Although I cannot behold the legendary tree of omniscience, which is said to harbor all the books in the world, it is evident that the world is vast. And even the world government cannot grasp the information of every island. That pirate king, having conquered the globe and triumphed over all obstacles, earned the title through sheer determination. Nonetheless, as the harbinger of the current pirate era, the title of Pirate King is indeed well-deserved. Yet, what relevance does it hold for me? I am merely a traveler. From the moment I first learned of the vibrant and extraordinary wonders of this world, I, Ryan, became profoundly captivated by them. The Navy and pirates? In my eyes, they pale in comparison to the allure of the customs found on other islands. Have we arrived? As I swung open the cabin door, a slightly dazed maid rubbed her eyes and mumbled to herself upon catching a glimpse of the distant island. Wait, we have arrived. The maid, now fully awake, perked up, her tuft of hair bobbing in response. Yuan and Anya, brushing aside their hair tousled by the sea breeze, looked fondly at the maid who was bouncing joyfully on the deck, filled with exuberance. This little girl is indeed lively. Seizing the opportunity to escape from her clutches, Dylan, disregarding the embarrassment of not having groomed himself, was drawn to the island ahead. Is this my future? He recalled the newspaper he had seen upon departing the island, his eyes shimmering with anticipation as he murmured to himself. Turning back to the crowd on the deck, Ryan laughed heartily. Everyone, prepare to disembark. Chapter 98. Arrival and farewell at the port of Bernard Island. A myriad of sailboats anchored gracefully, their varied designs a testament to the artistry of seafaring. The throngs of people, each with distinct identities, mingled amidst a symphony of conversations and the lively shouts of vendors, creating a vibrant atmosphere at the harbor. Well then, I leave it in your capable hands, Ren remarked as he turned to glance at the Santa Maria. Not a problem. But are you truly not considering the vessel's repairs? As part of our company's newly launched services, we are currently offering discounts. Urged a staff member clad in a suit, his face adorned with a professional smile, still hopeful in promoting the new business venture. The captain, appearing rather youthful, proved to be quite obstinate. As an exemplary employee of the Bernard branch last month, he prided himself on having performed admirably. Yet he found himself unable to persuade the captain. No, thank you. My companions are waiting for me, the young man replied apologetically, aware that his company, which dominated over half of the global shipping industry, was indeed a formidable entity. Every mariner inevitably crossed paths with them, especially considering their involvement in the oversight of docked vessels and the transport of various supplies. Moreover, it seemed they had recently expanded their offerings to include ship repairs and maintenance. However, possessing insider knowledge, he was cognizant of the fact that this giant in maritime logistics clandestinely engaged in illicit activities. Thus, Recalling the sorrowful tales from the ships, Ren ultimately shook his head, rejecting the proposal. He placed greater trust in the shipyards than in their company's burgeoning repair services. Is that so? I apologize for the intrusion, the young salesman said, concealing the docking documents, his smile unwavering as he nodded in understanding. He grasped the young gentleman's intent and chose not to press further. Those who spent their days navigating the vast ocean often possessed rather irritable temperaments. Reflecting on a previous lesson, the salesman instinctively touched his face, feeling the lingering pain from an earlier encounter. That experience had taught him the importance of not hounding those who dwell upon the sea. Furthermore, as a weapons development island in the West Sea, coupled with an impending competition in a few days, their current workload was considerable. Upon sighting a newly arrived vessel, the young staff member promptly set aside thoughts of his previous client, quickening his pace while donning that professional smile once more. Despite the recent uptick in business, he was not the sole salesman in this bustling hub. "Wait, are you all leaving already?" exclaimed the young maid, surprised as she was led away by Yuchuan Enya. Although she did not share the same rapport with them as Sophia did, they had spent a significant amount of time together aboard the ship. "Indeed, it has been quite some time that we have been troubling you, and we feel rather apologetic about it." Glancing at the three individuals across from him, Heisenberg, cradling the exotic bird, felt a twinge of reluctance. He was not merely here for leisure. Memories of Uncle Martin's earlier warnings about the challenges they would face in the village weighed heavily on his mind. "Mr. Martin, if you encounter any minor troubles, the Navy can still assist you. However, you must not place your complete trust in them." Albert's cautionary words lingered in Martin's thoughts. Recent readings in the newspapers suggested that the righteous Navy was indeed the guardian of governmental order. Could it be? Nonetheless, this information from the steward proved invaluable. Should he find himself in peril in the future, this insight would at least prevent him from relying entirely on the Navy. With this realization, Martin expressed heartfelt gratitude. "I understand." Although the previous outsider had brought them nothing but calamity, leading to numerous conflicts with these people, ultimately, they had come to his aid. Reflecting on over a month of interactions, he managed a slight smile at the stern sheriff, despite his earlier reservations. "How unbecoming," he blurted, unconsciously critiquing the gentleman's smile. The little maid was startled by the murmured agreement from nearby and, after regaining her composure, could hardly believe this timid soul had spoken such words. "How could you?" "Hush, not so loud." Heisenberg realized the gravity of the situation and quickly intervened to silence Annie, fearing she might continue. Indeed, he was still that timid fellow. Noticing the disdain in her eyes, Heisenberg's face flushed crimson. "I did not mean. That wasn't my intention." All right, I understand," Annie interjected, observing the growing clarity of his freckles as his embarrassment intensified. Was it merely a slip of the tongue? She comprehended it all. After a dismissive wave, teasing remarks hovered on her lips, yet she hesitated. Timid fellow. Huh. Preoccupied with how to explain himself, Heisenberg instinctively looked up, only to be met with an object she had thrown his way. Fumbling to catch it, he nearly lost his balance, the exotic bird on his shoulder momentarily flapping in distress before settling again. Yes, my apologies." He scratched his head sheepishly, finally discerning the object she had tossed. It was a compact firearm, equipped at the front with 2 pouches. He had witnessed her training on the ship in recent days and recognized that one pouch contained gunpowder while the other held bullets. "Is this truly appropriate? If you give this to me, how?" Heisenberg scrutinized the firearm in his grasp, a mix of admiration and concern evident on his face as he inquired. In recent days of maritime navigation, they encountered several waves of pirates. Thus, he comprehended the perilous nature of seafaring. "I can purchase a new one. Compared to me, you, coward, are in greater need of it," and boldly proclaimed, her hair bobbing playfully. "Isn't that right, coward?" Under her teasing gaze, Heisenberg's face flushed crimson. "Such a remark is exceedingly rude. I have stated time and again that I am not a coward, and besides, who fears ghosts? To utter such a thing is hardly indicative of cowardice." Amidst his defense, a hint of bashfulness arose within him. This was the first gift he had ever received from a girl. "Why has no one ever gifted me a gun? I desire one as well." Listening to the words of his friend, Maceo felt a twinge of envy. Dylan observed Uncle Martin, who was eagerly seeking advice from Albert, and then glanced at Heisenberg, who was frolicking with the little maid, unable to suppress his disdainful gaze at the round-faced boy. "I saw that. Even if you turned away, I saw it. That was scorn, wasn't it?" "Undoubtedly scorn." Noticing Dylan's gaze, Maceo silently protested in his heart. He did not wish to be ridiculed by a child. With a heart heavy and shoulders slumped, Maceo found himself enveloped in a somber atmosphere. Upon reaching the port, Ryan learned this news from Sister Ya. "Are you departing? So soon?" Ryan glanced at the two individuals admonishing Dylan before turning to Martin. "These past days, we have already caused quite enough trouble. However, I hope you will refrain from divulging any information about the island." His words were somewhat ambiguous, but the sincerity in his eyes was unmistakable. Though he was well aware of these individuals' characters, he felt compelled to speak. For without the sea monster, their village was already exposed to danger. Coupled with the newspapers he had read these past few days, he had gained a minimum understanding of the outside world. With so many pirates, their island would inevitably be revealed. Although he did not finish his statement, Ryan understood the urgency behind his estimation. Gaining insight into the threats posed by pirates had made this uncle acutely aware of the time constraints. Ryan did not press further to retain them. With a subtle gesture from him, Albert handed them a cloth bag at his feet. Upon receiving it, Martin opened it to find it filled with 500 belly notes. Through the information he had gathered, he had also learned about the external currency. Do not refuse this. Out there, money is essential. And this is all we can offer you. After a moment of silence, Martin solemnly nodded. He felt that mere words of thanks could never suffice to repay such kindness. "Well then, we shall take our leave." As and waved farewell to Heisenberg, who was turning to leave, she called out, "Coward, farewell." After their parting, Martin, shouldering his massive sword, merged into the crowd alongside the two young companions, gradually vanishing from the street. From now on, they would have to rely on themselves. Ren remarked with a sense of nostalgia, ruffling Dylan's hair, and added, "Shall we take our leave as well?" Chapter 99. Within the island as the 87th weapon tournament approaches, the anticipation grows. The esteemed Master Mardiv, who has claimed victory for 5 consecutive years, faces the question of whether he can maintain his reign this year. The 5-time champion candidly expressed, "I hope the youth of Burner Island can disrupt his winning streak. This island has never needed the triumph of a single individual." Rain, having exchanged his bounty of seashells for currency, heard the cries of the newsboys echoing through the streets, prompting a contemplative nod. It became clear to him why there had been such a surge of arrivals to the island. "How exhausting. Why don't we exchange all our money?" complained a little maid as she stretched languidly by the roadside. "There is no choice. The World Bank has established itself on these prosperous islands. And we must retain some for contingencies," replied Quan, gently patting her head before addressing Dylan. Though this child adores reading, she remains oblivious to certain conventional matters that newspapers seldom cover. "Why doesn't he, the young master, deposit everything? You are a premium user here. Keeping your funds in the bank would accrue interest." The little maid's envy was palpable as she longed to deposit her small fortune. To earn money effortlessly is quite a delightful prospect. Rain, however, felt a sense of resignation. Such opportunities are not as abundant as they seem. He reflected upon the turmoil of the world and the scattered resources across various islands, leading him to harbor doubts about investments here. Yet, he lamented that had he devoted more time to studying finance, he could have seized a lucrative opportunity now. Recalling the enthusiastic investment advisor from earlier, Rain felt a twinge of regret for not having pursued further education in financial matters. With the bank's monotonous savings and newly initiated investment services, he mused that a deeper understanding of finance could have yielded significant returns. Albert, observing the melancholic demeanor of the little bird perched on his shoulder due to their impending farewell, offered a warm smile. This former pirate had frequently encountered the Navy in his past. Although the increasing number of pirates had prompted the world government to prioritize the Navy, the unsavory elements of yesteryears had been supplanted by emerging forces. Nonetheless, Albert struggled to harbor any positive sentiments towards the Navy. Seeing his young master's discernment in not solely relying on newspaper reports brought a sense of comfort to the butler. "Well, upon your return, you might consider delving into more relevant literature." Noticing Dylan's pensive expression, Rain shook his head. Despite the World Bank's establishment of branches on various affluent islands in recent years, the ordinary populace remained skeptical of banking. Why would one exchange their hard-earned money for mere paper? This reflects the prevailing sentiment among the majority regarding the vast ocean, which elucidates why these banks are established on more affluent islands. Only a populace equipped with a certain foundation of information can swiftly embrace various novelties. However, Rain's perspective diverges from that of the ordinary person. They harbor skepticism towards banks, while Rain harbors distrust towards the government. His dealings with banks are limited solely to depositing money. Investing is an endeavor best avoided. Contemplating the staggering levels of martial prowess and the myriad of extraordinary abilities in this world, one cannot help but wonder, what if, upon investing in an island's industry, two formidable challengers arrive, or a pirate encounter unfolds? The unexpected is truly abundant. With a backpack brimming with berries slung over his shoulder, Rain chuckled. Let us embark as well. Due to the geographical conditions of this world, the circulation of people among various islands is remarkably frequent. The concept of household registration remains unestablished. Let alone the existence of bank cards. Checks, too, are utterly non-existent. Consequently, he must carry berries with him at all times. Unlike the conveniently storable coins, the paper currency of berries emerged for the sake of portability. True to its name, Burna Island rightfully earns its title as the island of machinery and gunpowder. Along the streets, a multitude of towering edifices rise majestically. Exposed railings and pipes unabashedly showcase the local populace's disregard for aesthetics. In the distance, a grand structure stands resolute at the island's heart, adorned with colossal dials on each side. The hands of the dials turn slowly with a mechanical hum. Within the fractured walls, interlocking gears create an aesthetic of machinery. Boom, boom, boom. The resonant chimes emanate from the island's center, their melodious echoes adding a touch of humanity to this advanced isle. Is it 4 o'clock already? Indeed, time seems to fly when one is in good company. The conversations of passing couples mingle with laughter, while the sunlight outside loses its midday brilliance, struggling to filter through the crevices of the buildings. Reminiscent of the sun's waning rays, over the afternoon he has grown accustomed to the tolling of the clock. However, meeting the gaze of Albert, who sits upright with a coffee cup in hand, Rain let out a gentle sigh. How about this one? I still prefer the color of the previous one. Dylan, numbly changing into another outfit, mechanically paired it with a hat and shoes chosen by Yuchuan and Ya, while passively absorbing Annie's critiques. He relinquished his struggle. An entire afternoon wasted on selecting garments could have been spent devouring countless books. Yet here he was, consumed by this endeavor. Despite knowing it stemmed from Lady Ya's affection for him, he truly despised such a squandering of time. Recalling his arrival, he was filled with curiosity about the myriad styles of clothing within the grand edifice. He felt an overwhelming urge to collide with the walls in frustration. Why must one gaze so intently and inquire so incessantly? Clothing, after all, is merely a necessity for wear, is it not? Reluctantly, he followed the sales assistant into the fitting room once more. To his knowledge, thus far, only Annie had acquired a sufficient wardrobe. While he was still in the throes of selection, it was likely that within a mere 2 days, they would find themselves inundated with garments. Seated gracefully upon a chair, Yuchuan and Yaya watched with keen interest as the petite maid emerged clad in her new attire. Sister Yaya, does it look good? Annie inquired. Adorned in a flowing white gown embellished with lace trim. The delicate lace was encrusted with exquisite aquamarine gemstones, which sparkled under the light with each graceful movement. Her translucent shoes enveloped her fair little feet, and the subtle glimpse of her slender calves imparted an air of elegance to her figure. The short cream-colored shawl draped to her waist accentuated her delicate silhouette, while the playful bounce of her hair and the smile gracing her lips rendered her appearance endearingly charming. Absolutely stunning, Yuchuan mused, a gentle laugh escaping her lips as she reminisced about the little girl Annie once was. How you have grown. After a moment of reflection, her gaze shifted to the other side of the room. The young man reclined on the sofa, perusing a promotional brochure. The steam rising from the cup of coffee beside him was vividly illuminated by the slanting rays of sunlight. Recalling the sales assistants who had discreetly probed for information earlier, Yuchuan's smile deepened. Only she understood the ennui that lay beneath the seemingly composed demeanor of the young man. Noticing Yaya's gaze upon him, Rain scratched his cheek in confusion before suddenly realizing. Rising from his seat, he retrieved the coffee pot and approached them. Having undergone years of noble education, he was well aware of the appropriate remarks to make in such moments, even if he personally detested the idea of wasting time on attire. In his previous days in Baron, it was always Yaya who had prepared his garments for social gatherings. Regardless of the education he received or the books he had perused, the simple fact that it was her passion was reason enough for him to patiently endure. My apologies for not paying attention, Rain said, slightly embarrassed as he poured the coffee. Not at all. Yuchuan gently shook her head, her smile growing ever warmer. Dear sister, little Rain has fared quite well these past years. You need not worry. Chapter 100. The Deceiver Deceived by a Deceiver. On the nocturnal shores of Berna Island, the once visible pipes of the towering edifices vanished into the shadows, leaving only the distant flicker of lights. The fervor surrounding the weapons competition had drawn an influx of visitors to the island. Along the brightly lit streets, various shops clamored noisily, each peddling their wares in a medley of accents. As he observed the bustling pedestrians, Ren, with his hands clasped behind his head, drifted into a reverie, momentarily feeling as though he had returned to a modern metropolis. "Uncle Albert, you're back." The call of the little maid beside him snapped Ren back to reality. Indeed, as the young master suggested, the hosting of the weapons competition has stirred a flurry of activity at the island's inns. Albert, having secured accommodations and neatly organized all the clothing purchased, had come to join them. If we had delayed any longer, we would have had to spend the night aboard the St. Maria. With a soft chirp, the blissful bird perched on his shoulder regarded him curiously. Reflecting on his cordial exchange with the innkeeper, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Although it was somewhat excessive to lie about being fully booked, one might not have to endure such hardship. "Thank you for your efforts, dear steward." Leaning against Dylan's shoulder to avoid being lost in the crowd, the graceful Yuki smiled. As the overseer of matters concerning Ren, she had always been quite pleased with Albert's capacity to manage affairs. Of course, Albert chuckled, reassuring the blissful bird that trembled inexplicably on his shoulder. "Uncle Albert, really, it's such a rare occasion for us to enjoy ourselves. Everyone has donned new attire. Yet you remain in that same outfit," the little maid remarked, shaking her small tuft of hair. During their shopping excursion, everyone had adorned themselves with new clothing. But when it was Albert's turn, he had specified his requirements in terms of color, fabric, and brand. However, upon seeing Albert holding two identical garments, she still recalled her speechless reaction from that moment. Albert chuckled lightly. "Is that so? They are merely clothes, it matters not. Even Ren has donned new attire." She pointed out, "Back when we were in Baron, he didn't care much for such things." "Indeed, it is quite splendid," Albert acknowledged, noticing Ren's youthful, casual attire. Nodding in approval, he had always considered the young master's wardrobe somewhat monotonous. In Barren Island, aside from two ensembles meant for banquets, he only possessed a plethora of martial arts uniforms. What could he say? Aside from those unavoidable banquets, he generally trained at the estate, and the loose martial arts attire perfectly suited his needs. However, speaking of which, even Yuki does not fancy wearing new clothes. Recalling the white fur shawl he had reluctantly chosen under her insistence, Ryan fell into a contemplative silence. It was worth noting that summer was drawing to a close, and as they sailed the seas, it was uncertain when they would next set foot on the island. The memory of the chilly nights at sea prompted him to request his young maid to select a few thicker coats. What an oddity! Kwan and India remained adorned in their unchanged, elegant kimonos. The smile perpetually gracing her lips exuded a gentle warmth, making her appear tender at any moment one glanced her way. No, nothing was amiss. Shaking his head, Ryan couldn't help but chuckle upon noticing Dylan's attire. The boy, despite his mature demeanor, was clad in vibrantly colored, childlike garments. The stark contrast never failed to amuse Ryan. Dylan, catching the direction of his gaze, looked down. Beneath the cloak, he sported a white t-shirt emblazoned with a charmingly rotund cat. The cat's upturned mouth seemed to mock him in return. While he understood the intention behind Lady Ya's draping of the cloak, a warmth blossomed within him. However, could she not wrap it around him entirely? Embarrassment washed over him as he cast a sideways glance at his captain. "How dare you laugh at me, Captain?" Understanding the implication in Dylan's gaze, Ryan's fleeting amusement evaporated, and he lowered his head in silence. On his gray coat, a few strokes illustrated the outline of a reindeer. He was hardly different from the boy with his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his coat. Ryan turned nonchalantly. "Come on, let us take a stroll." "Not as childish as you," the cheeky boy retorted. The streets were bustling with a myriad of passers-by, ordinary folk seeking merriment, merchants hunting for opportunities, nobles arriving for unknown purposes, and tourists like them. The vibrant scene bore no hint of the island's tumultuous history, which had seen it teeter on the brink of obliteration multiple times. "Hey, young master, try this." Amidst the cacophony, the young maid bounded over joyfully. Ryan raised an eyebrow at the paper bag she held. "Fire gunpowder chicken? Is the flavor still as unique? This is delicious," and retorted, slightly miffed by his incredulity. She opened the bag and popped a golden chicken nugget into her mouth. "I told you, my taste is perfectly normal. Why do you still doubt it?" With her cheeks bulging from the delightful morsel and radiated pure bliss, her whimsical hair tuft standing proudly atop her head in joyous defiance, Rain gazed at the tuft of hair for a moment before turning his head, exclaiming joyfully, "Dylan, you must try this. It's food discovered by Annie. And it's absolutely delicious." Dylan was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. "I saw it too. You clearly didn't have the courage to taste it yourself. How do you manage to spin such a smooth lie?" Embracing Dylan, Rain, holding a piece of chicken, enthusiastically urged, "Come on, eat up. This is a specialty from our Bernard Island. Just smell it, how fragrant it is. Bernard Island is truly generous." Dylan was momentarily at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the absurdity. "You must try it. I tell you, one must eat meat. Only meat can bring true satisfaction." The chatty youth's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his smile radiating sincerity. Dylan, with a deadpan expression, declined, "I want tea," as he chewed on a piece of chicken. The little maid watching couldn't help but smirk. "Ah, youth, such tricks are transparent to me. Just eat it. This is Annie's goodwill, and it cannot go to waste." Rain sincerely insisted while covering Dylan's mouth, though the mischievous grin at the corner of his lips betrayed his playful nature. After a few chews, surprise flickered in Dylan's eyes. "So how does it taste?" At first, the flavor was a bit peculiar, but once accustomed, it's rather delightful. Dylan reflected on the taste of the chicken, glancing at the paper bag. "Annie, may I have another piece?" "Is that so?" Knowing Annie's palate well, Rain scrutinized the golden chicken with a hint of skepticism. It's a perfectly normal fried chicken flavor." After sniffing and detecting no anomalies, he noticed Dylan had taken another piece and cautiously bit into one himself. "Oh, the flavor is unexpectedly delightful." As he savored the dish, Rain's eyes sparkled, and he quickly devoured the remaining chicken, licking his fingers in satisfaction. "Uncle Albert, sister ya, the food Annie bought this time is fantastic. You must try it." Experiencing the rich flavor in his mouth, Dylan silently observed him. This guy Chapter 101, the sea spilled. Dreams? Nonsense. Boom. The low outer wall exploded, sending clouds of dust billowing onto the road. Cracks spread around the gaping hole, and then the entire wall crumbled. Fallen bricks cascaded down, stirring up yet another cloud of dust. A cough echoed faintly in the courtyard. Rain halted his steps, observing the dust clearly visible under the streetlight. Rendered speechless, this marked the fourth house that had detonated since his arrival in this area. Were it not for the indifferent expressions of those around him, he might have suspected he was cursed. Yet, could they refrain from exploding in my presence? It makes me feel like an omen. How excessive. Under the streetlight, Albert awkwardly scratched his head. Though he did not comprehend why they had taken a detour to visit this place, it seemed rather unwelcoming. However, upon glancing at the young man's aggrieved silhouette, he discreetly shifted the topic. It was no wonder the Navy sought to establish a G branch here. With such a research mentality, the world government could hardly afford to overlook it. In such an environment, powerful new weapons were bound to be devised for the Navy's arsenal. The burgeoning tide of piracy had indeed put the Navy on edge. Inhaling the air thick with the scent of gunpowder, Albert envisioned the blood and chaos upon the sea. Perhaps it was also influenced by that piece of fried chicken he had earlier. Noticing the boy's flushed cheeks, he couldn't suppress a glance at his face. Indeed, no matter how many soldiers the Navy deployed, they could not safeguard every island. The resentment of the civilians, long oppressed by pirates, would inevitably lead some to join their ranks. Regaining his composure, Rain rubbed his swollen cheeks, his voice now muffled. The peculiar geographical features of this world had left the Navy, as defenders, overwhelmed. From what he had recently read in the newspapers, the monsters of the New World were growing increasingly competitive. The extraordinary personal strength and those devil fruits only served to further plunge this world into chaos. In such circumstances, the suffering ultimately falls upon the ordinary people. However, considering the backgrounds of various islands that resemble a medieval setting, the lives of these citizens were never particularly prosperous. Well-versed in history, Rain possessed some understanding of the societal hierarchies upon the sea. Even the nobles wielding power and wealth must bow before the mighty. This was the reason he had trained so diligently from a young age, for in this world, power reigns supreme. Yet, despite that, Rain would never underestimate the seemingly weak populace in the eyes of the elite. The long-held grievances of those oppressed by the noble class, coupled with the Navy's inaction, meant that while some might choose to endure, there would always be those who opted for resistance. One day, they would all rise in fury. This surge of fury converges, possessing the capacity to incinerate anyone into gold. This power, regardless of the world's might, is rooted in the strength of the heart. Yet, The current anger is insufficient, and there is no one to guide it. While the title of Pirate King offers them a new choice, it is also akin to a Pandora's box. Unable to discern friend from foe, this pent-up rage can only be redirected towards enemies of their own ilk. Nevertheless, even Pandora's box provides them with an additional option. Does it not? Amidst the increasingly chaotic seas, hope for the future will inevitably emerge for these individuals. All that is needed is to patiently await the moment when this anger coalesces. At that point, a mere nudge will suffice. Lost in thought, the young man paused his gesture of rubbing his face, his heart stirred with realization. Wait, is this the very objective of the Pirate King? For a moment, Rain found himself in a daze. The streets grew sparse with passers-by, and under the streetlights, Rain's shadow stretched long. This dismal locale would hardly attract tourists, and the residents of Berna Island would certainly not venture here. It is worth noting that, compared to Experiment Street, they prefer to refer to this place as Explosion Street. After all, in contrast to the government-controlled experimental zones, these independent experiments are hardly any safer. In the silent night, the cold wind whispered, and the distant sound of explosions echoed. Albert stood quietly behind him, noticing Rain's silent gesture of covering his cheeks, and hesitantly scratched his own face, saying, "I have some ointment for external wounds, perhaps when we return." "Thank you, but it is unnecessary," Rain replied, coming back to his senses. After going to sea, Uncle Albert had also changed for the worse. As he walked, Rain concealed his earlier speculation within his heart. Yet deep inside, the impression of the Pirate King gleaned from newspapers began to blur. Suddenly, the image of the grinning man with a beard, smiling brightly even in his final moments, materialized before him. If he truly were as he imagined, could such a person genuinely be the villain the government claimed him to be? Traversing that street of explosions, Albert surveyed the surroundings. Shops lined both sides of the street, with an array of uniquely shaped signs hanging above them, each invariably bearing the suffix of a weapon shop. Although fewer pedestrians frequented this area than in the commercial district, the individuals here were either elegantly dressed nobles or intimidatingly fierce men. The presence of women and children was notably scarce. The occasional sound of gunfire emanating from the back of the shops heightened Albert's vigilance. The comfort of Baron had not dulled his skills, yet in terms of mentality, it could not compare to his days as a pirate. That foolish fellow, casting his eyes over the weapon shops and reminiscing about the sheepish smile of Annie, Rain let out a silent sigh. It is rather ironic that she insists on utilizing a weapon while expecting him to procure it. Who exactly is the maid here? Such matters of weapon selection are beyond her capabilities. Upon hearing Ren's sigh, Albert was reminded of that little girl who, after indulging in too many snacks during their shopping escapades, complained of a stomach ache, prompting him to chuckle and shake his head. As he guided Annie's training aboard the ship, he had essentially taken on the role of a mentor to her. Observing her evolution from a timid girl afraid of pain to one who willingly engages in rigorous training, Albert felt a sense of satisfaction regarding her diligence. Nevertheless, some encouragement was still necessary. Hence, he resolved to gift her a fine firearm. As for the reason he did not allow Annie to select one herself, it is essential to understand that for a marksman, their weapon is akin to their very life. If left to that little girl, she would likely opt for the cheapest option. Moreover, at this juncture in her training, she required a reliable weapon to hone her shooting skills. The thought of where that little maid hid her secret stash made Ren feel a twinge of guilt, scratching his face as he felt the heat rise within him, prompting him to discreetly withdraw his hand. He mused about Sister Ya's firm grip on his finances. Muttering to himself, Ren inadvertently glanced at the leather bag held by Uncle Albert. The weight of sorrow surged within him. Why? Dylan has a pocket money allowance of 100,000 berries, while I, the captain, am limited to a mere 500. Uncle Albert, is it possible? His unfinished sentence left Albert puzzled. Upon noticing the longing in Ren's gaze directed at the bag, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. Apologies, but Lady Ya has specifically wished for this. So listening to Albert's apologetic words, Ren couldn't shake the feeling that there was an unusual significance behind his smile, more so than usual. Turning his head away, Ren stuffed his hands into the pockets of his jacket. The cold night breeze brought him solace only through these little treasures. As he felt the texture of the 500 berries in his pocket, tears streamed down the young boy's face. He, the prodigy of the West Sea, the LN whose artwork fetched the highest prices at the auction, captain of the St. Maria, yet he had no pocket money. Chapter 102. No. Get out. Knock, knock. Please enter. Within the room, A grand banner, symbolizing justice, hung majestically on the wall, while a faint glow from outside filtered in, casting light upon the embodiment of righteousness. The man seated behind the desk sat upright, clad in a pristine naval uniform, devoid of any crease. His tall and imposing figure evoked a sense of concern regarding the quality of his attire. Short-handed? Let those rookie recruits hit the streets for patrol. At this hour, all eyes across the West Sea are upon us. I want not a single thief to be seen on the streets, understood? His voice resonated with a deep, commanding authority. Understood, Major General Simon, replied the woman across the desk, her short hair framing a face exuding vigor, as she saluted with precision, inspired by his tone. Dismissed. Simon rested his hands together, his penetrating gaze fixated on her for a moment before he spoke again. Lingzi, after work, could you possibly? A newcomer, just entering, began to extend an invitation. No, get out. The woman referred to as Lingzi, clutching her folder, politely declined with a sultry tone. Upon closing the door, she reflected on the recent complaints received from the red light district. Lingzi let out a silent sigh. Such individuals could only tarnish the reputation of the Navy. She could not fathom why the Major General chose to retain him. Inside the room, the newcomer unabashedly observed the swaying figure as she walked away, only averting his gaze reluctantly once the door had closed. Lingzi had only been assigned here for 2 months. Ole, don't frighten her, Simon sighed wearily, rubbing the corners of his eyes. The circumstances on this island were unique, and besides the internal affairs of the branch, he, as Major General, had to manage the island's issues. Coupled with the impending weapon competition, the volume of paperwork he needed to address had multiplied significantly. It matters not. Once she understands, she will undoubtedly fall for me. Ole refrained from turning on the lights, aware of his friend's penchant for contemplating in darkness. After hearing his words, Simon nodded knowingly, his confidence palpable. Simon paused, casting a sidelong glance at his friend. Ole was short and stout, his face round like a ball, with a plump nose and slanted eyes resembling triangular slits, exuding the air of a lecherous man. His hair, thinning on top, was styled into crimson curls at the back of his head, and his brows arched with a self-satisfied flair, devoid of the usual amiable demeanor of a rotund fellow. The glint of cunning in his eyes made him resemble a plump fox that had just pilfered a chicken. That fruit truly compliments him. Simon mused habitually before pulling open a drawer beside him and tossing a document inside. Ever since they joined the Navy, they had remained together. Officially, Ole was his subordinate, yet in private, they shared a bond of genuine friendship. After years of companionship, he had grown accustomed to his friend's inexplicable confidence in matters of women. As he perused the documents, Ole muttered to himself, honestly, you ought to take a proper break. As a young rear admiral in the Navy, you are still not yet 30. You have the potential to become a naval marshal in the future. Living in such hardship is utterly unbefitting of your handsome visage. Besides, the affairs of the Blanche family are not. Ole's hands halted, and his words faded into silence. Indeed, he spoke the truth. Simon Blanche possessed striking features. With sharp cheekbones and eyebrows that arched elegantly, a prominent nose adorned with a hint of stubble. His neatly cropped hair and tall, yet not overly rugged physique exuded a sense of masculine reliability. Yet, in the dimly lit room, his sharp eyes squinted like a beast of the night, cold and dangerous. Aware of the taboo he had crossed, Ole nonchalantly lowered his gaze, continuing to sift through the documents while his murmurs persisted. If only I had your looks. I wouldn't have to suffer so. Do you know that I spend my money to assist them, yet they always inquire about you? You have no idea how hurt I feel. Silence. Keep reading. Simon's cold voice interrupted the ramblings. After a brief pause, he retrieved a cigarette from the box on the table and lit it. Despite his efforts to dismiss it, Ole's words had rekindled memories of 20 years ago. The torment inflicted upon his family by a band of scoundrels, casting a shadow over this rising star of the Navy. It was still not enough. His current status was inadequate. The intelligence he had gathered over the years caused Simon to bite down hard on the cigarette. Supported by the world government. He scoffed internally at the warnings from his superiors. As long as he demonstrated sufficient value, even the world government would turn a blind eye. What he needed to do was strive relentlessly upward, indifferent to all obstacles. The uniquely structured Bernard Island represented his greatest opportunity. Ole continued to peruse the documents while casting a furtive glance at his friend's silhouette by the window. Bathed in moonlight, the distant lights of the island spilled into the room, elongating his friend's shadow. Even the dimness of the room could not contain the darkness of that figure. Reflecting on the moment, he uncovered the backgrounds of that group, filled Simon with a bitter calm. Throughout his military career, this friend had learned to fear of power and authority. Remembering the carefree Simon of his early enlistment days, Ole felt a surge of concern. Yet ultimately, he chose to remain silent. In the room, aside from the barely audible sound of burning tobacco, only the rustling of documents remained. Wait a moment, this fellow. Ole's eyes widened as he reached the final entries in the document. Then, in disbelief, he asked, "Does Martif truly intend to? Is there no issue with the intelligence?" The shocking revelation left him somewhat flustered. "It has already been confirmed. You did not misread it. Our esteemed President Martif is no longer content with his position." Flicking the ash from his cigarette, Simon understood the source of his astonishment. When he first witnessed it, he was hardly less shocked than Ole. "Is that so?" After a prolonged silence, Ole exhaled. "So what are your plans?" "No, I have no plans whatsoever." Turning away, Simon, exhaling a plume of smoke, gazed at him. "I possess only strength. The strength of the entire G11 branch. It is your responsibility, you fat fox, to devise such plans." Which newly appointed official was unaware of Ole's capabilities? Surely, he could not be oblivious. It is well known that among their naval cohort, this lascivious fat fox was the most distinguished student of strategy, whose pre-war arrangements even garnered praise from Professor Zephyr. And he understood more. His strength, coupled with Ole's wisdom, had propelled them from a modest branch in the North Sea to their current standing. Were it not for his indulgence in carnal pleasures and negligence of his own power, he might not even now hold the rank of Rear Admiral. "I comprehend now. To what extent do you intend to go? To eliminate this fellow, or to completely seize control of Bernard?" In the hushed room, Ole regarded him silently. The initial allure in his triangular eyes now dissipated. "You know, Ole, you have always known." After a brief pause, Simon approached the desk, forcefully extinguishing his cigarette in the porcelain ashtray. "So, will you assist me?" The somber tone conveyed his meaning to Ole, who, closing the documents in his hands, nodded, "Of course." Afterward, he reverted to his earlier nonchalance, jesting, "After all, the fox is always the tiger's best friend." Indeed, the best of friends. Right. By the way, I still owe the Moulin Rouge half a year's payment, so could you possibly? Simon's gesture of offering a cigarette faltered. He silently took one for himself and placed another back in the box. After lighting it, he inhaled deeply. "No. Get out." Chapter 103. No one knows whether the next moment will bring surprise or shock on Weapon Street. Individuals clad in a myriad of attires flitted between shops, while the distant sound of gunfire occasionally echoed from behind the storefronts. Indeed, firearms embody the romance of man. Albert mused softly as his gaze swept over the various weapons they bore. Not far from the entrance of a shop, a burly man was cursing until silenced by the muzzle of a gun, forced into submission by its cold steel. A smirk played upon Rain's lips. Indeed, years spent in the company of gunpowder had rendered tempers as volatile as the explosive itself. After all, firearms represent a form of power, and men, at their essence, are creatures in pursuit of strength. Following his train of thought, Rain surveyed the bustling street, where patrons emerged from shops, contentedly patting their waists, evidently pleased with their acquisitions. The fervor of the weaponry competition had drawn an influx of visitors to Bernard Island. Given its renowned status as a hub for weapon development, it was only natural for one to procure some armaments. Before him, a youth came to a halt, prompting Albert to follow his gaze and softly utter, "Maha's General Store?" In the depths of the street, an antiquated wooden structure stood shrouded in shadows. Unlike other weapon shops basking under streetlights or adorned with vibrant neon signs, this establishment exuded an air of quietude, harboring a mystery absent from the surrounding gaudy establishments. "Let us take a look," Rain suggested, striding forward. Albert shrugged. Their time was ample, and since the young master expressed interest, there was little harm in investigating. Without even the works of Master Matif, what business do you have operating a weapon shop? You might as well close up, he thought, bemused by the notion of a general store masquerading as a weapon shop. Upon entering, a middle-aged man emerged, grumbling loudly as he exited. He continued his tirade at the partially closed door, and after leaving, still unsatisfied, he kicked a bottle by the roadside. However, instead of sending it flying, he inadvertently stepped on it, resulting in a comical tumble. Witnessing this spectacle, Rain and Albert exchanged glances. "Should we still go in?" Albert finally broke the silence. Even those new to the island had heard whispers of Master Matif that afternoon. This champion of weaponry competitions was renowned for his precise and durable inventions, earning significant acclaim in these parts. If such esteemed weapons were absent from this shop, it might indeed be nothing more than a general store. Isn't that intriguing? Rain pondered, captivated by the idea of a shop on Weapon Street that did not sell the most popular arms. The earlier scene had piqued his curiosity further. Albert fell into a contemplative silence, reminded of his own youthful exuberance in days gone by. Upon hearing the whispers of treasure, regardless of the skepticism expressed by others, he resolved to embark on a quest. For pirates, an insatiable curiosity is the driving force behind their explorations of the unknown. Reflecting on his current self, Albert couldn't help but smirk in self-deprecation, realizing how time had aged him. "Let us go, Uncle Albert." The spirited youth's words jolted Albert from his reverie. No. He was still at sea. Watching the boy's retreating figure, the old pirate murmured to himself, then broke into a smile, following in his footsteps. With a soft jingle, the creaking of the wooden door was masked by the sound of bells as Rain stepped inside, surveying the room's layout. Much like the exterior, the interior was crafted from wood, with brown walls illuminated by the dim light of the soul-hanging lamp. On one wall, cold weapons were displayed, while firearms adorned the opposite side. The furnishings were sparse. Aside from two open racks, there was merely a wooden table. Various firearms rested upon the shelves. This was not the place for Madoff's weapons. If one sought to purchase, they should visit another shop, as time was too precious to squander here. Rain followed the sound of conversation to a wooden table near the entrance, its surface cluttered with an assortment of ammunition boxes, the pungent scent of gunpowder wafting through the air. The speaker, a tall and lean man with murky brown eyes, was seated behind the table. His unkempt beard framed a pallid face, making the dark bristles appear even more pronounced, reminiscent of a dense thicket. However, what was most striking was his disheveled, greasy long hair. Before him lay a plate and a bottle of liquor, the name of which Rain could not discern, further crowding the already cluttered table. "Is Madoff the only craftsman on Bernard Island?" Rain inquired, moving toward the display case in the room. Compared to the shopkeeper, this manager resembled a disheartened old man. The memory of the charming saleswoman he had encountered in other shops prompted the boy to shake his head. Even someone inexperienced in retail understood the importance of first impressions on customers. Even if one did not hire attractive staff, at the very least, one should maintain cleanliness. Or perhaps he possessed sufficient confidence in his weaponry. "Well, see for yourself," the man replied nonchalantly, taking a bite of steak and quickly diverting his gaze from the two patrons after sizing them up. After downing a gulp of liquor, he continued indifferently. Approaching the shelves, Rain picked up a shotgun. Unlike the shopkeeper, the shelves here were meticulously cleaned, devoid of even a speck of dust on the firearms. It was evident that this manager took great care in his wares. From a young age, he had developed an understanding of the firearms in this world. Most of the firearms here are still flintlocks, characterized by their protracted loading times and limited range, which has left the once enthusiastic Ryan somewhat disillusioned. Wait, is this a flintlock? With the knowledge of firearms from his previous life, he understands that such weapons represent the nascent stages of rapid development. With advancements in ammunition and industry, these firearms will inevitably become increasingly modern. Truly, this island lives up to its reputation as a hub of weapon manufacturing. Suppressing his astonishment, Ryan sincerely remarked, "Sten Cordoba," gently reading the engraving on the wooden grip. Although the creators of these firearms inscribe their names on their works, it is typically only on the first piece. Moreover, this individual is precisely the reason for their visit to this island. It is worth noting that he and Albert came here tonight not only to select a firearm for the young maid, but also to inquire about this person. Unexpectedly, in a moment of impulse, he has stumbled upon one of his creations. "Boss, do you know the maker of this firearm?" Upon hearing his question, the shopkeeper moved aside the wine bottle, casting a distant glance at the gun in Ryan's hand, before taking a heavy swig of alcohol. In his haste, the liquid trickled down his beard. "That old fellow is already dead," he muttered, his words echoing with an ineffable emotion within the wooden cabin, leaving Ryan in silence. The joy that had briefly surged within him began to fade. Has this gentleman truly passed away? Then what of Dylan's arm? On another shelf, Albert also recognized the name of the gunsmith on the firearm he held and, after overhearing their conversation, expressed his sentiments. What a pity. After toying with the weapon in his hands, he could not help but concede that the craftsmanship of this man, Sten Cordoba, was exquisite. Yet, recalling the purpose of their visit, he inquired, I wonder if this gentleman has any heirs. In his moment of disappointment, Ryan suddenly realized, indeed, although this gentleman has departed, as long as we can locate his manuscripts, there must be someone on Bernard Island capable of replicating his masterpieces. Chapter 104. Shopping after Albert's inquiry. A profound silence enveloped the grocery store. The faint sounds of conversation from outside grew increasingly distinct, casting an even more obscure and heavy atmosphere over the already dimly lit room. The elderly gentleman, dressed in the attire of a steward, scrutinized the bald man for a moment before quietly sipping his drink and addressing the young boy. Enemies? The raspy voice of the elder mingled with the sound of liquid sloshing in the bottle. At his advanced age, discerning who held authority and who was merely a follower was a simple task. As for why a mere youth was in charge, he had no inclination to delve into that matter. Not so, Rain replied, dismissing the elder's conjecture. After a brief pause, he offered a wry smile. In truth, we have come to Bernard Island to seek the assistance of that gentleman. Thus, needless to say, I understand. Before Rain could finish his explanation, the elder grasped his intent, nodded in acknowledgement, and, as if recalling a distant thought, took another hearty swig of his drink. With his gaze shifting from the bottle to the elder, Rain continued, if you possess any information regarding his descendants, I implore you to share it with me. I am willing to provide a reward, or fulfill any request you may have. Though he had initially resolved to visit this realm of weaponry upon departing the island, his mindset had been one of mere curiosity. However, since extending an invitation to Dylan, locating that gentleman had become an imperative task. Given his prior experiences, he understood the psyche of that young lad far better than most. Furthermore, that boy was now part of his crew. Is it not the duty of a captain to secure a brighter future for his crew? Do you truly believe the claims made by the newspapers regarding mechanical arms? The elder observed the sincerity in the boy's eyes, silently sipping his drink, his gaze reflecting a patronizing amusement. Rain slowly lowered his eyelids, responding, I cannot say, but it is ultimately a glimmer of hope, is it not? He was acutely aware of the challenges inherent in creating a mechanical prosthetic that could rectify human deficiencies while also possessing offensive capabilities. Yet, this world was different. Although the islands shared a modicum of connectivity, each had developed its own unique civilization, not to mention the myriad of peculiar devil fruits that existed. Therefore, Rain generally held a belief in the existence of mechanical limbs. Indeed, that is a flicker of hope, the elder murmured bitterly to himself, before taking another sip of his drink. Over the years, many had sought him out from distant lands, but he had turned them all away. They all recognized it as a beacon of hope. However, such hope was not so easily attained. With a click, Albert toyed with the lightweight firearm in his hands. The spark ignited by the trigger momentarily illuminated his face in the dim room. A mere flint made the firearm significantly more convenient to wield. The lightweight design allowed the young girl to handle it quite adeptly. With a vacant gaze, Albert assessed the sighting, nodding in satisfaction. As for the conversation within the room, he had faith in his young master. Noticing the elder's silence, Rain rubbed the name engraved on the gun's grip. The child was merely 10 years old, thus. There were no heirs. All the drafts had been incinerated. Interrupting the boy once more, the elder spoke with impatience. Although a flicker of pain crossed his brown eyes upon hearing the child's age, it was swiftly engulfed by murkiness. Is that so? After a brief silence, Rain nodded, tightening his grip on the well-maintained firearm. The excellent texture instilled a sense of guilt regarding his forthcoming actions. He certainly did not believe the elder's words. How could he not have noticed the fleeting distraction just moments ago? And as for the claim of having no heirs? If there were none, then why inquire about their adversaries? Outside the weapon street, Rain paused, gazing at the distant lights, recalling the earlier scene in the shop, and he exhaled softly. This was indeed exhilarating, his first experience with such matters. Truly remarkable. Holding the weapon box containing the firearms, Albert reflected on the boy ahead, still haunted by the elder's momentary astonishment in the shop. Chuckling softly, he hesitated, contemplating whether this was truly advisable. Although surprised by the lad's actions, having never quarreled with anyone and always presenting himself as a refined young master, they had ultimately failed to extract the desired information, and worse, had angered the elder. Under such circumstances, they would need to seek information elsewhere. However, recalling the elder's disdainful expression, it was quite possible they would have to return to him. Never mind. Rain turned, beaming brightly, gesturing toward the note in his hand. Beneath the streetlight, the letters were faintly visible. It appeared to be an address. Albert raised a hand to scratch his face, feeling somewhat perplexed. He strained to recollect the events from the shop, but remained bewildered regarding the origin of this note. Nevertheless, despite not comprehending how that old fellow managed to maintain his dignity while surreptitiously handing over the address, it was undoubtedly good news. It should be noted that his years as a butler, while transformative, had left some habits intact. For instance, when purchasing items, he had never held an interest in bargaining. If he saw something he liked, he would simply set down the bailie and take the item without any negotiation with the vendor. However, this was already an improvement. Previously, this seemingly gentle butler wouldn't have even considered parting with a bailie. If he is indeed the only one privy to that individual's whereabouts, he must inevitably return to his former profession. However, refraining from influencing the growth of the young lad before him is a tacit understanding between him and that lady. Thus, despite differing opinions regarding the young master's gentle manner of handling affairs, he remained steadfast in fulfilling his duties as a butler. With his past as a pirate, he comprehends profoundly that the essence of this world is the relentless plunder between the strong and the weak. Manners and etiquette serve merely to embellish appearances. Ultimately, the struggle upon the vast ocean hinges on the strength of one's capabilities. In his eyes, a frail old man is undoubtedly a weakling. Given this, if he cannot glean information through his usual methods, he must rely on his own, albeit not the most palatable approach. Uncertain of Albert's intentions, Ryan absent-mindedly touched the note in his pocket. The elderly man with meat juices clinging to his beard and a knowing glance remains an amusing memory. Shaking his head, Ryan recalled another purpose for their visit. Had Annie procured her new firearm? Indeed, she had. After adjusting his hair, which seemed to carry the scent of gunpowder in the evening breeze, Albert gestured toward the box in his hand. Observing the weapon case he held and the absent money chest they had brought, Ryan fell silent. He was unaware of when Albert had made the purchase. Nevertheless, reflecting on their endeavors, tonight's achievements seemed quite fulfilling. Let us return. The evening has turned cool, the young lad remarked, gazing at the distant lights at the island's center with a carefree smile. Chapter 105. Those with the surname Bow are all good teachers, indeed. In the morning, within the inn on Bernard Island, after completing his training and indulging in a medicinal bath, Ryan donned a robe, still tinged with moisture. As he settled onto the sofa, he observed Dylan, who had already risen in the living room. "Good morning," Ryan greeted. "Good morning," Dylan replied lethargically, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. "Good morning, little Ryan." A gentle voice floated down from above, leaving Dylan momentarily speechless. Why had his mother entrusted him to this woman? He secretly scoffed, but maintained a facade of politeness as he addressed Ryan. "By the way, yesterday, Sister Ya and I gathered some materials on teachers, but I believe it is unnecessary to seek one. I can learn everything from books myself." "Do not fidget," Ryan admonished, lightly tapping Dylan's head, which wobbled slightly as he spoke. He took a nearby comb, preparing to experiment with different hairstyles. With Ryan's hair now cropped short, Dylan was the only one left for her to practice her skills on. With a sigh of resignation, Ye glanced at Ryan and then picked up a scrunchie, ready to tie Dylan's hair back. In response to Ye's gaze, Ryan gave her a confused look, struggling to comprehend her intent. However, as she bent down to bind Dylan's hair, Ryan could not help but smile at Dylan, a grin that unmistakably conveyed his amusement at his friend's predicament. One hairstyle a day was tolerable, but braiding? Ridiculous. Boring. Exasperated. Dylan rolled his eyes and resolved to cut his hair short at the earliest opportunity. No, shaving it all off would be preferable. Speaking of which, the island had grown increasingly lively. After expressing his gratitude to Uncle Albert, Ryan sipped his coffee and gazed out the window. The streets outside were adorned with vibrant decorations. Colorful banners fluttered from various shops, and enormous airships hovered above, their exposed mechanical structures living up to the island's reputation. On the surface of the airship, a countdown to the weapon tournament was prominently displayed. Behind the airships floated numerous hot air balloons, each draped with colorful streamers emblazoned with the slogans of various merchants. The entire island pulsed with the energy of celebration, prompting one to envision the grand spectacle that would accompany the tournament. "Indeed, it is quite lively outside. I just saw it from the training room," Dylan chimed in. "And it is truly wonderful that Uncle Albert discovered this in. The windows are transparent, allowing us to see everything outside." As they conversed, a small girl with a tuft of hair peeked out, dressed in a loose martial arts uniform. The little maid wiped the sweat from her brow while her hand instinctively rested on her holstered gun. Upon emerging, She beamed at the new firearm chosen by Uncle Albert. Her vibrant demeanor a stark contrast to the lethargy she had displayed the night before after indulging in snacks until she was stuffed. In the open kitchen of the living room, Albert smiled modestly as he prepared ingredients, amused by the little girl's boundless energy so early in the day. With a soft sigh, the paradise bird meticulously groomed its feathers, casting a sidelong glance at the bipedal creature by the door. Of course, you are aware of how this room came to be. Observing Annie, who had required assistance even to procure a firearm just yesterday. Rain curled his lip in disdain and remarked, "After training, you ought to take a bath. You're reeking of sweat." Where's the odor? I smell delightful." "Thank you very much," Annie exclaimed in surprise, instinctively lifting her sleeve to sniff, until her hair stood on end in realization that he was teasing her once more. Yes, delightful," she muttered dismissively, and Rain continued, "Breakfast will be served shortly. Hurry and wash up." The little maid, struggling to conjure a retort, scrunched her nose in irritation and huffed softly. Watching her stomp out of the living room, clearly vexed, Rain shook his head and picked up the documents on the table. They certainly owed their gratitude to Uncle Albert. Therein was nestled in the bustling city center, although not among the most renowned hotels by the sea. Its prime location and the expansive view from the rooftop provided a pleasant retreat. The room's substantial and elegant decor, along with the intricately crafted furniture, reflected the lifestyle of Bernard Island, minimalistic yet exuding comfort and satisfaction. Moreover, the establishment boasted a fully equipped training room. As he perused the documents, Rain softly read aloud. Maciage Madison, formerly of the Cerna royal family, known for his rigorous teaching style and expertise in historical artifact appraisal. Compensation, 700 Bailey per hour. Upon hearing the details, Dylan interjected, a hint of pride lacing his words. Indeed, as a naturally impaired individual, his most remarkable trait was his ability to learn independently. Growing up amidst his father's collection of books had endowed this 10-year-old boy with a logical acumen that surpassed many adults. Given time, he could achieve the same accomplishments as those instructors. Rain paused in his examination of the materials and turned to the next page, lowering his voice as he continued. "You must understand, some knowledge cannot be found within the pages of books. Otherwise, why would the profession of teaching exist? Their learning experiences and insights into various issues are invaluable sources of wisdom. Even if their perspectives are occasionally flawed and they lack the time to adjust, there is still much you can gain from them." He noted the pride emanating from the young lad, but felt no urge to correct him. Only those endowed with confidence in their abilities could achieve greatness. After a prolonged silence, Dylan finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, "I understand." Adjusting the little child's head, Yu Chuan pondered which color elastic band to use, and a smile graced his lips. It was truly reminiscent of the past, wasn't it, little Rain? For a moment, the spacious living room was filled solely with the sound of Rain flipping through documents. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps between the tall buildings, casting a warm glow through the transparent, floor-to-ceiling windows. Jamora Linden, adept with numbers, had, "This is it," suddenly exclaiming as he perused the materials. Rain noted how the image of the bearded elder was quite pleasing. Carmen Polanski, well-versed in the histories of various islands, had served as a diplomat for 17 nations. Possessing profound insights into historical customs, with a clear teaching methodology. Note, he exhibits a notable lack of patience towards those devoid of talent. Compensation is 2,000 Bailey per hour. Address. The history of the various islands remains uncertain, whether it encompasses the entire world or is limited to the West Sea. Rain stroked his chin, pondering silently before shaking his head. One must understand that even the most illustrious pirate king earned their title by traversing the Grand Line. Thus, it stands to reason that even today, there remain many islands yet to be discovered along this route. Some nations are so formidable that even the world government has not brought them under its wing. How could one possibly encapsulate the history of all islands? Nevertheless, even the common knowledge and customs of those renowned islands are already impressive. Carmen Polanski, why is he the chosen one? Observing the materials handed to him by Rain, Dylan appeared perplexed. Previously, there had been more formidable candidates than this individual. Why had he been selected as his mentor? This little imp still comprehended too little of the world beyond. Noting Dylan's lack of understanding regarding this person's significance, Rain let out a resigned sigh. However, after a moment's reflection, he provided an answer. Well, it's simply because his surname is Polanski. The seemingly self-evident remark caused Dylan's eyes to widen in astonishment. Is this truly a valid reason? Isn't it sufficient? Rain, equally puzzled, raised his index finger and regarded him with seriousness. You must understand that those with the surname Polanski are all excellent teachers. Recalling the snippets of conversation from the nurses during his previous life spent on a hospital bed, Rain felt a surge of confidence in his choice. Chapter 106. The Weapons Association and the capriciousness of Arya. Bathed in the resplendent glow of the rising sun, Burner Island radiates a vibrant aura. From a distance across the sea, the towering edifice at the island's heart gleams in a brilliant shade of yellow, illuminated by the sun's warm embrace. This is the esteemed abode of the Weapons Association. Each morning, this magnificent structure draws countless gazes, captivating not only the local populace but also tourists from afar, who find it impossible to overlook its presence. Every individual employed within its walls is a distinguished armaments developer, and even the clerical staff possess the remarkable skill of firearm manufacturing. Furthermore, the ordinary residents find themselves intertwined with the policies that emanate from this very institution. It is essential to recognize that Burner Island, devoid of a formal government yet renowned across the globe as a bastion of weaponry, operates under a unique system. Lacking a military, the island's defense relies entirely upon the garrisoned forces. However, the Burnarians remain unconcerned about such a perceived shame. The Navy, if it can repel pirates, is welcome. If not, it matters little. After all, who among them lacks a firearm? Having coexisted with gunpowder and machinery for years, the residents of Burner Island have grown accustomed to the intermittent sounds of gunfire resulting from experimental failures. In the eyes of outsiders, weapons symbolizing death and destruction fail to instill fear in the locals. Their willingness to heed the counsel of the Weapons Association stems solely from the fact that such guidance is provided by the island's eminent developers. In a sense, the Weapons Association serves as the de facto government of Burner Island. Within the upper chambers of the Weapons Association's administrative building, every detail of the decor and furnishings exudes opulence. Even those unfamiliar with such luxury cannot help but marvel at the wealth of the owner. For those with discerning eyes, the sight is enough to induce awe and reverence. Alas, the pinnacle of this administrative edifice has never belonged to anyone, nor can it be claimed through mere affluence. This space is reserved for victors, exclusively for the most exceptional armaments developers. Each convening of the Weapons Conference heralds a change in ownership of this esteemed chamber. The staff of the Weapons Association diligently endeavors to fulfill every desire of the competition's champion, for this is part of the victor's prerogative. Furniture crafted by the master artisan Adam? Certainly. The cane of the patriarch of the South Sea Mafia? Without question. Exquisite wines from Fishman Island? Absolutely. No matter how peculiar or extravagant their requests may be, the Weapons Association possesses the means to accommodate them. Residing at the highest point of the island signifies that the victor stands triumphant over all of Burner Island. As for the opinions of other developers, well, in a place where even a child can recite the formula for gunpowder, the open research environment and fervent passion for weapon development foster little hesitation in acknowledging the skills of others. Thus, they harbor no objections to the preferential treatment afforded to the champions. What if the next champion were to be me? Every weapons researcher entertains such thoughts. However, with the emergence of Matif, their illusions were shattered. Simultaneously, this venerable elder instilled profound admiration in those researchers who take immense pride in their work. This man has now achieved an unprecedented 5 consecutive championships. To this day, the esteemed floor belonging to champions bears the indelible mark of the name Matif. Even should a new champion arise in the future, it is unlikely they would dare reside here. Quietly, the other developers on the island reflect on this reality. It is worth noting that previously, the concept of a champion defending their title in the weapons competition was virtually unheard of. After all, each weapon contest has always showcased an abundance of exceptional creations. Participants from around the globe bring forth imaginative ideas rooted in their homelands. In the fierce competition, securing a single championship is already a source of pride for the entirety of one's life. Yet this elder has redefined the perception of researchers among the Burnins. His abundant research motivation and ceaseless stream of inventive concepts have not only astonished the visitors from outside the island, but have also garnered heartfelt support from the Burnins, who are no strangers to weapon research. Following his most recent victory, he was elevated to the position of president of the Weapons Association. Such renown, such glory. Even if one were to defeat Matif and claim the title of champion, they would likely feel unworthy of residing here. This place is a sanctuary reserved for legends. Yet at this moment, the illustrious Matif, renowned in the outside world, is in his chamber, erupting in rage. What on earth does that brat Blanche want? In his fury, he slams the newspaper onto the table. He then sinks into the sofa, seizing a nearby goblet and taking a deep swig. Beneath his ample robe, his broad chest rises and falls with intensity. The elder's countenance is austere, and his robust physique belies his age, though the wrinkles on his face betray the truth of his 55 years. This legendary figure possesses sparse eyebrows, and his eyes, of uneven size, widen in fury. Yet suddenly, he bursts into laughter, removing the glasses that rest upon his hooked nose. Ha ha ha, this little brat is indeed of the Blanche lineage, always eager to ascend at any opportunity. With a hearty chuckle, Matif's eyes narrow, the coldness within them intertwining with the myriad of fine scars etched across his face, rendering his laughter devoid of clarity. Amidst the clash of iron swords, the night sky witnesses the cavalry trampling through flesh and blood. In the wake of the onslaught, with splinters and blood are cast into the air, the illustrious Blanche. At the dining table, a man clad in resplendent attire extols the glories of the Blanche family, closing his eyes in rapture. At the height of his emotional recitation, he gracefully rises from his chair, drawing forth the long sword at his waist, and begins to wield it within the confines of the room. Amidst the chilly radiance, the exquisite carpet was severed by the sharpness of the sword's aura, its delicate fibers swirling through the room, stirred by the man's movements. Matif gazed at the disheveled carpet, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The flying knights had faded into the annals of history alongside the Blanche family, leaving behind merely the remnants of a government. Before he could finish, the man sheathing his sword interrupted him. No, even if the essence of nobility withers away over time, the glory of our ancestors endures. Their presence is eternally etched in the pages of history. The man's voice carried a distinctive intonation, yet it paled in comparison to his striking appearance. He was a figure that immediately evoked thoughts of nobility. With a complexion as smooth and fair as porcelain, his deep, dark eyes shimmered with an alluring hue. His thick, arched brows, prominent nose, and exquisitely shaped lips, all of his features radiated an air of grandeur and elegance. After sheathing his sword, the man turned and settled gracefully into a chair, his impeccably pristine attire fitting him with an exquisite harmony. Golden sunlight streamed through the window, casting a hazy and enigmatic glow around him. You speak the truth, Vorn. Matif, who had just moments ago been mocking, now lowered his head, his sparse hair cascading down his nape. This man, who had previously resembled a vulture with his harsh demeanor, now appeared as humble as a young apprentice. Yet he was a legend of the entirety of Bernard Island, not some novice who could barely recognize the parts of a whole. Neville gently caressed the ornate long sword upon the table, seemingly unfazed by the elderly man's sudden shift in demeanor. Over their time together, he had grown accustomed to his employer's capriciousness. Shaking his head lightly, he addressed the inquisitive elder before him. Mr. Matif, you are, after all, of noble birth. Your eloquence is indeed a part of you. The subtle undertone of counsel in his words elicited another hearty laugh from Matif. Truly, he was worthy of being the companion of the new king. Each conversation with him brought joy to his heart. Chapter 107. Gloom within the confines of the room. Matif's laughter gradually faded. After taking a breath, he rose from the sofa, retrieved a fresh glass, and poured himself some wine. There is still much for this impostor to learn, he mused with a faint smile, extending the glass towards Vaughn. Nodding in gratitude, Vaughn accepted the glass. Although he preferred the coffee before him to the wine, he recognized this gesture as an expression of camaraderie from his employer and felt compelled to accept it. Even if it were another person offering, he would still accept the drink. Embracing the simplest kindness from others and returning it was a lesson he had grasped from a young age, and as his experiences deepened, he came to appreciate this principle even more. Much like a beggar sharing his food during times of hardship, even if he had no need for it, he would graciously accept it, with the intention of repaying the kindness in the future. For that shared food glowed with a warmth that touched the heart. He would never naively believe that only the noble possessed admirable qualities. The origins of the founders of families bore little connection to their achievements. On the contrary, in the eulogies sung by their descendants, their lineage often shimmered with a legendary hue. Taking a symbolic sip from his glass, Vaughn held it aloft, offering a distant semblance of reverence. It seemed to express gratitude towards his ancestors while simultaneously heralding the impending birth of a new family. Ha ha. Matif laughed heartily. Yet his heart remained composed, fully aware of the transactional nature of his dealings with the new king. However, was it truly possible to disrupt a mere portion of the island and, in return, receive a title in the kingdom of Soli? He was no naive youth, easily swayed by flattery. In truth, even at this juncture, he harbored doubts about the transaction. Although he had witnessed the king's designated area of destruction on the island, which encompassed only a quarter of the densely populated regions, such evidence was insufficient to convince him of their intentions. Reclining against the back of the sofa, Matthew pondered his tone before jestingly remarking, "I wonder why the king is so invested in Bernard Island. Can a single explosion truly yield a viscountcy?" After speaking, he took a delicate sip from his glass, a lingering smile gracing his lips, though his mismatched eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the man across from him. Setting down his glass, Von leisurely lifted the coffee from the table, sipping it nonchalantly, as if unaware of his employer's probing. Despite having spent a considerable amount of time together, Matthew couldn't help but admire Von's demeanor each time he observed it. The poise, cultivated through rich refinement and quality of life, required no ostentatious display. It emanated naturally from his every gesture, an intrinsic elegance that resonated from within. However, he was not an unrefined youth. He recognized something admirable and sought to learn from it. It is not to say that such behavior is reprehensible. Rather, there are certain qualities that cannot be acquired through mere study, but rather require the passage of time to mature. And he, alas, does not possess the luxury of time to absorb such knowledge. Of course, he lacks the inclination to pursue it as well. However, his descendants may yet have that opportunity. The tumultuous experiences of his earlier years, the countless nights spent in sleepless toil, and the relentless pursuit of research, accompanied by repeated failures, have endowed this elder with a resolute spirit. The thought of the little one born not long ago stirs warmth within him. This sentiment is precisely why he consented to this transaction. After a brief silence, Von spoke. Before His Majesty Sori ascended the throne, he was particularly fond of weaponry research. However, upon visiting Bernard Island, the conversation took a different turn, though he did not voice the remainder of his thoughts. Contemplating the purpose behind the king's choice to send this man, as well as the nature of this agreement, was quite unsettling. The recollection of that past experience was certainly less than pleasant. Reflecting on the grimace of a certain companion made Von shake his head slightly. The inhabitants of this island, dedicated to the highest echelons of research, willingly bow their heads. Yet this does not imply that they are inclined to acknowledge an amateur who treats weaponry as playthings. On the contrary, it is precisely their obstinate devotion to their own research and their fervent passion for weaponry that engenders a profound disdain for outsiders who trivialize their craft. As Von recalled his observations on the island these past few days, he let out a quiet sigh. If it were within his power, he would wish to prevent such tragedies from occurring. Nevertheless, no matter how he might persuade Sori, the latter remained obstinate in pursuing this plan. Despite knowing the absurdity of his actions, the previous king had left behind only this one heir. The current emperor had also been recently bestowed with the name Sori, in accordance with their tradition, symbolizing the unity of the king and the kingdom. Furthermore, setting aside the fact that the new king was a childhood friend, the royal family's preferential treatment towards his lineage made it impossible for him to continue his entreaties. With no other recourse, he reluctantly accepted the commission. Prior to his arrival, he had intended to wait until the commencement of the weapons tournament, allowing the residents of the free research area to disperse before taking action, thus minimizing potential casualties. However, he did not anticipate that Sori had also reached out to the legendary craftsman of Bernard Island. With this thought, he cast a glance at the newspaper that had just been tossed onto the sofa. Major General Seaman and Call Street initiate talks regarding Bernard's development, the headline read, prompting him to furrow his brow. Through these days of interaction, he had come to understand the elder before him, a man of capriciousness, cunning, and ruthlessness. This was not the amiable, focused, and nurturing master of weaponry that was often described on the island. Furthermore, the transaction that elevated Sori to nobility had only intensified the urgency of this recently expanded family man, compounded by the relentless pressure from the newly appointed Major General. With this in mind, Von pinched the corners of his eyes. The arrangements by Sori have been meticulously completed, and with the formidable reputation of Martif and Bern, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to manipulate the situation. Reflecting on those subordinates who were ostensibly under his control, Von felt a profound headache. It became clear why things were as they were, yet our king truly possesses a genuine nature. Unbeknownst to Von's thoughts, Martif sincerely expressed his sentiments. while simultaneously alleviating some of his inner doubts. From the moment he was contacted by the Sori royal family, he had begun to investigate the origins of this transaction, which aligned with his earlier findings. Nevertheless, even with an understanding of the new king's intentions, he yearned for a direct confirmation from this close confidant. Pressing the device hidden within his robe, Mardif scratched his chest, then casually lifted his wine glass. He harbored no guilt regarding the plan to send a quarter of the Bernese to the heavens. The humiliation he endured on the island during his earlier years was not easily forgotten. You may scorn me, but my children, my grandchildren, shall never be given such an opportunity. This sentiment was trivial compared to the advantages bestowed upon the Weaponry Association in the years following his championship, especially in light of his family's future. Recalling his experiences as an apprentice, a shadow flickered in the old man's eyes. Moreover, the Navy's movements had become increasingly frequent. Considering the transformations on the island over the years and the intensifying turmoil at sea, he understood that Bern was destined to be entirely under governmental control. It was time for him to contemplate the future. After all, while he relished the sense of accomplishment that came from research, he was loath to serve the world government. Reflecting on the government's oversight of researchers, Mardif silently scoffed. Have the pirates who cry freedom at sea not made the government aware of their own issues? Indeed, a genuine nature. Hearing his reflections, Vaughn nodded gently. Though he fundamentally disagreed with the king's actions, he felt compelled to uphold the dignity of the kingdom in front of outsiders. This was the most basic understanding expected of the nobility entrusted with the kingdom's legacy. Given this, let us collaborate harmoniously. Observing the old man lean in with his wine glass, Vaughn silently chuckled and raised the cup that had only been sipped once. To a fruitful collaboration. Chapter 108. Annie and the Battle. One must study diligently, little rascal. Downstairs at the inn, Ryan rubbed his head, tousling the meticulously arranged hairstyle that his elder sister, Yaya, had spent quite some time perfecting. He then promptly turned and dashed away. Goodness, he runs far too swiftly. Yuyuin and Yaya exchanged exasperated glances, choosing to ignore the mischievous boy. Crouching down, Yuyuin began to tidy up Dylan's unruly hair. Noticing his gaze drifting, Yuyuin gently patted his head and inquired softly, "What are you thinking about?" Dylan shook his head, murmuring, "Nothing, let us be on our way." Yet, as she stood up, he couldn't help but press his lips together. Although they had not disclosed their destination, the memories of the information overheard in the corridor the previous night warmed his heart. He understood that Ryan refrained from revealing their whereabouts, fearing that the hope might shatter and plunge him once more into a crossroads. However, he was mistaken. He would never resent his own shortcomings. His earlier desire for death stemmed solely from feeling like a burden to Fran, wishing instead for his mother to live a better life. Now, while on the island, Ryan had steered him back onto the right path, and his mother had a brighter future ahead. In truth, that was already quite sufficient. Indeed, we cannot keep the teacher waiting too long. A woman's voice chimed in, a gentle hand resting on his shoulder. Feeling the support, Dylan glanced towards the figure merging into the crowd at the street corner, determination etched across his youthful face. No, it is still not enough. He needed to swiftly comprehend everything beyond. Just as he once assisted his mother in enhancing her winemaking tools, he would also aid the captain. He firmly believed that even without mechanical limbs, and despite the inconveniences compared to those who were whole, he would not become a person devoid of worth. Yes, let us set forth, Ms. Yaya. With thoughts of the captain's kindness fueling him, Dylan felt a surge of urgency. Despite the captain being merely a year his senior, he was the leader Dylan had chosen for himself. But have you forgotten something? Yuyuin, walking alongside him, glanced down at the small figure at her feet, her tone consistently gentle and measured. Forgotten what? Dylan lifted his head, his expression momentarily bewildered as he had been lost in thought. What should you call me, little one? As he grasped the situation, Dylan was about to respond when he felt the familiar pressure against his face. She was tugging and pulling him, initially intending to wait for her to cease before apologizing. It was evident from her actions that she had no intention of stopping. After a few moments of silence, realizing the gravity of the situation, Dylan endured the embarrassment rising within him, turning his head away and mumbling incoherently, "Active bud nodule. Indeed, since little Fulon has entrusted you to my care, you must be obedient." With a gentle pat on his head, Yuki and Aya smiled with satisfaction. Though they had only been together for less than a month, she had already come to regard Fulon, who had experienced similar hardships as her sister, as a dear friend, although she lacked her sister's tenderness as mothers. They both exhibited remarkable resilience. Lowering his head, Dylan found himself at a loss regarding the nature of the relationship between this lady and Fulan. Little Fulan, you still want me to call you sister? It is truly quite perplexing. He silently rolled his eyes, his cheeks flushed, uncertain whether it was from embarrassment or the earlier teasing. Such a childish tone is surely something only a young child would express. Do you remember? Yes. Yuki and Aya placed a hand on his shoulder to prevent him from colliding with passers-by. A hint of amusement flickering in her aquamarine eyes. Let us set off as well. Meanwhile, as Dylan visited his teacher and commenced his studies, on the opposite side, Rain arrived at his destination. So this is the place. Annie, walking ahead, turned back once more, her lovely eyes filled with doubt, her petite head bobbing with her movement. Along the way, she had learned the purpose of their visit, yet how could this possibly be the abode of a master capable of crafting mechanical limbs? Even the master's son would hardly reside in such a location. Did we not inquire earlier? Indeed, this is the right place. Rain replied with a hint of resignation. However, this place is truly. Surveying the surroundings, Rain once again retrieved the note, scrutinizing the address for confirmation. The gentleman they had passed earlier had also seen the writing on the note. As for the possibility of a namesake location, well, it was not entirely implausible. It was no surprise he was bewildered, as the environment here hardly resembled that of a researcher's dwelling. They had traversed from the island's center to its edge, moving from a bustling city to verdant woods, and crossing through the thicket to this desolate area. Even the road had transformed into a dirt path. The only constant was the faint scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. Gazing at the heap of scrap metal surrounded by a barrier, Rain fell silent. From a distance, he could even see the remnants of shipwrecks piled along the shore. It was noteworthy that this island, renowned as one of the most populous in the Western Sea, attracted numerous visitors, thus augmenting the formidable capacity for refuse production on this island of weaponry. The midday sun blazed fiercely, infusing the air with an unpleasant odor. If there were anything here related to machinery, it would merely be the myriad rusted components, their boundaries indistinct. On the desolate road, an occasional rider galloped by, stirring up clouds of dust. I had just bathed, and my new attire. The mournful wails nearby startled Rain, as he beheld a little maid in a pristine white dress darting away from the road, deftly avoiding the swirling dust. The gusts of wind she stirred up clung to her like a persistent pestilence, and glancing at the ashen spots on her shoulders, Annie's eyes brimmed with tears, her face a portrait of indignation. The foul air surrounding her rendered the stains in her eyes all the more pronounced. Raising her arm to wipe away her tears, Annie's gaze hardened. "This is my very first dress," she exclaimed, directed at the culprits. With a sudden determination, she ceased to adjust to the discomfort of her high heels. Her thighs tensed as she gritted her teeth and sprinted forward, leaving the dust far behind. For the first time, this maid, who had been undergoing training since their voyage, showcased her hard-earned skills. Yet, what was the point of contesting with mere dust? Behind her, Rain watched as her disheveled hair stood on end. Her unrestrained sprint and her fierce expression momentarily gave him the impression that she was on the verge of storming a naval headquarters. Observing her gallant figure racing ahead, Rain felt a blend of pride and fatigue. It seemed their recent training had borne fruit. However, he wondered if there were methods to sharpen her intellect. Did she truly care so much for that dress? In silent contemplation, he glanced back at Uncle Albert, who had remained quiet. In Rain's memory, this butler always maintained a meticulous appearance, constantly tending to his own, his hairline. Suddenly, Rain felt a twinge of guilt for his honesty. Yet Uncle Albert's hair had certainly receded excessively. Once the dust settled, Albert meticulously groomed the feathers of the exotic bird perched on his shoulder. Then, with a slight tremor, he began to step forward, leaving behind a silhouette crafted from dust. While adjusting his hair, he overheard Rain's mutterings and glanced at the little girl who had sprinted far ahead. Reflecting on that timid maid who had first entered the manor, he couldn't help but smile. Perhaps she had felt too stifled at Chris Manor. Moreover, that dress was her very first from outside the island. Recalling the strictures of Chris Manor, Rain found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Annie had only ever donned her maid outfit, and her martial arts uniform on the ship was also her own. Although Rain held a pragmatic view regarding clothing, sufficient as long as it served its purpose, Annie, being a girl fond of storybooks, could not possibly share his perspective. You can't catch me. Good luck getting my dress dirty." The laughter echoing from ahead interrupted Rain's train of thought, prompting him to silently retract his earlier decision to grant her an allowance. Perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. Young master, Uncle Albert is coming quickly. The air here is delightful, and there are houses that seem out of place. Ah, look at the mound of earth beyond the junkyard, where the silhouette of a figure stands at the summit, its spiky hair gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Silently covering his face, Ryan let out a long sigh. Chapter 109. Calm analysis. Nestled outside the scrap yard stood an aged house, where radiant beams of light filtered through, casting a glow upon the dust that danced freely within. The cacophony of machinery echoed sharply, as sparks flew from the ironwork being polished. Beside the workbench, a young man furrowed his brow, his keen eyes full of concentration as he subtly adjusted the long tube in his hands according to the degree of grinding. The bronze skin peeking from his neck lent him an air of vitality, making the slender figure appear less frail. Thud, thud, thud. Was it yet another nuisance? The man's furrowed brow deepened. With the weapon competition looming ever closer, he could scarcely afford to squander time with them. After pressing the mechanical switch, he strode towards the door, reaching for the firearm concealed behind it. No, wait. As the once chaotic room fell silent, and the man momentarily ceased his work, he regained his usual composure. A brief moment of reflection unveiled his misunderstanding. Those fools would never exhibit such courtesy. They would be clamoring outside, hurling threats they fancied to be intimidating before even attempting to breach the door. However, if it was not them, then who could it be? With that thought, he retracted his motion to arm himself and instead opened the door. Creak. The old door swung ajar with an unpleasant sound. The sudden influx of sunlight compelled the man to squint involuntarily. Once his eyes adjusted, he discerned the visitor before him. Good day. May I inquire if you are Mr. Will Cordoba? The youth outside appeared almost enveloped in light, his silky black hair glimmering with a golden sheen. His clear and pleasant tone was imbued with a warmth that matched his cheerful smile. After a careful appraisal of the boy's attire and poised demeanor, Will's mind raced. Such a young man, exuding an air of distinction even while standing, must surely be from one of the most esteemed noble families. Yet, what would a noble want with him? Fully acclimated to the blinding light, Will gazed at the heaps of scrap behind the youth, a sense of curiosity swelling within him. However, upon hearing the name Cordoba, even the typically composed Will felt a ripple of emotion stir within his eyes. It is I. Suppressing the flood of memories associated with that surname, Will nodded and glanced at the two individuals accompanying the boy. Their neat and austere attire, combined with their amiable demeanor, led him to deduce, this must be a butler. His gaze shifted to the other individual. Listening to his peculiar tone, Rain understood. Researchers were often consumed by their subjects, neglecting everything else in their fervor. Prolonged periods without social interaction would naturally result in an odd inflection. Upon receiving his response, Rain mused, they had indeed come to the right place. Yet, as the offspring of that esteemed gentleman, did he truly reside in such a place? Noticing the boy's simple clothing and tousled hair, Rain felt a flicker of delight within. This is not a mockery of his plight, but rather an acknowledgement that he, too, is a researcher. Having followed in his father's footsteps, it is highly probable that he has left behind sketches pertaining to mechanical prosthetics. Yet, before he could utter a word, the young maid beside him became incensed. What kind of look is that? With her hair standing on end, Annie glared at him fiercely. Her voice a melodious reprimand. This morning, she had adorned herself in new attire, looking splendid. However, not only had her dress become soiled, but she had also stumbled into a heap of dirt. Now, after managing to find someone in this desolate place, she was subjected to such a gaze. How infuriating. She had intended to astonish the young master, to have him bow in admiration at her feet. But now, recalling the day's misfortunes, Annie ground her teeth in frustration. I apologize, Will realized his earlier rudeness. Educated since childhood not to shy away from his mistakes, he paused in silence before sincerely apologizing to the lady. Feeling that this was insufficient, he furrowed his brow and uttered a fib. Your nose is a bit dirty. I was just looking at where. Actually, you needn't have said that. Listening to his gradually returning normal tone, Rain felt a sense of resignation. He truly is a research enthusiast. Even he knew that such remarks would only further irritate the young maid. Well, Annie is the most beautiful. Interrupting her, Rain carefully sidestepped her hair and gently patted her head in a soft consolation. He had not forgotten the purpose of their visit. After all, they required his assistance and could not afford to leave a negative impression upon their first encounter. However, had this foolish girl truly grown so tall? Gazing at the maid who now stood half a head above him, Rain felt a wave of nostalgia. That little girl had grown up now. Now she was even taller than he. Rain felt a twinge of disappointment. This once scrawny little being was now surpassing him in height. Why was his growth so sluggish? How frustrating. It is worth noting that he had even carried weights during training to expedite his growth. You're joking. Are you trying to tease? Noticing the young man before her, whose eyes shone like jade and whose face resembled exquisite porcelain, Annie's cheeks flushed crimson. Truly, he was too close. I apologize. Upon our return, I will buy you new clothes, but for now, we have other matters to attend to. The young man's gentle words drifted softly to her ears. Yet Annie could hardly absorb them. After hurriedly replying, she turned away, covering her slightly heated cheeks. Young master, is it truly this handsome? Seeing his features up close for the first time, Annie silently exclaimed in her heart. Ah, youth. The butler, who had been standing unobtrusively to the side, first glanced at the bewildered Wren and then at the blushing young maid. He could not help but feel a sense of sympathy, and a gentle smile graced his lips. After reassuring the little maid, Wren scratched his head, choosing not to dwell on her reaction. The matter at hand was of utmost importance. Apologies were in order, as her day had been rather dismal. It's quite all right, the youth expressed with sincere regret, prompting Will to nod in acknowledgement. For he was not particularly perturbed by the situation. Ultimately, it was due to his own actions that this had transpired. Your demeanor suggests otherwise. Wren thought as he observed Will's stiff expression and downturned lips, silently critiquing him. Moreover, the continued refusal to invite them inside was a clear indication of their unwelcome status. It seemed that the forthcoming task would prove to be quite challenging. Noticing the direction of his gaze, Will's mind began to churn, and after some contemplation, he stepped aside, reverting to his calm demeanor as he stated, "Please, come in. The scent outside is rather unpleasant." Indeed, it was quite odorous. Albert, stroking the disheartened parrot perched upon his shoulder, silently concurred. The midday sun cast an oppressive heat, infusing the air with a nauseating blend of refuse. This is a promising start, Wren thought, his smile radiant as he entered the house. Chapter 110. Gloom. After graciously accepting the handkerchief offered by Uncle Albert, Annie wiped her nose with a smoothly polished piece of iron, a satisfied smile gracing her face. However, a sense of regret lingered. Although the dust upon her was deftly removed by the young master's abilities, her white dress was ultimately ruined. No matter how much one might attempt to clean it afterward, it could never return to its original pristine state. Oh, foolish creature. The bird of paradise perched on Albert's shoulder cast a sidelong glance, chirping with a tone of malicious glee. Though it had long recognized the limited intellect of this bipedal creature, it was still astonished by her actions today. Have you ever seen a fool rush headlong into a mound of dirt? It has. What are you thinking? At some point, Annie had drawn near, her delicate face shadowed with a frown, as if enveloped by a dark aura. Oh. Confused, the bird of paradise scratched its head with a wing, glancing back and forth, seemingly unable to comprehend her words. I can sense that just now, you were mocking me. Observing the bird's feigned innocence, Annie maintained an unyielding expression, her calm voice devoid of any inflection. Having grown up at Chris Manor, she was well aware that this bird possessed intellect rivaling that of humans. Its pretense of stupidity could deceive no one. Did it truly believe her to be foolish? Oh. Realizing it could no longer maintain its fade, the bird lowered its head, casting a wary glance at Annie. Her composed demeanor only heightened its trepidation. With a sigh, it glanced back at the young master engaged in conversation, then imitated Albert's mannerisms, wrapping a wing around itself and performing a mock bow to apologize for its earlier behavior. The depths of its avian eyes shimmered with wisdom. Were it not for the fear of her plucking its feathers, it would never deign to apologize to such a dim-witted creature. Just wait, once we are outside, I shall have my fun with you. Humph. I am a bird that understands the nuances of decorum. Indeed, you were just speaking ill of me. Confirming her suspicions, Annie could no longer contain her displeasure. With a face filled with indignation, she reached out, intent on capturing this troublesome bird for a proper reprimand. What is happening? When did this foolish creature become so clever? Flapping its wings, the bird soared into the air, momentarily taken aback. An empty grasp, Annie shouted in frustration. Come down. Shoo. Grasping her tuft of hair, Albert raised a finger to his lips and gestured to the side, indicating to Annie, who had lost her momentum upon being caught. Is that so? You came here for the mechanical prosthetics? Raising a large cup to sip, she wondered, When did this water come from? Furrowing his brow, Will gazed at the dust-stained interior. After a moment of silence, he nonchalantly set the cup down. Indeed, your father's research has instilled hope in many. Alas. Noticing the rigid expression on Will's face, Rain swiftly shifted the topic, continuing, however, if you still possess any remnants of that master's work. Master? Huh. The thought of his father, who had entered the laboratory and never returned, filled Will with a complex mix of emotions. How could one who could not even master his own creations be deemed a master? Unconsciously, Will touched his face, where remnants of a scorching memory seemed to linger. Rain cast a glance around the cluttered, dilapidated room. Would you permit us to see it? If you could replicate it, that would be splendid. For it ultimately belongs to Cordoba. He added, of course, if you have any requests, we will endeavor to fulfill them promptly. Though his tone was somewhat mercenary, Rain felt an urgent desire to grant the boy the gift of normal limbs, recalling the psychological struggles he had witnessed on the island, as well as the complexities of his life. Hence, he omitted the negotiation tactics learned in school and directly articulated his intent. Upon hearing Rain's words, Will's frown deepened. Yet, when he met the boy's earnest gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. That must be someone of great significance to him. With his eyes cast downward, a flicker of emotion rippled through Will's otherwise tranquil demeanor. Had Uncle Maha spoken to his father in a similar manner? Memories of the uncle, numbed by alcohol during Will's frequent visits to tidy up the goods, cast a shadow over his heart. As Will fell silent, the room succumbed to an uncomfortable stillness. Suddenly, a muffled sound interrupted the air. Annie, who had been restrained by Albert while listening to their conversation, seized the fallen bird of paradise before it could cry out, pinching its beak to silence it. A faint sound escaped, barely audible. I understand. The bird of paradise sensed the significance of their discussion, yet it longed for the release of its beak. Why must it be pinched? Observing the bird's beak held between two fingers, it felt a deep-seated humiliation, a sensation all too familiar when witnessing bipeds stifle their voices. I comprehend now. Indeed, the blueprints for the mechanical prosthetics are here. You would not wish for your research to be buried, would you, father? Awakened from his reverie, the image of his father laughing heartily after a successful breakthrough flashed in Will's mind, prompting him to nod gently at the boy. At Will's response, the young maid leapt up in exuberance. That's wonderful. However, Rain, seated opposite him, wore a more stoic expression, aware that such a smooth process often concealed an underlying complication. However, the mechanical prosthetics may not be as perfect as you envision. Though it was somewhat anticipated, Rain could not help but furrow his brow. He had not expected such a statement to follow. What could it mean? Glancing around at the others in the room, Will tugged at the corner of his mouth, managing to produce a feeble smile. Have you never considered that I, who have inherited such a monumental research endeavor, still reside here? Wren exchanged a glance with Albert. And even Annie, who had been exuberant, sensed something amiss. Her cheer gradually waned until it vanished entirely. Indeed, this research represented a beacon of hope for those with physical disabilities. How could it possibly remain unexamined? Even if it were merely a blueprint, it should not render this man's existence so dire. He was even resorting to using scrap materials for his experiments. Initially, he had thought perhaps the man had offended someone. After all, how could a research project with such potential, one that could benefit humanity, drift unacknowledged in obscurity? Yet, from the man's words, it seemed the research itself was flawed. Recalling the elderly man's obstruction at the general store, a cloud of gloom settled over Ren's heart. If the mechanical prosthesis were a sham, what would become of Dylan's arm? Consult a doctor? That was a jest. No matter how skilled a physician, they could not conjure an arm from thin air. Not to mention Dylan's condition was congenital. Chapter 111. Research and Rain through the eyes of Will and Albert. Will, oblivious to their expressions, stood up from the stool after speaking. He confidently made his way to a specific spot on the floor, crouched down, and lifted a section of the floorboards to retrieve a locked iron box. After wiping the dirt off the box, he returned to his seat, his gaze complex. It was to safeguard the contents within that his father had. This drawing, once heavily pressed beneath a layer of coke, was even covered by a damp cloth to prevent it from catching fire. Suppressing his emotions, Will forcefully yanked the key necklace from around his neck and unlocked the iron box. As he extracted the documents inside, he addressed the young man, remarking on how they had seemingly overlooked the subsequent reports. Subsequent reports? Rain fell silent, recalling the time spent on Barren Island. The newspapers of the West Sea were filled with articles about mechanical prosthetics, For over a month, the reports lauded this research. Even the news agencies primarily focused on the Grand Line, and the wonders of the New World made mention of it. It is worth noting that the newspaper founded by the Bird Clan was the only globally circulated publication available to sailors navigating the seas. Even the Navy's bounty notices were transmitted through these birds. By now, people had grown accustomed to the sight of the completely white bird, its waist adorned with a satchel. Indeed, Quake Rudy, the first human to receive a mechanical prosthetic, Will said, his face stiff, yet the anguish within him was reflected in his eyes. The cause of his demise was due to the explosion of the prosthetic. Explosion! Annie exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. How could this happen? It was supposed to be such a wonderful invention. Why would it explode? Remembering Dylan's struggles, her heart ached. She understood how desperately her young master wished for Dylan to recover. Even she, though occasionally exasperated by the child, held a fondness for this new member, small yet spirited. However, she glanced at the young man beside her, concern evident in her gaze. Will cast a glance at her before looking at the boy opposite, whose eyes were cast downward. Yes, an explosion. The most troublesome aspect of this research lies in the connection between the prosthetic and the nerves. Yet, this is not the most perilous part. Even if the amount of gunpowder is reduced, no amount of my father's research can improve the stability of the prosthetics. Wait. Understanding his words, Rain raised a hand to halt the conversation, his brow furrowing. Why is there gunpowder in the prosthetic? Exactly, Annie echoed, instinctively touching the firearm at her waist. Just hearing about it sounds extremely dangerous. Do you think that to make a prosthetic function like a normal arm, it wouldn't require power? No, what I mean is, why utilize gunpowder as a source of propulsion? Steam and electricity are both viable energy alternatives, and in comparison to these, the inherently explosive nature of gunpowder is evidently not an optimal choice. Ignoring the feelings of others, Ryan unabashedly expressed his doubts concerning Dylan's aspirations. Regardless of the child's future or his own commitments, he was determined to fulfill the purpose of this endeavor. Do you think you are the only one who desires this? Will's voice rose in pitch, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fury. While he understood the youth's disappointment, he could not suppress his anger. It was not merely due to the presumptuousness of an outsider, but also because he could not abide the questioning of the research his father had devoted his life to protecting. Ryan fell silent, aware that his previous inquiry had been somewhat misplaced. Although the islands of this world are isolated by the sea and each follows its own developmental trajectory, humanity's societal structure remains largely entrenched in the medieval era. Even if there are disparities among the islands, the efficiency of energy utilization is predominantly consistent. Although this place is endowed with supernatural powers such as the devil fruits, as well as individuals possessing terrifying martial prowess, these attributes do not entirely constitute advantages. The prominence of individual strength has diminished the urgent pursuit of collective power among the populace. Thus, even to this day, many islands have yet to harness electricity. For those developed islands that have, electricity is primarily confined to lighting. As for the application of steam, it remains even more rudimentary than electricity. Furthermore, mechanical prosthetics are still considered far too advanced within the current technological landscape. Armed with knowledge from his previous life, Ryan recognized that every research achievement must be grounded in foundational studies. Contemplating this, he adjusted his previously impatient demeanor and raised his head with a wry smile. I apologize. I did not mean to show disrespect to that esteemed master. I was merely too hasty. After a moment of silence, Will gently nodded, signifying his forgiveness of the affront. However, employing gunpowder as a power source still seemed excessively hazardous. Will's brow furrowed once more. Although he understood the youth's urgency and had excused the unintended slight against his father, it did not imply that an outsider could cavalierly critique their research endeavors. I am unaware of the conditions underpinning your research, but to advance, one must also grasp knowledge from other domains. It seems we can only attempt it. Rising from his seat and surveying the components in the room, Ryan mentally steeled himself. He understood how irksome it could be to be lectured by a stranger in one's area of expertise, yet for the sake of Dylan acquiring a functional arm sooner, he felt compelled to proceed thus. Fortunately, he still remembered the content from the educational channel quite well. As his gaze followed the retreating figure of the youth, Will's mood grew increasingly somber. Just as a chef would not permit others to meddle in his culinary creations, researchers too are averse to interference at their workstations. However, observing the youth's unsteady selection of materials, Will hesitated in his instinct to draw his weapon. Could it be that this noble truly possessed some insight? As he watched the boy's clumsy movements, Will pondered silently. He was aware that the noble's library was extensive. It was entirely plausible that the youth had encountered relevant schematics somewhere. Could it be that the elder had left behind unrefined works, which this young lad might improve upon? Will rubbed the slightly charred draft in his hands, feeling a flicker of hope that he himself had not yet recognized. Albert, who had been attentively observing him, relaxed his demeanor, his gaze upon the youth filled with pride. "Old master, this is indeed your descendant." As for Rain's understanding of those matters, he was not surprised. This boy, who had always cherished reading and pondering, had a penchant for posing peculiar questions since childhood. Some of those seemingly ordinary inquiries were beyond the grasp of a seasoned pirate like himself. He had not anticipated that within those common notions lay such profound reasons. It was from that point onward that he relinquished his inner arrogance and developed a reverence for knowledge. Amidst his self-deprecation, Albert's smile grew ever more benevolent. Previously, he had thought Rain's demeanor too gentle to withstand the tumult of the seas. Yet, the experiences after setting sail illuminated the truth. This gentle youth was not devoid of brilliance. Rather, his pride held him back from revealing his sharpness in mundane moments. Like a blade hidden among lofty mountains, it is only in the face of tempestuous storms that its superiority over the ocean and elevation above the heavens can be revealed. Chapter 112. The evolution of firearms is the evolution of ammunition. Is this a magnet? Approaching the workbench, Will stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, it was a magnet. Examining the familiar device in his hand, Rain's expression grew complex. For the first time, he was not merely a spectator watching others demonstrate on television. He had created it himself. Clenching his fists and feeling the surging vitality within, Rain's resolve solidified further. "I will undoubtedly make you as normal as anyone else, for I understand the depths of powerlessness. Yet, could this truly replace gunpowder?" Leaning closer to the workbench, Anne, who had found nothing of interest, clutched her beloved bird tightly, her youthful face alight with confusion. "Ha ha ha, we haven't even begun." Casting a glance around the workbench at the gathered onlookers, Rain seized the small handle beside the instrument, securing the delicate generator with one hand before beginning to turn it. As the speed of rotation increased, irregular arcs of electricity began to manifest. So beautiful. Indeed, it was related to electricity. Amidst Anne's exclamations, Will pondered deeply. Unlike Anne, who remained oblivious to the underlying principles and merely admired the dazzling arcs, Will, equipped with a foundational understanding, had already formed a hypothesis upon witnessing this device. However, this alone could not resolve the power issue of prosthetics. Lost in contemplation, Will's expression grew focused. He acknowledged that this rudimentary instrument elucidated certain properties of electricity, enriching his understanding of the commonplace phenomenon. Yet, this was merely sufficient to excuse the boy's impudent use of his laboratory without permission. This device, in and of itself, could not provide power for prosthetics. The moment the electric arcs appeared, a series of ideas flashed through his mind to enhance this device. Affixing it to the prosthetic to generate electricity with movement, or perhaps as an external device to recharge the prosthetic. Yet, he dismissed these ideas one by one. Simply augmenting the electrical intensity within the already limited confines of the prosthetic posed a significant challenge, not to mention the other complications. Moreover, his father had previously explored these avenues. The sole innovation of this device was its departure from the constraints of wind and hydropower. While this was a considerable advancement, it remained insufficient for prosthetics. Indeed, the output of this small device was inadequate. If the magnetic strength were to be increased, it would inevitably complicate the physical extension of the prosthetic. What if electricity could be stored? Noticing Anne's envious gaze, Rain, amused, handed the device to her and turned to Will. "Storing electricity. Do you truly possess such technology? If so," upon hearing his words, Will's voice rose unusually in volume. Having seen his father's initial designs, he was acutely aware that it was the challenge of electricity storage that had hampered research into electric-powered mechanisms. "Yes, I could also provide you with those blueprints, but..." Understanding his intent, Ryan made a concerted effort to suppress his delight. After a period of communication, he discerned that this perpetually composed man only exhibited fervor during his research, and intriguingly, he seemed even more anxious about the completion of the mechanical prosthesis than Ryan himself. "I understand that once the modifications are complete, you will be the first to receive them." However, Ryan hesitated, recalling the youth's circumstances, and Will, as expected, nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, The man appeared to recollect something, his brow furrowing slightly in contemplation. But I still have to participate in the weapon competition, and I fear the enhancements to the prosthesis may not be completed in time. Amidst the flickering arcs of electricity, we'll examine the sketches in his hand, hesitating before voicing his concerns. That is of no consequence. Our primary purpose for being here was to witness the grandeur of Bernard's work. You need not rush regarding the prosthesis. Ryan's previously rising anxiety subsided, and his frown smoothed out. Upon learning that the mechanical limb could be improved, he felt a sense of relief from the urgency he initially experienced. As for recording the designs for other researchers to fabricate the prosthesis, that notion had crossed his mind. Yet, could any researcher truly comprehend the intricacies of his work better than the creator's own offspring? Not to mention, he himself was an accomplished researcher. Reflecting on the various speculations he had while crafting it earlier, Ryan relinquished this option, given the firm response he had received. And with confidence in his ability to effectuate the enhancements, waiting a while did not seem insurmountable. Will nodded lightly, his gaze igniting with fervor as he regarded the arcs of electricity. The creation that his father had not completed before his demise was poised for rebirth, and thus, he too aspired to claim victory in the weapon competition. Recalling the mockery directed at his father from those on the island, his determination to win the championship solidified, now fueled by an additional motive, to promote his father's research and demonstrate to those detractors that his father was far from a mediocre researcher. With a heart brimming with fervor, Will halted the youth's preparation to write. He believed that this boy, in need of a prosthesis, had not deceived him. However, the foremost priority remained the completion of his entry for the competition. At this juncture, he could not afford distractions. Regaining his composure, Will fixed his focused gaze upon the individuals in the room. Is there anything else you require? Ryan, comprehending the unspoken message in Will's eyes, fell silent for a moment before awkwardly running a hand through his hair. Since you haven't specified what the reward is, I suppose I can only assist you in achieving victory. Although I haven't engaged in any formal research, having another perspective on inspiration and ideas is always beneficial. No, you have already provided your reward, Will thought inwardly. He need not mention that the boy had aided him in completing his father's unfinished masterpiece. The new knowledge gleaned from that simple instrument was enough to evoke gratitude towards the youth. Will chose not to say more, turning back to his workbench to continue the polishing process he had previously embarked upon. Do not speak too loudly, the petite maid scampered past, balancing a device that emitted a flickering arc of bright electricity. Noticing the suppressed mirth in the corners of her eyes, Ryan glanced back at the pursuing paradise bird, whose vibrant plumage bore a patch of charred black. The youth gently tapped the heads of both the boy and the bird, offering a resigned admonition. These two seemed to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. With synchronized movements, both the boy and the bird, their eyes glistening with tears, touched their foreheads and nodded in unison. An absurdity that was hard to describe. After imparting his lesson, Ryan shook his head and picked up the firearm he had been observing on the workbench. It was evident that this weapon retained the rustic charm characteristic of Mr. Cordapo's creations. Above the grip of the firearm, a flint had already been integrated into its design. However, Ryan's curiosity was piqued by the minuscule size of the chamber. Observing the narrow cavity on the barrel, he felt a sense of puzzlement. It was known that as firearms evolved, the convenience of flint had become prevalent, yet there remained a space intended for the loading of gunpowder. Clearly, though, this cavity was not designed for such purposes. With his intrigue deepening, Ryan leaned closer to Will, who was diligently polishing an object. Lo and behold, it was a brass short tube, roughly the size of a thumb, and as Will rotated it, the hollow rear became visible. You intend to fill it with gunpowder? Ryan exclaimed in astonishment as sparks flew from the grinding tool. Ultimately, the progression of firearms is intrinsically linked to the advancement of ammunition. Yet, while others still relied on gunpowder to propel solid projectiles, this man had already grasped a revolutionary concept. Chapter 113, Wandering Perhaps. One could transform the bullet chamber into a revolver. Observing the man, Will Rain, who remained blissfully unaware of his breakthroughs in firearm development, wore a complex expression as he offered a suggestion. He realized he had underestimated humanity in this world. After some reflection, Rain felt at ease. Regardless of his contributions or lack thereof, progress would persist. Therefore, why not assist this man in securing victory? Moreover, with such craftsmanship and inspiration, he could rest assured about the enhancement of mechanical prosthetics. The sparks from the revolver ceased, and upon hearing this suggestion, Will fell into deep contemplation. a revolver in a state of intense focus, while S mind raced, conjuring model after model in his imagination. As feasible ideas emerged, he eagerly seized a pen and paper from the table, jotting down his thoughts. Time slipped by unnoticed until Will finally solidified his ultimate model. With satisfaction, he gazed at the paper filled with parameters. Although the entire structure of the firearm would require adjustments, there was still time. With this, his chances of victory had significantly improved. A single-shot firearm that required reloading was utterly distinct from his creation. However, that young lad, it was only then that Will remembered others were present in the room. He lifted his gaze, intending to express gratitude for the young man's inspiration, only to find that they had already departed. Glancing outside at the darkening sky, Will remained silent for a moment before resuming his prior research. Within the makeshift workshop of the junkyard, the familiar hum of machinery began to fill the air once more. "Then we shall take our leave," Albert softly remarked after placing a hand on the young girl's shoulder to silence her. "I'll wander for a bit before heading back, Albert." The mottled streetlights cast a surreal glow upon the boy's face, rendering his smile almost ethereal. "Ah, Uncle Albert, I wish to stroll with the young master as well. He promised to buy me a dress this morning." The lament of the little maid echoed faintly through the bustling crowd, eliciting a chuckle from Rain as he shook his head in amusement. The dragon fruit of the grand line. Oh, so sweet and delectable. Gunpowder chicken, a specialty of Bernard Island, praised even by the king of Barren. Liar. How come I was unaware that Charlie had visited here? Recalling the time he had been deceived by Dylan into tasting gunpowder chicken, Rain smirked as he navigated through the throng of people. Along the roadside, an array of lights flickered, casting an enchanting glow over the city. Yet, the contrasting brightness of the distant skyscrapers pulled people back to reality. On the streets, children chased one another while couples playfully bickered, creating a lively atmosphere of human existence. Avoiding the quarrel of the shopkeepers ahead, Rain continued onward. He was uncertain of his destination, yet amid this metropolis of towering edifices, today's reminiscences of his past life inexplicably stirred memories of his previous existence. What a pretentious sentiment. In the past, was I ever able to roam as freely as I do now? With a self-deprecating sigh, Ren exhaled softly. With his parents and younger brother to care for, he felt a sense of relief. Inhaling the delightful aromas of various foods wafting through the air, the youth followed the enticing scents. What would the little guest like? Amidst the fragrant steam, Ren beamed brightly at the elderly woman behind the small stall. "Whichever is delicious, I shall have." The array of delectable treats displayed in neat squares left him somewhat flummoxed. Yet, the true culinary delights were undeniably present here. Listening to the lively chatter of other patrons nearby, Ren reflected on the fact that this establishment, lacking even a proper shopfront, could attract such a multitude of customers. It seemed the offerings here were indeed remarkable. This is delicious." On the table, a plump bird with a white plumage and a drooping backpack extended its wings, clutching a bamboo skewer. It was earnestly recommending the meat skewer to Ren. "Ha, you needn't stand on the ground. Of course, everything tastes delightful." Laughing heartily, Ren gestured toward the other customers waiting beside him, playfully winking at the bird. Humph. The bird turned its head in a huff, biting into the meat skewer, unwilling to acknowledge the foolishness of the human who failed to appreciate its good nature. "Grandma, I'll take this one," it chirped. "Ah." Watching the bird's astonished expression, Ren chuckled. "By the way, you must be the newsbird, right? Finished with your work?" "Ah." The newsbird shot him a sidelong glance, clutching the skewer, and with a flap of its wings, indicated its small bag at its waist. "Isn't there still one left? Be careful. The boss might deduct from your pay, and then you won't have anything to eat. Splendid." Gratefully accepting the bamboo skewer from the elderly woman, Ren took a bite and continued to tease. "Ah, there is still one left?" The newsbird glanced down at the newspaper in its bag, its entire demeanor drooping. Even the food in its beak, still quite delightful. "Worry not, I've purchased this newspaper." With the pocket money Albert had entrusted to him before leaving, Ren felt quite extravagant holding on to his fortune for the first time. "Ah." The newsbird, with teary eyes, handed over the newspaper, and upon receiving the 10 burleys, its heart swelled with gratitude. Despite its limited speech, it was indeed a good soul. "Ha, I'm off now." The youth waved the newspaper in his hand, clutching the skewer as he departed from the stall, his silhouette exuding an indescribable nonchalance. "Ah, what?" The newsbird paused in its sobs, chewing the food in its beak. suddenly realizing a flaw in its reasoning. The price of a newspaper was not even as high as the skewer, it was merely 10 burleys. Why then did it feel as though he had spent a fortune of 100,000 burleys? Being wealthy is truly delightful. With a newspaper in one hand and a meat skewer in the other, Ren mused, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. 10 years. You have no idea how I have spent these 10 years. I have truly never encountered a single coin. Today, with Sister Ya absent, Uncle Albert clandestinely bestowed upon him a small sum of pocket money, and he simply must. What shall I purchase? The young boy paused, lowering his head in contemplation. As for Annie's clothing, she would have to select for herself, even if she were to buy them. It remained uncertain whether she would truly like them. Uncle Albert lacks nothing, and Sister Ya has no particular desires either. If I were to buy something, it would be wiser to procure some fresh herbs for her. Yet, I am unaware of what medicinal herbs she might require. The thought of the euphoric bird. Let's skip that. After much deliberation, Rain sorrowfully realized that even with money, he was at a loss for what to do. He himself had no particular wants. He had already purchased training equipment yesterday and stowed it on the ship, and he possessed brushes and paints. He lacked for nothing. Perhaps it would be best to simply wander a bit. Taking a bite of a meat skewer, Rain shook his head as he walked, flipping through the newspaper, hoping that the wanted notices nestled within might offer him some solace through the peculiar visages of those new pirate rascals. Are you hungry too? Then, I can only share half with you. From the alley ahead, a hesitant, youthful voice emerged. Rain glanced around. The quiet path was graced only by a solitary street lamp standing in the distance, luring the dancing mosquitoes. The dense night enveloped the area, dividing the small alley and the distant flickering lights into two separate worlds. It is rather late. It is unsafe for a child to linger here. Furrowing his brow, Rain approached, having departed from the bustling commercial street, and casually ventured into a narrow lane. Chapter 114. The mischievous little monkey in the depths of an alley, a small, muddy child clutched the food he had just pilfered. Beads of sweat trickled down his dirt-smeared face, and his hasty attempts to wipe it left his cheeks resembling a patchwork of colors. His tattered clothing had snagged on a branch during a recent chase, and his slender arms bore the telltale marks of bruises, while his calves trembled like sifted chaff from the exertion of running. With great caution, he peeled away the packaging of the food, inhaling its enticing aroma and swallowing hard. The allure of the food made him momentarily disregard the pain from his wounds, which he had long since grown accustomed to. Suddenly pausing in his nibbling, the child concealed the food behind him and swiftly grasped a stone from the ground. Executing the entire motion with practiced ease, it was clear this was not his first encounter with such a situation. In this dimly lit corner, which only bred further darkness, those wretched souls like him would not care whether he was merely a child when food was at stake. Spotting something at the alley's entrance, the child's fierce gaze faltered, his voice cracking with an adolescent awkwardness. Dog? Doggy. Wolf before him stood an old, yellow dog, its dusty, wrinkled skin sagging, rendering its skeletal frame nearly a mere fade. Its fur, thin in patches, was marred by countless scars. Has your family abandoned you? Maintaining a safe distance, the child glanced at the dog tag hanging from its neck. Well, at your age, you can hardly bark anymore. Why would they keep a useless creature like you? The boy uttered these unfeeling words, yet a self-deprecating smile soon graced his lips. His own plight was perhaps even worse than that of the dog. Shaking his head, he turned his attention back to the food, bringing it to his lips, just as he intended to take a bite. Wolf the dog exhaled gently, its tongue lolling out and quivering slightly, while its murky, watery eyes fixed intently on the small figure not far away. What are you staring at? My food is stolen too, and that man was quite fierce. Honestly, why do you look at me like that? My situation is more pitiable than yours. Pressing his lips together, he fought back the tears of grievance. In his previous life on the island, although his aunt had often burdened him with chores and his meals consisted solely of hard, black bread, he had still felt a sense of belonging. He reminisced about the old scholar who had secretly guided him and the joy of receiving his scholar's certificate. The boy tightly pressed his cracked lips together. Back then, he would gaze longingly at the sea while gathering firewood, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mother's silhouette, now blurred by time. When she returned, he would tell her of his achievement, and the resentment he had harbored for her abandonment would dissolve the moment he embraced the joy of learning. The vastness within the pages of the book ignited in him an unwavering yearning for the vibrant sea. The words, steeped in history, captivated his very soul. He understood that his mother ventured into the ocean in search of the mists of history, embodying greatness akin to that of the venerable old man. Yet, when that fateful day arrived, he had not anticipated it would unfold in such a manner. Beneath the overwhelming deluge of molten lava, the echoes of cannon fire and gunshots reverberated in his ears. Everything on the island was obliterated in an instant. Mother, everyone. He reflected on being the first, and ultimately the last, friend on the island. The child could no longer contain his tears, yet the cracked corners of his mouth curled into a forced smile. Hee ha. A peculiar laughter startled the dog nearby. However, the profound sorrow emanating from the small figure permeated the entire alley. With weary hind legs, the aged dog slowly approached the child, extending its tongue to gently lick his small face, the only solace it could offer. Hee ha ha. Even if you comfort me, I want to share my food with you. With a hasty swipe of his sleeve, he wiped his face, his voice trembling as he spoke defiantly. The dog, too old for such slight movements, felt winded by the effort. Ultimately, it laid its head upon the child's shoulder, emitting a faint whimper from its throat. I know you're hungry too. I can only give you half. The disheveled fur brushed against the child's cheek, imparting a long-lost warmth. With lingering emotion, he hesitated before tearing the modest piece of bread in two. One cannot eat too much after being famished for so long, he mused, gazing at the bread with reluctance. The morsel brought the dog's murky eyes a fleeting glimmer of clarity. Lowering its head, it began to slowly lick the bread on the ground. Isn't it delicious? Savoring the sweetness of the flour upon his tongue, the child couldn't resist the urge to gently stroke the dog at his feet, his innocent voice radiating contentment. There are so many customers at this shop. I was fortunate to have stolen this. If it weren't for the Navy clearing the streets, the kind old lady would have shared her food with me. A sense of melancholy washed over him. Since his arrival, he had encountered nothing but kind-hearted souls. Even the old man who incessantly grumbled about the child soiling his lawn would leave leftover food hanging on his door. Yet, he felt he could not burden them. However, we can venture further away. The uncle at this shop may scold fiercely, but he is slow, and his wife is truly fearsome. As he chewed on the food, the child's spirits lifted, and he rambled on about his experiences and future aspirations, with the dog occasionally responding, as though engaged in conversation with him. With a chuckle, the little one remarked that there was no need for a response if hunger truly struck. Yet, he felt compelled to contribute. They would embark on their journey together the following day, destined to become partners. Deep within the alley, the unresponsive figure revealed a radiant smile, unable to resist scratching the fluffy creature at his feet. The little dog, obedient and endearing, elicited another round of that peculiar laughter from him. What do you think, dear pup? He mused, gazing down at the furry companion, his face still aglow with the earlier excitement. It had departed, silently fading away. Its glistening eyes were now shut, remnants of breadcrumbs lingering at the corners of its mouth, embodying a serene tranquility as if it had merely drifted into slumber. A soft, ambiguous sound escaped the little one's lips as she bit down on her own, fully aware that tears would not resolve her troubles. Yet, large droplets cascaded silently down, landing on the little dog. Such deceit. They claim the sea is vast, always teeming with companions. Yet, a demon like me can only bring misfortune. Apologies spilled forth as Ren arrived at the alley's entrance, observing the girl weeping over the small dog. He scratched his head, hesitating momentarily before speaking up. He recognized that his timing was less than ideal, but it was preferable to lurking as an uninvited voyeur. Who goes there? The sorrowful figure responded with surprising agility, crossing her arms upon seeing the silhouette at the alley's mouth. Second round flower. However, her weakened body prevented her from demonstrating her abilities as she once had. Ren swiftly approached her, checking her breath before releasing a sigh of relief. Drawing from his vast experience, he quickly deduced that the child had fainted from exhaustion. Yet, the boy remained oblivious to the half-dispersed petals that had settled in the spot he had previously occupied. Wait, she is. Ren's gaze fell upon the tear-streaked face of the girl, her features obscured by dirt, momentarily taken aback as he recalled the wanted poster he had seen. Chapter 115. The girl. This little creature has a passion for knowledge akin to that of rain. On the sofa, Yuchuan and you are seated, perusing the stacks of books piled before them. These treasures were procured by Dylan from a bookstore after lessons concluded, encompassing not only the recommendations from the teacher, but also numerous selections made by Dylan himself. The jovial bookstore owner, in gratitude for his esteemed patron, even volunteered to deliver the books back to them. "Ah, sister ya, has the young master not returned yet?" And, resting glumly amidst the heap of books on the carpet, stretched her small feet beneath the table, swaying them gently. Her face, pressed against her arm, rendered her voice somewhat muffled. On the opposite side of the sofa, Dylan, engrossed in flipping through miscellaneous books while organizing knowledge in his mind, was left speechless. How many times had she asked this now? Perhaps in a little while. He replied with a chuckle, setting the books aside as Yuchuan gently brushed her hair. It was no surprise that her stubborn little tuft remained upright. This little one is hungry as well. Albert arrived at the dining table, carrying freshly prepared food, and smiled. "If you don't mind, there are some snacks available from the Lark," and lifted her head, her face alight with surprise. "Oh, is that allowed?" Munching on a small treat. The Lark did not lift its head, quietly sliding its little plate towards Linny by, flapping its wings dismissively. "What are you thinking about?" Among its vibrantly colored feathers, a conspicuous patch of singed black stood out. Hee, and sheepishly scratched her head. Just as Uncle Albert cherished his hair, the Lark too was fond of its plumage. "It's merely a small snack. Is it truly necessary to be so stingy?" As for its own creation, humph. It was the one that approached first. Knock, knock, knock. The little maid, who had been silently grumbling in her heart, quickly sprang to her feet and scampered to the door. "Come in quickly. Uncle Albert's milfud is about to." "Ah, it smells terrible." As she swung the door open, Anne's mouth moved incessantly before she suddenly covered her nose. "Welcome back." Behind her, Yuchuan and Ya, arriving a step later, reached the doorway, their gentle eyes unconsciously drifting to the boy's back. In silence, Rain hoisted the frail little figure and forced a silly grin. Little Rain has reached that age, Yuchuan mused inwardly, her hands continuing to cleanse in the steamy bathroom. Upon scrutinizing the girl in her arms, after cleansing away the grime, even though the child appeared malnourished, her exquisite features compelled even Yuchuan to admire her beauty. However, there seemed to be a sense of familiarity. As she carefully examined the young girl's visage, Yuchuan furrowed her brows slightly. Unlike Rain, who read newspapers to gather information, her past experiences made her more attuned to the wanted notices interspersed within the pages. That was a habit she had cultivated at sea, one that remained unaltered even to this day. The child of the devil? A fleeting memory of a wanted poster glimpsed in Balin flickered through Yuchuan and Ya's minds with a hint of confusion. Although the girl's cheeks appeared gaunter compared to the photograph on the wanted notice, and her hair had been cropped into a boyish style, it was undoubtedly her. Instinctively squeezing her frail arm, Yuchuan and Ya found themselves intrigued. Why would such a delicate girl warrant a bounty close to 100 million? A devil fruit? Even among those with powers, such as some, seemed excessive. This was merely the 4 Cs. Even the most notorious pirates who had consumed devil fruits rarely exceeded a bounty of 50 million. Yet, how formidable could such a small child truly be? Even if she were a user? Or perhaps she had committed some horrifying act. Pondering the notion of a dreadful event, Yuchuan and Ya shook their heads, amused by their own absurd speculations. What impact could such a child possibly have in a grand affair? The most likely explanation was that she possessed knowledge the world government wished to keep concealed. Sensing the subtle shift in the girl's breathing, Yuchuan and Ya set aside her conjectures and continued to cleanse her body. This little one truly was. In an instant, the girl's breath stabilized once more. Had it been anyone else, they might have been deceived. "If you wake up, please open your eyes," she gently murmured while lathering foam through the girl's hair. "It would be quite uncomfortable if the soap got in your eyes." With such awareness, it was evident what kind of environment she had previously inhabited. The girl's lashes fluttered, shedding a few tiny droplets. The woman had noticed. The girl's heart raced, but she quickly composed herself, swiftly assessing the disparity between them before finally opening her eyes. Before her stood a woman of striking form, her skin, radiant as jade, slightly flushed amidst the steam. Though devoid of makeup, her features exuded all the beauty characteristic of womanhood. The black hair, elegantly styled into an updo, lent an air of grace to this ageless woman. "Is there a problem?" Yuchuan Enya asked, brushing her cheek, her eyes, beautiful as mountain streams in summer, filled with curiosity. "And no, nothing at all." The gentle, soothing tone caused the girl, estimating the woman's age, to turn her face away. A fleeting shadow of pain crossed her lowered gaze, mother quickly suppressing her longing. The girl's mind raced to regain composure. Memories flitted through her consciousness, culminating in the shadowy figure from the darkness that lingered in her mind. However, it seemed they did not recognize her. As she gently spread the lather across her skin, the girl analyzed her predicament internally. Did you take me in? The voice of the girl, caught in the throes of adolescence, bore an ambiguous timbre, tinged with a natural rasp. How astute. In her heart, she harbored admiration. As Yu Chuan, Enya gently applied foam upon her. It is our captain who brought you back, they remarked. Although she sensed the girl's probing, she remained unperturbed, responding to her inquiries in a casual manner. In truth, even she was uncertain of little Ryan's true intentions. As for any ulterior motives? Well, what of it? With a splash, they washed away the foam from the girl's body, and Yu Chuan leaned down, locking her gaze onto the girl's eyes. This rather intimidating gesture was executed with an undeniable warmth. She ran her fingers through the girl's damp, short hair, saying, I too am curious, just like you. With that, Yu Chuan lifted the girl, and once she regained her balance, she picked up a dry towel to begin the process of drying her off. For a moment, the girl was somewhat dazed, hardly comprehending her words. Her eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to the gentle summer breeze or the warm sun following the first snowfall, embodying all that is delightful and beautiful. All right, let us make haste. It is time for dinner. If we do not venture out now, your mealtime may become quite uncomfortable. The woman chuckled softly, as if recalling something amusing. Chapter 116, Table Talk. She spoke truly. The girl, now cleansed and adorned in a fresh attire, sat quietly at the table, silently chewing her food. It is worth noting that in the past, even in the homes of strangers, she would seize every opportunity to fill her stomach with as much food as possible, unaware of when she might next dine. But now, across the table, a golden-haired girl, her cheeks swollen with morsels, chewed her food with an abundance of crumbs adorning her face, her large eyes brimming with scrutiny. Sensing the gaze upon her, Annie, who had just taken a generous bite of her steak, paused her chewing and shot a fierce glare back. Being scrutinized by the beast across the table made the meal rather uncomfortable. In her bewilderment, she could not fathom why she was the target of such animosity. So she averted her eyes. Her chewing was deliberate, albeit swift, as she savored each bite. After all, one could never know when these individuals might learn her name. It was prudent to distance herself from them, for her own sake as well as theirs. In the past, there had been kind souls who offered her refuge. Yet once her true identity was unveiled, those gestures of goodwill seemed feeble in the face of millions of belly. Thus, long ago, she had come to understand that even the most nefarious individuals often exhibit kindness before a choice must be made. Not to mention, the ordinary folk. Seeing her avert her gaze, Annie took another bite of her steak, her cowlick bobbing as she nodded in satisfaction. Although she recognized that her hunger could not be entirely blamed on the girl, the time spent on her ablutions had certainly made her wait longer than anticipated. Chew, chew. Chew, chew. Ow, that hurts. Grasping her head, Lane pried her oily little hands apart. One must not make strange noises while dining. Seated beside him, Lane maintained a stoic expression as he observed the silly girl scare the others. Is this how one treats their guests? I was wrong. The tearful little maid acknowledged, struggling to swallow her food with a look of utter distress. As he handed her a bowl of corn chowder, Lane released her head and gently patted it. Good girl, tomorrow your allowance will double. With tears still glistening in her eyes, Annie cradled the small bowl, her face alight with surprise. Really? Lane silently nodded, then shifted his gaze to the girl across the table. I apologize, my name is Lane. I found you fainted in the alley, and considering the dangers of the night, I took it upon myself to bring you here. He paused, his eyes filled with regret. As for your friend, I have also brought her along. Although her intrusion was unintentional, it could still be described as rather presumptuous. Following the gaze of the boy, the girl noticed a wooden box on the table, its contents readily apparent. My name is Ellie. Thank you for your assistance. Retracting her gaze, she lowered her eyes, her voice husky and tinged with an unmistakable awkwardness. She appeared to be a timid child, suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar environment. Coupled with her frail physique, which seemed scarcely more than skin and bones, she exuded an air of vulnerability. Ellie? The boy pondered the details of the wanted poster in his mind, feeling a sense of relief wash over him outwardly. If you don't mind, that would be wonderful. From the moment he recognized the child, he had been intrigued by the reason behind her being labeled as the child of the devil, especially considering her origins from O'Hara, a place he had longed to know. Now obliterated by the government years ago. Thus, he resolved to take her under his wing. Yet, she was undeniably wary. Watching her bow her head and quietly swallow, he felt a twinge of helplessness. Her voice had an androgynous rasp, and even her name was a facade. In such a context, how could he inquire about O'Hara? Moreover, recalling the sorrowful expression she had worn in the alley, he shook his head. Forget it. If I wish to learn more, I can always find other avenues in the future. He could not bring himself to exacerbate her wounds out of mere curiosity. Suppressing his thoughts, he smiled lightly. I apologize. We are also outsiders here for the weapons tournament, so we cannot assist you further. However, you are welcome to stay here until we leave the island. Sensing the boy's sincerity, Nico Robin surveyed him cautiously, then timidly nodded her head. If it were not for the fact that Rain was observing her, she might have gone unnoticed in that subtle gesture. Yes, you may rest assured to stay. After spending some time together, Dylan had come to understand his captain a bit better. While his demeanor was gentle, he was certainly not a Navi do-gooder who could not bear to witness the misfortunes of others. Having remained silent while attentively observing their conversation, Dylan finally spoke. Had I not encountered him, my own journey at sea would have fared little better. In fact, I might not have even set foot off the island. Though he mocked himself internally, there was not a trace of gloom in Dylan's heart. Things have improved now, haven't they? The mothers on the island have found solace. They have glimpsed the world beyond, and they have met friends like us. Watching the lively interaction between the boy and the bird at the dining table, Dylan could not help but smile. Come, open your mouth. After a brief moment of silence, Dylan took a bite of the food before him. After several protests, he had learned to accept the care of this lady. At least this way, his face would remain unscathed. Picking up the napkin beneath his neck, Akiyuki gently wiped the corners of his mouth. He was quite pleased with the child's perceptiveness. Young Ryan had once demonstrated such precociousness, and he, as an elder, had been convinced by him. However, that was understandable. It was her first experience. Now, with another child aboard, she felt capable of fulfilling her role as an elder. Reflecting on the entrusted words from Fran before her departure, Akiyuki's smile grew increasingly benevolent. Thud. That hurt. The ecstatic bird, having caused quite a stir at the dining table, ceased its antics and repeatedly touched its aching head with its wings. No playing during meals, Albert remarked. Drawing a handkerchief from his collar pocket to dab at the corners of his mouth, his gaze fixed calmly on the ecstatic bird, his smile as consistently amiable as ever. Oh, I understand. The overwhelming malice surged forth, causing the ecstatic bird to instinctively stand upright, saluting with its wings. These individuals are quite amusing, mused the girl who had been quietly observing them while sipping the rich soup from the edge of her bowl. Yet, recalling her own identity, she felt a twinge of self-mockery. However, what did this have to do with her? A person of such ill fortune could only bring them misfortune. Chapter 117. How skilled you are. It is evident that the crowd outside the venue is growing increasingly larger. In the vast center of the arena, the host, gazing at the images behind him of the throngs outside, roars loudly to amplify the atmosphere. This is the western side of Burn Island, where the weapons competition is being held, transforming this once desolate area into a vibrant spectacle. The island's inhabitants, enamored with weapon researchers, along with the influx of visitors, have made this venue, which can accommodate 100,000 people, feel somewhat crowded. Outside the venue, tourists brandish an assortment of support placards, while children clutch balloons, and the streets have become a lively tapestry of colors. Wait for me. I'm so sorry, excuse me. Amidst the bustling shouts of vendors, Rain and his companions come to a halt. Has she been lost again? In the throng, the boy glances back at Yuki and Ya, who are supporting Dylan, and then at Uncle Albert, who is cradling the joybird. The little girl beside him knows to stay close. How could she have wandered off? Phew, I'm glad I caught up. Leaning on her knees and wiping the sweat from her brow, Annie exhaled in relief. Despite the constant influx of tourists to Burn over the past few days, she still finds it hard to believe that so many people are gathered on this island now that the weapons competition has commenced. The continuous flow of people brushing past her fills her with trepidation, as if the island might sink under the weight of the crowd. Be careful, Rain sighs in resignation, taking hold of the excited Annie's hand. This silly girl is experiencing such a large gathering for the first time. There will be plenty of time for her to enjoy later. Right now, they must find will to cheer him on. If they delay any longer, the competition will begin. Ellie? More than half a month has passed, and the little girl brought back out of curiosity no longer appears as uneasy as she once did. Although she still prefers silence. Observing the hand extended toward her, she raises her head, which had been bowed, and after a moment of hesitation, silently offers her small hand in return. Let us go, the boy smiles amidst the vendor's calls. You must cheer him on, Vander. Of course. This time, the championship is mine for the taking. The young man, surrounded by his friends, gives a confident thumbs up. Around them are other competitors and their family and friends, equally matched in enthusiasm. Under the grand occasion, these once reclusive researchers, perceived as odd by their neighbors, wear more smiles. Not far away, Will stands quietly by himself, his face stubbled and marked by deep circles under his eyes. In his hand, he carries a black box, within which lies a meticulously redone creation, completed just before the competition. The parameters are sound, and over 500 rounds of ammunition have been prepared. Will, who has not rested in a long time, furrows his brow, continuously searching his mind for any oversights. In his focused state, the other competitors nearby and the distant clamor do not disturb him. Upon completing the examination, Will exhaled with relief, only to be met with the sounds of congratulations from those around him. He couldn't help but shake his head. These individuals were clearly first-time competitors. The path to victory is far from simple, not to mention the experienced veterans on the island. Merely the exceptional researchers from other islands could showcase the vastness of the ocean. The ingenious ideas of his contemporaries would have humbled him, even in his prime. Otherwise, why would the Weapon Association bestow such privileges upon the champion? Did they truly believe that Bernard's pinnacle was simply bestowed upon him? Hey, why are you shaking your head? Do you look down on me? A participant, immersed in the flattery, noticed Will's gesture and voiced his displeasure. Will remained silent, his unperturbed gaze briefly meeting the man's before swiftly averting. The upheavals of recent years had endowed him with a heart of steel. Moreover, with the competition looming, he had little inclination to engage in such trivial disputes. He understood that a researcher who had spent years in the laboratory, enduring the mockery of others while treading a solitary path, would inevitably develop eccentricities regardless of their temperament. Otherwise, renowned researchers would not exhibit their own peculiarities to varying degrees. Hey, are you deaf or something? Ignored and fueled by the murmurs around him, the tall competitor grew increasingly irate. He rolled up his sleeves and advanced towards Will. What a nuisance. Will furrowed his brow, mentally lamenting the situation, while his hand instinctively moved towards his lower back. It was then he recalled that after completing his entry for the competition, he had delved into testing and, in the rush, had neglected to bring any defensive weaponry. The only item that could be deemed a weapon was concealed within a box. However, observing the captivated gazes of the onlookers, Will hesitated. These individuals were his rivals in the competition. Revealing his entry prematurely would be unwise. With that thought, he abandoned his notion of confrontation and turned his attention to the approaching giant. His physique towered above Will's, though the specifics of his strength remained uncertain. Yet, in terms of agility, Will undoubtedly held the advantage. Will, you didn't even bother to greet us when you arrived. How rude. A youth from the crowd complained as he casually draped his arm over Will's shoulder. Exactly. We even went to your house looking for you, another voice chimed in. A small maid expressing her frustration over their early morning venture that proved fruitless. What is the point of waking up so early? Doesn't anyone know that sleep is a girl's best friend? Why so silent? Feeling guilty? Jostling Will's shoulder playfully, Rain teased, his obsidian eyes darting toward the man who had halted in his tracks. He was, of course, there to help Will out of his predicament. It is worth noting that, although their previous conversations had been pleasant, their current camaraderie was unparalleled. However, this fellow truly arrived alone. Observing the small groups of competitors around him, Rain felt a sense of nostalgia. After a brief silence, Will glanced at the approaching crowd and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Humph, can't we come?" This fellow is something else. Stealing a glance at the proud girl, Annie, who was playfully sticking out her tongue, la la la. Ellie sighed inwardly as she cautiously navigated through the throng. If Rain was there to assist him, then this girl was genuinely angry. After all, recalling the little maid who clung to the blankets even when Sister Yaya tried to pull them away, Ellie felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Are you also a friend of Will? Be sure to give it your all during the competition. These individuals. Coming to a halt, the competitors seeking trouble scrutinized the bald man's attire, noting their remarkably composed demeanor. He quietly lowered his sleeves. To him, their combat prowess was inconsequential, but their status. Upon hearing the boy's question, the man who had just a moment ago been seething with anger burst into laughter. Of course. This is the grand event of Bernard Island. We will all give our utmost, right, young brother Will? Haha. Although it is a competition, as the saying goes, competition first, friendship second. You should hurry and prepare. It will soon be your turn to enter. It's really my turn already? We will chat later. As the man, who had not even left his name, departed, Will silently turned to the boy, whose lips still bore a hint of a smile, and remarked, "You seem quite adept at this." I suppose so." Rain scratched his cheek, feeling a touch bashful. "Not too shabby. It seems this research fanatic's mind has been dulled by the competitive atmosphere," he mused. "Enough of this. You aren't going to go without rest, are you?" "No need." "Huh. So confident. Is the championship already yours?" Nearby, a slender old man quietly observed the group engaged in conversation, took a swig of his drink, and then melted back into the crowd. Chapter 118, 8 Figures. "Oh, who is that?" "It is the unfortunate Farankadon, who has faced the Master Matif in 4 consecutive defeats, each time by a narrow margin. I wonder what masterpiece he brings this time. How exhilarating. And who is that behind him?" "It is the prodigy from the Cerna Kingdom, just 20 years of age, possessing both remarkable talent and striking appearance. Just look at our audience. Their reactions speak volumes. This host is surely in for a beating after the competition." Amidst the fervent cheers, Rain bypassed the flamboyant young man and cast a solemn gaze upon the elderly figure at the competition's entrance, none other than Farankadon, who had just been teased. In recent days at Berna, the name of that victorious individual has echoed incessantly in his ears. A researcher of weapons who has narrowly lost to Matif could hardly be deemed inferior, although he harbored confidence in Will's development of ammunition and his own innovative ideas. He was not naive enough to presume that Will would secure victory effortlessly. The world is never devoid of geniuses. I wonder if any contestant will falter during the match. As she offered a snack to Ailey, the little maid, her eyes narrowed with delight, seemingly lost in anticipated visions. It could indeed happen. Robin, having declined her treat, adjusted her disguise and covertly observed the screen, her expression one of quiet contemplation. "No, it is certain." Dylan, seated beside her, also noted the host on screen, spitting saliva in excitement. Judging by the remnants of bruises on his face, he has grown accustomed to being struck. Shaking his head to dispel his wandering thoughts, Dylan refocused on the peculiar creature on stage. He had seen Rain's telephone bug before, but the notion of modified creatures exchanging information was no longer astonishing once understood. However, this projection-capable telephone bug was a first for him. Upon hearing Annie's words, Albert, cradling a blissful bird, adjusted his hair. This competition belongs to the researchers, yet it is also a grand celebration for the common folk. After explaining, he absorbed the surrounding commotion. The islanders' adoration for researchers explains why it has become the haven for weapon inventions. Indeed, Robin could not help but nod gently, her gaze drifting to the woman beside her, who sat gracefully with her hands resting on her abdomen. Even in such a cacophonous environment, she exuded an elegance akin to enjoying afternoon tea. The unintentional grace she displayed stirred a sense of longing within the little girl. "What's wrong?" Ailey noticed her gaze. With a gentle tilt of her head, Yuchuan and Yu smiled softly, their expressions as tender as ever. The act of tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear adding to her charm. In that captivating gaze, Robin subtly turned her head. "It's nothing. But it seems that Mr. Rain has some concerns." Though this young lad was not very old and had repeatedly told her not to be so distant, she remained steadfast in her choice of address. Only she understood the implications of deepening her relationship with these kind-hearted individuals and the challenges that lay ahead. Noticing the pensive expression of young Rain, Yuchuan and Yashuan followed his gaze toward the snacks in Annie's hands, finding it amusing. She certainly did not believe that Rain was envious of another's treats. Thus, there was only one plausible explanation. Why do I have no pocket money? The small allowance given to him by Albert had been scarcely spent and promptly surrendered. As a result, he had reverted to his initial state of poverty, possessing nothing but a meager coin. He was acutely aware that even if he had money, there would be nowhere to spend it. However, the desire to spend and the means to do so were two entirely different matters. Envious of the little maid's allowance, the young master of the Chris family was in deep despair. Rain, suppressing a laugh, Yuchuan and Yashuan waved their hands in front of him, gently calling out, "Huh, oh." A flicker of confusion crossed Rain's eyes. Noticing the attention from Yuchuan, Yashuan, and Ailey beside him, he clenched his fist to his mouth. "Ahem, I'm fine. The competition is starting, let us focus on that." How faint. As researchers with varying expressions exited the contestant tunnel, the host, clad in splendor, continued to guide the atmosphere nonchalantly at the center of the venue. "Now, please welcome our judges to take their seats. They are Matif, 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 Amidst the thunderous cheers, the host exaggeratedly turned around, spreading his arms wide. Indeed, the pride of Burner Island, a pioneer in firearms development. The champion with an unbroken winning streak. What a high reputation this master holds, rubbing his ears amidst the cacophony. Rain listened to the barrage of titles with a sense of resignation. It was simply too loud. After Matif settled down with a warm smile, the host paused briefly and playfully winked at the screen. Of course, we must not forget our guardian, Rear Admiral Simon. However, before the audience could erupt in cheers, he continued, and the 8 esteemed researchers from the Weapons Association. The 8 distinguished researchers quietly emerged, taking their seats at the judges' table, nodding in acknowledgement to one another. They had grown accustomed to such circumstances and bore no jealousy towards Matif's acclaim. After all, even they held respect for his creativity and contributions. As for the Admiral, given his diligent efforts to protect Burner from pirate disturbances and his daily patrols through the streets, they could begrudgingly accept him. These fellows, following closely behind Simon, Lingzi, clutching her documents, felt a surge of indignation. Having witnessed the arduous nature of the Major General's work, she harbored deep resentment towards the treatment of Simon. Enough, Lingzi said, giving a slight nod to Matif. The mutual disdain between them was maintained with a semblance of decorum in such circumstances. Turning her gaze to the assembly, the stern-faced Simon silenced Lingzi's complaints from behind. But did you not hear? I said enough. Yes. After calming the document officer behind him, Simon scrutinized the sea of ordinary residents in the audience. Having been here for some time, he had gained a fair understanding of the situation on the island, and thus was indifferent to the common people's neglect of him. However, the moment Matif's misdeeds were unveiled, their expressions would surely be most intriguing. Recalling the plump fox that had already set off, a glimmer of amusement flickered in the Major General's keen eyes. With the advantage lost, what will you do now, Matif? As for whether the discreet investigation by the plump fox would arouse suspicion, Simon was utterly unconcerned. After all, during their training at headquarters, even in the most secure of institutions, his friend had managed to slip away, let alone in this place devoid of even a single monster. Chapter 119. Reality always delivers a slap when you feel invulnerable. Hey, have you noticed? That fellow named Will has caught up in the scores. In the audience, a young man glanced around, his face reflecting disbelief. The competitor was younger than him, yet had developed such remarkable weaponry. Of course I've seen it, replied the disheveled old man sitting beside him, irritation evident as he took a swig of his drink. Will was seemingly absent from the list of championship favorites. However, observing the calm contender who had just hit the bullseye and was now conversing quietly with the evaluators, this seasoned gambler cursed inwardly. How could they have overlooked such a talent? Had he placed his bets on this individual, his fortune would have already doubled. It is crucial to note that the weaponry competition tallies scores in a points system. Even though the scores from the 8 judges account for 80%, the audience still holds the remaining 20%. Now, as the test progressed to the 17th item, there was a real possibility that this newcomer might claim the championship. With such a conjecture, the gambler felt a pang of regret. Yet, he was not alone in this sentiment. The remarkable performance of Will's firearm had drawn the attention of others as well. Compared to the other competitors, his creation, though compact, possessed an enchanting allure within its simple mechanical structure. Well, is that the child of that fellow? At the competition venue, Matif, who was busy loading ammunition, also noticed the rising score on the screen. After a fleeting glance, he mused quietly, "This is quite interesting, my old friend. Your child has indeed ventured into the path you once spoke of." Observing the striking resemblance to his departed comrade, the old man smirked. What could be more validating than the offspring of a controversial figure proving his theories right? Only weapons steeped in blood could represent the most captivating direction in mechanical evolution. Nevertheless, since the outcome is now apparent, you might as well watch my ascent from below. As the testers diligently recorded the data, Matif envisioned his bright future. He was not surprised by the other competitors gradually closing the gap in scores behind him. This was not his first encounter with such a scenario. Even with unwavering confidence in his creation, he never underestimated the newcomers. In fact, with the wisdom of their predecessors coupled with advancements in other fields, the perspectives of these latecomers would broaden, leading to ever more exceptional weaponry. But what did it matter? He was Matif. Even in 20 years, no one could rival his contributions to the realm of weaponry. Matif, your data has been recorded. You may begin preparing for the next event, announced a uniformed recorder, displaying no hint of deference towards the president of the Weapon Association. Yes, even if he was an undefeated champion, even if he was a legend from Bernard Island. In this place, he, like the other competitors, is merely a participant, regardless of the identity of the contender. Even if he were the president of the Weapons Association, he would receive no preferential treatment. This is also the reason why an island without political power can flourish so remarkably. In this competition, there are no privileges. Here, the true measure lies in the merit of one's creations. In truth, this champion president, residing in the realm of honor, merely enjoys a slightly more advantageous living condition. Even as the head of the association, his responsibilities and governance are limited to an inconsequential segment of island affairs. Moreover, even this minor aspect, which is unrelated to the association, is now being meddled with by the young scion of the Blanche family. However, soon, everything will be resolved. Peering from the elevated platform, Matif squinted at the judge's table, where an engrossed naval officer suppressed his own urgency. This was the very reason he consented to that deal. He is the champion with an unbroken winning streak. But what does that matter? Everything is still tethered to the merit of his creations, regardless of Bernard's legendary status. Once a new champion emerges, these despicable spectators will rally behind the newcomer. His position, his room, everything will slip away from him. On this island, the vanquished have no right to possess even their own dignity. Reflecting on his past on the island, a shadow flickered across Matif's heart. This is why he cherishes the words of Vorn. Though the virtues of nobility may vary, the glory of ancestors endures. As one destined to forge a legacy for his family, he too shall perpetuate the honor for a lifetime. Even in death, he will live on in the conversations of his descendants. Matif, are you ready? The next round is a test of firearm accuracy. I have always been prepared. Awakened by the recorder's voice, the elderly gentleman smiled kindly. Then, like a mischievous child, winked playfully, his demeanor exuding a touch of whimsy. I look forward to the continuation of your legend. Faced with such a venerable figure, the recorder instinctively forgot the association's prohibition against conversing with competitors. Bowing his head, he offered heartfelt wishes. Ha ha, of course. Raising his creation, Matif, having reloaded with homemade ammunition, burst into laughter, aimed slightly, and squeezed the trigger. With a resounding roar. As the smoke of gunpowder dissipated, the target not far away was peppered with bullets. The championship of will seemed somewhat precarious. In the audience, Rain felt a heaviness in his heart. Just as Matif observed Will, he too, like the other spectators, focused on this legend. After all, his reputation is exceedingly illustrious. Even as an outsider to this island, one cannot help but regard him with reverence. And this elder is indeed deserving of the respect bestowed upon him by so many researchers. In the course of a single afternoon, aside from the peculiar and extreme outliers among the works, over 1,000 attendees remained at the venue, with this legendary contender consistently holding the top position. While the audience's impressions certainly played a role, the judges, known for their impartiality, would not allow his status to sway their evaluations. Otherwise, the competition would not command such significant allure. Previously concerned about potential underhanded tactics, Rain had just begun to feel at ease, only to have his heart race anew. In truth, even now, he remained astonished, unable to divert his gaze from the long-barreled firearm in his hands. That is a shotgun. Watching the elder pull the trigger and subsequently produce a small cylinder, Rain felt a twinge of exasperation. Each time he believed he had sufficiently appreciated human ingenuity, reality would deliver a stark reminder, nonchalantly asserting, not enough. He understood that during the early stages of firearm development, even in the absence of communication, similar advancements would emerge across different regions. The capacity for ammunition, the evolution of projectiles, and the elongation of barrels were all driven by a shared necessity that dictated the progression of weaponry. Yet, he had not anticipated that while others still employed flintlock guns, this island had already begun to recognize the significance of ammunition, with even shotguns making an appearance. Nevertheless, Will still had a chance. Although he too focused on ammunition, Will's creations uniquely balanced capacity with innovation. While there were others among the competitors who also explored this avenue, none did so with the same degree of consideration as Will. At this juncture, even a slight edge could prove to be the decisive opportunity. Chapter 120. I will take you down. The competition unfolded one event after another. While the audience, drawn by their passion for weaponry, remained enthusiastic, their expressions inevitably bore traces of fatigue. If the island's locals were dismayed by the array of novel weaponry, the other visitors were simply bored. The absence of beautiful women and the lack of bloodshed, coupled with the repetitive nature of the tests, left those unfamiliar with the allure of weaponry disappointed. To them, the sole source of amusement in this contest was the host. In hushed tones, they began to wager on how many times the host would be pummeled after the event. As the intermission arrived, the host, now clad in a different yet equally flamboyant outfit, re-emerged atop the elevated platform at the edge of the venue. He surveyed the audience, deliberately pausing before announcing the next test, and with a mischievous grin declared, "It's time for a bathroom break." Instantly, the stands erupted with jeers. Even those who typically abhorred raucousness couldn't help but chuckle and shake their heads. Hosting such a serious competition was indeed a challenge for him. "Hold your horses. No need to rush." He feigned fear, retracting his head slightly and wiping imaginary sweat from his brow. "You may not need to, but our contestants have been on the go since noon without a moment's respite." Before the audience could voice their discontent, he squinted at the screen and continued. "We all know that those who spend years in the laboratory, devoid of any personal life, often exhibit certain quirks in their personalities. And as for their physical state..." At this point, he flashed a knowing smile, rekindling the previously subdued atmosphere with a renewed buzz of excitement. The sun poured in at an angle, and the competitors in the arena halted their adjustments to their firearms, their thoughts eerily synchronized. After the competition, that fellow would be in serious trouble. Even those who had initially intended to address their physiological needs found their spirits dampened, due to past lessons learned. The current arms competition forbade contestants from leaving the venue during the events. Yet, after an entire afternoon, the inexperienced first-time participants felt an undeniable urgency. However, sensing the almost palpable scrutiny from their surroundings, their already grim expressions darkened further. They absolutely would not leave for such a reason. Observing the footage, a curious figure scanned left and right, seemingly searching for something. The competitors lowered their heads, adjusting their weapons and checking their gear with rough, mechanical motions, their demeanor devoid of any sympathy. In private, they had questioned more than once whether this fellow was truly capable. "Hey, is there really no one here?" With a regretful sigh, the host adjusted his flamboyant attire, mustering a semblance of enthusiasm as he glanced at the cue card in his hand. "So next," he said, casting a hopeful look towards the audience, "is it truly unnecessary?" After a moment of silence, he sighed in resignation, disappointment evident in his gaze as he turned towards the spectators. "We all know that the number of pirates on the seas is steadily increasing, and even our government's military, having relinquished the New World, struggles to contend with those villains blinded by greed." At this point, he exaggeratedly flashed a smile towards the rear admiral seated nearby, subtly indicating the presence of the Weapons Association members beside him, suggesting he was compelled to act as he did. Amused, Simon let out a hearty laugh, dismissing the host's antics. The recent withdrawal of the Navy from the New World had already been extensively covered by the media, leaving the public disillusioned with the Navy's retreat. Even the tabloids were rife with condemnation. However, as a member of the Navy, Simon was not swayed by the public's perception that the Navy lacked strength. On the contrary, the tumultuous seas had prompted the government to bolster the Navy's funding significantly. He was aware that there had already been 4 allocations this year alone. The public's speculations regarding the Navy's perceived weakness only struck Simon as laughable. The current marshal, a companion of the renowned hero, was known within the Navy as the strategist of the War of the Gods, and Simon felt a sense of reassurance recalling the formidable presence he had witnessed at headquarters. As a member of the Navy, the greater the support from behind the scenes, the more he could achieve. Indeed, while there were many formidable adversaries upon the ocean, how could the Navy, backed by the world government, truly be considered weak? A temporary retreat was merely a strategy to allow those formidable foes to turn against one another. Furthermore, the current situation was exacerbated by the insufficient number of grassroots naval personnel, coupled with the overwhelming surge of piracy, which hindered the development of the new generation within the military. As for elite forces, those critics only focused on the Navy's inability to assemble even a single admiral, failing to recognize the rapid cultivation of formidable individuals within the Navy supported by government funding, not to mention the strength present within the government itself. He would not naively assume that aside from the Navy, it consisted solely of spies and civil servants. Before the Pirate King's disruptive declaration, the world government had been able to maintain order on the seas solely through the Navy, without the current level of support. Thus, he certainly did not care about the host's affront to the Navy. As for the veiled mockery directed at the government, Simon took a sip of tea from the table and smiled. Although the member states of the world government were predominantly concentrated in the Grand Line, and this region was too weak to harbor any significant power, had the world government truly relaxed its vigilance here? Even this naval rear admiral has been dispatched to this place, let alone those intelligence officers who, upon witnessing merit, rush in as if they had seen their own father, eager to meddle in everything. If they were to mind their own business, the host would surely manage it without his intervention. Contemplating this, the naval rear admiral, cloaked in righteousness, felt a flicker of derision within. With a sigh, he retrieved a handkerchief from his coat pocket, comically wiping his forehead. The host exhaled in relief, and his relaxed demeanor was broadcasted in real time on the screen, eliciting another round of laughter from the audience. Clearing his throat in a feigned manner, he tucked away the handkerchief, glanced at the cue card, and as the venue quieted slightly, he resumed his earlier discourse. Thus, firearms are our most reliable companions. When engaging in maritime trade, you require them. When visiting friends, you need them. Even within the confines of your own home, they are essential. None of us can predict when those wretched pirates may besiege your island. Chapter 121. You are not merely a genius. You are an extraordinary prodigy. As the next test commenced, he abruptly turned, arms wide open. With this gesture, the open-air venue emitted a mechanical hum. To the astonishment of all present, the edges of the venue's ceiling began to retract. For the first time, the glass roof was revealed to the audience. Soon, under the filtered sunlight that cascaded through the newly formed ceiling, he raised a smirk. Allow me to demonstrate the kind of weapon that has always been by your side. After the initial shock, the audience, now awestruck by the grandeur of the competition, erupted into thunderous applause that reverberated throughout the venue. Did they ever consider the noise? Rubbing his ears, Ryan silently scoffed, but his expression turned to one of bemusement upon witnessing the equally perturbed faces of the judges. They truly had not anticipated this. From stones, bows and arrows, blades, and warships, to firearms today, the existence of weapons has been inextricably linked to the annals of human history. Meanwhile, the flamboyant host continued his duties, his large face serious as he leaned closer to the camera. This newly introduced test originates from an elder associated with Bernard, whose contributions to the evolution of firearms are evident to all. He is Madoff. The accolades echoed throughout the venue, as Madoff laughed heartily. His rugged appearance softened by a childlike pride. His unpretentious demeanor endeared him to many. Other competitors, whether seasoned veterans or newcomers participating in their first major competition, bowed slightly in respect to the elder, including Will. While he acknowledged his father's viewpoint that machinery extends beyond mere weaponry, in the current tumultuous tide, weaponry undeniably remains the foremost area in need of advancement. This elder's reputation in the realm of weaponry is well-deserved, setting aside his series of stable and long-range weapons. His research on ammunition alone commands respect. It is worth noting that some of his innovations have inspired Will's own creations. Ha. I look forward to seeing how you newcomers surpass me. This old man will inevitably be outdone by you. Despite these words, Madoff's face bore no trace of melancholy. His heartfelt blessings rendered the participants from beyond the islands humbled, their pride diminished in the presence of this venerable figure. Researchers, once lofty in their own homelands, now bowed before the grace of this elder. As the host received a gesture from the staff, he subtly nodded. When he observed the conversational ambience in the venue, an irate voice erupted. Hey, what are you doing? This is a competition, not a place for you to solicit experience from your seniors. The atmosphere on the competition stage momentarily stilled, conversations gradually ceased, and numerous pairs of eyes silently fixated upon him. What are you staring at? I am the foremost supporter of Master Madoff. Momentarily flustered, he quickly regained his composure and bellowed with a fierce countenance. And what are you all doing? The climate test is about to commence. The atmosphere in the contestant area shifted, recalling other voices. Oh no, I hadn't considered this aspect at all. Humph, fools. Unable to think of such matters. Hey, what right do you have to criticize me? Show me your preparations if you can. The young competitors, who had just been engrossed in their exchanges with their seniors, suddenly remembered the impending test. Glancing at the water pipes overhead, they sighed inwardly, while some contestants, with a frail mindset, lamented audibly. Now, the competition begins, the announcement briskly declared, and the figures on the platform vanished. The staff, having received the signal, opened the floodgates, and in an instant, the entire venue was drenched in a torrential downpour. Do you think this can intimidate me? Having hosted for years, I've seen my fair share of storms. Listening to the sound of water behind him, the host, now in the corridor, wiped his brow, a disdainful yet slightly proud expression upon his face. In the competition area, drizzling rain cascaded from the venue's ceiling, reflecting a beautiful rainbow under the sun's rays. However, the contestants' spirits were far from delightful. Though they were aware of Matif's advancements in ammunition from the previous grand competition, they were unwilling to simply adopt another's ideas. As for the improvements in ammunition, they believed it was merely due to the weather's impact on gunpowder. They preferred to pursue other limits of firearms rather than labor over the intricate refinements of ammunition, especially with the unpredictable rain looming. Recalling their earlier disdain, they glanced at the other well-prepared competitors and shook their heads with wry smiles. Who could have imagined that this grand competition would include such a test? Ha ha. Then let us compete, my beauty. His booming voice pierced through the rain, unabashedly exuberant, causing those around him to frown. He was a diminutive young man, his damp hair flattened by the moisture, cascading down his bare torso, with a firearm in hand as robust as his arms. Upon a closer look, they might have mistaken him for a lengthened cannon. Reflecting on his previous words, they mused, what a healthy beauty. Noticing the gazes directed at him, the young man merely curled his lip in disdain, muttering, what are you staring at? If you're unprepared, don't even think about competing. After spitting dismissively, he raised the firearm in his grasp, seemingly uninterested in engaging in idle chatter with these simpletons. Indeed, what did it matter if one was unprepared? He would undoubtedly respond to them. The young man beside him, invigorated by the years of toil and the relentless cycle of day and night, refused to abandon his efforts so easily. Respond to what? Showing up unprepared to compete? Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing the spirited voice next to him, the armed young man cast a sidelong glance at him and spat again in frustration. Did I ever imply that you should compete without preparation? He queried, bemused by the other's bewildered expression. Competing is one thing, but scoring points? Huh, what? Aren't you also? Me? What about me? After casting a glance at him, the young man shrugged and continued to manipulate his weapon. Before long, he placed his hands on his hips, gazing with satisfaction at his creation. Thank goodness I'm clever. Observing the firearm that extended an umbrella from its handle, the onlookers fell into a stunned silence. Even the competitor beside him, momentarily lost in confusion, could not help but stare at his creation before finally breaking the silence. An umbrella? Chapter 122. Thank you. As dusk descended, the evening glow spread across the sky like fine sand. A brilliant tapestry of orange hues adorned the horizon, while a few solitary birds, glancing at the cacophony of the structures below, hesitated momentarily before flapping their wings and soaring into the distance. The sun, radiant yet lingering, hung at the edge of the sky, casting a rosy hue over everything on the island. The sea breeze, rising from the ocean, wafted gently, invigorating the audience that had just emerged from the venue, their eyes still sparkling with the novelty of the experience. The atmosphere in the competitors' corridor was equally vibrant, as those who had been eliminated put on a brave face before their family and friends, determined not to reveal their disappointment. Meanwhile, a larger group of competitors gathered in twos and threes, fervently discussing the potential of new ideas. With a master in their midst, the researchers were well prepared for the pursuit of victory. Although the swift elimination of an official had left them somewhat disheartened, they quickly regained their composure. Having witnessed the works of other competitors, they felt enriched beyond mere rankings. Leaning back with his hands clasped behind his head, Ryan withdrew his gaze from the distant glow of dusk, his smile radiant. Congratulations on advancing. Will shook his head in response. It's still early. I'm merely in fourth place. In a competition of such high caliber, achieving fourth at his age was no small feat. His restraint from exuberant celebrations was a testament to his broad experience. Yet, despite this composure, a hint of his usual tranquility had faded from his tone. Fourth place indeed. Are you not satisfied, Will? Annie, who had been peering curiously at him since their first encounter, did not lift her gaze. Her demeanor resembled that of an enthusiastic aide, eager to express his feelings, knowing he would shy away from boasting. Will remained silent, observing the small hand stealthily reaching towards the weapon box. Just how much did this girl enjoy playing? He recalled their first meeting, where her fierce demeanor made quite an impression. But now, noticing Will's bemusement, Ryan suppressed a chuckle. Annie was indeed like a Siberian husky in the snow, exuding a sense of pride that could easily overturn any preconceived notions. This foolish creature, with fool written across her face, always wore an expression of innocent yet unfounded pride. Look around at the older competitors. They're at that age, yet still participating. Not only are they competing, but they haven't advanced either. So, Will, spare us your modesty. It's rather irritating to hear. As her gaze followed the movement of the weapon box, Annie swayed her hair and feigned compliments, blissfully unaware of the peculiar reactions surrounding her. Older competitors. One contestant passing by slowed his pace, the veins on his arms bulging as he grasped his weapon. I'm only 31 this year. Will, momentarily taken aback, pondered, I'm unsure if I've offended anyone. But if you keep talking, he sighed, resigning himself to the situation. After a moment of silence, Will sighed inwardly and ultimately handed the weapon box to her. Startled by the sudden proximity of the box, the young maid raised her head abruptly, covering her mouth in disbelief. Her errant hair making a small arc with the sudden motion. The glimmering moisture in the girl's eyes caused Will to feel a bit uneasy, prompting him to silently turn his head away. Is this truly for me? The barely audible response had not yet concluded when the impatient girl seized the weapon box and swiftly began to undo the clasps, her sparkling eyes narrowing with delight. Will, you are indeed a good person. In light of your generous gift of the weapon to me, I shall forgive you. The radiance of her smile dispelled any remnants of sentimentality. Huh, forgive me? Will stood frozen, momentarily bewildered. He shrugged apologetically at the older gentleman beside him. And once he had moved away, Ryan gave the girl a light pat on the head. You ought to say thank you. Instinctively shrinking her head, Annie remained somewhat dazed. Thank you. Not to me, Will. He has shared his competition piece with you. Wouldn't it be appropriate to express your gratitude? Ryan gave her another gentle pat on the head, baffled by her apparent lack of awareness. Huh? Have you grown taller again? Realizing this, Ryan increased the pressure of his pat slightly, unwilling to accept the truth. Ouch! With a cry of pain, Annie wished to rub her head, but hesitated, her eyes glistening with tears. After a moment of contemplation, she cradled the box and scampered behind Albert. A few seconds later, amidst the disdainful gaze of the phoenix, she cautiously poked her head out. Thank you, Will. Not at all. Still pondering why she would need to forgive him for giving her the box, Will offered a perfunctory response. Is this the way they always interact? Dylan observed the playful chase between the boy and girl circling around Albert in silence. Aside from Annie, who constantly sought various means to coax him into calling her sister, one of the participants in this childish game was, astonishingly, his captain. How delightful. In contrast to Dylan's embarrassment, Ellie, enveloped in layers of clothing with only her eyes visible, harbored a mysterious expression. She had never engaged in such games, even when everyone was present. No, although I have never played, I have experienced that joy. Remembering the giants of her past, she pressed her lips together, stifling the laughter that threatened to escape. Yuan and Anya supported the two little one's shoulders, and in the evening breeze, her warm and radiant gaze narrowed slightly as she watched their playful chase, her smile becoming increasingly pure. They have always been this way, playfully bantering since childhood. Reflecting on the mischievousness she had witnessed at Baron Rain, her eyes sparkled with amusement. And two has long endured bullying yet remains oblivious to the lessons of her experiences, soon trailing behind little Ryan once more. However, after arriving at the vast ocean, Ryan has become increasingly cheerful. Following their parting, Will finds himself walking home alone. Despite this being only their second encounter, they are indeed a wonderful group of individuals. Reflecting on their previous playful banter, this young researcher, accustomed to solitude and burdened by his father's unfulfilled aspirations, feels a sense of relaxation creeping in. Since the incident from years past, he has not engaged in normal conversations with others for a considerable time. Yet, he realizes that now is not the moment for ease. The competition tomorrow is daunting, and he must swiftly return to adjust his weaponry. It is essential to note that even though the venue for the competition is situated on the outskirts of Bernard Island, much like his residence, the locations are directly opposed. This means that to reach the venue from his home, he must traverse the entirety of the island. He has contemplated temporarily residing here, but the mechanical adjustments required for his weaponry render it impractical. The devices crafted by fellow researchers serve various purposes, and their usability presents a significant challenge. In Bernard, merely inquiring about someone else's creations can be quite perilous. Encountering an irritable individual could yield consequences far graver than casually complimenting, "Your wife is truly beautiful." After all, one can always offer an excuse after the latter remark, but questioning another's machinery leaves no room for retorts. The sound of footsteps behind him causes Will to pause, his right hand slowly moving toward his lower back, where his new firearm is holstered. As for the previous case, it was damaged by that girl during their earlier chase. Chapter 123. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Obedient Sack. As the crimson embers of the horizon faded, the night enveloped everything in its intricate web. The reality of the day dissipated, leaving only shadows. Will surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had unwittingly wandered into an alley. The atmosphere was eerily silent, flanked by walls of moderate height. In the distance, the dim lights cast haunting shadows upon the moss-covered ground, while the entwined vines along the walls appeared sinister. Although this place housed the largest venue on the entire island, it remained on the outskirts. The moon ascended from the depths of darkness, its feeble glow adorning the walls bordering the path like a delicate lace, akin to the rim of a chalice. Yet, the silhouettes of the plants reflected in the soft luminescence grew increasingly ominous. The rustling footsteps behind him drew nearer, their sound becoming stealthy in the gathering crowd. In such a confined alley, fear began to creep in. Will adjusted his position, gradually moving to the wall, one hand resting casually at his waist, resembling a weary traveler taking a respite. The experiences of the past years had instinctively taught him to occupy the most advantageous position for confrontation. 40? 50? The voices closing in behind him made Will furrow his brow. He doubted these individuals sought him out, mere street thugs who couldn't afford tickets to the competition. Yet, given his position, casting a sidelong glance at his surroundings, Will steeled himself for the worst. He was no fool to believe these people were in pursuit of a renowned establishment. The question of when he had offended any of them became irrelevant. Over the years, he had learned just how merciless life could be. Who knew if one had inadvertently crossed someone else's path? Were they disgruntled competitors? Or perhaps factions placing bets in the background? Or, as he remained vigilant, the group behind him drew closer. In the scant illumination, the motley assembly of figures moved silently through the alley. Their disordered advance was imbued with a solemn atmosphere, enhanced by their silence. Then, the moon broke through the clouds. And in that muted light, Will quickly discerned the center of the crowd, a black sack, from which a pair of shoes protruded, unmistakably indicating its contents. The onlookers noticed Will by the wall, their pace slackening. Kidnapping? Or, just as he pondered whether the person within the sack was still alive, the sack spoke. Is this where we stop? How thoughtful of you to consider my return journey. Unlike those bastards yesterday who dragged me to that dump. Do you know how difficult it is to walk to the center of the island in such pain? As the gap reached a pause in position, the burlap sack murmured incessantly, its words surprisingly imbued with emotion. This voice, it belongs to the host, then all is well. With a shift in thought, recognizing the owner of that voice, Will felt a sense of relief. If it were him, then this assembly was of little concern. Upon closer inspection, he realized he recognized many among them. Releasing his grip at his waist, Will offered a slight nod, a silent greeting. Since they were all competitors for the afternoon match, it would be prudent not to disturb them. A wordless invitation received no response. The contestants merely acknowledged him with a nod before resuming their quiet advance. Was it too far? Initially, he had sought a secluded spot, yet they readily accepted the derogatory term senior that slipped from his lips. Tomorrow's competition. Observing their retreating figures, the uncontainable surge of malice compelled Will to wisely withhold the words on the tip of his tongue. The host's words could be substituted, and those contestants were unlikely to seek his demise. Moreover, witnessing the burlap sack, which had settled down after a kick without a hint of struggle, Will shook his head. It seemed he had grown accustomed to it. As night fell, a few spirited visitors wandered the illuminated streets, amidst a cacophony of noise. Thanks to the hosting of the weaponry tournament, this island, renowned in the Western Sea, had recently become quite lively. After 2 hours of walking, Will surveyed his surroundings. Whether pedestrians or vendors, every individual wore a smile of contentment. Here, everything remained as splendid as ever, a beauty that held no connection to him. Since that unfortunate incident, his days had been filled with dim lighting, the stench wafting in from outside, and the mechanical drone of noise. The child who once longed to escape that place had now adapted to those elements. Yet the familiar companions of his upbringing felt as though they were lacking something essential. Well, a voice called from behind, laced with uncertain inquiry. Halting his steps, Will turned, unaware that he had a friend in the city center. At the entrance of a shop diagonally opposite, a burly man clad in a black coat and leather boots stood by the lamplight, his wide-brimmed hat almost obscuring his face, allowing only a glimpse of his features below the nose. The paper box he held emitted steam, enveloping his thick, dark beard in a veil of white mist. After a moment of scrutiny following Will's turn, The man seemed to confirm his assessment, biting off a piece of food from the skewer and striding over with purpose. Indeed, it is you, at long last emerging from your den. Even before his arrival, a resonant voice reverberated, laced with a teasing familiarity, unaffected by the morsels in his mouth. You scrutinized the peculiarly attired newcomer, and Will furrowed his brow, his voice wavering. It's me, Duran. Do you not recognize me? Duran, somewhat incredulous, whisked off his felt hat and pointed at his face with the hand that wasn't he occupied with food, urging him to look closely. Duran? Will examined the contours of his forehead and surroundings, yet found no recollection of this middle-aged man. I'm sorry, sir, but if there is nothing further, I must take my leave. With that, Will prepared to depart, convinced that this man, clearly a father of at least 2 children, was nothing more than a charlatan. Rumor had it that such ruses were all the rage on the island lately. As for how they knew his name, well, the recent scathing critiques of the bank by islanders in the newspapers had not gone unnoticed. Wait, Duran faltered, and as he saw Will's intention to leave, he hastily grasped his arm in a bid to retain him. Have con artists become this brazen? In that instant, Will swiftly extricated himself, revealing the firearm that had been concealed at his waist, its dark muzzle now aimed squarely at Duran's heart. Over the years, his growth had not merely been in scholarly pursuits. Do not shoot, it's me, Duran. Don't you remember? Old man Duran. With the gun pointed at him, the middle-aged man disregarded the shame gnawing at him and uttered the nickname that had accompanied his entire childhood. Chapter 124. The cipher. In a dimly lit tavern at the street corner, 2 patrons sat facing each other at a wooden table, enveloped in a haze of darkness that separated them from the bustling world outside. These 2 were none other than the recently reunited Duran and Will. The clamor of shouts and gunfire had stirred the streets into chaos, an inappropriate backdrop for reminiscing. I have already introduced myself as Duran, yet you insist on compelling me to utter that nickname, he remarked, placing his felt hat on the table. The remnants of embarrassment lingered. As the middle-aged man felt somewhat deflated, he raised his beer in a distant salute to the tavern's server and downed it in one gulp. Silently observing him finish his drink, Will scrutinized his old friend. Upon hearing the mention of the old man, Will was transported back to the memory of his neighbor. After all, only Duran had sported such an elderly visage at such a tender age. Yet, the transformation was remarkable, reflecting on the once stooped little figure. Will marveled at how anyone could connect that diminutive old man to this tall and robust middle-aged individual. With a hearty belch, Duran emptied his glass, then playfully thumped his chest, a proud grin plastered across his bearded face. Surprised, aren't you? That little old man has now blossomed into this. Will could not deny the truth in Duran's words and nodded slightly, his voice calm. The little old man has indeed morphed into a middle-aged uncle. Having achieved a commendable ranking in today's competition, coupled with the reunion of old friends, even the typically composed researcher allowed himself a rare jest. Hey, you rascal! Duran exclaimed, banging the table in mock annoyance. Yet, recalling the stories he had heard from neighbors upon returning home, he tempered his military demeanor. Only he understood the depth of the bond between Will and that person, a friendship that had evoked both admiration and envy, a memory that remained vivid in his mind. Furthermore, his father. With a sigh of resignation, Duran feigned nonchalance. You're not so simple yourself, managing to evade my elder's grasp. Clearly, you've been honing your skills over the years. I do wonder, however, if your inventive prowess has waned. Indeed, he was astounded by the little inventor from his memories. Back then, his parents would scold him, forever raving about the genius from the slums. Yet, at that time, his physical prowess was hardly superior to that of the diminutive elder. But in their brief encounter just now, even without exerting force, escaping his grasp was no feat for an ordinary adult. Mind you, having spent years in the G branch, he had tussled with pirates and ships alike. I participated in this competition as well, Will stated, setting down his beer and subtly glossing over his own ranking, his distaste for the alcoholic beverage evident. Aren't you supposed to be on patrol at this hour? He was genuinely pleased for Duran's success. Yet he hoped that the little elder would not face repercussions because of their meeting. Haha, rest assured. Even though the number of tourists on the island has indeed surged recently, it bears no significance to me. With a thumbs up, Duran boasted. I am certainly not one of those foot soldiers. He leaned closer, one hand cupped over his mouth, and whispered conspiratorially, the old man, that is. I am a member of a secret unit. Will understood, dismissing the roughness of his phrasing. As a soldier, certain habits of the military inevitably linger. An investigative mission? Duran gasped, How do you know? I never told you. Could it be that Will is also one of us? As he recalled their earlier encounter and Duran's peculiar attire, Will fell silent. Though it felt somewhat improper to think this way, had the naval situation truly deteriorated to such an extent? You are following that captain? Duran asked, glancing around with a serious demeanor, speaking in a hushed tone akin to that of a covert operative. He indeed is. Will pondered the title he had just mentioned, recognizing that it truly pointed to his secret unit. However, observing Duran's expectant demeanor for a signal, he silently sighed. This fellow, in a certain light, remained unchanged from the past. Desiring to avoid any trouble for Duran, Will swiftly shifted the topic. You always talk about yourself. I'm doing quite well too. By the way, did you watch the recent competition? Huh? Duran was momentarily bewildered by the abrupt change in topic, but quickly regained his composure. It dawned on him that Will and he were not part of the same system. The officer who occasionally took them out for fun could very well engage in such activities. Of that he was certain. As a frequent visitor to the punishment room, he understood their superior better than all his colleagues combined. The chief had ascended to the position of second in command at the base precisely due to his extraordinary cunning, wisdom. Speaking of which, the caliber of researchers at this weaponry conference was commendable, yet defeating Matif remained a formidable challenge. Reflecting on the day's experiences at the venue, Will remarked, only you could flatter someone as if you were a judge. Realizing that Will preferred not to delve deeper into conversation, Duran relaxed, instinctively teasing Will's calm demeanor. This fellow had always been like this. Yet, in his youth, he at least displayed a range of expressions. Now, he resembled a machine. However, considering his past experiences, indeed, weaponry has progressed. Following Duran's words, he expressed his sentiments, but upon mentioning Matif, his expression darkened. Matif has indeed made substantial contributions. What's wrong? Noticing Duran's unabashed disdain, Will felt a tinge of confusion. On the island, aside from the narrow-minded, most researchers held great respect for that master, not to mention the ordinary populace. It is no exaggeration to assert that if Bernard were to select a new king, Matif would undoubtedly emerge as the victor by a landslide. Yet, Duran, in his current demeanor, no, never mind. He scrutinized Will closely, and without a doubt. Having found nothing, Duran took another sip of his drink. Did he not know? It seemed the commander had deliberately concealed this information. Considering the significance of their current mission, Duran understood, yet felt a sense of relief for Will. It was indeed a fortunate turn of events for an adversary to meet such an end. Furthermore, since the commander had chosen not to disclose this to him, it would be prudent for him to remain silent. Until now, he had assumed that Will had, like himself, joined the Navy. No, he needed clarity. Perceiving the evasion in Will's gaze, Duran leaned forward, convinced that Matif was indeed connected to Will. His instincts warned him that this was certainly not a good sign. Suddenly, the jingle of the wind chimes at the entrance of the desolate tavern became urgent. Wait for me. Duran, one hand clutching his felt hat, nodded to the bartender as he pushed open the door and hastened to follow the figure ahead. Damn it. Why did I say anything? Hastily adjusting his hat, the naval officer cursed under his breath, his pace unrelenting as he hurried into the knight's embrace. Chapter 125. A peculiar feeling washed over them. Meanwhile, back at the island's center, after finishing their meal, Ryan and his companions returned to the bustling commercial street. Although they had not been dragged around by the little maid in recent days, today was different. The fervor of the competition had drawn a continuous influx of tourists, resulting in a vibrant explosion of activity around them. More importantly, in just a month, you've completed the course? And stared wide-eyed at the small figure beside her, her mouth agape. The food she was eating suddenly lost its appeal. During their time at the manor, she had often eavesdropped on the young master's lessons, and the assortment of subjects had left her feeling dizzy. It had taken the young master 2 years to cover the material. How could this little one, Dylan, no less, finish it in a mere month? No. I've only completed the core subjects. I will need to study the additional material from books later on, Ryan firmly corrected, wrinkling his brow at the pungent remnants of food that had sprayed around, a scent so irritating it made him want to sneeze. Had this fellow always had such a strong taste? Oh, right, and recalled, thinking of the increasing number of books in their room. She had suspected as much. Ryan could not possibly be so foolish. Well then, let us not dwell on that while we're out having fun. You Haven T stepped out since we arrived on the island. Let us enjoy today to the fullest. Just say what you want. The somewhat foolish Ryan, having recently completed his painting titled Daylight, appeared particularly generous. Yet, why did it feel increasingly awkward? Realizing this, Ryan's fatherly smile turned into an embarrassed grin. Dylan, this is too much. In their shared silence, Ryan removed the arm that had been draped over Dylan's shoulder and rubbed his nose. Goodness. Wanting children without even having a partner? Isn't that a bit hasty? Exclaimed Quian Enya, while Albert chuckled. Indeed, meanwhile, and, who was making a valiant effort to take a large bite of her meat patty, continued to munch away. Chew quietly while you eat. Startled by the sudden attention, and quickly covered her mouth and nodded vigorously. Okay. How terrifying. After the awkward moment passed, Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. This silly girl always managed to play her part in the most unexpected ways. How amusing. Robin smirked, a glimmer of mirth in her eyes. She observed everyone's expressions, suppressing her laughter. She knew that the woman behind her had corrected her posture, while the two boys were merely trying to escape the awkwardness. Butler. Robin cast a silent glance at Albert, whose face was crumpled into a ball by his handkerchief. He truly had a penchant for cleanliness. Throughout this month, regardless of the time, the butler's attire has been meticulously refined to an almost severe degree. After each grooming session, he would mournfully lament the loss of his friend in hand, even selecting a picturesque spot for its burial. I seem to have caught a glimpse of the old grandmother from days gone by. A glance at the elderly figure nearby, the little girl spoke in a bashful tone, filled with hesitance. I must express my gratitude. Could it be her? Sister Ellie? The restored Dylan quickly identified a hunched silhouette at a street corner, his voice as familiar as ever. After a month of interaction, he had been utterly captivated by the depth of this girl's knowledge, willingly bestowing upon her the title of sister for her academic assistance. Yet, recalling her frail and disheveled appearance upon their first encounter, it was difficult to regard her with fondness befitting an elder. No, it was rather the grandmother who had taken him in and cared for him. Hastily waving his hands, Robin sought to clarify, not wanting these kind souls who had sheltered him to misconstrue his intentions. Such gratitude is indeed warranted. Nodding, Ryan released his grip on the little maid's cheek, stroking his chin as he spoke. It's fine. I can manage on my own. The girl glanced at him, her words caught in her throat. Noticing her gaze linger upon his attire, Albert neatly folded his handkerchief and stowed it in his pocket, offering a warm smile. Perhaps it's best to heed Ellie's own wishes, young master. Indeed, Ryan, having grasped this sentiment, remained silent. Over the years, he had come to understand much. This was, after all, not the world he once inhabited. While good intentions might often lead to unfortunate outcomes, in this society marked by class disparity, the results of kindness could be even more absurd. Retrieving his gaze from the ragged elder, he nodded. An early start leads to early learning. By the way, may I inquire about Sister Ya? Of course. At the butler's discreet nod, Albert retrieved a coin from his jacket pocket, casting a curious glance at the girl. He understood the young master's intent. Yet such matters ought to be discussed with Miss Ellie, as it ultimately pertained to her. Over the years of managing, he had learned to navigate situations with greater wisdom. Thank you. I will return shortly. Silently accepting the coin, Robin bowed her head, rendering her expression unreadable. She was aware that these individuals did not favor expressions of gratitude, and their kindness could not be offset by mere words, just as she would never apologize to others. Every person yearned to be acknowledged in their own right. Ellie, what snacks would you like? I'll let you in on a secret. The taste of gunpowder chicken is truly marvelous. Pouting her cheeks, and, still miffed at Ryan, munched on the remnants of her snack, her face leaning in with an air of mystery. Although she would not concede to that pesky little boy about her age, her respect for Ellie stirred a hint of jealousy within her, yet it did not sour her feelings towards Ellie. In recent days, she has formed a close friendship with Ellie, even sharing the precious books she secretly purchases while shopping, a privilege she does not extend even to Rain. I too wish to partake, she murmured hesitantly, unable to resist the clarity shining in Ellie's eyes, her voice laced with a hint of timidity. Having heard much discourse on the tastes of the little maid, she found it difficult to harbor expectations. Nevertheless, it was her sincere gesture. Noticing Ellie's delight as her hair stood on end, Ellie silently sighed. Perhaps it was acceptable, even if she herself did not partake. She could still find joy in it. Rest assured, this time I have procured an oversized bag, ample enough for us, and that little rascal shall not have a morsel. Nor shall master even think to ask. With an air of mock seriousness, Annie nodded vigorously, envisioning the cozy scene of reading and snacking beneath her blanket that evening, only to turn her head away with a touch of pride upon catching Rain's gaze. Such repulsive food, I have no desire to even inquire about its flavor. At that moment, Rain and Dylan shared an uncanny synchrony of thought. Then, I shall take my leave, Robin said, casting a glance at the elderly woman who was retreating around the corner, her grip tightening around the Bailey. Hurry along, and remember to return early this evening. Yes, I understand, Robin obediently replied, turning to weave through the crowd, jogging to catch up. That little one, supporting Dylan's shoulder. Izumi and you maintained their usual smiles. Then, meeting the butler's gaze, they nodded subtly in acknowledgement. Chapter 126. Petals. The figures grew sparse. And devoid of the dispersing light, the night enveloped this place, isolating it into another realm. The distant sounds of revelry were faint and unfamiliar. The mottled puddles beneath my feet reflected the surrounding gloom. This is the city, no matter how resplendent it may be. There will always exist corners where the radiance fails to reach. And in these shadows, those in power often withhold even a single inexpensive streetlight. Nevertheless, these corners are an integral part of the city, albeit a different facet of it, an aspect that the average person cannot see and subconsciously chooses to ignore. In a vicious cycle, the darkness that continuously breeds here drags all into its abyss, and ironically, such places possess a peculiar set of rules. Absurd and enigmatic rules, conventions so grotesque that merely hearing of them can induce physical discomfort, yet they nurture a multitude of lives that are beyond imagination. After all, existence has never been an uncomplicated affair. Step, step. The sound of footsteps approached, light yet rippling with moisture. It was evident that the visitor was frail, perhaps even a child. Lost, are you, child? The elder in front turned to look, her face marred with grime, the wind tousling her graying hair. Her hunched back portraying a picture of desolation. Yet, her remarkably bright eyes felt utterly incongruous with her attire. That was not the gaze of one crushed by the weight of life. Robin remained silent, her emerald eyes dimmed by the absence of light, fixed intently on the elder's wrist. At long last, she encountered the one who had been observing her since the gathering commenced. She showed no signs of surprise at the elder's appearance. Oh, how careless of me. Following the girl's gaze, Robin noticed a telebug slumbering soundly on the elder's wrist, perhaps due to an oversight after the earlier report. The elder's voice unexpectedly grew as coarse as a man's. Is there something you seek? The destroyer of the tree of knowledge, the demon offspring of O'Hara. Discarding the stinking sack she held, the elder's tone was slow and hoarse, her voice regaining its former frailty. If it weren't for the earlier slip of frustration and the report she had overheard with her ability, Robin might have genuinely believed that she was merely an ordinary old woman. I don't wish to run anymore. The girl removed her mask. Her head bowed as her soft voice mingled with the night. It seemed to be a whisper meant for herself, yet also for others. Take me away. The girl lifted her head, her lips pressed tightly together, her weary eyes reflecting an unshakable guilt that even the night could not dissolve. The elder's face softened with compassion, her stained visage radiating the warmth of a guardian. Were it not for the shared intelligence of others, I might have truly believed you. During her flight, the downfall of 6 pirate crews was precipitated. Although we have not uncovered your involvement, your shadow undoubtedly lingers within. With such capabilities, Nico Robin, how am I to trust in your surrender? Observing the girl across from her, who remained silent, the elderly woman grew mocking. Or perhaps you felt the warmth of home among that group of nobles. Surely not. Could it be that one who has personally obliterated her own homeland's demons would yearn for that fleeting warmth? The elderly woman's expression was one of exaggerated disbelief. It is no wonder she was so disconcerted, just as the world could not fathom why a mere girl commanded a bounty nearing 100 million. She too could not comprehend the exceedingly high reward for capturing this girl. Yet, he need not understand. He was aware that from the moment he encountered this girl, his fate had irrevocably altered. As a member of CP5, the achievement of apprehending the Devil's Child was sufficient for his elevation to a higher echelon within the CP ranks. He could only wonder what island in the Grand Line he would be assigned to. If only it were myriad, he thought with a chuckle. At last, he could escape these barren seas. Moreover, he could select a devil fruit. Recalling the girl's valuation within the organization, the agent, who had long since amassed enough in the West Blue, brimmed with visions of the future. Nevertheless, a profound sense of vigilance lingered in his heart. Over the years, he had witnessed numerous instances where carelessness led to downfall. For others, it might only result in injury or loss of belongings, but in his line of work, a moment's negligence could cost him his life. Furthermore, the bounty she carried could easily spell doom for many pirates, and she had evaded capture time and again until she crossed paths with him. No matter how one viewed it, this girl was far from simple. Yet, was that warmth genuine? Once her true identity is revealed, will they still regard her as before? She had encountered benevolent souls before, yet when they learned of her identity, the best outcome had merely been her expulsion from their midst. Yet she would prefer to be reported. Each farewell, laden with complex gazes, plunged her back into despair after moments of joy. That warmth, akin to a poppy flower or an oasis glimpsed by a weary traveler in the desert, offered her false hope, only to cast her off a precipice in an instant. The ever-shifting circumstances left the young girl's spirit wearier still. It is real. Robin fixated on her, her youthful voice resolute. Although this authenticity was extended to the girl named Allie, Nico Robin too felt it. Is that so? The dove seemed to grasp the thoughts within the girl's heart. A playful smile twisted upon his lips, warped by the elderly woman's guise. Indeed, that is the truth. But not the truth meant for you, child of the demon. As she spoke, she approached step by step, her delicate footsteps landing as if upon the very heart of the girl. After a prolonged period of fruitless probing, he had lost all patience to continue waiting. A splendid future beckoned before him, and even the government agents could not suppress the urgency within their hearts. Standing beside the girl, he inhaled the incongruous fragrance that wafted from her hair, while the old woman, stooped with age, reached out to caress the top of her head, her face radiating warmth and kindness. Robin trembled, crossing her arms in front of her in fear. Despite her discomfort with the gesture, she found herself unable to reject the helplessness etched upon the girl's face. You think I am someone? Those fools who aren't even a couple? Stepping forward, the dove mocked, her smile dripping with disdain, her yet-to-coalesce arms scattering as she moved with haste. A fruit bearer, huh? What do you intend to do to Ellie? In the darkness, a third voice emerged, causing the dove to furrow her brow as she swiftly struck out with her raised arm, determined that no one could impede her. The reward of the demon's child was hers to claim. With a powerful thud to the back of her neck, Robin slumped to the ground, struggling against the weight of her increasingly heavy eyelids. The familiar voice that echoed in her ears stirred deep emotions within the girl, who had grown accustomed to drifting alone upon the vast ocean. Run away, this version of me, this version of me. In her blurred vision, a petal fluttered before her eyes. Chapter 127. You ask, why don't you ask? Rain, accompanied by a group of followers, halted, his gaze fixed upon the girl sprawled on the ground not far ahead, his expression grim. You truly are. Suddenly, amidst the thunderous roar, Rain darted to the old man's side and delivered a powerful kick, the fierce gust of wind sending his disheveled, silver-streaked wig flying. Are you unable to comprehend? What? Startled by the youth's explosive speed, the pigeon, sensing impending danger, instinctively raised both arms to shield himself. Yet, the barrier he erected proved futile as the overwhelming force struck his chest, propelling him backward. The muscles in his thighs bulged, stretching the tattered rags of his beggar-esque attire to their limits, striving to maintain his stance. However, the wrathful force compelled him to slide backward, etching two deep grooves into the earth beneath his feet. After being forced back, Rain gracefully turned mid-air to dissipate his momentum, landing softly as he listened intently to the girl's breathing beside him, finally exhaling in relief. He then regarded the shadowy figure ahead with grave concern. Uncle Albert, I entrust her to you. Squatting down to check the girl's breath, Albert responded affirmatively and gently lifted her, retreating. The ever-present smile that graced his lips had vanished. Over the past few days, he had grown fond of the quiet girl who often nestled in a corner with her books. Though their conversations were scarce, her recent actions suggested that this girl, entangled in a significant predicament, wished to shield them from harm. With this in mind, he entrusted Ellie to Yuki and Yaya, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket to tenderly wipe her face. As for the young master's intentions, he understood them clearly, to ensure the safety of the others. However, stealing a glance at the increasingly cheerful Yuki and Yaya, the butler remained silent. Protecting the others, he shifted his focus onto the two little rascals. Reflecting on memories of his own youthful adventures upon the ocean waves, he felt a pang of nostalgia as he surveyed the surrounding children. As the swirling dust began to settle, the pigeon lifted his foot, dislodging a few pebbles. Yet another wretched soul blinded by demons. No longer daunted by the previous oppressive atmosphere, the crescent moon peeked from behind the clouds. As the sandy light cascaded down, the pigeon, his wig now gone, ceased to conceal himself, standing tall and slowly scrutinizing the young man opposite him, his eyes openly filled with pity. While he brazenly assessed the situation, Rain was equally observant. A denizen of the kingdom? Moreover, judging by the reaction following his utterance, it seemed Ellie held substantial importance to him, or perhaps to those behind him. Furrowing his brow, Rain pondered this mystery. Beyond that, he found it difficult to fathom what capabilities a girl like Ellie might possess to warrant such attention. However, if she were a pawn in a political game, the explanation became considerably clearer. Although Ellie appeared reserved and spoke little in their presence, her occasional discussions with Dylan revealed a distinctiveness of her own. It is important to acknowledge that the cultural literacy rate in this world is rather low. For children from ordinary families, lacking the knowledge and insight that she possesses, even the ability to read is not a simple feat. The dove paused, the compassion evident on his face becoming increasingly pronounced. Having witnessed the boy's formidable strength, he wished to avoid becoming adversaries. Although he was part of a governmental intelligence organization, if conflict could be averted, it would indeed be preferable. The dove clenched his fist behind his back, with such power at this tender age. It would be better if other monsters dealt with this one. Yet, he found himself still waiting for the boy to speak. The muscles in his face ached from the effort of maintaining an expression of compassion that invited inquiry. What was he looking at? Ryan furrowed his brow, feeling quite uneasy under the persistent gaze of another. Did he truly wish to reconcile? How could that be? These royal intelligence agents, tasked with their missions, would rather eliminate anyone who crossed their path. Reconciliation was an impossibility. Moreover, Ellie was still his target. There was no chance of harmony between them. With a self-deprecating thought, Ryan dismissed the delusions in his mind, his dark eyes filled with vigilance. As someone with powers, he understood the peculiar nature of the fruit's abilities. And ever since setting sail, he had never dared to be careless in battle. Who could know what peculiar abilities this opponent might possess? Noticing the boy's wariness, the dove's expression darkened. Realizing that confrontation was inevitable, he decided to abandon the pretense of his expression, steeling himself for what was to come. Before his future, no one could stand in the way. As night fell, the dove dashed forward, the breeze lifting the tattered rags of his beggar's attire, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. With a resounding impact, the clash of fists and feet created a gust, sending ripples across the puddles on the ground. Suddenly appearing beside the boy, the dove maintained his offensive posture, a flicker of seriousness crossing his eyes. This fellow had managed to react. As a government operative, his martial prowess was undeniably formidable. Though his direct combat abilities were inferior to those of the Navy due to the nature of his work, in other aspects, he surpassed them. Yet even so, this boy, in fact, Ryan, with trembling arms raised defensively before him, felt a shiver run through him. There was no sound of wind. Had he not remained vigilant of his movements, he might have failed to react in the crucial moment. With a swift motion, the boy twisted his wrist, aiming a kick directly at the throat. If that earlier force had struck him, this man sought his life. The brutal strike heightened Ryan's sense of alertness. Sharing a similar penchant for pressure, he was acutely aware of the perilous nature of battling such an adversary. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster. After evading one strike, what lay ahead? As the youth's grasp narrowly missed, the elusive figure of the dove once again vanished, taunting voices echoing from all directions, accompanied by swift, lethal blows aimed at vital points, the throat, the heart. In the silent flurry of movement, the dove skimmed past nearby figures, a woman, a steward, and 2 children. It seemed that the only opponent he faced was this young boy. Bang, bang, bang. Not far away, Annie, gripping her already loaded firearm, scanned the vicinity but found no trace of the foe. In such circumstances, should she fire recklessly, it might be Rain who suffered, rather than the deranged assailant. How vexing. Complaining under her breath, Annie's weapon did not cease its restless movement, as she feared missing any fleeting opportunity. Steward, noticing Dylan's gaze, Albert shook his head. This battle belonged to him. Pressing his lips together, Dylan refrained from further comment, fixating intently on the distant battlefield, striving to discern the enemy's movements. Was this truly the outside world? Although he had long been informed of the external situation through the news, the reported tragedies stemmed solely from pirates. The child, having left home, never anticipated that even within this bustling city, danger would lurk so closely. Rest assured, should Rain find himself in peril, Albert would come to his aid. One hand cradled the little girl in his arms, while the other gently massaged her, as Mizuki and Yaya noticed the worry in his eyes. After offering a soft word of comfort, she turned her gaze to the battlefield, her delicate brows knitting together slightly. This method of assault. With a growing suspicion in her heart, the woman shook her head dismissively. No matter, little Rain would manage just fine. Chapter 128. Do you read comics? Look, you are exceptional. With a sudden rush of wind, debris scattered along the roadside. Rain, having narrowly evaded another strike, squinted his eyes. The dove that appeared behind him retracted its toes, curiosity etched upon its face. Are you troubled by something, young one? No sooner had the words left its lips than the inquisitive figure vanished, reappearing with a strike aimed at the boy's throat. It was only then that the bullets, having followed too closely due to a momentary exposure, whizzed past the previous shadow. Missed. The petite maid muttered, her teeth clenched tightly. There will always be an opportunity. With a firm stance, the boy seized the dove's fist, meeting its gaze. The Navy? No, government agents? Dodging an unseen gunshot from behind. The dove tilted its head in acknowledgement of the assumption. Do you really think she is just a little girl? The implication of his guess was confirmed, and the dove posed the question it had long desired to ask, a sense of relief swelling within. At last, the realization dawned upon this fool. From their previous encounters, something had felt amiss. The individual he had assumed to be a member of the kingdom's intelligence had exhibited techniques that felt eerily familiar. After multiple blocks and a keen observation of their forceful strikes, he finally solidified his suspicions. The techniques employed by this sudden intelligence agent were strikingly similar to those documented in the manual provided by the naval girl, specifically, the shave. A method of rapid movement and force application. Yet, this agent executed it with far greater finesse than described in the manual, aside from its uncanny directional changes. There was a complete absence of sound upon initiation. It was precisely this that had led him to his hesitant probing. She. Before he could finish, the dove's voice floated beside him. But she is the bounty of nearly 100 million, Nico Robin, the demon child who obliterated the Tree of Knowledge and brought ruin to O'Hara. As the words were spoken, the stealthy attacks intensified, each aimed at vital points. Not far away, a serene figure noticed the girl in her arms, whose ears were twitching, and her massage grew increasingly gentle. With a dull thud, Rain absorbed a blow, reaching out to grasp the dove's arm as his disheveled hair fell softly with the force. The boy locked eyes with the man before him, his gaze sharp and piercing. She is Nico Robin, but she is also the ally I know. With that declaration, the fist he had been charging for so long struck the dove, enveloped in a distorted, translucent force field, allowing the blow to be delivered without a whisper of wind. Boom! The fist sank into the chest, and the surrounding force field erupted instantaneously, sending the startled agent careening backward. Layers of walls were breached in succession, and before the rush of air could be heard, it was drowned out by a cacophony of explosions. Shave, I can do that too. Exhaling deeply, the youth's leg muscles quivered, sending ripples through the dust beneath his feet. In a fleeting moment, he had dashed to the end of the wall, only to reappear suspended in midair. Before him was a figure, bloodied and breathless, propelled upward by a kick. The stunned dove, bent in a bow shape, gasped in disbelief. Why? How can an ordinary boy possess such a clandestine skill of the government? Why the shave? With a downward thrust of his elbow, Rain smirked. Ultimately, it was merely a technique for exerting force. The true challenge lay in the robust physique required to master it. Yet for one trained from a young age like him, this was hardly a hindrance. His continuous practice since acquiring the knowledge, coupled with demonstrations from a master in the art of shaving, made the learning process quite manageable. As the heavy strike descended, a resounding thud echoed within. The dove's body contorted back into a bow shape, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. In his descent, Rain stepped onto a broken lamppost, once again employing the shave he had recently mastered, launching himself toward the dust below. Compared to his earlier training, he executed the move with a more sophisticated concealment. And although somewhat awkward, his ability to generate force had improved significantly. Cough, cough. The dove, propelled backward by the recoil, tilted his head back, blood spilling forth. Amidst the crimson haze, he caught sight of the youth who had suddenly appeared before him. He attempted to speak, but the blood lodged in his throat stifled his words, leaving only a weak cough. Farewell, Mr. Agent. As the words fell from his lips, the youth in midair waved his hand, distorting the night's fabric with a forceful field, heavy yet beautiful, reminiscent of the moonlight that graced the horizon, devoid of any perceived danger. Thud. Lightly touching down, Rain brushed off the dust from his hoodie. Following the thunderous aftermath, the dust began to swirl once more. I am but a mere earthling, he mused, controlling his breath and calming the wild beating of his heart, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. How splendid. Annie stood nearby, her mouth agape. gazing at the youth with a dazed expression, oblivious to the bullet pouch that had fallen from her hands. Well, hiding behind a trash bin, the naval euphoric bird, having sensed no danger, joyfully emerged, landing on Rain's shoulder and diligently brushing off the dust from him. Accustomed to the antics of this clumsy bird, Rain sighed, hastening over. Are you all well? Ellie, we're all fine. As for Ellie, you might as well inquire with her directly, replied Quan and Ya with gentle smiles, carefully lowering the fainted little girl from their arms, their voices soft and measured. The little one who had awakened earlier is now aware of Ryan's thoughts, isn't she? Yes, I apologize. Standing on the ground, Robin lowered her head, her voice barely audible. She understood the considerable trouble she had caused this group, yet sadly, all she could utter was a sorry that she herself loathed. You. Ryan gave her a sharp rap on the head. Did we not agree that you would hurry? Why are you, like Annie, so playful? Silently covering her head, Robin's expression was complex. What do you mean, You are not allowed to come home this late again, do you understand? Amidst the scolding, Ryan glanced at the stains on her clothes and reached out to pat them clean. Huh? I clearly haven't been playing around lately. Beside them, Annie's tuft of hair stood upright as she clenched her small fists in front of her, her face filled with indignation. Nonsense. Since Ellie arrived. When have I had time to play? Even when shopping, I meticulously monitored my time to avoid lingering at food stalls, all right? Yes, your recent behavior has been commendable. With a dismissive tone, he addressed the group. Let's hurry back. It is quite chilly tonight. As he spoke, he removed his coat and draped it over Ellie. Hey, you clearly don't believe me, little brat. You should tell him. With that, the little maid poked Dylan beside her. Yes, you didn't go out to play. Nor did you secretly buy, Dylan's tone was one of resignation. Having to call her little brat while assisting her was truly. Annie hurriedly covered his mouth, her small face full of reproach. It was just some snacks. Is it really that serious, little brat? Huh, what did you secretly buy? Just as he was about to step out, Izumi and Yaya paused, their gentle eyes quietly observing the little maid. No, it was just. Unable to withstand her gaze, the guilty little maid retracted her head, mumbling incoherently. What? Is there anything you would like to eat tonight, Ellie? She handed a handkerchief to the girl, and Albert, following his gaze, said nothing but smiled warmly as he softly inquired. Thank you. I'll take anything. Retracting her envious gaze, Robin hurriedly accepted the handkerchief, her small face beaming with joy. Chapter 129. You have already matured into a title, so. The earth lies in a deep slumber, while a gentle breeze stirs the diaphanous curtains by the window, reminiscent of a dancer's flowing gown. In the stillness of the room, the clock on the wall ticks away, a reminder of the passage of time. Outside, tranquility reigns. The clamor of the streets transforms into a dreamlike, distant echo, faintly resonating with the enchanting sound of waves lapping at the shore. The soft rustle of wind within the room caresses the small figure on the bed, dispelling the nightmares that had ensnared her. With a crisp chime from the clock, Robin sat up in bed, her feet touching the carpeted floor without a sound. Adjusting the wrinkles in her clothing, she turned to glance back. On the table lay a bowl of medicine, a concoction of herbal soup delivered by Yuchuan and Ya, proving quite effective, while the delightful desserts crafted by Mr. Albert were equally commendable. A faint smile graced Robin's lips as she recalled the boy's reluctance to take his medicine during these past few days. Beside the bed, the cabinet overflowed with snacks and books, gifts from Annie. I tell you, she mused, no matter the situation. As long as there is a heap of snacks piled on the bed, the girl, with her disheveled hair, appears serious as if guarding a great secret. With that, nothing else matters. As she concluded her thought, the girl discreetly withdrew a small notebook from her pocket and earnestly placed it in Robin's hand. I have one too. Dylan sighed in resignation, tilting his head towards a small cart laden with books he had purchased over the days. These are all wonderful people. Pulling herself away from the reverie, Robin turned and glided away, her footsteps silent as a whisper. As she walked, the reluctance reflected in her emerald eyes transformed into determination. Precisely because they were such admirable individuals, she could not afford to linger any longer, a calamity in their midst. Upon entering the living room, she glanced around, illuminated by the bright moonlight. Knowing what the boy cherished most, she unhesitatingly seized the artwork from the table, rolling it up and securing it behind her back. With a soft click, the door closed gently, and the girl's figure vanished into the shadows once more. In the innermost room, clad in a nightgown, Yuchuan and Yu leaned against the bed, pausing in their reading until the faint sound of the door closing reached their ears. They smiled slightly and turned the page of the pharmacology book in their hands. In another room, Albert, maintaining his usual composure, organized the garments on the rack, addressing Dylan, who was engrossed in reading on the other side. "Aren't you going to sleep, Dylan?" "Sorry," Dylan replied, shifting his body to shield the desk lamp's light, his gaze unwavering from the pages before him. As the room dimmed, Albert regarded the small figure enveloped in the glow, thinking, "This is indeed a good child." "No. What I mean is, staring at it for too long at night can strain your eyes." Albert corrected Dylan's misunderstanding, fully aware of the thoughts that lingered in the child's mind. Having departed from his hometown and encountered the perils of the outside world, a sense of urgency inevitably arose within him. However, when it comes to strength, urgency proves futile. Although the young master possesses such prowess at his tender age, it is inseparable from the rigorous training he has undergone since childhood. Moreover, gazing at the vacant sleeves of Dylan, Albert felt a tinge of regret, given such physical conditions. The child was destined to achieve little in the realm of combat. Even with mechanical arms, the situation would remain unchanged unless he came across a formidable devil fruit. Dylan paused, realizing that he was somewhat out of sorts today. The meticulously scheduled study hours had long since elapsed, and now was the time for respite. The experiences of the day on the island had rendered him restless. After recognizing his predicament, Dylan fell into silence, then nudged the book aside with his foot, extinguished the light, and gradually cocooned himself in the covers. "Good night, Mr. Butler," came his tender voice, imbued with gratitude amidst the darkness. "Good night," Albert replied, stifling a smile from his position on the adjacent bed. It was no wonder the young master had invited him aboard. Minutes later, Dylan stared blankly at the ceiling, sleep eluding him. "Mr. Albert, is Annie truly a girl?" The room remained silent until Dylan nearly believed Uncle Albert had dozed off, when an uncertain voice finally emerged. "It should be." Listening to the rhythmic snores from the room next door, one deep and one light, Dylan felt exasperated and quietly shrank further down. The streets in the dead of night lay in eerie stillness, shops tightly locked as if shying away from the chill of the autumn breeze. The night, thick and profound as ink, shrouded the earlier vibrancy. Debris, left uncollected, was stirred by the cold wind, producing peculiar sounds upon the pavement. Suddenly, a gunshot reverberated, disturbing the glow of the shop signs. This once bustling commercial street was now left with only a few flickering streetlights, their illumination punctuated by the crackle of electricity. "Missed." A woman tossed the bomb in her hand with a casual flourish, her delicate eyebrows arching as she scrutinized the young man before her. Despite their efforts to remain concealed, who could have anticipated that a lunatic would be awake at this hour, witnessing her actions? Clad in black, she blended seamlessly into the shadows behind her, her short hair illuminated by the erratic glow of a nearby fluorescent light, radiating an undeniable brilliance. With a flirtatious wink, she teased, "After chasing me for so long, have you fallen for me, dear little boy?" This audacious individual. The smoke from the barrel of Will's gun rose, failing to mask the fury that threatened to erupt from his eyes. Ever since leaving the tavern, he had wandered the island, his thoughts a chaotic whirlwind, rendering him indifferent to the upcoming competition the next day. Until now, he still found it hard to believe the news he had received earlier. What he had long considered an unfortunate accident turned out to be a deliberate act, and that friend of his father's youth, now a legendary master of weaponry, was in fact his adversary. Recalling the regret etched on that man's face at the funeral, along with the occasional letters bearing the name Bailey, Will could no longer maintain his composure. If his grievances against Mardiff had once been a personal affair, the subsequent revelations ignited an unbearable rage within him. How could that scoundrel burner, who had nurtured and supported him, stoop so low? Bang! The woman swayed her figure, evading his bullet once more, moving swiftly, her voice hoarse beneath her bright demeanor. "You really are quite disobedient, young one." She could not fathom why this young man harbored such intense fury. Even if ordinary individuals were to discover her concealing explosives, they would hardly connect it to their scheme, unless he had uncovered something. With this thought, the woman's eyes narrowed slightly, her breath taking on a dangerous edge. The fate of tools like them was merely to fulfill their tasks, and nothing more. As for the reasons behind it all, such ponderings were not for them to entertain. The man before her, who seemed to possess some knowledge, was undeniably a variable in this mission, and with variables, the best course of action was to eliminate them. Chapter 130. This weapon is excessive. Disregarding the strands of hair that fluttered around her face, the woman deftly maneuvered, evading the gun's muzzle while crouching low, advancing swiftly in a zigzag pattern towards the young man not far away. Her gaze remained fixed on the incessantly revolving gears. Although the firearm in his possession was formidable, precise, and capable of rapid fire, she harbored doubts about his ability to sustain it without reloading. Bang! Bang! 2 more bullets missed their mark, and the acrid scent of gunpowder wafting from the muzzle allowed Will to regain his composure. This was not solely due to the encroaching adversary. In truth, throughout his years of research, he had mastered the art of maintaining a steady mindset. Countless failures were necessary to achieve the serendipitous success that led researchers here to cultivate a tranquil disposition. Of course, this was also somewhat linked to the untimely demise of his irascible mentor. The relentless pursuit of knowledge, coupled with the psychological fortitude developed after each setback, mingled with the lingering scent of gunpowder that enveloped his workspace, had instilled in him a peculiar physiological response. The mere whiff of gunpowder would trigger an instinctive calm within him. 2 bullets. Assessing the ammunition in his chamber, Will redirected his focus to the battle, his mind racing with strategies for confrontation. Reload? Would this rapidly approaching woman grant him the luxury of time? You truly are a child. As her speed intensified, the dagger concealed within her calf materialized in her hand, glinting ominously. Losing focus mid-attack would certainly irk the woman. Crouching low, she maneuvered to the side of the young man, her eyes, adorned with makeup, radiating both danger and allure. Bang! One hand lifted his gun-wielding arm high, while amidst the sound of the missed shot, her dagger aimed for his neck. Farewell, darling. Before she could finish her taunt, she noticed his other hand, where the dark muzzle of a gun was aimed directly at her forehead. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat. In this life-or-death moment, the woman swiftly retreated, her not-so-modest heels echoing sharply against the ground. Standing upright, she brushed her fingertips against her cheek, the blood seeping from the reminder of earlier peril. Had he been wielding a semi-automatic weapon, even a narrow escape would not have spared her from disfigurement. I'm quite angry now, little brother. Her voice softened, yet her aura grew increasingly menacing. The Navy's equipment changes swiftly. Casting aside the gun handed to him by Duran upon his departure, Will hastily reloaded. A twinge of regret coursed through him. He had been so close to neutralizing this perilous woman. So, without that firearm, how long could he endure? As she drew closer once more, the woman brandished her dagger before her, harboring a tinge of resentment towards the Royal Logistics Department. This place truly lived up to its reputation as the island of weapons, where even the most commonplace firearms surpassed the one concealed at her waist. As she drew her weapon, her adversary had already exhausted a full magazine. Even if she miraculously evaded the onslaught, what use was her single-shot firearm? A nation's talent was not far from here, yet they failed to learn, and even worse, they could not replicate. How humiliating, utterly disgraceful. Perhaps a modest sum of money could remedy this. The arsenal here was plentiful. Why persist in equipping them with such inferior firearms? Retracing her steps, the woman deftly dodged incoming bullets, her dagger slicing through the air. Ignoring her provocations, Will rolled to the ground, narrowly escaping her assault while his free hand launched a desperate throw. Tilting her head aside, the woman remained relentless, each strike of her dagger aimed with lethal precision, akin to a scorpion's venomous tail. 2 more shots rang out, momentarily stalling the enemy's advance. Yet the confined space and the barrage of blades rendered Will's situation increasingly perilous. Clang! The clash of metal echoed as the woman parried his firearm with her dagger, her smile growing ever more beguiling. At that moment, the hastily smashed empty bottles finally shattered to the ground, their crisp sound resonating delightfully. What a fine gun indeed. Let me show you. Glancing at his silver weapon, she reached into her coat and retrieved her concealed firearm, finally unveiled under the current circumstances. Previously, she had been forced to evade his precise attacks, but now, with her own weapon in hand, her spirits soared. The fluctuation in the young man's gaze only heightened her amusement. My gun, indeed. With a swift motion, blood sprayed forth as a dark barrel pressed against her forehead, the gleaming firearm starkly illuminated under the lights. Yet, more conspicuous than the weapon was the crimson stream cascading down. The young man's expression remained indifferent, seemingly oblivious to the searing pain emanating from the grievous wound on his wrist. Tick-tock. A pool of blood rapidly formed on the ground between them, the viscous droplets falling from above producing a rhythmic sound. The woman stood motionless, one hand still poised to draw her weapon. Such resolve. You truly ought to join our organization. A flicker of seriousness crossed her eyes, and she felt a wave of dread. though they were part of the royal black gloves. Their usual tasks were merely unsavory errands. The missions, albeit sordid, rarely faced formidable foes. However, the calm decisiveness exhibited by this young man during combat was among the rarest she had encountered. Will remained silent, his fingers regaining a modicum of strength after the numbness. Was it worth it? Simply because he witnessed me plant a bomb. He pursued me through countless streets, and now, to kill me, he was willing to sacrifice his own hand. Cursing her misfortune, the woman lamented the madness of this insomniac lunatic. Indeed, she has now come to a firm conclusion. This man is nothing short of a madman. Who but a lunatic would inflict such cruelty upon oneself? To bury a bomb as part of a mission, only to seek to eliminate him afterwards upon discovering that mission. But what of this young man? What drives him to such depravity at the mere sight of a woman? Wait, I am merely seeking vengeance. She comprehended his reluctance to elaborate, and the ominous gesture of his gun prompted her to hastily interject in her defense. Will fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon her eyes, disregarding her exquisite visage. You are merely the subordinate of that scoundrel, intent on sending Bernard to the heavens with explosives. Such a scoundrel is excessively vile, at most. He is but a fop. In this moment of crisis, an inexplicable urge arose within her to defend her superior, yet she swiftly recognized the gravity of her predicament. Wait. I can divulge the locations of others. Spare my life. No need. With a decisive rejection of her plea, Will extricated himself from the calmness of the moment. As the recollection of their insidious plans surged forth, the fury that had been previously restrained roared back to life. His finger tightened slightly upon the trigger. Chapter 131. The unfortunate bad girl. The woman bit her lip, feeling a twinge of irritation that this man remained unmoved by her allure. Within her organization, she was renowned for her beauty, yet here was an adversary who seemed indifferent. How infuriating. He must be too young. Yes, far too young. This had nothing to do with her charm. Unbeknownst to her, the enemy was grappling with his own tangled emotions as Will maintained a composed facade, devoid of any sentiment. Wait, after such prolonged combat, are you not curious about the whereabouts of the earlier explosives? The man's movement slowed, seemingly momentarily stunned by her rapid-fire questions. Yet, what did it matter? He surveyed the spot where she had previously stood, contemplating. This certainly could not serve as leverage for me. However, there are certainly other deranged individuals roaming outside late at night, my dear. Seizing the moment of his distraction, the woman restored her earlier allure, batting her eyelashes with a beguiling flicker. Ultimately, her voice carried a hint of misfortune, lamenting, how unfortunate. A young man, skilled in firearms and decisively ruthless, has crossed my path. Truly, reflecting on the previous night's debacles, she was at a loss for words. Not the only one. A sense of foreboding crept into Will's mind as he cast a sidelong glance once more. In the shadows, the outline of a bomb lay obscured on the ground, devoid of any surrounding presence. Are you not coming out? Although this explosive is set on a timer, the operatives also possess immediate detonation devices, just in case. Noticing the youth preparing to act again, the woman continued speaking, nonchalantly revealing the hand that gripped her weapon. Compared to before, the firearm now sported a small cylindrical attachment, her thumb gently pressing against it. This was the detonator she had discreetly retrieved from her waist while he was distracted. A woman adept in wielding a nimble dagger was certainly no slouch in speed. Troublesome. Will furrowed his brow, pressing the firearm to her forehead. Rather than this, you do better to utter some lewd remarks like before. You believe that, don't you? Recognizing the facade of his bravado, the warmth of the gun's muzzle against her forehead did not instill panic in the woman. The sounds of commotion nearby caused her to chuckle. Moreover, what I said earlier hardly qualifies as lewd. You truly are too young. Having discerned his vulnerability, the woman gradually began to tilt the balance of the situation in her favor, her smile growing ever more enchanting. Indeed, while she was celebrated for her beauty within her organization, it was the peril she embodied, one that deterred countless suitors, that surpassed even her allure. Will's expression struggled to retain its previous calm, for he had also heard the noise moments ago. If it were indeed the island's inhabitants. As blood seeped from his wounds, a chill began to envelop his body, prompting Will to assess his condition swiftly while formulating a strategy in his mind. Meow. The distant sound of a cat's meow elicited a more unrestrained laugh from the woman. What a clever little girl, she mused, but alas. The outdoor stray cats do not possess such delicate voices. Those wandering creatures would never approach perilous humans unless driven by dire hunger, and speaking of which, The woman's gaze flicked towards the firearm above her head. The acrid scent of gunpowder in battle would also deter them from coming near. Living on the outskirts. Will understood her implication all too well. So come forth swiftly. Let me see what sort of naughty girl would dare venture out alone at night. The youth's unattractive visage only served to heighten her amusement. Still lingering in the shadows? Then let us see if I can press this button before this kind big brother pulls the trigger. What a calamity I am. With a heavy heart. The girl emerged from behind the trash can. It was none other than Robin, who had sensed something amiss earlier, but was thwarted by a garbage box. As she stepped into the light from the shadows, the woman scrutinized her and couldn't help but chuckle. What a pretty young lady you are. Out so late. This is hardly the behavior of a well-behaved child. Noticing the small bundle on her back, her smile grew even more radiant. Running away from home, I see. No wonder. But indeed, this little lady is quite the bad girl. She showed no reluctance in her amiable demeanor towards this savior. Ellie, having caught a glimpse of the girl's appearance, Will felt an increasing sense of foreboding. Even if it were a mere stranger caught in the fray, he would hesitate, let alone someone he knew. Just stay there. Naughty children ought to reflect on their actions. Stopping her in her tracks, the woman turned, her expression brimming with anticipation as she enunciated, So, what will you do, my dear? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Will remained silent, and the woman did not urge him, patiently awaiting his fateful decision. In the stillness, the sound of dripping blood grew increasingly pronounced, echoing in everyone's ears. Wait! A sudden alarm rang in her mind, and the woman felt a sinking sensation. But noticing the calm on the youth's face, she quickly dismissed her fears. No, it can't be him. That must be. What are you doing? Spotting the girl nearby, fear etched across her face as her hands slowly rose to her shoulders. The woman shouted, disregarding the firearm aimed at her forehead. Raising the device in front of her, the firearm she had clutched was flung to the ground due to her abrupt movement, splattering droplets of blood. The woman's sudden action tightened Will's chest. His finger on the trigger tensed once more, but noticing the detonator in her grasp, he ultimately refrained from pulling the trigger. I am scared. Startled by her sudden movement, the girl lowered her head and instinctively glanced at the bomb beside her, murmuring softly. Observing her slender arm, which she had yet to lower, the woman furrowed her brow. The source of that ominous feeling undeniably stemmed from the girl, yet a gifted one. In her musings, the woman suddenly contemplated a possibility. Enlightenment washed over her. This unarmed girl, capable of evoking such a sense of danger from a distance, could only be one thing. Within the organization, her combat prowess was not particularly remarkable, though her striking appearance granted her an edge in intelligence gathering. It did little to enhance her fighting capabilities. Nonetheless, she had been assigned to the action team, the reason being her uncanny sixth sense for detecting peril. Had it not been for this, she would not have been able to evade the earlier bullets with her physical attributes. Furthermore, her ability to maintain her composure under the threat of a gun was due to her failure to sense the impending danger. With an astute understanding of his psyche, she gradually turned the situation to her advantage. However, at this moment, from her unusual behavior, Will seemed to sense something as well. His previously taut nerves loosening slightly. Although the current circumstances had not improved significantly, the knowledge that Ellie possessed the ability to protect herself was, without doubt, a positive revelation. In this standoff, the woman fixed her gaze intently on the girl not far away, feeling powerless against the gun pointed at her. All she could do was ensure that the situation did not deteriorate further. Tension gripped her, yet she did not forget to exert pressure on the adversary. A smile reappeared at the corners of her lips as she shook her head, exuding a sense of helplessness. Truly, my savior is indeed a mischievous girl. Indeed. To think she had secretly taken me away for over 2 months and now had run away from home. Oh, what a bad child she is. In the silence, a strange voice echoed through the street, carried by the evening breeze to the woman's ears, accompanied by a sigh even more resigned than her own. Chapter 132, A Step Away from Fulfillment. The moment she turned her head, the woman was struck back by an unseen force, akin to a mattress being abruptly shoved her way. The intensity of the impact was formidable, yet the damage it inflicted was not substantial. It was precisely this reason that allowed her keen sixth sense to remain oblivious to the sudden assault. Once she regained her footing after being pushed back, she discovered that the weapon in her hand had vanished. Gazing at the 3 individuals before her, a twitch at the corner of her mouth betrayed her fade of composure. Indeed, she longed to escape from the man who held a gun to her forehead. But the price for such an escape seemed excessively steep. 2 capable individuals, How flattering it was. As he strolled forward, Rain noticed the substantial wound on Will's wrist. Utilizing his abilities, he summoned the dagger from the ground, causing it to hover before him. Will cast a glance at the detonator at his feet and then at the bloody dagger before him. Ultimately, he accepted Rain's goodwill, taking the dagger and beginning to cut his jacket. The firearm in his hand remained steadfastly aimed at the woman not far away. With an apologetic glance, Rain nodded to him, a silent acknowledgement. However, rather than delving into the mystery of what had transpired with Will, he had far more pressing matters at hand. Where do you think you can escape to, Ellie? His temples throbbed as he spoke, and in a flash, Rain's figure darted forward, akin to a teleportation. As he appeared behind the girl, grasping the collar of her garment, he lifted her effortlessly. The exaggerated speed made the woman nearby flinch. The little figure in her mind overturned the prior plan, discarding the thought of escape. How can you even suggest escaping? Tell me how to flee. Good evening. From the moment he spoke, Robin sensed something amiss. As the woman retreated, she attempted to flee but was evidently no match for Rain's speed. After a brief moment of silence, she looked up at the boy's furious expression. His dark green eyes resembled a still, desolate pond, imbued with a hint of emptiness. It was as if this was the true visage of the demon child who had endured countless hardships, losing all ties. The previously restrained, reticent girl was but a mere fayade. Bang! A sharp sound echoed. Is it not a bad evening? Is it truly wise to remain awake at such an hour? Listening to the boy's outburst in the distance, the woman could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, staying awake at such an hour was the epitome of insanity. Contemplating this, she discreetly glanced at the young man nearby. Will wrapped the torn fabric around his wrist, noticing her gaze. He raised the weapon in his hand, his expression remaining composed. Not a problem, not a problem, my apologies for the disturbance. With both hands clutching her head, the girl who had been yanked by her collar found herself slipping downwards. Her clumsy words tinged with regret. I'm sorry, this piece. Please take it away. The girl resembled a thief caught red-handed. Yet her current demeanor was oddly endearing. Shall I take it? I mused, for it was indeed my painting. Retrieving the rolled canvas from her small satchel, Ryan gently tapped her on the head with it, his voice laced with exasperation. Heaven knows the effort he had expended to recreate the grandeur of the sky on the island. But what luck you have, to encounter such a predicament on your own. I truly wonder how you have managed these past years. After a moment of silence, the young man rubbed his forehead, recalling the girl's unfortunate experiences of the day, and let out a sigh. Though he had faced a few battles after setting sail, the real dangers had only arisen upon the vast ocean, such as the lament of the era. However, Ellie, Robin lowered his gaze, his eyes clouded with sorrow, as the child of the demon on the wanted poster. Isn't it only natural for misfortune to follow you? Noticing her dejection, Ryan set her down and smoothed the creases of her attire. That is not right. This is Will's battle. He, who was nearly harmed late at night, is the true unfortunate soul. If it weren't for you, he would have been in real danger today. A short distance away, the unfortunate one remained silent. As for this afternoon, if you hadn't spotted that man first, we would have been oblivious to our peril. The boy's voice seemed to soften the evening breeze, gently soothing Robin's weary spirit. Yet, in an instant, the girl regained her resolve, lifting her chin defiantly as she glared at him. What do you know? This time, I'll concede, but next time, don't think you can save your painting. The fierce, rebellious expression on her face could lead even familiar acquaintances to mistake her for a frustrated villain, unmasked by her own failures. Don't follow me. As if still unsatisfied, she turned and kicked the paper box at her feet away. Her hands shoved deep into her pockets as she swayed away. Ryan silently observed her retreating figure, his thoughts concealed. Just as the girl stepped partially into the shadows, he finally spoke. How long do you intend to keep running? The pause in her footsteps was followed by her youthful, defiant retort. Run? When have I ever run? Have you not had your fill of pity, you noble with an overflowing heart? Bestow your self-righteous kindness upon others, believing you'll receive the same in return. It is you who should restrain that nauseating goodwill. It is merely for your own satisfaction. Ah, I aided someone. She must be so grateful, right? Humph. The only one you can touch with your sentimentality is yourself. That act of tossing bones to stray dogs can only deceive children, but not me. A cascade of words poured from her lips, leaving even the onlookers astounded. Is the threshold for being a small-time delinquent now so high? Rain lowered his gaze, pondering. Is that so? Then where can you possibly escape? From the moment he discovered Nico Robin's true identity, he understood the gravity of her predicament. Her adversaries were not the marauding bandits, the notorious pirates, nor even the omnipresent navy. Instead, it was the world government, the omnipotent authority that governs all humanity. He had hesitated at first. His venture into the seas was intended to explore this extraordinary world and to fulfill the regrets of his previous life, while also documenting his experiences. However, the notorious demon child, whose bounty had obliterated O'Hara, and her encounter with the agents earlier that afternoon, underscored the government's acute interest in her. Increased association with her would only embroil him in peril. He was acutely aware of all this. Yet, from the moment he heard the door close, he found himself compelled to follow. The demon child? In comparison to the sensationalized reports, he placed greater faith in his own observations. She was merely a girl who had lost everything. Nothing more, nothing less. Furthermore, had he not already made his decision the moment he chose to pursue her? "What are you rambling about?" he muttered, as the girl continued forward, her movements now appearing somewhat hurried. Suddenly, Robin halted once more. No matter how vast the ocean might be, one cannot escape oneself. "Perhaps. Let us accompany you in your flight." Before her stood a youth with bright eyes, his radiant smile seemingly capable of dispelling the surrounding darkness, causing the girl, who had long suppressed her tears, to falter in her facade. The previously calm voice now trembled with emotion. "How wonderful it is, though shrouded in dim light." Revealing only a small silhouette, the voice evoked a sigh of admiration from the woman. As he tended to his wounds, Will slightly raised his gun, the barrel aimed squarely at the vital point of her head. Beneath the ominous muzzle, the woman's body stiffened. Hey, you really lack a sense of romance, don't you?" Chapter 133. "I wager there are bullets in your gun. Let us depart swiftly, before anyone notices." Robin adjusted the burden containing the scrolls back onto her shoulders, while Rain quickly changed his tone. Since they had resolved to accept new crew members, the previous aliases must be amended. Contemplating this, a hint of amusement crept into Rain's gaze. The earlier display of bravado had indeed startled him. He had never anticipated that this girl, hailing from O'Hara, possessed such a facet. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have genuinely believed her to be a seasoned thief, adept at masking her true intentions beneath a veneer of innocence. Noticing his gaze, Robin lowered her head, a flush creeping onto her youthful cheeks. She too was taken aback by her own ability to embody that persona so convincingly. Recalling the distasteful arrogance of the earlier ruffian, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, despite the resilience she had cultivated during her years of wandering. Thankfully, the dim light of the night rendered her blush inconspicuous. "I shall apologize to Lady Hea." Steadying her emotions, she thought of the radiant woman whose essence illuminated the surroundings. The deception of recent days weighed heavily on Robin's conscience. For such a woman, any form of deceit, no matter how well-intentioned, was an affront. "Well, we shall discuss it upon our return." Nodding in agreement, Rain wrapped his robe tighter around him and stepped out from the shadows. In his haste to pursue, he had neglected to change his attire, and now the chill of the wind made him acutely aware of his discomfort. "By the way, you won't abandon me midway, will you, Robin?" Pausing, the boy's face betrayed uncertainty, fearing that the girl might still be acting. Judging from her previous demeanor, Robin was youthful yet had already awakened to the unique skills of womanhood. "I would never." The boyish hesitation provoked a laugh from her, her voice light, yet imbued with a conviction only she understood. How could she betray someone who cared not for her past and was willing to escape with her? "The captain? That is reassuring." The boy nodded repeatedly but remained stationary, waiting for the girl to lead the way before he followed. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Thus, he fell into step beside her. Aware of the girl-esque gaze, Rain offered a sheepish smile, reflecting on how he had grown increasingly liberal since setting sail. During his time in Baron, the nuances of etiquette and the perception of others' intentions had nearly become second nature to him. Yet, it had only been a short while since he embarked on this voyage, and he had relinquished all those lessons back to his mentor. Perhaps this is the allure of the sea. In such vast realms, having confronted the capriciousness of nature, the trivial rivalries cloaked in manners seemed insignificant and trivial in comparison. As his thoughts drifted, the moonlight once again enveloped Ren, drawing his attention to the scene on the street. Coming to his senses, he glanced at the tattered clothed Will, and then at the beautiful woman, whose demeanor was tinged with unease. I never imagined that a fellow with such pronounced brows and large eyes could be this type of person at night." The internal musings altered the youth's gaze. "What are you looking at?" Noticing the peculiar expression on Ren's face, Will, ever attuned to the scrutiny of others after growing up amidst neighborhood gossip. Couldn't help but speak up. He had learned to mask his emotions early on, becoming acutely aware of the glances directed his way. He must be harboring some unpleasant thoughts. The subject of his internal jesting, caught off guard, scratched his head, feeling rather sheepish. It's nothing, just that you're out here in the middle of the night. The more he spoke, the more he faltered. Ren sighed. What I meant to ask is why you're fighting at this hour. I thought you were supposed to be preparing for tomorrow. Your ammunition isn't sufficient for the competition. And who is she? In truth, he was aware that Will had no intention of staying at a hotel after the match. However, upon seeing his faded attire, the words lingered unspoken. A person capable of independently developing weaponry surely would not lack for funds. After all, merely repairing and maintaining firearms for others would suffice for his daily needs. Thus, residing in a dilapidated village on the outskirts, amidst a garbage dump, likely had its reasons. To suggest financial assistance under such circumstances would hardly be deemed helpful. Not enough bullets? Nearby, the woman, who had remained motionless, suddenly had a thought. During their earlier standoff, the young man had been aiming at her vital points but had refrained from firing. Initially, she assumed it was due to his friend's chatter nearby. Yet now it seemed. Upon reflection, how could a man so decisive in battle, willing to sever his own wrist without a second thought, be deterred by mere conversation from neutralizing his enemy? As the woman drafted her plea for mercy in her mind, a flicker of hope ignited within her. If he were out of bullets, then the threat posed by this youth was considerably diminished. As for the two individuals with abilities, while their powers remained unclear, one required specific movements, and the other did not appear particularly formidable. Remembering the feeble attack that had previously ensnared her in a dire predicament, yet went undetected. Tap tap. With her thoughts now in motion, the woman swiftly turned and ran into the distance. What are you pretending for without bullets? All the drafts I've conjured have been in vain. As she ran, she cursed inwardly. As a shadow operative of the kingdom, to have fallen to a mere youth today was utterly disgraceful. I was wrong. It was all Matif's idea. He promised me 500,000 belly. He even guaranteed to enroll my daughter in Bernard's school. The woman's voice, filled with despair, echoed as she sat helplessly on the ground, evoking sorrow in those who heard her, tears streaming down their faces. Was this the same woman from before? The sudden transformation left Will momentarily unable to accept the reality. Why not a boy? Robin suddenly inquired, instinctively responding to the plea, can you spare our son? As the woman realized the implications of her words, her voice dwindled, gradually retreating into silence. With fabric from Will's attire, she bound her hands. Rain, at a loss for words, remarked, is there gender discrimination even in begging for mercy now? So, why did you engage her in a fight? Will remained silent for a moment, reflecting on the intelligence he had previously acquired. It was prudent to prepare. For who could ascertain the number of explosives that Martif had concealed on the island? Martif intended to orchestrate an explosion in the Berna residential area. Will S. expression remained calm, his words as succinct as ever. The residential area? Rain, recognizing the gravity of the situation, instinctively furrowed his brow. Is it that Martif? He continued to inquire, recalling the admiration the Berna people held for this master of weaponry since landing on the island. He truly could not comprehend the motives behind the elderly man's actions. This much, I do not understand either. Their gazes shifted toward the woman, who had retreated into her own world on the ground. Chapter 134. I have a name now. Haha. No, I can't take it anymore. Stop. The woman trembled uncontrollably, tears staining her carefully applied makeup. Gritting her teeth against the spasms in her abdomen, she managed to say, I truly only know this much. How could I possibly know where the other bombs are? The inhumane interrogation before Robin left him at a loss for words. Are you children? Still playing such childish games? You could smear something sweet on her. Observing the rigidity of the woman's body, Rain, noticing the smudged makeup on her face, couldn't he help but give her a thumbs up, still clutching the earlier weapon in his hand. A feather. You certainly know more. Imagining the scene of mosquitoes following, Rain marveled. However, to seek desserts at such a late hour? While he was conflicted, he pinned down her violently struggling hands and will scan the surroundings. There, a cake. Beside the trash can, a discarded cake plate lay on the ground, still bearing remnants of cream. You devil. After one last futile attempt, the woman, unable to break free, felt tears welling up. Those two capable children may have enjoyed playing, but you, as an adult, why are you still aiding them? Where has your earlier decisiveness and calmness gone? I actually had some admiration for you, you scoundrel. The accomplice will calmly returned her gaze. As a weapons researcher, he knew how to fight and how to make guns, but interrogation was a skill he had never been taught. So, have you made up your mind? If you choose silence, what comes next will be far from mere tickling. Casting the feather aside, Rain dragged the plate closer. The cream had begun to congeal. While persistent mosquitoes flitted around, he had no intention of driving them away. Wait, for a woman with exquisite makeup who relishes her appearance, what is the most terrifying thing? I've already told you everything I know. I truly don't know the locations of the other bombs. The woman spoke rapidly, gasping for breath. She was not lying. How could Matif and the others possibly know the locations of the larger bombs? Tonight, she was merely following orders. Having buried the 2 small bombs she was given on the street. Fixing her expression with keen scrutiny, Robin subtly nodded to the boy. Is that so? It seems she genuinely doesn't know. Furrowing his brow, Rain slowly brought the plate closer. Then what about the time of the explosion? Don't tell me you don't know that either. As the plate drew nearer, the woman caught sight of the tiny legs of the mosquitoes. Her pupils dilating as she quickly turned her head away, tightly shutting her eyes. She genuinely wished to answer the questions, but it's not that I don't want to respond, but have you ever seen that mastermind reveal their intentions to mere pawns? Cannon fodder, no. You are far too humble. You are indeed the executor of the plan. However, it seems she truly remains unaware. With that thought, Rain cast his gaze towards the youth by the roadside. Unable to extract any intelligence, Will fell silent. Empathizing with the situation, he reflected that if he were to undertake such a perilous endeavor, he too would refrain from divulging too much to others. Yet that scoundrel. How dare he act in such a manner? Everyone on the island held him in such affection and respect. Even so, must he commit such malevolent deeds? The memory of his father and the accident of a dear friend surged within him, causing the young man's chest to rise and fall slightly. For the first time, Rain observed an expression of unexpected calm on his face, leaving him at a loss for words. Such occurrences were reminiscent of King Charles's intent to obliterate Baron. Recalling the king's green eyes, as if he wished to extract money from the earth itself, he thought, no, Charles cannot be driven to madness, can he? He hurriedly shook his head, casting aside that terrifying image. Fortunately, the tears he had brought along had already been sent back by the Baron warship, which should alleviate his circumstances somewhat. You're hurting me. A woman's voice jolted Rain from his reverie, and he turned to Will. What shall we do about this woman? After toiling endlessly against the enemy, he had only learned of another bomb's location from her. If he were Will, he too would feel disheartened. Will released his grip, rewrapping the blood-stained cloth tightly. Let's leave it here. If interrogation is conducted with such gentle methods, then what hope is there for murder? Let me see what has kept our Mia Belle from completing her task for so long. A bright, teasing voice rang out, laced with mockery. Oh, it's 3 little children. My lady, Captain, come save me. Upon hearing that familiar yet loathsome voice, Mia Belle hastily called for help, disregarding her previous irritation at its tone. Captain, Will and Rain exchanged glances, nodding in silent understanding. Not far off, the sound of light footsteps paused momentarily on the floor. Of course, my dear subordinate. Truly a remarkable exception to the tradition of pairs within the organization, executing tasks alone. Such prowess is indeed enlightening. Coming to a halt, a well-dressed man adjusted his top hat, the corner of his mouth curving upwards in a mysterious smile beneath the shadows. His regal demeanor was reminiscent of an evening outing or perhaps the anticipation of attending a grand ball. Under the light, he exuded an allure that captivated those around him. Since his arrival, the streetlights seemed to shine like spotlights, existing solely to honor him. Gentlemen and dear lady, although I am unaware of how my beloved subordinate has offended you, I extend my sincerest apologies on her behalf, and I kindly ask for your forgiveness. In a melodious and peculiar tone, imbued with profound regret, Robin instinctively sought to emulate the scenes he had encountered in literature, responding to him with decorum. With a gentle pat on her shoulder, Ryan stepped forward. A person of noble moral character and cultural refinement would never hastily favor one side before the facts were clear. The unfamiliar visitor compelled the young man to unconsciously adjust his posture, a demeanor he believed he had nearly forgotten resurfacing within him. With an eloquent and elevated tone, Ryan's gaze was resolute. A woman who conceals bombs among ordinary citizens is not deserving of forgiveness from others. Wouldn't you agree? Vaughn adjusted his top hat, the heaviness in his heart rendering him unable to meet the young man's inquisitive gaze. You are correct. After a moment of silence, He solemnly placed his hand over his chest in salute. However, I beseech you to forgive a woman of shallow spirit. I believe she is now aware of her transgressions. Indeed, it was that old rogue, Martif, who deceived me. He instructed me to act thus. How could I ever wish to annihilate Bernard? This is the pride of our West Sea, as esteemed as O'Hara. Moreover, the garments here are so exquisite. Who in their right mind would contemplate destruction? Lying on the ground, Mia Bell nodded fervently, gritting her teeth in hatred, her face a canvas of fervent defiance, inscribed with the sentiment of I share no collusion with evil. You insipid fool. You are the shallow one. Your entire family is shallow. Vaughn's brow furrowed with polite dismay, somewhat perturbed by her attempt to shift blame. Yet, considering the present circumstances, he stifled his irritation. I apologize, Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Will, burning with rage and eager for information, had no patience for their discourse. He swiftly advanced, brandishing a pipe torn from the wall, and aimed it at the man. Vaughn deflected the blow with the scabbard of his sword. And though he had intended to articulate something further, the calm, yet smoldering fury in Vaughn's eyes silenced him. With a swift motion, he sliced through the air with the pipe, stepping back to avoid the rust kicked up by the impact. Once steady, his voice emerged with sincerity. I apologize. Chapter 135. The peculiar entanglement. As the night deepened, the hazy moonlight descended like a veil of silver mist, casting an ethereal glow upon the streets and the walls of buildings, imbuing the surroundings with a solemn and mysterious radiance. The entire city lay in slumber, and one could almost hear the gentle whispers of the breeze weaving through the spaces between the edifices. Mia Bell listened intently to the distant clattering of iron, which paused momentarily before resuming. She despondently let her head fall against the ground. They were the kingdom's clandestine enforcers of unsavory deeds. What kind of absurdity was it to apologize before a battle? She had known it all along. Involving a noble in their mission was a dreadful idea, even if that noble happened to be the king's closest confidant. Though this effeminate individual had initially responded to their show of force with overwhelming might, he remained, at his core, an effeminate being. Even if he temporarily subdued them, he would always feel out of place. How could someone accustomed to the brilliance of privilege and endowed with a strong sense of morality ever adapt to their line of work? Mia Bell raged internally at her temporary superior. She could not fathom the character of the nobles in her kingdom. She had encountered many. Yet how had such a peculiar specimen emerged? Are you not going to assist him? Retracting her gaze, Robin turned to the youth beside her. Despite having gleaned their identities from previous interactions, she was still struck by the demeanor of this group. Even that gluttonous, playful little maid exhibited a certain degree of decorum in her everyday actions, not to mention the others. At one time, she had naively believed that nobles were all of a similar ilk, but upon witnessing the boy's responses, she understood the true essence of nobility as depicted in books. His every word and deed was infused with the etiquette instilled from a young age, and each motion radiated an aura of undeniable charisma. Was this the same Rain who enjoyed competing with the little maid for food? In an instant, the boy appeared entirely foreign to her. However, once the battle commenced, the boy reverted to his usual self. Robin felt a sigh of relief escape her. It seemed he, too, preferred this state. Though his momentary demeanor had been more refined than usual, she still favored the present version of the boy. Rain observed the unfolding battle from a distance. The young man, who always wore a calm expression, maintaining his composure even amidst the fray, wielding an empty weapon to influence the skirmish. Now, he resembled a beast engulfed by hatred, having lost a child, devoid of reason, acting with wild ferocity. Wait a moment, that enemy is yet to take the fight seriously, Rain murmured, his gaze fixed on the defensive adversary, prepared to intervene should danger arise. Clang. Another clash echoed as the slender sword sheath barely shielded him. Vaughn regarded the composed man before him. Each swift and precise maneuver, sharp and relentless, spoke volumes of the tempestuous fury raging within him. To an outsider, he appeared like a dormant volcano, serene on the surface, yet ready to erupt. Only in moments of upheaval do people realize the seething intensity that lies beneath the calm. Abandoning words, Vaughn deftly sidestepped his opponent's attack once more. He must surely be a resident of Berna. Casting a glance at the woman on the ground feigning death, Vaughn sighed inwardly. Understanding their forthcoming plans, it was no wonder he was filled with rage. In such circumstances, what could he possibly say? With his weapon parried, Will took a step forward, seizing the sword sheath from Vaughn's left hand while his other hand released the steel pipe to form a fist, striking fiercely at his chest. Repeated failed assaults had utterly drained his last vestige of patience. This wretch, in a moment of clarity, Vaughn retreated, his movement defying logic yet executed with the grace of a dance, allowing his captured hand to easily break free from its restraints. He recognized this as a rare opportunity. The man before him had now lost his weapon and was momentarily off balance. However, from the outset, he had never regarded this relatively young man as an adversary. Otherwise, during his earlier flawed attacks, he had ample chances to counter. Moreover, his primary objective was to extract the woman, not to escalate conflict with these three youths. The thought of eliminating the three individuals privy to the plan had never even crossed his mind. I understand your feelings, but we are merely executors of the plan. Martiv is the one you should direct your anger towards, is he not? Seizing the opportunity, Vaughn spoke, observing his blood-stained wrist, amidst the rhythmic dripping of blood. He surprisingly did not employ his usual tone. Will remained silent, quietly tearing a strip of cloth from his garment to bind his wounds, silently regulating his breath. A fleeting glance at the familiar youth nearby passed through Vaughn's gaze, but compared to a potential acquaintance, he had far more pressing concerns. You wish to ascertain the precise timing of the explosion from me? Though I am indeed that man's temporary superior, my relationship with Martiv is merely that of collaborators. With a sigh, Vaughn instinctively rubbed his forehead. Thus, how could that man possibly divulge information to us? He even conceals subsequent actions from others. Vaughn spoke no falsehood. Regarding that capricious elder, who covets a title for his progeny, even he, as a collaborator, was not privy to much. Moreover, he had discerned some unusual circumstances from the elder's recent movements. Instead of wasting time with a lowly figure such as myself, you would be better served attempting to thwart Martiv. Ignoring the woman's horrified gaze nearby, Vaughn sheathed his slender sword, his expression composed. He was well aware that these individuals could not gain entry to the Weapons Association, which was predominantly comprised of the legendary supporter. Even if they proclaimed their schemes on the island, the inhabitants would perceive them as deranged. How could Mr. Martiv possibly engage in such actions? He is merely another fool driven to madness by envy. As for the Navy, if they could genuinely persuade the naval forces to minimize casualties on the island, it would be most fortunate. Reflecting on the choices that lay ahead, Vaughn felt a twinge of guilt. Were he a solitary individual, he would undoubtedly abstain from such matters, perhaps even endeavor to prevent them. Yet, the Neville family comprises more than just himself. While enjoying the family's resources, he must also fulfill his obligations when the need arises. If it were possible, he would wish that his former self had refrained from competing with those cousins for the opportunity to study alongside the king. Thus, he would not have to endure the torment he faces now. Remembering the youthful visage of the current king, Vaughn felt a deep sorrow. He could not fathom how that once magnanimous friend could resort to such absurdity. Chapter 136. What hat are you wearing, you scoundrel? Such meaningless battles ought to cease. With a flicker of thought, Vaughn rested a hand on the slender, ornate hilt of his sword, its elegant design contrasting with the tumult around him. His shoulder-length curls danced in the wind, and his eyes, filled with sincerity, revealed his inner turmoil. If it were possible, he would prefer not to engage in combat with a child who held affection for his homeland. Once, his own eyes shone with a similar light. In the face of derision from those around him during his childhood, he would brandish the wooden sword he had hidden away, chasing after them in a fervent display of defiance. The seriousness etched on his small face resembled that of a knight from the tales he had read. Although he was later confined at home, and even the knightly sword he had secretly crafted was shattered by his father, what did that matter? A true knight of justice is not merely a character from a fairy tale. In a dimly lit room, a battered child curled up, clutching his knees, his teeth clenched in determination. As the years passed, that once innocent child came to realize how profoundly he felt out of place among his peers. The children he had once played with gradually became strangers, and he could not fathom why. After learning together, they had forgotten the lessons from their books. Their present selves bore no distinction from the very things they once scorned. The growing youth concealed his doubts, journeying across the island in search of answers within the pages of books. In time, he emerged as the most distinguished young man in the kingdom, his name even recognized by a king from a neighboring realm. Until one fateful day, upon returning from the slums, he learned that his family wished to see him. Unlike his father, whose joy was nearly overflowing, Vaughn remained silent, having anticipated this day. In the quiet study, he sat upright, exuding obedience while feeling the weight of scrutiny from across the room. An indeterminate amount of time passed before a voice, imbued with age yet commanding, resonated from the opposite side. Vaughn Neville, go forth, and do not bring shame upon the family. With the admonition concluded, Vaughn rose to depart. The following day, bearing the hopes of his lineage, the youth left home, destined to serve as a companion to the prince in his studies. It was only recently that he had returned from there, entrusted with a mission from the new king. Do you still believe in justice? The gaze of a nearby young man caused Vaughn, lost in memories of the past, to ponder this question. He instinctively raised a hand to press down the brim of his hat. Vaughn's eyes fixated on the man in the distance, whose once white garments had become increasingly tattered with each passing moment. Thoughts raced through his mind as he considered the possibility of sparing this leader. The man showed no trace of his previous ferocity. You hail from the western seas, came the unwavering voice of rain, carried by the still night breeze. Although the majority of nations from the western seas spoke a common tongue, traces of their native accents remained evident. It was clear that this newcomer, along with the captive at his feet, originated from the same place. As for their origins, they are indiscernible by accent alone. Mia Bell's feigned struggle was abruptly halted, and the slender blade she held slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. That insufferable little brat. The exposed captive bit her silver teeth, cursing inwardly. As a prominent member of an organization within the kingdom, she had never anticipated that one day she would fall into the hands of mere children. If those fellows were to discover this, they would surely die of laughter. Infuriated, she relayed information to the effeminate figure nearby. Undoubtedly, this wretched child was the most troublesome among the group, whether it was due to the previously unclear movements or the unknown fruit abilities. Moreover, even in such a predicament, he remained exceedingly cautious. Is this truly a child? Suddenly, Mia Bell slammed her head down, flipping over the mental table within her mind. Damn that effeminate fool. Why is he wearing a hat at a time like this? I cannot answer that question. Regaining his composure, Vaughn moved with agile steps, the sound of his leather boots echoing lightly on the path. He sighed inwardly at the declining family within the kingdom. Regardless of his reluctance, he had accepted the task. He had done all he could, hoping that Mathif had not noticed his subtle maneuvers. Silently observing the enemy passing before him, Will's movements faltered, and he instinctively glanced at Rain. Initially, he had no desire for this newly acquainted group to become involved. After all, that was Mathif. Accepting the reality, he quickly comprehended the danger at hand. As the first weapon master to retain the championship, who could fathom the power he had concealed over the years? In the face of firearms, what significance did the identities of his new friends hold? However, the brief confrontation when Rain apprehended the woman had elucidated the strength of these newfound companions. It was understandable, given the current maritime situation. They would not be so leisurely adrift without possessing a certain degree of power. Abilities. Reflecting on the previous woman's encounter, Will remained contemplative. He had not anticipated that such individuals, spoken of only by his father, the fruit users outside the mechanical system, would suddenly appear before him. And two of them. Casually glancing at the girl beside the boy, he noted that, having shed her previous disguise, her features were now revealed in the night. Do devil fruits choose their masters? A curious question flickered through his mind as he fixed his gaze on the enemy. He was uncertain whether Rain could handle the situation, despite being a user. The boy was far too young. Recalling how effortlessly that man had responded to his earlier assault, Will adjusted his breathing, hastening to alleviate the aches in his body. Preparing to step in should Rain falter. Rain? The increasingly distinct visage of Rain Chris compelled Vaughn to halt his steps, prompting him to utter a remark. From the very moment he first laid eyes on the youth, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Yet he had not anticipated that he was in the presence of this prodigy from the West Sea. Pray tell, sir, might you introduce yourself? Rain inquired, displaying no hint of surprise. His demeanor remained composed, complemented by his exquisite attire, allowing anyone to discern the status he represented. Given his renown in the West Sea, it was hardly astonishing to be recognized. Vaughn, the man replied, his tone momentarily faltering as he instinctively omitted his surname. He had been closely observing this celebrated child prodigy of the West Sea, who was even the subject of a collection of quotes curated by an enthusiastic admirer. The commonplace reflections on class, power, and individuality had, on more than one occasion, guided him towards clarity in addressing his own dilemmas. As for recognizing the youth, it stemmed from a clandestine portrait commissioned by a friend who had ventured to Baron. Prior to this, He remained blissfully unaware that such refreshing insights originated from a mere child. He was eager to comprehend the character capable of such dispassionate understanding of profound matters, which he had only previously encountered in adults. Upon receiving the portrait, he was not disappointed. Perhaps it was only an exceptionally precocious individual, hailing from an extraordinary background, who could possess such an impartial yet astute perspective on the world, articulating it with subtlety and incisiveness. Acknowledging this, Vaughn found himself increasingly captivated by the youth. However, the satisfaction of his curiosity was akin to a parched land encountering a mere trickle of water, thirsting for more. Time and again, he contemplated journeying to Barron to engage in discourse with this remarkable boy, yet the encounter unfolded under such unexpected circumstances and with such a stance. Indeed, this was quite the revelation. Chapter 137. How embarrassing. The wine bottle on the ground was suddenly lifted by the wind, its forward momentum thwarted by an opposing gust. The translucent glass rolled across the rough terrain, producing a series of crisp sounds. When did this happen? Just as he realized it, Ryan instinctively lowered his body, his muscles tensing beneath the oversized hoodie. Tap! The heel of Vaughn's shoe lightly struck the ground as he shouldered the caterpillar-like burden, one hand resting on the slender hilt of his sword, glancing up at the moon hanging in the night sky. Time was getting late. The cold moonlight illuminated the man's sharply defined jawline beneath the brim of his hat. It was only then that the people around began to react. Faced with the little girl crossing her arms defensively, the captive who had just moments ago been sprawled on the ground blinked in confusion, looking at the pavement not far beneath her. "Well done, you coward." Having escaped her predicament, Mia Bell silently praised herself, even reaching for her shoulder to catch a glimpse of the expression on the face of that scoundrel who had frightened her for so long with an empty gun. The effort to maintain an unimpressed facade faltered, and her spirits lifted even higher. "If you wish to stop Martif, you must act swiftly." Vaughan said this while shaking the woman twisting on his shoulder. Then he strode forward with the same flamboyance as before. In truth, he too was at a loss for words, the conflict of thoughts swirling in his mind, only to be forcibly suppressed again. Watching the man walk ahead in silence, Will's gaze sharpened. "Let them go," Ryan interjected, halting Will's impending outburst, his vigilance unwavering. The speed displayed by this man just moments ago was enough to startle even him. Moreover, Will, who had been the butt of their teasing, had endured rigorous training for the sake of venturing out to sea. Even after clashing with pirates, witnessing the levels of martial prowess on the ocean, he intensified the rigor of his training. It was precisely this perseverance that granted him a physique far superior to his peers, allowing him to swiftly grasp the advanced techniques of the government during yesterday's confrontation. Although his initial attempts at employing them were not as silent as that of a seasoned operative, they were still impressive. Yet, despite mastering the shave, he remained oblivious to how this man had effortlessly snatched away the captive beneath his feet in an instant. He understood that neural response speed and physical prowess were not interchangeable, but the ability to maneuver at such high speeds with shave was indicative of the extent of his developed reflexes. Even so, he had failed to perceive the man's movement. With such velocity, it was not merely challenging to contend with him in battle, even to walk past. No one could impede him. Hence, he intervened to prevent Will's actions. After glancing at Rain for a few moments, Will ultimately set aside his thoughts. He was acutely aware that, devoid of the assistance of a firearm, the limited skills he had acquired in combat were insufficient to subdue this man. No, even with a gun, he was uncertain of his chances. Recalling the ease with which the woman had evaded bullets, Will dismissed his earlier assumptions. He recognized how naive his desire to detain these two individuals was. Yet, he could not resign himself to the situation. How could he possibly allow such a scoundrel and villain to escape unscathed? However, he found himself at a loss for solutions. Faced with such brute force, his once prized intellect offered him no aid. What right did he have to protect Bernard or seek vengeance? Wasn't this the lament of the powerless? Vaughn hesitated momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the youth by the roadside. Even he was uncertain of the emotions that led him to articulate such thoughts. As the man vanished into the darkness, Robin exhaled deeply, gradually lowering her arm. Soon after, she noticed the gravity etched on the young man's face. Could you not have retained him either? Regret washed over her as she spoke. The intensity of Rain's confrontation with the government agents earlier had been profoundly shocking, prompting her to voice her concern. She scrutinized the boy's expression. Retracting his gaze from the street corner, Rain regarded her, seemingly aware of her thoughts, and affectionately ruffled her hair. "It's all right. At this moment, I truly lack the means, but that does not imply it will always be so. Yes, he was merely 10 years old. The confidence radiating from the boy inspired him. It was only then that Robin recalled the age of the young man who had saved her and spoke of fleeing together. Noticing the commotion above her head, the girl felt a surge of embarrassment and quickly extricated herself from the boy's playful grasp. After all, she was older than Rain. Yet here she was, being patted on the head by someone younger than herself. She was not Annie. As she combed through her hair, Robin caught sight of a tightly clenched fist. Despite her words, he must still be quite discontented. Reflecting on her previous actions, the girl felt a pang of guilt. She had not contributed in any way during the afternoon's battle, where even the typically foolish may displayed commendable marksmanship. If she continued in this manner, would she truly allow these individuals to accompany her as she faced government persecution? Remembering the chaos of her escape following the destruction of O'Hara, she pressed her lips together. Mistaking Robin's apprehension for fear from the day's events, Rain refrained from further comment. A bitter smile crossing his face. He had just promised to protect her, and yet here they were, in such a disheveled state. How ironic. Resolving to intensify his training regimen, Rain gathered his thoughts. More pressing matters awaited. Will, can your intelligence be trusted? Although he had heard the man's affirmation with his own ears, the unwavering support of the island's inhabitants for that master lingered in his mind, prompting Rain to seek confirmation from Will once more. He struggled to comprehend why, despite his esteemed status and reputation, Martif chose to treat his homeland in such a manner. It was evident that Will harbored the same perplexity, yet unlike Rain, he was engulfed by a tide of anger. Observing the contemplative young man, Rain felt a twinge of nostalgia. Ever since they had met, he had perceived Will as a paragon of the ideal researcher, a man who consistently exuded calmness. Even in ordinary circumstances, it was rare to witness any display of emotion from him. Were it not for today's events, Rain might have believed him to be an emotionless machine dedicated solely to research. Will remained silent, harboring no resentment towards Rain for having previously halted his actions. He himself recognized the naivety of his earlier conduct. Yet now, as they found themselves drawn into the perilous vortex of Bernard, he mused. Did one truly think that knowing the truth would allow him to remain an outsider? The hand on his shoulder jolted the hesitant Will back to reality. Turning to face the source, he was met with the boy's radiant smile, reminiscent of their first encounter. After a moment of silence, Will nodded, gathered his thoughts, and spoke. I heard this from a friend. The Navy is aware as well. As he listened to Will's account, Rain furrowed his brow. However, recalling the young general with the fierce gaze from the competition, he felt little surprise. Indeed, it was only natural for a general entrusted with significant responsibilities by the naval headquarters to be attuned to Martif's maneuvers. Regrettably, he had never been one to place his hopes in others. Chapter 138, The Qualities of a Maid in the Early Morning. A diaphanous veil of white mist unfurled across the distant horizon. Beyond, the pale peach-hued clouds deepened, and a crimson radiance pierced the sky, softening as it approached the eye. Yet, this was merely the scene of twilight being vanquished, enough to enrapture one in the vastness of the rising sun. As the lights that had illuminated the island through the night gradually extinguished, the once desolate streets began to stir with life, the cold city once again brimming with vitality. With a swift motion, the girl drew back the curtain before the landing vessel, pouting slightly. Despite the admonitions that children should not witness such sights, she had nonetheless succumbed to the allure. It was an unavoidable circumstance. Seated alone on a sofa, both Izumi and Yai remained in their understated, elegant kimonos, their eyes radiating warmth, suffused with a luminosity akin to morning dew in a forest glade. Upon hearing the girl's lament, Yai chuckled softly. The captain surely had his reasons for such actions. On the lengthy sofa, Dylan, freshly washed and still exuding moisture, spoke as he perused the books at his feet. Having gained a better understanding of the world beyond, he no longer called Run by his name so casually, opting instead for the title of captain. Do you know the details of today's competition? For someone who boarded the ship before you and is older, what should you call me, you little rascal? Yes. With a resigned sigh, Dylan lifted his gaze, glancing at the sulking girl by the window. He was well aware of Annie's intentions, having learned her unruly ways over time. He could hardly forget the title she held dear. However, so young yet with the demeanor of an old man, utterly devoid of vitality. If you know, then just say it. Must I remind you each time? The girl turned her head, crossing her arms with a huff, discreetly retracting a foot she had extended. attempting to project a more mature image. Yet, it truly is difficult to call you that. Observing everything, Dylan exhaled softly, his gaze drifting past her bouncing hair to the center of the island. There, atop the towering edifice representing the Weapon Association, a massive screen loomed. The screen flickered with light, and soon there would be a broadcast from the competition venue. The populace, unable to attend in person, could still witness the events unfold in real time. The captain would never deceive you. Today's competition is indeed not suitable for our viewing. Why wait? You just glossed over that. Today's event is a live combat demonstration. Do not speak as if it is just your own opinion, you little rascal. Even someone who has faced pirates like you wouldn't wish to see human targets used as mere comparative backgrounds. Hey, wait, are you saying? Annie finally grasped the situation, setting aside her previous concerns. Dylan's expression was far from pleasant. During their previous voyage, he had witnessed the chaos of the sea and had even assisted in dealing with a few pirates who attempted to plunder them. However, that was a matter of life and death, not a mere amusement. Thus, despite the prior clarification that the competitors were notorious criminals, this concept of waste utilization left Dylan, who fancied himself somewhat informed about the world, feeling a chill. In this moment, he felt immensely grateful that it was Rain and his companions who discovered their island, rather than others. Yet, recalling the island's priestess, who, like the captain, possessed abilities, and the budding knowledge of the outside world that Maceo and the others were beginning to acquire, Dylan managed to find some semblance of comfort. How could this be? And, having regained her composure, covered her mouth. Growing up in the carefree environment of Baron, the greatest troubles she encountered were merely the playful pranks of the young master. Being a maid brought into the estate by Yuchuan Anya, coupled with Rain's subtle standing within the family, she had lived quite well without any restrictions. Even during her trips to the town outside the estate for supplies, she met only kind-hearted people. So, you see, it's evident that you weren't paying attention to the poster. Nodding, Dylan redirected his gaze back to the book. The information was plainly laid out for all to see. The banner hanging beneath the hovering airship could surely be seen even beyond the island. However, the captain's reasoning was indeed rather flimsy. Children should not attend the competition, yet he himself was merely a child. After a moment of contemplation, and stroked her chin and mused, I shall forgive him this time. If he were to abandon me again in the future, I would definitely. The girl puffed up her cheeks in indignation. Imagining the sight of Rain, tearfully squatting before her, a smirk of satisfaction gracing her lips. Should I remind Anne? Robin thought, exasperated. This fellow was far too easily swayed. Although she was aware of Anne's slow reactions, witnessing her being so effortlessly diverted by a child was quite unbearable. What does it matter? Isn't she happy? Disheveling her freshly styled hair once more, the soft sensation against her palm brought a glimmer of satisfaction to Yuchuan and Yure's eyes. Truly, her hair was as beautiful as gemstones. Moreover, I certainly do not believe this is the right moment to speak, Robin mused, her gentle voice carrying the fragrance of herbs, causing a blush to bloom on the girl's fair cheeks. It was only then that she recalled how, upon returning with Rain just before dawn, she had finally disclosed her identity to everyone. Dylan and Mr. Albert signaled that it was all right, and the woman behind her embraced her in comfort. Yet Anne, who had always shared everything with her, felt a twinge of sadness. With her experience, she could easily cheer up this friend. However, since she has already resolved to join, she does not wish to perpetuate that facade in the future. Feeling bashful? How endearing indeed. As she drew closer, the girl's petite figure appeared to grow taller, and noticing the blush upon her cheeks, the woman could not help but chuckle. With her hands resting on her knees, Robin's voice was as faint as a whisper. The gentle caress of fingers across her cheek intensified her embarrassment. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such intimacy, not even with her mother. Oh my! It is simply irresistible, even more adorable than little Wren was. Huh, Captain Wren as a child? Intrigued by her words, the girl inquired curiously. You might not wish to know, dear Robin. For the sake of the beautiful image of Wren that resides in your heart, it is perhaps best that I remain silent. With a sense of satisfaction from the successful mischief, she reminisced about that mischievous little rascal, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, and her smile growing ever more tender. Everyone, it's time to dine. Coming. Leave the tableware to me. From the back of the living room, Albert's voice echoed. The little maid, lost in her daydreams, was awakened by the enticing aroma of food. Her spirits lifted as she dashed towards the dining table. As a maid, She must ensure the dining essentials are perfectly arranged. Chapter 139. Aspiring to become an exceptional host. I truly stand out. Martiv 0 to 14. An absolute classic that should not be missed, whether it involves acts of violence or self-defense. It remains your most trusted companion. At the venue, a table laden with firearms is occupied by a merchant sporting a bushy beard and a cigar precariously dangling from his lips. The smoke wafts through the crowd. A piece of ash falls, and the vendor, indifferent, sweeps his hand across, leaving a gray streak on the oil-stained tablecloth. It's truly ridiculous. It's only 10 o'clock, the perfect time for slumber. On the road, a young man rubs his eyes, increasingly irked by the surrounding clamor. How annoying. You little rascal. You exhibit none of the spirit of Burn Island. By this hour, your father would have already risen to study weaponry. Still in bed at 10? Are you a pig? His irritation pales in comparison to that of his grandfather. In days gone by, before the Navy established a presence on the island, every household was perpetually armed, not only to fend off invading forces but also to remain vigilant for their own safety. When food supplies dwindled, they sometimes resorted to piracy. Yet even during moments of respite, they never neglected the pursuit of superior weaponry. But now, casting a glance at his lethargic grandson, the elder's frustration intensified. You scoundrel! Are you still not awake? How is it that with improved living conditions and ample food, the next generation of Burn has devolved into this? I know. The young man rubbed his ears. I've said it before, I don't wish to become a researcher. However, your robust health truly brings me reassurance, old man. Unable to suppress a yawn, he continued. You, humph, little brat. You'd better get up tomorrow morning and learn to forge with me. With an irritated turn, the elder, stooping with age, ambled away, burdened by a sack. Oh, isn't that old Luke? Still going strong, I see. What? You rascal. Is that not Uncle Pan? Taking advantage of the convention to peddle his old stock? The young man adjusted the collar of his shirt, his eyelids drooping as he greeted him with familiarity. Is that not Panwin? So, have you finally heeded your father's advice? Raising an eyebrow, the vendor leaned in, but it's rather late. My child has already reached the finals this year. Waving away the encroaching smoke, Panwin's expression resembled that of a dead fish. Reached the finals, has he? I hope he finds a good position behind Martiv. Let us hope he doesn't emerge as a scoundrel like his father, deceiving outsiders. Huh, you're simply envious. Passing a firearm to a hesitant buyer, the vendor smirked. Besides, these ignorant fools, do they deserve good weapons? Not selling them defective ones is already a favor. The foolish outsider at the stall. Glancing at the stall owner with arms thicker than his own waist, his lips quivered slightly. Yet he ultimately remained silent. Outside the venue, at the entrance of the contestant passage, the finalists were devoid of the supportive friends and family present during the preliminaries. Each participant was engrossed in adjusting their weapons, their gazes occasionally sweeping over the timer at the passage's entrance. Even those fully prepared sought to alleviate their anxiety by periodically wiping their creations. Are you all right? It was no surprise that Rain asked this. Forwell's pallor was truly alarming. Dark circles reminiscent of a panda adorned his eyes. His hair was a tousled mess, and despite donning a new shirt, he appeared utterly disheveled. I'm fine. Will pinched the corners of his eyes, facing the venue with wide-open eyes. The other hand, clutching a weapon case, trembled uncontrollably. After scrutinizing his expression, the boy nodded, choosing to say nothing further. If the timing isn't right, adjust your plans accordingly. I'll be in the front row of the audience. All right. He slipped a hand into his pocket, feeling the few revolver bullets he had hastily crafted. We'll remain silent for a few seconds, Rain, if you withdraw now. There will still be contestants enter. As the timer struck 0, the host's voice resonated through the thick walls, echoing from within the venue. Seemingly ignoring his words, the boy urged, hurry up, and don't forget, after this is over, you still need to make the mechanical prosthetic for Dylan. I know. With a deep glance at the boy, and amidst the thunderous cheers, Will turned and stepped into the passage. As his figure disappeared into the distance, Rain's smile slowly faded. The challenges ahead would not be easy. Sighing silently, the boy ruffled his tousled hair and walked towards the other side of the audience passage. Enough. Stop laughing. Robbie, have my limits. The host bellowed into the microphone, addressing the audience with fervor. Who could fathom what he endured yesterday? Those savage islanders were relentless. Not to mention the locals from Bernard. Reflecting on that familiar strength, Robbie chuckled coldly within, knowing they would return every year. Believing he wouldn't recognize them simply because he remained silent. How naive. The roar of laughter from the audience only grew louder, undeterred by the host's outburst. It was no wonder they were in stitches. The current state of the host was hardly commendable, sporting a hairstyle that would be censored in books. With a face marred by bruises and a leg encased in thick plaster, the sight of a host leaning on crutches was quite a spectacle. One might believe he had just survived a shipwreck. It seemed the effect was remarkable. Robbie wore a helpless expression, yet internally praised his earlier decision to forego a hairstyle overhaul. Truly, I am destined to become one of the world's premier hosts. You lot, I can't help but. With a resigned sigh, Robbie turned to face the audience, the cylindrical object above him swaying with his movements. Taking a deep breath, he discarded his cane, spread his arms wide, and proclaimed loudly, "Welcome to the finals of the weaponry conference." Oh, the excitement! Accompanied by a surge of fervor, thunderous cheers resonated in the air, causing the judges at the broadcasting station to furrow their brows. Yet, upon observing the entranced host on stage and the electrifying atmosphere, the seasoned researchers ultimately refrained from voicing their discontent. That rascal. He certainly won to have an easy time today. A middle-aged man, his face darkened, diverted his gaze from the blushing girl in the audience. Had he known, he would have prevented his daughter from attending this competition. No, even if she hadn't come, she would still witness this ostentatious fool through the broadcast. "Count me in," exclaimed a young man beside him indignantly. "I'll join too. That scoundrel. It was a mistake not to attend yesterday." At this moment, the competitors, who were originally rivals, strangely united in camaraderie, their eyes reflecting the bond of comradeship. Now, let us discover who the new generation of exceptional researchers entering the finals are. Oblivious to all of this, Robbie stood on one leg, while the enormous screen behind him shifted focus to the first contestant, Matif, Bernard S. Chapter 140. Robbie, although the announcement regarding the competition was prominently displayed throughout the island, I shall reiterate it for the sake of those researchers who may be unclear. Facing the jeers of the audience, Robbie raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Do not blame me for my verbosity. As you all know, these contestants, despite possessing intellect far beyond that of ordinary individuals and dexterous hands, are akin to newborns in matters of life. Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes upon him, he surveyed the venue. It is precisely because of them that we have today, as Bernard. As Master Martiv once articulated, a weapon untested by blood is akin to rum that has not undergone fermentation. They are the farmers who cultivate the crops, the very source of all progress in the world. On the screen, the elderly gentleman waved his hand amiably, eliciting a wave of cheers from the crowd. It was evident that our legendary figure had a penchant for indulging in spirits. With a playful tone, Robbie addressed the audience. "So, what does blood signify? Let us proceed directly to the crux of the matter. Allow me to introduce the other group of contestants." With a thunderous sound, as his words echoed through the air, the venue resonated with the noise of machinery in motion, sending a tremor through the audience, who were on the verge of booing. 50 meters away, on the stone-paved arena, a rectangular slab suddenly sank, only to rise moments later, revealing 15 wooden stakes. Bound to these stakes were individuals of varying physiques, all clad in prison garb. As the clamor around him intensified, these targets, fully aware of their fate, began to struggle violently, their wounds reopening, and the blood seeping from them stained the coarse ropes of vivid red. The white cloth draped before them was their final mercy. "Fear not, they are hardly human." Noticing the panic in the audience, Robbie chuckled, but when he turned to face them, his expression morphed into one of disdain and ferocity. "These are nothing but vermin, refuse, scum." A litany of venomous words spewed forth from his lips, leaving the viewers on the island, watching via broadcast, in a state of bewilderment. The chaos at sea was one thing, but now even the host had descended into wildness? Well said. A secretary, who had been standing behind Simon, now rendered invisible, silently applauded in her mind. Having perused the records of these targets, she was well aware of the caliber of prisoners extracted from the island's penitentiary. Compared to these individuals, even the pirates ravaging the seas could be deemed virtuous. Curious as to why I am so incensed? Taking a deep breath, leaning on his cane, Robbie noted the eerie silence that enveloped the arena. "Then allow me to enlighten you about the heinous deeds committed by these scoundrels." Kiglazano, a merchant traversing the islands, succumbed to greed during a transaction, resulting in the slaughter of all the residents of Shilya Island. Even now, the waters there remain stained red. Shafia Sig, a maid of the Helmond family, poisoned the then Viscount Helmond and his wife for the sake of her lover, sparing not even their newborn child. Walter Finley recited the transgressions of several criminals, as Robbie's voice grew increasingly parched. I'm sorry, I simply cannot continue reading. This is a disgrace for me as the host. With that, he forcefully cast aside the cue card, his hand pressed tightly against his face, tears streaming through his fingers. Nevertheless, the cacophony of shouts from the audience left his spirit entirely unsettled. How dare you shout such things? He exclaimed, breathless, as he hurled his cane with great force, disregarding his own disheveled state, and spat in their direction. Upon hearing the crimes of these individuals, everyone in the venue was left with reddened eyes. Hurling vehement insults at the perpetrators, intermingled with the most malicious words from various dialects. Faced with such filth, even the most even-tempered individuals could not contain their anger. Were it not for the human barricade formed by the staff surrounding the area, these offenders would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. Hey, where did you pull that gun from? The staff member, having caught a woman leaping up, felt a chill of cold sweat at the familiar sound of a gun being chambered. Even in his career as a mercenary, such scenes were few and far between. The chaotic spectacle before him rendered even his once proud physique unable to provide a sense of security. This is utterly outrageous, he thought, recalling how he had inquired of the captain whether any preparations were necessary, only to be met with disdain, just avoiding trouble to make a quick buck. What is there to prepare? Or are you still frightened from the last encounter with the Navy, afraid even of minor security? How absurd. You call this a minor affair? Tell me this is merely a trivial matter, and I would believe you if you said they were being torn apart. He was incredulous that the event organizers were foolish enough to allow the audience to bring firearms. Did they not fear potential mishaps? Dodging a bottle hurled from an unknown direction, he strained to seize the gun, mentally cursing the organizers. Scum, it's time for you to play your final role. Now, let the contest commence. Startled by the gunfire that erupted within the venue, Robbie wiped the sweat from his brow and hastily announced the start before leaping off the stage. His hosting abilities still left much to be desired. As Robbie stepped into the work corridor, he kicked the wall, causing fragments of plaster to scatter across the ground. As he walked, he mentally reflected on his experiences. As a host, the stage served as their concert hall, and the microphone was their conductor's baton. What he must do is guide the emotions of each spectator. Compared to music, his guidance is far more subtle and imperceptible. No. It is not guidance. How could a host harbor such nefarious thoughts? It is resonance, indeed. As the situation deepens, the faint glimmer of light that remains within him gradually fades away. The profound footsteps echoing through the corridor are both serene and eerie, while the chaotic clamor lingers outside the square portal behind him. Sir, the competition has commenced. A staff member, clutching a notepad, could not help but remind him. I am aware, of course. The young contestant's forehead glistens with sweat, his grip on the firearm trembling slightly. Is it an issue with your work? We have made ample preparations for repairs for this event. Silence. There is nothing wrong with my work. Interrupting him, the contestant pointed toward the audience, his face a portrait of despair. The problem lies there. Do you think they wouldn't shoot me if I missed? Will they? Glancing back at the audience, who sat quietly yet ominously, the staff member fell silent, then discreetly averted their gaze. Even knowing they were not watching him, those bloodshot eyes still conjured images of the wolf packs he had encountered in his homeland. Did you not see that they have not fired their weapons? Urged the contestant. Hurry. If you can withstand it, then come. Bang. Chapter 141. Do not die, Matif. A sudden gunshot captivated everyone's attention. The spectators craved to witness the downfall of the scoundrel, while the competitors were eager to ascertain who could maintain their composure and fire under such circumstances. Even the usually composed judge raised an eyebrow, curious about the unfolding events. However, as they beheld the scene on stage, a profound silence enveloped the arena. The residents watching the broadcast on the island were momentarily frozen, their bodies stiff as they gazed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. The old man's shirt was stained crimson, his wrinkled face etched with incredulity. He swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground. With one hand pressed against his wound, he turned his head with great difficulty towards the young man wielding the firearm. His voice hoarse. Why? The vast venue fell silent for an instant, only to ignite with chaos. Quickly, fetch a doctor. A doctor. Staff members rushed to the elderly man's side, applying pressure to his wound to staunch the bleeding while shouting commands to others. The thick, viscous blood gushed forth, and his increasingly sluggish breaths heightened the panic around him. No, don't die, please don't die. After finally managing to get close to Matif, the recorder never anticipated such a calamity. If this old man perished in his presence, he could scarcely fathom the fate of the shooter. His own prospects would be dire. The thought of taking another step closer was futile. He wondered if Bernard could even remain in the arena after this. Fury mounting, he drew the firearm provided by the association, intent on addressing the instigator of this chaos. Yet he found himself exclaiming, "What have you done to Mr. Matif?" A competitor from outside the island shouted, his voice thick with an accent. He recalled the kind old man who had patiently guided them through their competition. How could one dare to commit such an atrocity against a mentor of such stature? The onlookers, particularly the Bernardians who had witnessed Matif's ascent to legend, were equally outraged. The nearest competitor abandoned his work, his expression contorted as if facing a sworn enemy. "Is he all right?" The crowd surged with indignation, prompting the usually seated Rain to rise. His gaze scanning the audience for Will, nearly engulfed by the competitors. Oblivious to the anguished groans, the audience erupted in chants, "Kaza! Kaza!" Rain pondered the sentiment behind the outcry. Having perused the books Dylan had procured, he understood the meaning of Kaza in Bernardian. Throughout Bernard's history, the term had only been directed at a select few heinous individuals. Even when criminals had appeared in the arena previously, the Bernardians had never uttered Kaza. Yet, was he truly dead? Observing the elderly man, motionless and slumped in the arms of a staff member, Rain felt a twinge of uncertainty. This question also lingered in the mind of Will, who was being mercilessly beaten by the crowd. Seemingly oblivious to the barrage of pain raining down upon him, Will turned his head, attempting to discern the state of that scoundrel. However, as more staff and spectators surged into the venue, the crowd thickened into an impenetrable mass. There was not even a sliver of space. The very air became viscous. "Make way. Let me kill him." Amidst the scuffle, attempts to push through were in vain. One competitor drew forth a loaded competition firearm. Among the agitated throng, there were indeed those who wished to eliminate the assassin of Matif. Yet, they instinctively disregarded this option. To him, using a gun would be far too merciful. A fellow competitor swatted the weapon from his hand and plunged into the fray, rejoining the assault. In the heart of the melee, Will grew increasingly impatient, still unable to ascertain Matif's condition. The mechanical click of a device was drowned out by the spittle flying around. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from outside the venue, startling everyone. The violent tremors caused those surrounding Will to sway unsteadily. As he caught sight of a flash of light, Will evaded a descending fist and deftly rolled into an adjacent clear space amidst their panic. "What are you plotting?" Observing his nonchalant demeanor, the astute among them quickly grasped the situation. This fellow was not merely intent on killing Mr. Matif. From the swirling smoke, a lean figure emerged, rising from the ground. The calmness in his voice only served to infuriate the competitors, who were regaining their composure. However, this was insufficient. As the dust settled, they beheld the precarious figure, refusing to fall. A chill crept through the hearts of the viewers witnessing this madness through the broadcast. This lunatic aimed to kill everyone. Adjusting the device that fed sound into the venue's speakers, Will raised his head. His eyes, tranquil as still waters, were projected for all to see through the recording device. "So, are you ready?" With an expression devoid of emotion, he reset his dislocated left hand and produced a small detonator from his pocket. "What are you preparing?" A competitor, momentarily dazed, instinctively inquired. "Ah, the bomb," he replied. With a click, his finger pressed down. The clear mechanical sound resonated in everyone's ears through the screen. Boom, boom, boom. A short while later, an even more intense tremor swept through, accompanied by distant thunder. The venue erupted in chaos, filled with the sounds of footsteps, screams, and panicked cries. Startled by the sudden turn of events, those on the judging panel finally registered the turmoil unfolding within the venue. After discerning the direction of the second explosion, an elderly man, in a state of exasperation, exclaimed, "This lunatic has actually detonated a bomb in a residential area." Finally, he let out a sigh of relief. The staff members stationed around the venue also breathed a sigh of relief as they witnessed the audience scrambling to escape. Turning away, they made their way towards the concealed weapons, their eyes brimming with fervent excitement. He had always known that their madcap leader, even while earning extra income, could not merely be involved in security matters. Major General Seaman, however, was caught off guard by the rapid unfolding of events. The secretary, who had efficiently managed the naval base, felt a tinge of bewilderment. Instinctively, she glanced towards the figure seated steadily before her. "Do not worry. The man's calm and deep voice gradually soothed her. Adjusting her glasses, Lingzi recalled that the Major General had previously stationed troops around the venue as a precaution against unforeseen incidents. Though she admired this foresight, she could not help but inquire, "What should we do now?" With his back turned to her. A flicker of anger passed through Seaman's eyes as he cast a deep glance at the young men in the venue. "We shall do what our Navy is meant to do." With that, he rose from his seat and issued commands through the communicator on his wrist. Regardless of whether the information had leaked or if they were truly facing a madman, his original plans now required adjustment. Yet, the transition from a savior to a rescuer left this rising star within the Navy feeling quite vexed. No wonder Major General Seaman was highly regarded. The secretary, witnessing the justice cloak billowing in the sunlight, felt a rush of admiration. Clutching the documents in her arms, she hurried to keep pace with his strides. Chapter 142, Complexity in the Gently Swaying Building. A startled Annie beheld a familiar figure on the screen, momentarily engulfed in confusion and bewilderment. Just yesterday, everything was perfectly fine. How had it suddenly escalated to the brink of an island explosion? On the periphery of the residential area, Will steadied himself and scrutinized the swirling smoke from the floor-to-ceiling window, forming a judgment in his mind. It is behind us on the southern flank. After a careful calculation, Robin affirmed the precise location with unwavering confidence. Indeed, a few seconds later, Dylan corroborated her assessment. Unable to resist a glance at the girl imprinted on the glass, he too approached the window, only managing to deduce the situation through the movement of the crowd and the smoke billowing from the explosion. However, Robin, who remained seated on the sofa, could not perceive the throng below. Even so, with just a brief moment of swaying, she had managed to make such a swift judgment amidst the scarcity of information. Truly impressive. Catching Dylan's gaze from the corner of her eye, Robin chose not to respond. Instead, she offered reassurance to the little maid, who was pacing anxiously on the carpet. "It's all right, Annie. The explosion has already ceased." "How do you know?" The still-dazed maid lifted her head, asking in a hesitant whisper. Robin was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, a pertinent question arose. How did she know? Should she disclose that she had been involved in the bomb planting? Albert, who was thoughtfully setting down the refreshments, sensed an underlying mystery. There must be something more to this. Recalling the commotion from the previous night and the young master's peculiar behavior that morning, Albert pondered deeply. However, since Rain had not confided in them, it implied that the young master believed he could handle it alone. Yet, reflecting on the little one he had watched grow, who for the first time had not sought his counsel but instead chose to face the challenge independently, the butler felt a bittersweet pang. The young master has truly matured. With such complex emotions swirling within him, he turned his gaze toward the woman on the sofa. If little Rain believed he could manage, then it is our duty to trust him. Lifting his eyes from the pharmacology book, Quan glanced out at the chaotic scene displayed on the window screen, softly addressing those in the room with his characteristic warmth. "Captain, may fortune favor you." Sharing a silent exchange of understanding with Robin, Dylan mourned alongside her in spirit. However, as he scrutinized the images on the screen once more, his brow furrowed in concern. He understood the captain's rationale for keeping them away from the scene today, but had Rain truly prepared for everything? With this thought weighing on him, he quietly vacated his seat. In a venue that should have commanded the attention of all, the contestants, who had come in pursuit of glory, gradually steadied their nerves after an initial bout of panic. Aside from a few timid souls who discreetly blended into the audience and slipped away, the majority exchanged knowing glances and subtly maneuvered their steps, encircling the young man. Whether hailing from the local area of Bona or the outer islands, those who stood here were the most distinguished researchers among their peers. They could not possibly tolerate a madman so ruthlessly persecuting an island. Moreover, several contestants cast furtive glances at the image worm at the center of the stage, a rare opportunity visible to the entire island. The motives were as varied as the individuals. The youthful quest for justice clashed with the ambitions of the powerful seeking to expand their influence. All these diverse demands and interests coalesced into a singular purpose: to eliminate this lunatic and save Bona. Oh, the audacity of a child harboring such terrifying thoughts at a tender age, far more abhorrent than the marauding pirates who plunder villages. The elderly man reloaded the firearm he had retrieved after his earlier fall, lighting a cigarette, his piercing gaze fixated on the distant youth, barely concealing a smoldering intensity. "Did you truly believe that we, those nearly assimilated by gunpowder in our laboratories, would possess any semblance of patience?" He flicked off the ash, the dark muzzle of the gun aimed squarely at him. That scoundrel Martif is dead. The elder's emotions were a tumultuous mix. For years, he had been overshadowed by Martif, often harboring a fierce desire for his demise. Yet now, in this moment, glancing at the immobile old rival not far away, he took a long drag from his cigarette. What a remarkable talent you possess. Under different circumstances, I might have invited you for a drink. However, given the actions you have taken, you must have anticipated this outcome. How regrettable it truly is. The young contestant, sporting an explosive hairstyle, aimed his spare flintlock at him. Observing the rudimentary device he clutched, which bore only a single button, a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. As a fellow enthusiast of explosives, he understood the implications of a device capable of triggering bombs without a fuse. Whether it operated through a wave communication technique akin to the telephone worm or via electromagnetic induction. He shook his head, suppressing the urge to delve into research. His gaze at the youth tinged with regret. That was a subject he had long studied. "Child, there is still a chance to turn back," urged the bespectacled elder, his voice adopting a soothing tone, the compassion etched upon his face resembling that of a benevolent gentleman. "The previous explosions have not yet resulted in any casualties. If you relinquish your device, I believe both the Bona people, who revere researchers, and the Navy will forgive your momentary impulse." However, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes as he gazed at the device in his hand. From the audio equipment at the venue, he discerned that the people outside could indeed hear their voices. This presented a splendid opportunity. As for his technical skills, there would be time to explore them later. There was no need to rush. The paramount concern now was to prevent a greater catastrophe from occurring. Thus, whether he settled in Bona or joined the Arms Association in the future, it would undoubtedly facilitate matters greatly. Let go. You are still young. Indeed. For a moment, the venue was filled with a cacophony of persuasive voices. The islanders who heard this through the screen, as well as the astute spectators in the audience who remained relatively inactive, could not help but reveal a flicker of hope. After all, no one knew where the next bomb might explode. Acting rashly could lead to swifter demise. If this madman could indeed be swayed, it would be an exceedingly fortuitous outcome. The noise was unbearable. Although somewhat irritated by the clamor, Will's countenance remained largely unchanged, his voice as serene as ever. As he concluded his statement, those who had been attempting to persuade him but a moment ago fell silent. The venue continued to echo with piercing screams, the sound of trampling feet, and curses. As a fellow researcher, you must understand our patience concerning matters beyond experimentation. In the silence, the elderly man before him squinted, exhaling a plume of smoke before extinguishing it beneath his foot. His gravelly voice bore no inflection. "Thus, to prevent you from inciting a greater tragedy, it would be best for you to perish here, esteemed young man, even if your final act before death might result in casualties." The old man's expression was stern, his lab coat billowing slightly in the breeze. In that moment, aside from the companions around him who were inwardly cursing, the audience watching via broadcast on the island was awed by the old man's sacrifice. They understood that the madman, before being shot, certainly possessed the capability to detonate the next bomb. That unknown threat could descend upon anyone at any time. Yet, compared to the crisis that could affect all, this had become a preferable choice. Indeed, the old man was merely one who had fired a gun. What lay ahead for him was the inevitable wrath of the families of the victims. Outside the venue, the gathered crowd gradually quieted, awaiting the arrival of fate. The tourists from the mainland were not included in this scope. Chapter 143. A three-step maneuver. The distinct sounds of gunfire intertwined as the contestants unleashed their self-crafted ammunition. Smoke billowed from the gun barrels, mingling with the pungent aroma of gunpowder. Amidst the chaos, Will casually discarded his menacing device, raising his revolver through the gaps in the crowd, aiming at the now silent elder. Over the years, he had come to realize how cunning the legend of Berna truly was, thanks to the support of the island's populace. Thus, despite straying from their original plan, he seized this final opportunity as a precaution. Bang! The bullet soared forth. Yet Will's heart roared with an unwavering calmness in his eyes, indifferent to the imminent barrage. "Mative, that fellow is indeed an exceptional researcher. Though our philosophies diverge, he has inspired me greatly in my development endeavors." After this reflection, the silver-haired elder smiled at the young boy beside him. "Rest assured, Carter, while I may not rival Mative in weaponry development, I am undoubtedly the foremost authority in prosthetics." The pride in the old man's words was unmistakable. "Indeed, uncle, you are the greatest." The boy, leaning on his cane, set down his wrench and nodded emphatically. Cherished memories flickered through Will's mind as he gripped his firearm, taking him once more. Whoosh! Just as his body had come to a halt, it surged forward again, propelled by a sudden force. A familiar voice echoed in his ears. Tinged with undeniable exasperation, this is not what we had planned, Will. The wind howled around him, and the gunfire behind him became a distant murmur. Among the creatively gifted Berna, the contestants advancing to the second round were undoubtedly the most elite of the current generation. The rapid-fire capability was not solely Will's innovation. Having escaped the throng of contestants, Will adjusted his stance and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 There! The gunfire from behind jolted the contestants awake. Those with quick reflexes, whose gazes had tracked his movements from the outset, spotted their halted figures and called out urgently. Before they could scrutinize his companions, their attention was drawn to the firearm in Will's grasp. The direction of the gun's muzzle ignited a blend of unspoken embarrassment and anger among them. How could such a madman still be alive, let alone be afforded the chance to retaliate? The contestants, once brimming with confidence in their weaponry, found their frustrations mounting. Damn it! Everyone on the island is watching. What else do you intend to do to Mr. Madoff? He is already dead. Clang! Clang! The initial solid projectiles ricocheted off the stone slabs of the venue as the boy's figure appeared like a specter in another location. The hood that had billowed behind him due to his swift movement slowly descended. Once Will steadied himself, he released his grip, his expression laden with gravity. Is he dead? You might want to check for yourselves. Huh? Are you attempting to quibble? Indeed, one cannot help but acknowledge the folly of that imbecilic accomplice. The truth stands before us. Yet he dares to speak. How brazen. As he exchanged ammunition, the elderly man pointed and scoffed at a nearby spectacle. Noticing the absence of his companions in this denunciation, he turned to survey the scene. Upon discerning the situation, the words that had been poised on his lips abruptly faltered. How could this be possible? Is there anything astonishing about this, my friends? With a light-hearted dance, the old man kicked the lifeless body at his feet. The blood-stained pristine lab coat bore testament to a prior tragedy. Removing his spectacles, he gazed upon the young face, wide-eyed and incredulous. After a moment of silence, Madoff knelt and gently brushed his fingers across the young man's eyes. Then, bowing in gratitude, he proclaimed, "Thank you for saving my life. Rest assured, I shall continue my research, ensuring that all shall recognize your contributions to our era. My next weapon." As he spoke, he lifted the bloodied name tag from the researcher's chest, continuing, "Magnum Martel, such is its name." Discarding the lab coat, the elderly gentleman donned a suit of pure black, his demeanor somber as though attending a friend's funeral. Yet his operatic lament rendered the scene almost farcical. "You lot! How could you wish to murder such an elder? Do you possess no humanity?" Inspired by his stance, a slow-witted young contestant wiped away his tears, vociferously rebuking them. However, many others merely furrowed their brows, silently observing Madoff, bewildered by both his resurrection and his current frivolity. Were they finally to unveil their true selves? Madoff's voice, devoid of inflection, compelled Rain to glance over. His countenance remained calm, and had it not been for the throbbing vein at his temple, one might have mistaken him for a cunning old fox despite his youth. Expose? Where is the exposure? Upon hearing this, the elder feigned a glance around. Is anyone watching? The image bug at the center of the stage lay in slumber, the once bright screen now shrouded in darkness. The astute audience, who had remained still, hastily fled as Will discarded his device. The judges had long since departed under cover at the first sound of the explosion. Aside from the personnel present, the only others in attendance were the competition supplies not far away. As he surveyed the surroundings, Madoff's mismatched eyes fixed upon them, enunciating distinctly, "Then just kill them." Stripped of his glasses, the amiable facade that the old man had maintained before the crowd vanished, revealing his true self for the first time. His tone, as indifferent as one might have when disposing of refuse, rendered his already fierce visage even more loathsome than those competition supplies. "Why? HM? Why?" Marty turned his gaze in response to the sound, and upon seeing the elderly man, pressed his fingers against the bridge of his nose. After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon him. It was the second place. Farron Carton, yes, that must be the name. At the mention of second place, a shadow flickered across the eyes of the distinguished elder, a stark contrast amid the competitors. Why? Undeterred by his heightened tone, Marty delicately adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Why not pursue endeavors where the benefits outweigh the drawbacks? Assess, strategize, and then execute. It is a mere trifecta of simplicity." Is it truly so simple? His grip on the firearm tightened as Farron murmured, his silvery hair fluttering in the breeze, partially obscuring his face. Suddenly, he raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated with an intensity akin to that of a famished beast. Simple. Benefits outweigh drawbacks. What do you truly consider the dignity of Bernard's people and the honor of the researchers? Accompanied by the explosive crack of gunpowder. The ammunition surged forth from the colossal barrel, propelled by wrath, relentlessly targeting the legend he once pursued. Chapter 144. Research report on antisocial Bernarians. Is this the resentment accumulated by the second? How absurd. Upon hearing the distinct sound of triggers being pulled in the distance, Martif carelessly discarded the body that had been previously worshipped before him. He stepped out from the splattered blood on the ground, addressing those around him. Do you still believe in me? Such good children. His gaze flickered over the grotesque and panting Farron, then settled on the other dazed individuals behind him, bringing him a sense of comfort. Among the group of contestants, the usually composed outsider kicked the crumbling young man beside him, exclaiming, "Stop dawdling. Can anyone tell me, are those people from the Weapons Association?" No. The young man remained silent, while behind him, a Bernarian quietly reloaded his weapon, answering the question. Casting a glance at the audience, Martif noticed the fully armed men who had removed their work uniforms, their expressions equally grim. When did those gangly researchers from the Weapons Association begin to build their physiques? With such a presence, they had undoubtedly taken lives more than just a few. Really? I thought the food on your island was better. As he spoke, the contestant tightened his grip on his weapon. Encountering such events while participating in a competition truly felt like a jackpot. However, he thought to himself, are the Bernarians blind? Or have they devoted their limited intellect entirely to gunpowder and iron? Amidst his self-deprecating humor, he fervently criticized the Bernarians in his mind. Though he had limited information and was uncertain about what to do next, it was clear that this Martif was by no means as great as the Bernarians claimed. Perhaps that will know something. With this thought, he subtly shifted his aim. Compared to the two youths, those fully armed staff members warranted more of his vigilance. Kid, tell us what you know. He could sense that the people around him were not foolish. The contestant removed the cigarette, but from his mouth, and extinguished it with his foot, directing a question towards the youth in the distance. Not only he, but the surrounding contestants also perked up their ears. In the chaotic and perilous situation, they were eager to discern friend from foe on the field. Under the scrutinizing glances around him, Will remained silent, fixated on the elder in the distance. Then, he suddenly raised his gun and fired the last bullet from the chamber. Whoosh! The sound of wind slicing past his cheek caused Martif to pause, then slowly retrieve an item from his pocket, shaking it at him. By the way, I must thank you, Will. He chuckled, shaking his head. A scapegoat delivered right to my door. How amusing. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he pressed one of the buttons amidst the incredulous gazes of the contestants. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted from outside the venue, as dust and debris cascaded down from the towering stone walls. What is happening? Wasn't the bomb buried by Will? A wave of panic swept through the contestants. Could it be that both of these individuals intended to obliterate Berna during this competition? But what could their motive be? Why would they all be fixated on destroying Berna? Regardless, if destruction is their intent, could they at least wait until we've departed? I merely came to partake in a competition. What have I done to deserve this? Among the contestants, some quick-witted individuals began to harbor dark suspicions, connecting the dots between Will's detonation and his subsequent disposal of the device, coupled with the array of buttons in Martif's possession. If this were indeed the case, the legend that had long presided over Berna, shrouded in mystery and possessing untold strength, juxtaposed with the impulsive young madman. It was as clear as day which posed the greater threat. Now, this was truly a predicament. So, shall we not speak of the villainous act of annihilating Berna? Skipping over the bodies beneath him, Martif moved with a lightness in his step. He certainly had reason to feel triumphant, having deceived nearly 1 million spectators thus far, exacting retribution upon this loathsome island, and drawing ever closer to a promising future. Such a feat, even for one like him, who constantly maintained an image before the public, could not help but elicit a moment of uncontrolled delight. A reminder for the audience to evacuate? Oh, how benevolent of you. Amidst the admiration, Martif waved the device in his hand, an instant detonation mechanism, a concept I inspired in your father. That fool who wasted his intellect on prosthetics could never have conceived such a creation. A man so ignorant of iron and gunpowder could only meet his demise in an accident. In the crisp sound of his voice, Rain noticed Will's clenched fist. After a brief silence, he raised his hand. He understood this battle belonged to Will. Yet, the magnitude of the ensuing chaos was beyond what a mere researcher could address. Wait. As the firearms clattered to the ground, a youth beside him had already dashed forward. Such speed was hard to reconcile with someone who had just been besieged by a crowd. Instinctively calling out, Rain quickly adjusted his original target. As his ability activated, a distorted stance resembling air scorched by intense heat materialized around Will. The barrage of comments from the audience coalesced around his position. Solid black orbs, stripped of the force granted by gunpowder, plummeted to the ground. But there were further contingencies. Observing the reloading staff, Rain maneuvered the stance, while simultaneously affirming his suspicions, though a headache began to brew. The enemies known to him thus far included not only these staff members, but also allies from other realms. But beyond them? As the president of the Weapons Association, would he not be wary of the Navy? Furthermore, this legend did not appear to be merely a weapons developer. Gazing over the robust figure of the elder, Rain analyzed the potential hidden contingencies. How terrifying! As the figure, shrouded in a barrage of threats, swiftly approached, Martif feigned astonishment before abruptly inquiring, "Do you comprehend the purpose of weaponry?" Will sprinted with fervor, oblivious to everything around him. His gaze fixated solely on his objective, to close in on him and eliminate him. Now, let me pose another question. What distinguishes man from beast? Not receiving the desired response, Martif shook his head in disappointment, sighing. Just like your father, a mere third-rate researcher. No, not even worthy of that title. With that, he raised the device in his hand, a manic grin spreading across his face. Allow me to enlighten you. The purpose of weapons is to liberate humanity from its shackles of savagery. It is for the grander scope of slaughter. This is dire. Will, jolted from his murderous intent, pushed his already strained speed to its limits. He yearned to rid the world of this scoundrel, regardless of the cost. Yet the island's inhabitants were the one thing he could never forsake. His movements were swift, but others were even swifter. The sound of wind slicing through the air echoed above, accompanied by a primal roar. Stop. Martif. Chapter 145. What is this? The Navy's formal attire, emblazoned with the insignia of justice, billowed majestically behind him. His square face bore a pair of menacing tiger-like eyes that, when fixed upon the weak-willed, instilled an involuntary tremor in their legs. Why is he coming at me when the detonator is clearly in Will's possession? In a state of panic, Martif cast a disdainful glance before pressing the button. This impatient man, eager to consolidate power, is no different from the royal family that once tormented Bernard. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed, accompanied by distant wails and cries of anguish from outside the venue. Simon's eyes bulged with fury as the frequent detonations beneath his feet propelled him downward with increasing speed. Walking through the air, this is the moonwalk. Noticing the aerial figure's movements, Rain murmured to himself. Having listened to Uncle Albert's explanations of renowned maritime martial arts, he recognized it immediately as a high-level technique within the Navy. Not to mention, he possessed a training manual penned by a father for his daughter. According to his understanding of the notes, the 6 styles could be divided into 3 components: the shaving technique for leg strength, the moonwalk, and the gale foot. The evasion technique known as paper drawing, and the iron block, a refined manifestation of vitality and physique, known as the finger gun. There were also rumors that mastering the 6 styles allowed one to rapidly absorb energy from food, channeling life's essence in a directed manner. With his experience in the shave technique, Rain perceived that while the techniques of the 6 styles were not particularly difficult, the extraordinary physical condition required to execute them was indeed a challenge. Moreover, once learned, the power of each technique would continue to amplify with the enhancement of one's physical attributes. When he inquired why such seemingly accessible martial arts were not widespread at sea, Albert, leaning on the coffee pot, remarked, "The world government maintains strict control over the 6 styles, thus." Though he did not finish his thought, Rain grasped the implication. Those outside are unable to acquire such skills in their youth, while those who meet the physical requirements have already risen to become formidable figures. This stage forces them to abandon their accustomed methods of exertion gained through combat. It's a boon if they can avoid a decline in their combat prowess, let alone enhance it. Albert was a prime example of this. Reflecting on his own fortune to receive such a martial art during the training phase, Rain manipulated the positions surrounding Will while observing the actions of the naval major. "Martif, has Bernard wronged you?" What justifiable reason do you have for committing such heinous acts when the people support you so fervently? Do you comprehend the number of loved ones, friends and children, who will suffer loss due to the bombs you so casually deploy? Those children, the future of Bernard. How can you bear to act thus? Filthy, hypocritical. Amidst the resounding inquiries echoing through the venue, a flicker of disdain crossed Matif's eyes. In the face of such a grotesque display before the banquet of power, what right do you have to utter such grandiloquent words? What are you talking about? Simon, wasn't it that little rascal named Will who caused the explosion? Why am I being falsely accused? The elderly man responded, bewildered and innocent. At that moment, not only the armed contestants on guard, but even those hired to assist him in the venue were momentarily taken aback. Is this truly so shameless? Will, the audience has already evacuated. Now is the time to help Major Simon seize the detonation device from him. This strange reaction prompted Ryan to instinctively glance at the darkened screen. Noticing the influx of naval soldiers at the entrance, he speculated and called out loudly. Although he was not yet certain, the information he gleaned from Will regarding the naval deployment led him to understand that this naval major was not as illustrious as he pretended to be. A naval officer of this rank, failing to respond promptly to a threat to the security of the garrison, was indeed troubling. Part of this was undoubtedly due to Matif's status and reputation. However, this naval rising star was certainly not as formidable as the KP War suggested. Clever fellow. Hearing the shouts not far away, Matif, with his hair tousled by the wind, silently admired the situation, choosing to ignore the impending attack. Are you so unconcerned, you scoundrel? Infuriated by his demeanor, Simon gritted his teeth, accelerating as his cape billowed behind him. Since you have already condemned me, what use is my defense? Despite the contrary tone of his words, the derision on the old man's face was unmistakable as he calmly adjusted his wind-tousled hair. I believe someone will eventually expose your misdeeds. With a resounding crash, a powerful impact echoed where their bodies met. The fluttering sleeves settled as Vaughn intercepted the approaching hand of Simon. The force coursed through his muscles and into his other hand, seizing Will's hastily thrown punch, swinging him in the air before forcefully tossing him aside. Please refrain from unnecessary actions, Mr. Matif, he remarked, casting another glance at the sleeping impression bug in the center of the stage. The kingdom must absolutely not intervene in such matters. Even he had only engaged after thoroughly confirming the situation. Remembering the king's orders from the previous day, Vaughn sighed inwardly. How timely, Sir Vaughn, Matif called out nonchalantly, his smile growing ever more pronounced. It was only now that he fully grasped the authenticity of the transaction, and the lingering doubts in his mind were dispelled with his entrance. Scanning the man blocking his path, Simon addressed the seemingly unfazed and smiling Matif. Are you not ashamed to still be feigning responsibility? Don't you think it's too late, Matif? Oh, feigning responsibility? Simon, I am aware of your desire to consolidate Bernard's authority, yet such despicable acts of framing are truly hard to believe. Nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders, Matif spoke with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing his words, the competitors, who had momentarily relaxed due to the Navy's intervention, erupted in curses. Matif's gaze swept over these doomed souls, ultimately fixating on Will. It was precisely because he had disrupted the plan that Matif found himself compelled to initiate the explosion at this juncture. It is worth noting that he had originally intended to preserve his former identity while ascending to another echelon. However, now he must take the perilous risk of exposure prematurely. One cannot help but wonder about the source of the abilities he encounters. Reflecting on the years he has spent with individuals who possess powers and consider themselves the chosen ones, Matif shook his head. Fortunate fellow. Yet it ends here. Chapter 146. On retreat, who can compete with me? Atsunder face. You truly possess a stubborn tongue. It is rather amusing to contemplate that if you were not so hypocritical, you could not have deceived the people of Berna for such an extended period. With a cold gaze directed at him feigning ignorance, Simon could not help but scoff. However, ever since the tragic incident involving Pedro, I have been keeping a close watch on you. In all of Berna, only you could suppress such a sensational event. Pedro? Are you now attributing this factory disaster to me? You cunning old fool. Simon muttered to himself in disdain, feeling an increase in pressure in his hand. Vaughn furrowed his brow. Though he was not particularly known for his strength, the force he felt compelled him to acknowledge. Indeed, he was a rising star within the Navy. Bang! Bang! On the streets, the majority of people stood frozen in place, seemingly still in shock from the recent explosion. Yet, Albert understood that their silence was never truly about the blast. Even though the people of Berna had embraced peace over the years, They would never cower in the face of a show of force. The loudspeakers blared incessantly, and the silence among the populace stemmed from the shattering of their inner ideals. This sentiment mirrored that of a citizen who had placed all their hopes in a king, only to discover that the monarch was a fraud. No, the deception perpetrated by Matif, who sought to destroy Berna, was far more detestable than mere trickery. In such circumstances, even the most seasoned adults could not escape the clutches of negative emotions. As the island's inhabitants regained their senses, they donned various attire, blending into a diverse crowd. Among them was a woman wearing an apron. The only commonality among these individuals was the fierce glint in their eyes, a mixture of curses and silence. They clutched firearms of varying designs and weights tightly in their hands. Due to their repressed emotions, sporadic gunfire erupted within the crowd. Retrieving his gaze from the fleeing tourists beside him, Matif turned to Dylan. At this moment, leaving your residence is not a prudent decision. I know, Mr. Albert. Dylan, reflecting on how the island, once vibrant and harmonious, had devolved into chaos because of one individual, pressed his lips together. Recalling the scenes he had witnessed on the screen, his mind raced. Having recognized Will's intentions early on, he was particularly attuned to the reactions of that naval major. Faced with such a significant incident, the Navy's commander did not immediately intervene, but chose to leave. This struck Dylan, with his broader understanding of the world, as rather peculiar. In light of such a monumental achievement, how could he remain so composed? Was there a cowardice concealed behind the rumors, or perhaps a more extensive scheme at play? However, could a figure worthy of being called a naval rising star and qualified to be stationed at the rare G branch as a rear admiral truly be a cowardly leader? The subsequent conversations that echoed from the conference hall only served to validate his suspicions. To remain passive while such a tragic spectacle unfolded until now. This rear admiral was undoubtedly not a benevolent character. With this impression firmly established, every movement he made became worthy of contemplation. He certainly cared not for the power struggle between Matif and the Navy. Yet, let us not forget that the captain was also embroiled in this conflict. Recalling the clumsy actions of Yule after the opening, Dylan cast his gaze downward. Such behavior had already become a part of their naval accomplishments. It was then that Albert, with a jovial demeanor, pulled Dylan aside, preventing him from being knocked over by a passerby, his smile deeper than usual. Have you noticed? Dylan withdrew his searching gaze from the street, halted his steps, and looked up at the almost omnipotent butler. While I am quite eager to accept your evaluation, we have more pressing matters at hand. At this, Will paused momentarily before continuing. Perhaps I am overthinking this, but to avert the direst outcome, I require your assistance, Mr. Albert. He knows that I know, huh? The currents of this new era are truly fascinating. Raising a hand to touch his smooth forehead, Albert rediscovered the passion of his youth. With his right hand, he gracefully circled it twice before executing a flawless etiquette that left no room for critique from any passerby, his gaze carrying a hint of approval. At your service, Mr. Dylan. This fellow. Once again, an intention of attack was discerned. Simon scrutinized the trembling hands of the masked man before him. To emerge victorious among the new generation of the Navy and be dispatched by the government to lead the G branch. As for his administrative capabilities, that is another matter entirely. Merely the task of curbing the tide of pirates upon the seas demanded a formidable display of strength. And indeed, this was the case. Aside from his not-so-profound mastery of hockey due to late exposure, his physique and combat prowess had long reached the level of a vice admiral at headquarters. Yet, the ally that Matif had procured from an unknown source could continuously thwart his assaults. While this was partly due to Simon holding back, even so, it was hardly something mere men of the Four Seas could withstand. Yes, the Four Seas. Perhaps he himself had not realized that after graduating from headquarters and engaging with various monstrosities along the Grand Line, he had become like those others, harboring a deep-seated contempt for the martial prowess of the Four Seas. You know Matif's plan. The assured tone prompted Vaughn to slightly lower his head. As he did, the long felt hat that had been raised due to their clash descended once more, revealing only a pair of eyes beneath the black cloth that shrouded his face. Suddenly, a series of gunshots erupted from another direction. The competitors, no longer on high alert due to the Navy's arrival, raised their already loaded firearms. Having long been exasperated by the antics of this madman, they seized the opportunity with fervor. The flashes of gunpowder ignited from the barrels were conspicuous even beneath the blazing sun. With expressions laden with fury, they eagerly anticipated the moment of Matif's bloodshed. Among them, A particularly fierce contender from Brunei stood out. Perhaps ordinary citizens might feel bewildered by the betrayal of their supporters, but for these researchers, who regarded Mardif as a pioneer of weaponry, such emotions were foreign. The seething rage born from the collapse of their faith demanded that the instigator of this chaos pay the price. It seemed I truly elicited animosity. With a vague sigh, Mardif shook his head, his mismatched eyes peering over his glasses at the so-called collaborator before him. The muscles in the hands guarding him tensed subtly. Vaughn, of course, grasped the deeper meaning behind his words. Yet this did not hinder his readiness to confront his adversary and make a hasty retreat, if necessary. Though he could not match the Navy's strength, he felt confident in his ability to evade and flee. After all, he was merely a supervisor for this collaboration. Had it not been for the conversation with the king the previous day, he would not have consented to this operation at all, having been skeptical from the outset. His lackadaisical attitude would have ensured his absence. Now, with Mardif's demise amidst the chaos, he had done all he could for this endeavor. This was already a satisfactory outcome. With this thought, Vaughn exhaled a breath of relief. Chapter 147. The Troublemaker Boom. Clang, clang, clang. Following a deep and resounding explosion, a series of sharp sounds ensued. What? This sound, they were all too familiar with. It was the unmistakable noise of bullets striking steel plates. As researchers of weaponry, they had often validated their creations in the laboratory by testing against iron plates. Even during routine component manufacturing, they had grown accustomed to such sounds. If their breakfasts were accompanied by family and loved ones, then the clanging of iron was their steadfast companion in research. Indeed, it was the sound of bullets meeting metal, they affirmed in their minds. But how could this be possible? Mardif was not clad in armor. Could it be that this old man's flesh was as resilient as steel? While the young ones pondered, the seasoned researchers were already reloading their weapons. Observing the cloud of dust raised by the three not far away, their expressions soured. Whether it was Mardif's ability to deflect bullets or something else entirely, it was not promising news for them. Cackling with an ear-piercing, duck-like laugh, the dust began to settle. It was a man of short stature with a wild mane of curly hair. His overbite lips split into a grin, revealing a jagged array of dark teeth. Yet, this grotesque figure caused palpable tension among everyone present. Besides his crazed, bloodshot eyes, his sudden appearance radiated intimidation. Moreover, glancing at his gaunt frame, accentuated by a tight-fitting suit, and then down at the cracked, upward-turned heavy stone slab beneath his feet, the expression on Furlan's face, who was already prepared to fire, was one of disbelief. Even though his limbs bore broad iron rings, surely they couldn't crush the ground to such an extent. That was white steel. Due to his numerous participations in competitions, he was reasonably well acquainted with the venue's layout. This venue had been constructed explicitly for weapon testing from the very beginning. Apart from the thick outer walls that surpassed even the city's fortifications, the seating in the audience area was made from specially forged hard materials. There were even rumors in the West Sea about these seats. If one wished to sell weapons, it was best to steal a chair from Bona, for clients would not care to listen to your weapon's description but would directly inquire, "Can your sword break Bona's chair?" Those jesting chairs were sourced from this very venue. This also elucidated why overseas visitors willingly allowed their weapons to be confiscated upon entering the premises. As the island of weaponry, Burner thoughtfully provided them with arms even during the competition, sufficient to resolve most conflicts. Even the seemingly unrelated walls and seats were forged with such resilience. Not to mention the ground enduring the weight of the contestants' weapons. The white steel stones, intricately cut into massive rectangles and assembled upon the ground, were impervious. Not even bullets, nor the most advanced siege artillery of the present age, could mar their surface. This precious material, repurposed from structures erected by other nations, was utilized as flooring. To this day, the people of Burner fondly recall the reactions of those from other islands upon hearing this news. While they cursed the extravagance, their faces betrayed an envy that has become a timeless jest among the inhabitants of Burner Island. Yet, these formidable white steel stones were reduced to gravel beneath the feet of this man. Were it any other time, if someone had dared to inform him of such folly, Ferran would have responded with the gun in his hand, delivering a bullet to those who insulted him with such an idiotic jest. However, witnessing this reality, especially as it was perpetrated by an ally of that old fool, left Ferran in silence. After a brief pause, he reloaded his firearm. No matter the monstrosity that stood in his way, that scoundrel Matif must perish. Of course, the reward would be invaluable, Marna. The compensation post-event will undoubtedly satisfy you. We had an agreement, did we not? Dusting off his garments, Matif patted his shoulder, composed and unruffled. Ha ha ha, I believe in you. Another bout of raucous laughter erupted, and Marna, recalling the agreed-upon compensation, felt a flicker of greed even in his seasoned mercenary's eyes. It was a substantial sum of Belina. As for trust, he certainly trusted this employer. Indeed, it would be even better if the employer defaulted. With such expectations, Marna's dark, jagged teeth were bared. Casting a glance at the surrounding foes, ha ha ha, avenging your homeland's employer is not unheard of. You are undoubtedly the highest bidder, Matif. You are worth such a price, Marna. Ha ha ha, how right you are. Amidst the jovial laughter, Marna turned his gaze toward the Navy officer. Is this the opponent I desire? It appears to be a promising companion. With his peculiar mannerisms trailing off, he found himself standing before the rear admiral. Bang! The sickening sound of flesh colliding rang out, followed by the swift retreat of the Navy officer. This fellow is maintaining a defensive posture. The retreating Simon steadied himself, distributing his weight through his right foot, and peered past his guard at the assailant. Huh? This is the garrison of Burner? What a disappointment. Indeed. With their first encounter behind him, he now possessed a measure of caution against Matif's ethereal speed. Marna, recalling the information about him. A sense of dread washed over Simon as he paced anxiously, his strength transmitting through his small frame to the ground beneath him, leading him to the other side. Gaga. Now this is more like it. Come on, let me witness the G-Series branch and discern the stark contrast between them and the ordinary Navy. The thwarted Marner grew even more exhilarated, his figure vanishing once again, his voice echoing all around. Adjusting the brim of his long hat, Vaughn observed the two individuals who had inexplicably disappeared from the field, only to reappear on the opposite side, remaining silent. The more he learned about Matif, the clearer his terrifying nature became to him. Thus, despite his disappointment that Matif had preserved his life, he felt little surprise. Matif had never concealed anything from him. However, he had not anticipated that Matif's external support would come in the form of this individual, Marner, the city destroyer. At this moment, a player who had been paralyzed by fear upon seeing Marner finally regained his ability to speak. Crumbling, he clutched his head, his weapon slipping from his trembling hands and clattering to the ground. With eyes darting back and forth, Farron struggled to keep pace with them, only to lose sight of them once more. As he closed his eyes to alleviate the tension, he coincidentally heard a loud shout. Hey, kid, do you know that guy? If you have any intelligence, spill it quickly. I do not wish to meet an untimely demise during the battle. In the increasingly intense atmosphere of the venue, players who had initially intended to assist the Navy soldiers halted in their tracks. Reluctantly, they acknowledged that they could not partake in such chaotic combat. Even if they were to confront the enemies in the stands, they did not wish to meet their ends as he had described, mysteriously and without reason. Casting a glance at the two individuals who continued to vanish and reappear not far away, these players murmured to themselves. Even a naval rear admiral can only evade at such speed. As mere researchers, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for us to perish at the whim of this disruptor. Chapter 148. On the strength of teammates from different perspectives. Indeed. You are people from all corners of the world. Those dangerous individuals of the Grand Line are hardly regarded by you. It is understandable, having grown accustomed to trivial skirmishes. You remain oblivious to the true monstrosities of the Grand Line. With a wry smile, the competitor pointed towards a distant battlefield and bellowed in despair. The ruinous marauder Marna. You are all unaware that he emerged 2 years ago, a legend who breached dozens of royal fortresses. A naval officer, marked by Marna's finger, could not even keep pace with his movements. What a shame. Do not lose heart. Even we crew members cannot match our captain's strides. As he parried a blade aimed at him, his opponent, wielding a staff, spun it twice and offered a comforting remark. Raising a finger, he corrected, however, I must clarify. We are not those infamous pirates. Instead of such a simplistic label, our captain prefers to call himself a merchant. A merchant? The Navy officer, poised to draw his sword, paused. Receiving payment and executing tasks. What else could you be but a merchant? You mean a worker, right? Just because our business is somewhat bloody, you government lackeys cannot unjustly label us as pirates. Seizing the moment of his opponent's distraction, he drew his long sword and struck down with one hand. Clang, clang. Sparks flew as the Navy blocked the ensuing strike with his staff, gritting his teeth. What is there to be proud of? You're merely a defeated dog of the Grand Line. Who do you think your opponent is? Who do you think that wretched Marna's adversary is? Boom. As if responding to his outburst, two contenders engaged in a frenetic chase collided with one another. Amid the dull thud of their bodies meeting, one with an explosive hairstyle was hurled against the arena wall. The white steel barrier, meant to separate the audience from the competitors, cracked and shattered into massive fragments, sending up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. As the dust settled, Marna rose, wiping the blood from his mouth. Gahaha, fascinating. Is this the Navy Commander Burner? Such formidable strength. Suspended in the air, Simon withdrew his gaze from Marna's arm, noting the madness gleaming in his eyes, his expression darkening. Truly a madman. Recalling the intelligence from the internal files regarding him, a paramecia-type fruit user, was it? Ugh, quite troublesome. Clenching his fist, Simon felt a headache coming on. In terms of speed, he could barely keep pace using his shave technique. But the force generated by that speed was truly unbearable. With the cumbersome armlet weighing heavily upon his arm, each of his strikes necessitated a concerted effort to evade. This nauseating experience evoked memories of his senior during training at the naval headquarters. Swiftly dodging a sudden blow, the piercing sound of the wind by his ear compelled him to refocus. Even amidst battle, I am indeed underestimated. Marna relinquished the use of his abilities, while Simon seized his evasions. The two engaged in a flurry of rapid attacks, the sound of fists and feet clashing resonating continuously. Boom. Effortlessly dodging the child's onslaught, Madhav pressed a button as if in play. Observing the skirmish not far away, he couldn't help but curse silently. Showboating there. With no need to match the Navy in physical prowess, is there something wrong with your mind? Yet, recalling their previous encounters, Madhav sighed inwardly. Aside from matters concerning Bailey, he truly is a fool. Given a little more time, he could undoubtedly find a more competent ally. No, there are no ifs. Discarding the weak assumptions in his mind, the elder shifted his feet, evading Will's attack while glancing towards the other side. Is there not another ally? Casting his gaze at the small communicator peeking from Simon's wrist, Madhav's lips curled into a smirk. Mr. Vaughn, as far as I know you, what do you intend to say? Interrupting with the words of his family, Vaughn's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. In a tone laced with menace, Madhav's smile deepened. I wish to suggest that our families might collaborate in the future. What say you, Sir Vaughn? Beneath the dark cloth, Vaughn's expression soured. You old bastard. So, can I offer a modicum of assistance to a potential ally? Speaking amicably to himself, Madhav raised his arm to evade the child's grasp. Perhaps help our friend. After all, I am rather occupied at the moment. Appearing helpless, he shrugged. With a newfound understanding of Simon's demeanor, he grew weary of pretense. Worst case, I can always adopt a different name later, thus ensuring my family's legacy endures. After a prolonged silence, Vaughn turned to face the battlefield, his upright posture exuding desolation. Huh. How sentimental. No, no, no. Will, this is not a game for children. Creating distance while evading, Madhav wagged his finger at him. Then, with a sudden realization, oh. I understand, you wish to hear that sound. Alas, there is no helping it. Stop. Immersed in thoughts of extinguishing Madhav, Will's eyes widened. The anguished cries from outside still echoed in his ears. He could not allow Madhav to detonate the bomb again. Well, do not rush, as your elder. I shall certainly fulfill this minor wish of yours. In a tone reminiscent of a doting elder, Madhav's gaze was laced with mockery as he deliberately slowed his movements. I must say, you have quite a good friend, he mused, grasping the emptiness of his palm, his expression gradually shifting to one of cold severity. He cast a glance at the young man nearby, then turned his attention to Marna, who was simultaneously engaging Vaughn in battle. Fool. After a moment of speechlessness, he remarked to Will, who was panting heavily from relaxation, this is surely sufficient, is it not? Yet, in truth, it was far from adequate. Madhav silently pondered the revised terms of the deal they had discussed the previous day. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from toying with Will. For a person bereft of reason is often easier to manage. Slowly removing his glasses, he noticed the elderly man's sudden strike. This time, let us see if that young man can save you. Indeed, Rain had no opportunity. The short blade concealed in his sleeve met the oncoming weapon with a harsh clash, producing a sound akin to nails scraping against glass. I never anticipated that you would be one of Madhav's accomplices. Chapter 149. On this day, Rain discovered other uses for his unique style. As an aspiring world-class host, how could I possibly miss this grand performance? The microphone in his hand twirled with finesse. Standing before the young boy was none other than the host of this competition, Robbie. Gazing into the distance at the battlefield, he remarked, It appears these contestants' minds have not yet been shattered by the powder. His relaxed demeanor suggested he was wholly unconcerned by the potential threat posed by the boy beside him. Rain, indeed, harbored no intentions of aggression. Following Robbie's gaze, he observed the back-and-forth battle between Will and Matif, and the boy let out a quiet sigh of relief. It was understandable. Given the series of allies that had emerged, his wariness towards this elder had reached its zenith. Moreover, Will had lost his usual composure, a state that was truly worrisome. However, upon witnessing those contestants joining the naval soldiers' sector, alas, are the inhabitants of this island unwell? What are you disappointed about? Hearing his sigh, Robbie turned his head, the chicken head atop it bobbing in unison. Do you think those who do not assist your friend are fools? No, 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 that is true wisdom. Shaking the microphone at him, Robbie beamed, when faced with an opponent of uncertain strength, perhaps even with allies. Waiting for them to reveal a flaw is indeed the wisest course of action. Furthermore, your friend is not without danger at this moment. Indeed. While those competitors had already engaged in battle, they were all, to varying degrees, paying attention to Will's fight. He was confident that if Will truly encountered life-threatening peril, they would not stand idly by. However, is that so? Nodding in understanding, the next moment, the boy's figure vanished from his sight. He had no habit of entrusting his friend's life to others. Clang. As Robbie blocked the boy's short blade, he leaned forward, exclaiming dramatically, "What a terrifying talent! How old are you now? 14? 15? And if I am not mistaken, that is a Navy cutlass, isn't it? TSK, TSK, TSK. Should I call you Little Navy?" As he resisted the force transmitted through the blade, Rain's hands trembled slightly around the short sword. Has the threshold for hosts risen to such heights? Crack. The severed blade halted just above the microphone, suddenly shooting forward as if it had developed a will of its own. At the moment the short sword broke, Rain stepped back, his gaze sweeping past Robbie's microphone, his expression grave. What material is that? Although the short sword he had seized was not a divine weapon, it was nonetheless well crafted. Due to its commemorative value, he often maintained it privately. It should not have shattered after just a few clashes. You shall soon find out. Rising to his feet, Robbie touched his empty head in frustration. How dare you destroy the gift bestowed upon me by my fans, you vile little imp. Behind him, the colorful chicken head slowly fell, scattering in the wind. Thud. The sudden appearance of a microphone struck his chest, and an ensuing heavy punch sent him crashing to the ground. See Prism Stone. The young man propped himself on one hand to halt his rolling body, feeling the weakness within him dissipate as he muttered inwardly. Daydreaming? Do you think this is a card game at a gambling table? Barely managing to fend off the incoming assault, the sensation in his hands caused the strength he had just regained to ebb away once more. Before he could lament, cough. A tremendous force from his waist kicked him off the ground. As his body soared through the air, he summoned the last remnants of his waning strength to unleash his ability. The faint indigo halo that formed before him offered a brief moment of resistance before shattering swiftly. Yet, that fleeting moment was sufficient for him to return to the ground. No one understood better than he the perils of being suspended in midair. No one. Numbness receded, and the searing pain compelled the young man to bend slightly. This individual is certainly no mere nobody. Their strength surpasses that of government agents, matching the speed of a razor's edge. All of this attests to their monstrous physical prowess, coupled with the sea prism stone that counters abilities. You lack the physical skill to compete with me, and your powers are neutralized. How dare you stand before me? Observing the swaying form of the young man not far away, Robbie spoke. How dare you desecrate the gift from my fans? Do you understand that when I become the world's foremost host, those memories are irreplaceable treasures? You scoundrel. At this juncture, the ambitious man suddenly choked up. If they truly loved you, they wouldn't have given you a chicken head. Adjusting his breath to alleviate the pain coursing through his body, Ryan found himself speechless. Moreover, what kind of hairstyle is that? Even a black mushroom hairstyle surpasses yours. Who mentioned mushrooms? Who said that? Chapter 150, The Fruit of Speed Boom. The ground of the arena sank deeply, and amidst the dust that rose from the cracks, the sound of rolling stones echoed. Mushroom, is that not the case? A clenched fist effortlessly blocked the half-hearted attack from another. Turning his head, he gazed intently at the boy not far away, and Simon nonchalantly remarked. Previously, it was he who first comprehended the intent to absolve his friend. The clash between the sheath and iron fist, though restrained in strength, still resonated with the hum of metal. Are you truly willing to heed Matif's commands, the orders of a scoundrel? Simon asked in a low voice. Having deflected the feeble assault, his gaze now withdrawn. In the exchange among the three, he had nearly discerned the masked gentleman's stance. While he was uncertain of the reasons behind his involvement in this standoff, the negative demeanor and Marna's erratic strikes elucidated his feelings toward Matif, which were far from favorable. In the silence, Vaughn lifted his leg and executed a sidekick, generating a force that, while not injurious, prevented any escape. Is this it? Noticing his gaze, Simon glanced at the phone bug on his wrist, a subtle smile curling at the corner of his lips. Although he received no response, his actions had already signaled an internal affirmation. If there were concerns, it indicated a potential for counteraction. Currently, Matif was unable to detonate the bomb, compounded by this adversary's negative attitude. If he could manage the mushroom, he could resolve Matif and put an end to the turmoil. As long as that will could hold on. Or, you bastard, who are you calling a mushroom head? A lengthened shadow surged from the dust, accompanied by a furious roar that pierced the air. Observing the fist encased in a metallic arm, Simon furrowed his brow. From their previous encounters, he had already grasped how troublesome this opponent was. The force, contrary to his lean physique, was difficult to contend with even on ordinary days, let alone augmented by fruit abilities. Boom. Casting a glance at the dust-laden wall behind him, Simon's lips twitched. Although he intended to evade, he had not anticipated such a turn of events. That fool. The silhouette that had breached the arena's interior wall plunged deeply into the audience section, with seats being hurled into the air by the force. Bang! Marna's head, just lifted, was struck by a heavy object. Blood from the gash on his face mingled with the dust. Propping himself up with one hand on the ground, he crushed the small stones in his palm. His bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent. I will definitely, absolutely kill you, boss. Ignoring the fearful gazes around him, Marna turned back after rising. His gaze quickly locked onto a small boy. You're the one who called me Mushroom Head. Accelerating, he activated his ability, transforming into a blur once more. To think you would dare harm the people of Berna during battle, what audacity. Recognizing his objective, Seaman stepped decisively into the path, his rough finger emanating a faint dark gleam. Evading the opponent's weapon, Rain, entangled with the enemy, heard the authoritative reprimand reverberating throughout the venue. His drooping eyelids reflected his incredulity. This fellow truly is. A sudden crack interrupted the momentum of Marna, who heard the faint sound of the shattering ring on his arm. Channeling his power, he accelerated and swung downward. Thud! Thud! The clouds dispersed early from the cacophony of shouts and gunfire below. In the azure sky, a shattered ring suddenly appeared, only to crash down forcefully. The jagged edges of the fractured semicircle aligned perfectly to the width of a finger. Blocking the feeble attack from behind, Seaman expressionlessly straightened his bent finger. Realizing something was amiss, he retracted his finger as much as possible, yet the speed fruit's power exceeded his expectations. However, having lost the sturdy and heavy ring, Marna's innate strength posed little threat, provided he could dodge effectively. He contemplated releasing Marna to attack Matif, but every time he intended to seize Matif, the soft yet heavy attacks from behind would ensue. This speed rivaled that of his masked adversary, and the serious threat was no less than that of the mushroom-headed foe. It remained uncertain whether he was concerned for Matif or the boy. Seaman's gaze firmly locked onto the explosive-haired opponent, instinctively activating his shave technique. Enough of this. Let's swiftly eliminate Marna. Cackling, Marna taunted. Did you think I would weaken without this? Relying on his fruit's ability, he evaded a lethal strike and loosened the ring from his other hand, his eyes brimming with mockery. Have you forgotten what my ability is? Navy. The dull thud of the ring hitting the ground coincided with the rush of wind as, with his final words, a swift attack surged towards Seaman. Crossing his arms, he listened to the subtle cracking of bones in front of him. In the shadow of his military cap, Seaman's expression darkened. Missing his strike, Marna swiftly disengaged. Do you know the troubles of the speed fruit? The sounds of rushing wind echoed, his words becoming omnipresent. Even clad in flowing garments, these gusts impeded my stride. Yet, I revel in this sensation, otherwise. Do you think I wear the rings for naught? Two more resounding crashes echoed in the arena, a layer of gloom shrouding Seaman's piercing gaze. It is a self-imposed limitation. Boom. In a moment of self-reflection, a wildly unrestrained face suddenly appeared before Seaman. With multiple accelerations, what once was a negligible force transformed into something formidable. As Seaman was propelled into the air, a relentless barrage of attacks rained down upon him, preventing him from returning to the ground. Did you think I am called City Breaker for my strength? In this relentless pace, as long as I wish, even the most formidable walls crumble before me. Do you understand? This divine speed, watching your stagnant and grotesque forms, nearly drives me to madness with boredom. After a flurry of attacks, I bent my body to evade the vital strikes and finally exhaled in relief. Suddenly, a figure emerged above, accompanied by a powerful vortex of wind that caused the general's pupils to constrict. Such an assault. A tremendous explosion resonated from the sky, and circular shockwaves erupted from the point of contact between the two. For a brief moment, the broad silhouette that had long been targeted by numerous Bernese troops crashed violently into the ground, leaving behind a lingering afterimage. Boom! The sound of the explosion rivaled that of a colossal cannon, echoing in the ears of all present. Cracks, reminiscent of monstrous tentacles, expanded outward from the center. The combatants around stood frozen, seemingly unable to comprehend that such a strike could be executed by a human. Gazing at the towering mushroom-shaped cloud of dust, their skirmishes involuntarily ceased. General, the anguished cries of the Navy resonated, and Marna erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Navy General, is that all there is? With all armaments drawn, his speed became increasingly astonishing. He vanished from the air and reappeared, clutching an array of firearms. On Burn Island, there is no funeral that can match your prowess. As he spoke, he relentlessly pulled the trigger. In a dizzying display, he discarded each spent weapon behind him. The simultaneous flashes of gunfire leading one to question whether time itself had accelerated. Chapter 151. Changes and situations with a resounding bang will hurl the smoking firearm. Imbued with the acrid scent of gunpowder, aside, grasping the jagged stones he had scavenged, he pressed forward once more. Thanks to the skirmish initiated by the rear admiral, an abundance of weaponry now lay scattered at his feet. Each time he was forced to retreat by this adversary, or during the brief interludes of combat, firearms would inexplicably tumble from the fray, fortuitously landing within his reach. You truly never learn, Martif remarked, glancing at the opposing side. Although he narrowly evaded the thrown projectiles, a stone struck his forehead, causing a gash that stained his vision with crimson. The injury only accentuated the ferocity of his scarred visage, rendering it even more fearsome. In the throes of suffocation, Will's voice emerged as a raspy whisper. Yet, the stone in his grasp continued to strike resolutely against the elder's form. Grasping Martif by the throat, he attempted to land another blow to his face, but Martif deftly evaded. Naive and reckless. You are even inferior to the father of that third-rate researcher. The blood trickling down Will's brow intensified the pressure of his grip, while his youthful attacks grew weaker. Observing the gradual dulling of Will's gaze, Martif smirked derisively. Even I, who scorns your superficial grasp of weaponry, must concede to your whimsical ingenuity and research. As for you, impulsive and thoughtless, these qualities, which barely spark inspiration in your studies, will only hasten your demise in battle. Adjusting his elbow to face the other side, he proclaimed, Do you see? It is not just you. Even your frenzied companions, incited by your madness, are on the brink of losing their lives. How young they are. Martif sighed, casting a regretful glance at the youth struggling not far away. It was a pity. Such a controllable ability should have been encountered sooner. But now it was too late. Unlike the hired Marna, that madman would not heed his words. Renee in the haze of suffocation, the silhouette of the boy grew increasingly indistinct. With the scant strength he possessed, even the impact of his strikes felt futile. Damn it, just a little more. In the depths of despair, his vision darkened. Yet he summoned the remnants of his will. Will shouted inwardly, Let him go. Martif. The sound of gunfire abruptly quelled the tension, laden with an unbridled loathing. As he began to respond, Martif felt a numbing sensation in his right arm. The absence of pain compelled his grip to loosen involuntarily. Despite his rigorous training, his physique was no weaker than that of the young. However, as a researcher, he lacked the ability to evade bullets. A perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment while the enemy remained stunned by the chaos of battle, the researchers, ever vigilant of Martif, swiftly redirected their firearms. Diverse bullets, each infused with the identical will of their creators, erupted forth with great fervor. Boom! Amidst the resounding explosion, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the spot where the old man had stood. The deafening crack of the shattering stone slabs was no less potent than the earlier assault by Marna. You scoundrel! How dare you? The mercenaries, now aware, turned their wrath toward the enemy before them. After all, that was their employer. Should he perish, What would become of their compensation? Wait, hold on. Reflecting on their leader's usual demeanor, the enraged mercenaries paused. If the employer truly met his demise, would they not stand to gain even more? Farron, a small stone, unnoticed, flew silently through the dust. Hearing Matif's voice, Farron noticed the stone hurtling toward him, and with a dismissive gesture, he raised his weapon to block the oncoming projectile. Had he lost his senses? Even the mind of a child would wield more force than that feeble toss. As he felt a light tug on his body, Farron was about to unleash a taunt. Boom. Ugh. Ugh. As the smoke began to clear, the tattered old man stood amidst the chaos, his body marred by burns, emitting unintelligible sounds, before collapsing straight to the ground. What? The shockwave from the explosion sent the armed mercenary tumbling, his eyes wide with horror. He was positioned in alignment with the old man and certainly noticed the stone. But how could a mere stone explode, even with the advanced weaponry present? Such a notion was absurd. Or could it be that this was a new weapon developed by their employer? Clinging to this thought, he turned his gaze toward the scene. As the smoke dissipated, the fractured ground revealed a large stone slab standing resolutely at the center of the bombardment's aftermath, pockmarked with countless inconspicuous bullet scars. Step, step! With the sound of rolling debris, the old man emerged from behind the stone wall. His robust chest was exposed to the air, blood trickling from his bandaged right arm, steam rising from his upper body. In this stance, one could hardly deny his prowess as a combatant. With a collective sigh, Matif furrowed his brow. Were there really so many who had fired upon him? No matter. As long as that fellow was dead, all would be well. Skirting past the silent Farron, he surveyed the surrounding navy and competitors. Now, it is your turn. Aware of the advantageous positioning, Matif understood the current dynamics. Although the mercenaries were formidable, the increasing number of navy personnel inevitably tilted the balance against them. With Simon and that capable young man momentarily occupied, his priority now was to amplify his advantage. After all, retreat was also a concern. He had no choice but to prematurely set his plan into motion, revealing it to all. Bernard could no longer remain in this situation. It is hoped that the king will honor the agreement. As he approached the device in the distance, Matif mentally strategized his next move. He aimed to detonate all the bombs swiftly and then dispose of these insignificant adversaries. No, there is no need for disposal. Casting a discreet glance over the assembly, the elder pondered, the terms of the contract do not encompass these nuisances. Bang! How infuriating. The firearm in his hand was knocked askew by the enemy. As a soldier from Bern valiantly repelled the assault, his gaze filled with animosity. He, who had entered from outside the fray, understood the devastating potential of that seemingly innocuous button. It lay tantalizingly within reach, yet he found himself utterly powerless to intervene. What a delightful expression, Navy! In the midst of a grandiose onslaught, the force of the weapons intensified. However, to obstruct our employer, your strength falls woefully short. Perhaps during your training, you have been preoccupied with teasing the maidens of the island. As he recalled some unpleasant thoughts, the man who had been laughing moments before suddenly grew cold, forcefully slamming his staff against the Navy personnel before him. I relish this mission. Observing the emblem of justice inscribed on the sailor's shoulder, he raised his weapon high, contemplating fervently. Chapter 152. The Losers Hurry. Change into your uniforms. The secretary urged the soldiers sprinting behind her. Having frequently dealt with disputes on the island, no one was more familiar with the local customs than she was. Recalling the cases she had previously handled, Lindsay felt an increasing sense of anxiety. Even a simple purchase could escalate to gunfire. Such fierce local customs could rank among those on the Grand Line. In the face of such a significant incident, one could only imagine the chaos that might ensue. Dennis, maintain order on Steel Street. Try not to fire unless absolutely necessary. She recalled the hasty orders given to her by the Rear Admiral before his departure, gritting her teeth. As he ran, Dennis, preparing to divide his forces, glanced at the armed residents in the street, his tone laced with skepticism. There's no buts. This is the Rear Admiral's command. Remember, do not fire. Lindsay enunciated each word with precision. She fully understood Dennis's concerns, but she countered. Do you believe our collective firepower surpasses Bernard's? Thinking of the statistical data she had reviewed about the island, Lindsay felt an even greater headache. The people here were not as tranquil as those on other islands. Even the most impoverished families possessed firearms sufficient to match their numbers. As for the other controlled melee weapons, one could only speculate how many were hidden away. Move now. Upon hearing it was the Rear Admiral's order. Dennis slightly adjusted his demeanor, offering a quick salute before hastening away. As he proceeded, he surveyed the soldiers flanking him, his expression turning serious. Everyone, load your weapons. He understood Lingzi's worries. The atmosphere on the island was already tense. At this moment, allowing the Navy to open fire could easily incite a riot. Yet he was, after all, an internal affairs officer. Dennis scoffed inwardly. The more chaotic the situation, the more likely it was to attract opportunists. When faced with such individuals, he was not one to surrender without a fight. Thunderous tactics were indeed the optimal choice in tumultuous circumstances. Liz, keep an eye on him. Lingzi, still uneasy, instructed the officer beside her. Yes. With the team's numbers dwindling, the secretary's brow slightly relaxed. She had complete faith in Dennis, ranked among the top 10 in martial prowess within the branch, who had effectively dealt with the surrounding pirates. However, this was not the time for hunting pirates or pursuing suspects. Moreover, the officer known as the branch sword was not without his shortcomings. His recklessness and lack of a broader perspective, flaws that could be overshadowed by brute force in other missions, were now fatal weaknesses. Not to mention, they were unable to resort to force. As she helped the girl who had fallen by the roadside, Lingzi gazed at the chaotic city, the cries and uproar surrounding her only amplifying her urgency. Stay calm, Lingzi. You can accomplish Rear Admiral Simon's mission. Taking a deep breath, the secretary glanced back at the soldiers brought forth from the branch. These new recruits, summoned in response to the government's call, had yet to participate in any missions due to their training. They represented the only available strength she could muster in this precarious situation. Noticing the anxious expressions on some of their faces, she remarked, "Are you frightened? What lies ahead is not merely these civilians, but also those ruthless pirates and scum. The battles you will face will not be as leisurely as this. Now, everyone, form into lines," she commanded. Not bad, she thought to herself, nodding inwardly at the orderly formation. Team 1, guide the civilians to the branch for shelter. Do you understand? Yes. Team 2, attend to the injured. Take them to the hospital. No, to the medical station at the branch. Do you understand? Yes. Once the teams had departed, she turned to the remaining recruits. The rest of you, follow me to inspect all significant facilities on the island that may harbor explosives. Do you understand? Yes. Swiftly issuing her commands, she cast her gaze toward the distant buildings shrouded in smoke, her heart filled with resentment. Damn you, Martif. Hearing a cough behind him, Martif, emerging from a shallow pit, turned his head. Will, you are truly as stubborn as your father. He pinched the bridge of his nose, a look of distress crossing his elderly face. Isn't it better to rest peacefully? You are incapable of anything at this moment. Shaking his head, Martif dismissed the youth behind him, who had clearly read too many chivalric tales. I am merely an elder wishing for a better future for my descendants. Why do you perceive me as a villain? On what grounds do you claim to embody justice? It is foolish. There exists no such thing as absolute good or evil in this world, only power and authority. He cast a scornful glance at the detonator not far away. Everything that is deemed beautiful by others is merely an extension of those two concepts. My task is to seize the very roots of that beautiful beginning. Stop, Martif. As the sense of suffocation receded, the wounds he had sustained began to throb painfully. Will lay on the ground, his bruised face etched with deep-seated hatred. I apologize, but a failure has no right to demand others to turn back. Why is it that neither you nor your father comprehends such a simple truth? Martif's voice remained devoid of any fluctuation. He was not naive enough to believe that merely having the upper hand would grant him peace of mind. His next step was to detonate all explosives in the plan and make a swift exit. With a thunderous crash of falling wooden planks, the dull sound of machinery echoed. Martif quickened his pace, uninterested in the events unfolding behind him. Am I a failure? Perhaps, after a faint murmur. The youth's voice resonated with unwavering conviction. But my father is certainly not a failure. Martif could not resist casting a glance behind him, as the mechanical box operating beside Will caught his attention. As his arm was inserted, the gears within the box whirred into accelerated motion. Beside him lay a profound pit, with a wooden cover camouflaged as white steel peeling away beneath his feet. Yet, when did he begin his preparations? No, at this juncture, such inquiries had become inconsequential. Suppressing the doubts within, Martif sprinted towards the nearby apparatus. I command you to halt. The searing heat surged rapidly from behind him, causing the rocky floor beneath Martif to shatter once more. Chapter 153. The Father's Legacy, a plume of black smoke, tinged with embers, ascended into the air, followed closely by the fierce orange flames. The slender tongues of fire, upon making contact with the atmosphere, expanded their reach, voraciously consuming the dust that erupted from the explosion, before crashing violently against the upturned stone slabs. After a considerable time, the last flicker of flame was drawn back, like a struggling serpent, into the nozzle. A hissing sound echoed as scalding white vapor dispersed from the heated stone, warping the surrounding air with residual warmth. With a series of soft cracking sounds, the stone silently fractured. The softened soles of shoes met the ground, releasing another cloud of white smoke. The reappearing Mardif immediately directed his gaze toward the scorched earth. Amidst the charred darkness, a puddle of molten material seared his eyes. It was all gone. Everything was gone. The contract, the future, all vanished. Gradually bowing his head, Mardif's once upright posture slumped slightly. "Well done," exclaimed Will, as he fired a shot that shattered the enemy's skull, invigorating a nearby spectator from the burner team, who erupted into cheers. "Ah, are you all right?" A naval soldier rushed to his side, concerned as he observed the gunshot wound at his waist. "No, I'm fine." Despite the sweat beading on his forehead and a hand pressed against his injury, the burner soldier stubbornly asserted, "Though my combat experience is limited, this ragtag bunch is still far from proficient with firearms. If it were me, just moments ago." Yes. A naval soldier pinned him to the ground, hastily reloading his weapon while dismissively muttering. Despite their growing numbers, the anticipated one-sided victory did not materialize. On the contrary, under pressure, these reckless fighters became increasingly valiant. Was this their final act of madness? Noticing an enemy nearby, engaged in close combat despite a severed arm, he whispered to himself, "Can you still hold on?" "Huh. What foolishness are you speaking? There are no cowards among the Bernars." A shot went astray as the naval soldier quickly reloaded, casting a glance at the defiant man attempting to rise. "Having lost the detonator, our victory is assured. There is no need for the injured to participate. You need not." "I told you, there are no cowards among the Bernars." The naval soldier furrowed his brow. "This is not a matter of cowardice. Enough, go help the others." Extracting the bullet, he poured some gunpowder onto the wound and ignited it with a cigarette butt. "The island is secure, but, enduring the searing pain of his injury, he gritted his teeth, and after a considerable time, he finally trembled as he took a drag from the cigarette. "How that bastard is still alive." He bit down hard on the cigarette, his expression of hatred more terrifying than during the treatment of his wound. "I understand." After a brief silence, the Navy personnel spoke and then crawled away to another location. Fu took a deep drag from his cigarette, observing the fully armed youth on the field. A glimmer of astonishment flickering in his narrowed eyes. "I truly underestimated you, Will. With such formidable weaponry, this upcoming arms competition holds no suspense whatsoever." As the mechanical box beside him transformed, Will's appearance also shifted dramatically. On either side of his body, four colossal weapons emerged from above his shoulders, linked to the massive backpack behind him. Additionally, two slender auxiliary devices unfurled from his shoulders, enveloping his fists. The brackets on his arms gradually closed, allowing the armored fingers to flex. Beside his wrist, a row of rudimentary buttons lay in wait. A dark luminescence pulsed, exuding an aura of sanguine ferocity. Casting a glance at one of the glowing, heated tubes, Will attempted to clench his fist, the pressure in his palm evoking memories of the first time he wielded it, that exhilarating sensation. Does the old man merely craft prosthetics? He simply lacks the inclination to engage in your childish games. But what of now? Do you still deem him a failure? Fixating on the dazed elder in the distance, Will posed the question again. Though relieved of prior anxieties, he no longer felt the urgency of before. Nevertheless, Matif must pay for his transgressions, whether it be his own creations or the weapons left by his father, as long as they could bring about Matif's demise. None of it mattered. Boom. Will pressed the button, and the fiery machinery began toward a life. The framework supporting him on the ground bent slightly, then surged forward in tandem with his stride. Under the mechanical might, his speed escalated to astonishing levels. Boom, boom. The heavy force of the machinery resonated upon his shoulders, as the four weapons extended backward, coiling with energy, transforming him into a leaping spider. Die, Matif. With his fist, supported by the rudimentary framework, he struck out, eyeing the elderly figure within arm's reach, roaring with fury. Bang! What? The elder's gnarled, oversized hand grasped his fist, and amidst the thunderous noise, The old man was propelled backward by the force of will's amassed energy, carving two deep grooves into the scorched black ground. It's all gone, everything is lost. The meticulously devised plan was forced to an early execution, only to be shattered. The contentious contract had been nullified, and his newborn grandson had been stripped of his once promising lineage. In this moment, Matif was engulfed in confusion. No, there must be a way. If I kill this disruptor, I can recreate the explosive device. That contract would still hold validity. Time. I need time. When he lifted his gaze once more, the elder's face bore an anger more profound than Will's. In a fit of rage, the power within him swiftly dissipated, transforming into a surge of explosive capability. He too, sensing the searing heat outside the fist, Will gritted his teeth in an instant. For weapons, stretched to their limits, surged towards him with the sound of slicing air. Boom. A violent explosion erupted between the two combatants' fists. A tremendous wave of heat swept through the venue, sending all those engaged in battle in the audience flying. That scoundrel, Matif, had prepared explosives for the arena as well. Thrown into the debris by the scorching gust, a naval officer wiped the blood from his brow, panic beginning to set in. He was uncertain if he would be so fortunate should another wave come. Having endured a bloody struggle, he could no longer suppress the urge to retreat. Glancing around, he noticed that nearly everyone on the field was prone on the ground, oblivious to his presence. He stealthily shifted his footing. Two figures were abruptly propelled from the cloud of dust, bearing mechanical enhancements. Will hurriedly adjusted the controls with his sentient hand. The support behind him extended parallel, bringing his entire weight crashing down onto the ground. This fellow, indeed, possesses abilities. The iron wrapped around his fist melted and shattered, revealing a grotesquely twisted right hand, bloodied and mangled. Fortunately, the device sustained minimal damage. With a sigh of relief, the blood was scorched dry, and the tattered Will adjusted the still glowing long barrel of flame before him. Sizzling, the wounds inflicted by the flying shrapnel began to seal. As Will fixed his gaze on the distant foe. This guy, too, is an ability user. Chapter 154. What does it mean to kick someone when they are down? Cough, cough. In the final moment, although the explosion had created distance between them, he was still struck. Under the weight of such machinery, even with prior warning, it was beyond the capacity of a normal person to endure. I cannot fall. I must not. Bracing himself against the ground, Matif bore the pain in his chest. His feeble arms, barely able to support his body, reminded him of the consequences of overexertion. How many years had it been since he ascended to the pinnacle of Berna? Once again, he felt the insatiable longing within his heart. Did I perish, Matif? Holding the enormous boulder he had inexplicably acquired, Marna glanced at the aftermath of the battle he had wrought, his face a mask of sorrow, though his excited tone betrayed his thoughts. Honestly, you are the first employer I've encountered who fights so fiercely. Need assistance? This time it's on the house. Cough. My apologies for disappointing you. Sitting on the ground, Matif covered the wound on his shoulder, which was perilously close to being pierced, and gasped for breath, inhaling the charred scent that clung to him. Truly, I have grown old. His weakened body constantly reminded him of his current state, and with a sigh, his eyes narrowed slightly. Nevertheless, dealing with this little brat is sufficient. You should prioritize your own well-being over mine. Had Marna's opponent been anyone else, he would have gladly accepted the offer of assistance. He had never subscribed to the antiquated notions of dualistic honor. However, his opponent was Seaman, a rear admiral who had risen through the ranks in the Navy. Despite his disdain for the way Seaman conducted himself in the face of power, Matif had never doubted his prowess. Among all present, only he could hold Seaman at bay. Indeed, hold him at bay. He was not naive enough to believe that Marna's recent flurry of attacks could vanquish him. That man possessed a will not easily diminished. Very well, that was your suggestion. The dismissive offer was rejected, yet Marna remained unfazed. For my reward, you better. 6 rounds, iron fist. Boom. With his feet suspended in the air, Seaman's exposed arms were taut with muscle, utilizing the iron block intended for defense as an offensive weapon. Even he was not immune to the rigidity that accompanied such exertion. As he deftly caught the boulder that should have fallen, Seaman sensed something amiss. Glancing at the masked man off to the side, seemingly unfazed, he paused momentarily, then brought the boulder crashing down. He then turned his gaze to the other side. Quite capable, aren't you, Will? Breathing heavily, he noted Matif, who was awkwardly taking cover under fire not far away. In truth, his own appearance was hardly any better. His once pristine military uniform was riddled with bullet holes, and the torn jacket hung loosely to one side. On his bronze skin, remnants of the red marks left by bullets striking him after the iron block had collided were still visible. These injuries, though not grave for one who has emerged from a hail of bullets, weighed heavily upon him. Clutching the spot previously assaulted by Marna, Seaman furrowed his brow, contemplating the troublesome abilities at play. Amidst the rubble, Marna barely managed to dislodge the stones from his head, gasping for breath. "Ah, only now do you qualify to be my opponent." His body, drenched in blood, bore eyes filled with a maddening fervor. "Cease your arrogance, scum." After a brief moment of catching his breath, Seaman pressed the advantage. His feet, cutting through the air with a whisper of light, summoned forth the Gale step, a blade of concentrated energy. Boom! As dust enveloped the battlefield, predicting the previous maneuver of Matif, Will swiftly redirected the protruding mechanism from his shoulder. The rotating muzzle unleashed a torrent of bullets, each second birthing dozens that merged into a deadly line ahead. The acrid smoke billowed, igniting the device behind him under relentless assault. A perilous invention indeed. Left. A chill ran through Will as he lunged forward. He understood that while this device boasted formidable firepower, its cumbersome mass left him little room for evasion. Boom. From the haze of dust, a weathered fist surged toward Will. A muffled explosion creating a whirlwind that toppled him to the ground. What a formidable ability. In the aftermath of the tempest, Will swiftly activated another mechanical arm, the conical drill extending rapidly toward Matif. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed the knotted knuckles, a flicker of apprehension crossing his mind. Over the years, he had never heard whispers of Matif being an ability user. Standing at the pinnacle of public scrutiny, concealing such power, how long had this plan been in the making? Under the drill's relentless advance, Matif halted his pursuit, retreating with deftness. The drill burrowed into the white steel, creating a pit as it obeyed its master's will, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike. A fascinating creation, Matif mused, his eyes glimmering with admiration for the biomechanically agile apparatus. Yet he was not slow to react. The deforming shoes at his feet erupted with his ability, allowing him to evade yet another attack. I take back my earlier words. With such a creation, that individual cannot be deemed a failure. Silence. Creating distance, Will brandish the remaining 3 weapons, all aimed squarely at Matif, rage etched upon his face. Who do you think you are? With a surge of recoil, the searing barrel erupted with another lethal barrage. A madman who would destroy his homeland for profit. On another mechanical arm, blades whirled, the buzz of the chainsaw reverberating ominously. What right do you have? The upper left long-barreled weapon took aim, the dark void within flickering with a fiery glow. What qualifications do you possess to comment on him? The sharp drill incessantly retracted and struck out, accompanied by a brief moment of tension followed by a slight sound of wind disturbance. Bang! The same trick was employed again, as the bare feet upon the ground produced an explosive noise once more. Evading the oncoming chainsaw, Matif glanced back at the relentless barrage of bullets pursuing him. In comparison, the inferno surging from the opposite side proved to be far more lethal. The fiery glow etched upon his face radiated an unbearable heat, causing his exposed skin to seem instantly parched. With no escape route in sight, Matif persevered, propelling himself forward like a stone, gritting his teeth as he unleashed his abilities. Seizing the moment as the stone rose, he dashed through the flames. His already grievously injured left arm became even more charred as it shielded his head from the searing heat. Damn it! So close. The flames breaching the gap around the erected stone tablet resembled magma on the verge of eruption. This is bad. Failing to sense the ground's support, an odd feeling nearly caused Matif to stumble. In a moment of confusion, the elderly man, unable to muster his strength in time, was engulfed by the blazing inferno. Chapter 155. I am power. Confronted by the future's greatest host, how dare you lose focus? Roby's temples throbbed with fury and in a fit of rage. He swung his hand into a claw, aiming for the boy's throat. Anticipating the attack, the boy deftly evaded before Roby could strike. Nevertheless, the sharp blade of wind left a thin scar across his neck, the crimson blood stark against his fair skin. This is the might of humanity. When one's physique reaches a certain pinnacle, even nature bends to accommodate one's movements. As you have suggested, that is the future. Breathing rhythmically, Rain, who had endured rigorous training since childhood, understood better than anyone the dire consequences of disrupted breathing during combat. This seemingly trivial act of respiration not only pertains to the recovery of stamina, but also dictates the rhythm of the battle. Is there any distinction? A being like me will inevitably become the finest host, while you. Halting his steps, Roby confidently twirled the microphone in his hand and then gripped it tightly. My audience. An audience akin to every person in the world. Let us momentarily set aside your attitude towards the audience as a host. After a brief silence, Rain felt the strength within him gradually restoring. As a subject, how dare you speak to me, the world as sovereign, in such a manner? The solemn and absurd inquiry emanated from the boy's lips, tinged with blatant mockery. Ah, splendid. The unabashed derision pierced Roby deeply. He lowered his head, the upper part of his face shrouded in shadow. The veins on his forehead, which had just settled, throbbed once more. The scorn he endured from his parents in childhood and the jibes from his compatriots echoed in his ears once again. Do you know? I never intended to kill you. With such talent, you will inevitably ride the waves of the vast sea, becoming a part of my stage. However, the legendary sea-carved stone, said to be condensed from ocean waters, was hurled with great force from his hands, as if it bore no weight. The plan succeeded. Anticipating the move, Rain sidestepped, hearing the whistling wind as it sliced past him. After several exchanges, he had already comprehended that the strength of these formidable beings was beyond his current capacity to withstand. With his wealth of combat experience and speed rivaling that of a razor, he could only rely on his capabilities. Yet, recalling the terrifying physical toll of his powers, Rain couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Wait, when did whoosh? As Roby advanced with long strides, swinging his arms before even closing the distance, the boy hastily conjured an invisible shield behind him. Foolish are those who, believing in their innate gifts, recklessly provoke their enemies. I have slain many. Roby approached with a brazen smile, his long iron chain swinging once more. The microphone at the other end shifted direction, and with the force transmitted through the chain, he launched an attack at an uncanny angle once again. With his right hand extended before him, the inescapable Rain unleashed his ability, the divine judgment of the gods. Twisted, dark energy erupted around him, sending the microphone and an unknown cold gun flying. This is the battlefield. Unlike the focused combat of one-on-one encounters, every individual here must remain vigilant, constantly aware of the battles raging elsewhere. It is not the physical exhaustion that proves fatal, but rather the mental fatigue that truly devastates. Prolonged exposure to the battlefield can turn even the most optimistic individuals into nervous wrecks. Such a remarkable ability, yet. As he landed, Roby closed in once more, delivering a brutal kick aimed squarely at Rain's knee. Meanwhile, the previously launched hammerhead had already retreated, hurtling towards the boy's chest with a sonic boom. How many more times can you use that, kid? Do these people all have a speed upgrade? Rain, taken aback by Roby's increased velocity, couldn't help but internally grumble. It was no wonder he felt discomfort. Relying on his agility and speed, every opponent he encountered since entering this fray had exhibited similar traits. Defeating government agents with his abilities had initially elevated his speed, only for him to confront this very foe. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Rain activated his ability once again, a fledgling in a greenhouse. Watching the boy leap into the air, Roby mocked him derisively. The iron chains in his hands swirled. The force he had previously exerted not yet dissipated as he flung them anew. Upon landing heavily, Roby pivoted, channeling the ground's force through his muscles to deliver a fierce sidekick. The timing of both attacks was exquisitely precise, perfectly synchronized with the boy's descent. There is no way out. A raging whirlwind blew against Rain's tousled hair, and his expression turned to one of resignation. How many times can I use this? It is merely a limitation I impose on myself. After asking and answering his own question, the boy adjusted his body midair. Unlike those who, after consuming their fruits, stumbled about in confusion, he had long recognized the sheer power of the fruit he had consumed in his previous life, the ability to summon forth energy without any cost. Even he, who believed himself to be clear-headed, had once succumbed to its allure. Is that so? Then let me see for myself. Roby scoffed at the boy's bravado. As the descending boy entered his attack range, the next moment would spell his demise. Using this very technique, he had dispatched countless formidable foes over the years at sea. A mere child? Huh. You've encountered such power before, Mr. Roby. His outstretched leg was enveloped in energy, gravity intensifying its pull. As he descended, unlike the previous overwhelming drain, the ability transformed his stamina, concentrating it entirely in his calf. In the brief plunge, a ferocious gale began to swirl around him. What? Feeling his attack go awry, Robbie's eyes widened in horror. How could this little imp's power have suddenly surged so dramatically? No, it wasn't merely an increase. It was as if there were two individuals. The explosive muscles ripped through his trousers, shimmering with a dim glow. An unceasing vitality surged within him, causing the young boy's face to flush red. For I am power. Boom. A colossal cloud of dust soared into the sky, as enormous cracks rapidly spread from the deepening pit, reaching from the arena to the audience, and from the spectators to the surrounding stone walls. The proud white steel, once a symbol of Bernard's strength, now seemed as fragile as tofu in the wake of this overwhelming force. Crouched on the ground, a Navy soldier cautiously peered out from behind cover, bewildered. Is the ground shaking? Chapter 156. The reversal of form. Unlike the previous arduous computational environments, the superficial abilities wielded immense power without rendering the user vulnerable as before. The side effects following a strong offensive were mitigated by the protective stances enveloping his body, allowing him to withstand the repercussions of his own strength. Amidst the mist-like dust, Ling surged forward in the direction of his fall, moving with remarkable speed. The consecutive bursts of acceleration heightened his velocity, accompanied by the residual whirling winds as he stomped down forcefully. This was no scripted performance. Who would be foolish enough to grant their adversary a chance to deliver lines? Desperation clawed at the young man's heart, his expression stern, wishing he could excavate a 3-bedroom apartment with his pinky and hide within it. How utterly childish. Feeling the crunch of gravel beneath his feet, Rain's thoughts momentarily fractured as he had just secured the layout of his living room. In response to the rushing wind of an impending punch, he quickly spread his palm. Cough. Do you have any idea how many battles I have endured, you brat? A blood-stained figure charged from the side, its visage twisted in malevolence. Upon seeing the delicate palm extended by the youth, the assailant's punch grew increasingly forceful. Having spent his youth adrift at sea, he understood the significance of strength more than anyone else. Even though Berna had settled temporarily, he had not ceased his battles, life and death skirmishes. Thus, he easily discerned that he was no match for this boy, who could execute such attacks effortlessly. This youth transcended mere talent. He was a monster. The term flared in his mind, compelling him to grit his teeth. If this assault were to fail, what would follow? Instead of the anticipated collision of bodies, his fist floated lightly against the palm, the playful contact appearing strangely surreal amidst the swirling dust summoned by their powers. Maintaining his outstretched posture, Rain gently shifted his fist aside, gazing intently into the astonished eyes of his opponent. Do you understand, Mr. Robbie? Power has direction too. No sooner had the words left his lips than the previously absent force re-emerged, silently erupting from his palm, but in a completely opposite manner. The surging force exploded from his fist, sending a bone-deep pain reverberating through Robbie, eliciting a chilling scream. In his struggle, the hidden strength dispersed from his muscles. Crack, crack. The excruciating sound of bones fracturing echoed incessantly, piercing through flesh as they emerged. As he retreated, Robbie clutched his mangled right arm. Yet the searing agony did not diminish with his movements. Tears streaming down his face, he gazed at his right arm, his eyes increasingly twisted in torment. Without his right arm, what would become of his dreams, his aspirations? How dare you? Robbie questioned with a feral intensity, his grievous injuries rendering him a specter of vengeance. How dare I? In the once silent venue, the sound of falling stones echoed, mingling with the chaos outside, while Rain whispered to himself, questioning his own courage. With words as resolute as iron, he appeared before his adversary, launching a powerful elbow strike. After the impact, before his opponent could retreat, Rain seized his collar and hurled him aside. Though crashing to the ground caused immense pain, Robbie instinctively protected his right arm, yet the tremors still coursed through his body. Amidst the agony, his consciousness flickered, only to soon plunge into darkness. Thud, thud. The relentless pain rendered the sound of footsteps near him as if each step crushed his heart. Was this truly the end? With great effort, he lifted his heavy eyelids. And through the narrowing gaps, the visage of the boy became indistinct, as his awareness teetered on the brink of oblivion. Vivid scenes raced through his mind, his childhood experiences with his foster parents, the helplessness of his beloved girl persecuted by the nobility, and the harrowing escapes at sea where death loomed perilously close. Those memories, once vividly etched in his mind, now resurfaced as fleeting images. What a wretched existence of failure. Swish. Boom. You cowardly Navy. If you have the guts, face me in a true man's duel. once again missing his target, Marna, trapped in a pit, erupted in a frenzy with reddened eyes, but before his words could fully escape, he vanished, utilizing the power of the speed fruit. He left a dark streak across the arena, resembling a colossal black cannon, accelerating towards his foe. Foolish, already accustomed to his rhythm, Simon effortlessly dodged the attack and swatted him away. If you can't maintain your strength to wield that ability, at least trim that mushroom atop your head. Such a large target, who could possibly miss? Yet, the user of such abilities was indeed troublesome, shaking off the lingering numbness in his arm. Still tinged with the force of the impact, Simon furrowed his brow and surveyed the dust-laden battlefield. In the silence following the clash of bodies, the naval major remained momentarily quiet. The raging sea was ever watchful. Keeping a keen eye on the important figure of Berna, he recognized the former pirate. Now the host of Berna, Rabi Musa. With formidable physical skills, he had defeated numerous strong opponents. Even those with abilities found little success against his sea-cutting weapon, obtained from an unknown source. After all, in such a weak region like the Four Seas, those fortunate enough to consume devil fruits rarely prioritized martial skills. Even physical training became a mere. Damn it. Once again swatting Marna away, Simon glanced at Matif. Such a fool, unable to better utilize his abilities. Moreover, if memory served correctly, Robbie's bounty was around 90 million berries. As a Navy officer, he was acutely aware of the inflated nature of these bounties. Yet, even with all the exaggeration, it remains a challenge beyond the capacity of a mere youth. Moreover, prior to engaging in combat, the bounty on these scoundrels, who have never committed acts of village slaughter or city destruction, still holds a degree of significance. Never mind, the demise of Martif's aid is, in fact, a piece of good news. It seems you do indeed possess an exceptional ally. How unreliable. Observing the foolish Malna at the side, the beleaguered Martif persistently endeavored to close the distance to Will while contemplating strategies in his mind. With Robbie's defeat, Malna's downfall was only a matter of time. The current situation no longer called for thoughts of a comeback. Glancing towards the exit of the venue, he continued, "Compared to that boy, who still relies on his father's weapon to contend with me, you truly are a disgrace." Evading the pillar of flames, the mechanical gun, reloaded with ammunition, once again sparkled with fire. This is troublesome. Under such scrutiny, let alone making an exit, a moment's inattention could lead to being struck by a bullet. Feeling the state of his body, even the usually composed Martif could not help but feel a tinge of despair. Chapter 157. The defeat is inevitable. What? Do you wish to escape? Beneath the tumultuous cannon fire, the flames kissed his cheeks. No longer filled with the impulsiveness of the beginning, Will gazed into Martif's eyes, which still brimmed with profound hatred. The detonator had been destroyed, rendering the island's inhabitants temporarily safe. However, the heavy weaponry boxes rumbling behind him and the smoke enveloping his surroundings prompted memories of his father, the one he had believed perished in an experimental accident. He felt as though he had returned to that burning house, where timber ignited and stones crumbled, leaving him utterly powerless. No, at this moment, I can at least do something. Fixating on the frail old man stumbling ahead, Will's resolve hardened. Seizing the fleeting moment of his evasion, he predicted the old man's position and swiftly adjusted the gun's aim. The bullets erupted from the chamber with a staccato rhythm. Caught off guard, Martif raised his injured arm to shield himself, simultaneously employing his abilities. He dodged the bullets that followed, while the flames at his back drew nearer. Using the force of the explosion, Martif continued to advance despite his escape. Gasping for breath, the old man gritted his teeth and attempted to close the distance once more. Though he had witnessed the ingenuity of his old friend's son in research, he was well aware of the weaponry skills that had been displayed. The cumbersome machinery, which was difficult to maneuver, was wielded with surprising dexterity in his hands. Coupled with that formidable long-range firepower, merely approaching would exact a significant toll. Suddenly, Martif let out a muffled grunt, his expression devoid of emotion as he glanced at the charred, bleeding wound on his arm, now accompanied by a fresh injury. There was no time to lament the pain. Gritting his teeth, Martif contemplated. Robbie was finished. That fool, obsessed with money, would inevitably meet his downfall. And the only reliable ally, Vaughn, seemed intent on shirking responsibility. Casting a glance around the battlefield, he noted that with the arrival of the local burn-ins, the mercenaries under Marna began to display signs of defeat. This was not their fault. In truth, to have endured against nearly 3 times their number until now surpassed his expectations. Yet, it was still far from sufficient. With a heavy sigh, Martif steeled himself anew. Amidst the hail of bullets, his gaze fixed upon the passage behind Will. If he could just eliminate him, no, simply surpass him would suffice. Bang. Ha ha ha. Did you truly believe I lacked intelligence? Huh? Intentionally feigning a weakness, Marna swiftly pivoted, retracting his fist into an elbow, delivering a fierce blow to Will's heart. Now, let us see. Who is the real fool here? Careless. Simon cursed inwardly, struggling against his constraints, hastily sidestepping to evade. Boom. Accompanied by a dull roar. Simon was sent flying backward. In a moment of desperation, despite hastening his evasive maneuvers, he was still struck by Marna. Ha ha ha, will you not lend a hand? Brother? That fellow Martif is on the brink of death. After achieving his objective with a single strike, Marna refrained from launching further attacks, instead exchanging playful banter with Vaughn, who was watching from the sidelines. Without waiting for Vaughn's response, he nodded to himself, reflecting, indeed, if it weren't for Bailey, I would have no desire to assist that old man, with his incessant peculiarities. As he continued to nod, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, are you also here at Bailey's behest? A madman. Observing Marna's bloodied and grotesque appearance, Vaughn lowered the brim of his hat, silently lamenting. I've caught you. You truly are the scoundrel sharing in my earnings. When he received no reply, Marna, assuming Vaughn's silence indicated acquiescence, erupted in a furious tirade. The explosive black mushroom of his frustration flaring up. You scoundrel, I tell you, that money is mine, all mine. After a brief moment of speechlessness, Vaughn's gaze shifted to the scene of the hapless Martif fleeing in disarray. Although he had no intention of aiding him, he felt an inexplicable twinge of pity. You truly wish to save Martif, you scoundrel. Glaring fiercely at his teammate, who sought to divide the spoils, Marna then bent forward and charged. Hey, how did you deduce that I intended to save him? The absurdity of the situation was thick in the air. With his sword poised defensively before him, Vaughn's heart raced with disbelief. Martif, that old fool, surely couldn't he have summoned such a madman? The incessant chatter was maddening. Marna was swift, but someone was swifter. Amidst the torrent of expletives, Major Seaman charged forward, his hands clasped in front of him, fists clenched. A surge of force pierced through the air, and with a cry, the gale it generated sent Marna's tattered shirt billowing. It appeared that the situation was still somewhat favorable. As the dust settled, rain emerged from the vast, cracked pit, adjusting his breath. After a moment's hesitation, he forcefully hurled the microphone he had been toying with. Whoosh! The sound of its flight was swallowed by the din of cannon fire, yet Martif remained acutely aware of the impending attack from the side. Sensing the threat, he cast a reluctant glance at the nearby Will and sidestepped. In truth, his decision to evade was indeed the right one. Witnessing the microphone streak past him, creating a crater upon impact, Martif's expression sharpened. He recognized that weapon. It was Robbie's microphone, infused with sea lapis. As a power wielder, he was acutely aware of how sea lapis could restrain him. If struck just now, the injury would have been manageable, but the debilitating effects of contact with sea lapis. Rat-a-tat-tat. A rapid succession of bullets approached from the ground beside him, disrupting the old man's thoughts. Once, in a moment of retreat, the nimble Martif evaded his pursuer and hurled a stone imbued with his powers, shouting, Vorn, aware of the potential threat, Will remained cautious. He swiftly turned and utilized the iron crate behind him as a shield. The relentless firepower from the weapon perched upon his shoulder continued to encircle Martif. In the next instant, the stones that struck the black box erupted with explosive force. These ordinary materials, under Martif's influence, wielded power comparable to that of artillery. Observing Martif on the battlefield, Vorn's expression remained impassive. In such a hopeless situation, even the king would not hold him accountable. In truth, he had been suppressing his thoughts from the very beginning. The notion of personally slaying this callous being who disregarded life. Cough, cough. Bastard. Is the Navy equally despicable? Lying supine in the stone pit, Marna felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, mingled with fragments of flesh. Had he not retreated a step using his powers, he might have been rendered speechless. Yet, even in this state, his condition was scarcely improved. His body, pierced through with force, lay devoid of sensation, as if his organs had ceased to function. Thud. Treading heavily, the reappearing Simon approached, his steps burdened. So, you are aware that you are not a good person. He jeered, tossing the acquired sea stone microphone onto him.